After being blind for 18 years, you open your eyes for the first time and find that the junior sister you have been with for many years is not human. Not only is she tightly wrapping her tail around you, but even the tentacles behind her are stirring restlessly. Suddenly, the junior sister leaned in front of you, staring intently into your eyes and asked, "What are you looking at? Senior brother?" You felt a chill run down your spine because the junior sister never calls you senior brother. At that moment, you knew you could never reveal that you had regained your sight, so you answered with a vacant expression, "I'm looking at what the world's #1 beauty looks like." Upon hearing this, she squinted her beautiful eyes and asked, "What does she look like?" You smiled gently and replied, "I guess the junior sister must be extremely beautiful." "What's the use of guessing? You have to see for yourself." She shyly turned her head away. You said firmly, "I can't see now, but one day I will be able to see." Upon hearing this, the junior sister looked at you with pity, her gaze as if she wanted to swallow you whole and be united with you forever. "By the way, I haven't given you the thing yet." The junior sister took out a small box from her waist pouch and handed it to you. You instinctively reached out to take it, but looking at the tattered and damp wooden box, you had a faint sense of foreboding. "Junior sister, what is this?" "It's a treasure." The monster seemed to find it a bit difficult to speak, slightly lowering its head and even solemnly stroking its belly. "This pill is called the Solid Spirit Pill. I specially found it for you. Go ahead and open it." Unable to resist your curiosity, you slowly opened the box lid, but when the lid was fully opened, you were once again stunned on the spot. What lies in that box is not a magical elixir of spiritual light, but clearly a piece of gray-black, putrid meat. You held back your nausea and didn't throw it away, hurriedly covering it and saying, "Junior sister, this elixir is too precious. I can't accept it." "I knew you would say that. Don't worry, I have plenty of such spiritual pills." After the monster said this, it patted its own belly. You took in her actions and suddenly had a guess. Could this meat be senior brother? "Do you look down on the gift I gave you?" The junior sister's bulging eyes and nostrils were wide open, and she looked like she was about to get angry. "How could it be?" "Thank you, junior sister." You smiled warmly and tucked the wooden box into your clothing. Hey, that's more like it. "Then I'm leaving." The junior sister, satisfied, turned around and began to wriggle away. "He won't eat." Suddenly, a person burst through the window from the main hall, swiftly flying over with a sword in hand. This person was dressed in white as snow, but beneath the skirt were 8 large, claw-like tentacles, shrouded in mist. Their face bore a pair of indescribable eyes. "Don't!" The junior sister hadn't had time to stop them, and in the next moment, you widened your eyes, covering your already severed neck, staring in disbelief at the woman holding the sword. "Teacher's wife." You suddenly opened your eyes, quickly sat up, and in front of you was that familiar mist again. You were panting, instinctively touching your neck, which was perfectly fine. Was that just a dream? You were still shaken, and even a few drops of cold sweat appeared. Bang bang bang. At this moment, a fierce knocking sound came from outside the house, breaking your contemplation, and fear and tension surged in your heart again. Immediately after, your junior sister's sweet voice rang out, "Senior brother, come out. I have something for you." You felt a chill in your heart. A normal junior sister would never call you senior brother. It must still be that monster outside. Is this reality, or are you still dreaming? "I'm awake. Thank you, junior sister." You tried to maintain a calm voice, but you still lay in bed. "Junior sister, what's wrong? I'm feeling a bit unwell today. I might have caught a cold. Let's talk about it tomorrow, but I have to deliver this today." After saying that, there was a loud banging on the door, and outside, your junior sister was exasperated. "If you don't open the door, I'm going to break in." "You're already breaking in." Your scalp tingled. "Junior sister, don't be anxious. I'll open the door." While quickly putting on your clothes, you desperately recalled the mistakes that appeared in your dream. What exactly went wrong for the dream's mistress to see through you? When he got up, he instinctively wanted to grab the sword from the bedside, but his outstretched hand strangely missed. You remembered that the sword was borrowed by your junior sister yesterday. Is this a coincidence or was it premeditated? You only feel a chill spreading from the soles of your feet to your entire body, but there is no time to let you continue to sink into fear. Knock, knock, knock. The impatient sound of your junior sister knocking on the door rang out again. You clenched your fists and struggled to slowly open the door. You thought you would see that real world again, but unexpectedly, the familiar mist was still there, and you were still blind. Just as you were still recovering from the panic, a strong fragrance of flowers rushed in, and you instinctively reached out to block it, only to find that what you touched was a sky full of petals, the wild chrysanthemums you loved the most. "Senior brother, happy birthday." The junior sister stood at the door with a charming smile, beautiful enough to captivate the heart. You were taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, What are you doing? Just stand still. Ling Ruo was a bit confused but obediently stayed in place. You slowly raised your hands. The girl was puzzled, thinking that senior brother was going to perform those cliched tricks again. But the next second, the sensation in your hands was delicate and smooth, like a freshly peeled soft-boiled goose egg. The girl, startled like a frightened deer, immediately jumped back, and her cheeks, just pinched by senior brother, instantly flushed with a rosy hue. She covered her cheeks, looking incredulous, and said in embarrassment and anger, "I won't talk to you anymore." After saying that, the girl quickly ran away, constantly comforting herself in her heart, "It won't happen again. Today he is the birthday star. Really, I wish I could just say it." You turned your head towards the direction Ling Ruo ran off, recalling that absurd dream and the delicate touch in your hand just now, feeling dejected and lowering your gaze. After crossing this place for 18 years, you want a pair of normal eyes for the first time. Now I cannot see, but one day, I will see, the young man promised firmly in his heart. And above the lotus platform in the main hall, the divinely pure woman slowly opened her eyes. In the early morning, you go to the street sesame cake shop to buy breakfast. Wang Pa quickly wraps the cake in oil paper and carefully hands it to you. You seem to think of something and hesitantly ask, "Wang Pa, have you seen my junior sister?" "Of course I have." Wang Pa replies affirmatively. "Such a beautiful girl. It's unforgettable. There are quite a few young men in this city who fell in love with her at first sight." Hearing her answer, you leave with the sesame cake in a daze. Although you got the answer you wanted, you do not feel joy. Just as that monster reappeared in your mind, you suddenly heard a strange sound. You opened your eyes, and it was chaos again. You instinctively turned your head to look, and there it was, a pitch-black monster suddenly appearing in your field of vision. The monster clearly had a fish head covered in sharp teeth and gills, and it was currently crouched over a corpse, gnawing at it. As if sensing someone was watching, the monster slowly turned its head. You instinctively wanted to take a few steps forward, but suddenly realized that you had regained your vision, though the range of what you could see seemed limited to this abrupt monster. Before you could think it through, a strong pressure suddenly struck. "Evil spirit, die!" A hoarse and righteous voice suddenly rang out, followed by several sounds of energy breaking through the air. You felt a lingering fear, although you couldn't see the suddenly appearing old immortal with white beard and white robe. You could see several new wounds suddenly appearing on the monster's body. The old voice rang out again, and the monster was suddenly enveloped in a white light, its expression extremely painful, and in an instant, it disappeared along with the corpse, presumably being taken into the magical artifact by the old immortal. Before you could speak, the old master asked first, "Can you see it?" Replying to the senior, "I am blind." You bowed to the old master. Blind? The old master, with white hair and a wrinkled face, had a pair of bright eyes. He carefully examined the young man in front of him. "You are not lying, you are indeed blind, but that doesn't mean you can't see it," he stated emphatically. You didn't think your trick could really fool the old master, and calmly said, replying to the senior, "I indeed saw it." But he suddenly spoke coldly, "To be able to see such a malevolent spirit, at least you must be in the condensation realm." You were shocked, but you are only in the spirit platform realm. In the next moment, the previous pressure surged again, and the old man sighed softly. "You shouldn't have seen this." Accompanying that aged voice was a sword gleaming with a chilling brilliance. "Unstoppable. You held a sword at the age of 3 and have been practicing for 15 years. Although you cannot see, your perception of the sword far exceeds that of your peers." In the blink of an eye, the sword light whistled in. Yusu used his palm as a sword, and it was stuck on the bone protruding from the right wrist of the old immortal master with a sound. The old immortal master held his sword in his right hand, and when he saw that the stabbing attack failed, he wanted to swing downward, but he found that the young man's position was just right, and the sword actually could not be swung downward by the slightest bit. Snap! Yusu's movements did not stop, and he clenched his left hand into a fist, wrapping it in the strongest chi he could unleash to pummel the old immortal master in the crook of his arm. The old immortal master was surprised in his heart. He could see that not only was this blind teenager not deterred by his pressure and tied his hands, but instead he wanted to put on a good show of grabbing the white blade with his empty hand. If his own right hand was bent by his strike, his entire little arm would surely fall into his grip, and it would be easy for him to seize the sword. He was at least an immortal master of the condensed water realm. If he was really taken away by this teenager who had just broken through the spirit platform realm, what face would he have? He had to admit that he had underestimated this young man, but sword skills were not his greatest strength as an old man. Yusu's left fist had arrived, but the old man's arm did not bend as he wished, and this long-planned punch was as if a mud cow had entered the sea, making people desperate. The old immortal master then bellowed, "Retreat!" A powerful force from the old immortal master body suddenly spare Yusu well prepared, riveted enough Shin Chi to resist but also to no avail. was shocked to a few meters away he lost the only opportunity to close the fight. He won this time, but also only took advantage of the other side of the advantage of the enemy. And this old fairy master's sword skill attainments in general. He just to get rid of the evil when he did not use the sword, but the imperial air to hurt the enemy, indicating that the old fairy master is more good at obviously is the art of controlling the air. Yusu understands that once a great cultivator of at least the water condensation realm has fully utilized his air, he would like to get close to him again, which is almost like a daydream. Cultivators in the world have a spiritual vein, absorbing the heaven and earth Xian air for cultivation. Through the Xian vein, building Xian platform, condensing Xian water, and even later more subtle realm, Xian air is the root of all the cultivators. But the use of air is also divided into two main streams. One is based on the control of Xiantao and produce a variety of immortal arts. The earth explodes star, tree world descending a variety of Dao abound. The other is the air and the external objects to play a stronger efficacy of the techniques. Sword cultivation, Dan cultivation, talisman cultivation of 100 kinds of doorway is too numerous to mention. There is no conflict between the two, but there is also a difference in talent between the two paths. The old immortal master's Xian Qi has mostly been transformed into protective astral Qi, causing the previous heavy pressure to dissipate by half. Yusu's reaction is very fast. At this time he has been shaken by the old immortal master to a relatively safe distance. Stabilized his figure after the air will withdraw. This back to the clan of the brick road he said less also walk thousands of times. Not to mention that the arrogance and brutality of the master after the departure of the lonely he did not know how many times in this road encountered the same age of the cultivators of the ostracism of the blockade. Yusu every time do not strike. Just try to escape. He understands that hit the small will come to the old. Not to mention that those who hold a stomach of anger of the old are waiting for a reason to strike it. Under the years, it can be said that no matter which position in the road, Yusu can immediately conceptualize a reasonable retreat route. The old immortal master did not expect that Yusu actually escaped so crisply. Obviously 1 second he was still fighting back. The next second he turned around and ran. This set of actions in one fell swoop, whether it's expected or aura, are enough to prove that this teenager is not simple. However, the old fairy master did not lose his head, but rather a calm face, only to see his hands twisting orchids, double sleeves without winds since the drum, lips open and close, sunrise in the east, black populous Tengtung, the front mountain and the back water, the left dragon and the right tiger. Set. A word explosion. Yusu suddenly found that the back legs are as heavy as 10,000 pounds of boulders. How can not lift up? Under the fine feeling only to find that the whole body are stiff and abnormal, difficult to move the slightest, like being bound by 1,000 chains. Yusu drive air as a sword, trying to cut these invisible shackles. 2 breaths later, Yusu found that the power of fixation suddenly dispersed, recovering the power of action, but he no longer tried to escape, but stood up straight and lightly stroked the Xian color light shirt, because he knew that he couldn't run away. The short time of 2 breaths was already enough for the old immortal master to move to Yusu's proximity without slowing down. The old man's eyes gleamed in amazement. My fixation spell can fix even a water condensation realm cultivator for an instant. Your fledgling kid can actually break it in 2 breaths. And you're still blind. So that's quite a tactic. Senior's fallacious praise. It's just that Senior was merciful. Yusu was not reserved. Oh, you know that I was testing you just now? The old immortal master's gaze intensified, and his heart became more and more alarmed. If Senior really wanted to restrain me, he could have cleaned me up along with that evil spirit long ago, much less needing to talk to me first before striking. Your eyes are covered in dust, but your heart is like a mirror. The immortal master stroked his long beard. Then why did you run away? Yusu raised his head and smiled lightly, looking straight at the immortal master. I know that I am like a fish on a chopping block in the eyes of Senior, but sitting and waiting for death is really not the style of the late generation. The old immortal master met this lax gaze, only to feel as if he saw a deep, bottomless pool, and couldn't help but show a color of approval, but then turned away, and said with a straight face, "It's a pity that you're a scourge close to your own body, and you don't know it yet." Yusu is not a stupid person. Just now between the short confrontation, he has figured out one thing, congenital blindness. He does not seem to be completely blind, but can see those inexplicable dirty things. The heart has already had some guesses. The late generation doesn't understand what the Senior means. Do you really not understand? Or do you not want to understand? The old immortal master slightly closed his eyes and shook his head as if in pity. Yusu raised his hands in a bow, his tone serious. Please guide your Senior. I am the Lingjinjin of the Ling Bao sect of the Hangao Divine Mountain. Where did you learn from? Back to the real person. Senior Yusu. Ling Zhengrong raised his eyes to look at the young man. His eyes were quite helpless. I did not expect that words have reached this point. This diamond-like teenager is still on the defensive. Only answering the name does not answer the way to come. Is not it really want to be obsessed with not realizing the truth and seek their own death? Yusu was also taken aback in his heart. He hadn't thought that this old man was actually an immortal master from the Divine Mountain. Prior to this, the only cultivator he had ever seen with a connection to the Divine Mountain was the old city lord of this Izumo city. It is necessary to know that this old city master is only the first sect of the Divine Mountain Xianshao sect's an outer disciple. Because of the hopelessness of the breakthrough and unwilling to lose the sect's resources, only to be dispatched to this remote place to do the lord of a city. End of chapter. The world is divided into 5 continents: Eastern Ing, Western Desert, Southern Yang, Northern Ao, and Central Yuan, and above each of the 5 continents there is a sacred mountain, which are the 5 sacred mountains of Xingjiu, Wenchuan, Tianqi, Empty Plains, and Hangao. Legend has it that the ancient world is barbaric and disorderly. 5,000 years ago, when the invasion of extraterritorial demons, the 5 great ancestors of the immortals came out of nowhere, expelled the demons, and each of the continents, and set up on the mountain of the human order of the law, preaching 100 years of the immortal way. When all the people have been crossed, the 5 ancestors even gave up ascension, sitting in the mountains, sacrificing themselves to build a wall outside the sky, so that the 5 continents no longer have the disturbance of foreign devils. The world thus honors the immortal ancestor even more, taking the high mountain as the sacred mountain. To this day, the sacred mountain has become the center of each of the 5 continents. Whether it is a sect or a town, all of them take the person on top of the sacred mountain as their honor. The Izumo city where Yusu had lived since he was a child was located in the south of the Zhongyuan continent and was blessed by the Hangao Divine Mountain. It was rather surreal to see people from the Divine Mountain Immortal sect in such a remote place. Although the Spiritual Treasure sect is not as world famous as the Hangshan Mountain's first sect, Xianshao sect, it is also well known in the eyes of the Central Continent's cultivators, so it is no wonder that Yusu's heart is surprised. How many times have you seen the evil spirits of the party? Realist Ling could understand. After all, we met in passing. A few words would not allow this intelligent teenager to completely unload his mind. Yusu was silent for a moment and returned back to the real person. This is the first time. Ling Jinran let out a low sigh as he listened. How much do you know about the things of evil spirits? I would also like to ask the real person to give me some advice. Beyond the 5 continents is the infinite deep sea, and the abyss of the deep sea is the endless filth. The filth corrupts the earth, and they are the source of all evil spirits. Realist Ling put his hands behind his back. His tone was flat, but his words were heavy. Evil spirits pollute the immortal path. Mortals become the playthings that they fool with. Cultivators are the prey that they covet because what they are enamored with is the refined and pure Xian-Qi within the body of the cultivator. Some people say that cultivation is the process of removing dust and dirt, and that defilement is the dust and dirt that cultivators shed. Others say that evil spirits are actually the demons of cultivators' hearts. So defilement of the hearts and minds is pervasive. Some even say that they are the remnants of the external demons from thousands of years ago, corrupting the world. So far, there are many different opinions on its origin. There is no conclusion, but there is only one thing that is unbreakable. The real person suddenly sounded like a bell, cutting his teeth in indignation. Evil spirits are the common mortal enemy of all living beings in the 5 continents. Swimming Su heart also turned up waves of horror. For the evil spirits he was only young from. The master briefly heard some, but the master is not afraid of the sky and the earth. The evil spirits in his eyes, such as insects and vermin, learn by ear, and Swim Su also never put the evil spirits in mind. What I have seen and heard today, I realize the horror of evil spirits. Seeing that Yusu was dumbfounded, and still thinking that the swaddled teenager was unable to understand the scourge of evil spirits, Ling Jinran sighed. Do you think that the evil spirits are too far away from you? Before waiting for Yusu to reply, the real person seems to think of a sad place. The look of grief. Do you know who that lamp-raising ghost eats? It's my senior brother. It's my senior brother who is as close as a brother. Makoto was in pain. At this moment, he was no longer an immortal master with a famous master and high level of cultivation. He was just a grieving old man. In order to protect the people of the world, the 5 divine mountains have jointly established the Department of Evil Repellency. And my senior brother and I are both members of the Department of Evil Repellency. My senior brother has abided by the path of righteousness for decades, and has cut down countless evils. Last month, he told me that he was ready to break through the condensed water realm, and had even prepared the elixir. But in the last mission before the retreat, he fell into the path of this lamp-raising ghost. I've been chasing this evil spirit for over 100 miles, and I've seen my brother eaten up by it. He had such a good future. How many people in my division under the sky have died under the evil spirit to save others? No wonder this Ling real person just collected that evil spirit shouted so heartbreaking. Yusu was infected by the emotion and could only say silently, my condolences to the real person. Realist Ling took a deep breath and organized his mind. People who cultivated the Tao emphasized on clearing the mind. If it wasn't for the depths of love, an old man of his cultivation would never have lost his temper like this. I know. You must be wondering why you can see this evil spirit when you're obviously blind. And I'm not surprised by it? Back to the real one. Indeed. That's because you've seen filth more evil than it. Real Ling suddenly spoke in a shocking and decisive manner. I don't care that you lied to me. I just want to know where you've seen it. Real Ling was keenly aware that after he finished his sentence, the teenager's sword brows furrowed slightly, and his fingers tightened slightly. He had read countless people and knew clearly that this was a sign of nervousness, and there was more huffing in his gaze towards the teenager. Why did the real person make such a remark? The late generation is just a blind man. Real Ling seemed to have anticipated that Yusu would say this and let out a cold snort. Stygian. The evil spirits are light and strange, but they are not untraceable. Legend has it that there are 3 hidden great evil spirits, the Lord of Flesh and Blood, the Lord of the 5 Elements, and the Lord of Dreams, who stole the authority of the corresponding parts of the heavenly Tao and divided it among their dependents, while they themselves hid themselves in the darkest corners of the world and kept reproducing and snooping. Therefore, most of the known evil spirits, the means of hurting people, can be categorized into 3 categories: flesh and blood, 5 elements and dreams. This lamp-raising ghost is the genus of the Dream Master, and what it does is to confuse people's minds. The strength of evil spirits is also related to the size of the authority they have gained. And once someone has looked directly at a more powerful evil spirit of a certain attachment that is still alive, then the weaker one of the same attachment will have nothing to hide in his eyes in the future. This is a status suppression that stems from the iron law of authority from the largest to the smallest. Those who have seen deeper darkness are naturally no longer intimidated by shallower evil. Even if you are immortal, even if you are blind, as long as you are still conscious, this iron law will surely take effect. Ling Jinrun's voice became more and more high-pitched, until finally it was as if he wanted to penetrate the clouds and split the stones. Yusu's face was uncertain. His hands clenched into fists and he was silent. Ling Jinrun could sense that Yusu was in a deep state of confusion. But Makoto, I am congenitally blind, and before today, I really didn't see anything. Yusu's expression struggled. He vaguely guessed the answer to this question, yet he still couldn't believe it. The lamp-raising ghost is a member of the Dream Lord, and what you have seen in your dreams naturally counts. Real Ling's plain words were like the last straw that crushed Yusu, and the teenager staggered back 2 steps. Ling looked at Yusu's lost soul, shook his head inside, then took out a piece of ancient green jade pendant from between his lapel. On top of the jade pendant was engraved with the word. If you look closely, you can also find a lighting color flowing under the bamboo green, warding off evil spirits. This evil warding order can sense the evil spirits around you. I tried you because the ink color did not dissipate after I collected the lamplighter ghost, but after trying, I realized that you have not been possessed by evil spirits, but have only recently been contaminated with turbid qi. Combined with your eyes, I can determine that you have definitely seen a powerful evil spirit recently. I don't know how you escaped with your life. Perhaps the evil spirit was wounded, perhaps it couldn't even look at you, or perhaps it had a greater plan. Its existence, whether to you or your family, or even the people of this entire city, is an extremely dangerous hidden danger. Right now, I need you to know everything to me. Only then will you be able to save them and yourself. Family? Murmured Yusu, as if lost in thought. When a person is disoriented, there will always be mixed images flashing through his mind. But Yusu had been blind since childhood, so what else could he remember except for this morning's weird dream and that lamp-carrying ghost? Yes, he remembered the soft touch of his sister's cheeks, his sister's happy shouts of "Happy birthday Yusu," his sister's playfulness towards him over the past 3 years, and his sister's brief encounters with himself over the past 8 years. But why? Why the weird and disgusting face of the senior sister's wife in the dream? I just can't forget it. End of chapter. I don't know anything. Yusa held his head in his hands and kept shaking his head. I don't know anything. Ling Jinren crossed his eyebrows in anger, as if he didn't expect this intelligent teenager to be this kind of nappy-headed and stubborn. But on second thought, the angry face calmed down a bit. Looking at the young man's struggling appearance, it is not difficult to guess that this evil spirit may be very close to him. Mr. Ling asked himself, if he and Yusu were on the same ground, would he be able to be honest with himself? It's only human. Real Ling sighed heavily and said quietly, young man, I know that the evil spirit may have an extraordinary relationship with you, and you and I are still shallowly acquainted with each other, but this is not a reason for you to harbor the evil spirit. The evil spirit of the genus of the Dream Master is exceptionally sensitive to Xian Qi, and if I act rashly and am detected by it, the consequences will be hard to predict. This piece of evil order you and take it. Xian air into this order. If there are evil spirits nearby, it will change color and temperature. After you try, your heart has its own answer. Tomorrow at the hour I'm still here waiting for you. You come back to the order, I see you as a friend. If you don't come, then you are the enemy. Yusu lowered his hand, his somewhat disheveled hair hanging down in front of his empty eyes. This old man who had just experienced the pain of bereavement had been patient enough with Yusu. Yusu perceived that Ling Jinjin reached out in front of him, and in his hand was the jade pendant that wards off evil. Ling Jinran looked at Yusu's eyes, in which the tangled meaning was even about to overflow from the teenager's gray pupils. He knew that Yusu still had a conscience, and at this moment was standing on the edge of the cliff hesitating. How could he bear to see this piece of diamond fall into the abyss? He had to pull him a hand. Yusu, you are a poor child, but you need to know that it's not scary if your eyes can't see, but it's really scary if your heart can't see. Those people you know so well may not be them anymore. I didn't have the time to save my compelled senior brother, but you still have a chance to save those who are trapped in the maze. So, Ling Jinren suddenly squeezed the jade pendant tightly and violently sent the hand holding it forward. Take it. Yusu looked at the evil preventing order that was close at hand, and his lax gaze seemed to have a focus. Really? Can you save them? It's in the hands of the people. Realist Ling's voice was like a bell. Yusu sniffed and straightened the hair scattered in front of him, revealing an angular face. A perplexed temperament has disappeared. He stood there, is a sharp sword. Realist Ling sized up the steeply determined teenager, his eyes showing approval. Immortals only say that it is difficult to cross themselves, but is it easier to cross others? Even though he didn't know if the road to ridding the world of evil was smooth, it was enough to call it a joy to see the young man able to return to his rightful place. Yusu reached out and took the jade pendant. I'll return the jade at the hour of tomorrow. As Real Ling looked at the teenager's distant back, the corners of his mouth finally squeezed out a little smile. He'd have to make some other preparations just to be sure. The Yuanyang sword sect was located in the west part of Izumo City, and since the west part of the city needed to be rebuilt, it was considered the most desolate part of the city, and the neighboring houses were all empty. Even if there were people, they were only old people who were not willing to move to the main city. Yusu's footsteps were hurried, his left hand carrying the gradually cooled shortbread, his right hand pinching the cold jade pendant, his mind tumbling with thoughts. No wonder he had been feeling that something was wrong before, and it was only after Ling Jinjin appeared that he figured it out. When he arrived at the breakfast street, Uncle Lu's comment about him arriving late today wasn't simply a jab, translated into the time of his previous life. On weekdays he would wake up at 6:45, wash up and go out before 7 o'clock, and with his footwork he would be able to get to early street in about 10 minutes, but today he arrived after 7:30 p.m. It was more than 20 minutes more for nothing. The whole process of the senior sister celebrating her birthday was estimated to be just over 10 minutes. Where did the rest of the 10 minutes go? Yusu only felt that thinking carefully. The previous sorts of things with the monster sister. It really wasn't a simple dream. Shocked at the time, Yusu had already traveled to the door of the clan's old mansion. Suddenly his feet stepped on a piece of hard material. He put away something to help up. It was a piece of wood. The door plaque fell off again. This plaque, which he had customized himself, was engraved with 4 large characters, Yuanyang Sword Sect. He customized the plaque not so much for the sake of grandeur, but to cover the decaying old plaque underneath. This new plaque had fallen off from time to time over the years, as if the old plaque underneath was protesting. Yusu carefully stroked the old plaque. There are several words on it. Each word is strong and powerful, although you can't see which words, but also know what is written, because the master had read to him. Heaven and Earth, Yin and Yang, Acacia, Mandarin Duck Sword Sect. Yusu young face, to remove the old plaque, but the master did not allow. Said the lintel handed down by the old ancestors which can be easily replaced. Yusu agreed. The master left. Will be set overnight this new plaque cover, and then off and check whether to fall. After the sister came to check even more diligently. Perhaps she still thought that the Yuanyang Sword Sect was the full name. Yusu hammered the plaque a little more firmly and pretended to examine the clan for a second. He recalled that before his master's departure he had gently told his master that he would protect the clan. Now it seemed that it really wasn't a simple matter. Why are you back so late? Yusu was startled by the sudden appearance of his senior sister in front of the door. He secretly chagrined that he shouldn't have taken it lightly, or else this trip would most likely not be a trip home, but a fall into the abyss. What's all the fuss about? Ji Lingrua bristled. Where's my pie? Yusu took out the still warm shortbread in his arms. Ji Lingrua immediately glittered with light, quickly took his own share of the hefted in his hand to feel the temperature, and then tooted up the pink mouth indignation. How the cake is all yen. Say, what did you do? I was delayed talking to someone on the way. Yusu was apologetic. Ji Lingrua's face was full of disbelief. Her beautiful eyes turned, and suddenly her willow eyebrows rose, exasperated. Did those people stop you again? You said you are quite good at bullying me. Why do you only know how to run away from outsiders? You teach them a lesson. The more you hide, the more you will only make them worse. You know. Jilingruo was filled with righteous indignation, as if she had experienced something similar herself, and only hated that she was too shallow to take the heat for Yusu. Then I'll run faster next time. Yusu smiled. Incorrigible. The young girl, on the other hand, stomped her feet in anger, with a look of hatred, and then in an instant said with some self-condemnation, didn't you catch a wind cold? Why don't you take a good rest? Who asked you to go buy cakes? If you have a craving, you go, it doesn't matter. It was only then that Yusu remembered that he had lied to his senior sister in the morning that he had a wind chill. In fact, his original purpose of buying the cakes was to thank his sister for celebrating her birthday, because her favorite food was this shortcake. However, after the encounter with Ling Jinjin, the words could no longer be said. I bought it especially for you. Then you won't let me get it? Sister is willing to take to the streets? Forget it. I was about to lose half my life yesterday going to the bookstore and iron store for you. I'm scared just thinking about it. Senior sister can, in fact, go out more often. Don't. I am so pretty. I will be missed by many bad people. The young girl clenched her pink fists in fear. Fair enough. Yusu superficially agreed. Alright, I'm going back to my room. You also rest quickly. Jilingruo took the cake and left, then suddenly turned her head and said, Right, there's a wind-cold medicine I boiled for you on your table. Drink it quickly. Don't wait for it to get cold. I'll drink it right away. Thank you, senior sister. Yusu stared at the direction of his senior sister's departure, and the hand that was inserted between his lapels gently loosened the jade pendant that he had just gripped. End of chapter. Yusu's room is very simple. A bed, a table, a cabinet and then nothing else. The teenager played with the order of warding off evil in his hand and sat at the table in a daze. In addition to a bowl of medicinal soup in front of the table, there was also a flower basket filled with flower petals. The rich fragrance of chrysanthemums filled the empty room. So it turned out that his senior sister had still swept the floor for him. Those people you know so well may not be them for a long time. Realist Ling's words were still ringing in his ears. Obviously I only needed to inject a little Xian Qi just now to know the answer to the question. But why did I put it down? The world that he had known for 18 years was turned upside down in an instant, and anyone would have been at a loss, let alone a blind man. Thinking about things you don't understand. Yusu had already made up his mind as early as the time he received the jade pendant. Yusu put away the jade pendant, pursed his lips and finished the medicinal soup. He still had a day of school work to do. Said schoolwork actually includes a lot of easy but redundant chores. The old well in the clan house had long since become unusable, and the first thing he did every day was to go to the new well outside of the clan to fetch 2 buckets of water and put it in the kitchen. Then he stayed in the kitchen and chopped wood for a while, unintentionally touching a soup bowl that was not in its original position. Yusu felt for a moment and was actually clean. He felt relieved. Sister liked to stay up late. Usually asleep will sleep until the afternoon. So lunch is not eaten. Till late at night when hungry often will be under their own noodles. And then leave a dirty bowl waiting for Yusu wash. Yusu persuade no success and worry about the girl nutrition is not enough. Had to do more dishes for dinner, so as to leave the younger sister as a midnight snack to eat. The teacher's wife fell 8 years once did not eat their own cooking. Can do grain. That should be what realm? However, what the senior Nyang has been saying is that she doesn't have any cultivation. After chopping firewood, Yusu went to the stream to wash his clothes again. Summer heat. Clothes changed diligently. Yusu rubbing the clothes while thinking, in the end when can I not be afraid of heat and cold? In this way, the realm of the spiritual platform is said to have truly entered the immortal door. In fact, nothing. Just a few pieces of clothing. Yusu washed them quickly. He would be willing for his senior sister to give him the clothes to wash together. But every time his senior sister would viciously tell him to get lost. Please believe in senior brother's character and would never take senior sister's clothes to do anything else. Yusu was serious every time. Believe you damn it. Sister Hui Hui was so angry that she jumped to her feet. Every time he teased his senior sister, he was able to make people physically and mentally happy. But now when he thought back, the morning dream seemed like a long-lasting haze that shrouded his heart, making Yusu unable to smile. After drying the clothes, Yusu returned to his room and began to meditate and silently recite his mind techniques. Heaven and earth, yin and yang harmony kung fu. Stereotypes aside, this really is a profound technique. The Gong method is divided into 3 volumes, Heaven, Earth and Man. The heavenly volume refers to the method of meditation, which focuses on meditating and nourishing the air, dividing the human body into heaven and earth, yin and yang, and guiding the heaven and earth's metaphysical air to feed itself, and then accumulating it through the spiritual veins in a circumferential cycle, ultimately achieving the efficacy of cleansing the medulla and leathering the veins. The earth scroll, on the other hand, is a record of many heavenly materials and treasures in heaven and earth that are rich in metaphysical air and the corresponding means of eating them or using them, through which they can be transformed into a new body. The human volume is thicker than the first 2 volumes combined. The records are room art category. To men and women is the yin and yang individuals, through the male and female sex to help the flow of shi and qi cycle, and ultimately can be to the situation of all the things tongue tie. Yusu couldn't see words, so from a young age, he had memorized these 3 volumes of Gongfu by heart. The senior sister certainly had the same Gongfu in her hands, only it was a castrated version dictated by Yusu. After concentrating on exhaling for an hour, Yusu went to the kitchen to simply make himself a lunch. It was the blazing sun in the afternoon, and Yusu took a nap. When the temperature was lower, Yusu practiced under the loquat tree in the courtyard, using a wooden sword, stabbing and retracting, blocking and slashing. Swinging the sword allowed him to concentrate fully and without distractions. This was the most enjoyable time of the day for Yusu. It was as if he had forgotten about the Guile dream, his senior sister and his wife, the evil sneak in Lingjinjin, and only focused on honing his strongest sword skill over and over again. He had a premonition that it would come in handy soon. Without realizing it was already evening. Yusu was too lazy to cook, so he went out and bought 3 dishes from the bistro where he often ate. In fact, he was rich. His main source of income was to sell stories from the other world in his memory, by telling them to his sister, and then selling them to the owner of the bookstore after she had written them into books, and then splitting the money with his sister 50-50. The owner said that his books sold very well, and had been sold to other towns, but there was always a bit of amusement in his tone. Yusu was a little ashamed, but to make money, not too shabby. When he came back the senior sister had not yet gotten up. When to call only let him eat first. It seems to be yesterday picking flowers too tired. Yusu ate dinner and then practiced sword for a while, then went to wash up. Taking a bath will refresh people, and at the moment he is a little depressed. As if in a previous life, the face of the next day's important examination. Today you how much you want to calm your mind. The vague sense of crisis will also linger in your heart to let you not be happy. He listened to the incessant cicadas chirping outside his window and sat on his bed meditating, sighing that the day had gone by so fast. If only every day was such an uneventful day. But that was no longer possible. He could feel that this small sword sect had fallen into an invisible vortex, like a world slowly eroded away by the silent night outside. Yusu, I'm coming in. A young girl's light voice suddenly came from outside the house. Before waiting for Yusu to respond, the young girl had already pushed the door in with her food box and sat herself on the table to set up the meal. Why are you eating in my room? What's wrong? It's not like I haven't been here before. Jilingrua had a face that took it for granted, and while pinching vegetables, she said, didn't I say in the morning that the 30 pieces of silver for your sword forging was the advance I got from the boss of the bookstore? And if your white lady doesn't hurry to tell me about it, how am I going to turn in my work? That's not too bad for tonight, is it? Yusu just wanted to be left alone. Iron Rooster bought my favorite chestnut chicken today, so of course it's most delicious to eat it while listening to a story. Jilingrua's eyebrows were clear and bright as she picked up a piece of chestnut and smiled cheekily, the corners of her mouth resembling a serene curved moon when she smiled. Yusu's heart softened. Despite the severity of teaching the sword, he was extremely doting on this senior sister. Would there be any chance for something like telling her a story after returning the jade tomorrow? Then finish the White Queen for her. Yusu narrated the story, telling the story of Fa Hai's backstabbing of Su Xian. Jilingrua was furious. Later, Fa Hai seduced the white lady to come to her rescue, and then almost dropped her chopsticks when she pressed the white lady under the Leifeng pagoda. But when she hears that Xiao Qing has succeeded in her training and defeated Fa Hai, reuniting Su Xian's family, Jilingrua is overjoyed. The young girl is trapped in the story back in the memory, back to God only to find that the dishes have not moved much, and that the already surplus plate actually left 2 chicken legs. She knew that this stupid senior brother deliberately left for her. Heart-warmed then picked up one of them to walk to the front of the swim souvenir. Here, chicken leg, reward for you. Jilingrua blushed a little and fed her chopsticks to Yusu's mouth. Don't leave it for this lady in the future. What's wrong with a poor chicken leg? But, there's nothing but. Yusu, you are not able to see what I rewarded you? The young girl's thin skin, determined to show kindness which can allow you to shirk. But these chopsticks are the ones you used on my silly sister. Yusu sighed in his heart, but he still behaved himself and prepared to open his mouth. And so on. I think I've heard that somewhere before. Yusu felt something in his heart and looked up, his pupils instantly dilating. This is not a chicken leg. It's clearly the disgusting piece of carrion from the dream. End of chapter. Sister, Yusu shouted, interrupting his senior sister's feeding motion. You're awake. Senior brother. Elder sister removed her hand that was pinching the rotting flesh, and her fish eyes were round with surprise. It stood by Yusu's bed like a rotting mountain of flesh. Am I awake? Or sleeping again? But haven't I already had my throat cut by my teacher's wife? Thinking like this, Yusu suddenly felt a strange sensation coming from his neck, as if there was something crawling on his neck. A lot. More than one. A little itchy, and a little painful. Yusu reached out and touched it. A hand was slippery. He hurriedly lifted the hand he had touched, only to see that there was actually a fat meatworm adhering to his hand. Yusu instantly panicked. His heartbeat missed half a beat, and he wanted to cry. He really wanted to desperately shake his hands, wanted to rip off all those worms from his neck. He wanted to curse at the monster's senior sister, but he couldn't do that. He could only act as if nothing had happened and scrape his sticky buggy hand on the edge of the bed. Senior sister, what's that on my neck? It feels so strange. Yusu asked worriedly with a sickly pale face. Elder brother, this is the golden silkworm that elder mother specially found for you, and is mending your wounds for you. Fangzhan, you and the senior mother have some misunderstanding, but now it is already alright. You have to be careful. Do not get the gold silkworm off. Oh. Saying that, he also picked up the silkworm that Yusu secretly scraped to the ground, and carefully put it to the wound where Yusu was densely crawling with fleshworms. Yusu felt the insect-devouring sensation. At this moment want to die hard all have. That's right, senior brother. You haven't eaten this spirit-strengthening Dan yet. Although the wound is unharmed, you lost a lot of chi and blood. This Dan is just right for you to make up for it. Saying that, the senior sister pinched the piece of rotten meat again and handed it to Yusu's mouth. Yusu felt a cold chill all of a sudden, and busily said, Senior sister, wait. I'll just take this medicine myself. Cough cough. Senior brother is a little thirsty. Please bother senior sister to go and boil a pot of hot water for me. Senior sister sniffed, her 6 symmetrical fish eyes narrowed slightly, staring intently at Yusu. Yusu slightly buttressed his eyes, letting his vision blur to avoid meeting his senior sister's eyes. After staring for a while, the senior sister withdrew her gaze and placed the rotting meat on the plate on the bedside table. Then I'll go boil water. Senior brother, don't play any tricks. Oh. Only then did she squirm out of the room with a step or 3. Instead, Yusu got up with difficulty and leaned over the bed, nervously contemplating what to do with the carrion. Should I throw it away or hide it? Will it be found by the senior sister? Should I really eat it? No, absolutely not. This doesn't even look like something that can be eaten. Yusu made up her mind and was about to lift the cotton wool to hide it in the bedpan when at first she felt something was wrong. For the light reflected into the room went black for a moment. Something huge was blocking the light. Yusu suddenly had a feeling of being a thief and slowly inclined his head to look, only to see 8 huge tentacles covering the sky surrounding him. The tentacles appeared a grayish-red color, but also covered with copper-green viscous liquid, and also covered with exaggerated suckers that looked like trumpets. Each of them was twisting carefully, like 8 vipers waiting for their prey to strike, with a dark and dangerous dark green phosphorescent light shining all over their bodies. Yusu followed the tentacles to the end. A snow-white fairy dress as indistinct as clouds. The owner of the fairy dress was not a holy fairy, but a dirty, deformed lump of dull red flesh. The flesh of its body was constantly flowing like a grotesque whirlpool. Only in the position of the head, there were 2 eyes which could be called. The shape of a ball of light did not change its position. Yusu just took one look at the light mass, and could not move his eyes any further. Eyes. It was as if he saw through those eyes people raising fires and setting themselves on fire. People eating those things in a frenzy, and people shedding tears of blood and trembling as they sent daggers into the hearts of their loved ones. It is as if it is the source of all confusion. You saw it? The texture of Shifu's voice was hollow and void, not coming from in front of him, but resounding directly in Yusu's mind. Returning to his senses, Yusu inclined his eyes and shuddered. Don't be afraid. Senior mistress, I'm blind. What can I see? Ah, so you want to see it? Dang. Sure. Then eat the solid spirit pill. Shernyan's tone was not to be questioned. Yusu even felt that if there was even a hint of hesitation on his part, the neck he had just connected would immediately break again. Just as Yusu was at a loss, the 8 lurid tentacles abruptly retracted, gathering their aura and hovering underneath Shenyang's body. What brings you here? Senior mother? So it's the senior sister who's back, carrying a pot of hot water. The senior sister sensed the eerie atmosphere in the room and hurriedly wormed her way to her senior brother's side, asking with concern, Senior brother, senior mother didn't do anything to you, did she? Yusu silently smoothed out the upturned sheets. No, senior mother just came over to take a look at my injuries. That's good. Elder mother didn't mean to hurt you before. There was some misunderstanding between you two. You won't blame her, right? He. How could I blame the senior mistress? Yusu forced to smile. The senior sister put down her heart, poured a bowl of hot water for Yusu. Even in summer, there is a vague white vapor, obviously just boiled. Sister then thoughtfully want to help Yusu blow cool. but seems to underestimate the power of their own mouthpiece. Blowing out of the fishy cold air wrapped in saliva sprayed into the bowl, but also blowing splash some hot water, splashing into the hands of the tour of Su scalded him with a jolt. Ah! Senior brother sorry. The senior sister was busy putting down the bowl, wanting to grab Yusu's hand to check it out, but she didn't dare to do it as if she was afraid of something. This monster sister doesn't dare to touch me. Is she afraid that she'll reveal herself by touching me? It's okay. Yusu stroked the burned area herself. Here, elder brother. Take the medicine before you drink the water. Ah. The senior sister twisted the piece of quivering rotting meat in one hand and carried the bowl of muddy hot water in the other. Yusu was filled with despair as she watched the approaching carrion, her head nearly turning into a blank, but still instinctively clenched her teeth. Steeply, an undecided voice rang out in Yusu's mind. It was the voice of the master's mother. Eat it. In the imaginary scene behind the senior sister, those 8 tentacles were again hanging in midair dancing recklessly, poised to strike. Yusu put her heart on the line, closed her eyes, and voluntarily sent her head forward. Without even a chewing motion, Yusu directly swallowed the rotten meat in one gulp. Anger and aggression surged to his heart, and while his face was livid a vindictive thought suddenly popped into his mind. Suddenly reaching out to grab his senior sister's plump hand. You like to act, don't you? I'll see how you can still act. Ouch. What are you doing? What do you think I'm going to do? And so on. This hand feeling. Skin is like gelatinous fat, soft and boneless, and it is full. Yusu opened his eyes, and it was that familiar chaos again. The young girl wrenched herself away from the wrist that was pinched by Yusu, blushing red, and exasperatedly said, You fell asleep on your own for a good reason. Didn't I just pinch your face? To react so much. Ji Lingrua then ran out in a panic, and muttered something about holding a grudge before going out. Yusu did not have time to stay. A strong feeling of nausea swept over him, and he began to violently dry heave and cough, until he coughed up a faint thread of blood to ease a little. He supported himself with one hand, and with one hand he reached into his coat with difficulty and drew out the piece of evil warding order. At this time, the order of warding off evil was not only ink-colored, but also hot like a piece of red-hot charcoal. Yusu gasped for air, completely ignoring the burning pain coming from his palm, and tightly clutched the order of warding off evil, as if he wanted to embed it into his own flesh. End of chapter. Early the next morning, the sky was not yet bright, and a mist, if any, drifted over the distant mountain stretches. Between the peaks, a new sun rose, and a light orange glow spread over the streets of Izumo City in a moment. It's going to be a good day. Yusu sniffed the air and felt the same. But the weather doesn't go along with one's mood. Yusu felt that today should be a dull and cloudy day, which would go well with his current state of mind. Unfortunately, the legendary mighty who could sway the weather were at least in the heaven awakening realm, which was too far out of reach for him. He was up all last night, unable to sleep and afraid to sleep. He had a feeling that it wasn't a dream, that he had really eaten that piece of carrion. Even though he hadn't felt anything different so far, he had really eaten it. He shouldn't have acted with that kind of vengeance after eating the carrion yesterday. It would have most likely exposed his dream of regaining his sight, but reason didn't prevail at all times. He wanted to save them, but they wanted to add to the chaos. The meat was like a hidden disease that never flared up, ready to derail his plans. But as soon as he thought of his senior sister and his mother being caught in a maze of helpless struggles, and as soon as he thought of his senior sister switching back and forth from her humanoid and strange form, he felt his heart was like a strangling pain, and he couldn't afford to get angry. Unlike the preoccupied Yusu, Ling Xinjin had long been watching Yusu's arrival from afar in the old place. Just see the person dressed in plain clothes, but born of a pair of heavenly jealousy and human hatred of a good skin, long eyebrows like a sword, white teeth and lips, as if it can be cleansed of the world of the Son of God down to earth. Spare the knowledge of countless people Ling Xinran also some gaze consternation. This young man yesterday showed the strength of only the upper reaches of the same age. This appearance is the top stream. Real Ling did not hide his aura. Yusu walked close to Real Ling and respectfully said, Real Ling has been waiting for a long time. A decision has been made? Makoto cocked an eyelid. Yusu paused for a moment, pulled out the piece of evil warding order that contained a lighting color and handed it to the real person, and firmly said, A decision has been made. The true lord took the order to ward off the evil spirits, and his eyes flashed with approval. Returning from a lost path is not worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I don't dare to guarantee you that the matter of removing evil will be successful, but I will definitely try my best to protect you. After this is accomplished, if you are willing, you can follow me into the divine mountain. Yusu was surprised at his words. His face showed surprise, and he hurriedly made a bow and thanked. Thank you, Mr. Real. There's no need to rush to thank me. These are all afterthoughts. The priority is to behead this evil spirit. With his hands behind his back, Realizer Ling turned and walked away. Follow me. Yusu not slow to follow. The two traveled to an old acacia tree. Ling Jinjin will hand from the waist at the pouch a touch. A set of sandalwood tables and chairs appeared. Ling Jinjin first seated, raised his hand to indicate. Sit down. Yusu sat down, but he clearly remembered that this old acacia tree near the scarcity of people. How could there be a table and chairs under the tree for people to cool off? This is clearly Ling Jinrun's transformation. Yusu heart even more shocked. Naturally recognized that this is extremely valuable storage magic treasure. Qiankuan bag. This Qiankuan bag has opened up a small world to receive the effect of dead things. When the master is leaving with this thing will be looted. Yusu used to ask his master for it, and his master said with a proud face that this treasure is a specialty of the Tanchi Divine Mountain in Nanyang continent, and it is forged by borrowing things from outside the sky, and the amount of existence is very small and rare to circulate, and I am afraid that only when he passed away will he pass it to Yusu, and Yusu will strive to live longer than him if he wants it. Real Ling was enjoying the shocked expression of Yusu at this moment. This was his deliberate reveal of his wrist. What he wanted was for this teenager to be completely convinced by him. Reaping the effects, Ling Jinran raised another pot of tea and poured a cup for Yusu. Yusu picked up the fragrant tea and gently took a sip. The smell of the tea is fragrant. The mouth is cold and refreshing. And at the end of the flavor, there is a light floral aroma. Good tea. Real Ling looked at Yusu with satisfaction. The fact that Yusu was able to take the initiative to drink the tea showed that he had gained the teenager's trust, which was undoubtedly a good thing for the cooperation between the two of them. The white magnolia of North Aozhou is ice clear and clean, and the flower tea brewed with it is not drunk by the people of North China themselves, but it is a good tea that is used by other continents to escape the summer heat. Real Ling himself took a shallow sip, then his lips opened and closed, and an invisible barrier instantly covered the two of them. Alright, tell me about you and the evil spirits. No one outside of you and me can hear it. Real Ling was confident in the soundproof boundary he had laid down, seemingly to confirm the confidence of the real person. A few birds lined through the branches of the treetops. Yusu surprised to find that the birds obviously swept over the head but could not hear the sound of its shaking leaves, so began his own narrative. Today's clear skies, light winds and clean clouds, green bricks and green tiles, under the shadows of the trees, a young man, a fairy sitting opposite each other, and is a teaching to solve the problem. Teacher and disciple long good scene, not knowing that the two talked about in their mouths. It is the most evil to the een things in heaven and earth. So what you mean is, Ling Jinjin was sitting upright, his eyes revealing a refined light. You suspect that your family's senior sisters and senior mothers are all possessed by evil spirits? Yusu nodded. Exactly. According to your description combined with the sense of the evil warding order, there is indeed the possibility that both of them are possessed. Do you remember what your senior sister's wife looked like after she transformed into an evil spirit? Can't. The more I think back the less I can remember. It's like something is stopping me from remembering them. Remember. But I remember their eyes. That's normal. Those evil painting masters from the evil expelling division often can't recall the evil spirits they've seen either. It's one of the characteristics of evil spirits, always hiding themselves under the mist of the unknown. Realizer Ling put down his teacup and sat up, asking seriously, what kind of eyes? It's pure white, and looking at it, it's like, you can see the dark side of the world. I'm afraid that's the source of its confusion, but unfortunately there are many kinds of such evil spirits. I can only make a decision after seeing them with my own eyes. But fortunately these kinds are not too powerful. Your senior sister's wife's daily routine can be accustomed to? Elder sister's elder maiden usually don't like to talk to people and don't like to go out. They are only used to staying in their rooms, and they will only go out if I have prepared a meal. These types of people who don't have much communication with the outside world are the hardest to detect when they are invaded by evil spirits. Are you sure that before yesterday, you didn't notice any visions on your senior sister's wife? Okay, then it seems it's not too late. They were only corrupted recently as well. Real Ling nodded. And now, it is your turn to be corrupted. Abruptly, Ling Jinran's body pressed forward and his tone was morose. You just said that your master's wife will also come out to eat? Yusu seemed to be startled, leaning back slightly and trembling. Of course, what human being doesn't eat? Real Ling withdrew his chi and stroked his flowery white beard, not knowing what he was thinking. Do you know what your master's cultivation level is? Underwater condensation realm. What about your master's wife? Shifu, it should be immortal. Mortal? Realist Ling looked incredulous. Although this Yuanyang sword sect of yours is unknown, your master is at least the head of a sect, and a Dao couple shouldn't be someone with no cultivation at all. Maybe not, but, I am blind. Yusu looked self-condemned, and then wondered, Mr. Ling, my master's mother's cultivation, is it important? Real Ling narrowed his eyes and stared at Yusu. Of course it's important. First of all, Evil spirits rarely possess mortals because mortals don't have pure Qian-Qi in their bodies, and it's mostly mortals who voluntarily become believers of the evil spirits, offering up their flesh and blood in exchange for cheap power. Secondly, the level of cultivation of the person possessed by the evil spirit also affects the strength of the possessed to a certain extent. So the cultivation of your master's wife is of vital importance. But I really don't know. Yusu hung his head. No harm done. Realist Ling said in relief. Even if your master's wife hides her cultivation, it shouldn't be higher than your master's. I'm sure of that. Makoto, why did it favorably target us? Yusu saved his fists tightly, his eyes full of incomprehension and unwillingness. It refers, naturally, to evil spirits. Fate is unpredictable, and evil spirits are the dark clouds hanging over everyone's head, and the only one who can save them is you. End of chapter. Please help me. Makoto, Yusu spoke earnestly. Exorcising evils and removing evil spirits is a cultivator's duty. Realizer Ling spoke righteously. But I also have a question I need to ask you. Real people, please. Would you blame me if your family had gotten so deep into evil that I had to kill them out of necessity? Yusu was silent for a moment. His face lowered without showing any emotion. The real person can help them out of their misery. Only thanks. Good. I will do my best. Realist Ling stroked his white beard in relief. Makoto, then do we need to find some helpers? As far as I know, there are several water condensation realm cultivators in Izumo City that should be able to help. An imperceptible glint flashed in Real Ling's eyes, casting a sidelong glance at Yusu. You don't believe me? Wouldn't it? The late generation is just worried. If you are facing the evil spirits of the genus of flesh and blood, it is only effective to surround and suppress them with force. Because most of them are like brutal beasts, the evil spirits of the genus of the five elements are all burdened with elemental power, either dissolved in water or hidden in fire. So the only key is to cut off the elements that support it. The evil spirits of the genus of the Dream Master are devious and unusually sensitive to the winds and grasses around them, and the gathering of the cultivators will lead to an abnormal increase in the concentration of Xian-Tao. Rise, it will definitely notice it earlier. Escape is a trivial matter. It may even infiltrate into the besiegers, resulting in a total annihilation tragedy. Therefore, to deal with the evil spirits of the Dream Master genus, trapping them with formations and talismans is the best solution. Not the more people the better. What's more, those cultivators who haven't even seen the evil spirits with their own eyes, they are most likely not a help but a hidden danger. So that's how it is. It's the late generation who was foolish. Yusu had a look of fear, then respectfully said, if Mr. Ling needs me to cooperate in anything, please feel free to command. You are very clever. This time, rather than you cooperating with me, it's more like I'm cooperating with you to get rid of the evil spirits. Ling Real Person's words were long. I will secretly set up the array of 10,000 ghosts. After the array is completed, the evil spirits in it will have nothing to hide. Once the evil spirits belonging to the Dream Master can't hide, they will be like turtles in a jar. But the key to this formation is that the last step must be performed in the formation. If I expose the formation, it will certainly scare the snakes. So you are the one who will perform this last step. Words in from the Chinkuan bag took out a bunch of objects on the hand of Yusu. Here is a lamp, 7 wicks and 3 long sandalwood incense. At the latest the day after tomorrow morning, Chen, you need to find an opportunity to light these 7 wicks in your house, and light the incense with the lamp fire. When the 3 incense are all lit, you need to silently recite heaven and earth, the 9 chapters of the law, my order to write, 10,000 ghosts hide. I will sense it and then will form a formation. Success or failure depends on this. Do you remember? Remember. The firmness of its voice. Anyone who heard it could feel the majestic sense of mission in Yusu's body. Whether you can save them or not, it's up to you. Ling Jinrun looked serious, but did not want to give the teenager too much pressure. Face tone or ease a little. Well, you go. Remember to abide by your heart. There is no need to be on edge, nor can you take it lightly. After the day after tomorrow, everything will be fine. Thank you, Makoto. Yusu keeps this in mind. Yusu collected his things and made a bow before getting up and preparing to leave. He couldn't stay for too long. As Ling Jinran watched Yusu's back eventually disappear at the entrance of the alley, he raised his cup and shook the remaining flower tea, then drank it all in one go, painfully as if he was drinking a celebratory wine. Yusu returned to the clan. His senior sister had already gone to bed. He carefully hid the pile in his room and prepared to start his own cultivation for the day again. As he passed by the main hall where his master's wife was, Yusu stopped to look at the closed door of the room. Shifu hadn't been out of the house for days, and even though it was commonplace, he still wanted to speak to Shifu. He wanted a response from Shifu, wanted to make sure that Shifu was well or not, present or not. When he recalled those conversations that senior mother had had with him over the past 8 years, without exception, It was always her who spoke up and instructed him on his sword style. Every time the master's mistress simply looked at him a few times, she was able to pinpoint the crux of his problem. And every time he was instructed, he benefited greatly. He felt that Nying's sword art attainment should be very high, and if he could have cultivation, he would definitely be not bad in strength. Yusu's self-reliance sword Tao enlightenment. Ling Jinjinjin that day out of the sword in his view is actually like a beginner. And standing in the dream of the teacher's wife in front of the sword, he did not even have the courage to run away. Standing in the doorway hesitantly for a long time, Yusu did not think of what to say, only felt that whatever he said seemed abrupt and deliberate. He was afraid of disturbing that swirling cold monster. And even more so, he was afraid of offending the quiet and elegant as a lotus mother. Between hesitations, Yusu was going to give up, but then he heard a clear and cold voice coming from the hall. Something? Two simple words that make it seem like you're seeing snow and ice in August. Yusu wasn't staggered for too long. There was some surprise in his eyes, and the hard knot in his throat swallowed. Senior mother, Yusu has a question he wants to ask. If it's about your master, there's no need to ask. No, just a little confusion on my part. Shifu was briefly silent for a moment. Ask, if there is an enemy whose realm is far superior to mine, and I must defeat him, what shall I do? Did your master ask the other realm when he flew off the handle? Yusu carefully recalled that the master acted as if he really never looked at anyone else's face. But was the master really strong to that extent? One must know that master teacher doesn't even know how to fly, which means that master teacher's realm must be below the feathering realm. As for the water condensation realm, there were a few of them in this tiny Exodus Cloud City. The master will not ask. Immortals pursue immortality and free ascension, not pushing across the world and being invincible. So realm is not equal to battle power. The first thing you need to do is to believe in the sword that you have wielded in your own hand countless times, and only then will you have the power to fight. If you really can't defeat the enemy, then hide. And it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. But what you couldn't beat 10 years ago, you can beat 10 years from now? Yusu had always scoffed at this kind of argument. Of course you still can't beat them, but in 10 years your master will return and he will avenge you. Yusu didn't dare to imagine that the iceberg-like master's wife would actually still be joking. But her tone of voice was so serious that she didn't seem to be joking at all. And will Shifu take revenge for me? The scene lapsed into another moment of silence. I have no cultivation. No other emotion could be heard in the crisp, clean voice. Thank you for your explanation. Senior mistress, I'm going to go practice my sword. Yusu made a bow and salute to the door of the hall, to which the master's wife responded with acquiescence. The conversation was extremely simple. But Yusu had gotten the answer he wanted. Hesitation was the only wrong choice when facing a strong enemy, and the senior mistress wouldn't lie to him. If she said she didn't have any cultivation, then she really must not have any cultivation. With the dangers ahead, he'd have to be on his own. Ask for favorites and comments ors. End of chapter. The sound of the few cicadas mixed into the watery night color made the entire clan house seem particularly quiet. Yusu closed his eyes and tilted his face, standing in the courtyard bathing in the clear moonlight. A phantom, on the other hand, was sneaky and kept approaching the teenager from the shadows. Jilingrua had already tiptoed and moved behind Yusu. Her eyebrows were filled with the stolen joy of the prank's imminent success. She stared at the teenager's defenseless buttocks and quietly drew out her own wooden sword. She felt that she was really a genius at sneaking around, like a silent viper in the night. With such a talent, why learn the sword? This stinky senior brother. Obviously he hadn't cared about himself for several days. Why did he suddenly want to check his coursework? As if she was about to get her revenge, she forced herself not to let out a jia laugh and did not hesitate to do it. When the blow went down, what came out was not the sound of soft flesh being heaved, but rather the sound of something hard hitting. Jilingrua secretly marveled. Men's asses are all this hard? As a result, he fixed his eyes to see that it was actually Yusu who had realized that he had already blocked his wooden sword with his backhand. Jilingrua looked up again and realized that his senior brother had already turned back, his godless eyes staring intently at him. Jilingrua crossed her heart and drew her sword to continue striking. She knew that if she conceded at this moment, she would only suffer even more. She swung her sword like rain. Her movements were simple, unadorned and well practiced, and outsiders could see the unique rhythm of a set of Mandarin swords. Yusu didn't take the initiative to strike, but just kept receiving moves. The senior sister's moves and styles were claimed to be well thought out, but the actual effect was flimsy and incompetent, which was puzzling. Unable to attack for a long time, Jilingrua was also a bit discouraged as she looked at Yusu, who was coping with the situation freely. She was angry at her body's powerlessness, which made all her efforts go down the drain. In the end, she really wasn't a stupid girl, nor was she a lazy girl. She was already almost at this level in her first year of learning the sword, and every night of self-abandonment, She would also fight against her fate and practiced hard in general, but 3 years would be completed, and the power of her sword strokes was still this flimsy. When upset, Ji Lingruo's attack gradually calmed down. Yu Su also noticed. After a few moves, the two stopped together. Sensing the young girl's frustration, Yu Su scared twice and said in amazement, "Are you having an epiphany, senior sister? How did you progress so much?" Ji Lingruo's eyes widened at the words, pulling her scattered hair behind her head. "Really? I've made progress? Of course. I can't believe I've learned to sneak up on you." Ji Lingruo's pretty face, which had just gotten excited, instantly collapsed, so angry that she just wanted to punch the senior brother in front of her, gritting her teeth. "You're the only one who can be shifty." Yu Su will put away the wooden sword. "A serious, not taught you. The cultivator's sword and the mortal warrior's sword, the biggest difference, not in the moves, but in the rhyme. Gas refers to you need to mobilize their own Xian air. Rhyme is that you need to drive the air between heaven and earth. The stronger the chi rhythm brought up by waving the sword, the stronger the power of the sword moves naturally. You are not lacking in good moves, but your chi is pathetic, so naturally you can't break my defense." Got it, got it, got it. Ji Lingruo drooped her dense and slender eyelashes and muttered in a small voice to herself, saying as if who doesn't want to. Although it was a muttering, it was also keenly heard by Yu Su, who had an unknown ear. He had always suspected that his senior sister had some kind of suffering, but every time he had asked before, it had been fruitless. Cannot wield a rich rhyme sword. That is not suitable for the sword cultivation path. But Ji Lingruo bias sword moves comprehension of the fast, if placed in the world, is definitely a first-class swordsman. Such a paradoxical situation is indeed puzzling. Celestials and humans are in harmony, and the air and body are intertwined. The feeling of mobilizing the air is not much different from the first time you channeled the air through your veins. Senior sister need not be discouraged. With more practice, you can definitely control your Xian air. Yu Su sincerely encouraged. It's just a matter of beating your lazy ass. Ji Lingruo wrapped her hands around her chest and resumed her high and mighty demeanor, as if the word demoralized had never appeared on her face. "What are you learning today?" "I'm not learning a new sword technique today. I'm learning from the past today." "Ha? Why?" "The Yuanyang Sword Sutra's Yuanyang Sword. There are 6 chapters, 6 sections, and 36 stances. You've already learned them all. Ah, that's it? After learning the surface moves, shouldn't you move on to the hidden stances?" "The Yuanyang Sword scripture doesn't have any hidden moves." Yu Su shook his head. The Yuanyang Sword scripture was divided into 2 parts, with the male learning the Yuanyang Sword and the female learning the Yuanyang Sword, both of which had 36 moves. It sounds like it is not as numerous as the moves of most sword sects, but in fact, the Yuanyang Sword is a set of 2-person sword techniques. The pair echoed each other, and each move could be matched with more than 10 moves in the other set of swordsmanship, in order to achieve the effect of 1,000 variations and complexity. If a man and a woman cultivate the Mandarin sword and the Mandarin sword to great completion, and they are intimate and share the same mind, this set of swordsmanship will show its true strength of the kaleidoscope of the sword path. Unfortunately, the yin and yang avenue in today's world has been an evil way for the people. Along with the heaven and earth, yin and yang acacia Yuanyang sword sect of such sects were labeled as evil sects, more and more declining. Yu Su is also afraid of the senior sister misunderstanding. Has not been to her frankly said that in fact the Mandarin duck sword can also be 2-person joint practice. After all, the premise of joint practice for the two is too early. The senior sister may not be willing to join with him as a blind man. Ah, Ji Lingruo pouted her thin lips and furrowed her eyebrows. Then what's the use of just these few moves and styles? Putting aside the duo's sword techniques, the Mandarin duck sword on its own could definitely be called a quasi-first-class sword technique, and it wasn't as bad as Ji Lingruo made it out to be. There is no sword technique in this world that can be invincible after learning it. Yu Su lifted the wooden sword again to pull out a beautiful sword flower. The moonlight shining on the shiny wooden glaze looked extra sharp. The only thing that will make you stronger is every spit and every swing. Instead of complaining that the sword technique isn't good enough, why don't you think about whether or not you've really learned it thoroughly? Raise your sword. Let's start reviewing from the first style. Full of big words, Ji Lingruo spat out her fragrant tongue, but still obediently drew out her wooden sword and assumed the Yuan sword starting stance. First stance, fluttering wings streaming flight. The second stance, crane walking in the cloud river. Sword training requires a relaxed body and a calm mind, with the spirit guarded internally. Why are you always looking at me? Self-involved. Attack and defense should be clear. Sword technique should be clear. Every move must focus on hiding the body with the sword. You don't call this sword technique. It's almost used as a sword technique. Where? Not bad. Keep practicing like this. The third style of teasing the sword 1,000 more times. And you can rest tonight. 1,000 times? Yu Su, You did that on purpose. Already counted less. Practice slowly by yourself. I sleep first. Yusu shrugged off, went back to his own house, leaving behind the exasperated young girl, looking at his back and hating his teeth. Yusu returned to his room and lay on the bed letting his thoughts run wild. At this time has been late at night. Those mixed insects are cooled down. According to his routine would have rested, but he did not dare to close his eyes. He had a premonition that the monsters were waiting for him in the world after he opened his eyes again, but he had reasons why he had to get his strength up, because the day after tomorrow was destined to be a vicious battle. He also wanted to confirm his pattern of switching between the two worlds, which seemed to be always after he had fallen asleep, intentionally or not. Yusu was also quite helpless, not realizing that sleeping had become a scary thing. With the sound of his senior sister's sword swinging outside the house, sleepiness gradually came to him. Yusu did not resist and gently closed his eyes. In a daze, Yusu opened his eyes again. He got up and looked out the window. The fat mountain of flesh was dancing clumsily with his sword in the moonlight. He had been very calm. Elder brother. I'm so stupid. End of chapter. Yusu touched his neck, which had been restored as before, smoothed out his sleep shirt, and calmly walked out of the room. He was no longer as shocked as he had been when he first saw his monster sibling. Sickening appearance aside, it wasn't really all that different from his sibling, and would even make its concern for him more obvious than the sibling he knew. Perhaps it was the possession of the evil spirit that made the senior sister become more honest. Yusu thought as he did. Tonight the stars and the moon were brilliant. The grotesque monster held the wooden sword and repeated the movement of lifting the sword over and over again. Only the movement was stiff and quite a bit more raw than the humanoid sibling. Seeing Yusu approaching, the senior sister stopped practicing her sword, her tone full of apologies. Senior brother, did I wake you up? No, it's because I took a nap too long. Yusu smiled lightly twice. He. Why don't you just be a night owl like me? That won't do. I can't sleep while you sleep. Yusu removed the wooden sword on the rack with some meaning, but he immediately brushed aside the topic and asked, where is the doubt? The senior sister sniffed, her 6 fish eyes all half drooped, looking a bit frustrated. Senior brother, I just can't practice the third style well. Yusu looked at his senior sister's extremely incongruous plump flesh and naturally knew the crux of its lack of practice, but he didn't say it outright and instead juggled the wooden sword himself. I'll show you how it works. He saw Yusu holding his sword like a flute, stabbing and teasing, as if he was an immortal wiping his clothes. So dashing. Elder brother is awesome. There was a great splendor in the eyes of the senior sister. Yusu does not practice the Yuan sword, but the Yuan sword and the Yuan sword already have many things in common, and he indeed danced out the style of the third style of the Yuan sword. You do it again. The senior sister drew a tiger from a cat, but unfortunately, her body size limited the actual effect. It seemed to know that the reason for its failure wasn't that it couldn't comprehend sword techniques, but that its own body simply wasn't suitable for practicing swords. I can't learn. With those words it lowered its massive head, and the acne began to secrete a viscous liquid, like tears shed out of frustration. Yusu pretended not to see it and said in a slow voice, Senior sister, don't be anxious. The point of this style is not to do it in the same way as the sword scripture, but rather focus on avoiding the enemy's weapons. Saying that, Yusu danced his sword again, and he tailored a set of moves close to the third stance for his senior sister in only a few moments. Unlike the immortal stance from the previous moment, this time he used a similar sword stance, but it gave a sense of great openness. This third stance is for the purpose of following the power trajectory of rubbing the sword from the bottom to the top after being broken by the enemy with the second stance, and then bending the arm to hold the sword, so as to achieve the purpose of closing the middle way and avoiding the enemy's weapon. In terms of swordsmanship, this is the method of closure. As long as the effect of closure can be achieved, the details are not important. Yusu waved his sword while explaining to his senior sister. After a set of sword technique dance, he put away the wooden sword behind his back. You follow the action I just did. Once again, if there is something you don't remember, you can ask me. Sifu nodded heavily, still feeling the restored vigor from it even though it was an inhuman monster. Surprisingly, the memory of the senior sister was indeed inhuman. Just having seen it once, it was like a fish out of water with this set of sword techniques customized for it. No longer needing to agonize over its bloated body, it was able to perform these forceful movements almost with ease. Yusu wasn't too surprised. After all, Ji Ling Ruo's comprehension wasn't bad. He continued to point out the flaws in his sister's moves, and let her correct them, and she accepted them all with an open mind. Until the end, Yusu even some egg marrow bones meaning, but the younger sister to listen to it, as if in its view, the older brother is the world's most correct. But this instruction didn't end soon. The senior sister seemed to be afraid that she would correct herself too quickly, sometimes even deliberately making repeated mistakes. Yusu could feel that more than really wanting to penetrate this sword technique, what the senior sister valued more was the very fact of being able to let Yusu teach it to learn the sword. Realizing this, Yusu's heart was implied inexplicably. Thinking back to the sword that sealed the throat of his master's wife in the dream, was it really trying to take his life? Then could he still be alive now? Perhaps there really was a misunderstanding between them, as senior sister had said. And so far he had dealt with the monster sister 3 times, and all he had received from her was kindness, and based on that, he was even certain that the piece of rotting flesh with unknown functions would really benefit him greatly. Ironically, the biggest stigma in his blind man's heart actually came from his senior sister's ugly appearance. Ask yourself, if you close your eyes, nothing can be seen, he will still suspect that the thing in front of you is not his own sister? It won't, because it's my sister. It's just sick, and I'll heal her. Confirming this point, Yusu gently blocked his senior sister's another starting stance. Alright senior sister, that's it for today's practice. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of the senior sister fish, because Yusu did not leave, but raised his head to look at the bright moon. What does the moon look like, sister? The senior sister also looked up at the moon and described it in detail. It's round, with some dark spots on it, glowing yellowish. The corner of Yusu's mouth raised a trace of arc. What senior sister described can be so realistic, as if I saw it with my own eyes. The senior sister heard that Yusu was making fun of it, and hated that she could not hide her fat body into the darkness, not wanting to be exposed to the clear moonlight. It asked tentatively, is elder brother eager to see it? Of course, Yusu replied with certainty. It will definitely be. Everything will be fine after senior brother takes the solid spirit pill. Yusu recalled that time when Shenyang let herself eat this rotten meat. She had also hinted that it could restore her eyesight. The description of the senior sister was even more exaggerated, and associating it with the origin of this meat, Yusu was even more curious about the evil spirit in the senior sister's body. Thank you senior sister for giving me such an expensive elixir. Its potency is so powerful. Does it have no side effects? No. The monster's tone was very confident, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, he added, what if elder brother can see one day and realizes that the world is different from what you thought? Disappointment would be there, but more excitement I guess. Wouldn't it be boring if the world was exactly as you wanted it to be? Fair enough. So what if I don't look like you think I do? Then you're not my senior sister? Yusu asked back rightfully. For her part, the senior sister was so shocked by this answer that she froze in place, salivating in her muzzle. Both the opening and closing of the stomata and the oscillation of the whisker hairs accelerated in tempo, and it stared at Yusu obsessively as if it was mesmerized. Yusu this sentence. 1 point of deliberate, 9 points from the heart. Sister teacher mother teacher. Is his only 3 most important people in the world? No matter what they become like cannot change this fact. Seeing that his senior sister was hesitant to answer, Yusu turned his head to look, ready to explain a few more words, but he realized that his senior sister was no longer in the same place. Not only that, everything around them also began to distort. After a period of heavenly rotation, darkness and mist enveloped in front of Yusu's eyes again. At this time, a familiar knock sounded on the door, and Jilingrua's light voice came once again. Hey Yusu, hurry up and get up. This young lady is starving from practicing the sword all night. Go buy breakfast. Ask for pointers favorites comments catch up reading. End of chapter. Morning. Bright sunlight poured over the streets in the south of the city. The south of the city was the busiest section of Izumo City. The long street was bustling with people and shadows. Between the white walls, the roofs stretched out continuously, with warped corners and flying eaves, and in front of every store hung a long streamer front for attracting customers, which was gently dancing in the wind. Yusu weaved through the streets with purpose with his hot buns in his pockets, fetching his sword before bringing his breakfast home. Wangji Iron Shop. The store is not big but it is the best iron store in Izumo City, because the only blacksmith, Master Wang, is not only famous for his sword forging skills, but is also an expert in the condensation realm. That was why his iron store could open in the downtown area in a big way, and the dignitaries in Izumo City were happy to take care of his business. Even though Wang Blacksmith's temper was notorious for being eccentric, Yusu wasn't a titled character. He had only been here once when he was very young, and that was when his master brought him here to buy the first sword that belonged to him, and he had used it until now. I don't know when Wang Blacksmith recast this sword, can still recognize that this sword is from his hand. Thinking about this, Yusu quite have a kind of time like a shuttle feeling. After entering the door, the thick smell of raw iron came to his face, and Yusu couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. On the wall were some not bad blades, reflecting a dangerous and cold light. Wang Blacksmith lying in a rocking chair behind the counter, is a pitch-black old man. Country face, thick lips, face with deep and shallow folds. Arms are not age-appropriate thick. Seeing Yusu enter the door, Wang blacksmith glanced at Yusu's outfit, then took a puff of his dry cigarette. Rare guest. Here to buy a sword? Master Wang. I'll take the sword. Seemingly anticipating this, Wang blacksmith got up and walked to the back room, and brought out an ancient and simple long sword that was ink-colored all over. He casually threw the sword to Yusu, who steadily caught it. Take a look, but it's still satisfactory. Wang blacksmith lay down again. Yusu drew out the sword and delicately caressed this most familiar old friend with the palm of his hand. The nicks and wear and tear had disappeared without a trace, and there was only a smooth and delicate glaze to the touch. Yusu gripped the hilt of the sword and couldn't help but gently spin it a few times. The feeling of it being like an arm in arm's reach made him feel at ease. Yusu joyfully shouted its name, Mo Song, in his heart, and the Mo Song sword also seemed to be responding. Trembling slightly, blacksmith Wang had forged countless swords, but he remembered every sword he had ever made. But when he took the inked pine from the girl's hand, he barely recognized it as his own masterpiece. He couldn't help but think of that early morning, when he was proudly admiring his masterpiece, and the man leading a blind boy barged in and snatched it, leaving only a motto as the purchase price. The man also said in a dignified manner that a good sword goes with a good man, and that the boy would make the sword famous in the 5 continents. He couldn't beat the man, so he could only be angry in his heart. Later on, this aphorism helped him break through to the water condensation realm and gained a few more decades of longevity, and his anger subsided. He only felt pity for his sword. Now that he saw the patches on the ink pine, he realized that what that person said back then was not false, and he clearly understood how difficult it was to use the ink pine sword in this way. So he charged the maiden 30 silver, because the maiden only had 30 silver. While he recast it for Mo Song, the value of the consumables could no longer be measured in mundane silver. The water condensation realm was his limit, and with the little life left, he also wanted to see what heights this sword would reach with its owner. Yusu resisted the thought of continuing to play with it and returned the sword to its sheath. He raised his hand in salute and solemnly said, Master Wang, my senior sister's 30 silver was just an advance payment. I'll settle the rest of the amount now. Yusu is also a person who understands the sword. 30 silver can definitely not reach such a recasting effect. Blacksmith Wang raised his eyelids and said disdainfully, You're smart, but you can't afford it. Yusu wanted to say that he had money, but then he thought that even if he had more money, it would only be silver money used by mortals, whereas a real immortal sword is not even measurable with mundane money. Wang blacksmith looked at Yusu's lustful appearance and pulled the corners of his withered mouth and smiled. Of course I'm not from Kaizatang. If you want to collect the sword, then you have to promise me one thing. Yusu held the sword a little tighter, and then suddenly loosened. He is now difficult to protect himself, and how to talk about giving others a promise. Don't be in a hurry to return it to me. You haven't even heard what it is yet. Wang blacksmith spat out a mouthful of cloudy smoke. The sword made by the Forging Treasure sect is unrivaled in the world, and the sword cast by the sect master, Venerable Yi Ching, is even more coveted by thousands of cultivators. The old man is not talented and has had some minor friction with Venerable Yi Ching. You only need to promise me that you will definitely defeat a cultivator who holds the sword cast by Venerable Yi Ching. Yusu did not think that an old blacksmith in such a small remote town could actually be related to such a figure as Venerable Yi Ching. It was important to know that only a great power in the cave void realm could be crowned as an exalted one, and above the 5 continents. An exalted one was definitely a figure located at the apex of the immortal cultivation realm. Seeing Yusu's hesitation, Wang blacksmith sat up straight and snorted coldly. It's not like I'm asking you to beat up Venerable Yi Ching, so what are you afraid of? There is no lack of drunkards amongst the cultivators. They rely on their backgrounds as much as they can get the sword cast by the Venerable One. What are you wimpy about beating them up for? But, seemingly afraid that Yusu didn't want it, Wang blacksmith hurriedly added, Besides, I don't have a few years to live. You promise me first. When I die, how do I know if you did it or not? Don't say that. I promise you just that. Yusu really can't afford to give the sword back. Besides, he can't find such a handy sword in a short period of time. Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised. Blacksmith Wang sniffed and took a satisfied drag on his cigarette. At this time, the store came in 2 more teenagers dressed in fancy clothes. Imposing. They had a fawning face, and suddenly saw that Yusu was also in the store. His face became sinister. One of the thinner teenagers pointed at Yusu and was about to question him, but was stopped by his companion, who then remembered that this was the old eccentric iron store. Through the unique and familiar aura, Yusu sensed that these 2 were the ones who often gave him a hard time on weekdays. The shorter one was called Wu Ping and the taller one was called Wu Chang. They were both largest sect in Izumo City, disciples of the Shouxiao sect. Yusu did not want to cause more trouble, so he put away the ink pine sword and asked Wang blacksmith to leave. Master Wang, I'll leave first. Go. Blacksmith Wang nodded, turning his tone to change, and with an unkind brow, he asked Wu Ping Wu Chang. You guys aren't rolling? Although Wu Chang was upset in his heart as to why that blind man was able to get this old eccentric to speak in a peaceful manner, he still maintained his politeness on his face as he fawned and said, Master Wang, don't be angry. We came here to ask for a matter of importance as entrusted by our master. What is it? The clan's master uncle He has been missing for 5 days. Although master He is demented and withdrawn, preferring to keep to himself. He is occasionally seen, but this time he could not be found, and the master has sent his disciples out to investigate. I wonder if Master Wang has ever seen him. Never seen it. Get lost. Wang Blacksmith knocked on his cigarette ash and sent off his guests mercilessly. Yu Su, who hadn't gone far, after hearing quietly accelerated his steps the words, Uncle He. End of chapter. Different swords feel different when held in the hand. Yu Su gripped the ink pine and danced his sword like the wind. This confidence from the inside out was something that the wooden sword could not bring him. Yu Su enjoys this confidence. He likes the feeling of having confidence. Daylight flowed. Yu Su was immersed in practicing his sword, and the only thing that was left was the shadow changing its direction from west to east. Ji Lingrua rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of her room. The setting sun was like blood, coloring her verdant skirt with a different color, beautiful like a thick watercolor painting. She found that the senior brother today extraordinarily hard work, obviously has reached the dinner time, actually still tireless sword practice, would like to shout to let the elder brother do not practice to do dinner. Looking at the swimsuit with sweat-dyed deep shirt and some cannot bear to disturb him. Just at this time Ji Lingrua's stomach indisputably cooing called up. The young girl bites the lower lip, and suddenly a bright idea. She decided to show off her skills in a small way, and also let her senior brother taste her handiwork. Thus, it was quietly touched into the kitchen. Yu Su did not know how long he had practiced. When the remaining sun was completely covered by the mountains, Yu Su only suddenly woke up that it was already night. So he remembered that he had not yet prepared dinner for his senior sister, and hurriedly put away the ink pine sword and ran to the kitchen. It was dark. The kitchen was lit with an orange oil lamp, and the young girl's skin seemed to emit a fluorescent glow. Ji Lingrua's dress was stained with a lot of spots. I do not know whether it was water or oil. She rolled up her sleeves and shoveled up the omelette in the pan. After serving all of them, she took a long breath, lamenting her own difficulties, and then she went to pick up the water and poured it into the pot without stopping. And then she put the lid on the pot and wiped off the dense thin sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand. Yu Su stood silently outside the door. He couldn't see, but silently watched the kitchen as if he could. When the water boiled, Ji Lingrua lifted the lid of the pot and threw a handful of washed cabbage and 2 bundles of noodles into it, not forgetting to season them in the meantime. After a while, Ji Lingrua expectantly took out the noodle soup and divided it into 2 bowls, while Yu Su's bowl obviously had more. Ji Lingrua also pinched 4 fried eggs into their bowls. Just 2 for each of them. She hesitated for a moment, and then divided one of her own into Yu Su's bowl. The corners of her mouth even rose in a trace of triumph. She put the noodles ready to go and called that sword-obsessed senior brother to eat. This was the only food she was good at and had made herself, and in her mind she had already given Yu Su a self-imposed target that she had to drink all the soup. But just as she turned her head, she was startled by Yu Su standing in the doorway. Ji Lingrua patted her incipient breasts and complained, Why don't you squeak? Come in and eat. Yu Su walked in with a shallow smile. Senior sister has grown up and will honor senior brother. This young lady accidentally made too much just. It's a pity that your crappy clan doesn't raise pigs. Otherwise I'd rather pour it out for the pigs to eat. Ji Lingrua rolled her playful white eyes as she sat down. Yu Su also sat down, picked up the noodle bowl and took a shallow taste of the noodle soup, and lamented, It's a good thing I didn't raise any pigs, or else sooner or later I would have been starved to death by you. Senior sister, what do you mean? Ji Lingrua glared at Yu Su, then picked up a large chopstick of noodles and stuffed it into her mouth, mumbling, Is it hard to eat? But just this bite, let her almost dry vomit out. Clear soup noodles can be made into this flavor is not easy. She slammed a mouthful of tea and exasperatedly said, Playing out of order. You're not allowed to eat it. Yu Su, however, ignored it and picked up the noodles and began to feast on them. Hey, I told you to stop eating it. Didn't you find it hard to eat? Yes? Wasn't it you who said it would starve the pigs to death? Yu Su took another sip of the noodle soup and laughed. When I say you starve the pigs to death, I mean you cook so little enough for anyone to eat. After saying this, he looked at Ji Lingrua's noodles that she hadn't moved her chopsticks yet, and tentatively asked, If you're not hungry, senior sister, why don't you give me yours as well? No. Ji Lingrua looked at Yu Su's salivating appearance. Her heart was sweet, and she also began to eat the noodles, but she felt that the noodles were not that bad. It wasn't until the 2 of them couldn't resist raising their teacups in unison that they smiled at each other. The full moon was high in the sky. Porcelain white moonlight sprinkled on the earth. and the early morning cinnabar hour of the day after tomorrow that had been agreed upon with Ling Jinran was about to arrive. Yusu counted the date. Today was the 15th of August. In the world of his previous life, today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the day of family reunion. Unfortunately, this continent didn't have this festival, but Yusu still wanted to add a layer of sacred rituals to the day. He was going to save his senior sister and his wife, and then reunite with them. Today, he had instructed his senior sister not to need to practice her sword, and told her to write out the white snake tail quickly in her room. He also wandered in front of his senior sister's room for a few moments. The room was still deathly silent. Yusu didn't interrupt but just retreated away silently. Yusu pulled out a few objects that Ling Jinran had given him and placed them on the table. A lamp, 7 wicks, and 3 sticks of dragon sandalwood incense. Yusu closed his eyes, carefully recalling every detail of his encounter with Ling Jinran. The more he recalled, the decision in his heart became more firm. All he needed to do was to recite that 16-character incantation again, and he would be able to help realist Ling form a formation, trapping the evil spirits in the 10,000 ghosts ambush formation to become realist Ling's turtle in a jar. It sounded like a really simple thing, and he only needed these few steps to bring back his senior sister and his wife, who were deep in the mire. But Yusu was slow to make his move, not because he was indecisive, but because he was waiting. At the foot of the mountain half a mile away, the white-robed Ling Jinjin was stroking his slender beard, looking at the changing moon and stars secretly weighing the hour. He was holding 4 yellow talismans in his hands, and in front of him was an old mahogany table with an incense altar full of sandalwood incense. There were 11 more such cloth fields in the area centered on the Yuanyang sword sect and with a radius of half a mile long. Realist Ling had gone to great lengths to set all of this up silently, but fortunately, the Yuanyang sword sect was already located in the middle of nowhere, which made it a lot easier to carry out his plan. Just to make sure, he even went to great lengths to set up a soundproof formation of the same size, but he was late to receive the feedback from Yusu Diaoxiang. His heart was a little anxious. The formation is also concerned about the timing of the day and the right place. Once the Yin hour has passed, the ability of this formation will be greatly reduced. Real Ling was a little worried that something had happened on Yusu's side, but he hadn't sensed any movement on that side, which meant that Yusu shouldn't have been exposed. Did he see it coming? The more Ling thought about it, the more alarmed he was. If this young man had already seen through him and he was still with himself for so long, what kind of terrible heart? Real Ling didn't feel that he would fail, he just felt angry at being deceived, and he couldn't hold back any longer and stepped within half a mile. At the same time, Yusu stopped counting down in his mind. There was still half a quarter of an hour before cinnabar would pass, and he finally lit the 7 jaw sticks. The sky is round. The law is 9 chapters. My order is to write. All ghosts, Yusu recited reverently, then snuffed out the incense, lifted Mo Song, and lightly walked out of the clan. His shadow was drawn in the moonlight as he went to save them. End of chapter. Real Ling stopped in his tracks. He looked at the 4 yellow talismans in his hand. The upper right portion of the talisman paper had started to become charred. This was a sign that Yusu had successfully lit the incense and recited the incantation. It seemed that the teenager wasn't as scary as he thought. Ling Jinran felt a hint of gratitude. He had been in the evil way for many years, relying on his skill at disguise. How could he fall for a blind teenager? He was already looking forward to what kind of expression the teenager would show when the talisman paper burned up and he turned the bone-eroding pinning formation on. Shocked? Self-condemnation? Or pain? But no amount of intense emotion could save their lives, and the teenager could only watch helplessly as the formation devoured and refined himself and his dear senior sister and mother, who himself was the one who had personally pushed them into the abyss. Almost forgot. Yusu, a blind man, can't see at all. But it doesn't matter. Ling Jinran decided to be merciful. When the time comes, he will make his most important senior sister master's wife scream a little bit more miserably, to make sure that Yusu can clearly hear it. Ling Jinjin felt that he was really a devil. How could he accomplish the task given to him by the Lord so perfectly? That mysterious senior mistress, if it wasn't for the Lord's concern for stability that she would be a variable, there was no need for him to set up such a trap. Now, it seems that this master's wife is simply not enough to fear, even if she hides her strength. So what? As long as the formation is complete, the cultivator of the feather realm will have to be turned into a puddle of blood. It was a pity that diamond in the rough teenager. Otherwise it would have been excellent to take him as a disciple. However, this all cannot blame him. To blame can only blame that teenager's master has no eyes. Once dared to offend the Lord. The Lord has been dormant for decades. How many cold stares has he suffered? But none of that mattered. Soon, very soon the Lord would complete his plan. And then the entire 5 continents would tremble. And he would become the Lord's most loyal slave, gaining the true power of the evil god. Just then, Ling Jinjin's thoughts about the future came to an abrupt end with the cooling of the talisman paper. The charred talisman paper temperature did not continue to rise to the point of burning, but instead gradually cooled down, and was also blown by the wind to break some. Real Ling frowned. He could only think of one reason in his mind, and that was that Yusu did not finish the incantation, causing the talisman paper to not be completely ignited. But why didn't Yusu finish his recitation? Could it be that his master's wife had noticed the interruption? Could it be that his master's wife really wasn't that simple? That would be a bit tricky. But Yusu should have lit the ghost incense. Otherwise the paper wouldn't have warmed up. That's good. No evil spirit possessed people absolutely cannot carry the ghost incense erosion. The situation is still under my control. Ling Jinran folded the talisman paper, thinking as he did. In a flash, he sensed someone approaching rapidly, and there was no murderous aura on that person. Rather like they had fled to this place. Ling Jinran diffused his senses and fixed his eyes on it, realizing that it was actually the gasping Yusu, who looked like he had seen something extremely terrifying. His face filled with panic. Yusu's steps were staggering and crooked, and he almost fell to the ground when he ran close to Ling Jinran. Real Ling's brows tightened even more. It was the first time he had seen such a flustered look on this composed teenager. Yusu covered his chest and panted heavily. Master Ling, Senior Mother has come out. The senior mistress has come out? A trace of doubt passed through the bottom of Ling Jing'an's eyes. Why would he be scared like this if the senior mistress had come out? Could it be that the dream centipede had struck again, allowing him to see the evil-looking Shernyan? Thinking of this Ling real person as heart cursed. Evil sneaks are really evil sneaks. Raising unintelligent people? They obviously did not give instructions, but actually let Yusu enter the illusion at the critical moment. Seeing Yusu's almost stunned appearance, realist Ling only felt that he had looked away, but he still put away his disgust and asked with concern, "Don't be afraid. You're safe with me. What happened to your master's wife? Tell me slowly." It was as if Yusu had seen a savior, and a glimmer of salvation flashed in his out-of-focus eyes. Manservant Ling, Master Mother. She came out. She saw me lighting incense and reciting incantations, and wanted to eat me. It seems that I was right. It was really a mistake made by the dream centipede, and it let this kid fall into the illusion again, and as a result, it gave him so much fright that he stopped the spell. After Ling Jinran clarified the cause and effect, he was quite relieved. He looked up at the starry moon, twisted a few finger flowers in his hand and counted, turned his head to Yusu and said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. That's not your real master's wife. It's the formation that will inevitably give you some illusions when it removes the turbid chi from your body. Now there are still a few moments before the Chen hour passes. You need to overcome your fear to finish reciting the speech incantation. Otherwise you won't know when the next opportunity will be." Yusu trembled. Manservant Ling, are you telling the truth? Of course. Don't you want to save your senior sisters and senior maiden? Ling Jinran stared with wide eyes, his tone heavy. That incense can make the evil spirits lower their perception. At the end of today they will surely be aware of it. At that time it will be hard for you to save them again. I'm afraid. Yusu stumbled back 2 steps. What a ing waste. Thanks for pretending to be so capable before. I thought torturing someone like you would be a bit of fun. As Real Ling looked at the panicked Yusu, he really wanted to spit a mouthful of phlegm in his face. You don't have to worry. I'm right here. Once there is a breeze I will come to your rescue and can keep you alive. Ling Jinran walked in front of Yusu and made a solemn promise. I won't save them. Real Ling, you just kill them directly. I'm not going back. Yusu was paralyzed on the ground, his hands propped up on the grass. Real Ling gave a short sigh and shook his head. He had seen too many outwardly strong losers, and when faced with a real crisis these people would be in their original form. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He prided himself on being an expert at playing with people's hearts, and it had always been his fun to let his prey kill each other, but he had no choice but to take action himself when it came down to it. Realizer Ling placed his hand on his Jiankuan pouch, weighing in his mind what means he should use to get rid of the 3 people from this clan. He had to make sure that these 3 people disappeared without a sound, and absolutely could not let the people in this city find out what was going on and affect the master's plan. Suddenly, Yusu cried out while shaking her head. No, I'm going to save them. I want to save them. Then trembling, he tried to roll over and climb up, but he still accidentally planted himself on the ground. Ling Jinran looked at Yusu, who had pulled herself together after struggling with her ego, and felt some relief. After all, such a prey was only worth playing with. He leaned down and reached out both hands to lean on Yusu's shoulders, trying to help Yusu up. Yusu also let Ling Jinjin support him. Just at the moment when Yusu was about to stand up straight, Yusu suddenly gripped the sword that was pinned to the side of his waist. In a blink of an eye, the sword light flashed by, as if it were a fleeting meteor in the sky. Ling Jinran first looked at the blood dripping from his chest with a face of disbelief, and then raised his head to look at Yusu, who had already set up his sword stance. Trepidation had disappeared from the teenager's face, and behind the empty eyes, it was as if there was a deep, bottomless pool. Come on, let's get some people. End of chapter. The full moon is quiet, and there are actually no grasshoppers in the meadow on a summer night. The only thing that is particularly clear is the rustling sound of leaves blowing in the night wind. In the moonlight, the two faced each other in a delicate balance. A sneak attack to win is already a fluke. Do not dare to take the initiative to attack. Can only set up the sword waiting for the counterattack. Ling Jinran, on the other hand, stared at Yusu with red pupils, hating that he couldn't kill him by 1,000 cuts, and his face, which was originally still quite kind, became hideous and horrifying. However, Real Ling was not overwhelmed by anger either. Quite the contrary. At this moment he was unusually calm. Thinking back to the series of actions the teenager had just taken, one had to marvel at his acting skills. First, he pretended to be weak to let his guard down, and then he also managed to let me get close enough to touch him, and then he took advantage of his own hands to stretch out the most lax defense gap and then made a sneak attack. This ploy cannot be said to be not sinister. I think that I am always counting on others. Actually also have been counted on the day of success. Ling Jinren clicked 3 times in a row to stop the flow of blood in his chest. This sword had not yet injured the internal organs, but it had caused some injuries. Real Ling was not in a hurry to strike. He sneered and asked, "When did you see it?" "First look." Yusu tightened the hilt of his sword and stood at attention. "Oh, why? I've had dogs." And that lamplighter ghost saw you not as if he saw an enemy, but as if he saw his master. "Ha, that's all?" Real Ling shook his sleeves. "The person that the lamp-raising ghost ate, I recognize. It's Uncle He of the Shoxiao sect." Ling Jinran was stunned, as if he didn't expect this answer, and said in shock, "Have you not been blind since you were a child? How could you have seen that little cutie?" "It's true that I'm blind, but senior uncle he wasn't always stupid. When he was 7 years old, he came to my master's door to make amends after offending him, and my master called him Little Bald Bug at that time because not only was he bald, but he had a dragon tattooed on his head, which I've never seen but have memorized." Yusu narrated while turning his head sideways, wanting to make any small movements of Real Ling to be heard more clearly. "I don't think your senior brother would be so coincidental to be called Little Bald Bug as well." Real Ling suddenly smiled with relief. He really hadn't thought that he had purposely grabbed a lonely and foolish cultivator to reduce his influence to put on a show, and actually happened to be recognized by Yusu. This also illustrated the fact that this blind man had seen through his true colors the first time they met, and had been putting on a show just for today's backlash. "Boy, you've really surprised me quite a bit." The real person is flattered. "Compared to the surprise you are going to give me, this is nothing." Yusu remained unassuming. "Yusu, do you know that if you had honestly listened to me, your family would have done nothing more than suffer some pain and die silently in this soundproof formation? But now, it won't be so good." Ling Jinjin laughed eerily. His face abruptly became white and miserable. The corners of his mouth and eyes cracked slightly together. A pale face skin came off. The withered face underneath was covered with black bloodlines, like crawling leeches. "I'll make a human swine out of you. No, I will keep your ears. I'll make you listen day and night to the screams of your senior sister and senior mother, raped by those lowly evil spirits." How moving. Yusu didn't give Real Ling the chance to continue. He had been storing up his momentum for a long time, and his full-bodied sword wrapped in the sound of ruptured winds stabbed at him, aiming straight for Real Ling's heart. Real Ling didn't stop his maniacal laughter. The torn corners of his mouth were on the verge of approaching the base of his ears. His left hand pinched up his withered fingers, and invisible energy erupted out, causing Yusu's figure to stall slightly. He also used the 2 fingers of his right hand as a sword, shocking away Yusu's powerful sword from the side. Between the lightning, Ling Jinran's fingers that rubbed the sword actually tingled a little. He was amazed in his heart. This kid's sword actually had a quality that was not inferior to that of a spirit sword. It really was getting more and more difficult to see through this blind man, but he still kept a winning smile on his face. "What? Can't listen to it anymore? Then you will have something to listen to in the future. I have seen your senior sister from afar." Halfway through his words, Yusu's next sword had already followed. Yusu wasn't stupid. He could hear that Realist Ling was deliberately provoking him, and he had to admit that Realist Ling had done it. Ling Jinran hastily backed up and prepared to pinch, but Yusu was very clear about the advantages of being a sword cultivator and pressed forward step by step, not leaving the slightest opening for him. The first time he was seized by the sword, Ling Jinjin only thought that he was a small talent, until this moment was forced to some difficult to fight before realizing that holding the sword of Yusu absolutely cannot be underestimated. Only to see Realist Ling flip out a paper talisman seal in his right hand and shouted, "Explode!" A powerful explosion was created between the two of them, blowing up a large amount of flying sand and broken grass. When the dust settled, Ling Junrun's originally craggy figure instantly became abnormally tall, covered in explosive blood-colored muscles, which was extremely grotesque when paired with his thin and narrow head. Real Ling felt the power surging through his body, his expression pained and intoxicated. He had tamed a total of 3 evil spirits. The lamp-raising ghosts and the dream centipede were both of the genus of dreams, which he used to bewitch people's hearts, while the red-fleshed ghost of the genus of flesh and blood was hidden in his own body, and he used his own flesh and blood to provide for him every day in order to be able to let it possess him at the critical moment to obtain a strong physical body, which could even conceal his own aura. Real Ling was a bit angry. He moved his feet lightly, but his person immediately disappeared. His speed was actually several times faster than before. Not yet waiting for Yusu to react, the iron fist mixed with the fishy odor had already reached his cheeks, sending his entire body flying backwards. Yusu hastily picked up his figure, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. He did not understand why Ling Junren suddenly changed so much. Even his perception could not catch up with him. Obviously just now everything was still in his calculation. But Ling Junren didn't give him time to think. The stormy fists continuously broke down Yusu's defense. And then the sharp sword can't be used at this moment. Yusu was beaten back and forth. In a blink of an eye, Yusu was astonished to realize that a mighty bloody man had suddenly appeared in his muddy eyes. Just like the moment he saw the lamplighter ghost at that time, he knew that this was real Ling. He was indeed an evil cultivator who reared and utilized the power of evil spirits. Ling Junren stopped, towering over him and looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye at Yusu, like he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. The next punch he decided to control the force. Must make this kid can't get up again. But this time the unstoppable fist did not hit Yusu solidly. Yusu even dodged it. At this time, Yusu has already flipped to the Ling reel behind, swinging the sword to the reel. But this sword is like splitting on top of the steel. Failed to carve into the slightest bit. Ling Junren's big hand swung Yusu flying at the same time blowing up a cloudy wind. He was not prepared to give this teenager a little chance. Fierce attack like a mountain and tsunami pouring away. Yusu, however, was like a grasshopper amongst the grass, always dodging his attacks with ease. Real Ling was unsure why this kid had suddenly become so nimble. It wasn't until his concealed extreme punch was still dodged by Yusu that he couldn't help but ask, "Can you see me?" It was then that Ling Junren realized with surprise that Yusu's eyes were no longer divided into pupils and the whites of his eyes. They were all inky black. On the starlit, dull night, Ling Junren felt that he was the real trick. End of chapter. Yusu didn't know the change that happened to his eyes. He just felt that his eyes were a bit burning. But this strange feeling was nothing compared to the countless wounds on his body. At this moment, he was nervously thinking about how exactly he could slice through this layer of meat shield on Ling Junren's body. And a single-minded dodge would not help him achieve victory. For his part, Ling Junren's heart was turning over in shocking waves. He had been cultivating for over 100 years and had been in contact with evil spirits captured by his lord day and night since he had passed his veins. He was more than familiar with the fishy evil aura. This Yusu's eyes were definitely evil. But when had a dream centipede ever had the ability to alter a person's eyes? Although it possessed no small amount of authority over the Dream Lord, it was almost considered to be devoid of combat power, and the only thing it excelled at was inflicting strange and bizarre dreams on the possessor, which was why it could be tamed and controlled by him. What is more puzzling to Ling Junren is that the red flesh ghost on his body at this time is likewise only visible at the condensed water realm, while the one that Yusu has seen should only be the dream centipede that he has planted for him. And the two evil sneaks have different dependents. So on what basis can they see him? In a flash of lightning, Yusu had already taken the initiative to strike. Ling Junren's body was covered with these weird blood-colored muscles. The only place that was not armed was his head. This was also the drawback of Ling Junren's form. If even his head was attached to the red-fleshed ghost, then he would lose his consciousness and completely fall into the red-fleshed ghost's food. Yusu, this sword riveted enough energy, actually also drove the heaven and earth of Xian Qi. In his own words, this sword Qi Yun is not bad. Ling real person naturally will not let Yusu easily succeed. Arms folded to block the sword that Yusu leaped up high. But this time it was no longer as unharmed as before, and he distinctly felt a cutting sensation coming from his arm. What the hell? How could such a blind boy from a remote town have such high attainments in swordsmanship? What level is he in? He's reached the threshold of sword intent? Damn it! Ling Junren was furious. One hand pinched Yusu's wrist, one palm struck at his arm holding the sword. He actually wanted to imitate the move that Yusu used to take his sword when they first met. Even more vicious than that, with the powerful strength of this physical body, he actually managed to spare a kick towards Yusu's chest violently. Yusu's heart regret should not be vacated out of the sword. At this time was the other party seized the opportunity to restrain the arm. Although his sword is not bad, but also cannot withstand the absolute power gap. The right hand was clamped unable to move, but also have to find a way to face this landslide like a kick. In the nick of time, Yusu clenched his teeth and let go of the Emosong sword, stomped on Ling Jinjinjin's kicking leg, and twisted his body through the majestic chi, completely disregarding his right arm which was twisted and deformed. And at this moment, even more intense pain couldn't stop him from killing Ling Jinjinjin's determination. He was like a gyroscope, taking the opportunity to sidestep and climb onto Real Ling's arm. And towards Real Ling's vulnerable face was Yusu's leg that he put his best foot forward. A strong blow came from the back of Yusu's foot, and Ling Jinran was indeed kicked out, and even loosened his hands that were tightly restraining Yusu. Yusu rolled over and landed on the ground, stretching out his left hand to catch the squared-off Emosong. He had long thought of this step. Just a leg can't take the life of Ling Jinran. The only thing that can kill him is his own sword. The moment he received the sword, Yusu suddenly exploded with amazing speed and chased after the paralyzed form of Ling Jinran, his body's xianqi pouring into his left hand and flowing between the swords. This was the most ferocious sword in the duck sword, and it was also a killing move that he had practiced countless times. Today it was going to be put to use, and even if it was a non-dominant hand it didn't affect its power in the slightest. The surrounding xianqi was also vibrating fiercely in response to the sword's power. Yusu sent this pouring sword into Ling Jinran's head with a poof, and for the first time, he felt that the sensation of the sword cutting through chunks of flesh was so mesmerizing. Yusu sat paralyzed on the ground as if he was relieved. His right arm seemed to hang down as if it was disjointed. He was cloaked and covered in blood, and under the cold moonlight, he looked like a life-threatening beast. I really did. Yusu wanted to laugh and bawl, but she was so exhausted that she didn't even have the strength to make facial expressions. I've worked hard for 60 years to feed the red meat ghosts, feeding me like a human being, and I've been slaughtered by you just like this. How the hell are you going to pay for it? A heart-rending sound suddenly rang out. Ling Jinjin didn't die. Yusu was like a scared bird. Only then did he realize that what was under the sword was not Ling Jinjin's head at all, but a tightly packed monster with a blood-red body full of strange flesh but no eyes. Yusu quickly looked up to find the source of the sound, but nothing could be seen except a chaos. Yusu instantly figured out that Ling Jinjin had lifted the state of evil spirit possession at the moment of life and death, and let the evil spirit in him suffer death for him. So Yusu, who could only see the evil spirit, couldn't see him anymore until now, just as the battle had just begun. Yusu had to use his perception to find it, but how could he capture the figure of Ling Jinran with his excessive overdraft? At this time the ground began to spread out thick scarlet liquid toward Yusu around. Yusu struggled to get up, with the left hand indiscriminately swing cut, but just cut off they will immediately merge again. Real Ling slowly walked out of the darkness, a huge footprint on his grotesque face. He drooped one eye and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Menacingly, "Fight! Aren't you a good fighter?" Yusu ignored Real Ling's words. These liquids were like Tarsa's maggots, firmly sticking to Yusu's limbs, making him unable to move. Did you think you could save them by putting everything on the line? Is it that you think that you are especially smart for seeing through everything and counting on me in turn? It's a pity. It's a pity that I'm not one of those stupid people who only know how to refine air. The yellow teeth exposed by Real Ling's grin were stained with blood foam as he laughed recklessly. Do you know how much it costs to cultivate a red-fleshed ghost? But it doesn't matter. I've already figured out how you're going to compensate me. There can be quite a few evil spirits of the genus of flesh and blood that are only interested in female cultivators. I'll offer your senior sisters and mistresses to them. Wait for them to be eaten up, and then attach the evil spirits to your body. This way you can become my new pet. Also can never be separated from your senior sister senior mother whether it's consciousness or physical body. Ling Jinjin closed his eyes and opened his arms to take a deep breath, took a breath, as if to embrace this delightful world. After you can thank me properly. Yusu clenched his teeth, almost on the verge of breaking his back teeth. A tear of blood actually seeped out of the ink-black eye socket. He couldn't see Ling Jingan's complacent face, but he stared at it dead on as if he wanted to see through Ling Jingan. He recalled the face that appeared after Ling Jingan transformed, and vowed to remember this forever. He would take revenge on him in life and death, without rest. Come on, let's get some people. Hoo. End of chapter. Ling Jinran scornfully looked at Yusu, who was unable to break free, and walked over without slowing down. He looked at the teenager's brash eyes and stretched out his foot, stepping harshly on Yusu's face as if he was trampling a bug ant to death. Real Ling leaned down and whispered against Yusu's ear, "Just stay here and wait for me to go and bring your senior sister and aunt back to keep you company." Yusu sniffed and clenched his fists. His palms seeped out the slightest bit of blood. He struggled desperately, but it was all to no avail. He could only look on as Ling Jinjin left. Yusu was a cautious person, and he had noticed the clues the first time Ling Jingan appeared. Because the timing of Ling Jingan's appearance was too coincidental. How could such a person who kept an evil spirit, such a person who casually used other people's lives for drama, be here to save his senior sister's wife? And who is the one who can save them? Is it that stupid sister? Or the one who doesn't even have any cultivation? And who even cut me down when she was possessed? Or is it the one who risked everyone knowing they were possessed by evil to beg for help? I'm the only one they can count on. Yusu only felt that the blood in his chest was almost boiling. He felt a terrifying vibration within his body, which was getting faster and faster, surpassing the rhythm of breathing, surpassing the rhythm of the pulse. His eyes began to darken, the blackness becoming clearer and clearer. It wasn't the chaos he was familiar with, but a night adorned with starlight. Yusu greedily took a deep breath of the wee air, the wounds on his body healing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and pockets of flesh of varying sizes bulging under his shredded robes, returning his broken right arm to its place. Yusu could feel that it was all the power of that piece of rotting flesh. Those scarlet liquids that bound him began to vaporize, turning into a thick ink-like blood mist, in which Yusu slowly stood up, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Ling Jinran had long since realized that something was wrong. His face was no longer as calm as before. He had seen so many monsters, but none of them had a more oppressive feeling than the Yusu at this moment. Damn him, what the hell are you? His pupils clenched like beans. This was the first time he had a feeling of withdrawal. Yusu's gaze locked onto the trembling Ling Zhengan. For the first time in reality he regained his sight and realized what a blessing it was to be able to see. What a pity it would be if he couldn't watch Ling Zhengan die with a terrified expression with his own eyes. Don't you come over. Ling Jinran watched as Yusu pressed forward step by step, unconsciously taking small steps backward. Suddenly he pinched up his spell and suddenly cast a cold arrow. You seek death. A heavenly fire talisman came towards Yusu with extraordinary power. However, Yusu did not avoid or retreat, because he realized that he could actually clearly see the veins of the flow of Xin Qi in the fire talisman, and at a glance, he could see where the vein of the fire talisman was. With just a light-hearted sword stroke, this fire talisman instantly dissolved into nothingness. Realist Ling watched this in dismay, then continued to parallel his fingers, continuously pinching the spell. Turn the clouds over, the wind and fire are joined. Bone transformation tangle. Set me up. But none of this could thwart Yusu half a bit, and they were punctured by Yusu before they could take effect. Like seeing a demon, Ling Jinjin shivered and kept backing away, accidentally tripping over a stone and sitting on the ground, shaking his head uncontrollably. He was extremely remorseful. Why was his soundproofing array so effective? In the past he was the one who used to wantonly torment others in here. Now the situation was reversed. He himself would die in here without a sound. There's a real evil spirit in here. Where are those damn evolution department people? Somebody help me. I'm a fake. Don't panic. I can run. I have the Rui Wind technique. I'm in a higher realm than him. I can definitely run. Just as he was secretly mobilizing Xin Qi in his feet, a sword light flashed by, and a huge gash suddenly appeared in his withered ankle, and dark red blood flowed out. The flow of Xin Qi on Ling Jinjin's body was like a white vein, and Yusu could see it all clearly. Strongly enduring the intense pain, Ling Jinran crawled with difficulty. The emotion called despair engulfed him. He had to run. He had to survive. He was not a gifted person. The water condensation realm was already his limit, but he was lucky that in that great battle of the divine mountain pure evil, only he and his lord survived in their clan. He had waited for the lord for 50 years, not because he was loyal to the lord, but because the lord was his only chance to turn his life around. He was a freak who had been spurned since he was a child, an evil cultivator that everyone in the righteous path had to kill, and only by following the lord could he trample all of these people under his feet. He was about to follow his lord to become the master of the 5 continents. How could he die here? A sword plunged into Ling Jinjin's withered hand, pinning him to the ground in death and interrupting his imaginings. Ling Jinran screamed miserably and tried to cover his bleeding wound, but he was deterred by the sharpness of the sword. Tell me, why are you staring at us? Yusu asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Real Ling's mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't hear what he was saying, and Yusu only had to lean in close to try to hear more clearly. He wasn't afraid of a sneak attack from Realist Ling. As long as he noticed any movement in the Xin Qi on Realist Ling's body, he would immediately respond. At first, the disheveledness in the eyes of Ling Jinjin disappeared and erupted into a horrifyingly brilliant light. His lips opened and closed reciting obscure incantations, and he also pulled out a rusty bell and kept shaking it, the corner of his mouth holding the smile of a winner. However, he was dismayed to find that Yusu did not show the reaction he was expecting. Unsure of what was going on, Yusu hurriedly reached out and restrained Real Ling's throat to stop him from continuing to vocalize. Ling Jinran stared at Yusu's neck with a changing expression, from shock to horror to laughter, even laughing so hard that he coughed violently. What are you laughing at? Damn you all are good people. Ha ha ha. Ling Jinjin laughed ruefully. At the expense of my old man, I thought you were all righteous, and wanted to use evil spirits to control you to your own destruction. I didn't realize that I was the one who had looked away. The evil on my senior sister's wife. You put it there? Yusu was burning with rage, and Ling Jinran's eyeballs were nearly dislodged as he pinched them. Ahem. I didn't do it to them. I only did it to you. The dream centipede seeps into the target's neck and makes the host have extremely realistic dreams. I originally just wanted to drive you crazy, so that you would personally form a formation to kill your entire family. Only now do I realize that I was very wrong. Yusu vaguely guessed what was going on and frowned tightly. Make it clear. You still don't understand? Real Ling spoke in a compassionate tone and spat out another mouthful of turbid blood. I just tried to manipulate the dream centipede to control you, but found that there was no response at all, and realized that the dream centipede in you turned out to have been dispelled a long time ago. The fact that you haven't seen a dream given to you by a dream puppet and yet you can see the ghost of a lamplighter can only mean one thing. Your senior sister, Shifu Maiden, has long been poisoned by evil, and it's more poisonous than these evil devils that I raised. The evil shenanigans you've seen aren't the fake dreams I gave you. They're real but you are still stupid. Wishful thinking to save them. Really laugh me to death. Ahem. Now well, look at yourself. Also by their harm and the evil. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. Real Ling let Yusu choke him, his eyes resentful. He was afraid of death, but he was even more afraid that his enemy would live well. And now that he had discovered the truth, he only felt immense pleasure. But to his surprise, he couldn't see a trace of confusion on the face of the ghostly-looking Yusu. Instead it looked like he was forcing a smile, feeling a little exasperated. He hated it. Are you crazy? You're all possessed. Yusu let go of his hand and smiled brightly. You know, I told my senior sister a story. A man named Su Xian took a snake demon as his wife, and when an immortal told him the truth he didn't think anything of it and continued to love his wife dearly. They went through many trials and tribulations and their relationship remained as strong as a rock. So does it matter if they are human or evil? All I know is that they are good to me and haven't harmed anyone. Then they are the most important people to me. Even if I'm now infected with evil, I won't abandon them, and I'll still look for all the ways in the world to save them. Now that I've been victimized as well, I'm not angry or sad at all. On the contrary, I'm glad that I can feel their pain more tangibly, and I'm glad that I with the people who matter most to me ve always been one of a kind. The first climax is over, and it still feels like there is a lot of bad writing. A brief introduction to the pulse. Is that the Ling real people were ordered to secretly kill the swimsuit 3 people? So they plan to use the dream centipede to make the swimsuit in the dream and the reality of the confusion, and ultimately be able to cooperate with the formation of their own demise. But in fact, the dream centipede early in. End of chapter. You're the real evil one. Ling Jinran looked at Yusu with 2 straight eyes. He was shocked and scared. His legs did not listen to his commands, and he trembled like sifting chaff. The deepest darkness before dawn had passed. The sky was no longer pitch black, and the distant sky was pregnant with a foggy white. Yusu was covered in bloodstains, and a berserk and evil aura kept running amok around him. He drew his Mo-song sword and aimed it at Real Ling's heart, preparing to carry out Real Ling's final judgment. Don't kill me, I'm begging you. As if Ling Jinran had been emptied of his soul, he woodenly begged repeatedly. I'll give you anything, I'll tell you anything, don't kill me. Yusu stepped on the wound on Ling Jinran's chest, grinding his foot against the reddened flesh and blood, and Ling Jinran curled up in a ball of pain, but was powerless to push away Yusu's foot. I'll let you live as long as you tell me how I can strip the evil spirits and people away. Yusu spoke in a serious tone, offering his last mercy. Real Ling smiled as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, as he forced himself to endure the severe pain at his chest and flattered himself with a smile. I know, I can save you all, as long as you let me live. I can definitely help your senior sister and senior mother turn back to normal. Yusu sighed impatiently and waved his sword to cut off Real Ling's hand tendon. I told you to speak first. I say. Realist Ling shouted loudly. Give me the Qiankuan bag and I'll show it to you. Yusu frowned and used his sword to pick up the Qiankuan pouch that Real Ling had hidden at his waist side and flung it into his face. Ling Zhengrong got the Qiankuan bag, felt out the piece of ink-colored evil preventing order, and tremblingly lifted it up to hand it over to Yusu. You pick it up and you get it. Yusu's right hand still held the sword threateningly against Ling Zhenran, a little hesitant, but still extended his left hand to receive the jade pendant. In an instant, a fish-headed evil dog actually appeared out of thin air in that order and rushed to tear at Yusu. It was clearly that lamp-raising ghost. Yusu was shocked, and hastily raised his sword to chop, but this lamp-raising ghost was unusually agile, riding on Yusu's arm to avoid the sword. At the moment when it was about to bite Yusu's shoulder, it met Yusu's black as ink pupils. Just like a sinful subject paying homage to the king, it was stunned on the arm and stopped moving, and trembled and lowered its head. Real Ling looked at the peaky scene with a stunned expression. Since he was a child, he was different from normal people and loved these weird monsters. This lamp-raising ghost was the first evil spirit given to him by the Lord, and he treasured it very much, raising it as his most trusted companion long ago. Until this moment when he saw the lamplighter ghost slowly crawling towards him with its fangs bared, he was completely heartbroken. Yusu also didn't understand this sudden change, and was about to continue asking questions, but Ling Jinran was lost in thought and mumbled, "It can't be saved. You don't want to save them. What's in their bodies is an evil spirit of that level. Those who are targeted by them can't escape. Speak up." However, Real Ling seemed as if he didn't hear what Yusu was saying and continued to repeat the 4 words in a godly manner. "Divine enlightenment is Zumo. Divine enlightenment is Zumo." Even when the ghost of the lamp began to feast on him, he could not wake him up. Spattered blood stained the grass surface, but he was as if he had no sense of pain to let it tear. Yusu was perplexed. It was clear that the lamp-lifting ghost was full of malice towards himself just now. Why did he turn against Ling Jinran after merely glancing at him? Could this also be the effect of that piece of rotten meat? And what did realist Ling mean by the divine enlightenment of Izumo? Out of the clouds. Was it the out of the clouds of Out of the Cloud City? Who would have thought that Ling Jinran would suddenly raise his head? His 2 eyeballs were still dislodged due to inertia being brought down. He stared straight at Yusu with his empty eye sockets and squeezed out a hoarse and harsh voice from his throat. "The Lord has fused Allah. And you will all die. And I will climb out of hell and replace you all down. That day will come soon enough. So you must live well." As soon as the words fell, the lamplighter ghost had already opened its bloody mouth and snapped Ling Jinjan's neck in one bite. Yusu looked at the Ling real person who was not to reveal a large area of white bone and organs, and only felt that the heavenly way is good reincarnation. And this who had the evil spirits as his friends eventually died in the hands of the evil spirits. It was only until Ling Jinjan was not down to a single white bone that Yusu stepped towards the cowering lamplighter ghost with his sword. The lamp-raising ghost seemed to know its fate, and without a hint of resistance, it allowed Yusu to cut off its protruding fish head, and then the entire body transformed into a puddle of sticky blood, intermingling with the blood of Ling Jinjan's body and seeping into the land. At this point, everything was settled, and Yusu's mind finally relaxed. He looked to the whitened sky. The sun had not yet risen, but the world was already bright. There were too many questions in his mind at this time, but now was not the time to think about it in detail. This mess all over the place still needed to be dealt with, and realist Ling's formation to be completed also needed to be destroyed. He felt a little tired. After going through such a great battle, he actually had to wipe his own ass, but he also felt a little happy that he hadn't broken his promise that he would guard everything in the sect. He wouldn't be frightened by the words of Ling Jing'an before his death. He would definitely try his best to get rid of the evil spirits in his senior sister's body. Even if he can't get rid of it, it doesn't matter. He has just accomplished the most thrilling feat in his 18 years, and at this moment, he is full of ambition. And Yusu feels that it doesn't matter if he is the enemy of the world. Yusu picked up the bloodstained Shinkuan bag and the piece of evil preventing order and weighed them in his hand. Instead of hastily stealing a sigh of joy, he gathered up the windfall and rose to walk into the gray mist. "Where is elder brother?" The young girl with the dangling bun and orchid hairpin lay furtively on the edge of the window, peering in through the one-finger-wide paper hole in the window. The young girl was covered in a verdant, willow green and peach-red dress, pointing her toes, her ankles slim and bony. She stayed up all night. Her hand was almost broken to write before she drove out the lower part of that white snake biography, and the thought of this shirker-like senior brother made her angry. So she couldn't help but come here to look at her senior brother's ugly face when he was asleep before hitting the water for a bath as a way of venting her anger. She swore to God she was by no means a repeat offender. She'd seen it a couple times at most, and the hole was by no means poked by her. She'd broken it herself. What did he do behind my back? It couldn't be sneaking off to visit a greenhouse, could it? Ji Lingrua's small face suddenly turned playfully red, so angry that she stomped her foot, intending to wait for her senior brother to come back to make sure she tortured him properly. With that, he went to fetch the boiling hot water to wash himself. Inside the shower room, Ji Lingrua unzipped the white blouse with fine rusty cloud pattern and a thin embroidered pants, and first tried the water temperature with the tip of her foot, and the temperature was just right. Then Shan did not enter the water. She pouted her thin lips, feeling angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Elder brother had only been an adult for 2 days and he was already so impatient? To cut off one's path to immortality cultivation like this is really a little cutie who is in a rush of color. He was indeed a man who knew people's faces but not their hearts. It wasn't until the water became cooler that she remembered that she had been too preoccupied with thinking about her senior brother, and that all of her small clothes were still hanging out to dry and hadn't been picked up. He could only curse Yusu again in his mind and put on a muslin bathrobe to go out to fetch his clothes. The morning breeze brushed by. Even though it was the end of summer, Ji Lingrua, whose body was covered with water droplets, still shivered. At that exact moment, the gate of the clan residence was gently pushed open. Yusu, who was covered in blood and dirty mud, slipped in, and as he looked around the clan, he only felt so kind and cozy, until they saw the body piled up with white jade and congealed fat in the center of their sight. The two of them froze in place and stared at each other from a distance. Ah! The young girl screaming mountains and valleys answered. Don't be afraid, senior sister. I'm blind. Ah! The teenager's defense sounded like a fly, so he planted himself on the ground with two black eyes. End of chapter. It was nearing twilight. The setting sun hung low in the distance, shedding a field of orange and yellow afterglow, spreading over the edge of the window pane in bed, and also falling on the teenager's thick and slender eyelashes. The teenager seemed to sense the light and opened his eyes with a frown. That familiar chaos enveloped Yusu's eyes again, and as Yusu tried to gather his gaze, the darkness did not dissipate. That powerful force that was as alive as a flame also disappeared, as if the previous restoration of sight was just a joke played by the heavens on him. He was still the ordinary blind teenager in the small town, and Ling Jinjin, the monster master and mistress, and the ghost of the lamp were all just a long dream he had. But the excruciating pain coming from everywhere in his body let him know that it had really happened. He folded the pillows behind him and struggled to pick himself up, trying several times but still unable to do so. Yusu secretly clenched his fists. For the first time in 18 years, he was so heavily injured. He resented and abhorred this deep sense of powerlessness. Blind people, by nature, are such sensitive and insecure sorts of people. What are you doing? Jilingruo hurriedly trotted in with a cage of food boxes and hurriedly reached out to press Yusu down, and also helped him fluff the pillows. Lie down quickly. The doctor said you shouldn't be trespassing yet. Hearing a familiar voice, Yusu was instantly at ease. Senior sister, how long have I been asleep? You still have the nerve to ask. It's been almost 2 days since you slept. Jilingruo brought a stool and smoothed her skirt down from her own delicate hips to sit. I fainted at the door yesterday morning, and this is the next evening. It's been so long since I slept. Yusu lamented the length of time and tried to remember what it was like before he fainted. The white, creamy, flawless was. It's the white root that I washed the other day and forgot to eat. As for the senior sister, Yusu swore that it was dawn at the time and he didn't even see a hair. You don't know that your senior brother is blind, do you? Yikes, why are you bleeding again? Jilingruo was worried and anxiously took out the handkerchief that emitted an ethereal fragrance. There? Where did it flow? Yusu didn't feel anything strange except that his blood chi felt a little churned up. It wasn't until his parched lips tasted a sweet fishy smell that he realized it was his extremely uncontested nosebleed. Yusu only felt a blush of shame. Thanks to his previous life, he was also a self-proclaimed veteran driver. Jilingruo came closer and carefully wiped Yusu's nosebleed. Yusu smelled the elegant and fresh light fragrance of the young girl and couldn't help but smile. She didn't lie to me. That day's glimpse was enough to prove that senior sister was really the most beautiful maiden under the sky. And the fact that she was taking care of herself in every way was proof enough that my desperate guarding was all worth it. Jilingruo looked at the smile that played out at the corners of Yusu's mouth, but she was a little angry, and she furrowed her eyebrows. What the hell were you doing that day? Do you know that you scared me to death when you came in that day? You were covered in blood, as if you were a living dead man. Went out to take care of a small matter. Yusu spoke in a calm tone. What little thing can be covered in blood? Jilingruo lightly bit her lips. Her eyes contained dissatisfaction. All like a little daughter-in-law who caught her husband fooling around but had no evidence. Although the doctor said that you have no external injuries on your body, but it moved your liver and internal organs. It is obvious that you fought with someone else. You must give me an honest explanation. Yusu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, brainstorming urgently. Jilingruo looked at Yusu's lustful appearance and exasperatedly said, Did you secretly find those people for a date? And, some people? It's those teenage cultivators in the city who are always stopping you on the road. A bunch of things that don't even count as a dude think they're so great every day like they're so great. Jilingruo clenched her pink fists, filled with righteous indignation, and softened her tone. I told you to fight back, but I didn't tell you to fight so badly. What if you can't fight and something really happens? Senior sister, senior sister. Why didn't I realize before that you were so intelligent? You asterisk really a genius. Yusu grinned and put on a disgusted expression and softly said, I'm not in the least bit fine. I'll definitely listen to what you say. Senior sister. It doesn't matter. Senior brother, didn't I win the fight? They won't dare to come back to trouble me for a short time. Senior sister told me to teach a lesson back. Then I won't hide anymore. I have to show them how powerful we are. Instead of taking all the credit, Yusu has cleverly attributed this unwarranted victory to us. Jilingruo also did suffer, stroked the hair on her ear temples, only feeling sweet honey in her heart, and softly said, Why haven't you listened to me so much before? Next time, do not be allowed to know. One to fight so many heroes? You don't know how to break them down one by one in the dark. To say that Yusu was beaten like this in a one-on-one fight with his peers from Izumo City, Ji Lingrua didn't believe it. This seemingly low-profile but actually arrogant stinky senior brother must be the kind of would say when faced with mongrel idiot who things like, other than making the opponent's fists harder. What use were such words? You guys go together and I'm going to fight 10 of them. Again. As if remembering something, she added somewhat laconically. If you can fight again, people will just play dirty with you. Only if you are more in than them, they will be afraid of you, understand? Yusu was stunned, not understanding where such a rotten young girl like his senior sister got this kind of insight. What senior sister taught me is true. I'll make a note of it for my brother. And the next time, I definitely won't try to be strong. That's a good boy. Have some soup. Ji Lingrua's brows were full of favor. Opened the food box and brought out a bowl of soup. Carefully blew it cool and sent it to Yusu's mouth. Yusu also obediently stretched his mouth to receive it, like drinking from a sweet spring. Senior sister, which store did you buy the yam and pork rib soup from? How come it tastes so good? Ji Lingrua sniffed and rolled her eyes playfully. Although she did buy it, she always felt that it was too offensive for Yusu to ask directly. Did he think that there was not so much as a hint of a possibility that she personally boiled it? Recalling again the noodles he had first laid for Yusu that day, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yusu's words were insinuating and conspiratorial. This was made by my lady herself. Yusu had a delicate mind and immediately understood what Ji Lingrua was thinking, and hurriedly coaxed. Really? Senior sister is actually so good at making soup? Then I'm really blessed. Humph. I'll count on you. Open your mouth. Coaxing his senior sister never made Yusu feel bored. Instead he was happy to see his senior sister being fooled. He looked up and opened his mouth wide to catch the spoon. And the slight movement inevitably brought up some of the covers, revealing the broad shoulders underneath. It was then that Yusa noticed that he was very clean. Just naked. Sister. What's wrong? Where are my clothes? Ji Lingrua seemed to remember something huge that was difficult to talk about. Her heartbeat accelerated. Her chest rose and fell, and the roots of her ears swished red. How do I know? Drink up. Oh. Next will be a couple of easy chapters requesting reviews to catch up on reading or two. End of chapter. Silently listening to the cicadas. The moon gradually eastward. The silver light whisked the mountains and shone on the hill, so that the ancient charm of the old mansion is like a layer of snowfrost. After finishing the soup, the senior sister went to rest at Yusu's repeated persuasion. Even though the senior sister was a night owl, she couldn't carry on taking care of Yusu for 2 days without shutting her eyes. Not to mention that Yusu himself couldn't let go of her, so he sternly ordered her to go to sleep. Yusu had already regained quite a bit of strength and was leaning his back on the bed, fumbling with the Qiankuan bag in his hand. He lied to his senior sister that this was the trophy that Wu Ping's stream lost to him after the defeat. It was a brocade pouch made with special materials. Using it to contain freshly picked lingji and other heavenly treasures could maximize the locking of its aura. It was a very valuable treasure. They couldn't use it anyway. He would sell it some other day for a large sum of money, then split it 50-50 with his senior sister. The young girl wiped the drool that flowed down her face and touched Yusa's head in relief, and also helped him clean the brocade bag. Can't blame Ji Lingrua for believing too easily. After all, after recognizing the owner of the Qiankuan bag can only be opened by injecting the owner's Xin Qi. In the eyes of outsiders, it's just a brocade bag with exquisite embroidery. And Yusu is the new owner of this Qiankuan bag. Want to eliminate the ban on the Qiankuan bag? There are 2 ways. One is extremely troublesome. Need to go to the Tianqi Divine Mountain to ask the array master to carry out the complicated unbinding program. The other is extremely simple. That is, let the old owner of the Qiankuan bag disappear. Want to re-emerge into a masterless thing Qiankuan bag to establish a connection is also extremely easy. And the nature of the nestling plot similar to who is the first to enter the Xian Qi into the person, who is its new master. Yusu mobilized the Xian Qi recovered in his body to input it, and he suddenly felt a conscious connection, which gave the feeling as if this Qiankuan bag was not a separate small space at all, but a branch of his own sea of consciousness. The wide array of items inside seemed as if they were placed in Yusu's mind, and as long as he wanted to, he could immediately take out what he wanted. Yusu was also taking stock of the hard-earned crossroads in his head. The space inside wasn't really that big, with a set of sandalwood tables and chairs taking up most of it. Underneath it, there were also 3 different sets of tea sets, as well as a few jars of different teas that were elegantly packaged. So it could be seen that Ling Jinran really loved tea. Yusu also didn't think that such a repulsive-faced evil cultivator would actually have a side of attachments, and only found it strange and reasonable. And then to look in detail. Arranged a lot of Yusu did not know the role of the magic weapon apparatus. It's more or less stained with evil. Think must be Ling real people for evil use. A few canonical books caught Yusu's attention, titled Rui Royal Wind Technique, General Selection of 5 Elements Techniques, and General Knowledge of Spiritual Treasures. and spots of dried blood could still be seen on their aged pages. Clearly these were stolen goods that Ling Jinwen had seized from others. Strange to say, it was clear that he had never learned these words, but he recognized their meaning naturally. Yusu briefly flipped through it. Except for this Rui Royal Wind art, which was a bit interesting. The other two books should be the basic books of the Spiritual Treasure sect. No wonder Ling Jinwen would falsely claim that he was from the Spiritual Treasure sect, although the content of these two books is generalized, but the same within the mystery. For this time Yusu was a rare good thing. He was a sword cultivator since childhood, and his master had only taught him sword techniques, so he knew almost nothing about the other uses of Xianqi except for playing with the sword. These two books are an excellent way for him to recognize Xianqi. Immediately after that, Yusu also flipped through several books about evil cultivators, and Yusu also knew from the names of these feats the name of Ling Jinwen's original clan, the Royal Evil Sect, which he secretly memorized in his heart. However, he was not interested in the techniques of evil cultivators. Only a copy of the Evil Sneak Atlas could catch his attention, and he had flipped through it for a long time, but he could not find any evil sneaks that were similar to his senior sister's mother. Other than that, they were all miscellaneous items of little value. But unexpectedly, a large amount of spirit stones were also turned up, which was the currency used in the immortal cultivation world, and in addition to its high transaction value, it could also be used as a means of quickly recovering Xianqi. With such a windfall, Yusu could truly be considered a family man. He took out the Order of Warding Off Evil, which had already returned to its emerald green color, and turned it over and played with it in his fingertips. While thanking Realist Ling, he also began to carefully reflect on the changes that had occurred around him and in himself over the past few days. He already had a preliminary judgment on the ins and outs of the matter. For some unknown reason, Ling Jing'an had set his sights on the Yuanyang sword sect, and his original plan should have been to use an evil spirit to invade my body, so that I would be thrown into a state of confusion to cooperate with him in killing himself and his senior sister, Shifu Nyang. And this plan was not only seen through by himself, but also cut off from the beginning by the sword of senior sister Nyang. Sure enough, Shifu Nyang's sword was not meant to kill me, but to cut off the dream centipede on my neck. She saved me, but I misunderstood her. The evil spirit that contaminated his senior sister's wife should be very powerful, causing him to see the lamp-raising ghost only after he had seen them in his dream, as Realist Ling had expected, and allowing Realist Ling to misunderstand that his plan was going smoothly. Later on, that battle with Ling Jinjin also had a lot of incomprehensible aspects. For example, why did I suddenly see the monster turned manager Ling? If it was because my cultivation was sufficient, then I should have been able to see him to begin with. And what he had on him was clearly an evil spirit of the genus flesh and blood. And according to what Makoto Ling said, the powers of the trans family are not universal. So what was the reason I could suddenly see him? Yusu ventured a reasonable guess. What was on his senior sister's wife was not one evil spirit, but two. The one attached to the senior sister was an evil spirit of the genus flesh and blood, while the one inside the senior lady was an evil spirit of the genus Dreammaster. And they were of extremely high authority, which was what caused Ling Jinwen to completely give up resisting after realizing it. So after eating the piece of rotting flesh cut off by my senior sister, I also entered evil and possessed a surge of flesh and blood power, and was even able to briefly regain my vision, eventually turning the tables. On this level, both Sifu and Sifu had saved themselves once, despite being in the evil. Thinking about this, Yusu had mixed feelings. It was as if he saw how hard the road ahead would be. He needed to hide the fact that the three of them were possessed from everyone while still searching for a way to help them get rid of the evil spirits. But he won't regret his choice. It doesn't matter anymore. What Ling Jinjin? What Lord? What divine enlightenment out of the clouds mess? None of them can stop me. Yusu pinched the Order of Warding Off Evil in his hand tightly and roared heavily in his heart, like a scaly lion facing the hyenas surrounding it but not yielding. Suddenly, he sensed a strange movement in the evil preventing order, and it even trembled slightly. Yusu did not know why, until he injected the Xianqi Peixi order to restore calm, while a few columns of text appeared in his mind. The Tianqi Divine Mountain in Nanyang Continent offered a great sacrifice to the immortal ancestors, but the dream-eating ghosts stole the altar treasures and fled, and I am afraid that they have already reached the territory of Zhongyuan Continent. Anyone who holds an order to ward off evil spirits from Mount Everest should report back promptly if they have any clues. Remember, those below the Feather Realm must not act rashly. Hunko Divine Mountain's Evil Expelliarmus Department. As soon as Yusuf finished reading, before he had time to think, he felt that his eyelids weighed more than 1,000 pounds and fell asleep. End of chapter. Every encounter with his sister in the dream was against such a dimly lit backdrop. It's either the wee hours of the morning when it will be bright, or the night when the stars and moon are high in the sky. Good evening, elder brother. Yusu looked at the salivating monster senior sister. Sensing the joy in her tone, he gently returned. Good evening, Senior sister. Senior brother. I'm not lying, am I? Isn't the solid spirit pill really powerful? Saying that, the monster even cocked up its thick giant body that should be able to be called a hand. In a rather proud manner, doubtful light appeared in Yusu's heart. How could the senior sister ask such a question? Could it be that she knows it all? Yeah, it's really awesome. The senior sister, however, ignored Yusu's words and continued to ask, is senior brother wondering why I know that you would find the solid spirit pill powerful? Yusu was briefly silent for a few moments. A feeling arose in him that all of his secrets had nothing to hide in front of the senior sister, and everything he did was seen by it. Can tell me? You. The senior sister stood up, tall and imposing, but her voice was as sweet as ever. Elder brother, you actually saw me at the first glance, right? Yusu couldn't believe his ears. As if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His whole body was numb, knowing that continued deception would only be self-deception. He quavered, you saw it coming? The monster, however, bent over in laughter as if he couldn't help it. Elder brother, why are you so stupid? Here's your dream. What kind of blind man dreams and wants to be blind? Yusu recalled the scene when he first met the monster sister. Tense moments, tense strings. He did not realize that he was in a dream world, so he acted as desperately as he did, but it turned out to be like a clown in the eyes of his sister. But you, why do you keep acting like you don't notice? These words seemed to have asked about the sadness of the senior sister, and it slightly turned its back, as if it didn't want Yusu to see itself again, and those sticky liquids began to ooze out of its body again. Yusu looked at these open and closed sores and had long ago learned from experience that when it was very happy or sad, it would start secreting those liquids on its body. Would elder brother have dared to come to see me if he had become like me? Dare you? Yusu lowered her eyelids. The answer to that question obvious. I wouldn't dare. Elder brother also doesn't want to expose his ugliest side to the eyes of those closest to him, right? The senior sister turned around again, her 6 fish eyes gently looking at the floor. But I dare. Let me hide from senior brother forever. How is that possible? You must have been terrified when you first saw me like this, right? But I was also afraid to face you off. I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to help but directly strike out at me. So when I first saw elder brother, I had to pretend that I didn't know you could see me, so that you wouldn't dare to say that you could see me. I didn't expect that elder brother really cooperated with me to act as well. Senior brother, your acting skills are really good, eh? You used to. Didn't you always lie to me? Too? Hearing his senior sister's words, Yusu only felt his heart like a knife. He only hated why the earliest one to be possessed by the evil spirit was not himself. How could it be? I never lie to my senior sister. But you're even lying about that. That night, when you rhetorically asked me, so you're not my senior sister then? I was really happy and it made me determined that the next time we meet, I'll come clean with you. The candlelight shone on the side of Yusu's face, tracing out soft lines. If it's me who's been struck by evil, senior sister is the same. That I won't. I'm sure I'll run away without you. Then I'll chase you and scare you for the rest of your life. Senior sister's fish eyes closed tightly. Happy, sad, helpless, sad. All kinds of emotions intertwined in its body. It slowed down for a long time, before gently said, but I can't scare elder brother for the rest of my life. Yusu suddenly sat up with great force and said firmly, don't say anything demoralizing, I will definitely cure you all. The senior sister was stunned before she softly replied back, I trust senior brother. Alright, let's talk about the solid spirit pill. Elder brother should have guessed that it's actually flesh cut from my body, right? The evil spirit that contaminated me is a very powerful one. It's called Tai Sui. Its meat has infinite uses, and is not the same as other evil spirits. If you eat its meat, you won't really get evil. At most it's just a bit of evil aura. And when you have completely absorbed it, you'll be no different from a normal person. That's why I dared to give it to senior brother. How could I harm him? It's not really evil? Yusu's heart was a bit thankful, but not for the fact that he didn't get hit by the evil, but because without it he was able to better roam around outside looking for a way to get rid of the evil for them. What about the Shifu mother? What kind of evil spirit is Shifu? I don't know. All I know is that the evil spirit in her body and the Tai Sui came together. And what is their purpose? I don't know. But I don't think it's for the purpose of eating me and Sure Maiden, but for another purpose. Otherwise I couldn't still be here talking to you. Yusu frowned and continued to ask with concern. Senior sister, tell me honestly, is it painful? Painful? Senior sister slightly tilted her head, like she was recalling something. Actually it's okay. Nothing more than occasionally becoming like this in reality. Then my brain gets dizzy and I can't tell who I am. I feel like I'd become bloodthirsty and frenzied, and smelling that pure Xian Qi in senior brother's body. I'd want to rush out and eat senior brother up, including now. I've been holding back saying that, it pointed to the sticky liquid that kept flowing out from its own body. This thing, in fact, is my saliva. Every time I feel something wrong outside, I'll rush back to my room and hold back for a while. It's not that easy for it to occupy me completely, Sister said lightly, but Yusu heart like a knife. As if he saw with his own eyes that rotten young girl hiding in the room painfully rolling on the floor, looking into the mirror in horror, tugging at their own body to grow strange flesh and blood, and then rely on amazing perseverance to fight through the suffering over and over, and finally replaced with that naive face to face themselves. Wasn't Shifu struggling in the same agony? Tomorrow I'll take you guys out of Exodus Cloud City and we'll go to Divine Mountain. There will definitely be a way to find a way to save you all. Elder brother, you're working too hard. You're already tired from dealing with that bad guy. Don't worry, they won't be able to help us for a while, because Elder Mother is a very powerful person. What's wrong with Shifu? Not only has the senior mistress not been completely devoured by that evil spirit either, but the senior mistress seems to have mastered a bit of the power that only that evil spirit has, and she has hidden a part of our consciousness in the depths of your sea of consciousness, so that we have been able to maintain our final clarity in the face of the evil spirit's encroachment. That's why you'll see us as soon as you drift off into a dream. So it is. The last of this chapter 200 words were written in a hurry just now, and I'm just now correcting them, so I'm sorry to those who read it first. I'm kneeling down for you or two. End of chapter. Up to this point, Yusu finally eliminated quite a few doubts in his mind. How did senior sister know I ran into a bad guy? That was the source of the greatness of the carrion that Sifu knew she had seen. It was the senior mother who told me, including the sword that the senior mother stabbed you with before, not to kill you, but because she had long ago realized that there were other evil spirits in your neck. Well, I thought of that. Yusu nodded. Will elder brother blame us for not telling you and not daring to help you when we knew elder brother was in danger? I'm sure you and Sure Maiden had your reasons for doing this. Yusu always spoke this gently to those close to him, and as he looked at the monster master sister, there was no trace of dissimilarity under his eyes for a long time. Besides, one of you helped me cut down the hidden dangers, and one of you gave me the spirit pill. You've both done me a great favor. Senior brother, you are so kind. Elder sister's tone was gentle, just listening to the voice as if she saw a green young girl being nodding and shy. Actually, it's not that we don't want to help you, it's that we can't. Can't? Shifu told me that consciousnesses don't exist elsewhere for long, because they are like wanderers on the outside who spontaneously return to the main consciousness, and the best way to delay their return to the one is for the divided consciousnesses to avoid intersecting with reality. That is to say, try to let the separated consciousness also play the role of an independent individual, and preferably also differ from its real self. In fact, elder brother has also long felt that elder mother and I are a little different from reality, right? No wonder I've long felt that the monster version of Sifu was less haughty and more honest than she is in reality. While Sifu was consistently reticent, she's much more aloof in her dreams. The senior sister and the senior lady that I saw in my dream were like their real-life doppelgangers, living in my dream like the old grandpa who lived in the ring of the protagonist. Yusu heard, only feel that the teacher is really extraordinary woman. Actually can in the desperate situation of the evil spirit to borrow the power of the evil spirit to do this kind of heavenly things. But senior sister, then if you explain all this to me now, won't it also prompt your return? Return, which may sound like a cozy word, means a cold disappearance for the dreaming master sister, and a terrible disaster for the real one. Since I decided that I would come clean with senior brother at this meeting, I won't go back on my decision. I will probably sleep for a while next, closing my consciousness off. Likewise, senior brother should not mention anything about the evil spirits to us in reality. After all, in there, that is, the main consciousness's perspective, you don't know that they've been struck by evil. It would be even more painful for you to realize that they have been hit by evil yet. If the Lord's consciousness is made aware of its absence, it will hasten our return. You need to act as if you don't know anything, as you have always done. In order to do that, only then can you keep putting it off until elder brother finds a way to save us. But you can't be in a hurry. Oh, recuperating your injuries and getting stronger first is the most important thing you should do. Words Yusu only feel the pain of the heart. You know the other side is suffering, but can only pretend to be unaware of the appearance of cold eyes, and the only thing you can do is to go behind her back to try to find a way to save her. Although the hope is very slim. I will. Yusu's voice was heavy and strong. The senior sister got up again and said somewhat sadly, I, a tired person, am saddened by the thought that I won't be able to see my senior brother for some time, but I can't bear to see my senior brother stay so confused, so there's nothing I can do about it. The candlelight rode the breeze and swayed. The monster's shadow swayed. On this grotesque flesh, Yusu couldn't see any evil or wickedness. He could only see a warm and sensitive heart hidden underneath the slimy pieces of flesh. Do you shed tears even in your dreams? Yusu tasted the salty, wet flavor coming from his own lips, and had an answer. When she saw that Yusu's eyes were actually red, she walked in place twice at a loss for words. She wanted to stretch out her hand to wipe away Yusu's teardrops, but she didn't dare to touch him with her own body, so she could only freeze in place in a daze. Yusu's own small arm wiped, regaining his stoic face. He did not fear his senior sister's hand that stopped in midair and gently pasted it. The fleshy arm covered with tiny tentacles trembled slightly. The hand of his senior sister was cold and wet and sticky. Yusu enjoyed it and didn't feel a single bit of revulsion. He reached out and took his sister's hand in a backhanded grip, not minding the oozing flesh sores and slippery fluids, as he said in his most solemn tone, "Senior sister, trust me, I will definitely save you." It was a vow that the teenager had said to himself many times in his mind, and this time he finally made the promise in person to her. In front of the candles and under the moon, they set up a sea vow. I'm sure Sifu no longer resisted being touched by him either, and her spiraling mouthpiece swirled slightly, as if she were laughing or crying. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The candlelight slanted slightly, and the shadows of the two men overlapped closely. Eventually it was Sifu who broke free first, and it took a somewhat hasty step back before awkwardly raising her right hand, as she had forced herself to raise her sword with difficulty earlier, as she was saying goodbye. Sister, elder brother, it's time for you to wake up." Before he could say no, the colors in Yusu's eyes began to stir together again until they were muddy, and a strong sense of falling woke him up, and the world he saw again was still the same familiar chaos. Yusu stroked down the thin quilt and supported himself, wanting to get up to breathe the cool air outside. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. Before he fell asleep, he was obviously leaning on the bed. How come he woke up in a lying position, and the quilt was also covered properly? Jilingrua's even breathing gave him the answer. It turned out that she still can't rest assured. Secretly ran to Yusu's room to prepare to continue to keep watch over him all night. But in the end, she couldn't carry the body's fatigue, and had long since fallen asleep on the wooden table. The forest leaves shook their shadows, and the night mist enveloped the bright moon, shedding a piece of the clear light of Brahma. The white-clothed fairy stood on the branch of the ancient tree, her shadow long and graceful. Her face seems to be covered with a foggy veil, calling out to people who can't really see it, reminding people of the distant lonely mountains, and reminding people of the spiritual autumn water. 3,000 strands of green silk were tied into an elegant bun, and a green jade hairpin crowning it couldn't stop it from fluttering and drooping on her shoulders, just as her simple dress, which was as light as a lotus and devoid of decoration, could not hide the amazing curves underneath. She is not colored by the moonlight, but the moon is more beautiful because of her. Elegance and purity surround her. She is like the first snow that falls into the earth. You just look at her and feel that she shouldn't be here. She belongs to the cloud-covered fairy mountain. The fairy quietly looked in one direction, cupping a piece of jade in her hand that was dense with emerald light and had already cooled down, slightly frowning her far dye-like eyebrows. The elegant and magnificent sword on the side of his waist began to vibrate strangely at this exact moment, and the frequency also accelerated. The fairy held it in her hand and surveyed the sword, which, it had no scabbard. At this time, a deafening bellowing cry suddenly came from the sword to break the silence. He shouted on, "You what they are up to? Did you know that my disciple almost died? That chapter later might be rough, so don't read it yet. Wait for me to change it and read it tomorrow." End of chapter. How on earth did you become a master mother? If it weren't for the fact that my old mother is carrying his fate card, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know that my disciple died one day. Old mother, if my disciple dies, the inheritance of the Yuan Yang sword sect will be broken. Then my father and my mother can't even fulfill their last wish. You say you good, meaning you. This Yuan Yang sword my mother even I don't want to pass on, but teach you an outsider. Instead of letting my mother learn that man learned Yuan Yang sword, you have now become some kind of laborious lotus sword venerable. Forgetting your roots, you. Forgetting how you promised before my mother's death? Guan Chu Jun. I hope you are clear about one thing. It's not that Master Mother didn't want to pass on the Yuan Yang sword to you. It's that you simply couldn't learn it, so her old man could only find another way out. It is also your boast that you do not lose men forced to learn the Mandarin duck sword. As a result of the immortal death of the master, you have only learned a skin. Actually dare to accept disciples to mislead people. The fairy responded with cold words to the immortal sword in her hand, interrupting the chatter from across the room. You're full of. That's because I don't want to learn it, and you're the only one who thinks it's a treasure. Forgetting the time you learned it at my house? I can beat 10 of you with one pair of empty fists. And then I held the sword, and you never failed to concede defeat. The fairy's tone was very calm, but these words were like a sharp sword stabbing into the mouth of the irascible woman across the room, actually causing her to fall silent. I'm not going to talk to you about this useless stuff. Do you know that my mother's precious disciple is dying? No. What's the use of you knowing? You knew and he still almost died, didn't you? If you really knew, You shouldn't have let him be in such danger. The person on the opposite side of the sword. His voice became more and more high-pitched and impassioned. When my mother saw that his life card would be shattered, ran straight out of such a deep sea, and killed so many evil spirits before returning to land, she contacted you at the first opportunity. But you returned the word no to me as if nothing had happened. You come to tell me. You know why would you still put him in such danger? He did not tell me he needed help. He only asked me what to do with someone whose realm was higher than his. What did you say? I say just learn from your master. The woman on the other end of the sword was silent for half a second at her words, like the eerie quiet before a volcano erupts. He shouted on. Why are you so noble? Why do you let him learn from me? Does he have to beg you to save him when he's in danger? Do you know you're his teacher? First of all, I would have saved him even if he hadn't begged me. Secondly, I'm not his senior. That's just your bad taste. I've never answered him when he called me senior. If you really want to count, I'm at most his senior uncle. I don't care. Since I agreed to let you stay for 10 years to penetrate your broken red dust, you have to do what you promised me, and you have to guarantee the safety of my disciple. He is not the child in your eyes who is still 10 years old. The fairy raised her white head and looked in the direction of Exodus Cloud City and faintly returned. How? Yusu's master asked in a rush of concern. There's an evil cultivator targeting him. What? Evil cultivators? You let him face the evil cultivators alone? I only told you to leave him alone to fight with those little kids. After all, my old lady is so powerful just because she grew up beating up other people. But I didn't tell you that you can even leave the evil cultivators alone. Do you want to hear it or not? Shifu's tone was cold and impatient. The man on the other end of the sword had to put away his temper resentfully, his tone easing slightly. Speak up. I have been practicing the red dust, and I have long since locked up all my Xian-Chi, unable to use half of it. By the time I realized that he was being targeted by evil cultivators, I had already seen the corpse of that dream centipede. A dream centipede? You're telling me that he, a blind man, found the dream centipede on his own and slaughtered it? That's right. He even seems to be taking the trick and fudging it with that evil cultivator. This kid is that smart? Are you trying to say that if he's so smart, how could he not see that you're a female for so many years? And that's why you couldn't resist a random joke for so many years? No, keep talking about yours. As I see it, he's a stubborn man, and once he's caught in a misstep, he's prone to losing his cool head. Just by not being able to see through the fact that the old lady is a pussy? Not only that, but the reason he never wanted me to help him wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he really thought I was a Shifu who needed his protection. Simply because I've told him many times that I don't have cultivation, and he's convinced of that. The renowned venerable lotus sword of the 5 continents. Is he so thick-skinned, still needing a child to protect him? I have never lied to him from the beginning. I do have no cultivation, and what he would like to think is his business. He shouted on. I don't even know how to scold you. You can't scold me either. He can't hide under your shelter forever. If you wanted to, you wouldn't have left him alone and run beyond the 5 continents to seek that so-called truth. The cruelty on the path of cultivation. He will see it sooner or later. This evil cultivator is the best refining stone sent to his door? I'm the one who's sorry for him. Apologizing to me won't help. Come back alive and talk to him yourself. There was another long silence, and the fairy was touched inwardly. No matter how sarcastic she was, the mute one was still her best bosom friend, the only one she could talk to. At this very moment, the other party is hibernating alone in the most sinister corner of the world. She pursed her cherry lips and took the lead in breaking the silence with a gentle tone. You can rest assured that he crossed a large realm to kill that evil cultivator back. Or I'd say it's because my old mom taught me well. The woman on the other end recovered her medium chi. Her tone was quite proud. When my mother made a fuss about the divine mountain back then, if you didn't persuade me, who dared to stop me? The fairy didn't continue to be sarcastic. There's just one thing that's strange. Which bit? I couldn't use my Xian-Chi to sense that battle in detail. I only saw from afar that he was about to lose when he erupted with a powerful force to bounce back. Perhaps he has his own secrets and wonders that you and I don't know about. I know exactly what color pants this kid wore when he was a kid, so how come I start having secrets when I hand them over to you? Do you know how to teach a disciple or not? My disciple is the heaven's remarkable leader, Fairy Wangshu, while your disciple is just a layman who has only stepped into the spiritual platform realm. Don't fool the youth to be poor. Understand? I'm serious. If my disciple can't see you, why don't you let your female disciple who is the leader of the heavens remarks also learn the Mandarin sword? And how about giving Yusu as a Dao couple? This is also considered to fulfill my father's and my mother's wishes, so that the Yuanyang sword sect will be passed on, saving you an old woman from spoiling my tender and well-behaved disciple. If you don't want me to continue to protect your disciple, you can just say so and don't have to say this nonsense to disgust me. And what you need to know is that I'm not the only one in the world who knows how to love a sword. You're the only one my mother passed on to. When Yusu was 15, he found himself a senior sister. He was extremely gifted in swordsmanship, and he was able to teach people even the Mandarin swords that women practiced. What did you say? This kid got himself a wife? I wish all my readers a new year. There is a way to walk in the high mountains and a boat to cross the deep waters. I wish all my readers a new year. There is a way to walk on high mountains, and there is a boat to cross deep waters. I also want readers to husband the great collection of comments to read the tickets, all stuffed into my new pink book or two please la. End of chapter. The key to that statement is his amazing talent for the way of the sword, not the fact that he found himself a senior sister. If he's not gifted, can my mom teach him with those 3 strokes? You're pretty self-aware. Quickly tell me, how did he find it? This heaven and earth yin and yang acacia mandarin duck sword sect of mine hasn't had any fresh blood for a long time. Except for you who were desperate back then and the little Yusu I picked up. Or maybe it wasn't him who sought it out. It was someone who came to the door and took the initiative to pay homage. But I could tell that she was running towards Yusu. The fairy's tone was indifferent. These past events were 3 years ago, but it was like yesterday in her memories. Yo, the little brat is capable. What's the name of this second disciple of mine? What's his origin? How is his appearance? Does it look as good as your female disciple? The woman on the other end of the sword was quite joyful and asked a series of questions. Her name is Ji Lingruo. Her background is unknown but by no means simple. As for appearance, it has no meaning to Yusu and even less value to cultivators. TSK, you can pretend all you want. I see that once that heavenly immortal absolute colors list comes out, you don't know how proud you'll be when you realize you've won the top spot. I never felt that way. The fairy's tone remained coldly inaudible. Steeply, this sort of flowing light began to sway again, but not with the same regular vibrations as before. The fairy's autumn water-like eyes also showed some rare panic. Her tone at this point finally stopped being so rejecting. Chokin, what's wrong? It was only after a while that the rough female voice on the other end of the sword came again. Her speech was extremely fast. Word after word squeezed out from between her teeth as if she was giving an account of the aftermath. He shout on. You must guard my precious disciple until the day when I reunite with him. No. You must also keep a good eye on his senior sister. It wasn't easy for me to come out from the sea. I almost lost my 8 years of achievements. And even drew out that thing. It's true that I owe Yusu a lot. But what I'm doing right now is a great deal of business. Don't let me down. The sword's unruly swaying grew more and more intense. And the fairy gripped the hilt hard in a futile attempt to control the sword that had been with her for 100 years. Hey, come towards your auntie here. Evil spirits don't deserve to touch the earth. So go die for me. The word had not yet pushed the full momentum to the top, but it was like a broken ball of skin that rapidly deflated, until the sound could not be heard. The sword in his hand also calmed down at the same time, quietly reflecting the moonlight. Death. The fairy buried her forehead lightly and whispered to herself, and you're coming back alive. Then he put away his sword, tapped his toes to rise and fall among the trees, and disappeared into the silence of the night. In fact, there was one more thing she hadn't told. That was the night of the duel between Yusu and that evil cultivator. She sensed that another strange force was spying on the battle. She vaguely sensed that there was a bigger conspiracy behind the sudden appearance of this evil cultivator. She had to chase after him to investigate. Unfortunately, after chasing to this place, the clues were broken. Just at this time in the order to ward off evil spirits came the news of the appearance of dream-eating ghosts. That is, even in her heyday cannot be a person to fight against the powerful evil spirits. These two events seemed to have no connection in all probability, but at her level of cultivation, she already had a vague sense of heavenly destiny. Through the dark fog-shrouded night, she seemed to see a huge dark cloud that was quietly gestating on Izumo City. She couldn't tell Guan Jun about this matter as well. That would only add to his worries. Under that kind of danger, what Guan Jun should be more concerned about than his own disciple's life card, should be his own life. Yusu stood up straight, lamenting the strength of this body's current recovery. At this moment, other than the dark pain everywhere in his body, he had already recovered quite a bit of his chi. He pretended that he could see the young girl's baggage-free sleeping face and shook his head somewhat helplessly. It was obvious that she was already sleepy like this, but she had to force herself to take care of her senior. Yusu gently picked up Ji Ling Ruo from the bend of his leg. He was not convenient to enter his senior sister's room, so he wanted to put her on his own bed. The feeling of the hand. Only feel the senior sister soft as if boneless. Soft jade warm fragrance embraced a full embrace. The senior sister sleeps very well, but also greedily rubbed at the arm of Yusu, sleeping her more delicate and lovely than in the day, like a small soft snake. Yusu didn't stay with the wonderful feeling coming from his arm and covered the quilt for his senior sister. The thin quilt was close to the body, lining out the delicate and incipient curves of the young girl. Yu-Su is not an absolute gentleman. Just the thought of his sister's suffering makes his heart ache, so he can't have any charming thoughts. He reached out and touched his sister's head and left the room, silently cheering for this strong girl. It wasn't only his senior sister who had to refuel, but also Yu-Su himself. Since he was no longer sleepy, he had to seize every second to become stronger in order to do so. Wasting any time would be a luxury for him. And in his room, if he lit a burning lamp, he could see the blushing face of the young girl like the tender petals of a stamen. After she sensed that elder brother had already entered the courtyard, she quietly whirled around and buried her head in Yu-Su's pillow, greedily breathing in the scent belonging to elder brother like a little beast with endless demands. The roots of the only exposed ear also grew redder and redder. Yu-Su plopped down on the stone chair, becoming more and more grateful to have obtained such a treasure as the Chinkuan bag. If he just obtained these texts, he, a blind man, would not even have the means to learn on his own. The only way might be to continue to lie to his senior sister and ask her to read them to him. But these things, which were clearly items from the top-grade Sex Spirit Treasure sect, did not look like a bet that someone from this small, remote town could take. Even if the senior sister was stupid, she should have noticed the clues, and that would be contrary to the instructions of the senior sister in the dream. But with the Chinkuan bag it becomes different. He can directly in the sea of consciousness to read these books, such as his own personal reading. In the all-silent night, Yu-Su closed his eyes, his clear and cold face hidden in the darkness. What he was most interested in was naturally the marvelous arts that Ling Jing'an could use with the lift of his hand. So the first one he opened was the general selection of 5 elemental arts. Not only are many of the basic jutsu recorded therein, but the jutsu themselves are also explained in some detail. The heavenly Tao of this world was made up of countless different authorities that worked together to construct the rules by which this world operated. A jutsu is a power that is exerted by borrowing authority from the heavenly Tao. Most spells require the chanting of incantations of varying lengths and meanings, essentially to resonate with the heavenly Tao and thus gain partial control over the corresponding rules. Although the content of the book is basic, but wins in the rich, Yu-Su never heard of, cannot help but be intoxicated by which read with gusto, while reading also pinched up the fingers, began their own practice in the arts. End of chapter. The sun is rising. It is not a blazing cloud of fire that rolls up into the sky, but a white wave of morning sunlight that unfolds toward the heavens and lifts the night sky farther and farther away. At this moment when light and darkness were about to alternate, a fire suddenly flickered from Yu-Su's fingertips. Just before he had time to get excited, he flung up his hands at the sudden burning sensation that had come to him, and the ignition spell, which had been so successful, ended its brief and unglamorous debut. Yu-Su was a bit frustrated, thinking that this spell was really useless. How could it be summoned and still be able to burn itself? Think carefully and feel that this is reasonable. This fire is originally from the words of the curse to the heaven to borrow the power to form. The heaven for all things in the world are naturally equal. How can there be favoritism to your side of the reason? There were many prohibitions written in the general selection of 5 elemental techniques, and one of them said that it was strictly forbidden for members of the clan to privately learn high-level techniques. There is also a detailed explanation below, which roughly states that when using a jutsu, one needs to have the ability to use and withstand the borrowed authority themselves in order to be able to do so. For example, the fact that Yu-Su would be scalded by this ignition technique meant that his body's heat resistance at this time was not yet enough to perform this technique. After practicing more to adapt to this temperature, or supplementing some fire attribute heavenly materials, he would be able to perform it freely, putting aside the various innate Tao species that were very affable to the heavenly Tao. The higher the level of the jutsu, the harder it was to control. The double-edged sword of the jutsu might have taken one's own life before it had even stabbed into someone else's body, and it might even spill over into the pool of fish. So the slightly more powerful arts were strictly controlled by the major clans, and if you wanted to learn them you had to prove that you had the talent to match them. Yu-Su continued to try a few more times. The fire would come out on his fingertips every time. The success rate of this fire pointing technique was already enough to be called 100 hits. The only shortcoming was that it lasted for a very short time because Yu-Su felt it was hot. Although it was only an entry-level fire attribute technique, being able to master it to such an extent in just one night's work was already enough to shock the old immortal masters in the immortal sect who specialized in techniques. In the final analysis, no matter whether it's a sword technique or an art, it requires precise Xian-Chi control. Yu-Su's sword technique is wonderful. The ability to control Xian-Chi is naturally not bad. As long as it is not a physique that is not at all interested in magic techniques, it will naturally be easier to learn. It was just that Jilin Ruo was afraid that it would be difficult to learn. Thinking of his senior sister's poor Xian-Chi control, Yu-Su felt a bit of a headache. Without coincidence, Jilin Ruo happened to also walk out of Yu-Su's room at this time. She rubbed her sleepy eyes while shaking her little head in a sleepless manner. She did not apply powder. Face is already extremely beautiful. Just even the hair are lazy comb bundle. Let it loose. Dress is also a little loose, revealing a light pink brocade chest and a large area of soft and glistening skin. Anyway, Yusu couldn't see it, and the occasional unconventionality Ji Lingrua had long been indifferent. Yusu, who asked you to carry me to your bed to sleep? The young girl found that Yusu was actually sitting right in the courtyard and hurriedly questioned. I'm afraid you're uncomfortable sleeping on the table, and I don't dare to enter your room, so I have to do this. Anyway, I have slept for 2 days and 1 night, and I am very refreshed. Do you know that your bed stinks to high heaven? Hurry up and wash it. The young girl looked disgusted, then asked suspiciously. You didn't make a move on me when I was asleep, did you? Yusu naturally know that he is a neat and tidy person. The senior sister is nothing more than deliberately picking a fight, so he did not bother to argue. Stood up straight and righteous. When I hugged you, I only felt like a butcher, holding a pig on the vegetable farm, and I just hated to unload the goods quickly. How can I still have non-thinking? Ji Lingrua actually didn't get angry when she heard this. She just raised the corner of her mouth in a smug arc and said, Yawn, this young lady is hungry. Since you can even hold a pig, go make breakfast. The heart is proudly thought, obviously secretly hugged that tight, but also unauthorized to touch the head of this lady. The result in front of my face but have to pretend to be a benevolent gentleman appearance, when it really is the mouth is not the heart. Yusu is also the intention. He is like a child who just got a new toy, can't wait to perform some newly learned techniques. Of course, the premise is not to be discovered by the senior sister. Ji Lingrua had already gone to wash up, while Yusu sat in front of the stove and strangled his hand and recited a magic spell, changing a spark to ignite the withered grass used to start the fire. Feeling the fire grow, Yusu's interest in the way of arts and crafts intensified. On the sword path alone, the effect of practicing hard is very little. Yusu want to have refinement must have other opportunities, and the art of the way he will only be introduced. The growth of the space is great. Obviously this is the best way for him in order to quickly become stronger. Today's breakfast is quite formal. 2 light fried vegetables plus a millet porridge configuration, almost formal meal. However, this is no way out of the matter. Yusu after a big battle and then sleep for 2 days. The body has long been empty, urgently need to replenish energy. Ji Lingrua is a foodie. In the morning you can eat salty and sweet taste, naturally eat nourishing flavor. See Yusu devouring look. Will bear the pain to cut their own share also divided by Yusu half. And skimmed the mouth beautifully said, this lady cannot eat. This is a reward for you. After eating breakfast, Ji Lingrua ordered Yusu to go to rest. These 2 broken bowls by her to wash it. But the girl's thin skin does not allow her to show unwarranted kindness. So she asked Yusu for a huge amount of silver for hard work. Yusu paid the money as if it was a pity, only to realize that his senior sister was really the best senior sister under the sky. Yusu sat on the bed and stroked his tightly aching heart. He was indeed very good at acting, as the monster sister had said, and he naturally got along with Ji Lingrua as in the past. Only behind these playful jokes was the grief that Yusu had hidden deep in his heart. He secretly decided that he would let his senior sister spend every moment of her sobriety happily until the day she got completely better. Suddenly remembered that his senior sister said that his bed stinks, so he removed the pillowcase bedsheet and replaced it with a new one, during which his nose was also tickled by the young girl's falling hair. He hugged the old mat and took a deep breath. He really didn't feel stinky. Instead there was a fragrance exclusive to young girls. However, since the senior sister said stink, then simply give it a wash. Also counted to please a senior sister's heart. Ji Lingrua was still cleaning the bowl by the cistern, when she suddenly saw Yusu walking out with a pile of cloths and mats. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be going out to wash his clothes. Hey, Yusu, what are you doing if you don't get some rest? Washing the sheets? Didn't senior sister say it stinks? Or is it that senior sister wants to help me wash them? You'll have to order less this time. Yusu smiled faintly and returned, already expecting the senior sister to say really good and other compliments. You. Ji Lingrua's pretty face twisted together, not knowing whether she should be happy or angry. Not only did Yusu's sheets not stink, they even had a woodsy fragrance. She let Yusu go to wash the bedsheet. Is just shame. Embarrassed to let the senior brother sleep again, she slept with the fabric. However, now that she saw that Yusu actually wanted to wash the bedsheet so dryly, instead it was as if she disliked herself for having slept on it. She felt angry in her heart again. What's wrong with me? Yusu boasts of a delicate mind, but there are times when you can't understand a young girl's thoughts. Ji Lingrua, on the other hand, grit her teeth lightly, unable to speak. In her heart, she cursed Yusu for being a stupid donkey. Sooner or later, one day she would be angry with him. Bang! The door was kicked open at first, interrupting the good time the two were having, as a group of people burst in with a loud voice, two toadying teenagers walking at the end, shouting, Shashia sect, Investigate the case. If you like this book, don't keep it too long. You might just kill it for the new book. End of chapter. Within a short period of time, the not-so-big clan house was filled with more than a dozen cultivators dressed in uniform Taoist robes. They self-consciously divided themselves to the left and right, leaving the center for the two teenagers who were clearly more expensively dressed. The two teenagers, one tall and handsome, the other thin and lewd, were precisely Wu Chang and Wu Ping, who had come out earlier to investigate the disappearance of Master He. Wu Ping is ugly in appearance and very short. Putting aside the faults between Yu Su and his two masters, it is also impossible for him to become friends with Yu Su, because as long as he sees this gorgeous skin of Yu Su, he hates to trample this person into the dirtiest mud. Seeing that Yu Su was actually holding a bedsheet in his hand, he couldn't help but sneer. Yo, Grand Swordsman, you is going to wash his clothes? How can you do that? You have to hold a sword in both hands. How can you do this kind of work? Those minions on the side of the words were still letting out snorts of laughter, not knowing whether they were really amused or were acting in conjunction with their own masters. Mr. Ping is wrong. There is a great deal to be learned from washing clothes, and it is very helpful in controlling Xin Qi. Otherwise, ask these subordinates around you how they are so much more powerful than Prince Ping, who only needs to hold a sword all day long. These words poked Wu Ping's pain. He was different from his own brother Wu Chang. His natural talent was extremely poor. He could only rely on his genius brother in Shouxiao sect elder father's name all day long in the Exodus Cloud City, and even mixed up a Shouxiao sect inner disciple's seat. But to say that hard power, he could only be considered the bottom of the list in the Shouxiao sect. He viciously cut a glance at Yu Su, and then more carefully observed the reactions of these outer disciples around him. But wherever someone dared to show a different expression, he would definitely let him go back and eat his words. After observing this, he didn't rush towards Yu Su to scold him back, but quietly came to his brother's side and asked in a thin voice, "Brother, is what he said true?" Wu Chang did not reply, but only glanced faintly at his own wasteful younger brother, and Wu Ping hurriedly shut up and shrunk his body back when he saw this. Wu Chang took out a token from his sleeve with the engraved on it word, "City Lord," with a godly face. He said in a strong voice, "The Shouxiao sect has obtained permission from the City Lord's office to come here to investigate the case of the disappearance of Shouxiao sect's disciple He Qimiao. All of you cooperate actively. No resistance." Yu Su narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. The other party had obviously come prepared this time. Previously, Wu Ping, Wu Chang and the others making things difficult for themselves should have been authorized by the elders behind them who had been humiliated by their master. But now, I'm afraid that their repeated defiance had turned the conflict between the older generation on both sides into their own. Otherwise, it would be impossible for their actions to become more and more aggressive, from begging for a match individually in the past to actually being able to come to the door today. As for the investigation of the case in their mouths, naturally it is bull *******, because Yu Su knew that Master He had long been eaten by that lamp-raising ghost. Where can he still find it? If they really cared so much about Master He, they wouldn't have let the demented him wander around alone. I don't know how your clan wants to investigate? Yu Su piled the fabric in his hands on the edge of the window next to him, his tone cold and dangerous. What do you say? Search me. Wu Chang pressure is not afraid of Yu Su. He is 20 years old this year. Is the Shouxiao sect young generation of the best? Yu Su 18 years old into the spirit stage. He is the same 18 years old. Is the Shouxiao sect nowadays the focus of cultivation objects? In fact, he didn't hate Yu Su at first and didn't even recognize him. It was just that his master asked him to go and find Yu Su for a match, so that he could crush Yu Su. He originally thought it was just a simple task, but Yu Su avoided fighting every time, which made it very painful for him who couldn't fulfill his master's expectations. And he wanted to fight Yu Su more and more, but Yu Su just looked at himself every time with his goggle-eyed eyes and ran away. Later, he began to use sneak attack various methods, only hope that Yu Su can return the hand. But this turtle-like young man seems to have no blood general, easily avoid his attack after fleeing, never out of the hand, seems to be disdain. Facing other people, he was a humble and courteous teenage genius. Only facing Yu Su, he felt himself getting more and more twisted. Yu Su was like a demon in his heart, and he desperately wanted to see a look of disappointment and regret on the face of this teenager who seemed to always be as quiet as still water. Fortunately, he was not the only one in this town who hated Yu Su, and he would be the first of them to succeed in thwarting Yu Su, and he felt fastidious. The outer disciples beside him listened to his orders, so they acted like currents of water, ready to turn this dilapidated old mansion upside down. I'll see who dares. Yu Su bellowed to stop the movement of the crowd, and as a result, it pulled the not yet healed internal injuries, and actually coughed, and the chi was also deflated on the ground. The crowd saw this, they all laughed, only to feel that Yu Su Fong was not shouting "See who dares," but asked "See who does not dare." Jilingrua do not like to see the stranger. At first did not show up. At this time to see Yusu coughing even jogged out. She close to the side of Yusu. A face of concern to help Yusu's arm, but also helped him pat the back. When Yusu slowed down a bit, he said angrily to these intruders with a cross-eyed look. How can you investigate like this? Aren't you cultivators? Do you still need to look around like this to find someone? Seeing the beauty of Jilingrua appeared, Wu Ping face infatuation. For the first time to know Yusu Golden House hidden sister is actually this beauty. See Jilingrua even chest fullness against the arm of Yusu also do not care. He hated straight to gnash his teeth. Wu Chang, on the other hand, appeared very restrained and still had a righteous look on his face. He was very concerned about Yusu, so naturally it was impossible for him to have never seen Jilingrua. When he first glimpsed her, he felt that she was a beauty that shouldn't be found in this small town, but he only knew that she was Yusu's senior sister and didn't know her name. He thought indignantly many times, what makes such a woman the sister of Yusu? He was a blind man who was not qualified to appreciate this natural beauty. There was one more reason to hate Yusu. What the girl said is very true. I could have directly searched with my spirit weapon, but this blind man, Yusu, is not unusual. Who knows if he will use any evil techniques to seal my Uncle He's breath. Then I have to search with my naked eyes. Wu Chang narrated, and smiled. I wonder which one is the girl's boudoir. You pointed out. I will never let them trespass. After all, what you did with this blind man must not have anything to do with it. Jilingrua laughed back in anger, her eyes staring fiercely at the dignified fellow in front of her. Something with eyes but no pearls. My senior brother and I share the same breath and solidarity. You can't even see this and still want to use your dog eyes to search for something? Get lost. Jilingrua is bent towards Yusu. How can she be dissociated by this bad person who often bullies Yusu? She has long seen that these people are not here to investigate the case at all, but are specifically here to pick a fight. Wu Cheng's expression was still properly controlled. Not at all angry at the young girl's insults. He said nonchalantly, the girl is at ease. After we have searched a bit, we will naturally have a finalization. If there are no clues, I will personally make amends to the girl, but if we find clues, then your senior brother will have a hard time. Search me. Warmly. Your simple comment. A favorite. A catch-up read is enough to keep the author happily coding for the whole day. Happy face. End of chapter. Stop. I have a clue. Yusu bellowed, stopping the crowd. I met Uncle He. A trace of surprise flashed in Wu Cheng's eyes as he carefully measured Yusu's expression and asked, when did you meet it? August 12th. Wu Cheng sniffed and wrapped his arms around his chest, thinking, today is August 17th. Since Uncle He was often alone by nature, it was not unusual for him to be unseen occasionally, so the exact time of his disappearance could not be determined, but it could be roughly surmised to be between the 10th and the 13th, as he had also been seen on the 9th. This Yusu could accurately say amongst this interval just by blurting it out? Could it be that he really had a clue? Different from what Yusu guessed. Although the Shoxiao sect is usually indifferent to Uncle He, this time the disappearance of the Shoxiao sect's patriarch, that is, Wu Cheng's great attention to the investigation of the strength cannot be said to be not big. Wu Cheng and others investigated for several days to no avail. This is only for the sake of publicity. Naja swim suabit, but did not expect to really have gained. I'm warning you. False testimony is a felony that's enough to go to the immortal prison. Wu Cheng stared at Yusu with wide eyes. Yusu didn't pay any attention to him as he turned his head and said softly to Jilingrua, senior sister, you go back to your room and rest first. I have some things to say to them. Jilingrua was about to say no, when her jade hand was already grabbed by Yusu and gently pinched. Yusu's hand was wide and strong, so she couldn't help but want to trust him. She could only bite her lower lip and gave Yusu a concerned and complaining look before angrily glaring at the group and retreating to her room. Wu Ping looked at the young girl's luscious back all the way and salivated. Only after Jilingrua closed the door to her room did Yusu speak. At the 12th hour of the 12th day of the 8th month, I went out on the street to buy breakfast, and on my way back, I met Master He on Shilio Road. How can you, a blind man, be sure it's Uncle He? The two of you talked? No, but Uncle He has been demented for many years and unable to take care of himself, and is covered in the stench of feces and urine, as well as the smell of the medicine from the waking herb. He is the only one in all of Azumo who has such a unique smell. Are there any witnesses? Anyone who was on the street earlier can testify to that. I'm asking for witnesses who can prove that you met Uncle He. Wu Cheng's voice was loud and clear, as if he was interrogating a prisoner. Yusu glanced at Wu Cheng and laughed in exasperation. Wu Cheng, I think you should know better than me that the people who would go that way besides me are you guys. The you guys here are naturally talking about the teenage cultivators who often besiege Yusu on that well-traveled road. What do you mean? Wu Cheng roared out angrily, his hand already resting on the sword at his waist. I don't mean anything. If you doubt the truth of my words, You can ask the Divine Mountain's true word master to test me. Yu Su replied flatly. Even if the Shouxiao sect could really invite those honorable true speech masters, Yu Su would not be afraid in the slightest because everything he said was true. Wu Ping, on the other hand, jumped to the side and said, Yu Su, I think you're just bluffing. If you really number 12 has seen that little cutie, if you really saw that little cutie on the 12th, then how come no one on the 10th and 11th saw him? Before he disappeared, you were the only one who saw him in such a remote place. Combining the two, wouldn't you be the most suspicious person? Wu Chang gave his younger brother an approving look, and Wu Ping's expression complacent as he sensed his brother's look. Then Wu Ping, let me ask you, since even you know that I will be suspected if I admit to having met Master Yi, why should I admit to it? How do I know? Okay, then tell me what cultivation level uncle he is? Spirit platform realm perfection. I only broke through the spirit stage realm a short while ago. Are you thinking that I can beat Uncle He? Who is in the perfect spirit stage realm? How is that possible? Even if senior uncle is demented, it's still not something you, a shrinking violet, can fight. Wu Ping rolled his eyes. Indeed. Then let me ask you again. Is there anyone in this city who has a grudge against Uncle He? He's a little cutie, and has a cultivation skill that everyone avoids. Who would have a grudge against him? In that case, who would harm him? Who would harm him? No one would harm him. Wu Ping was also puzzled by the question, rubbing his head and asking himself, then how did Uncle He die? Since no one in the city has any reason to harm him, it means that the murderer is someone else. Why don't you go to the city gate to investigate the people who have come and gone recently, and come to my place to search? Of course it's to disgust you. Wu Ping answered very dryly, only feeling that every question of this Yu Su was answered so easily by himself. Wu Cheng saw this younger brother with a stupid look of being led by the nose, quite a sense of hatred. Ruthless voice interrupted. Enough, Yu Su. If you really have a clear conscience, why have you stopped us from searching the house? We'll have the answer when we're done searching. Wu Chang, do you really want to make such a mess? Yu Su's voice was icy cold, like a cold sword clearing. Yu Su really didn't want to make a big deal out of it. His only thought was to hurry up and get rid of these dog-eared outsiders. Otherwise, according to his character, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to admit that he had met senior Uncle He, and the room of his senior sister's teacher's wife. That was even more of an absolute forbidden place. Even if he dragged this sick body to the point of exhaustion in battle, there was no way that he would let them step foot in it. He wasn't afraid of having enemies all over the world. He was only afraid that he wasn't capable of dealing with them at this time. Wu Chang sneered, completely ignoring the threatening intent in Yu Su's tone. What he hated the most was the eyes of Yu Su that seemed to be empty of everything at this moment. He was a genius who had become famous at a young age in Izumo City, a future that the clan had high hopes for, and in the not-too-distant future he would surely set foot on Divine Mountain and leave his name there. Everyone would have to look at him with admiration and envy, even if you were blind. Search all but the woman's room. At Wu Chang's command, the crowd began to move again. Water tanks, coat racks, and wooden tables were all overturned to the ground with a chaotic noise, and they casually turned over everything at hand, like bandits breaking into a village. An obese cultivator touched the door of the main hall, and he laughed obscenely. I heard that this blind man still has a footloose master's wife, so we'll have to see what kind of flowery beauty she is today. He associated the taste of those mature women in the spring fragrance house and couldn't wait to go up and push the door. In the next instant, his two palms fell to the ground, easily as if they were fallen leaves blown down by the wind. He was instantly shocked to the core, trying to plug the blood gushing out of his hands, but there were no palms available at all. Instead of feeling angry over the misery of his men, Wu Sung revealed a smile as he wished. Finally forcing this blind man's hand, he drew out his gold-encrusted and jade-encrusted sword, licked the corners of his mouth, and exploded into a shocking speed to charge towards Yu Su. Right at this moment the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A strong pressure descended from the sky. Wu Ping and a group of outer sect cultivators even directly fell to their knees, their expressions agonizing. Even Yu Su and Wu Cheng could only stop where they were and use their air to resist. Stop it, all of you. Outside the dilapidated gate slowly walked in a stooped old man with crane hair and a face full of anger. Yu Su remembered this voice. It was none other than the loose city lord who had managed Izumo City for more than 60 years, and was also the good old man in the mouth of his master. End of chapter. The old man's temples were gray, and his face was covered with rough wrinkles like tree bark, and he had a weathered look. He walked in, hunched over in his plain silk tunic, one step at a time. His eyes grew stern as he looked around at the mess around him. Seeing the man who was rolling on the ground in pain without stopping the flow of blood, the old man hurriedly crossed over to the crowd and lifted his hand and pinched a spell to stop the blood for the man. He stared back at Wu Chang without anger. Wu Chang, you've gone too far this time. The tone of his voice was full of accountability. The condescension in Wu Chang's demeanor had disappeared, and he hastily bent down to make a bow. Greetings to City Lord Lu. Today's matter. Enough. Let your master explain to me. City Lord Lu mercilessly interrupted Wu Chang, who then turned to look at the cold-eyed Yusu on the side and asked with concern after sizing him up, "Are there any injuries?" Yusu felt out that City Lord Lu was inquiring about him. He and City Lord Lu hadn't had any interactions since his master left, and at this time, he couldn't help but be somewhat flattered as he said, "I've met the City Lord. There's no major problem." Wu Chang still had his head lowered, his teeth clenched so tightly that no one could see the veins rippling in the shadows of his face. "It's good that it's fine." They were also eager to find someone before they made this move. "I hope you can understand." Only then did City Lord Lu remove the pressure, and the crowd was relieved. "I can understand." Yusu also melted away the frost on his face and returned in a conciliatory manner. "The ice on the face is easy to melt. The heart of the mustache is difficult to eliminate." This account Yusu has been firmly in mind. In the face of Lu City Lord's conciliation, Yusu could only superficially comply. More than resenting his good old boy-like conciliation, Yusu was still more grateful to him for calling a halt to this fight in time, and he only wanted to give his senior sister and his wife an environment free of strife. Lord Lu Chang comfortably stroked his whiskers and turned his head again to help up Wu Chang, who was still bending over to salute, and his tone at this point was also slightly eased. "Wu Chang, I know that you value your fellow disciples, but you shouldn't lose your temper like this. We are all cultivators, not barbarians who have come to plagiarize. Your master respects you so much. You have to respond to his expectations as well before you can do so." Wu Chang glanced at City Lord Lu's old and gnarled face, then bowed his head and saluted again and said in a deep voice, "Thank you City Lord for waking me up." Wu Chang knows his mistakes. "In the future, I will definitely think twice before acting, and will not be swayed by emotions anymore." The corners of Lord Lu Chang's mouth lifted up, and he even patted Wu Chang's shoulder after helping him up again. "You are a good boy who values love and justice. This time is also considered extenuating. Make amends and apologize to Yusu, and this matter will be over. You are all of the same generation. All of you are the future of Izumo City. You can deal with each other more in the future." Before Wu Chang could respond, Wu Ping shouted indignantly first, "You want us to make amends and apologize to him? City Lord Lu, look at what he has cut our people into. What more does he want in the way of reparations?" When City Lord Lu heard this, he cast a sidelong glance at Wu Ping, who was propped up against the wall, and then turned back to observe the injuries of the man with the broken hand, and said softly to Wu Chang, "Hurry back to the clan and you can still catch it." In a blink of an eye, a sword light flashed through, and that fat man's pair of palms lying on the ground still trembling suddenly shattered into several pieces, completely turning into a mess of rotten meat. Everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. Even City Lord Lu frowned. Only Yusu had a cold face, the Emosong sword in his hand dripping with bright red blood. "Apologizing is not necessary. This is the compensation I want." Yusu's empty eyes were filled with indifference, and his handsome face was calm. The fat man was so scared that he sat down directly on the ground, crying his heart out. He was just following Wu Ping's order to bully this blind man that he had never looked at, and he could get a lot of elixir after it was accomplished. But how did he know that he was messing with a ferocious god that he couldn't afford to mess with? "You!" Seeing this, Wu Chang's face twisted in anger and made a gesture to draw his already sheathed sword. He only felt that every sword that Yusu had just swung out was like a slap in the face, hitting him hard in the face. Of course he wouldn't care about the injuries of an unknown henchman. It was just that Yusu's move was a complete naked humiliation of him. Lu City Lord's big hand blocked in the middle of the two of them. He will Wu Chang want to draw the sword's hand to gently pressed back, mouth holding if not a smile said, "Alright, since Yusu has already accepted the reparation, then this matter will end here. You should all disperse and quickly take him to heal his wounds." Even Wu Chang, who desperately wanted to maintain a good image in front of this rather prestigious old city lord, was not willing to sell the old man this face anymore at this moment, and with an unstoppable rage flashing in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "City Lord Lu, this Yusu has repeatedly disobeyed the search, and just now he admitted that he had met my Master He on the 12th. I suspect that he has nothing to do with the case of Master He's disappearance." On the side, Wu Ping also raised his arms to help. "That's right, his house must be searched." Some sadness surfaced on Lord Lu City's withered face. He reached out and touched Wu Chang's back, as if he was calming Wu Chang's emotions. He slowly said, "I know that you are eager to find your master uncle, but your master uncle He's body has been found just now, just 5 miles away on Xiong Mountain. Poor thing is only left with a set of white bones. Your master's father has already gone. You also quickly go and take a look." Yusu hid behind his back without changing his color, but his heart thumped. When Uncle He's body was found, would the cause of his death also be investigated? Will the cause and effect behind the cannibalistic evil spirits implicate himself? Yusu held back his apprehension and thought calmly. Ling Jinjin came suddenly, and his interactions with him were hidden in the shadows. It is extremely difficult to check out Ling Jinjin, and the probability that he will be implicated should not be high. When Wu Chang heard this, his face expression changed. He loosened his grip on the hilt of his sword, and turned back into the polite and square teenage genius. He saluted again and said, "Thank you for informing us of this. Then we will leave first, and we will come back to the door to thank you some other day." Lord Lu City had a kind face. "Go on, I'm sorry for your loss." Wu Chang walked away without looking back. Wu Ping closely followed his brother's footsteps, and behind him were the outer disciples who were holding each other up. The group of people left in great numbers, and the crowded old mansion was finally empty again. The Lu City Lord, however, had not left, and Yusu's mood couldn't help but get a little tense. He did not know the purpose of Lord Lu City's sudden show of goodwill. He only knew that this old man was probably the most powerful cultivator in this city, and if the old man stayed here for one more second, then the risk of his senior sister and his wife being exposed would be one more point. Lord Lu Chang did not know the storm in Yusu's heart. Paced to the rotten flesh of the stalls and read with his fingers. A green fire suddenly appeared under the ground, burning the rotten hand into a mass of white ash. He also used another technique to create a line of water to wash away the splattered blood. Yusu sensed everything he did and couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Anything else? It's up to you to clean it up." Lord Lu City shook his sleeves and walked to Yusu's proximity, letting out a low sigh of helplessness. "I've always been perplexed. How could your master, who is as flighty and domineering as you are, accept such a reticent disciple as you? Fong just realized that you guys, at heart, are actually the same kind of people." End of chapter. Thank you City Lord for relieving Yusu today. Yusu bowed his head in obeisance. It should be. Your master had commissioned me to help take care of you before traveling in the clouds. So many years. I see that you do not compete and do not grab flat. Then you less attention. Until just now from Changshan back. See Wu Chang took my token imposing toward you here to feel wrong. You also know that your master's nature is straight. And many people have problems. And now your master is gone. They can only think of ways to spread the gas to your head. I thought they were in the way of face. Dare not be too difficult for you. I did not expect to have dared to directly door to pick a fight. I was negligent in this matter. So don't complain to your master's father. Lord Willow City's brows were amiable as he smiled and stroked his beard. City Lord is joking. Yusu can't even thank him enough. How could he possibly sue? Besides, since it was master who caused the trouble, there's nothing wrong with an apprentice coming to suffer. How can one look up to others for help? A child who understands. In the future, if you have any difficulties, you can come to the City Lord's mansion to look for me. City Lord Lu patted Yusu's shoulder, and then pasted to Yusu's side to lower his voice and said, Wu Chang is a smart person. If I can purposely appear here today, he will understand what I mean. However, he is the beloved disciple of the Shou Shao sect's patriarch, and he is also the Wu family's Grand Duke. You should still try to avoid making enemies with him. Yusu thanked City Lord Lu. Yusu wanted to salute again, but he was stopped by City Lord Lu. Fong said you had met He Chi Miao? Yes. Yusu didn't hide anything and told City Lord Lu again about the experience he had previously told Wu Chang. After listening to the Lord of Lu City's eyes flashed with an unknown shimmering light, he suddenly dispersed an invisible pressure that enveloped Yusu, staring at Yusu's eyes and asked, have you really encountered He Chi Miao? Yusu naturally felt this pressure, and just suppressed the crowd of pressure is different. This pressure seems to act directly on the sea of consciousness, giving Yusu the feeling as if the brain is not in the deep bottomless water. Really, the pressure seems to have eased a bit. You didn't do this to Ho Chi Minh? No, the pressure seemed to have gone away for the most part, or at least it was no longer uncomfortable. Was there anyone else beside him that day besides He Chi Miao? I, for one, have not seen the second. After saying that, all of this pressure dispersed. City Lord Lu stroked his chin, putting away the serious look he had shown before. His face returned to a calm expression and said, although there's still no clue, it's ultimately good to be able to provide clues. Poor senior brother, he went off the deep end when he broke through the realm 7 years ago, which is what caused the dementia to this day, and now he has met an untimely end, which is heartbreaking. Uncle, he's had a rough life and still hasn't had a good death. It's indeed pitiful. Yes, even the little cutie are not spared, when really vicious. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Properly appease your senior sister's mother. If there are any difficulties, remember to look for me. Lu City Lord smiled bashfully, then walked out of the gate, and in an instant Yusu could no longer perceive his figure. Yusu let out a long breath as the curtain finally came down on this unwarranted farce. A peaceful life is like a pool of water, once broken by a falling stone. It is an unending stream of ripples. Fortunately, The senior sisters and nuns had not been exposed, and everything was still under control. Thinking of the peculiar pressure released by Lord Lu's city when he asked himself just now, Yusu could not help but shed a drop of cold sweat. Every word uttered at that time seemed to have popped straight out of his mind, leaving no time to organize a lie. Yusu was a bit scared. This kind of strange technique can be much more dangerous than those wind, fire and lightning. Fortunately, he really didn't lie. He really couldn't see Ling Jinjinjin at that time. Yusu will be ink pine sword on the blood wipe away put away. He walked to the main hall door. Hesitation to ask the master mother can still be well, but facing the dead silence of the room door, in the end, was not able to ask the export. Even he did not dare to disturb the teacher's wife at will. That fat man actually dared to speak out of turn. He dared to reach out and push the door that would waste his hand. It was just a pity that he did not leave his tongue behind. Yusu picked up the items that had been tumbled to the ground and placed them back in their original positions. The old mansion was dilapidated, and the messy clutter spilled out all over the place. Just then, Jilingrua also opened the door and walked out, her head hanging down and mouth pouting in a sullen manner. Without speaking, she also silently organized the mess all over the place. Senior sister, I'll be fine, go rest. It's not like I chopped off someone's hand or got beaten half to death on a date with someone else, so what am I resting for? Jilingrua forcefully picked up the chair that had fallen sideways, purposely causing it to make a loud noise, as if declaring the dissatisfaction in her heart. Jilingrua also do not know what she is dissatisfied with. She obviously should be most angry with the gang of unreasonable outsiders, but also angry with Yusu nothing to let himself help him. Even more saddening to her is that she really cannot seem to help anything. This kind of cannot help the feeling of powerlessness from the age of 5 years old through to the present. She hated such a powerless self, but she obviously should not be like this. At the thought, a few drops of crystal struggled to well up in the young girl's eyes. She was strong enough to immediately wipe away the tears that had come to her eyes. She tilted her head back and breathed heavily, trying to drive the weak proofs back into her body. Yusu couldn't see what was happening, but he also sensed that his senior sister was emotionally off. He hurriedly said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have messed with those people to scare senior sister. Elder brother promises you that they won't dare to come again. What are you in a hurry to admit your fault? Humph. You said yesterday that they wouldn't dare to mess with you for a short period of time, but it turns out that they came to your door today." Jilingrua held back her tears, her voice trembling a little. I beat up another group of people, and this whooping came to make a scene for them by using the city lord's order. Yusu blamed himself a little. He really didn't want to deceive his senior sister over and over again if he didn't have to. Did I not say with you long ago that such people cannot be beaten? They are as annoying as bugs in the gutter? Senior sister is right. Senior sister is right. Yusu repeatedly promised, unwilling to disobey senior sister half a point. The heart cannot wait for those uninvited guests today 1,000 cuts. You come here, Jilingrua commanded. Yusu hurriedly kicked away the clutter around his feet and ran, standing honestly by the young girl's side, lest he be slowed down for a second. But he didn't expect that his constant pandering not only didn't coax the young girl's fragile emotions, but instead allowed her to find a reason to vent. The more Yusu cared for her, the more she felt useless. Why is her fate so difficult? She could not get an answer, so she could no longer control. Buried her head in front of Yusu's chest and whimpered, and her tears dyed the lapel of Yusu's chest like a dike. I don't know how long I cried before the young girl's broken voice came quietly. Senior brother, am I useless? Yusu reached out and gently wrapped her arms around the young girl, burying her head a little deeper. Senior sister is the most powerful senior sister under the sky. You just know how to lie to me. The young girl sobbed while shallowly hammering on Yusu's chest. Is senior sister eager to get her Xianqi under control? Well, it's okay. Elder brother thought of a way. Really? The young girl raised her head, her tearful eyes bright as stars. I never lie to senior sister. Yusu smiled firmly and gently. At this time in the ancient city lord's mansion, the old man was sitting with his head in his hands, pondering, and suddenly an intimidating light flashed in his eyes, and his mouth buzzed as he read. A blind man, unseen. Don't worry, we'll have a new thread in a few chapters. End of chapter. The sun was about to set, and the last of the sunlight in the sky was fading, replaced by a ghostly indigo-colored nightlight. Twilight catches the Danxia, which is an extremely suitable moment of the day for practicing. Yusu ended his meditation, and after letting out a long breath of turbid air, he raised his teacup and pecked at it twice. Entrance fragrance cold sweet. Let a person condense the mind to concentrate. It is Ling real people that day to entertain him white magnolia flower tea, but at this time has become the collection of Yusu. He recalled everything that had happened today. From the very beginning when he hated the fact that he couldn't thwart Wu Cheng's stream, to now when he had gradually calmed down. This revenge he would of course avenge, but now was not the time to avenge it. In the final analysis, the less attention his senior sister and his wife received, the safer they would be. His momentary whim was likely to lead to even bigger ripples, and the only way to give his senior sister and his wife a quiet environment was to hold back his anger in stages. Thinking of the oath to save his sister's wife, you sue only when the road ahead is difficult but will end. And now think carefully about the road ahead. He is actually clueless. In terms of strength, he was only a young boy of the Ling Tai realm, and although he had killed the Ling Jinjinjin of the condensed water realm by a fluke, I'm afraid that kind of strange and bizarre state still couldn't be easily exposed to people until he was thoroughly familiar with it. In terms of connections, because of his master's reasons, the cultivators in this Izumo city have only a few friends with him, not to mention the outside of the city or even the Divine Mountain who can be relied upon. The only thing he can rely on has been gone for 8 years. And could that kind-hearted Lord Lu City be trusted? Yusu shook his head in his mind. It seemed like the old city lord was acting in favor of Yusu today, but who knew what he would say to Wu Cheng after he left the sword sect? Wu Cheng's status and future are not comparable to that of Yusu. The old city master has his own scales in his heart. Today he frustrates Wu Cheng, but in the next day he will make him proud somewhere else. The advantages and disadvantages of Lu City Lord see more thoroughly than anyone else. Otherwise he would not be able to occupy this position for 60 years. Moreover, if he truly wanted to take care of Yusu, he only needed to move his eyes a little bit to know the difficulties that Yusu would suffer from time to time. He did not move as not really know nothing about it, but in the way of these teenage cultivators behind the person's face. After all, they are this out of the clouds in the city can really talk to Lu City Lord characters. Today, the Lu City Lord's righteousness, is Wu Cheng door nuisance touched his bottom line. In his opinion, the master is just a cloud traveler. Come back if the master is known to make a big deal. I am afraid that those people are not as simple as losing layers of skin. Thanks to the senior sister during the day. She also said that the old grandfather was a good person. Yusu only had to smile and acquiesce. It's hard to travel. The road is hard to travel. Where are you now? Yusu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He couldn't find the brightest path that was the most open. But he also planned the next few steps for himself. First, he should recover his full strength. Seize every second to become stronger, and try to find clues about dispelling evils from the legacy of Lingjinjin. The Department of Warding Off Evil was the organization that seemed to have the most hope of being able to help him at the moment, and he had to think of a way to establish a connection with it, and, if necessary, he would leave the Zumo city to look for an opportunity in a bigger place. The moon is on the branches, and the stars are in all directions. The teenager raised his cup and closed his eyes to the incessant cicadas, and the side of his face was carved with a knife and axe as if he was seeing a sublime mountain. But in fact, he was flipping through those books of the most evil in the sea of consciousness. The wooden door was old and was gently pushed open with a creaking sound. Jilingrua sneaked in furtively and also made the teenager withdraw his consciousness. Come to a light emerald Lucien dress. Skirt is long and white. Full-bone legs, seems to have just washed and bathed. Half-wet silk randomly tied up. Scattered with a ghostly fragrance. Lapels are a little loose, revealing a small half of the snow-greasy shoulders and white collarbone, under which the snow mound scenery is also hidden in a wisp. It is a pity that Yusu eyes cannot see. Otherwise you can still see the young girl hooked fine eyebrows, lightly puffed makeup powder and cherry red earlobes. Jilingrua after entering the door. Carefully bring the door. The door closed as if a thief in general also swept out a few eyes, to see no one to rest assured that the door closed. Such a move was unprecedented, and most of the time Jilingrua acted like a brute warrior woman, either not closing the door at all or just slamming it. Today, on the contrary, it is like a newbie but want to rob the rich to help the poor righteous female thief. The whole person is on edge, like treading on thin ice, as if the next second will be the evil people in the house to restrain. Made into a flowing heart puffs. Senior sister, you're here. Yusu tone is calm, but the young girl is like ignited gunpowder. Annoyed. Is your place a dragon's den? What's not to come? A few black lines appeared on Yusu's head. I don't know when my own room became that kind of dangerous place. Obviously the senior sister used to come and go when she wanted to, more comfortable than going back to her own room. This room Jilingrua of course came countless times, just before it was her initiative to kick in the door. Today was the first time being invited by Yusu. Before she came, she also deliberately bathed a little makeup, changed a beloved dress. This skirt style is relatively bold. The skirt is shorter, the neckline is low, the fabric is also very thin, the pattern is simple and elegant, and if there is a stream of light hidden in it, such a skirt for the very easy to blush Jilingrua cannot dare to wear out the door, only dare to secretly collect the mirror to enjoy themselves. Although she knew that Yusu was a big blind man who couldn't see anything, she wore it anyway, and didn't know what she was expecting, let alone what she was afraid of. In fact, she had already seen the old plaque hidden underneath the gate. Before the Yuanyang sword sect, there were 6 big words. Instead of saying that these 6 words were the prefix of the Yuanyang sword sect, it would be better to say that the Yuanyang sword sect was the suffix of these 6 words. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, harmony. There is no proper sword clan that's so big, writes the word so small, and Yuanyang sword clan, heaven and earth, yin and yang, harmony. At that time, after seeing only when he was looking away from the eyes inadvertently led astray, would like to put away the things on the slipping back to the sister to admit fault, but see this blind face integrity, to their own no matter what, teach the appearance, will not be able to cruel heart, muddled also will be 3 years past, but also when then is their own scare themselves, this sword in fact has long been changed, redo. It wasn't until this morning after Yenshu lowered his voice and whispered in her ear, if you want to learn how to control Xianqi, come to my room by yourself at night, that she realized that this moralistic blind man wanted to wait for the grapes to be thoroughly ripe before picking them. Jilingrua saw Yusu's speechless appearance, and felt more and more annoyed. Obviously he took the initiative to invite in the morning. How could he have no words to say after he had summoned up the courage to come? Hey, don't! You want to learn how to control arcane air? Well, are you ready, senior sister? Yusu stood up straight calmly, but in Jilingrua's eyes, he was like a hungry wolf that couldn't wait. Also, what else do I have to prepare? Didn't one just come alone? The young girl asked rhetorically as she tangled her messy fingers. Swords, didn't you bring them? Ha! Also, have to use a sword? The young girl opened her beautiful eyes wide, not knowing what to think of. Her cheeks colored with a reddish haze. She took it as this wicked senior brother deliberately humiliating himself, lightly biting her shell teeth and stomping her foot. Don't you have a sword? He said, and glanced at someone somewhere with his afterglow. That's fine. Then you can use my sword. Yusu removed the Mo Song sword that was placed at the head of the bed and handed it to Jilingrua. The young girl incredulously received the ink pine sword. Peach Lips' red color seems to be dripping blood. She hated cannot hurry to cover the face. Hide to the hole in the ground to go. Killed do not want to admit is their own nonsense messed up thoughts. More annoyed with the tour of the Sioux cannot be said earlier clearer. But then she realized something was wrong. And feeling straight up like she was going to get back in the game, she simply asked, hey, what kind of sword practice is in a room? Practicing your sword in your room? What kind of sword are you practicing? I did not expect the words asked. Blushing and embarrassed actually turned to Swim Su. Teenager's skin is not white, but also obvious through a little redness. Yusu clenched his fist on the side of the mouth, dry cough a few times. The body unnaturally twisted twice. Obviously is the performance of nervousness. Jilingrua looked at Yusu's helpless appearance as if he had won a great victory, revealing a pleased smile. She only felt that she did not have a wild imagination, and that this prudish guy just wanted to do that. I had forgotten that if things really developed as she had envisioned, who would be the one who would suffer? Why don't you say anything? Jilingrua toed the line. Cough cough. If senior sister wants to learn how to control Xianqi, naturally she should start with the familiar sword technique first. Yusu rarely blushed a little. It's just that this method, it's really a little inconvenient to learn outside. If senior sister wants to learn, then don't mind. After all, everything is for the sake of senior sister's path. Jilingrua was also a little hamstrung by what he said and stammered. Then you tell. How to teach? Since it was for something as important as his senior sister's path, what was he ashamed to say? Yuso straightened his face, throwing away all those charming thoughts, and said in a flat voice, I have observed, senior sister. Your talent for learning the sword is indeed not bad. You comprehend all the moves extremely quickly, but your biggest problem is that you are unable to control your Xianqi. The reason why this Xianqi can't flow onto your sword is because it drains away as soon as it leaves your body. In the past, I was counting on senior sister to be able to comprehend it on her own, but you may indeed not be good at it, and as I see it, senior sister may need some external help. How can I help? I found a viable path from some of the remnants of this clan's Gongfu. I will transport the air from the outside and drive the flow of Xianqi in my senior sister's body. And for every sword move my senior sister makes, I will lead it to walk the route it should take in its entirety. And over time, both my senior sister and the Xianqi in my body will memorize the feeling of this flow, and my senior sister will be able to control the Xianqi freely as well. This kind of method is no different from a baby learning to walk. Naturally, Yusu since did not teach the master sister of the human chapter from the inspiration. Double cultivation. But it is not necessary to yin and yang intercourse is called double cultivation. It's inevitable that there will be some physical contact, so I hope that senior sister will not be offended. If senior sister is unwilling, I will think of another way. Jilingrua was stunned. Her inability to control the Xianqi did have her own hardships, but now there was a chance for her to regain her life like a newborn in front of her. How could she possibly give it up? Moreover, if it was Yusu, there was nothing she wouldn't be willing to do. It won't hurt much. I'll control the intensity, and not only will it not hurt but it will be comfortable. Better be useful. Or else this lady will take you to task. Don't worry, senior sister. I'm 90% sure. Then why don't you come over? Jiling Ruo held up the Mo Song sword, which was a bit too heavy for her, and watched Yusu getting closer and closer to her. Her heart also fell into the bottom. She only felt that the danger was approaching and her body started to tremble slightly. Her heart couldn't help but think with remorse. How in heaven's name can there be a girl as stupid as me? The hungry wolf told me that the water was not boiled to cook me and then eat me, but just to give me a bath. And I was so naive as to believe him. Yusu, however, looked serious, like a divine Buddha with its own holy light. Senior sister trusted him so much, he must not let her down. He stepped closer, and after a moment's deliberation he ceased his scruples and reached out to take the young girl's thin shoulders in his hands, unfolding her cowering body as he spoke in a proper voice. Raise your sword and build up your momentum. First sword. Fluttering wings streaming fly. Jiling Ruo's beautiful eyes blinked, encouraged by Yusu's voice, and she hurriedly puffed out her chest and tightened her stomach, half-sipped her horse stance, and set up her sword stance. Yusu circled around the speculation and nodded solemnly, prepared to transport the air. The young girl then worked hard to mobilize the xianqi in her body from her lower abdomen. Yusu felt silently for a while, and decisively went straight to work. Jiling Ruo was scared to a jolt, almost threw the Mo Song sword. Would have liked to scold a few words, but knew that this is in the business of forcefully endure down. The teenager's hand is wide and rough. Through the thin fabric Jiling Ruo can even directly feel the temperature and texture of his hands. Jiling Ruo's heart cried out in pain and regret. He should wear an impermeable jacket to this hypocrite's room. Yusu was not distracted by the soft touch coming from the girl's abdomen. Transporting the air to attract other people's air is not an easy task, requiring extreme concentration and high air control power. This teaching difficulty was for Jiling Ruo, but it was Yusu who suffered. However, Yusu was not without any benefits at all, and this benefit certainly did not refer to the intimate contact with his senior sister, but rather, it could hone his xianqi control in the smallest of details. The body is loose and the mind is quiet, and the air enters the chest court. Chest, he won't want another. Yusu, Jiling Ruo is full of peach blush, finally could not help but interrupt. Yusu but ignored, focusing on the control of the air and the hand caress over the girl's flat abdomen slowly upward, directly forced the two sacred mountains. Jiling Ruo saw the situation, had to resign herself to the general tightly closed eyes, biting her lower lip, frozen in place and motionless, straight like a body was bound to the humiliated female cultivator. Fortunately, what she expected didn't happen. Yusu still had the bottom line of male-female defense. He followed the ribs around to her back, caressing the young girl's delicate shoulder blades upward and gently pushed. So weird. Might as well be that spring mountain willow eyebrow. Jiling Ruo eyes like water. That nodded and lowered the eyebrows of the well-behaved model, reflecting the warmth of the candlelight, such as the world's best painting. Senior brother, are you really helping me transport air? The young girl murmured out. The young man's xianqi was warm and soft, and the place it brushed over was indeed completely exhausted and unusually comfortable. Don't talk, feel the flow of air carefully. Deadly serious. Pretends to be dead when he shouts at Yusu, but he hears you when he shouts at his elder brother. Gradually, Jiling Ruo realized that her xianqi was finally no longer just running amok, but had a bit of a trajectory and was slowly following Yusu's palm as it swam. She also gradually suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind, and her gaze became firm as she immersed herself in the stream of xianqi. Yusu, I really felt some xianqi flowing out from between my fingers just now. Good. It's working. The upper body seems to have taken off. Next we learn the lower body. Legs too? Of course. How can you stabilize a sword if you can't stabilize your lower body? Come on then. Hush. Junior sister, you keep your voice down. Be careful not to be heard by senior mother. Yusu, your sword is so big. I'm so tired of using it. The ink pine sword is indeed a bit out of your hands for you to use. So tomorrow it will be better to use a wooden sword. And tomorrow? So when do I get my own sword? Didn't I tell you that a sword cultivator's sword is very important and not to be taken lightly? Don't worry. I will definitely give you the best sword on the day your senior sister leaves the master. Well, yikes. Hand slips. What a slip of the hand. Don't be afraid. I'm blind. 2 in 1 today. It doesn't feel right to write in 2 chapters. End of chapter. The 7 days passed in a flash. For the past 7 days, there had been no weird dreams, no interruptions from other people, no bizarre reopening of his eyesight again, and everything had been as uneventful as if he had gone back to his old self. But Yusu never relaxed his mind. He practiced without a moment's rest during the day, and while he was familiar with the sword technique, he also mastered more than a dozen of the arts on the general selection. but unfortunately there were few of them that could really be put to use in a battle. In the evening, he continued to help his sister sense the flow of qianqi. The first 2 days at the end of the two were still a little awkward. After the third day they became more and more accustomed to it. The night of learning the third style, some of the position because of the distance from the vitals too close. Yu-su will be extremely restrained, to avoid letting the sister embarrassed. Ji Lingruo, however, took the initiative to grab Yu-su's hand to stay close and murmured, "If it's the right thing to do, why should you be afraid of it? If you don't get down to it with candor, you'll look like this teaching is impure." Yu-su sniffed. Knowing Ji Lingruo's determination, there were no more scruples. Fortunately, the teaching did work, and Ji Lingruo's sword style finally took on a slight aura. The young girl is happy to become stronger. Every night comes earlier and goes later. At the end of each session, she would always recite more, and Yusu could only drive her away with a weary hand on his waist. Under this kind of refining, Yusu's qianqi control was also vaguely on a higher level. In terms of fire lighting techniques alone, he could even directly light fire with all 10 fingers. While he was excited about the 10 flames in his hand, he didn't realize that the next side of the general selection was a fire palm technique. These are all things on the surface, and secretly Yusu has made a lot of efforts. He rummaged through the evil book but didn't find much useful information. The Imperial Evil sect was only Imperial Evil, specializing in breeding and controlling evil spirits. The book did record in a few words that there was a tantric sect that specialized in making evil spirits possess and leave their bodies and using that as a power. But because it was too insidious, it was overthrown by the Divine Mountain a few hundred years ago. One of the most useful items was probably a formation in the book that was able to hide the evil aura around it. Yusu secretly set up this formation near the clan house, although it was relatively simple. But when he injected qianqi into the evil preventing order again, there was actually no longer a change in temperature. Yusu had also been studying the role of the evil preventing order. But apart from the information that came through that night, it was just an unusual jade pendant with ink in its emerald color in Yusu's hands. He tried in vain to find out if there were still people from the evil preventing division in the city. The sacred mountain seemed to have become his only hope. Just as Yusu was anxiously planning what to do in order to arrive at the Hengao Divine Mountain with his senior sister and his mother, a turnaround appeared. A true visitor from the Divine Mountain descended on this small, isolated city. The morning sun is breaking. The first rays of the sunrise spread out in the sky and earth, covering the city's uneven buildings with a layer of golden quilt. Through the fog that drifted in the air, there was not a single person to be seen on the streets and alleys of Izumo City. The most crowded breakfast street in the morning is usually empty of stalls at the moment. I don't know if I'll believe my senior sister when I tell her that the shortbread store is really not open. Yusa shook his head as he walked through the streets, feeling as if the city was an empty city today. Who was that honored guest that the city lord's mansion was going to greet? Can actually let the Lu city lord ordered the whole city people today before noon shall not be free on the street, but also send invitations to come out of the clouds in the city of all the realm of the spirit of the cultivators above the welcome together. I think it's never simply for the sake of the occasion. Otherwise wouldn't it be better for the whole city to welcome together? Yusu only hoped that the reason behind it had nothing to do with himself, and that it would never add more annoyance to his troubled life. Without realizing it, the antique city lord's mansion had arrived. Yusu zoomed in on his perception, and there were actually dozens of people standing in front of the mansion's door in a well-organized manner. With the Lu city lord as the leader, 7 old men of high status followed closely behind, with the Wang blacksmith also among them, and further back were the middle-aged and younger generation. Yusu White Plain, quietly mixed into the end of the team, standing like a pine, thinking that no one will notice, but it is difficult to escape the attention of those who have the intention. Is this the Yuanyang sword sect Yusu? The sword-breaking sect is the sword-breaking sect. What's the point of calling it that? Do you want to switch to a gateway? Then the master shall not skin me. I heard that this sword sect's patriarch has run away for almost 10 years, and there are only 3 people left in the entire sect. Is that true? A blind senior brother with a false reputation, a senior sister who appeared out of nowhere, and a senior mother who can't leave her house. Do you think it can be fake? Such a clan is also worthy of welcoming that honored guest? How would I know? If you ask me, it's a bat with chicken feathers tied to it, doesn't know what kind of bird it is anymore. When these words came out, several people around them snorted out loud. Although the sound of the two conversing was not loud, all of them were cultivators who had sharp ears and eyes, so it wasn't difficult to capture these sounds. Yusu ignored. The heart of the self-mockery of these people's argument is actually most of the charm of the truth, so people are powerless to refute. These murmurs of derision had been incessant since that arrogant and domineering and unbeatable master had traveled far away, and Yusu had long since grown accustomed to them. Huiren, Hui Yuan, your guests will be arriving. Do not clamor. A youth turned to the duo who had been exchanging words before and chided them in a low voice. This young man is not someone else. It is Wu Chang. Carefully sensing the station, he is actually hidden at the head of the young generation. Today, he was obviously well-groomed, wearing restrained but not too flashy brocade and jade robes. Against his handsome and peerless looks, many young female cultivators were quietly sizing him up, their eyes hot and eager. Yes, senior brother Wu. The duo didn't dare to make a move in the face of Wu Chang and respectfully bowed and replied. Wu Chang did not respond with a cold face and continued to look into the distant sky, waiting for his honored guest. Senior sister. Senior brother Wu of the Skyguard sect is really handsome. Yes, senior brother Wu is the one who's going to be on the Divine Mountain. But if you look at the face alone, that Yusa seems to be more handsome it does seem to be. Two senior sisters, please be silent. Wu Chang turned his head with a faint smile and warmly reminded. The two whispering female cultivators immediately blushed and nodded, only to feel their hearts beating a few points faster. Right at this moment, the Lu City Lord at the head suddenly said, "Coming." Everyone except Yusu was attracted to it, looking in unison in the direction the old man was gazing at, only to see the originally bright sky suddenly became a little gloomy, a kind of nameless sense of oppression closer and closer. In the sense of oppression climbed to the peak of the moment, the crowd before the open space suddenly flat white swept up a cloudy smoke. The smoke dispersed, an upright middle-aged man gradually revealed his figure. So fast, the crowd all thought this in their hearts. The middle-aged man had a cold face and a Xian shirt, and his cold eyes swept over the crowd without anger. This person was none other than the distinguished guest that the cultivators of Izumo City were eagerly awaiting today, one of the outer deacons of the Xianxiao sect, Gu Yao. In this magnificent and mysterious and crisis-ridden continent of the 5 continents, the most important reason for the survival of the human race is because of the blessing of the 5 sacred mountains. The Xianxiao sect is the first sect of the Everest Divine Mountain, and it has a very high say in the power of the immortal sects in Zhongyuan continent and even in the entire 5 continents. In this world where immortals and mortals merged, the Xianxiao sect also played a crucial role in governing the mortal world. So even an insignificant-sounding outer door deacon, leaving aside his unfathomable cultivation, had an outstanding status in front of the people of Izumo City. Even City Lord Lu was merely one of the more outstanding disciples of the Xianxiao sect back then. It was because of his lack of talent and not wanting to break away from the Xianxiao sect that he was sent to this remote Izumo City to govern the city. Senior brother Gu, it's been many years since I've seen you. Lord Lu City, with his white eyebrows and white beard, smiled and initiated pleasantries, his words quite like the feeling of a sea of change. It was just that when he looked at immortal Master Gu's face that had not yet left too many traces of age, a hint of envy still showed in the bottom of his eyes. Gu Yao, however, did not respond to City Lord Lu's greeting as he looked at the crowd in front of him, his voice as cold as his temperament. That's all the cultivators above the spiritual platform realm in Izumo City? Feeling a bit embarrassed, the City Lord first paused for a moment before hunching back, recalling senior brother. In addition to that, there are 9 others who are in seclusion and will soon be able to build their spirit platforms. Senior brother Lu has merit in governance. Gu Yao loosened his taut, cold face and smiled a stiff, ugly smile. Lord Willow City's withered face was even more embarrassed, so she could only brush aside the topic and said, "Senior brother Gu is joking. This is all what I should do. Gu senior brother traveled quite hard. My residence has already set up spirit wine and delicacies for senior brother to receive the dust. Senior brother, not if. There's no need. People in cultivation don't pay attention to those mundane etiquettes. Senior brother Lu can just prepare a resting place for me." Hearing the innuendo in Gu Yao's words, Lord Lu City's face became even more ugly as he helplessly obliged. What senior brother Gu said is true. Senior brother is truly an immortal. I am Gu Yao, the outer door deacon of the Xianxiao sect. There is no need for all of you to be curious or terrified of my arrival. Gu Yao ignored City Lord Lu's flattery and spoke aloud to the crowd. I came to Izumo City to do only 3 things. 1. Examine suitable sects to be listed as affiliated sects of the Xianxiao sect. 2. Select talented disciples to go to the Xianxiao sect to listen to their studies. After Gu Yao finished speaking, the crowd all exclaimed in shock and their hearts were on fire. Marvel at the nobility of your guest status, and be surprised by your own imminent and possibly rewritten destiny. Being able to become a subordinate sect of the Xianxiao sect was already a great honor, not to mention the enormous resources that the Xianxiao sect could hand out at will. The ability to go to the Xianxiao sect is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these young cultivators in remote cities. Even if the status of listening to the study is not even considered a registered disciple, but the things that can be learned are real. Those with excellent performance even have the chance to become official disciples of the Xianxiao sect. Yuso clenched his fists even as he listened in. I'll be staying in Izumo City for a maximum of 7 days, so I hope that all of you won't let me down. Gu Yao's voice abruptly became solemn as he followed up. And the third and most important purpose, all men in line, in order. Come near me. After saying that, Gu Yao put his hands behind his back, like a rigid and upright iron ruler between heaven and earth. Most of the young cultivators looked at each other with uncertainty. Lu City Lord lightly coughed twice, turned back his eyes to indicate a few old men at his side. The old men then understood and stood behind the city lord one by one. The rest of the cultivators saw the situation, also have followed closely behind. Yu Su unsurprisingly, was reduced to the last person. Come here. Lord Lu then answered the voice and walked slowly to Gu Yao, only to realize that Gu Yao's eyes were already emitting eye-catching golden light, as if they were a pair of blazing suns, wanting to shine out all the ugliness and sinister evils in the world. Lord Lu City naturally knew that this was the Xianxiao sect's advanced secret technique, the evil-breaking golden pupil, which was much more subtle than the technique he had cast on Yu Su that day. The main function is to detect evil spirits. Unlike the conventional method of confirming evil spirits by detecting evil qi, the principle of this pupil art is to make the evil spirits in the person being watched unable to resist resonating and appearing by constantly evoking the evil thoughts of the person being watched. This technique was claimed to be foolproof, but the threshold for practicing it was also quite high, and there were very few people within the Xianxiao sect who were able to acquire this technique. Rao has seen this pupil art of Lu City Lord. On this pair of golden pupils also unconsciously lowered eyebrows and eyes. Do not dare to look at it. Only feel in this golden light irradiation. His past all the bad behavior dirty thoughts are nothing to hide. He was not the city lord of Azumo City, but a sinner who was naked and exposed to the sunlight. It's not easy for senior brother to cultivate, and it's admirable that he's held his own so far. Gu Yao's compliments this time seem to come from a sincere place. Elder brother is wrong. Immortal cultivators have something to do and nothing to do. This is their duty. City Lord Lu spoke beautifully. Gu Yao nodded slightly at his words, and City Lord Lu retreated wisely. The next person was also an old man with an immortal style and flowing robes. This person was none other than the patriarch of the Shouxiao sect. That is, Wu Cheng's master Qi Daodong. I've heard of immortal master Gu's great name. I am Qi Daodong, the patriarch of the Shouxiao sect, and I have long been interested in the Xianxiao sect. All you have to do is come forward in silence and then look me straight in the eye. Qi Daodong was the second person in addition to City Lord Lu in 100 miles. When had he ever lowered his voice like this? At this time by the other party mercilessly interrupted show of goodwill. The spirited old face also became a little gloomy. Daodong loses his honor. Qi Daodong although old, but with the old city master then also counted on the Qi exuberance. Still unable to restrain the golden pupils under the gaze of those raging evil thoughts. Good thing that the cultivator's self-control let it keep the heart. Next, with Qi Daodong's previous experience, the crowd didn't dare to say much, so the ceremony went quickly. It is worth mentioning that when it was Wu Cheng's turn, Gu Yao finally lifted his eyelids slightly and was no longer shy about his words. Good qualifications, a diamond in the rough. The Xianxiao sect, as the most powerful in a continent, had numerous heroes and celestial pride within it, and to have immortal Master Gu make such a comment was already an extremely high praise. Wu Cheng did not show that he was flattered, and his unassuming posture made the crowd look at him more favorably, and Qi Daodong's ugly expression eased a little. As the ceremony drew to a close, Yu Su silently walked up to Gu Yao. Yu Su stood tall and unbiased. Under the clear sky, his angular face seemed to be tinted with a halo of light. Gu Yao had seen a lot of people, but it was the first time he had seen a young man exuding such a unique temperament. He stood quietly in front of you, but made you feel that he was a stone's throw away, or even different from being in a different world. Surprised, Gu Yao was inexplicably eager to uncover the disguise on this teenager, and he wondered how much longer this teenager would be able to hold on to this detached aura. But what made him even more shocked was that, under the golden pupil that he unconsciously almost made 80% of his power, Yu Su actually still stood like a pine in bamboo, and that pair of clear eyes could even unashamedly stare at him. Gu Yao did not dare to believe, to know that even the half-step feather realm Lu City Lord could only temporarily avoid the front, but this spirit stage lower realm of the teenager is like a thin and weak willow. A pool of calm lake, will be his pupil art of all the sharp and mean are noiselessly dissolved. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared at first glance in Gu Yao's mind. His entire aura suddenly changed drastically, and his aggressive momentum caused the air to become sticky in general. The surrounding cultivators were bewildered and tensed up by the sudden increase in the sense of crisis. Where has Yusu offended the immortal master? Yusu's voice was clear and his tone was puzzled as he felt the hostility from Gu Yao. The power of Gu Yao's golden pupil was fully opened, staring at the frowning teenager in front of him as if he wanted to see through and through him. The scene fell into an eerie silence for a time, leaving only the sound of wind scurrying through the middle of the crowd. The four words that Gu Yao then popped out in a deep voice were like thunderbolts exploding from the ground, causing everyone to instantly change their faces. You, an evil demon. Still 2-in-1 today 4K word chapters. It gets stuck with us so hard to broken chapters. Please favorite to catch up on reading webtoon. End of chapter. The wind is beautiful and the sun is warm. In front of the city master's mansion is dead silent. Birds seem to be unable to endure this depressing atmosphere. Swarms of flying. As soon as the 4 words Gu Yao came out, some people were puzzled, some people were horrified, and some people didn't dare to believe it, and Yusu just became the center of all the sights that met. Immortal Master Gu, what makes you say that? Yusu was breezy. Gu Yao, however, didn't reply as he stared closely at the teenager, an aggressive aura hidden in his gaze. Seeing this, Lord Lu Chun hurriedly smoothed his cuffs and walked between the two, saying, Gu senior brother is afraid to misunderstand. This child's character is mild and peaceful. Since childhood he has grown up in this out of the cloud city, and has not even been out of the city gates a few times. How could he have contracted an evil demon? Want to disregard senior brother? To confirm once again? When Gu Yao heard this, the golden light in his pupils faded and dissipated, and he cast a sidelong glance at the embarrassed Lu City Lord, his eyes sharp and disdainful. You don't believe me, or you don't believe Jean pupil? Lord Willow City gritted his teeth and took a step forward, arching his hand and bowing his head. Please ask senior brother Gu to try again. Gu Yao snorted coldly, only thinking that this fellow disciple had been away from the clan for too long and had forgotten about those evil cultivators in the heavenly prison of the Divine Mountain who were dying after being looked directly at by their golden pupils. At the same time, he also felt sad for the soul but still refused to resign himself to his fate. He naturally knew that if there was a person infested by evil spirits in the area under his jurisdiction, the city lord would be the biggest person to bear the responsibility. If the young man is really evil spirits, this senior brother still want to rely on the salary of the Xian Shao sect to break through the realm is delusional. With a stroke of his sleeve, he seemed to want City Lord Lu to die, and indifferently said, the reason I asked you to come one by one is to fulfill the third thing I came here for, and that is to see if any of you, out of your minds, have become slaves of the evil god. This golden pupil of mine can arouse the anger, dementia and evil thoughts in the heart of the person who looks at it, and even the most upright chivalrous person in his life will squirm when he looks at the golden pupil. Because as long as the person has not yet ascended to the true immortal, there will be anger and desire in the heart. This is human nature. Ordinary cultivators, unless the evil thoughts of the deep or no self-control, at least can adhere to the heart not to lose their temper. If they are contaminated by evil spirits, their evil thoughts will be magnified infinitely, and when they look at the golden pupil, these evil thoughts will be like a fire that can't be wrapped in paper, and they will be revealed under the clear sky. Cultivators heard the words and then suddenly realized, no wonder their own party in Gu Yao after looking at the heart of the evil thought frequently, press simply do not dare to look directly at him. At this time all are fortunate that Lu City master management is good, so that out of the clouds of the city of peace and happiness so far from the evil spirits, so that they did not show their ugly state. Though the golden pupil is harsh, there are two kinds of people who can stand before my eyes and do nothing. The crowd all returned to their senses, their full attention drawn by Gu Yao's words. The first kind, those whose innate hearts are as clear as mirrors and pure and undefiled. This kind of person is the seed sprinkled by the heavenly Tao, the projection of the gods on earth. They will not produce any evil. Even the deepest darkness in the world can't contaminate them half a bit. For nearly 10,000 years throughout the ages, there were only a handful of such people. But in the current era, my Xian Shao sect, there was just such a goddess. Gu Yao's tone was quite proud, and the cultivators present all had their jaws dropped, unable to believe that they were actually living in the same era as such a legendary figure, and couldn't help but cross their fingers and speculate about everything about this goddess. Senior brother Lu, could it be that you are trying to tell me that there is still a dusty pearl in the central Yuan continent that is hidden in this Exodus Cloud city of yours? This, Lu City Lord was dumbfounded, froze in place and looked at Yusu, secretly shook his head. If it is not a dusty pearl, Gu Yao sneered and walked slowly, walking close to Yusu. He slightly lowered his head, only a fist away from Yusu's face. He looked straight into his eyes, his tone cold and dangerous. That only means that what is hidden in that person's body is an evil spirit that even I can't see through. When these words came out, everyone's hearts were half cold, looking at this teenager with a thin back with some disbelief. The only one who was there was City Lord Lu, who buried his head to cover the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. In this tense moment, Yusu actually laughed out loud. He laughed as clear as the wind. The crowd is listening to the heart chills piercing ears, only to think that he is hiding too deep, now being broken forced to pretend to be calm. Gu Yao smiled back, smiling coldly and confidently. What is Immortal Master Gu laughing at? Yusu asked with a smile in his eyes. Laughing at you since you are hiding on this nameless person in a nameless place. You cannot escape the fate of being destined to be purged. Yet I am not laughing at this. Yusu tightened the corners of his mouth and said tantalizingly. I'm laughing at the fact that such a character as Immortal Master Gu would also be deceived by my thoughtlessness. Gu Yao raised his thick eyebrows and stood up straight, looking disdainfully at the teenager, as if waiting for him to say more. I think there is a third kind of person who can look into the eyes of Immortal Master Gu without reacting. Who? Blind Ah. Yusu again restrained laughter said. By the party Immortal Master said can be known. To see is the key to the effect of this gold pupil, and my congenital blindness a blind man. The eyes have not seen the light since childhood. Even the sun does not shine in the place. This pupil in the gold light is afraid that it does not work. Blind? Gu Yao had a look of amazement on his face as he scrutinized the teenager's clear eyes. Yusu noticed the line of sight and stopped making any moves to let Gu Yao observe. It wasn't until he had looked for a long time that Gu Yao was sure that Yusu's vision was indeed empty and unfocused, like two deep lakes that never overlapped. It wasn't that Gu Yao didn't know that golden pupils were useless to the blind. It was just that there wasn't a single blind cultivator even in the Xianshao sect, the largest in the central Yuan continent. Under his inertia, when he saw a handsome young man of the spiritual platform realm who was still acting like a normal person, he naturally couldn't possibly think that the other party would be blind. It is important to realize that unlike the missing hand or foot, the eye is the household of the soul, and the impediment to cultivation caused by the inability to see can be much greater than other physical defects. It was unknown how many trials and tribulations this young man had endured to cultivate to this realm at this age. Gu Yao only sighed in his heart, without the slightest embarrassment of being cheated in front of a large crowd. He is such a person. He will be happy to see someone who is diligent and dedicated to the Tao, and he will be indignant to see someone who is idle and lazy in wasting his talent. Gu Yao's indifference to Lord Lu was not because Gu Yao had no one in his sight, but when he was young, Gu Yao realized that Lord Lu was always working hard on the surface, but eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and wasting his time behind his back. When he was young, Gu Yao realized that Lord Lu had always been a hard-working man, but behind his back, he ate, drank, whored and gambled, and wasted his time. All of his fellow disciples were deceived by his appearance and befriended him, and they gave him a lot of magic pills and treasures. It was only when his time was up and he couldn't break through the barrier and had to leave the sect that he begged his master for a position as the head of a small town and relied on the Xianshao sect's salary. Gu Yao hated this kind of person, and felt that this kind of person was tainting the heart of the world's cultivators to seek the way. But Gu Yao was not an upright fool. He had already figured out that today's incident was a deliberate attempt to embarrass him. He glanced at the candid teenager and then at the buried Lu City Lord, and everything was already clear in his mind. Blindness is the most critical label on this teenager. Lu's senior brother just seemed to be righteous out of the introduction of a pass, but left out this key information. It is just want to see me in front of the crowd miscalculation timid appearance. Gu Yao shook his head and only sighed that he still thought that senior brother Lu's 60 years of mundane experience would strengthen his heart to seek the way, but he didn't expect to remain the same vindictive and underhanded rat. Thank you for the reward. Thank you for the monthly ticket. Thank you for the collection. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the recommendation. Thank you for reading my book where you feel wrong. Just say. The main fight is a listen to advice. End of chapter. Gu Yao glanced at the calm and collected Yusu. He naturally knew that this teenager was just mindlessly being utilized by City Lord Lu. And indeed, he had wronged him. Gu Yao was torn in his heart. He wasn't afraid of his prestige being thwarted. But behind him was the Xianshao sect and the Everest High Divine Mountain he represented. Alas, in that case, we can only condemn this innocent teenager, and find a way to make it up to him afterward. Your name is Yusu? Gu Yao finally began to square up to the teenager. Exactly. Then you know the error of your ways. Gu Yao's curiosity only lasted for one Q&A, and he abruptly exploded with a brilliant light in his eyes, and his voice was like thunder. Even if the onlookers heard it, they would be scared out of their wits. Yusu staggered for a moment. Suddenly a light came to his mind. He bowed his head and owed his body. His hands clasped his fists and made a snapping sound, attracting the attention of the whole room. He returned in a proper voice. Yusu knows he's wrong. Gu Yao narrowed his youngly eyes slightly, put his hands behind his back, and snorted coldly. Humph. And where are you wrong? Yusu gritted his teeth and inclined his head, with a face of extreme remorse. The spectators on the sidelines had yet to understand what was happening, and Yusu had already voiced out in pain. The fault lies in the fact that I shouldn't have been smart enough to spoil Immortal Master Gu's good intentions. Only then did Gu Yao turn around, his thick eyebrows spreading slightly as he coldly said, Then you tell me, what is my suffering? If you can't tell me, then you'll be guilty as charged. As Lord Lu City listened to the two of them asking and answering questions, he finally raised his head to reveal his withered face as he looked at the half-kneeling teenager, his eyes flashing with an unknown color. The divine mountain has blessed the earth, keeping the evil spirits away from the earth and allowing the people of the 5 continents to live and work in peace and happiness. However, the evil spirits are cunning and pervasive. Immortal Master Gu came all the way here not simply to catch the fish that escaped the net, but also to warn the world's monks on behalf of the Divine Mountain, no matter when and where. The evil spirits are all around us. Must not rely on the mountain and relax vigilance. Only abide by the heart. Heart to the road. Only by adhering to one can one truly let the evil spirits have no chance to take advantage of. Heart and mind. Yusu was so impassioned and vocal, but Gu Yao's face was as light as water. But his heart was shocked by Yusu's performance. He was just trying to force the teenager to strongly admit to concealing the crime of offense, so that he could redeem himself. But he didn't expect that this blind man would not only quickly understand, but also rose so much value for his arrival that he couldn't help but somewhat look forward to how Yusu should justify himself below. Go on. Yusu raised his eyes, understanding, and continued to grieve. Butchers still know how to kill a chicken without using a bull's knife. So why do we need golden pupils to see if we are contaminated with evil spirits? Immortal Master Gu had long since realized that we were all peaceful people, but he still went to the trouble of casting the spell just to make us think of danger and try out the fear of being dominated by that evil thought. It was only until everyone thought the storm had settled and then recognized the last person as an evil demon that this painstaking effort culminated. That's why no matter who the last person is, Immortal Master Gu will say the words, in order to cause us to panic and pay attention. In the end, the truth will be publicized, so that we can truly understand the above reasoning, and truly raise our vigilance and stay away from evil spirits. And not only did I conceal the matter of blindness, but I was also complacent with Immortal Master Gu's misjudgment, and even spoke out to sabotage the hard work of Immortal Master Gu. You are an evil demon. I, for one, deserve to die. The field side of the crowd, most of them are exclaimed, did not think that there is such a reason. After the Toursu said that this is to wake up. No wonder out of the clouds of a small remote city, hundreds of years have not been out of a place of evil spirits. There will be a sudden people to this place to catch the evil. There is still a small group of people who did not make a sound. I do not know whether they are pretending to be calm, or they are the same as Yusu to see through the cause and effect behind. However, there was one person who had definitely seen through the duo's drama, and the corners of the loose city lord's mouth were slightly raised, just short of shouting that the acting was really good. Count on your resourcefulness. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yao pulled out a piece of antique-colored copper mirror from his sleeve. Gu Yao secretly focused on the air in it, and under the reflection of the sunlight, it actually showed a changing round scene in the air. The small city in the scenery was thriving, and the cultivators' civilians were happy. Suddenly, one of the cultivators in the crowd changed his body shape and actually transformed into a huge green-colored meat monster. Resistance and escape were to no avail. The mortals were trampled on like ants, and the monks were swallowed whole like a buffet of evil spirits. Everywhere is a broken limb. Originally a peaceful small town instantly reduced to human purgatory. After the crowd read the image, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The vast majority of them are like sheep protected in the sheepfold. Evil spirits to them, lightly like a sheepmother to the sheep of a hungry wolves outside. A simple admonition. Until you see another sheep was torn by the hungry wolves' intestines and stomach. Only to hungry wolves have a real concept of the horror of the concept. Gu Yao rode the heat and spoke aloud. This is an incident that really happened 2 months ago in Zhongyuan Continent's Shijing City, which is even closer to the Henggao Divine Mountain than Yurizumo City. The impact of this evil spirit slaughtering the city was extremely bad, but it was also a wake-up call for us. The earth has been too peaceful for too long, and it seems that we've all forgotten about the evil spirits that were stopped by the divine glowstones beyond the shores. But we need to know that evil spirits aren't trapped in the Easting Continent with those demons that can't cross the East Sea without the permission of the human race. They are pervasive and have no gaps to exploit, and they are even reproducing and evolving at all times. The divine glowstones are not perfect, and evil spirits will eventually seep into every corner of the earth, hiding in your shadow waiting for the day you let your guard down. The divine mountain will work hard, but we, the monks ourselves, must be even more scrupulous and steadfast in our righteousness. Never let evil spirits contaminate the earth on which we depend. That's right. Stay true to the truth. Abide in the right way. Stay on the right path. Stay on the right path. Some people in the crowd were infected by the emotion and raised their arms to respond. Gradually, more and more people responded, and their voices became louder and louder, nearly piercing through the sky. It was as if at this moment, people finally remembered that there were still endless evil spirits spying in the middle of the sea, and that they were the immortal enemies of the living beings of the 5 continents. Gu Yao watched this with satisfaction. He didn't even expect things to go this way. He looked through the crowd at Yusu, who had quietly stood up and blended into the pile of people. His gaze complex. Gu Yao glanced again at City Lord Lu in the corner. His eyes were no longer cold, but instead held a slight smile. A confident smile that turned defeat into victory and evil. Lord Lu Cheng noticed Gu Yao's eyes and also smiled with them. He smiled kindly. His withered wrinkles piled on top of each other, as if he was joining Gu Yao and feeling pleased for the crowd, calling out for any dissimilarities. Gu Yao was silent, letting the crowd digest the shock from the evil spirit on their own while he recalled everything that had just happened in his mind. Frankly speaking, his third purpose of coming to Izumo City wasn't as noble as Yusa said. His real purpose was to find the Dream Eater. The dream-eating ghosts absconded into the Zhongyuan continent, and the Hangao Divine Mountain Evil Preventing Division attached great importance to it, and several sects jointly dispatched a number of people to various parts of the Zhongyuan continent, with the intention of purging this huge hidden danger. Because the dream-eating ghost was too high in rank, the evil expelling order was useless in front of it. That's why he didn't hesitate to use the golden pupil on these people. The reason why he didn't test the cultivators of the Passing Vein Realm was even more so because the dream-eating ghost couldn't even look at the Passing Vein Realm's meager amount of Shen Qi, much less lay its hands on the Passing Vein Realm cultivators. Unexpectedly happened to a blind man overturned the boat. He, for the face of the Xianxiao sect, had to force the teenager to admit fault against his will. And now that I think about it, is indeed their own power to deceive people. The young man, however, returned the favor by giving him such a great gift in return, so that he not only saved his honor, but also gained more prestige. Just this teenager, this move undoubtedly offended Lu's senior brother. How should he return the favor? The form and appearance of Yusu's dragon chapter in phoenix posture surfaced in his mind again, and Gu Yao sighed in his heart. I'm afraid there really is a dusty pearl hidden in this Izumo city. End of chapter. As the curtain came down on this tumultuous welcoming conference, Gu Yao announced aloud two exciting decisions. 1. He would carefully examine every large and small sect in Exodus Cloud City, all of which had the possibility of becoming affiliated with the Xianxiao sect. 2. All cultivators with a bone age of 30 or less and a cultivation level of spiritual platform realm or above are eligible to sign up for the Immortal Ascension meeting that will begin tomorrow, competing for the sole qualification to go to Xianxiao sect to listen to the school. Gu Yao also added that the ranking is not the deciding factor to decide where the places belong to. He will combine with the performance of the comprehensive consideration, and hope that every cultivator can show themselves frankly. Do not stick to the victory and defeat, no matter where they are. Only the great way is eternal. Once these words came out, the cultivators were even more excited, as if the opportunity no longer belonged exclusively to these famous and powerful people in the city, but rather, it had fairly descended in front of everyone, within reach. Yusu mixed in the crowd, to the head of the city's head of government to sign up and then quietly left, as low profile as when they came, but also as when they came that cannot escape the attention of those who have the heart. Gu Yao and City Lord Lu had their own thoughts, and a few old men with clear minds reacquainted themselves with this blind teenager in their hearts. For his part, Wu Cheng silently looked at Yusu's back, and his heart had already ignited a burning desire to fight. Yusa took a long breath as he walked through the empty alleyways. Gu Yao, in full view of the sentence "You are an evil demon" is really too shocking. In the crowd of all kinds of taste under the eyes of the gathering, Yusu even feel that if he is a little bit of mind is not tough, will be scared of all sorts of encounters, will be shaken out. Is not an evil spirit, was also forced to become an evil spirit. The source that made him firm as one was not his strong mindset that he did not instantly lose sight of Tarzan, but his belief that his senior sister would not lie to him, and if she said that the piece of Taiyu meat would not cause anyone to be possessed, then it really wouldn't, because she would never harm him, only under the strong conviction of could he succeed in forcing himself to deal with it calmly. However, doubt, fear and nervousness still wrapped around him, and it was only when he heard Lord Lu's words for himself, without mentioning the key characteristic of being blind, that he realized that things were not simple. I am definitely not an evil spirit. Yusu wanted to add to it himself, but Gu Yao didn't pay any attention to him at all, and just talked at length to himself, and Yusu realized the end of the story after listening to it. The only person who could possibly understand the details of the usage of the golden pupil is only the Xianxiao sect-born Lu City Lord, who has long known that the opposite eye is the key to the success of the test, and that he did not introduce me as blind. Not because he forgot, and even less because he was afraid that I would be embarrassed in front of the crowd, but on purpose. What he wanted was for this immortal Master Gu, who hadn't given him the slightest bit of face from the moment he landed on the ground, to also try what it was like to fall from the clouds, and I had inadvertently fallen into that stumbling block. Gu Yao is obviously not stupid. After the realization of the spearhead aimed at me want to salvage, although I hate him obviously know that the misjudgment but also to use the power of pressure. But there is nothing to be done. At home, there is still a sister who is wandering on the edge of hell and needs to be saved, but he is the person who has the most ability to help me get close to the divine mountain, so it would do no good to aggravate the conflict with him. It would be better to go along with it and give him a big gift in return, so that he would think highly of me and increase the possibility of my being chosen as a disciple of the school of listening. All the momentary spirit is a floating cloud compared to saving his sister and his wife. At this point, Yusu this morning's twisted journey of the heart is considered to be the end. At the turn of summer and fall, the temperature was as scorching as it was at midday, and Yusu walked under the lush foliage, looking up at the sky. He had a feeling that the chaos in his eyes seemed to have changed. Whereas he used to only feel a few rays of blinding light when looking directly at the sun, now there was a faint white halo that appeared just by looking into the brightness. I think it must be the work of that piece of rotting meat. Yusu couldn't help but get a little excited. Not long after, the clan had arrived. Instead of waiting agonizingly at the door for her shortbread, Sifu had gone to bed long ago. He simply ate lunch and began another day of cultivation. Sword practice, art cultivation, and vomiting were well organized. The night was quietly low, and the moon was first caged. Yusu didn't cook and went out to buy his senior sister's favorite chestnut chicken. Any request his senior sister had now, he would fulfill it to the best of his ability. He set up a table of delicacies, walked over to his senior sister's room, and gently knocked on the door. For a long time no one responded. Yusu Shinchi, senior sister. Eat? You did not eat breakfast. Not hungry? It took half a second before a somewhat weak voice came from inside. I'm not hungry. You go ahead and eat it yourself. Save some for me. I'll eat it myself if I'm hungry. Eating is not active. There is something wrong with your mind. But I bought chestnut chicken. Which so much nonsense. Let you eat. I'm sleepy. Dawn. Tea disturbed my sleep. Yusu felt Jiling Ruo's obviously powerless yet pretending to be strong tone. His heart was puzzled. And it was only then that he remembered the secret teaching he had had with his senior sister every night for the past 7 days, which coupled with her as usual habits, almost made him overlook the fact that his senior sister was the poor young girl who was being burdened with an evil spirit, and who would hide behind her back in the corners of the room struggling in agony. Senior sister, you are uncomfortable? Yusu asked tentatively. You had to have me tell you that I'm having my period, didn't you? The senior sister's voice was clearly huffing, and these nights of ordination are cancelled. Yusu could only retreat in embarrassment. Elder sister, drink more hot water. If you need it, call out to elder brother. Late at night, Yusu ate tediously by himself, and continued to sit on the bed to meditate after recursory work. Unfortunately, his mind could not be calmed for a long time, and he closed his eyes for a long time with very little effect. At this moment, he should have been with his sister to carry out the teaching of the operation of the Shin-Chi. This night cannot he actually feel a little lost. What he coveted was not the warmth of a young girl's body, but the coziness of being together with his sister in a crisis. Even if they face each other and do nothing, he will feel happy and cozy. By and large, I'm getting away from my senior sister. Yusu smiled to himself. Hiss ah. Yusu's ears shook. A low whimper was keenly captured by him. It was his senior sister's voice. It was as if she was enduring some intense pain, but forcing herself not to make a louder sound, like the prey of the hunter behind her who was all over the place and did not want to startle him. Jiling Ruo was at least in the passing veins realm, although she was not able to cut off the moon red like the female cultivator in the feather transformation realm. She was still a lot stronger than a mortal's physique, so how could her menstruation be this painful? And what could be causing her so much pain? The answer is self-evident. Yusu's heart like a knife. Lips were bitten blood. He wanted to resist rushing in to hold her, comfort her, do not be afraid of no matter what, they will not leave her. But if he really did, wouldn't that go against the wishes of his dream sis? Only the elder sister in the dream knew that he was aware that they were in an evil spirit, and if the real elder sister knew it as well, the overlapping of consciousnesses would speed up the recall of the part hidden in one's own brain. Wouldn't he become the villain who buried his sister's efforts and personally sent them into the mouth of the evil spirits? The repressed emotions of self-blame seemed to turn into substance, almost overflowing out of Yusu's 7 orifices, making him feel as suffocated as if he were drowning. All is silent, the elder sister's pain chanting for a long time before stopping. The oil lamp on the wall reflected a large shadow, like a demon, like a devil. End of chapter. After a night of sleeplessness, the corners of Yusu's eyes were covered with blood like redworms. When the rooster crowed at dawn, Jiling Ruo's breathless sentence, Yusu I'm hungry, woke up Yusu, who had been sitting all night. Yusu was like a stone monkey that was enlightened by the Buddha, instantly regaining vitality. He got up in a hurry, only to realize that his body was stiff and painful, and his hands were especially obvious, only because he had clenched his fists for a night, and there was dried blood in his palms. He asked as he trotted up to his senior sister's door, trying not to reveal his intense concern. Senior sister is better? What would you like to eat in the morning? Just cook me a bowl of noodles and ask for 2 fried eggs. No green vegetables. Senior sister's strength made Yusu's heart ache, and he said with a gentle brow, it's not good to eat too many eggs when you're not feeling well. It's not easy to digest. 1 fried egg and more greens. It's going to be 2. Less greens are always okay. Got it. Yusu smiled, turned around and walked towards the kitchen. lying on the bed of the young girl such as the wind in the weak willow, emaciated sickly counter-enhancement of its yen, heard the Toursu shopkeeper general commitment to smile, suddenly full of spring color in the room. She seemed to remember something, hesitantly called out to Yusu. Yusu, what's wrong? Yusu took a few more steps back. I didn't mean to skip that chestnut chicken. I really couldn't eat it yesterday. Why don't you save it for me to eat tonight? As if the softest place in his heart was being tightly saved, Yusu even stopped breathing for a moment, and the heart-wrenching pain almost stabbed him through the chest cavity. This usually petulant young girl had just snatched her own life from the hands of an evil demon, and yet at that moment there was still time to worry about chilling her senior brother's meager bit of goodwill. Think of quite beautiful. After this village will not have this store. Big morning I have long taken it below eaten up. Night I you drink your big white porridge it. Yusu forced to endure the pain of the heart, with a cheerful tone, and she joked, and then went to the kitchen to work. Yawn. The churlish young girl bristled, pulling up the covers to cover her face which was plastered with laughter. The golden sun is high. Yusu didn't tell Ji-Ling Rua that he had a competition today, and after making sure that his senior sister was asleep, he rushed towards the city lord's mansion. The people we met along the way were all in a hurry, bringing their relatives and friends along with them as they opened their mouths. Go to the city lord's mansion to see the fight. For these mortals, being able to see a cultivator fight did count as a rare showpiece. The front of the city lord's mansion was overcrowded. The outermost part was surrounded by ordinary people, while the inside was filled with cultivators of all shapes and sizes. Blindness revealed a great disadvantage at times like this. Even though Yusu was burdened with cultivation, his current perception was not enough to support him in dealing with such complex terrain. In fact, even if it is not blind as well, this crowded scene without a 20 years of scalping how it is impossible to squeeze in. Yusu can only mix in the waves of people tough forward chrysalis. I also wonder when that situation where the protagonist falls from the sky into the race scene in the nick of time will happen to him. Stumbling and squeezing in did get a little ugly, but that didn't dampen Yusu's determination to win the ultimate victory. Want to rely on oneself to bring two evil people trekking through the mountains to reach the sacred mountain can be said to be very difficult. It was even possible that even after arriving at the sacred mountain, there was no door to enter the mountain. So the identity of a disciple of the school of listening was a knocking brick that Yusu was determined to obtain. Squeezing. Yusu actually found that the people around them all to the left and right each retreated a step, as if for their own to make a road. The end of the road there is a person is walking towards their own. There were too many characters with complicated chi, so I couldn't recognize the person's breath for a while. Hurry up. Your opponent is still waiting for you. It was actually Wu Chang. Yusu did not respond and silently followed behind Wu Chang. Some of the surrounding mortals who had befriended Yusu recognized him and loudly cheered for him, and Yusu responded with a smile. The city lord's mansion was enclosed into a circular venue, with two seats set up on the main seat opposite the door. One on the left and one on the right sat City Lord Lu and Immortal Master Gu, and further down were the sovereigns of the Shouxiao sect and some of the rest of the sects on either side. The center of the venue was already standing with a tall man, about 24 or 25 years old, wearing a strong suit that showed off his muscles. He looked at the nonchalant Yusu, flinging his arms that were as thick as elephant legs, his eyes already eager to try. His name was Shang Xiling. He was the second person in the younger generation of the Wind and Thunder Fist sect, the second sect in Izumo City, and from the moment he knew that his opponent in the first round would be Yusu, his master had placed great hopes on him. This made him vaguely have an illusion, as if as long as he defeated Yusu, he would be the number one person in the Wind and Thunder Fist sect in the future. And that senior brother who would always be on top of him would become his vassal, and whether or not he could become a disciple of the hearing school was not important at this point. As for Yusu's strength, he never worried, although he once also looked for Yusu's competition. After being rejected, he also did not put it on his mind, and only regarded the other party as cowardly. Yusu 18 years old to build spirit platform is indeed considered to be not bad talent, but he 19 years old so far has been in the spirit platform realm solid for 5 years. This is not as simple to overcome the gap. Seeing Yusu on stage, Sheng Ziling stretched his backhand, his expression even a bit lazy. You blind man, what are you doing to go grinding? I thought you weren't coming. Weren't you quite formidable yesterday? The corner of Shang Ziling's mouth raised in an exaggerated arc. Yusu not only wanted to be a blind man at the moment, he also wanted to be a deaf man, but Sheng Ziling treated him as if he was still mute, and as he was about to continue speaking, City Lord Lu had already recited aloud. The two sides have arrived and performed the ritual of sparring with each other. The drums will sound and the duel will begin. Yusu frankly bent over and clenched his fist, but Shang Ziling was a bit reluctant. Gu Yao sat upright, hiding the concern in his eyes well, wondering if this blind teenager's strength matched his quick-witted mind. Bang bang bang. the bronze drum was abruptly pounded out, and everyone focused on this competition in the arena. Yusu, like a back, used to be hidden from the crowd since childhood. He is really not used to this kind of public attention, which for an insecure blind man is the same as standing naked in the center of the crowd dancing. He had already been forced to jump once yesterday, not realizing that he would have to do it again today, and would have to do it until he won the laurels. Thinking of this, Yusu doubly desperate, just want to hurry to end this fight. But the opposite side of that limber strong man seems unwilling to end too soon, has been using a frivolous tone of voice to taunt what? See their own ignore his voice is also more and more angry. Yusu really feel helpless, really afraid that the strong man has not yet started to fight first to the self-gas fainted, so no longer stop, moved. His white shirt seemed like a flashing arc of light, and in the next instant, the sheath of the Mo-song sword was already against Shang Ziling's thick neck, pressing down on his bulging and throbbing arteries. The noisy venue instantly quieted down. Many young cultivators were stunned in place. The mortals who squeezed into the infield were even more dumbfounded, and only those with slightly higher cultivation flashed various lights in their eyes. Bang bang bang! The bronze drum was struck once again, and Lord Willow City dragged out a long trailing voice as he announced, Yuan Yang Sword Sect, Yu Su Shang. End of chapter. As if Shang Ziling had been struck by a fixation spell, he froze in place for a long time, and the first thing he did after regaining his senses was to turn his head tremblingly and look at his master, who was seated at the edge of the field. The Wind and Thunder Fist sect patriarch's expression was ugly. Shang Ziling desperately squeezed his expression. He wanted to open his mouth to argue, as if he was silently saying that this battle was not the way everyone saw it. This blind man actually took advantage of his defenses to engage in a sneak attack. He was simply not speaking of martial arts and virtue. He should have directly sentenced the opposite side to a loss. But then he was dumbfounded and couldn't say anything. Shang Ziling twisted his head to look at the scabbard that Yusu had withdrawn, and his eyes grew more and more resentful towards his cultivation career in the sect in the future. He didn't have the courage to make a move, but only the knots in his throat rolled as he wanted to curse out the dirtiest words, to use the dirtiest words to humiliate this person who seemed to be indifferent to everything. In a blink of an eye, the Mo-song sword was once again against Shang Ziling's neck, the difference being that this time it was no longer the scabbard, but the icy cold blade of the sword. I'll cut down from here and you won't die, but you'll be mute in the future. So, do you still want to curse? Yusu gently held the hilt of his sword. Not the slightest hint of threat could be heard in his tone. The crowd on the sidelines all raised a mouthful of cool air, not realizing that after the competition had ended Yusu actually dared to make a move. The Wind and Thunderfist sect patriarch was even so furious that he directly stood up, and his pair of fiery hands slapped the armrests of the wooden chair to pieces. Yusu, what do you want? Lord Lu City launched a forceful chi to pacify this angry burly old man, and said leisurely to Yusu in the field, Yusu, put down your blades. The cut is over. Don't lose your temper. Yusu sniffed, smiled faintly twice to retrieve the Mo-song sword, and as he withdrew, his wrist moved slightly, leaving an imperceptible bloodstain on Shang Ziling's neck. Forgive me, City Lord Lu, it was my misunderstanding. Seeing Brother Shang's stance, I thought he hadn't finished yet. Shang Ziling didn't hear what Yusu was saying. He was immersed in the stinging pain coming from that very shallow blood mark. He had a feeling that if necessary this blind man would really make himself a mute, or the kind that would be lying in a coffin all cold. A creepy feeling spread from the soles of his feet, and he realized that his pants were a little wet. Why was this feeling of incontinence so familiar? When was the last time? He remembered. Is 12 years old that year followed the master in the outside shopping? He fell in love with a just by a woman to buy a jade ring. The woman was holding a blind child, all scruffy but taller than even the stout master. The master and the woman somehow got into a fight at the drop of a hat. When it was said to be a fight, it was actually master teacher who was unilaterally beaten up. Senior's rather proud boxing skills were also shattered by that pair of female fists. But wasn't that woman the sword sect's patriarch? The woman finished beating his master, and then gave him a cold look. This was the first time he had ever seen that kind of look, and also the first time he had seen the godlike master in his heart in such a state of distress, and was scared to pee on the spot when he saw the woman step by step. But the woman ignored him, and the boyish blind boy said dully to the woman beside him as he bit his finger and walked past himself, "Master, what smells so Thai?" The comment made the woman laugh. This thing he remembered until now. Thought that the woman left. Master breakthrough. He also became strong. Then that kind of fear and embarrassment will never appear. Did not expect that year the blind boy at the moment to help him find back. So Thai. Yusa pinned the ink song sword and pinched his nose as he left the venue. And the strong man in the field, with his white robe and pants getting darker and darker in color, sat paralyzed on the ground completely ashen amidst the unceasing jeers from the sidelines. Guyao watched from afar as Yusu's back disappeared into the crowd, the luster in his eyes flowing. It's night. Yusa still bought chestnut chicken, and of course a series of blood-nourishing foods such as red bean porridge, black fungus, and brown sugar water. Ji Lingrua dressed plain. Loose jacket skirt covers the exquisite curves. The face has been restored a little red. The skin is glowing. Seems to be fluorine moist more than ever. She looked at the table, a little pleased and a little speechless. The two of them silently chucked their food. And for a while it was a bit dull. Hey, what did you do during the day? Ji Lingrua looked at the fungus that her senior brother had chucked into her bowl and skimmed her mouth. Going to the city lord's mansion to do some errands. Yusu also chucked 2 chopsticks of fungus and said, eat more fungus. It replenishes chi and nourishes blood. Ji Lingrua flipped her chopsticks twice. Obviously she doesn't love eating fungus. But because of a month of red lice the senior brother bought such a big plate to force her to eat it. And was also quite helpless. Eat it yourself if you want. Aren't fungus your favorite? Senior sister actually remembers what I love to eat. Senior brother is very relieved. But what I love to eat isn't black fungus. It's white fungus. Yusu smiled and drank the porridge. Ji Lingrua spat out her fragrant tongue, quietly made a face, and added, what's the point of going to the city lord's mansion? That search thing last time? No, it's that the city lord's mansion has an honored guest, and all the cultivators of the spirit platform realm in the entire city have to go and greet them. What kind of honored guests? What's the big deal? The external deacon of the Hangao Divine Mountain Xianxiao sect is called Gu Yao. Why? Do you recognize it? Senior sister? Yawn. What's the big deal? What's he doing in Exodus Cloud City? Here to inspect the affiliated sects and incidentally choose disciples who can go to the Xianxiao sect to listen to their studies. But they have to be at least in the spirit platform realm. Yusu hid the third thing about Gu Yao. He didn't want to mention the in front of his senior sister word. Evil spirit. Then don't you have a chance to? Ji Lingrua's beautiful eyes glowed. A little bit. Do you want to go to the Divine Mountain? Senior sister? Yusu asked tentatively. In the final analysis, bringing the senior sister to the Divine Mountain to get rid of the evil is still just his own wishful thinking. But after all, now is not the time to confess. For the sake of today's solution is to bring the two to the Divine Mountain first, and in the assurance that the senior sister can be saved even if her consciousness returns. Then they can be frank with them about everything. Ji Lingrua didn't answer immediately. She seemed to be a bit hesitant and didn't know what she was thinking. So you want to go? Me? Should want to go. Yusu lifted his bowl and lowered his head. Then if I get this place to listen to the school, would senior sister be willing to go with me? When? Of course willing to la. Ji Lingrua hands do not stop chopsticks. Seems to cover up something. And added. God Mountain who do not want to go well. Yusu felt a little wrong, but did not ask directly. When it was the senior sister was afraid of the evil spirit of her to become a burden to him. That's good. I still have a lot of money saved up, so I can buy a house with a yard in a more remote part of Hangzhou City. During the day, I'll go up to the Divine Mountain to listen to the lessons, and senior sister can sleep. At night, I'll come back and continue to teach senior sister to practice the sword, and when senior sister becomes powerful, she'll definitely be qualified to go up to the Divine Mountain to listen to the lessons as well. We'll also be able to write more stories. The people of Hangzhou City are all very rich. We can definitely earn much more than in Izumo City. Yusu think about the future. Ji Lingrua pointed out one by one the faults in the future of Yusu. The two also argued as usual. The table gradually became lively, but no one can see the young girl in the eyes of the deep hidden worries. End of chapter. As the sun rose, the front of the city lord's mansion was once again crowded with people. There were a total of 33 cultivators who signed up for this Immortal Ascension meeting, and one of them had a first round turn, which coincidentally was Wu Chang. Today was the second round, and Wu Chang's competition was scheduled for the first match. Everyone came early. They all wanted to see with their own eyes what this teenager who had been famous in the city for a long time was like. Wu Chang's opponent's name was Liang Hong, the only son of the Liang family, another big family in the city, and of course, a renowned genius in Izumo City, just a bit less prestigious than Wu Chang. Due to the fact that he also extremely hated Yusu, he and Wu Chang were considered friends. The two of them were facing each other from a distance in the center of the venue, and Liang Hong did not show any cowardice. Even though he knew that he might not be Wu Chang's opponent, he also had to think about whether or not this was the only chance he would ever have in his life. Bronze drums sounded. Sunlight shone on the empty venue. Wu Chang drew his sword and ended the competition with a swift and powerful blow. The Shouxiao sect was not a sword sect, and Sword Dao was only a side branch within the sect. Most of the disciples were majoring in arts, and Wu Chang was no exception. But he didn't even use his arts today, insisting on using his sword to win with a single strike, as if he was competing with Yusu, who had also resolved the battle quickly yesterday. His battle made it clear to all those present that even if they were the same genius, there would be a difference between high and low. it also made it clear to everyone that in the end, the person who would be able to stand on this immortal Ascension Society stage would only come from amongst Yusu and Wu Chang. Chi Daodong's face was as normal as usual, gently stroking his white beard with an air of anticipation, not caring in the slightest about the Liang family head's iron face. Even City Lord Lu and Gu Yao could not help but nod their heads in approval. Although such a contest was amazing, it was much less ornamental, and ordinary people still loved to see the next battles that were evenly matched. At the same time, they also looked forward to what kind of bright performance Yusu would have in the last match. In the afternoon, Yusu's bout arrived. Before Yusu left the house, he told his senior sister that he would fight with someone, and whoever was more powerful would be more likely to get the qualification to listen to the school. And he also specifically instructed Ji Ling Ruo to continue resting and not to sneak in to watch him compete. Ji Ling Ruo rolled her playful eyes and said that she hadn't planned to go, and that Yusu would have defeated those people lightly anyway, and that there was nothing to see at all. If you want her to look at the appearance of Yusu showing his great power in front of people and then show that disgusting expression of, there is no door, while senior brother is too powerful. Under the enthusiastic gaze of the spectators, Swim Su walked to the center of the venue. His opponent today was named Gao Li, only a year older than Swim Su, but he was already the number one person under the age of 30 in the Wind and Thunder Fist sect, and was also the senior brother that Shang Ziling was bent on stepping on the bottom of his feet. But in fact, Yusu didn't know him at all, as there was no past or even interactions between him and Yusu. Yusu sensed that this quiet and calm opponent in front of him was a true cultivator, and so some more respect was born in his heart. Facts have proved that Gao Li is indeed not mediocre, much stronger than Shang Ziling. Yusu is not a person who deliberately scorns his opponents. It is just that yesterday that Shang Ziling was really too annoying that he killed the other party without mercy. Facing Gao Li, Yusu deliberately converged sword against its Tiger Wind double fist, the two entangled fighting back and forth. It looks like it is really in the sparring, and no one is in the heart to win, until Gao Li's punch full of chi energy was dispatched by Yusu, who resolutely clasped his fists and admitted his defeat. This exciting duel came to a complete end. While the audience watched with great interest, they could not help but compare it to the morning match of Wu Chang. Again, the opponents were not bad, but the ease of winning was very different. The crowd already had their own answers in their minds as to who would win the final place in the school. Yusu didn't care about this and left the venue after asking about the time of his competition tomorrow. It was still dark when we arrived home, and Sifu was still resting. Yusu exhaled for a while it was still early, and when the sun set, he walked to the door of his master's wife. Yesterday, I had already asked senior sister if she was willing to go to the Divine Mountain, and today I still had to ask senior mother. Counting the days, Maiden had been without a sound for 10 days. In fact, this length of time in the past 8 years is not long. The longest time Yusu counted, a full 44 days. Yusu also do not know why the master mother mouth a person without cultivation can be so many years of cereal. Perhaps it is to eat what heavenly treasures, elixir. But Yusu always feel that the teacher's wife floating like an immortal, not immortal, but give people the feeling is better than an immortal. So Yusu has always been convinced of the words of the teacher's wife, because that kind of person will not lie, like a pure white lotus, cannot produce a little dirt. Yusu hesitated for a moment and finally knocked on the door. Shifu? After waiting for a while, Nyang's clear and cold voice came quietly, giving people the feeling of adding a little more ethereal than before. What is it? Yusu smoothed out the folds of her coat with some urgency, not knowing what she was nervous about. Yusu has a question to ask the master maiden. As soon as the words fell, Yusu had some regrets. This time the opening statement seems to be word for word the same as the last one. The teacher's wife will not bellyache about how I have so many questions, right? Ask. Shifu answered dryly. Does want to go to Mount Everest? Senior mother. Why do you ask? Recently, Izumo City has come to a Divine Mountain's immortal master who is the outer door deacon of the Xianxiao sect, and he has a quota in his hand to be able to go to the Xianxiao sect to listen to the school. So I would like to fight for it. You're eager to enter the Xianxiao sect? Senior Nyang's voice had a rare rise and fall, clearly interested in the answer to this question. It's not that I want to enter the Xianxiao sect. Listening and learning doesn't change the clan's name. I'm still a member of the Yuan Yang sword sect, although Yusu's eyes are blind but his heart is not blind. Without my master there would be no present-day me. How could I possibly take advantage of his traveling in the clouds to enter another sect and worship someone else as a teacher? Yusu hurriedly explained, and fearing that he didn't say at all, he continued to add, Yusu wanted to go to listen to the school. He just wanted to learn different knowledge, come into contact with different people, and by the way, feel the greatness of the Divine Mountain and see the top of this world. Master said that when he returns he will be famous in the 5 continents, and naturally, Yusu will have to work hard to be worthy of the name of Master's disciple before he can do so. Shifu seemed to be digesting the passage, and after a brief moment of silence, Shifu gave her reply. I think. Yusu was overjoyed and gently clenched his fists. His greatest worry was that his senior sister did not want to leave the Yuanyang sword sect, but instead had been waiting here witheringly for his senior who had an uncertain return date. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly according to his plan, as if the day of curing his senior sister's wife was tomorrow. Thank you, mistress. There's no need to thank me. If you really want to go to hear the school, fight it. Yusu will certainly do his best. With those words Yusu saluted and retreated. He looked up to the west. His chaotic vision coincided with the last glimpse of the dissipating sunset. His heart surged with hope. Actually, I feel that this competition episode is quite watery and uninteresting, but I can't jump straight to the finals, so it's just going to have to be bland for now. After the competition is over, there will be less of this kind of lightheartedness, and the plot will become more thrilling. Oh, add a bookmark to help catch up if you like it. Please mess with me. This is really important to me. End of chapter. Another new day. Yusu neatly dressed and walked out of the clan, and before walking far away, he quietly went to check out the formation that hides the evil chi. Evil, this thing is very subtle. The evil book said that unless you have learned those obscure and difficult to learn the art of identifying evil, otherwise even the great cultivator of the realm of the whole is also very difficult to detect them directly. Some people even use this to assert that the evil spirits are the dirt that fades from the cultivator's body, so that it will be difficult to be distinguished by the cultivator himself as if he is from the same source. So he often can only detect the evil spirits with the help of external objects. This argument had always existed, but it did not flourish, for the obvious reason that even if the correctness of this argument was proven, there would not be many people among the cultivators who would be willing to give up this opportunity for long life. What's more, there were indeed quite a few irrationalities in this viewpoint as well. Yusu didn't dare to arrive any later and hurriedly rushed to the city lord's mansion, only to be told that his opponent for today had already abstained. When Yusu inquired about his opponent's name, he guessed the reason in his mind. Because that person was also one of the people who had followed Wu Cheng to besiege himself, he must have seen how badly Shang Ziling had been humiliated by me the day before, and did not dare to confront me again, which was indeed a witty decision. For most of the people in this city, they would probably never leave Izumo City for the rest of their lives, and it was more important to be able to continue to make a name for themselves in this city than the illusory dream of a divine mountain. Without the competition, Yusu did not stay and turned his head away, not caring about other people's competitions in the slightest. Returning to the sect, Yusu was ready to start another day of cultivation, and was about to continue studying that Rui Royal Wind art in his head when Jiling Ruo walked in. The young girl, in a light emerald-colored jacket, stood playfully at the side of the door, with some not-so-healthy redness on her face, biting her lower lip as if she wanted to say something. This skirt, because very close to Jiling Ruo's exquisite figure, is a girl very often wear one. At this time to look again, but also vaguely some short, before only in the step when you see the beads round jade ankles, but now just standing on the small half of the arc of the beautiful calves. The waist is more thin and soft, buttocks seem to be wider, and before just can wrap the bun like a big chest, at the moment also some bulging. Call out the meaning. As if overnight, Sifu grew up a bit, but to notice these differences was too difficult for a blind man, not to mention the fact that the teachings had not taken place for the past 2 nights. And Yusu was unaware of the changes that had occurred in Jiling Ruo's body. Seeing that the young girl entered the room without saying anything, Yusu withdrew his meditation position and asked, "What's wrong, senior sister? What's the matter? Can't come if there's nothing wrong?" Only choking on Yusu's words could make Jiling Ruo feel comfortable as she tugged at the hem of her skirt and her leaky neckline and sat herself down. "Of course you can come. Any time. Aren't you going to compete with someone? How did you come back so quickly?" Jiling Ruo asked casually. The opponent abstained. Yusu could sense that what his senior sister wanted to ask was definitely not this. "Oh." Jiling Ruo lightly folded her eyebrows and puffed out her mouth, contemplating what she should say to steer the conversation to what she wanted to talk about. Senior sister might as well be straightforward if she has something to say. Yusu looked gentle. "Just you are smart." Jiling Ruo spat out her fragrant tongue and said in an unkind tone, "Hey, I'm asking you, should senior brother give senior sister a gift?" A big question mark popped up in Yusu's head. "It should. And what have you bought me? Pins, bracelets, talking books, windmills, snacks." Stop. Jiling Ruo was furious and annoyed. What's a big man doing remembering so clearly? Yusu smiled and didn't say anything. "Just say what senior sister wants. Senior brother will buy it for you." I don't have any clothes to wear. You go buy me a few." Jiling Ruo's voice got smaller and smaller as she said it later, as if she was deflated. "Isn't it true that senior sister never wants new clothes? Saying that all these materials in the city are no better than your own. You can't look at them. Yusu asked curiously. Can't you just want it now? Of course it's fine. Then I'll take you along to buy it. Yusu was rarely able to take Ji-ling Rua out with him. The senior sister and the senior mother were all top-notch housewives in their previous lives. Ji-ling Rua looked at the somewhat less sheltered dress on her body and shyly said, I am not convenient, and I don't want to go out. Yusu but just remembered that the sister not only did not like to see the stranger, or the evil person, how can go out freely? I feel that I should be damned, and I can't wait to slap myself in the face. Then I'll go buy it for senior sister. What kind does senior sister like? Ji-ling Rua then took out a folded note from her purse and said, You can't see anyway, so I don't expect you to buy anything that looks good. You just let the clothes village boss pick it out for you. And remember to say not to buy the kind that many people wear. This young lady doesn't want to be like everyone else. I don't want to be like everyone else. The color also has requirements. My favorite is light cyan. If not, then buy other light color is fine. Anyway, don't buy dark color. As ugly as those black or gray clothes of yours. Summer dresses to buy 3 pieces. Soon the fall turns cool. Fall dresses must also buy 3 pieces. As for winter clothes, just don't want it first. You are also not allowed to pick the cheap ones to buy. Even if you want to save money to buy a house under the sacred mountain, then you have to buy at least one better piece, right? This lady at least is also condescending to enter your broken clan, okay? You cannot treat me that way. You can't treat me like that. Do you remember what I said above? Yusu only had one thought right now, and that was to buy all the best dresses from the best clothes bank in Izumo City and give them to his senior sister. Remember. What about size? Not telling you. Ji-ling Rua reddened her face. She actually preferred her previous kind of budding body. Now her slightly standardized body made her a little uncomfortable. Here, this is the note. Inside there are all my requirements written in the size. No one is allowed to let others read it to you. Only show it to the shopkeeper, or you will never be ignored again. Also, most importantly, you can't do strange things to the dress. What strange things can I do? Yusu had an innocent look on his face. Ha! I don't know who held their face to my lady's skirt and sniffed at that time, so I'll never wear that skirt again. Ji-ling Rua looked at Yusu's upright face with a look of contempt and said hatefully, but in fact, only she herself knew clearly that she had never disliked that dress. Yusu face full of black line. Defense, sister, how you just do not believe it? That time is really not my intention. Really, I collect their own clothes when suddenly blowing a gale. Your skirt just was blown to my face. You see now our clothes separate drying. Where there is such a thing? Ji-ling Rua recalled the scene that made her explode at that time. Blowing a gale is good. The thin skirt does seem to have been blown to the face of Yusu, and even close to his face lined up the resolute contours of his face. But the wind is too strong for that fabric to go up your nose. I didn't sniff your clothes as hard as I did. Ji-ling Rua's cheeks reddened even more, and lazily picked up on this conversation, handing over the note and saying, You can practice first, and then get it this afternoon, and get dinner on the way. Yusa collected the note and gave a reliable smile. Don't worry, senior sister. I promise to complete the mission. End of chapter. Are you sure? Your senior sister sent you to buy it? The half-aged clothes villa boss lady looked at the timeless handwriting on the note, and then raised her eyes to look up and down at the righteous-looking Yusu. That's right. Please wrap up light cyan all the light-colored ones that meet the requirements on this paper. I want them all. Yusu's tone was firm, and added, Don't want the average fabrics. I just want the expensive ones. The boss lady was hesitant. It's not that she doesn't know Yusu. After all, she is most concerned about these handsome young men in the city, and Yusu can be ranked first in her heart. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Every time she sees Yusu passing by her store, always dressed in plain clothes, she feels doubly sorry. Just think that this poor blind boy left behind by his master can't afford to wear clothes worthy of his exquisite skin. If her husband wasn't still at home, she would have tried the teenager's bottom line with her money. Although she has seen many people who have thrown away thousands of dollars for women, but after all, they are all famous and powerful people in the city. And Yusu's sudden generosity had to make her doubt whether Yusu had such strength. Yusu, auntie is not reluctant to sell them to you. Those fine clothes are very expensive. Can you afford them? Yusu pretended to have an innocent look on his face and pulled out a large heavy bag of silver taels from his sleeve. Master left me some money when he said goodbye. I can't see. I don't know how much. Auntie, help me to see if this is enough. The boss's wife's eyes were glowing and her eyebrows were smiling. Enough is enough. If I were you, how could you, a blind man, be so discerning? If you buy clothes for women, you've come to the right place. Saying that, he tugged up Yusu's sleeve to bring it to the cabinet, and mysteriously looked at the size on the note. With a playful expression, he patted Yusu's shoulder and said, You kid, you're blessed. I don't know how many skirts I touched before finally choosing the right one. The boss's wife had a very good impression of Yusu, and didn't hold the mentality of ripping off customers to select skirts for her, and in the end, she bought a total of 8. That big bag of silver tails actually had a little bit left. Yusu, you are so generous to your own senior sister. You can't be too stingy to yourself. Auntie gave you a robe. It's in this cloth bag. Don't get confused. Come to Auntie here to buy clothes in the future. Give you a conscience price. The boss's wife handed over 2 large and 2 small cloth bags totaling 4 to Yusu, not forgetting to touch the teenager's bony and strong hands. Yusu thought of having to carry the food box later. So many bags are not good to carry. So he said, Yusu, thank you, Aunt. I will definitely come to you later. I still need to take other things. Why don't you help me put these 2 small bags of clothes together? My senior sister won't mind. The boss's wife, however, said with an intriguing look on her face, I believe Auntie will mind. Well, you quickly take the new clothes back. Yusu walked away confused. He didn't understand that they were all new clothes anyway, so why should he mind putting them together? The boss's wife, on the other hand, looked at Yusu's distant back and said, I've seen women ask men to buy their clothes, but I've never seen them ask men to buy even their blasphemy. TSK, is this also a part of their game? Alas, it's a pity that those styles old lady has no face to wear, so she will give them to her senior sister. After having dinner and making an appointment with Yusu to continue teaching tonight, Jiling Ruo couldn't wait to pick up her new clothes and go back to her room. Despite the outward pretense of calmness, no girl would not look forward to new clothes, even if she might not be able to look at the mundane fabrics. She opened the 3 packages in order from the largest to the smallest, and to her surprise there were a few dresses that were quite to her liking, except that there were 2 others that were made of very cool fabrics, and didn't look like something a serious person could wear out of the house. Jiling Ruo scolded Yusu for being stupid. He must have been pitted by the store owner, because this kind of immodest clothes with few fabrics tend to be especially expensive. Jiling Ruo didn't care, satisfied, leaning them one by one in front of herself to compare, sweet in her heart, secretly saying that Ironcock's senior brother is still a little bit conscientious, willing to spend money. After gesticulating and then carefully took out the clothes in that small package, the thought that this was the blasphemy that Yusu had gone to buy for herself made her blush a little. I really don't know what people's bosses would think of her, but there is no way. Even the old dress cannot wear. Profanity naturally the same must be changed. She borrowed the bright oil lamp, slowly unfolded these blasphemies. The top of few in her note asked for the difference is not big, but the more organized to the back more and more feel wrong. Under the light Jiling Ruo watery face is also more and more scarlet. Seems to be dripping blood. What did he buy? Why is this bib transparent? How to leave a seam in the middle of the bust? According to my request, how can the boss give me this kind of vulgar clothes? And those 2 skirts too. No wonder this blind man agreed so quickly. So he didn't have good intentions. The Rui Royal Wind Art was really an extremely subtle body technique tome. Just by reading it and realizing a little bit of its key points, even the consciousness would have a sense of floating as if it were the wind. The missing moon hung over the sparse trees, and Yusu was intoxicated and unable to extricate himself from his feats. Just at this time, a silhouette sneaked in. Jiling Ruo saw Yusu's unmoved appearance actually a little annoyed. I came here in those clothes like he wanted, and it's like he forgot he had an appointment to learn how to run the air tonight. He's playing a game with me, isn't he? Jiling Ruo angrily took a sip of tea and heavily slammed the cup onto the table. Yusu woke up directly from his meditation and said indistinctly, Senior sister, you're here? I came a long time ago. Jiling Ruo's voice was cold, and she didn't know who had provoked her. Yusu puzzled and apologized. I've kept senior sister waiting. So let's begin. Are you in a hurry? Jiling Ruo's eyes were contemptuous as if she was looking at a pile of crumbs. Starting straight away is indeed a bit blind. Yusu got off the bed and sat across from Jiling Ruo. Senior sister, first try moving the air without my assistance. I'll see how much senior sister has already mastered. Seeing Yusu's bland look as if he was looking down on her, Jiling Ruo wanted to show Yusu her progress. So she set up her sword stance and tried to mobilize those disobedient Xianqi in her body. Happy that the arcane air really had gotten a bit of a running start. Sad that the path was going the wrong way. It's not right here. The flow of Xianqi from the lower abdomen should be upward and then downward. Yusu stood up and pointed out Jiling Ruo's mistake, and very naturally reached out and pressed his hand directly to the small of Jiling Ruo's abdomen in preparation to guide her. Jiling Ruo looked at Yusu's palm that didn't hesitate in the slightest due to avoidance. She was furious and tense, and straight away she felt like she was going to burn out. Just a moment after touching the young girl's small abdomen, Yusu, however, as if he had touched a snake in a blind box, immediately retracted his hand and stuttered. Senior sister, why are you're not wearing any clothes? Jiling Ruo was also as if she was electrocuted. The place that had just been touched by Yusu was tingling, and she reddened her face, so shy that she was about to shed tears. Who says I'm not wearing it? It's just showing my waist, and it's not even the dress you bought me. Write something you love to write. Ball catch up on your reading in favorites woohoo. End of chapter. According to you, the store owner chose all the dresses herself? You don't know anything about it? Jilingrua sat on the chair with an impish gaze, holding the hilt of the sword with one hand, while the other hand rubbed the wooden sword back and forth, as if she wanted to cut someone with it. Under the light, her two glowing jade legs were folded over, and the extremely short gossamer skirt was hanging down from the root of her legs. Above the opening of the skirt, the waist was actually empty, boldly exposing the girl's thin, straight and hidden power of the waist curve. The curve extends upward, is more full lines. It will be wrapped up as decorated with tassels silk bustier. Its complex decoration seems to be able to attract everyone's attention in this, excluding the blind. Of course, the whole outfit did not look racy, but rather was a candid display of the beauty of the woman's figure. Yusu stood honestly at the table, feeling the kind of contemptuous eyes of his senior sister as if they were on his back. A little bit, just a little bit of information. It's really what you chose. Jilingrua flung the wooden sword onto the table with a snap, with an expression that had seen through Yusu long ago. It really isn't. I just touched the fabric. I can't touch someone else's skirt from end to end. That boss lady didn't say it was waist-bearing when she described it to me. Yusu hurriedly explained. With a sudden flash of insight, Yusu said with a frank face again. Besides, senior sister, what's a blind man like me doing buying you this kind of clothes? I can't even see. Jilingrua saw Yusu's inexplicable appearance only felt funny, and in his heart, he slandered, although you can't see, but you are clear that you can touch it. So the smile played with the flavor. So that means you'd buy it if you could see it? Yusu was completely speechless. Playing word games, right? He naturally knew that his sister was not angry with him for buying this kind of clothes. Otherwise it would not be possible to wear it without authorization and go to the meeting alone. Sister simply thought it was fun to tease him, and he was very cooperative with her interrogation game for the sake of the girl's happiness. However, the repeated provocations of the senior sister have already made Yusu cannot retreat. Is not this matter of the senior sister you have no fault at all? Will buy. Yusu suddenly put away that pleasing expression, and his temperament steeply became confident and tall. Jilingrua looked at Yusu's sudden change somewhat at a loss for words. She subconsciously raised her sword to stop herself in front of her chest, surprised at the fact that this dead serious blind man hadn't always been a self-proclaimed gentleman of integrity. How could he admit to this kind of problem? This is not the same as disguisedly admitting that he has thoughts about himself. Jilingrua had a slight nervousness. The teenager now looked like the big bad wolf in the Yusu story that took off the little red hat and completely stopped pretending in her eyes. She leaned back slightly and forced herself to be calm and said, "Humph, early to admit is not good. I did not blame you. The clothes are quite nice. Just can't wear it out. You bought a good one. Don't buy it next time." Yusu, however, didn't let Jilingrua go so easily. He pressed forward step by step, and with every small step forward, Jilingrua's body leaned back more and more. And what about senior sister? Why does senior sister dare to wear such clothes to senior brother's room? If I could see it, would senior sister still dare to wear it? This sentence to Jilingrua asked face red like blood. She cowering body dare not answer. Indeed, if Yusu is not blind, she asked herself is not dare to wear. Yusu's blindness only gave Jilingrua the courage to tease him at will. She had already envisioned that Yusu would be this frightened bird-like reaction when she wore it. But what she wanted to see was Yusu's appearance of struggling between his superficial decency and his inner immodesty. And what she wanted was to make this blind man who opened his mouth every day to say that he was a senior sister not be able to resist tearing off the disguise from him with his own hands. After all, they would soon be parting. So how could they be happy if they couldn't get him to say what he wanted in person? But why did seeing him look like he was about to show his hand make him afraid again? Why doesn't senior sister say anything? Yusu stopped his steps and smiled. Jilingrua's dish and fun-loving temperament he thought he knew better than anyone else. I didn't expect Jilingrua to abruptly gaze at the light. Cowardice has disappeared from her face, replaced by cunning and arrogance. She squared her body, and also exchanged the order in which her legs were folded, now showing a large area of white and creamy skinlight. She raised her eyes to look into Yusu's eyes and said blandly, "Dare? What's there to dare? You, on the other hand, dare to look?" Yusu was stunned for a moment, and in his heart, he was shocked. "Senior sister, are you for real?" Jilingrua looked at Yusu's deflated appearance. Her heart was very happy, snorted and then stood up again, not the slightest bit weakened because she was half a head shorter than Yusu. Too bad someone can't. They couldn't see it if they wanted to. Yusu silent, knowing that this contest is he lost, but by no means is he goaded. He knew that the young girl in front of him to carry the hidden pain will want to find a way to get close to themselves to find a sense of security in their own here. He stabbed the two of them at this time, and the feelings of that layer of window paper is tantamount to taking advantage of the danger. Yusu secretly promised that no matter whether the senior sister accepts or not, the day he cures her he will show his feelings. Jilingrua saw that Yusu was silent. When it was that he had overstepped his bounds, he softly said, "It's not like I blame you for not getting the right clothes, so why don't you say something? I quite like it. By the way, do you still teach this air transportation?" Yusu came back to her senses. Senior sister is not going to change her clothes before learning? Jilingrua, however, inclined her head and said in a voice like a mosquito, "Before I wear thick skirt complained about no feeling when not you said it. Said or the first time that thin skirt auxiliary effect is good. Thick skirt you not only effort but also not pleasing. Then since the effect is related to the thickness of the clothes, then this time simply, just don't try it through the clothes. But the premise is that you pay attention to it." Yusu then sidled up to his ear and frowned apologetically. "Say that again. Senior sister? I didn't hear you." Jilingrua was so angry at what she said that she kicked Yusu's calf. "Pretend again and ignore you. This belly full of bad water senior brother just ate a defeat. Immediately want to retaliate back. Really hateful. Oneself face him should not be soft-heart is. Do you teach? Teach. It's better to start warming up from the first stance and do the movements." Yusu moved his stance out of the way and began to focus on gathering his mind to observe every ounce of Xian Qi flowing within his senior sister's body. "Isn't that what it says? It has to go up before it goes down. You've got to concentrate on your stomach and sink your air first." Yusu gestured at the young girl dressed like a Dunhuang fairy. Jilingrua gritted her teeth. She seriously suspected that Yusu was deliberately trying to make her take the initiative to open her mouth, and shyly said, "If I can do it, why do I need you to teach me? Why don't you do it?" "Oh, you, don't you shake." "I'm not shaking, it's you who's shaking." "Senior sister, where am I shaking? It's clearly you who's shaking." "I'm really not shaking. That's you." Okay, it's me. Yusu inadvertently felt the heavy weight resting on the back of his fingers and carefully said, "Senior sister, how do you feel? You have gotten fat? Get out." End of chapter. Today was the 5th day of Immortal Master Gu's arrival in Exodus Cloud City, and also the 4th day of the Immortal Ascension meeting, and without any surprises, Yusu had won the competition. It was just that the process didn't recreate the elegance of the first match where a sword sealed Shang Xiling's throat. Instead, Wu Chang without exception, all 3 battles were bloodless and easily taken down. It was very coincidental that Yusu and Wu Chang had never met in battle, as if it was the will of God to turn the first battle between the two of them into a duel in this Immortal Ascension meeting. The crowd was also pleased to see such a scene. They couldn't see the cause and effect behind the coincidence, so they took it upon themselves to put a fatalistic filter on the battle and excitedly looked forward to tomorrow's showdown. Yusu was naturally no exception. Thinking that he was about to complete the first step of arriving at the Divine Mountain, he leaped forward, and the prancing of his feet became more and more rapid, but he almost fell to the ground when he stumbled. It wasn't that Yusu's comprehension of this Rui Royal wind art was off. It was really that the secret teaching with his senior sister last night was too stimulating. This stimulation of course did not refer to the stimulation of direct skin-to-skin contact with Jilingrua, but rather the stimulation of the spirit platform within Yusu's own body. Without the blockage of the clothing around his waist, the Xianqi that Yusu advanced from Jilingrua's belly was not just guided from the outside, but it slightly seeped in and traveled together with Jilingrua's Xianqi. This not only let Jilingrua feel the flow of Xianqi more orderly, but also unintentionally with the Xianqi in the body of Yusu to establish a weak cycle. This method is from the dual cultivation of the art of understanding from the Yusu. The two people Xianqi connection is not mutually exclusive. Back to basics and return to the origin, but also to the heaven and earth Xianqi into the cycle. The two people feel like floating in the air. In the past, you can only teach at most half an hour on the exhaustion, but last night taught nearly an hour without too much fatigue. Yusu dared to swear to God, absolutely not covet the softness of the young girl's waist and abdomen, do not want to let go. After all, he is a blood and vigor of the male child to endure is also extremely painful. It is Jilingrua himself intoxicated between. Ordered Yusu to continue teaching cannot stop, until the teaching to the lower half of the body. Yusu is its thighs to guide. The girl suddenly seemed to feel what the whole body tense, grabbed the hands of the Tuersu does not allow him to continue the action, but the air has just transported to the half of which can be said to stop on the stop. Yusu still completed the current action before stopping. The girl suddenly seemed to be deflated. The body trembled slightly and almost did not stand still. Slightly crying cursed Yusu a stupid, and in the meantime, angrily hammered him a fist and then ran away. The teaching of this mandatory termination. Yusu feel the hands full of slippery sweat. Secretly sinned. So that the teaching effect even if again good next time also cannot let the teacher sister to wear this kind of clothes. Yusu on their own clan this heaven and earth Ian and young harmony gong of the subtle also more and more experience. But unfortunately the art of dual cultivation is good. But now is not the time. He believes that he and Jiling Rua's road. There is still a long way to go. When it was morning time, Yusu sat down and looked inside the spiritual platform, only to see the vitality in the spiritual platform. Then before one person sitting withered, I don't know how much better the effect. At this time, he only felt that his body had inexhaustible strength, which made him drill Rui Royal Wind Art even a little bit uncomfortable with the sudden surge of Xian Qi. Going back to the Rui Royal Wind Art, before the Feather Realm, cultivators could not fly, because without the precipitation of the water condensation realm, the concentration of Xian Qi in the cultivator's body was still far from the standard that could be externally released to enable one to fly in the air. So the body law books on the Feather Realm under the cultivator is very valuable. The function can be divided into 3 categories. 1 is to help in the long distance running, 2 for the short distance to move, 3 is extremely subtle place of the flash turn. The Rui Wind Mastery Technique even took into account the first 2 functions, namely the Wind Mastery Vertical Technique and the Wind Mastery Ladder Technique. The Wind Vertical enables a cultivator to travel thousands of miles by the wind, saving a great deal of Xian Qi. The Wind Ladder can be used to briefly lift people into the air, even if you are a cultivator below the Feather Realm. The principle is to compress the Xian Qi in the center of the foot and release it, so that the caster can step on a ladder made of wind in the air, so that he or she can climb up the ladder. Differing from the Feather Realm cultivator flying in the air at will, the release of the wind ladder is extremely difficult. The strength and precision of the release is extremely strict, but also have to restrain the imbalance of the body in the air as well as compression of Xian Qi brought about by a large amount of consumption. But Yusu is really quite good at it, especially after teaching with his sister many times. He even felt that the flow of the whole body's Xian Qi is like an arm's length. But even so, Yusu is not able to reach the sky in one step. He suddenly puts his left foot, suddenly puts his right foot. The whole person looks like constantly jumping and leaping on one foot. It is quite funny. On the contrary, he is still enjoying himself. Tonight the moon and stars were sparse. Gu Yao stood on top of the tallest building in the city and looked at the night sky, and through the clear moonlight, he always felt that he could see a cloud of unknown fog. The fog was indistinct, not like a plane above the clouds behind it. Even Gu Yao had a feeling that the fog had always been there, so there was always a mist filling the morning hours of this Izumo city, and when the sun shone brightly, they had not dispersed, only to be pierced by the strong light that made it impossible for people to see. Just as he was secretly feeling strange, he suddenly felt an aura approaching. He gazed at it and saw that the person actually had no cultivation, which couldn't help but arouse his interest. The white shadow flew up and down on the eaves of the house, and soon arrived in front of Gu Yao, a curvy woman in a white dress. The woman actually stepped higher than he did, and Gu Yao couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. And when he fixed his eyes on her, he almost fell to his knees on the spot. This woman's appearance he only had the honor to see once when he was promoted to the outer door deacon. It will be difficult to forget this life. Only feel that it is a real goddess down to earth. He hastened to bow down and pay homage to say, Gu Yao has met the 13th elder. Anyhow he could not have imagined. Xian Shaosek Lotus Peak disappeared for 8 years of Lotus Sword Venerable actually met by him here. And see the other party's posture, is to run to their own. Aha! He Shutong's tone was clear. You came here because of the matter of the dream-eating ghost? Exactly. Gu Yao didn't dare to hide it. You don't have to worry about it. Leave this area to me. Gu Yao was astonished in his heart, but he didn't dare to disobey Venerable Lotus Sword. But he still tangled. Gu Yao is untalented, so he might be able to help. I've called for help, and if it's really a dream eater, 100 of you won't be as useful as her. Gu Yao was even more shocked in his heart, vaguely guessing who the helper in Venerable Lian Jian's mouth was. He just didn't think that the Xian Shao sect would actually be willing to release her. By the way, you have a new assignment. 13th Elder, feel free to command. Until I return, secretly protect a teenager named Yusu in this city for me. Not deliberately. He shut on looked at the place where the Yuanyang sword sect was from a great distance, pursed his lips slightly, and left the same place as soon as the words fell out of his mouth. Gu Yao at your service. Gu Yao looked at Venerable Lotus Sword's back as he melted into the night, and then remembered the blind teenager who had impressed him so much that doubts crossed his mind. End of chapter. The sun rises in the east, the clear mountain rolls the mantle. The people in Izumo city scurrying, flocking to the city lord's mansion in an attempt to occupy a good position to watch the battle. Yusu was also surrounded by the mundane people who supported him, and everyone cheered him on, simply because in the eyes of these people, a cultivator as powerful as Yusu was easygoing with them on a regular basis. And at this time, against those cultivators represented by Wu Cheng who were like in the clouds, there was quite a feeling that Yusu was fighting for them. When he passed by the breakfast street, Everyone wanted to send him some food, but Yusu refused one by one, only accepting the oil cake of Wanwu, passed by the Pick Cloud clothing manor. Was the boss's wife saw him to participate in such an important event and as a plain black robe, angry directly dragged him into the clothes to be peeled for a new one. Yusu could not argue with the only don't have to put a slightly fancy silver belt to cope with the belt is also embroidered with the Pick Cloud 2 exquisite small words. After a difficult trek, Yusu finally arrived at the city lord's mansion, and Gu Yaolu city lord and the others were already seated. At the other end of the venue, Wu Chengma, who was dressed in a low-profile white suit, stood by the side of the venue, watching Yusu from afar. Willow City masters see both sides have arrived. Will get up to suppress the noisy crowd. Said aloud some set of words. Is nothing more than praise the two strength is too much. Can fight until now is really not easy. The last game when how. If the enemy is not to admit defeat in a timely manner, shall not be recalcitrant. Gu Yao also stood out and promised that no matter what the ranking was, as long as he thought the performers were outstanding, they would all receive a gift from him. These words revitalized the hopes of a number of participating cultivators under the arena that a gift from the immortal head of the Xianxiao sect was not something that could be obtained casually, while some of those who had put up a bad fight or played poorly looked even more grim. With a command, Yusu and Wu Cheng slowly marched to the center of the field. Yusu's mood, too, rarely rippled. Facing other people, Yusu never felt that he would lose. There were too many people amongst the cultivators who were indiscriminate, and in this life, they might stay at the passing vein or spiritual platform realm, because they were disturbed by too many external things, and did not have a firm heart to seek the way. But Wu Cheng, Yusu felt his pursuit of the Tao, and at this time, standing opposite him, he even felt a hint of threat. But no matter what, even if Yusu doesn't need to listen to the disciple of learning this place, he can't possibly allow himself to lose to Wu Cheng. From childhood to the barbaric nonsense does not count. Some time ago door-to-door provocation only completely enraged Yusu. Now the occasion he does not have to worry about Wu Cheng behind the person's liquidation. He made up his mind. Must Wu Cheng this inexplicable self-pride ruthlessly shattered. Wu Cheng was also sizing up Yusu. His eyes were blazing with battle intent. Finally waiting for the day when he could fight head-on with Yusu. He felt unusually excited. He also didn't understand why he hated Yusu so much. Obviously he treated everyone else with what could be considered politeness, but he was getting more and more disgusted with a blind man. Growing up, he was the youngest son of his family. A personal heirloom that was hand-picked by the Xiaoxiao sect's patriarch, and his growth along the way could be described as smooth sailing. It wasn't until the day his master asked him to go to Yusu for the first time for a competition that he realized what it was like to be rejected. A sour and unwilling taste. He loathed the taste. Young him stubbornly hoped that Yusu can agree to fight with him, but Yusu just do not agree. He did not understand why Yusu did not agree. Is not just to fight and then admit that he is not as good as him is not good? Other people can do this. Why can't you, a blind man? Further on, this seemed to become his obsession, his heart demon, which gave him a layer of darkness underneath his radiant exterior, which terrified him and at the same time made him thank Yusu, thank him for seeming to make himself more complete, that he was no longer the shiny puppet in the eyes of his family clan that was only used to glorify his ancestors, but that he could have his own abominations and graft them onto Yusu. Sometimes Wu Cheng even felt that he was like one of those licking dogs in the greenhouse who begged so hard for the head waitress. The more he couldn't lick, the more he had to lick. However, he was fundamentally different from those who begged and could not get it, because now that he had licked it, he would immediately trample and ravage that seemingly ever-unfaltering purveyor under his feet, thus cutting off his own obsessions and leading to a broader avenue. With the sound of the bronze drum bang, all the people on the sidelines were holding their breath and watching the black and white duo in the arena with all their attention. This much-anticipated duel finally drew the curtain. Yusu was more serious than ever before. He used all his senses to feel Wu Cheng's every move. Wu Cheng is not a pillow. Not like Shang Ziling to expose a huge flaw so that he can win in one blow. He must plan and then move. Blindness of his inherent disadvantage. A proactive attack is not the best way to win. Wu Cheng was also similarly poised to strike. His two hands held on the hilt of his sword, one in front of the other. This is the Xiaoxiao sect's Xiaoxiao sword scripture in the most difficult one of the starting style. The younger generation only Wu Cheng can master. As if all the chi sword momentum is condensed and compressed in the sword, and the outburst of the sword will destroy the world. Yusu, today you finally stopped running. Wu Cheng suddenly laughed. I'm not in the habit of talking before fighting. Yusu also secretly stored up his strength and stood by. Wu Cheng's smile intensified. What a coincidence. Me too. As soon as the word fell, a stream of shadows swept past. Wu Cheng swept towards Yusu with a stunning sword momentum. The sword in his hand was going forward. Yes. Seeing this sword of Wu Cheng, the hearts of those who had been defeated by his one strike before were astonished. So it turned out that the unstoppable sword in their eyes was far from being Wu Chang's limit. At this moment, they all thought that Yusu's defeat was doomed. But how could Yusu lose so easily? The two swords clang and clang. Yusu was hit by this blow and moved backward a meter. The ground was worn out by the shoes with clear drag marks. Even the right hand that held the sword was shaken by the might of this sword of Wu Chang and trembled. Yusu didn't panic. He knew that this kind of pursuit of the momentum of one strike of the sword has one of the biggest drawbacks. That is, after a strike a long period of time gap. Therefore, Yusu directly released his right hand, immediately twisted his body and then used his left hand to catch the falling ink pine sword in the air straight into Wu Chang's chest and go. The response to this move could not be described as sinister, but any half-assed error in guessing the trajectory of the opponent's sword line was likely to be a direct cut-off by the opponent. Wu Chang see Yusu this move is also shocked. Go momentum easy. Difficult to close the momentum. He still want to use the sword to resist Yusu at this time has been too difficult, so immediately recite the trick. Pinch out a vibration air trick to slow down Yusu's sword momentum. Yusu felt the Mo Song sword is blocked. Also do not fight with it. Directly retract the left hand, turn around and kick Wu Chang face door. Yusu did not learn the leg technique, but this leg was also powerful. Only because Yusu performed the iron transformation technique acquired from the 5 elements technique general selection, so that the Shin Shi in the right leg was instantly taught and is hard as steel. Wu Chang did not think that Yusu would also know arts, and thought that Yusu was just a pure sword cultivator. Surprised and did not have time to think of a better way to deal with it, and could only shrink his hand to block with his elbow, and solidly received this leg. After one leg, Wu Chang was kicked backwards and flew several meters. The crowd compared the distance that each of the two were forced to move, secretly surprised that Yusu actually had a slight advantage. Seeing this as if the two were fighting for their lives, the Lu City Lord's eyes showed concern and said, "Senior brother Gu, this, Gu Yao, on the other hand, smiled blandly and casually responded, no harm done, I have my measure, no enemy will follow you to the point." Gu Yao appreciates this kind of bloodthirsty people who can take the responsibility of cleaning up the turbid world of the cultivators. There are certainly people in the Divine Mountain who are good at what they do, but at least he, Gu Yao, won't honor them. Gu Yao retrieved his thoughts and continued to concentrate on tasting the battle in the arena. Wu Chang patted the sleeve that was kicked and his expression became grave. Yusu is a disciple of the Yuanyang sword sect. Wu Chang originally wanted to crush Yusu in his most skillful sword path, so that Yusu would be completely convinced. But he didn't expect that the other party would simply not stick to it, and his own arrogance almost led to a big mistake. At this time he is not prepared to stay hands. Right hand holding the sword, left hand parallel fingers. A sword and a skill is his strongest posture. Yusu felt the oppression emanating from Wu Chang, also bowed slightly, such as the wind in the willow, fluttering with the wind, but let you wind and rain, how can also blow constantly it. Only the next instant, the two people actually rushed to go. The two swords back and forth to meet the collision, issued a clanging sound. It seems to be an even match, but those who are attentive can observe that it is actually Yusu's hidden suppression. Yusu's sword moves do not seek to immediately defeat the enemy, but rather as if sticking to Wu Chang's sword in the fight. He is to make Wu Chang must constantly respond to the endless attacks of Yusu, and not free hand to recite the skill. The colors in Gu Yao's eyes flowed, seeing that this blind man's attainments in the Tao of the sword were definitely not shallow, and that his application of the sword was very appropriate and old and skillful. Not like a young man at all. He also thought of the venerable lotus sword that he had met last night, and couldn't help but speculate about her relationship with Yusu. Lotus sword venerable counts as a leading figure in the women's sword cultivation in the 5 continents, relying on the self-created Lian Sheng sword method to harden the 13 peaks in the Xianxiao sect's domain, becoming the 13 elders of the Xianxiao sect, and is a real women's sword immortal. She became famous for 100 years, and only received a female disciple. Disappeared for 8 years after the first appearance is actually in order to let him protect a teenager. I'm afraid that the teenager's talent for the sword want to accept it as a second disciple. Thinking about this, Gu Yao made a decision in his mind. Looking at the venue, the two were still fighting, but Wu Chang was clearly out of his depth, and had gone from a tit-for-tat situation to a retreat. He thought that his sword skill was extraordinary, but it was not as good as Yusu's perception of the sword. Since he was a child, Yusu has been swinging his sword tens of thousands of times a day. And he has never been complacent about his talent, but he has always sought to achieve the ability of a water drop to penetrate a stone, which is not something that anyone can easily do. A sword was once again knocked away. Wu Chang completely failed to keep up with the rhythm of Yusu's sword, leaving a not-so-small loophole. Yusu was keenly aware that he had been waiting for such an opportunity, and immediately raised his sword to stab. Who expected that this is actually Wu Chang intentionally revealed a crack, because long ago prepared for the sake of psychology. Wu Chang can be able to side over the body only by the ink pine sword rubbed through the waist, and he also used the cost of injury in exchange for the precious casting time. A dragon of fire from the palm of the spout. Yusu in the way of the flame of the might can only pull away from the body. The body of the black robes were burned out of the scorched holes in a few places. On the side of Chi Daodong saw Wu Chang see blood. Eyebrows tightly locked, originally wanted to call a halt to this increasingly intense competition, but also do not believe that his favorite disciple will lose. Finally held back, did not stand up from the seat. Yusu heart sank. Is already on Wu Chang 200% vigilance. The strength of the other side is far beyond his expectations. Just that the fire beam and the power far more than their own that only learned a few days of magic. This Wu Chang is obviously very good at the way of magic. And then immediately lift the sword again to kill. Do not want to give him any respite. Wu Chang didn't care about the blood seeping from his waist. He actually abandoned the sword in his hand, and directly began to chant with both hands. When Gu Yao saw Wu Chang's hands in action, he was shocked and almost stood up, because he could see that what Wu Chang was dancing with his hands was not the same magic skill at all. He was trying to release two spells at the same time through a single chant. Gu Yao hadn't thought that this Wu Chang was actually still an extremely rare type of innate Dao body, the speech sound Dao body. This Dao body is naturally extremely sensitive to sound, and is especially suited to the cultivation of the Dao of arts and spells. Only those who possessed this Dao body were able to cast spells at the same time. And in history, there was even a person with a speech sound Dao body who was able to release 5 spells at the same time. This Wu Chang was only at the lower realm of the spirit stage, but he was already able to release 2 at the same time. His future was immeasurable. Gu Yao looked at the 2 of them in the field and sighed with relief, saying that in this small city of Izumo, how can there be 2 teenage prideful youngsters, the crouching dragon and the phoenix daisy, at the same time? They are also hidden so deeply. Even the Lu City Lord was astonished, but only Wu Chang's master Chi Daodong had a confident look on his face, believing that this battle was already a sure thing. Yusu's sword has arrived. Wu Chang does not flash, not to avoid. His lips open and close abruptly ended, hands violently united. A tangible shackle instantly climbed into the swimsuit legs. Directly will swimsuit rapid figure dragged. Swimsuit also want to force stirrups to break free from the bondage. The results of this shackle above actually also attached to the rapid electric shock, so that his body stiff numbness gradually powerless. Wu Chang finished casting the art seems to be overdrawn. Is panting heavily, proudly looking at the immobilized Yusu. He again strived to pinch out a knack. Before that fire dragon once again haunted in the hands of Wu Chang. Yusu, admit defeat. His tone was condescending. Yusu had never seen such a body binding technique before. Even the fixation technique cast out by the Ling Jinran of the water condensation realm was not as difficult as this one by Wu Chang, making him unable to move as if he were stuck in a quagmire. When everyone saw this scene, they took it as a sign that the dust had finally settled from this fierce battle. But Yusu didn't give up the struggle. Cold sword softly chirping. Seems to be more unyielding than Yusu. Yusu feel the weight from the hilt. Only feel all the music is silent. Only the teacher's wife that believe in their own hands swung countless times the sword over and over again resounded. Yusu raised his eyes. Hollow pupils burst out of very penetrating eyes. He lightly twisted the blade of the sword. Feet make the wind ladder technique. Despite being dragged by the bloody calves of the strong high leap, this sword from the sky as if God's punishment. Under the clear sky, it was like seeing a storm of thunder. Everyone present seemed to be deterred by the sword and forgot to breathe. Gu Yao even stood up in shock and rushed into the field to save Wu Chang, cursing in his heart. I can't believe I realized the sword intent at the age of 18. You want to be a sword god. Wu Chang, on the other hand, was frozen on the spot, unable to dodge in the face of Yusu's sword blade, but he was not afraid. Instead, he laughed, laughing with satisfaction. I concede. Please catch up on your reading, otherwise it's really going to be gone. Wu 2 and 1 would be a bit cooler to read. And this chapter is definitely not a whitewash Wu Sung-ha, it's just that people are complex, not just villains. Bullies bully for their own reasons, but that doesn't mean bullies will be forgiven. End of chapter. As the dust and mist flew, both City Lord Lu and Chi Daodong rose to gaze. Their reaction was an instant slower than Gu Yao's, and it was too late for them to rush into the arena to save him, so they could only hope that Gu Yao would be able to stop Yusu's sword. Everyone, including the 2 of them, thought that Wu Chang would definitely suffer a serious injury in this battle, and one could not help but think about whether or not this was out of line with the original purpose of this competition. When the dust and fog dispersed, the 3 people in the field appeared. Gu Yao left and right, each supporting 2 teenagers. Wu Chang actually did not need to be assisted, except for the trauma on his waist and some torn clothing. His face was even considered clean. On the contrary, Yusu was not only being supported, but also propping himself up with his sword pointing to the ground. His face was a somewhat grim and pained expression. Both of his robes and pants below the knees had already been torn to shreds, revealing several scorched black wounds inside. The crowd was a bit surprised. amazed at why that amazing sword of Yusu did not hurt Wu Chang at all. Instead it seemed as if it was hitting on his own body. However, there were also quite a few people who could see the subtlety of it, and among them, Qi Daodong's expression was the most complicated. He exchanged a glance with City Lord Lu, who understood, and his wrinkles piled on top of each other as he delivered a reassuring smile to Qi Daodong. Gu Yao in the arena announced aloud while secretly and slowly feeding gentle Xian Qi from his palm into the bodies of the two of them. The winner has been decided. Yuan Yang Sword Sect. Yu Su wins. Some people on the sidelines were unbelievable. Some were silent. Some were indignant. And more people were warmly applauding for this wonderful, ups and downs battle. Thanking for the shock that this competition had brought to them. Gu Yao flipped out 2 more medicinal light-flowing spirit pills and handed them to the two of them, saying in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Top-grade spirit creation pill. It not only stops the bleeding but also helps the wound to heal quickly. You guys quickly take it and don't force your injuries. Thank you, Immortal Master Gu. Wu Cheng's politeness remained the same. Yusu reached out and took it, but did not have the extra strength to open his mouth to say thank you, but just nodded slightly to show his appreciation. And Gu Yao did not care, looking at Yusu with a satisfied face. At that moment, Lu City Lord also popped warmly applauded. He smiled and said, "Good. Worthy of being our Izumo City's teenager. He is truly better than the blue. Far more than when I was young. To have such strength at such a young age, even if it is placed in the Divine Mountain, it is still enough to be crowned as a heaven's pride. The future is promising. The future is promising." Infected by his words, the audience's cheers rose higher and higher. Both cultivators and civilians were honored, and the two teenagers in the field became more and more appreciative and respectful. Senior Brother Gu, as the city lord of this Exodus Cloud City, I am truly moved by this battle between the two of them today. For this reason, I have an unfeeling request. I still hope that Senior Brother will be willing to grant it. City Lord Lu said with a righteous face. Gu Yao secretly felt that something was wrong and his face sank slightly, not understanding what City Lord Lu was up to at this time, and actually made a point of bringing out the identity of the City Lord of Exodus Cloud City. There's no harm in speaking up. Lord Willow City. When City Lord Lu heard this, he put his hands behind his back and said in an impassioned manner, I, Duwan City, am just a small, remote city that is more than 4,000 miles away from the Divine Mountain, and there are probably many people who have never even heard of it when it is put on the Divine Mountain. But today, Wu Chang and Yusu's appearance, let me see the hope of changing the status quo of Duwan City. I also see a bright future for our Izumo City, because they prove to us that those who were born around the Divine Mountain and bathed in its splendor since childhood are in no way nobler than us. We, Izumo City, are just as capable of growing heavenly prides that they can't even catch up with. The crowd was outraged by the inspiring speeches. Yes, why should those people be able to be entrenched around the sacred mountain for thousands of years? And why should they be called Hicks by those people? And why do people from remote cities like ours have to fulfill so many harsh conditions if they want to move to a city closer to the sacred mountain? We, in Izumo City, can just as easily have everyone be like a dragon. City Lord Lu is right. Some of the big men couldn't hold back their surging emotions and echoed in a loud voice. Lord Lu smiled, pressed his hand to signal silence, and then narrated, Wu Chang and Yusu are also considered to be the ones I watched grow up. The two of them have different teachers and different family backgrounds, but the two of them have the same firm heart towards the Tao. Today's match between the two of them was brilliant and well fought. They showed the blood of my Izumo boys. Witty, bravery. In my opinion, there is no winner in this match. Both of them are winners. That's why I implore Senior Brother Gu to award this match as a draw. None of them should be called losers in today's battle. Well said. Qi Daodong took the lead in solidarity, after which the several seated patriarchs followed suit one by one. Gu Yao's brows were half-locked. He sort of figured out what this Lu Chengjun was trying to do, and in his heart, he sighed that this humanist senior brother had a good silky smooth streak of ascending heights first, and then moral kidnapping. The purpose of his doing so was to protect the face of Qi Daodong and Wu Chang, and even the entire Izumo city's dignified cultivators. This Yusu is obviously weak in this city, just a blind teenager without any status, but this time won the star-studded Wu Chang. This is definitely unacceptable in their eyes, so they used the crowd to force him to modify the result into a draw. Yusu naturally heard what City Lord Lu said, and he gripped the hilt of his sword with a death grip, his heart both aggrieved and resentful. Lord Lu Cheng's pretty words couldn't fool him, and once the seemingly reasonable and unkind request came true, what was accomplished was their mutual happiness, while what was sacrificed was Yusu's hard-won victory alone. Those who clap their hands to praise the hypocritical cultivators in the eyes of Yusu is like a group of full-belly flowing oil merchants. Even want to his victory fruit also want to snatch half of the hard, but also whitewash on their own label. Just like what Lord Lu said, The Avduan city that can only be reduced to a small remote city enemy is never a person close to the Divine Mountain, but the behemoth that all those who rely on the Divine Mountain to reject outsiders have gathered. Yusu's enemy today is not only Wu Chang, but all the outstanding people in Izumo City that Wu Chang represents behind him. Moreover, at the very beginning of this competition, Gu Yao had said that victory or defeat was not the only criterion for judging the belonging of the places of study, so don't stick to victory or defeat. At this time, coupled with Lord Lu's appeal, a draw is the best choice for Gu Yao, which not only carries out his original intention of launching the Immortal Ascension Society, but also shows that he understands the righteousness of Lord Lu's words, and is more respected by the people of the city. Yusu powerless and helpless. Some despair loosen some of the hands holding the sword, just hope that it will not affect him to obtain the hearing of the school quota on the good. As for this victory, they want to give them it. That's not true. City Lord Lu. Gu Yao patted Yusu's shoulder and spoke aloud, causing the crowd to fall silent, not expecting him to reject this offer that seemed to satisfy everyone. End of chapter. Yusu felt the strength coming from her back and looked up at Gu Yao with some surprise. Frankly speaking, Yusu didn't have a good impression of Gu Yao. Perhaps in other people's view, Gu Yao was a divine mountain messenger with honorable status and seriousness. But in Yusu's view, he was just a hypocrite who used his power to oppress others. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gotten the qualification to listen to the study in order to cater to him, Yusu wouldn't have admitted his mistake against his will that day at all. Gu Yao didn't care about the teenager's sight and continued. Indeed, both of these two youngsters are rare talents. Even in my Xian Shao sect, there are only a handful of people in the same realm who are capable of such strength. In this competition, they have both fought out their own style, and indeed cannot be considered a loser compared to themselves. And because of this, I am even more unable to award the two of them a draw. Victory or defeat is a gift, a trophy they deserve today. The process is important, but it should not be confused with the outcome. Defeat is defeat, and victory is victory. To condemn the winner as a loser is to belittle the efforts of the winner, and to condemn the loser as a winner is to insult the efforts of the loser. They still have a long road ahead of them, even longer than us, and will experience countless successes and failures. So instead of letting them look down on victory and defeat like the elders they are now, it would be better to let these bloodthirsty youngsters remember the truth that victory is not prideful and defeat is not discouraging. So, Yusu wins. Wu Chang loses. The crowd's previous excitement was calmed down a bit by Gu Yao's words. Outsiders really have no qualification to characterize the victory or defeat of the two fighting in the field, which is disrespectful to the two of them. Lord Lu City and Shi Daodong's row of people looked a little more grave, but still hung on to their superficial smiles. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted in a sharp voice, "Immortal Master Gu, weren't you the one who said not to be attached to victory or defeat? Why are you now talking as if victory and defeat are important? Besides, I don't think my brother lost." That Yusu couldn't even stand up. My brother conceded because he was afraid of hurting him. The person who spoke had a short stature, thieving eyebrows, and a look of indignation, which was clearly Wu Ping. Pinger, Wu Shuaiting, the head of the Wu family, stopped Wu Ping's speech in a cold voice, and even Shi Daodong curbed his laughter and frowned at the teenager who was speaking up for his brother. Shi Daodong and the others were clear that this was not a battle of words between the winners and the losers. So what if there were 10,000 loopholes in Gu Yao's words? It doesn't matter who has more sense. What matters is Gu Yao's attitude towards the matter. His rebuttal already shows that he is going to rule in favor of Yusa today. Even if some people in the crowd don't agree with his point of view, then what's the point of continuing to argue? On the contrary, it would appear that they are not pure in their purpose. Gu Yao didn't get angry. He lightly glanced at Wu Ping, directly giving Wu Ping a fright and shrinking up. He was about to say a few more words to explain, but he was actually snatched up by the person beside him. Wu Ping, you must not be rude. When does Immortal Master Gu's so-called nonconformity to victory or defeat equate to victory or defeat not being important? What's more, Yusu was unsteady because after I conceded defeat he suffered internal injuries from forcibly collecting his air in order to contain that sword and not injure me. In this match, I, Wu Chang, have lost with conviction. Wu Chang said to the back of the voice louder and louder. Is no longer to Wu Ping said, but to face the whole field of people to admit their own today's defeat. The taste in Yusu's heart was hard to understand. Wu Chang's reaction was even more unexpected than Gu Yao's. Gu Yao's outburst could be said to be his compensation for forcing himself to admit his mistake earlier. Whereas Wu Chang had no reason to come out and speak up for himself, all he had to do was to be silent and say nothing, and he wouldn't lose anything. And with these words, not only did he go against the wishes of the elders behind him, he also graciously admitted that he, Yusu, was the worthy victor today, a fact that no one could change. Good. It's true that it's still senior brother Gu who is far-sighted, If Wu Chang can understand the principle of not being discouraged by defeat, he will definitely be able to be more furious. And Yusu must not be complacent and slacken off, so continue to keep it up. If the two of you can understand Immortal Master Gu's reasoning, the future will definitely be bright, and you will definitely be able to make my Izumo city's name known. Lord Willow City did not wish to continue the tangle of victory and defeat any longer, and directly spoke out to summarize. After that, Guyao took turns to say some words to him, encouraging the determination of all the monks in the city to seek the way, and recognizing the efforts of all the contestants, etc. This 5-day Immortal Ascension meeting finally came to an end with the victory of Yusu. Guyao also made the decision that he would host a banquet at the city lord's mansion tomorrow, the last night of his stay in Izumo City, to invite the heads of all the clans in the city as well as each of the contestants, and that he would give out rewards to the cultivators who had performed well and announce the final ownership of the places for the affiliated clans and the Xianxiao sect's listening and learning quotas. The crowd also finally dispersed, and the noisy city lord's mansion appeared empty at this time. Yusu was basically able to walk freely with the help of Guyao's Shin Chi warming and that spirit creation pill, and he didn't leave quietly in the middle of the crowd. Guyao looked at Yusu's back and secretly shook his head, sighing that he was really a too strong young man, and only such a person could realize the sword intent at this age that even those old antiques who had been practicing the sword for hundreds of years couldn't touch, right? The last disciple of the Lotus Sword Venerable Master is already the leader of the Heavenly Pride, and the next one is afraid that he will not be too far behind. On the way back, there were more people in the crowd than when you came. The most often eat the restaurant even proposed that Yusu come to eat in the future pennies. Pick Cloud Clothing Zhuang's boss lady also can't wait to hold Yusu in the arms of some favor. Sent him a lot of new clothes. Yusu thanked them one by one, and left avoiding the crowd after prescribing some medicine at the pharmacy himself. When he walked to this less traveled Shilio road, he became alone again, which made him feel very comfortable, and the sudden appearance of a roadblock on the road ahead brought his mind back up, and the memories of so many sieges since he was a child came flooding back. It's Wu Chang. Still want to fight? Yusu frowned slightly, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. His legs and feet were inconvenient, so he couldn't escape like before, and at this time, the only way was to fight. No more fighting. Didn't I say it? I'm losing. Wu Chang had a smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Yusu. He hadn't even changed his blood-stained clothes, so he had obviously been waiting here for a long time. Yusu, however, did not let his guard down, his hand still not leaving the hilt of his sword. Don't be so nervous. Simply came to talk to you. You don't like to talk before a fight. Can't you talk after the fight as well? Wu Chang stopped 2 meters away from Yusu, a distance that wouldn't make one feel dangerous but didn't seem too far away either. Get out of the way if you're fine. I'm in a hurry to get home. Yusu obviously didn't have a good tone towards Wu Chang. Wu Chang seemed to have expected this. He sidestepped to get out of the way and looked at the lush foliage leisurely. My master is not as petty as you think. In the beginning it was indeed him who asked me to find you for a match, but all those things against you later on were all of my own doing. Even if you win against me, he won't really take action against you. Aha! Without stopping, Yusu pulled out his legs and left. So wouldn't you have agreed to fight me long ago? And I wouldn't have pestered you anymore if I knew you were so good. That's not why you have to pester me. That's true. I was the one who got carried away before. I won't come back in the future. Wu Chang had a relaxed look on his face, with a sense of relief that he had gotten what he wanted. He turned his head to look at Yusu's back as he left, and solemnly said, Yusu, the next time we meet, it will be at the Divine Mountain, and I will win you. Yusu silently moved forward and disappeared at the end of the alley, his cold voice coming from a distance. Next time, I won't stop. Thanks for the recommendations and monthly votes, but catching up on favorites is also important to me right now. Woohoo! End of chapter. When Yusu returned to the sect, Jilingrua had already been waiting at the entrance for a long time. What's taking so long today? It's not going to lose, is it? Jilingrua, a close-fitting snow-white thin skirt outlined her exquisite figure. With her delicate face, looks like a quiet fairy, but the girl hands around the chest, leaning against the doorway action. And this costume is extremely incongruous. Senior sister doesn't believe me? But that Wu Chang is indeed more powerful than I thought. Yusu smiled, subconsciously and quietly. Don't turn his feet away, trying to hide his wounds. He wanted to fight me so badly. He got what he wanted today, and he won't bother us anymore in the future. That's good. It's still counting on you to be somewhat capable. Jilingrua had an affirmative smile on her face. Although her own senior brother winning the championship was expected, this elation would not be washed away as a result. Suddenly she noticed that the train of Yusa's lower garment was placed very low, as if it had been intentionally torn downwards, and she reached over her head, only to find that the trouser legs under the train were torn to shreds, with a number of blood-stained wounds inside. Ji Lingrua's expression instantly became huffy as she eagerly asked, "How did you get so badly injured?" Said hurriedly walking over to Yusu's side and sticking to his side to assist him. Yusu originally wanted to refuse. In fact, with his current mobility he could completely walk independently, but the young girl's movements did not hesitate at all, and without a second thought, she clamped his arm from under his armpit. Feeling the fullness of the curvature coming from the side of his arm, Yusu felt a little unnatural. As a blind man, he was extremely sensitive to the touch of his body, and the more he tried to relax and not feel the softness there, the more he felt that only that part of his body was still sentient. Before, when teaching air transportation, actually more intimate contact, but he still have is in the serious teaching reason to deceive themselves at this time, but cannot think of words to deceive their own body to ignore this fascinating stimulation, so gently twisted his hand to try to break free, but the young girl was keenly aware of it. Ji Lingrua's pretty face smeared a thin layer of redness as she mercilessly locked Yusu's arm that was trying to escape even tighter and fainted. "Don't move. Help you back to lie down." Yusu just had to behave. When he returned to his room, Yusu was again forced by Ji Lingrua to be treated as a patient who was completely incapable of taking care of himself, and was brutally pressed onto the bed and half laying down. Ji Lingrua first brought in a basin of water, and picked up a few bags of medicinal packets that Yusu brought back and looked through them, all of which are more common herbs used to stop bleeding and clear poison, and then moved the stool to the side of Yusu's bed, making a gesture to move Yusu's feet. "What are you doing?" Yusu hurriedly put her legs away, like a little daughter-in-law who was lying on the bed in fear, not knowing what new tricks her husband was going to do. "Give you medicine? Come on. Don't be like a little girl," Ji Lingrua said impatiently with a disgusted face, and after saying that, she wanted to grab Yusu's leg again. Yusu hurriedly stopped it. "No need, senior sister. I'll just do it myself. It's nothing serious." Who knows? Ji Lingrua also do not argue with him. Directly stroked the smooth curve of the skirt folds under the buttocks while stroke flat sat down, legs together tightly, two straight calves to the same angle slightly slanted, toe point each other. Sitting posture is very elegant and decent, just like a prestigious family raised in the boudoir of the young lady. It was only the arrogant expression of the young girl that spoiled her overall dignified demeanor, as she slowly stretched out 3 fingers and threatened, "If you don't want me to get angry, stretch your legs over yourself, and I'll only count to 3. Really no need, senior sister. I can do it myself." "How can your golden hands do this?" Yusu flattered. 3. "Listen to me, senior sister. The people in the pharmacy already helped me once when I prescribed the medicine, so why bother to do it again?" 2. "No, senior sister. That immortal master from the divine mountain has already given me the elixir. I'll go home even slower. This wound is going to heal on its own. What's the point of putting on medicine?" Ji Lingrua sniffed and looked down at the wound on Yusu's calf. There was clearly no trace of medicine. She took back her second finger and said coldly, 1. The words just fell. Ji Lingrua looked at the bloodstained injured leg that was already hanging in front of his belly. The corner of his mouth rose triumphantly. In his heart, he was amused that this senior brother was really pretending to be dead, obviously stretching all the way over but also forcibly levitating with force in order not to touch himself. She is also lazy to mess with Yusu. Reach out and want to put Yusu's legs to their thighs. The result was not expected to swim. This guy injured legs are still so strong. She pressed half a day, actually did not press down. She was a little angry laugh. "I do not know what Yusu and stubborn. Simply no longer out of greater strength." Retracted the hand, commanded, "Put yourself down." Yusu seemed to have recognized his fate and helplessly gave up his strength, placing his leg honestly on Ji Lingrua's thigh. Yusu has not seen, but touched. He is clear that the young girl's thighs are not dry and thin, through the close-fitting light satin, but also can appreciate its rounded and firm flesh. Of course, Yusu also wanted to be close to his senior sister, but his deep-seated hidden worries about the other party's situation prevented him from accepting the other party's gesture of goodwill openly. In his opinion, this was tantamount to letting someone who was sicker than you to take care of you. What's more, he also understood that Ji Lingrua's move was due to the guilt that he was out fighting hard while she could only wait at home, so that's why she didn't rest during the day and kept waiting for him to come back wanting to do something for him. At this moment, he could only be thankful that his wounds hadn't scabbed over yet, or else he guessed that his senior sister would have to pick them off before giving him medicine all over again. Feeling that the young girl was carefully wiping her wounds with a towel, Yusu was touched in his heart and lamented how he, Yusu, could pick up such a good senior sister. "Hey, this is a reward you won that Wucheng no? It won't be so good next time." "Oh, that's natural. The night is deep." Gu Yao walked out of the Shouxiao sect's imposing gate, accompanied by Qi Daodong and City Lord Lu. "Senior brother Gu, by this point, I've seen all the sects in Izumo City. This Shouxiao sect can be considered as the face of my Izumo City. And there are even many handsome people from other cities who would rather travel far and near to come to our Shouxiao sect to cultivate. I don't know if Senior Brother Gu is satisfied with today's inspection? City Lord Lu smiled and stroked his beard, prying Gu Yao's lips about the affiliated sect. On the side of Qi Daodong also looked tense to admit, Lu City Master overrated. Shouxiao sect still exists many shortcomings. From the word is still far from it. I still hope that Immortal Master Gu do not begrudgingly point out that is facade. Gu Yao also coped with a shallow smile twice. Patriarch Qi is too modest. There aren't many cities of the same size in Izumo City that have a sect with the volume of the Shouxiao sect. By the way, that Yuanyang sword sect where Yusu is from, it seems like we've never been there? Gu Yao was puzzled again. That Yuanyang sword sect is very dilapidated. Its patriarch has been traveling in the clouds for 8 years and has not returned, and there is only one disciple, Yusu. In order to save Senior Gu's time, I took it upon myself to weed out these two small sects, so don't be offended. Senior Gu. City Lord Lu apologized back. There's no harm in it. I understand Senior Brother's intentions, but since it was said that every sect has a chance, it can't be violated. Tomorrow I will go to that sword sect by myself to take a look, so you don't need to follow. After saying that, Gu Yao left the two of them with a backdrop. Only City Lord Lu and Qi Daodong exchanged glances with inexplicable meanings. End of chapter. Yusu slept a little later today after a long absence and didn't get up until the end of the hour. He was secretly annoyed at his own laxity. There was no teaching last night and he actually slept until now. The senior sister probably saw that he was tired and didn't call him in the morning. Yusu shook his head, sat up from the bed and stretched, moved his muscles and bones, and felt the cultivation of the spirit platform, plump and full, and even already vaguely higher than the previous spirit platform. Yusu felt elated. Spirit platform 3 realms a realm a layer. To be 3 layers of spirit platform all cast, can be stored in the Shen Qi condensed into water, breakthrough to condensation of water realm. More than the delightful cultivation speed. What shocked Yusu was his legs. Just one night's work his legs have not felt any pain. Only the wound came from the ants-like itching. Yusu touched it. The wound has actually begun to scab and even naturally fall off part of it. This exaggerated recovery power. Was it the effect of that spirit creation pill? Or was it that piece of rotten meat? I'm afraid that it was the latter that had a greater effect. Yusu out of the door. Clean teeth and wash your face after taking out some pastries from the Qiankuan bag to casually fill up his stomach. This is his newly discovered wonderful use. The Qiankuan bag can keep fresh. After eating, he stood under the loquat tree again, and the sunlight that was cut up by the leaves poured over the teenager's body in a beautiful way. Yusu raised his sword smoothly and began to recall that last sword yesterday. He didn't know what happened to him at that time. Under the constant echo of the teacher's mother's words of advice, he only had one thought at that moment. He wanted to break free from the bondage. To express that wild will in his chest wantonly. No matter who was in front of him, he couldn't stop this sword. This is different from the bizarre power that skyrocketed all over the body that night of the killing of the Ling real person. Yusu felt that this is the power that belongs to him, and has nothing to do with that piece of rotten meat. After practicing the sword for 18 years, this was definitely the strongest sword he had ever wielded. He tried hard to bring back that feeling of desperation and unyielding desire to get something urgently. But after a long time of immersion, the aura of that sword at that time could never be reproduced. Just as he was puzzled, a knock on the door called his mind back. Yusu frowned tightly. This remote clan had not had any guests since the master's departure. Except for that one time when Wu Cheng had brought people to break in. Who would be visiting at this time? No matter who the person outside is, Yusu only hopes that it's not Gu Yao. Gu Yao's evil-breaking golden pupil that day is enough to prove that he is the most likely person to find out that his senior sister's mother is an evil spirit in this Izumo city right now. Gu Yao, the outer door deacon of the Xian Shao sect, has come to pay a visit to the Yuanyang sword sect. Word by word, it was like a tightening lanyard, binding Yusu's heart tightly. Yusu's entire body almost fell into a daze. The worst outcome really happened. He looked nervously towards his senior sister and his mother's room, his mind apprehensively pondering his response. Anyone? Gu Yao's voice grew higher. No way. We can't let him shout anymore. It would be even worse if he shouts out his senior sister and his wife. Now we can only gamble that that formation will fool him, and he will treat it as an ordinary visit. And then there will be no reason to cast spells to seek evil here. With a squeak, the wooden door opened, and Gu Yao was the only one outside. Yusu said with some surprise, Immortal Master Gu, what brings you here? Came to take a look at your injuries and inspect your clan in the meantime. It's not disturbing to pay a sudden visit without saying hello in advance. Seeing Yusu open the door, Gu Yao's rigid face spread slightly. No disturbances. No disturbances. Immortal Master Gu, please come in. I'll go pour you some tea. Yusu said and made way to lead Gu Yao in. His heart was in his throat as Gu Yao went deeper. According to reason, Such an honored guest should be brought to the main hall to be received, but the side room of the main hall is the room of the master's wife. Yusu can't help but be a little hesitant. Gritting his teeth, Immortal Master Gu, the clan's main hall is not used for many years for fear of accumulating dust. Why don't you wait for me for a while? I'll go and wipe it clean before I entertain you to a seat. As he said that, he also took 2 steps, and in Gu Yao's perspective just stood in the middle of the main hall and the set of stone tables and chairs in the courtyard. Gu Yao really noticed the table and chairs in the courtyard on the left side as a result, and remembering yesterday's description of City Lord Lu, he didn't think it was strange for the main hall to accumulate dust even after looking around the old and dilapidated Zong residence. After all, this place really didn't look as if it would be filled with guests, and so he said in a plain manner, "No need. Wouldn't it be nice for us to sit there? Under the loquat tree, by the green moss well." Wonderful. How can that be? How can there be a reason to let your guests sit in the courtyard? Immortal Master, wait a bit, it will be ready soon. Saying this, Yusu wanted to leave. Gu Yao hastily pulled Yusu back and laughed. I was just visiting casually. There's no need to be formal. There's no need to make tea, so you and I can talk casually. Yusu nodded in fear, so he brought Gu Yao along to take a seat under the tree. Is yesterday's injury any better? Gu Yao took the initiative to ask. There is no longer any serious harm, thanks to Immortal Master Gu's elixir. Yusu wanted to make a thank you gesture, but he was held back by Gu Yao. It's good that you're fine. Young people should avoid caring about injuries just because their bodies are strong. It's very easy for them to fall sick and lay hidden dangers for their future paths. Gu Yao spoke in a heartfelt manner, different from when he was facing City Lord Lu. At this time, he was more like a kindly middle-aged uncle. Yusu keeps this in mind. Besides, if you want to thank me, I should also thank you. Gu Yao's tone was as gentle as ever. It was my fault for forcing you to admit your mistake on the first day. You're very resourceful, and I'm sure you can see that this was a deliberate underhanded attempt by Lord Lu City to do me in. Yusu didn't dare to answer. He couldn't tell whether this Gu Yao was sincerely thanking him or intentionally testing him. While Gu Yao continued, wouldn't it seem hypocritical for me to say that I used my power to oppress others in that way just because I didn't want the Xianxiao sect behind me to lose face because of me? If my division is looked down upon because of me, I'm afraid I would make the same choice as Immortal Master Gu. Yusu half lowered his eyes and respectfully returned. Gu Yao smiled helplessly. This blind teenager's mind was too penetrating, making him feel a little heartbroken about how the teenager had grown up so far like walking on thin ice. You don't have to comfort me. Even though I'm a senior brother of the same sect with that Lu City Lord, we don't have a good relationship. Even in fact the clan sends out the task when, out of the Cloud City is I deliberately selected, is to see his joke. But when I first came here, I had to suffer from him a downward spiral, which does not have my own selfishness who believe it. You not only saved the situation for me, but also helped me a lot. I wanted to thank you afterwards, but I didn't think that I would have the chance to do so until the last day. Yusu busy said, Gu Xianxia is overstating the case. Yusu is a man of few words. It's fortunate to be able to help Xianxia. What's more, yesterday's competition, Gu Xianxia has already spoken out on my behalf, and also gave me medicine. I should be more grateful to Gu Xianxia. One size does not fit all. That victory and spirit elixir were originally what you deserved. It is not considered helping you. I came this time to bring you a thank you gift. After saying that, Gu Yao took out a gorgeous brocade box emanating beads of jewelry from his bosom. End of chapter. Immortal Master Gu can discount Yusu. What can I do? Yusu hastened to excuse himself. Don't be presumptuous. Besides, if you don't appreciate it, when you ascend to the Great Tao and talk about this past story with people everywhere, then won't I, Gu Yao, lose all my face? Gu Yao interrupted, and even pushed the brocade box forward in the process. You don't have to excuse yourself anymore. This item is not of much use to me, but for you it can be put to good use. Although Gu Yao was speaking in a joking tone, Yusu would not take it seriously. The money in the hands of the rich was no longer useless, and there was no reason why it would be given to the poor for nothing. Immortal Master is serious. The Great Tao is far away. Even if Yusu really lucked into ascending, he wouldn't dare to talk about Immortal Master. I just don't know what you mean by this? Gu Yao's attitude made it clear to Yusu that this was not only Gu Yao's thanks for forcing him to help that day, but also Gu Yao's bet on his future. Any more excuses at this point would be rejecting not only a valuable gift, but also a gesture of goodwill from this divine mountain Immortal Master. If not, who would purposely send an obviously selected gift for a junior? When Gu Yao saw that Yusu had the intention to accept the gift, he opened the box, and inside lay a milky white stone. If you look carefully, you will find that the stone is transparent, and the milky white thing is like an embryo that is being nurtured in the stone, which is drumming and flowing. Gu Yao sent the brocade box forward to Yusu's hand again and said, Hold it. Then release your perception to look around and try. Yu Su was a bit hesitant, but still took out this stone and placed it in his palm. Releasing his senses as Gu Yao said, the milky white stone in his hand seems to have sensed it, and the milky white substance inside it is like liquid and gas, seeping out from the stone and blending into Yu Su's palm. Originally the perception of a piece of normal Yu Su still do not understand Gu Yao's intention. Suddenly realized that the world in his sea of consciousness has become much clearer. Explained with the concepts of his previous life, Yu Su's perception can help him outline the shape of things around him in the sea of consciousness. But after all, the perception of the spiritual platform realm is limited. Yu Su does not deliberately condense his mind in a certain place. It may be the equivalent of a myopic 4 or 500 degree people, only squinting to make the world clearer in the eyes. And this milky white stone was like a pair of glasses with a not-so-matching prescription, allowing him to go directly from 4 or 500 degrees to 300 degrees of myopia. And the details of the world were much richer than before under the randomly released perceptions. This was a great help to Yu Su, a blind man, both in battle and in life. Yu Su hurriedly put the stone back in its original position and said in surprise, "This gift is too expensive, Immortal Master Gu." Yu Su was ashamed to receive it. Gu Yao, on the other hand, fainted angrily. "If you don't accept it, you can't see it?" Seeing that Yu Su wanted to argue again, Gu Yao softly said again, "This item is a white stone bead, made from an extremely rare or called white stone, and is mostly used by the people of the Divine Mountain to warm up their divine sense. However, when one reaches a slightly higher realm, the help of this thing on divine sense is not obvious anymore, so it is often passed on to one's descendants or sold. I don't have any disciples and I don't lack money, so it's just right to use it to give it to you, and it also saves me from carrying a stone diaphragm every day." Gu Yao smiled brightly, his words sincere. Even if he didn't know about Venerable Lotus Sword's special attention to this teenager, with the way the teenager had been behaving, it was enough to make him look up to him. Yu Su paused for a moment. Gu Yao's words called out the intention of friendship. There was no reason for him to refuse, so he said in a proper voice, respectfully, "Yu Su will accept it with shame. In the future, if Immortal Master Gu has any needs, Yu Su will certainly do his best. You have extraordinary talent. There will be many more opportunities for you and I to meet in the future." Gu Yao shook his sleeves and sat up straight. "Alright, let's get down to business. You introduce me to your sect." Yu Su then, long story short, omitted all kinds of yin and yang dual cultivation things, only talk about the inheritance of Yuan Yang sword. Incidentally, also will be the senior sister of the teacher's wife in one stroke. "What is your master's name, and can he be named?" "There is no name. The master's name is Guan Chu Jun." Guan Chu Jun, Gu Yao speculated and repeated, and didn't turn up any information about this name in his mind. Rather, "I've never heard of it." The one famous cultivator surnamed Guan that he had the deepest impression of was still the woman he had met 100 years ago when he was still an outer disciple of the Xianxiao sect, who had opened the Divine Mountain with her fists and barged all the way to the Immortal Ancestor Pagoda. But that person was a fist cultivator. And Yu Su, this was the sword sect. How could there be a connection? It's normal that Immortal Master Gu hasn't heard of it. My master isn't a figurehead, and his cultivation is only at the condensation underwater realm. Underwater condensation realm? Gu Yao was obviously a bit surprised. This cultivation level was much lower than he had imagined. At least it didn't seem like someone who could teach a disciple like Yu Su, not knowing that most of Yu Su's skills were realized by himself. "Although my master's realm isn't high, he fights very well. Even the Shouxiao sect's patriarch Qi was defeated by his master." Yu Su didn't want others to belittle his master. Sword cultivators mainly fight. The fact that your master was able to win over Qi Daodong of the condensed water upper realm is enough to show that he is extraordinary. And he will definitely be able to go to the next level when he travels to the clouds this time. Gu Yao praised from the bottom of his heart. That Qi Daodong's Qi was thick. He was considered an expert among the people in the condensed water upper realm, and was by no means a casual pickover by the people in the condensed water lower realm. Borrowing from Immortal Master Gu. Gu Yao nodded his head, and then said as if he was sorry, "The strength of your Yuanyang sword sect leader is in line with the standard of affiliated sects, just that the others are far apart. And although I appreciate this sword technique of your sect, I'm afraid that it is still not related to the affiliated sects." Yu Su also never had the luxury of the Yuanyang sword sect becoming a subordinate sect of the Xianxiao sect. Besides, a person like Master Zun shouldn't allow himself to become a subordinate to someone else. And Shouxiao sect is equivalent to the only large institution in some third-tier city in the previous life. Who else can the Ministry of Education promote it to undergraduate level if not the Ministry of Education? Immortal Master Gu is joking. How would this little sword sect of mine dare to expect that kind of thing? Yu Su compensated with 2 smiles. Gu Yao, on the contrary, put away his smile for the first time and said with a straight face, "Although this sword sect of yours has no destiny, you do have a destiny." Yu Su was stunned at his words. not understanding what Gu Yao meant by this. Was this to reveal the bottom to himself in advance? What does the immortal master mean by that? Before yesterday, I had decided to list you alongside that Wu Chang as a disciple of the listening school. But after that battle yesterday, I changed my mind. Gu Yao's tone was quite seductive. I've decided to promote both you and Wu Chang to formal disciples. As for whether it's the outer sect or the elders' true tradition, you still need to go in and fight for it yourselves. Dare I ask, immortal master, what is the difference between a formal disciple and a disciple of the hearing school? A disciple who listens to studies can only listen to studies. Formal disciples, on the other hand, can enjoy resources such as techniques, spirit stones, magic treasures, and so on, and can also worship one of the 13 great elders and 23 small elders of the Xianxiao sect as their master, each of whom is a figure who is famous enough to shake the 5 continents. The price is that you will have to break away from the current sect and act in the name of the Xianxiao sect from now on. Wu Chang has already agreed to become an official disciple, so I'm here to ask you again about your intentions. Thank you, immortal master Gu, for your love, but please allow Yusu to decline. End of chapter. Yusu didn't hesitate and immediately made a thank you gift to apologize. Gu Yao looked at the teenager's deeply buried head with some consternation and was really puzzled. Do you know that becoming an official disciple of the Xianxiao sect is something that even how many cultivators have begged for? And by agreeing to it, it will do you 100 benefits and no harm. How could Yusu not know this? But it was the master who picked up the abandoned him and pulled him up. When he was young, he was emotionally fragile and had a weak will. And when he had the thought of dying because of blindness and other reasons, it was his master who saved him. It could be said that before his sister came, his master was his greatest emotional support. Not to say that at this time is the teacher father traveling outside. Even if now is the teacher father is around to order him to switch to the portal, he Yusu will not agree. Moreover, the Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang Acacia Mandarin Duck Sword sect has not always been in such a decline, and was once a flourishing sect in the distant past, indicating that its Gongfu canon was sufficient to allow its disciples to set foot on the Great Tao. And there was also a very important point. A formal disciple would have to stay in the Divine Mountain, but it was obviously impossible to bring his family along, which would be very unfavorable for him to take care of his senior sister and mother. Yusu is clear. However, it is the master who saved my life, raised me to adulthood and taught me to cultivate. Yusu has long aspired to revitalize the clan in return for the master, and the matter of breaking away from the sword sect has never occurred to Yusu, much less thought about it. I hope immortal master will forgive me. Yusu continued to bury his head, his words earnest. Gu Yao was originally a little angry, not angry at Yusu's refusal, but angry that this teenager actually decisively gave up the path of prosperity that was right in front of his eyes, and the leader of this path would even be the world-famous Lotus Sword Venerable. After listening to Yusu's words, Gu Yao's heart was even more silent. This young man's talent, mind, and character are far beyond his expectations, and in his heart, he cannot help but think more highly of Yusu, and also worry about Venerable Lotus Sword's acceptance of his disciple. I understand what you mean. Your master, you really have taken in a good disciple. Gu Yao sighed tersely, his eyes meaningful. The Great Tao was not meant to be only in the Divine Mountain. One day, I hope to hear the name of the Yuanyang Sword sect in the Divine Mountain as well. Yusu raised her head and met Gu Yao's gaze without avoiding the slightest bit. Definitely. Gu Yao spread a smile and stood up. I won't bother you then. Come to the city lord's mansion for a banquet in the evening, and I'll have a few drinks with you. Yusu will certainly accompany me. Yusu also got up to see him off, and in his heart, he was glad that at the end of the day, Gu Yao hadn't yet discovered the end of the formation, and that the formation really had some effect. When he reached the door, Gu Yao turned around and took out another object and said with a smile, let's send it here. This is a bottle of true air pill. Occasionally when you find your cultivation stagnant or your xian qi is empty, you can eat one of these pills and it will have a miraculous effect. There's no need to excuse yourself. This is the reward for first place. With those words, he threw the bottle to Yusu, who could only reach out and take it, and he was about to thank him when he realized that Gu Yao was no longer in the same place and was nowhere to be found. Yusu held the two gifts left and right, secretly sighing that she did not help Gu Yao make a scene for nothing that day. This Gu Yao wasn't a true gentleman without flaws, but he wasn't a bad person by any means. Yusu silently put away the treasure, finally let go of the mind that was always lifted. So he closed the door and continued to think about the doorway of that sword. When the sun was thinning, Yusu felt that he could vaguely see the aura again, but he was still a little short of grasping it. He really felt that it was so marvelous that, between finding a chance to ask Gu Yao or asking his teacher's wife, Yusu still chose his teacher's wife first. He stood outside the door of the main hall. He always had to do some mental construction before every time he disturbed Sure Maiden, because both Sure Maiden as an identity and Sure Maiden as a person gave him a feeling of being unattainable. Yusu cleared his throat and knocked on the door. Shifu? After a while, the teacher's mother's cold and ethereal voice came from the ghost. Yusu listened to actually feel a little distant. What is it? I was practicing my sword today and encountered some problems. I hope that senior maiden will solve them for me. Ask. Yesterday, when I was competing with someone else, there was a sword at the end that was extremely mysterious. At that time, my mind was empty, and my only thought was that I must swing this sword out, and both my body and my sword were echoing me, and it felt as if all the power was surging out. But this sword was not a move from the Yuanyang sword scripture. I just did it so naturally. At that time, if I didn't stop, I even felt that the person who received the sword would die. And today, when I tried to recall that feeling again, I was never able to do so. I don't understand what happened, so I wanted to ask Elder Mother. A moment of silence. It's sword intent, but it's not complete. Sword intent? Of course Yusu had heard of this word. He just wasn't sure exactly what it was. Your master didn't teach you? Not taught. On the third row of the north wall of the book pavilion there is a book. The Beginning of Sword Cultivation. Starting on page 69. So you can have your senior sister read it to you, and have her read that book as well. Yusu was doubly blind and helpless. His knowledge of swords was limited to the Yuanyang sword scripture that his master had recited for him. The master's wife probably didn't bother with me because she thought the question was too basic. Thank you, mistress. It's great that you can comprehend sword intent at your age. Senior Nyang coldly complimented. The little bit of displeasure in Yusu's heart also dissipated, and he was like a childish child who ate candy for the first time, and said joyfully, "Thanks for the compliment, Shifu." Aha! Nyang's voice was very cold, but Yusu still joyfully retreated. To the evening, Jilingrua also woke up. Yusu will hastily take Jilingrua to fetch the book to entrust her read to their own hearing, which only knows sword intent is what. A practitioner's sword swing would be accompanied by a chi composed of Xin Chi. And sword intent was the extreme of the chi, as well as the extreme of the sword path and the heart of the sword wielder. Some people raise their swords on the snowy mountains for 100 years, and the frosty and snowy sword intent is to freeze 3 feet. Some people stand all alone, sad in spring and autumn, and their sword intent is bound to be sad and miserable. Different people had different sword paths, and naturally, they also had different sword intentions. However, there were too few people who could walk their sword path to the extreme. So there were also too few people who could comprehend sword intent. According to the book, Yusu realized what kind of stage he was in. The chi in his sword was close to the extreme, but he hadn't determined what was his real sword way. Only when he has realized this point and is consistent with it, he will be able to obtain his own sword intent. Yusu's heart does not have too much joy. He only feels that this is what he deserves. As a blind man, he can trust the sword in his own hands. Countless times of swinging the sword also let the sword believe in him. This has nothing to do with the gift of blessing. This is his own seed of the fruit of the road. After clarifying, Yusu was ready to rush to the banquet, and when he was about to leave, he was called by Jilingrua, and was forced to change into a girl's carefully matched dress, although the use of the old clothes, but at least now Yusu looks really polished a lot. Jilingrua looked at Yusu's back with satisfaction, thinking to herself in her heart, her senior brother, as the top scholar of the Immortal Ascension Society, in addition to his skills being superior to the others, his looks and temperament should also be so. Under the ambiguous and diluted light of the setting sun, Yusu's back is becoming more and more blurred. Jilingrua feels a little strange. Her eyesight is obviously very good. Yusu did not go too far. But how do you always feel? Like there is a massive fog in the diffusion of the same? The curtain is about to come down on a slightly tame segment of the competition story, and a new chapter opens tomorrow. End of chapter. Yo, Yusu. Where are you going? The stubbled uncle with a jug of wine in his hand asked. I'm going to the city lord's mansion for a meal. Uncle Lu, you drink less. Not bad, not bad. You've made a name for yourself now. Come to uncle's place to buy donuts in the future. Don't need your money. Uncle Lu laughed out loud and walked away on the wrong side of the road. When Yusu walks down the street, almost everyone has to exchange pleasantries with him. Warmth in his heart, although he is a cultivator. But because of the blind, orphans, a person struggling to support the clan for a variety of reasons, naturally also became the vulnerable in the eyes of these ordinary people. At this time he staged the weak against the general drama. Yusu can also feel that they are sincerely happy for him. In fact, Yusu himself was also very happy. The trip to the Divine Mountain had finally come to a head, and he himself had actually become stronger. He had taken a considerable step forward on the path to saving his senior sister and his wife. He took a deep breath and continued to rush. Suddenly realized that something flashed in front of his eyes. He tried to use his eyes to capture the flash of shadow again to no avail. He let go of his divine sense to perceive. only to realize that it was a lantern being blown by the wind fluttering up. The candle flame inside flickered and eventually extinguished. Yusu didn't pay too much attention to the sudden change of light and darkness. He was already much more sensitive than before, and with the help of that piece of rotting flesh, he believed that he would be able to regain the light one day, and his joy was a little stronger. And in an unnoticed corner, a pitch-black bat-like creature was cowering in the darkness of the eaves of the room, staring intently at Yusu's departing back, its 2 rows of buck teeth grinning wantonly. The front of the city lord's mansion was gated and lit up. The guests invited by Gu Yao came in droves, talking to each other, and no one talked to him when they saw Yusu mixing with the team. After entering the main pavilion, a servant led Yusu to his exclusive seat. The number of people in this banquet was quite large, including the sovereigns totaling 41 people, so it was not a large table banquet, but rather 40 sets of small tables were set up in the large main hall, with everyone's seat lined up according to their status from top to bottom. Yusu sensed his position and was actually right below Gu Yao, City Lord Lu and the 6 patriarchs, and the position opposite him was none other than Wu Chang. Not long after, Gu Yao and Lu's city master attended the meeting, and all the people rose to welcome them, and only after Lu's city master gave the order did they all take their seats, and the fine wines and delicacies were served one by one. Yusu wasn't used to such occasions, and he didn't understand why these people were so keen on gaggling even though they were clearly immortal cultivators. For spiritual platform realm cultivators, it was hard to get drunk even with the most beautiful mortal wine, not to mention that the ones in high positions were still in the water condensation realm. And even Gu Yao was a great cultivator of the feather transformation realm. Since they couldn't get each other drunk, what was the point of these people desperately toasting Gu Yao? However, he was not a lonely person who did not know the slightest bit of etiquette, and he also silently raised his glass and toasted several of the upper seats one by one. Yusu and these 6 patriarchs could also be described as having no interactions, but were familiar with some of their individual disciples. Some of these 6 patriarchs didn't say a word, just a mouthful of muffled off back to Yusu's respect. There are also people with kind brows, while drinking also praised Yusu. There were 2 strange young cultivators who gave Yusu a toast and exchanged a few sentences briefly, and Yusu could feel that these 2 people really wanted to make friends with him. As for Wu Chang's toast, Yusu hesitated for a while, just a slight sip and then stopped. As the banquet progressed, the topic naturally shifted to this deeply hidden blind scholar. However, Gu Yao could see Yusu's shortness of breath and quickly took control of the conversation, not letting them continue to dwell on the topic. The way through, naturally, was to announce the affiliation of the affiliated sects. When Gu Yao announced that the Shouxiao sect had become a subsidiary sect of the Xianxiao sect, everyone was not surprised, except for the remaining 5 patriarchs whose eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Everyone raised their cups to congratulate Patriarch Qi, and Shi Daodong responded one by one with a red face. The next thing to be revealed was the biggest suspense of the night, the belonging of the Xianxiao sect's qualification to listen to studies. There were only a few people in the audience who knew the result in advance and did not show expressions of nervous anticipation. The rest of the people acted like theatergoers and performed an equally wonderful pantomime as the suspense was unveiled. When it was announced that it was Yusu who had obtained the qualification to listen to the study, the expressions of the crowd were each wonderful. Some were indignant and some were helpless, and only a very small number of people showed their recognition. When Gu Yao announced that Wu Chang had become an official disciple, everyone was envious and shocked, as if someone from our village had finally been admitted to Tsinghua University, and the look in Yusu's eyes was more or less filled with a sense of gloating. As a result, when Gu Yao explained that it was Yusu who took the initiative to give up his formal discipleship, those people were all incredibly sorry and couldn't believe it. They hated Yusu for being so blind. So blind. Yusu was not disturbed by the outside world. He sank his mind not to feel the changing gazes of these people, but was thinking about which dishes he would pack back to his seat later to give his senior sister a taste. Although the flavor of these dishes was not considered too good, they were all hard to find mountain delicacies. When the banquet was over, all the guests promised to see Gu Yao off in the morning. Gu Yao smiled and acquiesced. If there was no order from Venerable Lotus Sword, he would have returned to the clan, and at this time, it was not good to renege and continue to deliberately stay in the out of the clouds, so he secretly decided to make an illusion of leaving to facilitate the protection of Yusu in the dark. When they parted, Gu Yao called out to Yusu and informed him about when he would report for duty. It turns out that formal disciples have a fixed reporting time, which is at the beginning of spring every year, but the disciples who listen to the study do not have such a restriction. They can go at any time, but they can only listen to the study for 1 year from the date of reporting to the school. Yusu is also happy to do so. He cannot leave tomorrow, just swim Su to drag the family, but also have to find a way not to expose the identity of the teacher's wife of the evil along the way. Car and horse routes and so on problems also need to be solved urgently. This trip to the sacred mountain is not something to say that the trip can go. But these difficulties are nothing compared to being able to have a foothold in the Divine Mountain. The Divine Mountain was the apex of the entire continent. As long as he reached there safely, he would definitely be able to find a way to save his senior sister's wife. Yusu also knew in his heart that he could not take this lightly. Exposing that his senior sister's wife had been struck by an evil spirit too early was not a good thing. Back in the sect, Ji Lingrua seemed to be unconvinced that Yusu had actually comprehended the sword intent, while she was still a fool who could not mobilize Shen Qi freely, so she came to look for Yusu to learn how to transport Qi at an early hour. And under the order of Yusu, she changed into clothes that covered her body before she started teaching. After the end of teaching, the first fall rain came without warning. It poured down, like the Milky Way pouring down, wanting to clean the whole world all over again. Yusu also went to sleep with hope in the sound of heavy rain. Early the next morning, the rain stopped. Ji Lingrua shouted at Yusu to get up and recited that it was so foggy today. Yusu didn't care, and hurriedly went out to prepare to give Gu Yao a send-off, but was stopped by Wu Chang on that Shilio road. Wu Sung didn't mean any harm, and he brought two pieces of news that made Yusu crumble. 1. A strange fog has fallen from the sky, and Izumo City has been sealed off, so everyone at home should not trespass. 2. Gu Yao is dead. End of chapter. Gu Yao is dead? How can he die? Who could kill a cultivator of the Feather Realm? It was important to realize that the higher the cultivation level, the bigger the gap would be, and the more difficult it would be to make up for the gap in cultivation with battle power. Within 100 miles, the one with the highest cultivation level was City Lord Lu, who had been stuck at the water condensation realm perfection for decades. The next highest cultivation level was Shouxiao sect patriarch Qi Daodong, and the rest of the patriarchs in descending order. So these people obviously didn't have the strength to kill him, much less the reason to do so. The fire of hope that Yusu had managed to just ignite was mercilessly doused by the downpour last night. The dead, the fog, and the closure of the city happened right before he decided to set off for the Divine Mountain, which was really a case of destiny. At this moment, he was walking behind Wu Chang on the road to the city lord's mansion. The two of them were traveling very slowly, and he only felt distracted. No matter how much he wanted to calm his mind, he couldn't do it, and because Yusu was blind, he couldn't see the empty streets at this time. Nor could he see this thick fog that filled the air. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered in this fog. The flowers and trees in the near distance, the tiles and buildings in the far distance, all things have lost their original distinctive outlines and are hidden in this fog. Watching the illusory backs of the two from afar, as if roaming in an ethereal fairyland, and as if they were compelled fools heading for a confusing mirage. When did you find out that immortal Master Gu was dead? Yusu frowned tightly and suddenly asked. Cinco de Mayo. Wu Chang walked in front. He didn't dare to walk too fast due to the fog blocking his vision. He added, last night a torrential downpour fell from the sky, and according to the night watchman it only stopped at midnight, and then a fog began to spread through the city. Fog after rain is not uncommon, and no one cared at first, but now it can be realized that this fog is strangely diffusing into the city from all directions. It is speculated that immortal Master Gu should have been the first to realize that something was wrong with the fog, and he went out of the city alone to explore the cause. It wasn't until the city gates were opened not long ago that they realized that immortal Master Gu's body was already lying outside the city gates. City Lord Lu then urgently ordered the restriction of traffic, the closing of the city gates, and summoned all those who attended the banquet last night to the City Lord's mansion to deliberate. Yusu sniffed and stretched out his hand in the air and grasped it in vain a few times, wanting to feel this weird mist in Wu Chang's mouth, and Wu Chang looked at Yusu's movements and nodded. Try releasing your divine sense and try. Yusu was stunned for a moment, then remembered that he had been immersed in thinking about Gu Yao's death, and had not been distracted by the road conditions on the way, but had only been following Wu Chang. Yusu then followed the instructions to concentrate on the mind and spread the divine sense, but was surprised to find that this fog blocked not only the naked eye, actually even the divine sense can also be blocked. The entire world was hazy in his sea of consciousness, as if he had returned to the day when he had just stepped into the pulse passage realm and was able to feel the world. And after Yusu recognized the strangeness of the mist, the two of them also fell into a long silence and rushed all the way to the City Lord's mansion without words. In the City Lord's mansion, all the people stood with solemn and silent expressions, surrounding a corpse lying on the ground covered with a white cloth. Everyone obviously did not accept the fact that last night's banquet was still held in this hall with such great joy, and the main character of today's banquet was lying in the center of yesterday's banquet hall. What was even more frightening was that the person who died was a great cultivator of the Feather Realm that they didn't even want to think about. A light mist seeped into the room, leisurely floating between the crowd, as if the fear in the hearts of the crowd had turned into substance. All here? City Lord Lu hung his face, his white eyebrows covering his cloudy eyes. All have arrived. Qi Daodong looked around and solemnly returned. Well, then uncover it. City Lord Lu raised his hand in a gesture. Chi Daodong's face sank, as if he was making some extremely difficult decision. He raised his right hand in vain, and slowly uncovered the white cloth through the air. Under the white cloth, Gu Yao's body was completely disfigured, with only one pair of eyes staring roundly, not knowing whether it was due to fear or shock. The upper half of the body was covered in dirty blood, and several places had wounds from bites that showed white bones. The lower half of his body was the most oozing, with only thin flesh left attached to the skeleton of his legs. Everyone all sucked in a breath of cool air. Gu Yao's death was far more tragic than they could imagine, making people wonder what he had actually encountered. What were they to do with something that even the feather transformation realm cultivators couldn't resist? Only Yusu was slightly more calm, and his limited divine sense was able to depict the rough outline of Gu Yao's corpse. But in the end, it was less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. All of you, did you notice anything unusual last night? City Lord Lu allowed the crowd to digest for a while before coldly asking. All of them shook their heads in silence, and Lord Willow City gently stroked his white beard inside a long, quiet sigh. It's an evil spirit. The crowd's expressions were horrified, not daring to believe it. They had always thought that this word was too far away from them, and even after Gu Yao had shown them the tragedy that had happened on the other side of the middle elemental continent that day, the vast majority of them wouldn't have thought that this kind of tragedy would actually befall them. A needle could not be heard in the large main hall, and a threat called death strangled everyone's throat so that they could not make any sound. Lord Lu City looked gloomy as he took out an evil preventing order from his bosom. Not a bit of the original green color could be seen on the black as ink jade. This is the jade pendant that senior brother Gu carries with him, called the Evil Preventing Order, a magical treasure specialized in detecting evil chi. It was supposed to be the color of emerald green and would turn black when it encountered evil chi. And when I took it off my senior brother's body, it was already ink-colored. This means that the evil spirit that senior brother ran into. Lord Lu City suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with an intimidating light as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's going to be even more terrifying than we thought." After saying that, several young cultivators with fragile hearts and minds immediately looked as if they were dead. Their brains went blank, and their legs trembled as if they were sifting chaff, and they even directly couldn't hold on and were paralyzed with fear, looking at the bloodied Gu Yao as if they saw their own end. Spare those who boasted that they had seen a great storm of patriarchs, at this time also all dumbfounded. Lu City Lord, could it be a mistake? Perhaps it was ambushed by an enemy. After all, the last time an evil spirit appeared in Exodus Cloud City was 190 years ago, so how could? Chi Daodong asked with some hesitation. For his part, City Lord Lu gently shook his head. At this moment, the indifferent him was a different person from the previous City Lord who seemed to always hold a smile. The evil warding order won't be a problem, and senior brother Gu acted with integrity and seldom feuded with anyone, and even if he did, it wouldn't be a life and death feud like this, so basically we can conclude that it was killed by an evil spirit. Then why don't we run away quickly? Is it hard to sit in the city and wait for death? A burly old man asked rhetorically. This person was none other than Zhou Yichang, the sect leader of the Wind and Thunder Fist sect. Who knew that? City Lord Lu shook his head again, his body collapsing as if deflated. It's no use. I looked out of the city at the city gates when I transported the remains of my senior brother. The sky under the white fog, nothing can be seen. Distantly there are a few smudges of black hidden. I also when it is Changshan Mountain. Until it opened its eyes. Thanks for the reward. Thanks for the votes. Thanks for the favorites. Thanks for the comments. Thanks for the catch-up reading. End of chapter. As the 4 words of Lord Lu City fell, everyone's heart seemed to be bolted to a stone, sinking to the bottom in a quagmire of despair. And it wasn't until a few seconds had passed that the crowd tried to catch their breath. But just when the crowd had eased up a little, City Lord Lu then asked, "Do you know what else it did after it opened its eyes?" What? Iron Harness Sect Patriarch Go Hongshan, skin color bronze, full of flesh. There is a deep scar from the left sideburns all the way to the chin. In the usual has always been a vicious tough guy image show people, at this time actually afraid of the lips or trembling. It opened its sky-shadowing mouth, and a huge amount of mist as thick as substance gushed out from its mouth toward Izumo City, and after it finished gushing, it disappeared into the mist. It is like a deity that regularly sprays mist on the earth. The voice of the Lu City Lord gradually became fainter as he spoke later. The rest of the people did not witness that shocking scene, but they could perceive most of it from the Lu City Lord's words. The crowd was speechless for a long time. As tall as a mountain and as strong as a god, who could stop the evil spirit? So this weird fog outside should all be caused by this evil spirit. City Lord Lu was the first to regain his composure as he continued. We all know that evil spirits can be roughly categorized into 3 types based on their abilities: flesh and blood, 5 elements, and dream masters. The fog beast outside the city should be an evil spirit of the 5 elements, and it definitely holds extremely high authority. otherwise it would not have been able to create such a large-scale movement. I have personally seen the evil spirits of the genus of the 5 elements in the Divine Mountain, and the strongest of them is only the extent of the whole body bathed in fire. This also explains why even Senior Brother Gu of the Feather Transformation Realm failed to escape from its hands. This, Chi Daodong was so shocked that he even forgot to finish the 5 words, and only uttered one "How is this possible?" this word before failing to make another sound. He had traveled extensively in his youth, and was obviously more cognizant of evil spirits than others. He asked again, somewhat hesitantly, "But, isn't it true that the higher the authority, the more invisible the evil spirit is? It has such divine power that the condensed water realm can see it?" City Lord Lu shook his head and pinched the evil warding order to put it away. "You have not seen the evil spirits with your own eyes. If it was us who wanted to actively see the evil sneak, there would indeed be a limitation of cultivation. But there is another situation where the evil sneak actively walks out from the non-visible and lets you see it. When the divine glowstones were not yet discovered 1,000 years ago, the places near the sea were filled with obscene shrines privately built by mortals, filled with all sorts of statues of evil spirits, which they worshipped in an attempt to gain power by becoming their slaves. How do you think they carved those lifelike statues? Is it by imagination? No, it's because some mortals have seen them with their own eyes. Then why do they want us to see them?" Chi Daodong knew the answer in his heart, yet he still asked with a trembling voice. "Sometimes it is out of necessity to exert its powers, sometimes it is to tempt its prey to take the bait, and sometimes it is because we are no different in its eyes from ants that can be crushed at will. And would you pretend to be a god against a dying ant?" Everyone hadn't expected that 7 days ago. Gu Yao was still reminding the crowd not to indulge in the blessings of the Divine Mountain and forget about the existence of the evil spirits. At this very moment, the evil spirits had appeared outside the city eyeing the city, and Gu Yao had used his life to warn them all over again. Then how did it get here? Didn't all the divine glowstones stop all the evil spirits overseas? Even though there are occasionally some evil spirits that get lucky enough to set foot on the earth, isn't there still the evil expelling division? How did it allow such a powerful evil spirit to infiltrate and appear in Izumo City? "We, Izumo City, are not close to the coast," Chi Daodong asked in disbelief. Yusu secretly shook his head. He was someone who had faced the horrors of evil spirits head-on and sighed that people were indeed too well protected by the Divine Mountain. Even for a person of Chi Daodong's cultivation, Yusu could hear from his words his reliance on the Divine Mountain and the evil expelling division, not to mention the others. City Lord Lu didn't answer this question head-on as he turned his head to look beyond the main hall, the eerie mist still quietly filling the air. "Do you know why Izumo City is called Izumo City? Izumo City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and when the city was built there was always a mist floating around this area, which made the whole city look like it was born in a sea of clouds. Hence the name Izumo City." An old man with gray hair at the temples also narrated. This old man was named Lu Muchuan, also a clan head, and had lived in Izumo City for hundreds of years, and was considered to be the person who knew Izumo City the most. Well, then, have you ever wondered where the fog came from? Of course it's because of the geographic location of Izumo City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a humid climate. It's normal to have fog. Although Lu Muchuan felt that there was something in the words of City Lord Lu, he still answered truthfully. "What if I tell you that this mist is most likely not naturally formed? Or not all of it?" City Lord Willow spoke in a dangerous tone. LV Muchuan's shrewdness flashed within his old eyes. What does the City Lord mean? That's right. This evil spirit didn't seep in from the coast recently. The reason it was able to avoid the divine glowstones and the evil warding division is because it's been here all along. It's hidden deep in the ground of Izumo City. It's been there for 1,000 years. Thousands of years ago the Divine Mountain created the divine glowstones, completely stopping those evil spirits beyond the shores, and the Divine Mountain Evil Expelling Division began to massively remove the evil spirits that remained on the earth. So far, apart from the occasional evil spirits that have gotten away with setting foot on the earth, the lives of the living beings in the 5 continents can be considered peaceful and tranquil, almost to the point where we have forgotten about the existence of evil spirits. But in fact, there has always been a theory that 1,000 years ago there were many other powerful evil spirits that even the Department of Evil Prevention could not find, hidden in the earth. And 1,000 years of ease has long since caused people to overlook this matter. The one that is outside the city today, I'm afraid, is one of them, and it's hiding underneath Izumo City's ground using the natural mist as a cover, waiting for the day when it will reappear. And today is that day. Everyone was silent. As the lord of a city, he shouldn't have made a big deal about the desperate atmosphere in this sudden desperate situation. But in fact, it was clear in everyone's mind that City Lord Lu hadn't exaggerated at all. He had only stated what he thought might be the truth. "Dead. We are all going to die," someone in the crowd murmured out, breaking the deathly silence. And it turned out to be the stout-limbed Sheng Xiling. "Shut up," City Lord Lu shouted furiously, and an invisible Xian Qi shot out, grazing past Shang Xiling's cheeks and hitting the wooden pillars behind him, exploding a large swath of wood shavings. Everyone was shocked by the City Lord's action, looking at the angry old man as if they were recognizing him for the first time. We're not dead yet. If you want to die, hide and kill yourselves. Don't disgrace yourselves here. City Lord Lu's teeth clenched. I'm not telling you all this to make you afraid. I just want you to be mentally prepared. Whether it's for our own sake or the 30,000 people in this city, pull yourselves together. End of chapter. These words of the Lu City Lord finally allowed the crowd to recover a little bit of their essence, and the Lu City Lord let out another long breath and said, with such a sudden change in Izumo City, it's impossible that no one in the outside world would have noticed. As long as we can hold out until the evil preventing division comes, we can definitely be saved. So, there are 3 tasks now. 1. This mist is weird, but it doesn't look like it's aggressive. We don't really know what it's really for, and what is it doing by obscuring our vision. We need to find a way to figure this out, and stop this mist from spreading into the city as much as possible, and ideally find a way to eliminate it as well. I hope that all of you, patriarchs, can organize your disciples to accomplish this task. 2. You take turns following the soldiers of the city's defense as they patrol the city, pacifying the people and telling them to stay at home as much as possible by closing their doors and windows while keeping an eye out for any movement in the city and reporting back in a timely manner if there's anything going on. 3. This fog is so pervasive that even the sound transmission stone can't contact the outside world, and it's not realistic to wait bitterly for the outside world to discover the problem in a short period of time. We don't know what's going on outside, and the outside isn't clear about what's going on inside. Therefore, sovereigns, I hope that 2 of you will come forward and follow me out of the city to look for the possibility of escaping. City Lord Lu paused, and after looking around at the silent 6 patriarchs around him closed his eyes and sighed sadly, unable to bear it in his heart. The fact that even senior brother Gu didn't make it back means that this trip is likely to be a lost cause. But someone among us must bring the message out, and I, Lu Qinnan, assure the 2 of you who are willing to come forward that, within my power, I will prioritize your survival. If the situation is not right, you can always turn back. City Lord Lu methodically said the best arrangement that he had thought out in a short time. In front of this sudden calamity, everyone could despair but him, and he also proved why he could serve as the City Lord of Izumo City for more than 60 years with his ability and commitment. I wonder, which 2 are willing? The 6 patriarchs looked at me and I looked at you, and then they all lowered their heads again, not knowing what they were thinking about. The disciples were also colored by the dreary atmosphere and empathized with the mood of the 6 patriarchs. Who would dare to let people go deep into that heavenly fog outside the city at this time? Lu City Lord suddenly smiled. This was the first time this originally kind old man smiled today. The worry between his brows disappeared, and he seemed to have turned into the warm old man from before. I, Lu Qinnan, am 163 years old this year, and I have been stuck at water condensation perfection for 63 years. I thought that when I came out of the Xian Shao sect at the age of 100, I was still just the appearance of a dashing middle-aged man. But I didn't realize that I had become a droopy old man over the years. I've been hogging the position of City Lord for 63 years just for the Xian Shao sect's little resources to break through the realm. But so far it's been fruitless. I can see my future. Probably just sitting on my bed and meditating. Sitting and sitting and sitting. To die like this. How boring everyone. To die also want to die a little more tragic. A little more sensational. This city 30,000 people plus your junior seniors. Isn't it worth facing the evil spirits to take a few steps forward? We cultivate 100 years, not to cultivate into a cowering and waiting for the death of the person. Willow City Lord's serious appearance let Yusu also some consternation. Willow City Lord in his view is a bit extremely good at humane people. Did not expect in the face of such a great difficulty he will be the most righteous one. Count me in as an old man. If City Lord Lu feels old at 163 years old, then wouldn't the old man at 190 years old have already lived long enough for Ben? Lu Muchuan spilled out a smile. His figure was even more stooped compared to the Lu City Lord, but at this moment, he looked extremely magnificent in the eyes of the crowd. Lu Yang! LV Muchuan suddenly shouted loudly to the silent crowd. A rather bookish and elegant young man in the crowd agreed aloud. His face was solemn, but he knew better than anyone else what a dangerous path his own grandfather would be embarking on. He couldn't hold back the grief in his heart again, and tears rolled down his taut cheeks like a dike. No crying. Lu Muchuan's face sank as he ordered. Your father died early. After I leave this time, no matter if you live or die, from now on, you will be the patriarch of the Green Vault sect. Grandpa can't help you for the rest of your life. I hope you can take up the responsibility of the sect leader. Don't let your father and I down. Lu Yang was snotty. He casually wiped a handful of tears, stood up straight and cried so hard that his body was convulsing, but he still forced himself to reply in a proper voice. Yes, everyone was infected by this mournful atmosphere. The heart of the oil gave birth to a trace of their own also want to rush out of the heroic feelings, but in the face of the fear of the fog, this point of heroic and like a gust of wind wrapped in the willow leaves, shaking. I'll go too. Chi Daodong and Wind and Thunderfist sect patriarch Zhou Yicheng actually spoke out in unison, and the two of them looked at each other with complicated eyes. Patriarch Zhou, I'm older than you. You have a broader future ahead of you. Let me do this kind of thing, Chi Daodong advised in a sad voice. He could be said to be the person with the biggest mental gap amongst everyone except Yusu. Last night, his clan was about to become a subordinate clan of the Xianxiao sect, and his protege was about to become an official disciple of the Xianxiao sect. He had a bright rest of his life, but everything went up in smoke in just one night, and he had to face the threat of death. Zhou Yicheng, on the other hand, laughed twice, his robust muscles bulging. Patriarch Qi, is 9 months older called older? When you were 10 years old and shouted at me to peep at a widow's bath and got caught and asked me to take the blame, how did you forget that you were older than me? Though he was telling jokes, none of them were laughing. Instead, they became more and more desolate. You and I have been fighting for many years. I've never won against you. Let me have it this time. The three of you are gone. I don't have the brains to care for so many people. It's better to run away simply. Just me. Chi Daodong's eyes were cloudy, and his mind, which hadn't fluctuated violently for decades, began to tremble, and he was on the verge of holding back 2 lines of old tears. Patriarch Zhou is right. Old Chi, you'll be the city lord of Izumo City after I'm gone. You have to protect these 30,000 people. City Lord Lu smiled and patted Chi Daodong's shoulder as if he was explaining the aftermath. Chi Daodong's tears eventually fell with impatience, but he quickly wiped them away and bent down to pay his respects. I will definitely live up to Brother Zhou and City Lord's trust. On the other hand, Lord Lu Chang picked him up and laughed. Don't be discouraged. It's not like we're going to die right away. According to my speculation, that evil spirit should have a cycle of gulping clouds and mist. Not all the time spit. We just need to find this gap. Escape is not impossible. If you don't lead the crowd to persevere, then it would be pointless for us to escape and call for help. Chi Daodong raised his head and nodded heavily. Alright, the 3 tasks are laid out. Everyone move. Whoever gives up on themselves first, Lu Qinan, will never show mercy. Willow City Master gave an order. The crowd as if they also saw the general hope rekindled some fighting spirit, but do not know all this, just the beginning of despair. Chase read The headline plays with the title HH. End of chapter. The distant sky was full of milky white fog, so thick that it surged and tumbled as it swept towards Izumo City, causing the entire city to fall into a sea of clouds. Jolie walked ahead to lead the way, and Yusu followed behind him. Being invisible is probably kind of a good thing at a time like this, Cho Yuri said squarely. Yusu was in a trance for a moment, and then he laughed a little to himself, sighing that he seemed to be overly underestimated by them. There were 36 patrols, 3 per hour. Yusu was the leader of the Immortal Ascension Society, but was excluded from the list because of his blindness. Even going home, City Lord Lu had specially arranged for someone to send him off, just as he had asked Wu Cheng to pick him up when he arrived. As it were, he had become that useless person in everyone's eyes, but Yusu didn't feel that way. Under this pervasive fog, everyone was sort of blind to varying degrees, but what made these people who had just been blind for not too long think that they, in turn, would be more comfortable with this blur than someone who had been blind for 18 years? However, Yusu did not force. Before the sudden crisis, he only hoped to protect his own teacher's sister and teacher's wife, have the spare capacity to save others. Being invisible is never a good thing. Yusu returned flatly. Jolie was a bit stunned. He didn't mean anything else. It was only because the surroundings were too quiet, and the field of vision was restricted. If no one spoke again and walked forward in silence like this, he would feel that they were like ghosts traveling silently to the Yellow Springs, so he couldn't help but speak out. Well, understand. Jolie's words were like that, but it was really hard for people to empathize with each other, and he might not really understand. Yusu also felt that it was a bit strange to remain silent all this time, and added, your master and my master are not on good terms, but for your master to be willing to go out and deliver a message, he is an amazing person. Thank you. Master Shifu is grumpy and competitive, but he is indeed a good man. You are also surnamed Zhou. What kind of person is Patriarch Zhou to you? It's my righteous father. Jolie was provoked to continue his story. The place I was born was far from here and close to the coast, I grew up without a father or mother and was raised on 100 meals. When I was 10 years old I realized that I was actually able to cultivate, but there weren't any sects there, so I kept going inland wanting to worship the immortal sect, but hitting the wall time and time again made me despair, and it was Patriarch Joe who took me in and taught me to cultivate. Patriarch Joe himself had children, and they occasionally didn't get along with me, but Patriarch Joe would teach them a lesson for me every time, and I was very grateful to him. In one of the clan's competitions, I took first place, and Patriarch Joe asked me what I wanted as a reward, and I asked him to give me a surname. His other sons were furious, but Patriarch Joe was forceful, and from then on, I was called Jolie. I don't covet my righteous father's family business. I just want to use this family name to motivate myself to cultivate even more diligently in the future to be worthy of this family name. In fact, I've always felt that I'm quite good until I saw the match between you and Wu Cheng a few days ago, and I realized that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. There's no need to be presumptuous. My master always said that cultivators should not compare themselves with each other, but with heaven and earth, and with themselves. The great Tao is boundless. A momentary lead is nothing. The one who can go to the end is the true winner. Yu Su relieved. It's no wonder your master teacher was able to teach such a powerful disciple as you. Zhou Li praised from the bottom of his heart. It's good to send it here. You go back and spend more time with your righteous father. Yu Su suddenly stopped his steps, and further ahead was the most familiar Shilio road. The fog on your side. It seems to be thicker than the one in the city. Why don't I just walk you to the door? Zhou Li surveyed the fog in front of him and asked tentatively. Yu Su, on the other hand, took a step in front of Zhou Li. I've long been familiar with the road further ahead, and I can go back even if I walk backwards. And fog or no fog has no effect on me. Zhou Li also no longer excuses. Urged a careful. If there is any need to go to the city lord's mansion and then turn back. Yu Su calmly walked between the fog. Fang and Zhou Li's conversation between the two people's tone is very flat, the ghost of sadness but lingering. Everyone may have a wonderful story that is uniquely their own, but in the face of the despair brought on by the giant evil spirit outside the city, all stories lose their proper color. Divine enlightenment is Umo. Yu Su remembered the words Ling Jinjin murmured before his death, and he had a feeling that what happened today was related to the words divine enlightenment out of the clouds. But what does refer to? Could it be that the giant evil spirit in Lord Lu's words that kept spraying was a god? Yu Su secretly shook his head. He felt that it would not be that simple. If the god could make Lord Lu feel that they could be saved as long as the people from the Evil Wisdom Division arrived, then it meant that it wasn't really a god. Based on this, Yu Su's mind also had a guess about the purpose of its continuous spewing of this heavenly fog. It was probably for the real prepared coming of God. He couldn't help but recall what the monster sister had told him, that the two powerful evil spirits in Taiyu and Shenyang's bodies were not coming to Izumo City for the purpose of eating them. So what was it for? Is it also for that Ling Jinjin said god? What is their relationship with the fog ghost outside? And will the current situation allow the two evil spirits to leave the body of the elder sister? Or will they erode even more drastically? Yu Su took out the evil preventing order from his Qiankuan bag and pinched it in his hand. He almost forgot about the message that once flowed out of the evil preventing order. The dream-eating ghosts have stolen the altar's treasures and fled, and I'm afraid they've already reached the territory of Zhongyuanzhou. He had always thought that this information must have nothing to do with him, but now he was afraid that it was also related to the divine enlightenment of Izumo. And this Izumo city seemed to be the endpoint where all the clues converged. His mind was in turmoil, and the karma behind none of the above messages was something someone of his strength should have to endure. Even with the memories of two lives, he didn't think that he was the center of the world, and at this moment, he only regretted that he should have known that he should have brought his senior sister and his wife out of this place of wrongdoing much earlier. Thinking of this, his walking speed increased. Abruptly, the sound of birds flying away shattered the silence between the bricks and mortar, and Yu Su only felt a feeling of being spied on creeping into his heart, and his limbs were covered in unnatural goosebumps. He subconsciously wanted to expand his divine sense to observe his surroundings, but he was restricted by the fog and couldn't sense anything. But he clearly sensed something, and this feeling did not come from divine sense. Yu Su turned back violently. There was a cat-sized red evil spirit lying on the eaves of the wall behind him, peering at him spectrally. It bared its teeth, but its two eyes were underneath its muzzle, as if it had twisted its entire head around half a week, and its fur fluttered eerily all over its body. And it was only upon closer inspection that it could be realized that it was actually a single bright red tentacle. The hairs on your body stood on end, and the evil spirit realized that the pupils of your attention to it tightened, immediately turned around and fled to the other side of the wall. Yu Su frowned slightly, and without hesitation drew out his ink pine sword and immediately chased after him. End of chapter. This area is located in the west of the city, desolate and remote. The other side of the wall is an old mansion to be demolished. Yusu a few stomps on the wall and easily rolled over to the wall. He no longer relied on his divine sense, but gazed up at his sight, and the bright red color was so distinct in his cloudy eyes, like a dancing torch in the darkness of the night, that it was hard to be blind. Yusu also cats down, closely with the path of that evil spirit to chase. Fortunately, the old houses in the neighborhood were all uninhabited, and no one cared about the sudden ringing sound occasionally made by Yusu's tumbling down of some things. The evil spirit is very agile, fleeing around without any rules. Yusu then quietly transported air, performing the Rui wind technique to catch up. The distance between one person and one evil is also getting closer and closer. Seeing a suitable distance, Yusu then violently stomped on the ground, locking that evil spirit directly lifting the sword to kill. The evil spirit seemed to know that he could not escape, so he turned back and stared at Yusu with those inverted eyes. At the moment when Yusu was in the air, the evil spirit suddenly raised its upper jaw, and its open mouth suddenly became huge, as big as a door, which was extremely mismatched with its thin body. This monster knew it was hard to escape and actually tried to backtrack and swallow Yusu. Yusu was only shocked for a moment, but the sword in his hand was still unrelenting, and a dashing flat slash cut the evil spirit's huge open mouth in half. If there is someone on the side of the words can even find, just Yusu swinging the sword over the place, even the fog were cut up in general. The vacuum long time fog before readhesion. Half of the monster's mouth fell to the ground constantly trembling, abruptly shrinking back and then turned into blood and water disappeared. Only the other half of the mouth of the evil spirit in the eyes of the color of shock. It looked at Yusu, raised the sword again, immediately turned over and ran, full of desire to live. But Yusu how can allow it to escape again? At this time only hate his own cannot communicate with the evil spirit, or perhaps can know more hidden secrets. He moved his body to purify this evil spirit completely. Unexpectedly, this evil spirit actually burst out a huge power. High leap, gambling with life in general, directly crashed into a side of the old house of the paper window, jumped in. Yusu followed, also rolled over and crossed in. He also did not expect this evil sneak actually panicked to run to the house, just so he can let him catch a turtle in a jar. When he caught the monster hiding at the foot of the wall shivering, he immediately rushed over with the speed of a thunderbolt. And when Yusu was preparing to end this evil, was surprised to find that this evil spirit has been like a maggot in the corner of the death of the maggots as a non-stop twitching and writhing. Yusu secretly wondered. It can't be that he fell like this, right? Half of his mouth should not have been cut off. Otherwise why did he still have the strength to break the window? Its twisted appearance was like a person struggling due to lack of oxygen. The more you see, the more wrong this evil spirit is. It doesn't look like it was transformed into such an appearance due to external forces. Instead, it looks like the reason within its body. Seemingly to confirm this, the body of the evil spirit also began to rot from the inside out. The body gradually appeared in a number of bizarre holes in the flesh. Flesh holes are getting bigger and bigger so that its body rapidly decayed away, and finally turned into a pool of blood. Yusu was unsure, subconsciously trying to release his divine sense to leave the spot. The entire room was also visible in his sea of consciousness. He was just about to put away his sword and take a step when he noticed that something was wrong. His divine sense was actually not restricted in this room. He observed the room again. The door was closed and the only opening was the hole in the window that he had just knocked out, which meant that those mists hadn't seeped into the old room yet. Like a flash of light, he suddenly had a bold guess. This evil spirit's inexplicable death was due to being detached from this mist. It's as if people can't live without air, and this evil spirit can't live without these weird fogs. But the evil spirits he had seen before didn't seem to have such a requirement. This could not help but make Yusu envision further to the terrible place. This evil spirit ran in from that thick fog outside the city. It was in cahoots with that giant mist creep, and it's highly likely that there are more unknown evil spirits in that fog. Once this idea appeared, Yusu felt more and more likely, which also explained why that fog trickster had to continuously spew out this mist, just to expand the scope of action of those evil spirits in the fog, thus making the city of out of the clouds a paradise where those evil spirits in the mist could act recklessly. If that was the case, then it was absolutely impossible for the 3 Lu city lords to escape from this fog. This trip of theirs was not 9 deaths, but 10. Yusu immediately wanted to rush back to the city lord's mansion to inform City Lord Lu of this news, and perhaps there was still time to stop them from leaving the city, but his steps hesitated. And regardless of whether or not this guess of his was correct, as long as he made this guess, it was highly likely that he would expose himself as being able to see evil spirits for whatever reason. But he grew up blind, and he has never been out of the Cloud City. That almost no contact with the outside world of the senior sister is bound to cause suspicion. In such a situation of evil spirits surrounding the city, but the internal suddenly appeared 2 evil spirits. The teacher mother will be how to be treated obvious. He had been hiding the identity of his senior sister's wife for so long that even Gu Yao hadn't discovered the clues. And now for the sake of the lives of the 3 Lu Cheng masters, was it worth the risk that he would expose his senior sister's wife as being possessed? Yu Su only felt a dilemma. He suddenly gritted his teeth and made his decision. He Shudong stood on a huge log sticking out of the mountain wall, beneath which was a deep, cloudy cliff. Cliff wind drumming. Bring up her green silk together caressing dance. Elegant white skirt was also blown to tighten her exaggerated waist and hips, more show its slender and delicate body curve. But the cold temperament of the body and let a person dare not to think of her. She had been chasing that evil aura for many days, tossing and turning to this point that evil aura had once again dissipated and disappeared. But she was clearly so close to catching it, which made her doubly annoyed. At this moment, she could not help but suspect that this evil aura was deliberately seducing her to meander around. If that was the case, then it could only mean that the true purpose of the thing behind this evil aura was Izumo City. She is in the case of determining out of the Cloud City has Gu Yao out of the city. The realm of the feather realm of the cultivator is already a dragon and phoenix among the people. Have him sit in the town of out of the Cloud City should not have a problem, right? He Shudong hesitated in his heart. A strong sense of uneasiness sprung up like rain, and then went out of control. She frowned slightly and decided to abandon this evil spirit that had been entangled with her for several days to rush back to Izumo City. That heavenly destiny in the underworld made her feel that something must have happened in Izumo City at this time. Just after the decision was made, he Shudong gripped the hilt of her sword and traveled back at full speed. She still had not opened her locked Shin Shi, but her speed was still as fast as the wind. In half a day at the latest, she would be able to return to Izumo City. And just as she was concentrating on her journey, that evil aura that she had been chasing for days appeared again, and this time, it was extremely close. She was thus even more certain that the owner of this evil aura was just hanging on to her, aiming to not let her return to Exodus Cloud City. She no longer paid attention to the evil aura, and flew through the forest even faster. But that evil aura didn't seem to want to let her go, suddenly accelerating to the front to block He Shutong's path, also appearing between the pines and cypresses in his own form. Venerable Lotus Sword, where are you going in such a hurry? End of chapter. In front, a middle-aged man wearing a clear white Taoist robe stood in the air. His plump spirit was handsome, his body was magnificent, and he had the appearance of an exiled immortal. He Shutong's cold eyes narrowed. Soon, the man named Sun Li smiled brightly and said, I didn't expect that after 30 years, Venerable Lotus Sword would still remember the name of Xiao Dao, so it is really flattering to Xiao Dao. It's hard to forget someone as disgusting as you. He Shutong's tone was cold and dangerous, like a cold sword lightly roaring. This Sun Xiao didn't get angry either, and continued to maintain a breezy demeanor. Unbeknownst to He Shutong, Sun's appearance was a different picture. With a crimson python wrapped around his white clothes, the scales of the python were dense, and the pattern on the scales looked like a detached eyeball, which matched Sun's real face, which was like a piece of rotten meat hanging down, making it look extremely grotesque. It's not easy to forget a fairy as beautiful as Venerable Lotus Sword. As soon as he spoke, a heavenly sword chi had already swept in, blasting the mountain wall behind him to bear most of it. He Shutong stood silently with his sword in his hand, and where Sun was just now, there was no one left, except for the half of his white robe that had been chopped off and fluttered in the air. Venerable Lotus Sword's temper is still so great. Sun Jie stood in the air, his heart palpitating. He Shutong did not say anything, both feet pointing to the ground directly flying up. The next sword has been followed by. That Xuanjian didn't tangle with it either. He just dodged it, and he couldn't help but be shocked when he almost didn't dodge the sword a few times. Legend has it that this Lotus Sword venerable in order to seek the opportunity to break through the realm, blockade cultivation hidden into the red dust experience, but did not expect no cultivation is still terrible, when really worthy of the name of the first woman sword repair. Your Holiness, don't be in a hurry. I will release you back to Exodus Cloud City. Only this is not the time. Sun Wu's right hand was quietly placed on a pitch-black gourd on his waist side. What the hell happened to Izumo City? Your Holiness is asking the wrong person. My mission is just to stall you. You can't slow me down. He Shutong crossed her eyebrows and looked at him angrily. It was not that she was unable to defeat this evil cultivator, but he only knew how to dodge could not help but make people a little annoyed. She drew her sword like a lotus, completely no longer stayed in hand. That Sun Li was not afraid, had expected the general rapid retreat out, while retreating at the same time to cast out a number of dark arcane air formation spells to block He Shutong's attack. He Shutong's gaze was resolute. Any technique in front of her sword was like a thin sheet of paper, and just as she broke through the last barrier, the gourd in Xuanjian's hand happened to spew out a cloud of ink mist that blocked out the sky, wrapping He Shutong in a ball. This black mist flowed like a spiritual sense. It actually looked like a huge and weird black jellyfish. Xuanjuan, on the other hand, looked at the jellyfish suspended in the air with gloomy eyes, and immediately began to meditate to recover, his mouth still hating it. Not even Qian-Chi. I don't believe that I still can't slow you down. On the walls of Izumo City, a group of people looked out extremely far, trying to see through the fog to the outside of the city, but they couldn't see anything but a milky white color. Zhou Yichang attempted to stick his head out without tasting what he saw, and he couldn't help but ask, City Lord Lu, is there really an evil spirit as big as that mountain outside of this city as you said? Willow City Lord put his hands behind his back. He moved his eyes away and said, I won't be wrong. It won't come for a long time. It may be a good thing for us. It means that the time interval between its two fog spits is not short. We will set out after its next fog spit, and it will be easier to escape. Zhou Yichang nodded. Although all of this was based on City Lord Lu's speculation, there was no other better way to improve the chances of winning. Lu Muchuan, on the other hand, touched the fog and said somewhat helplessly, this fog is really weird. How on earth can we stop it from spreading into the city? After saying that, he also sank his body and transported the air in the palm of his hand to externalize the Qian-Chi to turn into an invisible wall. And these diffuse fog actually also bypassed this invisible wall. Although externalized Qian-Chi can be blocked, how can we cover the entire city with just a few of us water condensation cultivators? City Lord Lu shook his head. He didn't have too good a solution for this. Even if they could cover it, they couldn't do that kind of continuous output of Qian-Chi. He then asked Qi Daodong, who was on the side, have you instructed everyone in the city to close their doors and windows? I've already asked Wu Chang and the others to do it. Qi Daodong returned. Well, City Lord Qi, the granary of the City Lord's mansion has not accumulated much food. Probably still enough for the people of the whole city to eat for 3 days. So you should not distribute food today and tomorrow first. You need to plan the distribution of the food and stretch out the time you can eat for as long as possible. If there are any riots among the people, you must also promptly suppress them with thunderous means, so as not to disorganize the people's hearts. Qi Daodong nodded his head in agreement. Since City Lord Lu had chosen the candidate to go out of the city, he had been instructing him about the arrangements for governing the city in every detail, which made Qi Daodong marvel at City Lord Lu's greatness. He even offered to let City Lord Lu stay behind while he went out of the city to report the news, but was ruthlessly rejected by City Lord Lu. The only person in here who had seen a true evil spirit was only the divine mountain-born City Lord Lu, and no one other than him could grasp that glimmer of hope for life. City Lord, Yu Su has something to report. A government servant came up from the side and said to City Lord Lu. City Lord Lu was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembered that he had already asked Zhou Li to send Yu Su home. Let him up. Yes. It wasn't long before Yu Su emerged from the mist, his head lowered so that his face couldn't be seen. Yu Su has met City Lord Lu. Well, what do you have to report? Yu Su paused for a moment before saying, I don't think City Lord Lu should leave the city rashly. Oh, what is the solution? City Lord Lu asked, and the group of patriarchs beside him were also aroused and looked over. City Lord Lu and the several patriarchs are the most central forces in the city, and each of you is indispensable to Izumo City today. With you guys around, we might still be able to stall for a moment longer and hold out until reinforcements come. Lord Lu Chang laughed, still thinking that Yu Su had some novel insight. You are a good boy, Yu Su, but you are too blind to see that evil spirit. You only need to see it to realize that it is unstoppable. It's the same with or without us. So in this case, it's all the more important that we find a way to find reinforcements as soon as possible. Then has the City Lord ever thought about what if there is more than just the evil spirit you saw in this fog? Wouldn't this trip be a death sentence then? Upon hearing this, the several patriarchs revealed surprised expressions. They indeed had not thought of this possibility. After all, they had not even seen a single evil sneak with their own eyes up to this point. And the only evil sneak was still a unilateral narration from the Lu City Lord that they had listened to. I've thought about it. It is indeed possible. The smile on Lord Lu City's face did not diminish. If I really don't dare to go out of the city just because of this, then what's the point of my old bones living these 2 more days? Instead of that, it would be better to go out of the city and fight for that little bit of hope. The people were saddened by the words. Yu Su, also doubly helpless, can only respect the City Lord's choice? 2 deliberate words, he really can not say more. City Lord's great righteousness. Yu Su let out a high sigh. Then Yu Su will leave. Aha. Lord Willow City nodded. Yu Su then bowed his head and retreated, his heart torn beyond measure. He turned his head and prepared to go downstairs, but he could not help but have his eyes on the distant sky outside of the city. But suddenly there was something that loomed from Yu Su's chaotic eyes. It was a huge silhouette of a mountain. End of chapter. It was a huge beast that stood between heaven and earth, and this feeling of immensity would not diminish with distance. Even if you were a million miles away from it, you would still feel that it was bigger than you could imagine. It stood tall, its pure white pupils looking down on everything in Izumo City, its face fierce like a horrible demon god in charge of hell. When it moved its body just slightly, The sky seemed to tremble and the earth to crack for it. Milky white mist frantically surrounded its body, and Yusu retracted his sight in horror as he looked towards Lord Lu City and his group, not sensing anything strange about them in the slightest. This evil spirit, won't he come, will it? Zhou Yichang asked casually, and even he felt that the question was stupid. No one answered his words, and Yusu realized that none of them had seen the giant beast. The giant beast had stopped moving. It was like the legendary giant Kuan. After brewing for a while, it opened its huge mouth that was going to devour the earth and sky. All the white mist around it churned for it. There is something, Zhou Yichang suddenly shouted. Everyone followed his line of sight to look out of the city, only to see that the clouds in the sky appeared two large pupils of the eyes, as well as hidden in the white fog after the large body looming. This godlike beast finally revealed part of its true appearance in front of the crowd, and City Lord Lu was not wrong. It really existed. Everyone was holding their breath at the moment, immersed in the despair and shock brought about by this giant beast. Yusu also froze in place, but what made him more concerned was why he could see it before those people from Lord Lu City. What's more, he was still blind. After the beast opened its mouth, its dark throat was like an abyss. A column of white mist like a whale spouting tide from the abyss. The biggest avalanche in heaven and earth is no better than this. And what was even rarer was that all the movements it made didn't make a single sound. None of those hissing and wind sounds, as if it wasn't in the same space as Izumo City, but those white mists were literally blowing over. After doing all this, the giant beast was ready to retreat back into the mist, and just as it was about to disappear, it twisted its huge head to look back at the city of clouds, although both eyes are white. But the crowd on the city wall all have a feeling. It was gazing their way. The crowd was all palpitating. Even if the Lu City Lord was seeing this evil for the second time, he could not return to his senses for a long time. Just like the crowd, after a long time, Lord Lu City realized that Yusu had not retreated, but was also staring blankly at the place where the huge beast had appeared just now, and an unobserved color flashed in his eyes. Yusu, why haven't you left? Are you sending someone to see you off? It was only then that Yusu reacted to his outburst and busily said, No need, Lu City Lord. I was ready to leave just now, but felt that there was something gazing at me as if I was staring at it, so I stopped. Is it that evil spirit you mentioned before? The Lu City Lord nodded, and the rest of the patriarchs didn't find it strange. The feeling of being gazed at just now was almost turning into substance. Even if a blind man felt it, it was nothing to be ashamed of. Luckily you're blind. Being able to look straight at that kind of thing is not a good thing. Lord Willow City sighed as he stroked his beard. City Lord Lu is right. Yusu excuses himself. This time, Yusu was really walking down the wall, while after he left, Shi Daodong was quietly turning his head to look at the direction he left, pondering. Yusu walked on his way back. He had already wasted too much time outside. Since he couldn't dissuade Lord Lu City, it was only fair to hurry back to the clan to stay with his senior sister and his wife. Yusu did not lie. He really had a feeling that the evil spirits looked back before he left was because of him. But this is too unbelievable. And what confuses Yusu even more is that he, as a blind man, can see that evil spirit while others don't. Which means that that evil spirit didn't take the initiative to expose itself from the unseen at that time, because he has seen a higher level evil spirit than the same one as that evil spirit and saw it. But didn't City Lord Lu say that it was an evil spirit of the genus of the 5 elements? It also does seem like it has the ability to take charge of elements like wind and fog, but the Tai Sui is the genus of flesh and blood, and the one on the master's wife is the genus of the dream master Ah. So when have I ever seen an evil spirit of the genus of the 5 elements? And one that's stronger than that evil spirit? These white mists not only enveloped him, but seemed to envelop his heart as well. Yusu was puzzled. Just one morning had shocked him countless times. He wanted to calm down, but his mind was always in turmoil. He accelerated his pace back to the clan, and on the way, he didn't see any more roaming evil spirits, and pushed open the gate of the clan, and there was silence in the dilapidated old mansion. Silence that was even a little scary. Yusu first around all the house patrol once, found all the doors and windows are closed. Even his own room was also closed by the senior sister. He felt slightly fortunate. The senior sister is still quite sensitive, also saw the mist of the weird. Yusu returned to his room, and after making sure that his room didn't have much fog in it, he began to rummage through those evil texts in his Chinkuan bag in his sea of consciousness, attempting to find any clues about everything that happened today. It turns out that the evil spirit that he saw today can only open its mouth wide is called Red Mouth Ghost, which is considered to be a kind of particularly low-grade flesh and blood evil spirit. And it is no wonder that Yusu can see it. But the illustrated book did not record that it must act in the fog habit, which inevitably let Yusu doubt his previous speculation. He secretly decided that the next time he saw the evil spirit must be caught to test it. As for the giant beast that covered the sky, there was no record of it in the iconography. What was worth the surprise was that Yusu also found a formation about exorcism in the middle of an evil book. Finding the antidote to poison in a book that teaches you how to use poison is also considered reasonable. Yusu hurriedly took out quite a few objects from his Chinkuan bag as shown in the book. Even though 2 were missing, they should have some effect. Yusu then placed them in order in the mansion where they should go, and also took out a few precious spirit stones to provide Qian-Qi. This formation can avoid the infestation of some low-level evil spirits, which also made Yusu feel much more at ease. At this moment, Yusu didn't care whether Jiling Ruo was resting or not, and walked to the door and gently knocked on the door of the room. After a while, Jiling Ruo murmured and asked, "Yusu, what's wrong?" Yusu listened to the young girl just woke up, general voice of the heart a little fixed, only to feel before all the troubles are nothing. As long as there is a sister still around, everything is good. It's fine. You go on to sleep, senior sister. Call me if there's anything. Don't go out in the last few days. And remember to close the doors and windows. The city lord said that this fog is strange. Don't let it get into the house. I already knew that. Ji Lingrua's lazy voice came again. You saw it coming? If you saw it yourself, shouldn't you say I saw it already? What do you mean you knew? Did someone tell her? Yusu couldn't help but ask again. How did senior sister know? The city lord's house servant was here earlier. And it's pretty much what you said. The government servant has come? Yusu was a little surprised. Even if it was the first patrol, it shouldn't have gone far around to such a remote place first. Yeah, that guy even took a piece of broken jade pendant and told me something about testing it. I just wanted to send him away in a hurry, so I complied with him. What? Or else just cut it out and go write one of those purely scrubby harem articles on the list. End of chapter. How? What happened? It was the first time Jiling Ruo had heard Yusu sound so out of sorts. What color is that jade pendant? Yusu spoke sharply. It's light green. A light green jade pendant? A test? What else could it be but in order to ward off evil spirits? Senior sister, you come out first and see if it's this kind of jade pendant in my hand. Yusu forced himself to calm down and inquired. Oh. After a few moments, after the rustling sound of dressing ended, Jiling Ruo opened the door and walked out. Her pretty face was grave, always feeling like she had done something terribly wrong. After receiving the evil warding order in Yusu's hand, she sized it up for a moment. That's right, it's very similar to this one. Jiling Ruo noticed that Yusu's face became ugly after she finished speaking, so she asked in a low voice. Yusu, how did you also get this jade pendant? Did you also go to the city lord's mansion as an errand boy? Senior sister, what did that person say to you? Did he let you input Qian-Qi into it? Yes, he said it was for measuring cultivation, so I lost Qian-Qi into it. Yusu was struck by lightning. His breathing was rough for a few minutes, and he asked again. Did Shifu measure it? No, he was going to have Shifu Auntie measure it. He only stopped when I said Shifu Auntie didn't have the cultivation. Then have you noticed the change in this jade pendant after you injected Qian-Qi? Yes, it's gotten hotter and darker. Jiling Ruo pinched her delicate chin and recalled. That person told me that the higher the cultivation level, the higher the temperature of this jade pendant and the darker the color. Yusu desired to suffocate. At this time basically can already conclude that the jade pendant is the order to ward off evil spirits. Did not expect to hide their own secret for so long but was stolen by others' home. His heart was burning with anxiety. Everyone in this city didn't look like they could hold an evil preventing order. But there was one person who did. That was City Lord Lu, who had gotten the evil preventing order from Gu Yao early this morning. The Yuanyang sword sect could be said to be located in the most remote area of Izumo City. And the only reason the house servant would come here specifically to bring that evil preventing order could be because he had been secretly instructed to do so by City Lord Lu. Could it be that Lord Lu City had already seen the problem with senior sister? Yusu, what exactly does this jade pendant do? Jiling Ruo asked curiously. Senior sister, did that government servant say by whose order he came? Any information was extremely crucial. Yusu had to ask clearly, saying that he was ordered by City Lord Qi. So the old man who helped us before was surnamed Qi? City Lord Qi? The first person to notice was not even City Lord Lu, but Qi Daodong? Yusu's heart was in turmoil. He really couldn't think of any place where he had exposed his omission and gave Qi Daodong the discovery of the end. Qi Daodong hadn't even come to the Yuanyang sword sect to be right. There was no excuse for the fact that Lord Lu City would hand over the evil preventing order to the next city lord before he left. But the first time he got it, he came to the sword sect to find his senior sister to test it out. So was this his own intention or was it Lord Lu City's instructions? He was so regretful. Why did he bother with the deaths of those people? He shouldn't have turned back. Wouldn't it have been better to go straight back to the clan to guard his senior sister and his wife? Yusu's fists were pinched extremely tightly, and his fingers were about to be embedded into his flesh. A deep sense of frustration accompanied by a surge of anger surged through his heart as the mists drifted around him. Jilingrua noticed the change in Yusu's temperament and asked with some concern. Yusu, what exactly happened? Yusu raised his head and put his hands on Jilingrua's shoulders, solemnly telling her, Senior sister, listen to me, now pack up and let's get out of here. It's so sudden. And there's such a big fog outside. Jilingrua had a confused look on her face. We're not going out of the city. We need to find a place to hide inside the city. In short, the sword sect can't stay any longer. Yusu anxiously commanded. The palms of his hands on Jilingrua's shoulders were unconsciously squeezing a little harder. There's no time to explain with you right now. You go pack your things first. I'll go and call out to the master maiden. Oh, Jilingrua's shoulder was in pain, and even though she didn't know why, she still obediently did as she was told. Although she loved to fight against Yusu, but from Yusu's behavior, it was definitely a situation of 100,000 fire, so she couldn't afford to play small. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind blew in, stirring up most of the thick fog that filled the courtyard. Dense footsteps sounded, and in the mist outside the courtyard, dozens of silhouettes stepped out one after another, and every one of them had an angry and solemn expression on their faces, and were staring at the gate of the Yuanyang sword sect with hatred. The person at the head was clearly Chi Daodong. He withdrew his right hand, which had just cast out the great wind art, and shouted in a loud voice, Yusu, you harbor evil spirits and have malicious intentions. You'd better surrender now. Every word was like a 1,000-pound stone, pressing on Yusu's body and making him breathless. Yusu had no idea that these people would come so quickly. Jilingrua was even more perplexed. Her face lost color, and she asked in a trembling voice, Yusu, what is he? What are they talking about? Yusu then took a deep breath and said to Jilingrua, don't be afraid, senior sister, go back to your room first, I'll go get rid of them. No, Jilingrua's pretty eyebrows rose angrily. Even though she didn't know exactly what had happened, she could feel the hostility of the people outside towards them, and at this time, she would only hide behind her senior brother again, which she couldn't accept no matter what. Yusu handed Jilingrua a reassuring smile and softly said, listen to senior brother one last time and return to your room. Jilingrua was stunned. The meaning in Yusu's words that could not be refused made her hesitate. The gate was by collapse to kick with a, and Chi Daodong led the crowd in, each of them ferocious, matched with the thin mist that had not yet regrouped, as if they had stepped out of the fog. Bang! Jilingrua was also taken aback by the faces of these people, which also strengthened her resolve to stand by Yusu's side. Yusu saw Jilingrua's determination and did not say anything more. He shouted loudly to Chi Daodong, Patriarch Chi, what are you doing? Chi Daodong sneered, narrowing a pair of hawk-like sharp eyes. Yusu, you're hiding really deep. Yusu can't understand what Patriarch Chi is saying. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us. Yusu tried his best to maintain the calmness of his voice. If he could, he really didn't want to get into a fight with these people, even though he knew that words were already hard enough to calm these people down. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding can I have with someone who is in league with evil spirits? Chi Daodong angrily replied back. Chi Daodong's side walked out another figure. His handsome face was full of regret. Wu Cheng sighed and said, Yusu, gird your loins. I'm sure you're not one to keep company with evil spirits. Brother, don't talk to him. No wonder we weren't allowed to search the house that day. It turns out that the evil spirits are really hiding. Now these fogs and that evil demon outside the city must have something to do with one of them. Another skinny figure emerged from the crowd, his sharp sword in his hand nicknamed Baochi, his face grim. Who else could it be if not Wu Ping? End of chapter. Yusu clenched his teeth and his sword brows went up. These people are afraid to go out of the city to take their anger out on that giant beast. So can they just take it upon themselves to think that the crux of the problem lies with us? Why is it that they just won't listen to a word of explanation from him? Yusu was filled with indignation that rose like a flame, but was interrupted by a groan. Jilingrua suddenly held her forehead, and one of her hands was also propped up on the door, with the appearance that she was suffering from some kind of intense pain. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Yusu hurriedly supported Jilingrua and said in panic, Head hurts. Jilingrua's knees were half bent and she only felt a headache. Yusu was worried, but he didn't understand what was happening. Chi Daodong, on the other hand, held a pagoda dense with spiritual light and said angrily, Indeed, it is an evil spirit. Take it down for me. At Chi Daodong's command, several people around him immediately took action, all of them borrowing the fog, just like the wolves circling around pressing the trapped prey step by step. Yusu drew out his Mo-song sword with a sound. The tip of the sword flashed with a cold aura. His face showed a fierce light, and he roared at the crowd, Miso, stay back. The crowd did stutter slightly in their movements, except that it wasn't so much that they were afraid of Yusu as it was the young girl who was slumped against the wall and began to twitch strangely that scared them. except for Chi Daodong, who had just seen the beast at the city wall. Everyone here was facing an evil spirit for the first time, and did not dare to act rashly at the moment, fearing that the flowery young girl would suddenly turn into an ugly evil spirit and take their lives. Seeing this, Chi Daodong added enough Xian Qi into the pagoda in his hand, and its spiritual light became more and more dazzling as he shouted, "With the evil-suppressing pagoda gifted by immortal Master Gu, that evil spirit can't make waves. Take them down quickly." Upon hearing this, Wu Ping was the first to raise his sword and step forward, but Wu Chang held his sword across and stopped him. Wu Chang looked at the isolated Yu Su and advised again, "Yu Su, don't be obsessive. Just get out of the way and I won't let them embarrass you." Yusuf fell as if he was completely deaf to his advice, his eyes staring at the group with a deadly glare, hating why he was a blind man. Why couldn't he see the faces of these stupid brutes? "We did no harm. Who are you to make things difficult for us?" Yusu held his sword in both hands, almost hissing. Wu Chang shook his head helplessly at his words. "Whether they have harmed anyone or not is no longer important. Not my kind of heart will be different. This situation downstream of Su's own words already no one will believe. Go." Wu Chang killed first with his sword. The crowd hurriedly followed. Even Wu Ping had an excited look on his face, as if he was about to fulfill some long-cherished wish. A few sword blade intersection of clanging sound rang. Yusu a sword to repel several people. Wu Chang is not idle generation. Continue to wrestle with it. The crowd see cannot insert the hand will hold the sword waiting for the opportunity to move. The two of them fought back and forth. Wu Ping was smart enough to secretly recite a spell to attack Yusu, but the result was that the two of them almost hit Wu Chang due to the speed at which their figures crossed. Wu Chang turned around and glared at Wu Ping. Wu Ping also knew that he almost got into trouble and lowered his head resentfully. Only then did he realize that the young girl he had coveted before was cowering by the door, trembling constantly, which made his heart grow fonder. No wonder she wants to be a sister to a blind man. I guess she's just afraid of people seeing her ugly face. Why don't you just show your ugly face? You have to fake a pretty face to seduce me. Now that you've been restrained by your master and can't move, I have to make you show your true colors. He gathered his courage and walked towards the young girl who was in deep pain. Let's restrain this evil spirit. Yusu sniffed and suddenly erupted a nameless energy. He grasped away Wu Chang with his sword and leaped back to his senior sister's side. He panted heavily, raised his sword and stared angrily at Wu Ping, roaring hysterically, "I'll say it again. Stay back." Wu Ping, on the other hand, laughed out coldly, laughing at this blind man who was still making a pointless beastly fight. How could he be powerful enough to defeat so many people? Not to mention that there was still a master teacher who had reached the perfection of water condensation realm sitting behind them. Stall him? We're aiming for this evil spirit-turned woman. Wu Ping wasn't wrong. The mission of their trip wasn't supposed to be Yusu, but this young girl who had been measured as an evil spirit by the order of warding off evil. The crowd was awakened by him, and no longer want to restrain Yusu first. Yusu again can fight. There is always take into account the evil spirit behind the time, so directly swarmed up. A few more spells came. The target was actually no longer Yusu but Jiling Ruo, who was limp and holding the wall. Yusu was burning with rage, forcibly using his sword to receive those extremely offensive spells. He gazed at the several people who had cast the spells. His eyes were like looking at a dead person, and as the hatred in his chest rose, that violent vibration reappeared, just as it did the night he killed Realist Ling. This vibration was even stronger than the heart, as if 2, 3, or countless hearts had appeared within him beating at the same time. Holding his sword, Yusu once again regained his sight in reality. He cherished this hard-won brief restoration of sight as he looked around at everyone. He wanted to memorize every one of their faces. His eyes. Someone in the crowd suddenly cried out in fear. Wu Ping looked at Yusu's pitch-black eyeballs and retreated 2 steps back in fear, with a sinister curse on his lips. Asterisk. No wonder this blind man is so powerful. He's an evil spirit too. Wu Chang, who had been hiding at the edge of the crowd and hadn't made another move, also looked at Yusu's eyes with a face of disbelief, while Chi Daodong squinted his eyes slightly and continued to inject air into the pagoda. Jiling Ruo struggled even more painful. Abruptly and completely unable to resist the severe pain in the brain fainted. But Yusu was not the slightest bit moved by the pagoda. Chi Daodong heart puzzled. When Lord Lu gave this pagoda to him, he clearly said that any evil spirits would react to it. So it's hard to believe that this Yusu is not an evil spirit? But now, looking at Yusu's weird ink-black eyes and the black aura all over his body, who would believe him if he wasn't an evil spirit? Chi Daodong's feet lashed out and he leaped directly into the middle of the battlefield as he glared at Yusu and drank. Yusu, don't try to die. If you don't fight, do you let you catch them? Yusu hissed in return as he took another step towards the fainting Jiling Ruo, completely shielding her behind himself. Black and white mists surrounded Yusu, making him resemble a monster that was a blend of holy and evil. Stubbornness. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Truly a scourge to the one sect. Qi Daodong became furious and stopped concentrating on controlling this evil-suppressing pagoda. After all, compared to that young girl, this blind man was clearly the stronger combatant. A powerful pressure instantly enveloped the battlefield with Qi Daodong at the center, and even the surrounding boys almost fell to their knees. Yu Su, on the other hand, did not avoid, hard against this pressure to look straight at Qi Daodong. The Emosong sword also responded to his anger and stirred, but Yu Su suddenly seemed to calm down. Cold voice, Patriarch Qi, if you indiscriminately bullied me and insulted me, I can take it as a difference in stance, but you should never have insulted my sect. End of chapter. Qi Daodong glared angrily, not the least bit afraid of Yu Su's intimidation, and gritted his teeth. Where's the reason for the evil spirit's recalcitrance? Word by word, as if pouring oil on the fire, Yu Su can no longer hold back. The thundering sword has swept away. Qi Daodong's hand rested on the pagoda, coldly grunted, and directly opened and closed his lips and waved his big hand. A green-colored air wall even appeared out of thin air, and there were even golden runes flowing on it. Wu Ping's eyes were envious, but this was the that existed in the Shouxiao clan as the clan's treasure, art of green air, and it was a special technique that only the patriarch could learn. This technique could refine part of the Xin Qi in the body into a higher purity green color, and no matter what kind of technique was performed with it, it would be more powerful. The master teacher came up and spared no expense in using the precious green air. This blind man was definitely in trouble. As expected by Wu Ping, Yu Su Lingling's sword momentum was actually blocked by this wall of air in a desperate manner. Yu Su's eyes were ink black. The boundless anger in his chest couldn't allow him to stop at this moment. He only felt that he wouldn't vomit. His heart almost exploded, and all of his Xian Qi responded to the call of the Emosong sword to converge on the blade. He had only one thought now, and that was that he had to cut the wall to pieces. As Wu Cheng looked at Yu Su's sworn appearance, he couldn't help but recall the sword that Yu Su had hung over his head that day. When his master asked him what he felt at that time when he faced Yu Su's sword intent, he couldn't answer. He only felt ambiguous, and now he was certain of that feeling. It was a feeling of being forward and unstoppable. There are two ways for a blind man to get where he wants to go. The first is by trembling and cautious groping, and the second is to be like a million raging bulls who are not afraid to pulverize their bones, crushing everything in their way. With Yu Su's roar that resounded through the world, the wall of green air actually cracked, emitting the sound of rupture. Ka. Qi Daodong was shocked. Yu Su's combat strength has far exceeded his expectations. He used the green air to make the four sides of the grid. Condensation of water under the realm of the people encountered can only be obediently tied up. This tours to a spirit stage under the realm of the hard to break through. Qi Daodong is also considered to be experienced in many battles, which can be easily bluffed by Yu Su. He took into account the Tower of Evil, then 10 to 1 handed to meet the enemy. Waist-side immortal sword even self-sheathed fly into his hand. He directly against Yu Su unstoppable sword momentum. The two of them exchanged sword trials, and it was difficult to distinguish between a winner and a loser. Qi Daodong could sense that this Yu Su Xin Tao was the unmistakable level of the spiritual platform realm, but was relying on the brutal and abnormal strength of his physical body to hold a stalemate with him. He could not help but be secretly shocked in his heart. The power of an evil spirit was truly terrifying. But after all, Qi Daodong is a condensed water on the realm of the immortal master. Compared to the Lingjinjin, this kind of hiding evil cultivator bottom thick, I do not know how much. Against the nearly rely on the berserk consciousness attack of the Yu Su has been vaguely occupy the upper hand. Seeing that Yu Su was actually able to tangle with his master teacher, Wu Ping scoffed at Yu Su's behavior of offering evil spirits in exchange for power and directly spat twice. The battle became more and more intense. Yu Su did not hesitate to top Qi Daodong's sword blade to leave a bloody wound on Qi Daodong's body. Qi Daodong was instantly enraged and twisted the sword that had already pierced into Yu Su's waist and abdomen in a half-turn. Even at this moment, Yu Su could not withstand this severe pain and moaned in agony. Qi Daodong didn't bother to use another spell, directly kicking hard to send Yu Su flying 10 meters away, dripping blood all over the place. Qi Daodong took a look at the wound on his arm and directly put away the evil-suppressing pagoda as he angrily stepped towards the paralyzed Yu Su. The sword in his hand was stained with dripping blood, and he spat. "Your master really did pick up a wild dog." Yu Su put his sword against the ground and barely managed to hold himself up, the bloody wound in his abdomen nearly causing him to stagger and fall to his knees. He looked at Qi Daodong's old and indignant face. It was so clear that he could see this old man's murderous intent transformed into substance. "Master!" Wu Cheng even rushed out and snatched the sword across Yu Su's neck, saying to Qi Daodong, who was eyeing him intently, "It's too cheap to die. It's only worthwhile to bring him back for a proper interrogation." Qi Daodong gazed at his beloved disciple and calmed his anger. "Restrain them." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. After that, some people went towards Ji Ling Ruo, Some people rushed towards the main hall. Wu Chang went around behind Yusu and prepared to restrain his hands. But I never thought that the wind and clouds would change suddenly. Yusu didn't know where to burst out of the strength of the chi that actually backhanded Wu Chang, knocked down his sword and also put the Emosong sword on Wu Chang's neck. Nobody move. Yusu held Wu Chang hostage and roared at the entire crowd. The crowd surrounded him, not daring to move. Chi Daodong was even more alarmed. His expression was both annoyed and worried. He hastily put away his sword blade. Yusu, calm down. I'm cool. Yusu looked around the crowd warily, breathing heavily. Back off if you don't want him to die. He suddenly stared back at Chi Daodong and pinched Wu Chang tighter. Don't play small. I can drag him with me even if I die. Chi Daodong quietly lowered his own hand hidden in his sleeve. Wu Chang was his most valued disciple. A genius capable of casting 2 spells at the same time. He must not let it falter. All back 10 paces. The crowd retreated sluggishly when they were ordered to do so. And Yusu glared at them angrily while holding Wu Chang hostage towards Ji Ling Rua's side. The Emosong sword left a bloodstain on Wu Chang's neck as Yusu bellowed. Drop the sword. And raise your hands. Wu Chang was in the way of his life being restrained, so he could only do as he was told. So Yusu loosened his grip on Wu Chang's left hand and lifted the fainting Ji Ling Rua by the waist. Head for the main hall. Wu Chang felt the coldness in his neck and walked straight ahead as ordered. The crowd did not dare to get in the way, but whenever there was any breeze, the Emosong sword would stick even deadlier. Chi Daodong threw in the towel and eased his tone. Yusu, let go of Wu Chang. You're not an evil spirit. We won't make things difficult for you. Shut up. Yusu held Wu Chang backwards with his sword and walked to the main hall door, always keeping Wu Chang between himself and the crowd. Yusu took a deep breath and shouted into the main hall. Senior mother, let's go together. As the white fog thickened and everyone waited for an opportunity to move, there was a delayed echo of silence in the main hall. Yusu tightened the blade of his sword again, his voice even higher. Don't be afraid. Senior mother, they don't dare to move. You quickly come out. Let's go. But it was still dead silent. No one responded to his words. The sharp pain in his abdomen almost suffocated him, and an unspeakable emotion surged through his heart, and Yusu's voice began to tremble. Sure, maiden. Go come out and let's go together. The crowd was also a little stunned, wondering how this blind man's mysterious teacher's wife had not yet come out. Could it be that she had fainted from fear? Chi Daodong then squinted his eyes and tried to use Xian Qi to feel the situation inside the house, but it always felt misty and indistinct. But it didn't seem like a foggy effect. As if he thought of something, he said, Yusu, give it up. Your master's wife isn't even here. Bull ********. Senior sister and senior mother have been staying in the clan and haven't gone anywhere. Why do you have to bully us innocent people if you don't go outside to get rid of the evil? Chi Daodong sensed Yusu's exasperation and continued. If she was in her room, why did she delay responding to you? Outside. The fog is sealing the city. But your master's wife is strangely missing. You still dare to claim that it has nothing to do with you. End of chapter. Shut up. Yusu was almost a little hoarse as he turned his head to the house again. Don't be surprised. Senior mother, I'll take you away. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yusu kicked open the door of the room, and a wave of stale air hit his face, the smell of a long-closed room being opened for the first time. Yusu's heart was half-cooled, but he continued to hold Wu Chang hostage, using his afterglow to regard everything in the room. A lotus platform, a table, a wooden sword, a gray stone, and a white jade on the table. Only one person is missing. Yusu felt like a mayfly wrapped in endless waves. This deep sense of powerlessness after being deceived frustrated him. He was almost about to collapse to the ground if he couldn't hold on. He buried his head and whimpered silently. Where have you been? Come with me. Sure Fu. Chi Daodong stood outside the door surveying everything in the room and continued to fan the flames. Yusu, don't you understand? She lied to you. The gray stone on that table can confuse Xian Qi probes. That white jade is a sound transmission order. The gray in this room is enough to show that she left a long time ago. You shut up. Yusu was hysterical. His body trembling as bits and pieces of the 8 years he had spent with his master's wife surfaced in his mind. Before I was 10 years old, Shifu was the only important person to me. But Shifu left. But he left behind a Shifu maiden. And I was happy to tell myself that from now on, there would be 2 important people. I would ask Shifu Nyang if she was hungry, if she slept warmly, if there was anything she wanted to buy, if there was any place she wanted to go. Sure, Nyang hadn't given me any response in 8 years, and had always shut herself up in her room, except for very occasional pointers on my swordsmanship, but it doesn't matter. She's my Shifu's mother. An elder brought in by Shifu who deserves my respect. But I treat you like one of the most important people in my life. What do you treat me like? An irrelevant person? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Why didn't you tell me anything? You are really into the evil. I will also try to help you Yu-Su fell into a deep grief. The double pain of body and spirit made him almost faint. The sword on Wu Cheng's neck was about to fall loose. Chi Daodong's hawk-like eyes flashed with precision. He keenly realized that Yu-Su's hand was already powerless, so he secretly transported air to prepare to give this blind man a fatal blow. Ah! Wu Cheng's sudden cry of pain broke the stalemated silence between the two sides, and also shouted back the disoriented Yu-Su. Yu-Su immediately set his sword in place, and like a stressed beast, he roared, "Don't move! You guys too!" Chi Daodong shot a glance at Wu Cheng, who was looking terrified. With an obscure gaze, Yu-Su came back to his senses gasping for air. His senior mother had abandoned him, but he still had his senior sister. He mustn't be broken so easily. Sifu still needed him. All back away 10 meters. Yu-Su yelled at Chi Daodong and kicked Wu Cheng's ass again. Head out! Back up! Chi Daodong shouted at the people on either side of him, and he himself fell backward. Yu-Su lifted his senior sister to frame Wu Cheng also step by step to the outside. At this time the fog has begun to gradually recover. Both the field of vision and perception are limited. He must always be careful. Yu-Su stood in front of the door and saw everyone standing at a safe distance before he dared to step his foot out of the threshold. But in this instant, a sharp arcane air fell from the sky. It came down from the lintel like an iron gate. Chi Daodong this set up an ambush. This move even disregards his own passages. Yu-Su, wake up and do not dare to resist this move. He is more unlikely to really just give Wu Cheng chopped fish death net. Not to mention Wu Cheng party is obviously intentionally reminded of him. At this moment, he could only retract his sword blade, push Wu Cheng out with one hand, and then roll to avoid it by holding Ji Lingruo himself. At that exact moment, everyone swarmed towards Yu-Su. Yu-Su only had to get up in a hurry, ignoring his injuries and swinging his sword to fend off, while fighting and also protecting Ji Lingruo's body, not allowing it to suffer a single injury. Wu Cheng did not have the slightest joy of having survived the robbery and frowned tightly, while Chi Daodong looked on indifferently. Yu-Su after all is only an individual. At this time is also the end of the mountain. Under the prolonged battle his body newly added countless wounds. Those who should have avoided the art can only be eaten alive. But there was still a trace of clarity in his consciousness, and he knew clearly that he couldn't delude himself into thinking that he could defeat all of them in this situation of being surrounded, and could only stare at one of the weakest people and keep hitting them. Wu Ping, who was full of maniacal laughter, was that person. Yu-Su went crazy and rushed towards Wu Ping, completely ignoring the swords and knives that were catching up with him. Wu Ping was immediately scared to death and retreated in a hurry. But how could he outrun Yu-Su? He was caught up in 3 or 2 strokes. Yu-Su's epileptic sword strokes poured out at him. Wu Ping was tired of dealing with them. Seeing his younger brother in distress, Wu Cheng could not hold back any longer and immediately rushed over with his sword. Chi Daodong instead looked at his young disciple who was in deep danger with an indifferent expression. Help me! Help me! Wu Ping cried as he ran. Even if Wu Cheng joined the battlefield still does not help. Yu-Su was like a lost person found a goal. Back to the light general body and strength. His speed of the crowd cannot catch up. Can only look at him dragging Wu Ping constantly violent beatings. Chi Daodong saw the situation finally have action. His hands lifted together read out a magic spell. A fire dragon actually toward the swimsuit straight rushed. Will be thick white fog shine bright red. Yu-Su was unable to avoid it, and was struck by this spell and hit directly into the loquat tree behind him. And the blazing fire even set this loquat tree, which had accompanied him since he was a child, ablaze. Yu-Su sprayed out a large mouth of blood. He looked at the burning crown of the tree a little dumbfounded. 2 lines of turbid tears actually flowed down without argument. Chi Daodong looked at Yu-Su's appearance as if he was looking at a dead person. It's over. After he said that, he raised his sword high, pulling it like the moon, and a sharp sword she rushed towards the paralyzed Yu-Su. Yu-Su's eyes were lifeless. He had done all he could. Despair was wrapped tightly around him like a cocoon. He thought with resignation, but fortunately, can still die with his sister. And just at the moment when Chi Daodong was about to rush in front of Yu-Su, he actually felt a threat of death. This threat was so cold that it seemed to be able to stop time in its tracks. This forced him to immediately withdraw his hand in a strict position, carefully searching for the source of it. It's the main hall. The entire main hall suddenly exploded, blasting the dust and fog away as a wooden sword rose up into the sky, heading towards Chi Daodong with an unstoppable momentum. Chi Daodong was immediately stunned on the spot. The wooden sword gave him a feeling as if it was telling him that he was going to die in the next second. He had never felt that he was so close to death before. Quickly utilizing all of his Shin Chi to try and block it, his rippling veins could be seen on his loose skin. A loud explosion rang out as Chi Daodong was struck by the sword and flew directly backwards, shattering the entire courtyard wall. Chi Daodong covered the blood-spurting chest, thankful that he was only facing a fragile wooden sword. If replaced with an ordinary iron sword, he would have been killed on the spot. While everyone was shocked by this sudden change, Yusu didn't have the time to think about what was going on with the sword. He stared at the old well on his right-hand side that had long been abandoned, his gaze gradually firming up, and the words that his master had told him when he was a child rang out again. You kid want to die, jump, this well cannot. This well is connected to the outside. He determinedly picked up Ji Ling Ruo, and like an outlaw with no other choice, he leapt straight down towards this well, and it drained his last ounce of strength, and the intense weightlessness couldn't stop him from passing out. It was only then that everyone noticed all of this. Shi Daodong's eyes were resentful, unable to tolerate that Yusu actually ran away from under his nose, spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam and roaring angrily. Give chase! The crowd was ordered to rush over and jump down the well, but the sound deterred all of them. Of pop, only to see a hand suddenly reach out from the dark, deep well and rest on the moss-covered rim. The 10 fingers are as sharp as bamboo shoots, and the wrists are like white lotus roots. It's a teenage girl's hand. End of chapter. The stars and moon are hidden in the tall trees, and the night is deep and darker. Xuanjuan had already finished his repairs, and he looked up at the black jellyfish that was still floating in the air, more than one size larger than before, and spat. I don't know where I heard the evil method, actually really sealed his own cultivation, to experience a broken red dust. You don't use Xian Qi for your own use. How is it different from wasting it? Now that you've been reduced to being a feeder for the Black Sea Moon, I think you've practiced a joke. Suddenly, the thin crimson python wrapped around his body began to swim, sending one of the snails on the side of his waist to the side of Sun's neck. The snail was palm-sized, covered with disgusting moss, and the snail's mouth was covered with fine tentacles, so it was also an evil spirit. Sun Qi's face changed, and he hurriedly brought this conch to his ear, and he respectfully said as if he was speaking to it, Senior sister, what are your orders? The tentacles on the snail rotated to the right in unison, and a seductive voice actually came out from the snail. How are things on your end? Everything went well. This lotus sword venerable has really sealed her cultivation, as master said, and now she's trapped in the Black Sea Moon that master handed over to me and can't move. Sun Qi was a bit proud of himself, but he was proud enough to trap the famous lotus sword venerable one of the 5 continents with his harmonized feather realm cultivation. The master even gave you the Black Sea Moon? He. Master said that this Black Sea Moon specializes in treating this kind of strong-minded righteous people. If she has a strong heart, she might be able to get out in half a day. If she doesn't have a strong heart, then she'll just sink down and lose all her cultivation. Sun Jia licked the corners of her mouth and asked again expectantly, Elder sister, what do you think Elder will reward me if I manage to kill Venerable Lotus Sword, who Elder hasn't even managed to get his hands on? It's rare that the sound in a screw is a little bit cleaner. Don't underestimate her. If you alone can kill her, why did the master just ask you to stall her? You want to be greedy for credit, then be prepared to perish. Sun Wu understands. What about your side? Senior sister? Is it going well? Bu Mogan has appeared, and the Dream Eater has yet to show up, but everything is as expected. Not bad for a senior sister. So, when will the master arrive? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just focus on stalling Venerable Lotus Sword. Just after the words fell, the tentacles in the snail again swung to the left, and then no more sound was made. Sun Wu resentfully put the sound transmission conch back to his waist, and cursed in a low voice. What is the stinking female cousin pretending to be? Isn't it because you're afraid that Grandpa will get more credit than you? He looked again at the somewhat larger Black Sea Moon, his eyes full of pleasure. This meant that at this moment, the Xian Qi in Venerable Lotus Sword's body was draining away at a rapid pace, being greedily absorbed by the Black Sea Moon. Now that half a day had passed, this Lotus Sword Venerable One had yet to break out of the illusionary realm, indicating that she had most likely gotten completely lost in it. He didn't believe that this woman could still be his match after being tortured by Black Sea Moon for so long. He Shudong didn't know what she had fallen into, and the darkness of nothingness made her panic. She wanted to break through this layer of amniotic fluid like bondage, but in the end, there was nothing she could do, and she just kept falling. Suddenly, as if a bright light appeared, she struggled to swim to it. There were 4 beautiful women in the midst of the light and shadows. 3 looked envious. 1 was overjoyed, and beside this one, there was a little girl with pink makeup and a smug look on her face. The delighted beauty put her hand on the girl's head and rubbed it in all her favor. Our family Xiaotong Ah. At the age of 3, he's in the pulse-passing realm. A few days ago when we caught the week, guess what we caught? What? Caught a scroll. How rare is it to use a book to enter the Tao? In the future, she'll be a heavenly immortal. The crowd laughed and agreed with her, praising the girl. The light swept by and immediately changed to another light. The beautiful woman who had complimented her daughter had aged a bit, and next to her there was a stout middle-aged man in fancy clothes, while the girl, who had already grown into the appearance of a sunken, elegant young girl. The beautiful woman had a reproachful face, the man had a serious face, And the young girl had a brash face. Let you go and study. You have to learn the sword. There are thousands of female cultivators, but who's ever been certified as a true immortal with a sword? Throw away your broken swords. Tonger, your mother is right. Your talent lies in the way of the book. To write books for the world. To draw the vein of literature on earth. No matter to immortals and mortals is considered to be a great merit. The Shenshao sex book Immortal Peak is willing to accept you as its chief. So don't be capricious anymore. Good for you. You still dare to steal and learn the clan's forbidden gong. This Ice Heart Kung Fu is an evil Kung Fu that sacrifices the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Are you going to refine it to become a white-eyed wolf who doesn't want to recognize me as your mother? What? Tonger, you're confused. To go against your mother? It's more than that too. The young girl's cross-eyed and tearful. She tore the book in her hand to shreds and left the city in anger. What she didn't say was that she had taken the liberty of stealing the Ice Heart technique in order to be worthy of the fast-advancing woman that her mother bragged to others about. Light and shadow change, and a clearer image appears in the next scene. A man and a woman, 2 dying old men, lay on their beds, and the air was filled with the mournful smell of life and death. 2 women who can be called the best color on earth leaned against the bedside. They a black robe and a white dress, each holding the trembling hand of an old man. The one with the white dress was clearly the young girl who had run away from home that year. Chu Jun, Xiao Tong, don't be sad. People will eventually die. Even immortal ancestors can't avoid things. So why cry? It's just that this Mandarin sword, it's going to break in my hands. The old man's trembling sigh of relief made the black-robed woman sob even more, while the white-skirted woman looked even more pained, but she just couldn't squeeze any tears out of her eyes. Father, don't say that. It was clearly broken in my hand. What does it have to do with you? The black-robed woman was filled with self-reproach and gripped the old man's hand tighter. You still have the face to say, you're a girl who favors bare hands, and you haven't even learned the skin and hair of the point duck sword. So you're AF * King Duck Sword heir. Ahem. The old man was so angry that he coughed directly. The black-robed woman rushed to pat his back for him, and the old man slowly said again, it's still your mother who was good enough to smile in the 9th spring. Accepting an exceptionally gifted Xiao Tong as a disciple is also worthy of the Yuan sword's ancestors. For her part, the old woman took her elbow and poked her companion laboriously, and then took the white-skirted woman's hand in hers in turn and said, Xiao Tong don't listen to that old man. I took you as a disciple because I like you. It has nothing to do with the inheritance of the Yuan sword, and you don't have to take this as a burden in the future. The woman in the white dress nodded numbly. The old woman smiled kindly again and said, more than the inheritance, I hope that you and Chu Jun can find a Taoist couple of your own desires. The immortal road is bitterly cold, and without someone to embrace and warm you, it will be very cold. The woman in the white dress gritted her teeth and confessed, Elder Mother, I'll be able to attain true immortality all by myself. I don't need any Taoist couple. The old woman was stunned for a moment, and then she smiled more kindly, with just the slightest hint of frustration in the corners of her eyes. Life is as good as you want it to be. And the next moment, the smile was frozen forever on the old woman's face, and the old man, as if sensing something, shed 2 muddy tears and then closed his eyes as well. The black-robed woman exclaimed in a sad voice as she wiped away her tears and glared angrily at the white-skirted woman. He shouted on. My mother is dying and you won't even lie to her. Do you have to let her die with regrets? If you weren't desperate, why would my mother take you in? This is the Yuan sword sect. It's you, the ice-hearted girl, who insisted on learning the sword under the door. Not looking for a Taoist couple. What do you learn from the Yuan sword? The woman in the white dress lowered her head dumbly, unable to answer a single question. He Shudong understood that these were all memories from her past, and the next scene surfaced in turn like a walk in the park. She was still wearing a white dress like a dusty fairy in the picture, and she stood a little hesitant outside the gate of the He family in Hangzhou City. At this time, the He family was decorated with lights and festivities, while under the atmospheric door plaque, a steady stream of guests all had their mouths perked up with congratulatory words. Congratulations, He family head, on the birth of your son. Apathetic. She stood amidst the joyous throng, like an out-of-towner at a loss. She pursed her lips, then turned away. This departure was 60 years, during which time she traveled around the central continent, alone all the way. She felt her sword getting colder and colder, and so did her heart. Then later she in order to break the realm. In one of the spirit life blessed land of the Jade Ring Pool, in the pool of 10,000 lotus flowers surrounded by meditation for 25 years, finally broke into the whole virtual venerable realm, but also created a set of shocking the ancient and modern lotus life sword technique. When a sword comes out, 10,000 lotuses are born. After breaking the boundary she returned to the gate of the He family, but today's He family was not a scene of joy and happiness, but rather, it was hung with white cloths and a solemn scene. with everyone in mourning and weeping bitterly. The wife of the head of the family, her mother, passed away. People who had come to pay their respects walked past her, and they talked in low voices. I heard that Mrs. Lu was chanting her daughter's name before she died, and she was alive and pissed off by her daughter. Anyone who has a daughter who runs away from home for 100 years and doesn't return has to be pissed off. It was raining so hard that day, the rain hitting her in the face, that she didn't even dare to step in to see her mother. Not knowing whether it was out of guilt or indifference or anger, she turned her head and went up Mount Everest with one person and one sword, and no one could stop her. She stood under the lofty and ethereal Shuxian Peak and chopped it in half with a sword. The extra half is called Lotus Peak, the 13th peak of the Xianshao sect that was born. Since then she had become the 13th Grand Elder of the Xianshao sect, the number one sect in the central Yuan continent, the Lotus Sword Venerable, and was known throughout the world. But her father and the unseen brother never came to see her from the beginning, and she never went to see them. Her last name was He, but it seemed as if it no longer mattered what her last name was, and from now on the world would only refer to her as the Lotus Sword Venerable. Although she was the head of a peak, she did not accept disciples or give lectures, and her cold and solitary behavior was criticized by many, except for that Xianshao sect patriarch, who was as kind as a master's mother, who forcefully argued against the public and gave her full support. And in that great battle 90 years ago, in which the divine mountain was determined to completely purify evil, the old patriarch known as the true monarch of Yujing died, right in front of her. To save her, Yujing Jinjuan's body was covered with algae that should have grown on her. Endless tentacles stretched out from the old woman's 7 orifices, and 2 round eyes rolled to her feet, which she could do nothing about. True Lord Yujing endures the rotting of his entire body to comfort her, saying that he didn't die to save her, but that he should have died in the first place, and that this act was just a way to die in a good way. True Lord Yujing looked at her expressionless face and smiled, inviting her to pierce her spirit platform and send herself on her last journey. Still unable to shed a tear, she nodded and raised her sword. It's better to save you. You're cold as ice. I'm sure I won't feel bad if I end it myself. So I won't feel guilty. She couldn't tell whether it was a taunt or a candid remark from True Lord Yujing before he died, but it was burned into her heart forever and ever. Then she had an additional disciple by chance, but she had almost forgotten how to interact with people, not to mention being an inexperienced first-time teacher. Fortunately, the disciple's natural talent was exceptional, and she became the top of the Divine Mountain Heaven's Pride ranking early on, known as Fairy Wangshu. Unfortunately, she was as cold as ice and taught her only disciple to be an iceberg that was even colder than she was. Then later she saw from the book, practicing ice heart gong people affected by the gong method, light feelings and desire. If you want to change or can be sealed off a body of arcane air, return to the mortals to go back to heavy taste of sweet and sour, happiness, anger and sadness, to the end of the red dust and then restore the cultivation, or to change the heart of the ice. At that exact moment, she is approached by the official Chu Jun, who asks her to help take care of his only disciple, a 10-year-old blind child, while Chu Jun himself needs to discover a hidden truth. She agreed, and as a condition, she was allowed to live back in the sword sect's small courtyard. She also blocked all of her cultivation at the same time, and began to become that blind boy's claim to be a master teacher with no cultivation, rejoining the mortal world. However, she didn't feel any change in herself. Her heart was still as cold as ever. She sat in her room, habitually meditating, playing the qin, listening to the rain, and watching the snow. The blind boy held out a bunch of sugar gourds and asked her, "Do you want to eat it, ma'am?" She refused and didn't open the door. The blind boy held a pile of cotton wool and asked her, "Is it warm for you to sleep, master?" She refused and didn't open the door. There were countless other similar scenarios repeated, and these rebuffs were the most natural, subconscious behaviors she'd seen in the last 200 years. She felt like she should change, but she didn't know how to deal with it, much less how to say more than a few words to anyone other than Guan Chujun. Instructing the boy in the art of swordsmanship, teaching the boy when he was careful to ask questions, was as far as she could go. She often thought, he's scared of himself, isn't he? If someone else was his mentor's wife, maybe he'd be happier. The pain and confusion of her mortal state was so intense that she despaired that perhaps an uncaring, cold death was her due retribution. Immortal or mortal, this heart of ice can no longer be melted. She should have listened to her mother in the first place, believing in the so-called catch of the week to choose the book she hated the most and abandon her favorite sword, so that she, who honestly wouldn't try to be brave and steal the ice heart kung fu, would be the same heavenly fairy that mother had bragged about. In that case, she wouldn't have been angry with her mother, she wouldn't have made her master's mother hold regrets, and she wouldn't have killed true Lord Yujing. As true monarch Yujing had said, she would not be saddened by the deaths of others, and naturally, No one would be saddened by her death either. The only disciple would be found a better master by the divine mountain. And the Yusu entrusted by Chu Jun would be taken care of by Gu Yao. Then die in peace. No one cares to end this life of failure. He shut on, let himself drift and sink in the darkness. His body was like ashes blown away by the wind after the fire was extinguished, becoming more and more transparent. A sense of relief came over her and she wanted to shed tears so badly, but she really couldn't. Shi Funyang, let's go together. He Shudong seemed to hear someone calling her, and the voice was familiar and anxious. Don't be afraid, elder mother. They don't dare to move. Come out quickly. Let's go. It's Yusu. What happened to him? Sure, maiden. Go come out and let's go together. How could that teenager, who was always as light as water, also appear to be crying in such a pleading manner? He Shudong impatiently pursued the source of the sound as she desperately swam forward. She pushed through the fog, as if she saw a scene where dozens of fierce men were surrounding Yusu, and these men were trying to kill him. Yusu was covered in blood like a stress-trapped beast. His eyes were dark and he was holding his senior sister in one hand and a teenager in the other, standing in front of her room and constantly calling out to her. He Shudong saw what Yusu was doing. He was being stubborn about taking her with him to escape. Don't mind me. Just take your senior sister and escape. She cried out silently to Void's cape. Leave me alone. Just let me die. That old man told Yusu that his master's wife was long gone from the room, and that she had left a voice transmission order to trick him. Yusu broke into a curse. This was the first time in her impression that this teenager who knew how to be polite had ever cursed. He Shudong felt his heart cut like a knife, as it had been every time before. Don't blame me, senior maiden. I'll take you away. Yusu raised his foot and was about to kick open the door. Even at a time like this, he had to ask her to overlook his rudeness. Don't. He Shudong almost choked, powerlessly trying to stop Yusu. She didn't want Yusu to open that door. She didn't want Yusu to think that she had lied to him, and she didn't want Yusu to find out that she wasn't there when he needed her the most. She was afraid that the only person in the world who cared about her would be disappointed in her. Just be as icy as I'm icy to everyone else. Just be icy to me. I obviously only treated you as a condition of the deal, an object that can be exchanged to someone else at will for protection. Why do you insist on treating me as something worth protecting with your life? I don't even deserve it. Yusu kicked the door open with a thud. Ka-chow. He Shudong also heard the sound of his heart breaking. Yusu was so sad after realizing she wasn't in the room that it almost spilled out like this curtain of light. These people cut him with swords and knives and hurt him with ice and fire, and every one of them looked at him with the same eyes as if he were a foreigner, and all of them wanted to put him to death. If only you'd left me alone. If you'd left me alone, I wouldn't have gotten into this room. I wouldn't have gotten caught in the trap. Shifu. In the future, you will never hear that gentle and elegant teenager, tirelessly and full of hot pillows to call himself so. How can one accept such a thing? At this moment, strong and complex emotions were like an unquenchable heavenly fire, dissolving this heart that had been frozen for 200 years. The heart of ice melted and turned into 2 lines of tears that trickled down his cheeks. Mother, Master, Patriarch, Yusu, this time, I will never be powerless again. With the firmness of He Shutong's intention, the fragments of her dissipated body returned to their original places one by one, and her transparent body gradually transformed back into a solid body. And the Shin Shi that had been sucked away by the Black Sea Moon returned to her body just like a rushing stream. When a sword comes out, 10,000 lotuses are born. The Black Sea Moon exploded like a firework, and Sun Zi was scared out of her wits as she looked at the immaculate lotus fairy hanging in the air. The moon is so high that even the tallest trees can't block its bright, clear light. On this night, Venerable Lotus Sword, the head of the women's sword cultivators in the world, returned to the realm of the cave void. Venerable. End of chapter. Yusu looked at the somewhat rotten ceiling for a long time. Where the beams of the room met, there was a tangled and intricate web of cobwebs, as if it were a bizarre scroll. An unlucky flying insect stuck on the spider's web, struggling in vain as if it didn't believe in life. The spider is hiding somewhere, waiting for the moment when the flying insect is completely powerless to give up, and then come back to enjoy this delicious. Yusu rolled up, his eyes telling him that he was lying on the bed in his room, but his consciousness told him that he had just been in a bloodbath, and that he should be at the bottom of the well that led nowhere at the moment, and that he had to wake up in a hurry and take his senior sister away. But even after realizing this, the scene in front of him didn't change. He walked out the door. There is no mist in the familiar yard, and the loquat tree planted by my own hands is still standing like a cover. Only the weirdly shaped sister and sister were nowhere to be seen. Thinking about it this way, it had really been quite a long time since he had entered this dreamland that held the consciousness of his senior sister and his mother. He had always guessed that this was the reason why the monster sister had fallen into a deep slumber. And now that he had entered again, did it mean that it had woken up? Was it awakened by the master consciousness? Yusu doubly blamed himself. He did not do his duty well. It was he who had failed to protect senior sister and senior mother, allowing those self-righteous outsiders to poke holes in the unspoken concealment between them. Combined with the current situation, even though Yusu was extremely unwilling to admit it, the senior Nyang was afraid that she had already been controlled by the evil spirits, which was why she had secretly left to do something, and only the senior sister had not yet been completely eroded. Then it was all the more important that he could not continue to stay here and feel sorry for himself. The reality was that his senior sister was still in danger. He had to hurry out and save her before he could do so, or else he would not even have a chance to remedy the situation. With this in mind, Yusu ran to the door of Ji Lingruo's room, ready for the monster sister to send her consciousness out like before. Sister? Yusu knocked on the door and no one answered for half a second. Yusu was a little anxious. He had never entered his senior sister's room before, but at this time, he could not afford to be rude. He slammed the door and kicked it open. There is no light in the room of the senior sister. The door is open before you will be able to see things. Yusu will immediately look for the figure of the monster senior sister. He found it, and there, right next to the huge closet, in the far corner of the room, in a patch of darkness that didn't even refract the shimmering light past, 6 fish eyes were staring at him round and round. It's sister. It really woke up. Yusu was about to call out to it in surprise, but the feeling of heavenly rotation immediately came. The colors in front of him began to distort and gradually muddy. A strong sense of weightlessness first made him lost, and then made him wake up. The first moment his consciousness returned, the first thing he felt was a sharp pain like his body was shattered, followed by the softness coming from the back of his neck. Oh Shifu, elder brother, you don't want to die? Oh, I'll never be capricious again. Wake up, let's run away together. Oh, is sister crying? Yusu struggled to half open his own eyes, and between the vague shadows of his eyelashes, what was reflected in his eyes was the young girl's 2 upturned divine mountains. It's okay, you can still see the face. Before seeing the face of the senior sister or just a hasty glance, the first time is in the early morning after killing Ling. Real people had looked at a glance from afar, but that kind of situation will really be someone to put the attention on the face of the. Then again, I was holding my sister and running around, and I didn't try to take a closer look. This was the first time that Yusu had ever looked at Ji Lingruo's face so closely, and even with this angle of death, even with her face being dirty, he could still see that she was really beautiful. Her eyes were upturned and her eyebrows were sharp, appearing to have a bit of sharpness in addition to her delicate features, and if you ignored the childishness that had not yet been removed from her face, it was completely a misanthropic sense of the Snake Department beauty looks. At this time she was crying like a pear. Both hands took turns to wipe the tears that kept rolling down from her right and left eyes, but unfortunately, stroking her hands and wiping her tears made them flow even further. Sister, sister, Yusu murmured out. Ji Lingruo immediately woke up and looked down at the half-squinted eyes of Yusu. At this time, Yusu's eyes were ink black and devoid of whites, and she didn't have the slightest fear of disdain. Snapped twice. 2 unlike teardrops smashed down the young girl's jaw and onto Yusu's lips. Ji Lingruo was a bit embarrassed and was about to wipe it away for Yusu, but Yusu slowly stuck out his tongue and licked the tear-stained corner of his lips. After licking it, he forced an ugly smile. You! Ji Lingruo was so unusually ashamed and annoyed that she actually stopped her tears. She let out a deep breath and coldly asked, "You're cured, aren't you?" Yusu's smiling face stiff, was about to answer but first inclined his head and coughed violently. Ji Lingruo immediately cold-faced dissolved, carefully for Yusu patted the back, until Yusu coughed out a mouthful of black blood, only to stop coughing. Ji Lingruo again lifted Yusu's head towards the most plump part of her thighs, trying to make her knee pillow more comfortable. Afterwards, she took out her handkerchief, which was already a bit dirty, and wiped away the dirty blood from the corner of Yusu's mouth. Yusu couldn't do anything. He could only watch Ji Lingruo do all this without words. His heart was like a broken riverbed being gradually moisturized by a trickle of fine water. The bruises were spat out, and he felt better, so he wanted to try to speak, while Ji Lingruo was keenly aware of it, and put a soft razor over his lips, ordering, "No talking, get some rest first." Yusu blinked, and could only obediently do as he was told. Ji Lingruo again softly said, "I know what you want to ask. I woke up at around a dark. I guess it must be that you took me to escape to some place. I was afraid of those bad people chasing after me, so I carried you on my back to grope in the darkness, and walked until I was almost exhausted, before I found the only place with a little bit of bright light." It was only then that Yusu began to survey his surroundings. A modest grotto. Thin columns of light shone through the gaps between the stone piles of earth, and the air smelled of damp earth. Yusu looked at Ji Lingruo again. Eyes are still ink black, cannot see the spirit. Ji Lingruo, but the understanding of God said, "What can I do about it? You mind your own business first." After saying this, Yusu didn't move his eyes away, and continued to stare at Ji Ling Ruo, who was stared at by this line of sight and was a bit rushed. Gee, I'm really fine. Didn't you already know anyway? The young girl's voice grew tighter and tighter as the words trailed off, and she choked out a sob with her head buried in her hands. Elder brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault that we were treated so badly by the Mohu. It's me who put you in such a state. You shouldn't have cared about me. Why did I get possessed? I obviously didn't do anything. Why? Oh, as if questioning her fate, Ji Lingru's guilt and resentment wrapped around her, and she couldn't hold back any longer, bawling her eyes out. Watching his senior sister cry in pain, Yusu only felt more pain in himself. He wanted to open his mouth to comfort, but Ji Lingruo's hand was still over his mouth, and since he couldn't move his body, he could only use the tip of his tongue to nudge the young girl's palm. The young girl was as if she had been bitten by a snake that came out of nowhere, and drew back her hand quickly while shedding tears. She rubbed her palm on Yusu's clothes and cried harder. Oh, you're disgusting. Yusu was a little embarrassed, but it was really a hopeless situation. He swallowed his throat twice and said, Senior sister, it's not your fault. If you say so, is clearly the fault of this ugly thing on me. Ji Lingruo's tears were like a dam that had burst. She couldn't stop them. Yusu only had to shut up. Girls really want to cry when it is impossible to persuade. It is better to let her vent her pent-up emotions. Yusu also happened to be silent rest, until no more tears could be shed. Ji Lingruo's cries were smaller, and the grotto suddenly fell into silence, with only the intermittent sobbing of the young girl echoing ceaselessly. Elder brother, when did you know? The day you celebrated my birthday. Ji Lingruo's face was black and white with tear stains. She asked in disbelief. So how did you find out? Yusu staggered for a moment. The fact that his senior sister would ask this question indicated that the part of his consciousness hidden in his brain had not yet returned, and she was still in the stage where she was somewhat aware of the problem but not yet sure. In that case, then there's still a chance to remedy the situation. The day I went down the mountain I met an old Taoist who said I was tainted with evil. And then? Ji Lingruo raised her delicate eyebrows. He said he would save me, and when I didn't believe him, he gave me a stone, the same stone that the mansion servant gave you to use for the test before, called the Order of Warding Off Evil. Inject Xian Qi into it, and if there are evil spirits around it will turn black and hot. But I hide in my house every day. Who would think I've been possessed? Yusu also frowned. He also couldn't figure out why Qi Daodong would suddenly sneak in to test Ji Lingruo. Where exactly did he see the clues? Was it just because he was the last person to see Uncle He? Yusu didn't say it outright. He told Ji Lingruo about the huge crisis facing Izumo City at this time. And as for that test, it was something that the city's owner wanted to beg everyone to do. It was him who hadn't rushed back earlier. Otherwise he could definitely find a way to stop that person. Ji Lingruo nodded, sort of believing Yusu's explanation, and asked Yusu about that old Taoist. That old Taoist is not a good person. He is an evil practitioner. He sees that we are all outliers in one group and wants to use me to personally refine us all into evil things. The evil spirits on you are most likely released by him. What? Ji Lingruo's beautiful eyes widened. How could there be such a bad person? It's okay. Senior brother will be able to kill him already. It's just a pity that we didn't find out how to get rid of the possessed evil spirit. How did you kill it? Yusu smiled and winked. I was also hit by evil. How could I let my senior sister be hit by evil alone? When I fought with that Qi City Lord, my stomach was stabbed with a hole by him. You see, just because of being hit by an evil now all by myself to stop the bleeding. Yusu also slightly tilted his head, wanting to show his pierced abdomen to Ji Lingruo. Ji Lingruo, however, did not incline her head and kept staring at Yusu's eyes without a bit of whites, asking with a sobbing voice, then why didn't you tell me earlier? You just thought I'd only help. Lies more and more difficult to make up. Yusu, eager to deny, cannot help but move a little too big, accidentally involved in the abdominal injuries. The pain directly sucked in a few mouths of cool air. Ji Lingruo, on the other hand, lost her color, looking at Yusu's blood-stained wounds at a loss. She asked with concern, are you alright? Yusu then hissed as he endured the excruciating pain. It's because I'm too cowardly and too arrogant. Still deluded that if I don't poke through this layer of window paper, we'll be able to live as we used to before I foolishly tried to take everything down. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Hiss. You stop talking. I'm not angry. Ji Lingruo said sharply. The senior sister trusts him too easily, so much so that Yusu feels a great sense of guilt every time he acts to deceive the senior sister. He slowly let go of his features that were wrinkled from pretending to be in pain. I won't be like this anymore. Senior sister, we'll face anything together in the future. Well, Ji Lingruo lowered her head. By the way, senior sister, do you know where senior mother went? Yusu couldn't wait to change the topic. Ji Lingruo shook her head. I don't know either. Even she was possessed or she told me herself. She also said, say what? And said for me to take you just to hide in the clan and not run around. When was it said to you? Just on the night you finished your match with Wu Chang. Hearing this, Yu Su heart suspicions. Outside the crisis. But the teacher mother is not foretold generally urged them to hide well. I'm afraid that the death of Gu Yao, evil spirits and the mist of the mystery, and the teacher mother cannot get out of it. Yu Su sighed in his heart. Too many things cannot understand. Simply no longer think. Now the most important thing is to determine whether this place is safe. As soon as possible to restore their own state. So as to have the courage to face the next critical situation. You help me up against the wall. Jilingrua's pretty face blushed and said, uncomfortable? It is too comfortable. No one would want to get off a young girl's fragrant, soft thighs if they could. But now is not the time to get comfortable. I have business I need you to do. Oh. Jilingrua complied and helped Yusu up. Leaning against the stone wall next to her, the two of them leaned their shoulders together. Feeling each other's warmth seemed to warm them up even more. Yusu reluctantly raised his hand. There was no need to hide the existence of the Chenkuan bag when the matter had come to this point. He took out a candle and fire folders from it and handed it to Jilingrua. Jilingrua was shocked, and Yusu explained. It's a relic of that evil path. A kind of storage magic weapon. So you weren't even there to teach those people a lesson that night, right? Jilingrua said as she took the candle and lit it. The entire grotto was suddenly much brighter. The shadows of the two of them swaying on the stone walls. Aha! Yusu nodded and took out another roll of pitch black silk thread and said, Senior sister, you hold this candle and try to find the way you came. I'll hold on to this end here, and you hold on to that end to wrap a few more threads around the way to come. Jilingrua understood, and without hesitation, she immediately got up and touched the stone wall and went out of the cave. Senior sister, be careful. Aha! Not long after, Jilingrua returned from her mission, and she continued to snuggle with Yusu, even sticking closer than before. Seems to feel that this is not enough. She quietly inclined her head and leaned on Yusu's shoulder. Yusu sniffed the fragrance that filled his nose, and his heart was full of warmth. Both fell into silence, even if there are 1,000 words. At this time also tired to open their mouths. Only the orange candlelight and their intimate companion. Is senior sister hungry? A little. Yusu then took out a box of green bean cake from his Chenkuan bag and handed it to Jilingrua expectantly. Jilingrua smiled sweetly and unwrapped it and fed half a mouthful to Yusu first, and then she took the remaining half of the piece herself and ate it in small bites, fearing that she would run out of food in general. It seems that senior sister is really hungry. Obviously she didn't even touch the green bean cake before. Jilingrua was stunned and stopped pursing her lips, her fine eyelashes covering her eyes. There is no food, definitely have to eat. Cannot starve to death. Yusu, however, did not respond, and she looked at Yusu through the candlelight. The teenager's jawline was sculpted clear by the light, and his eyes were closed, long asleep. End of chapter. Altered. Please spare me. When Yusu opened his eyes, chaos once again covered his eyes, but the soft touch on the back of his neck told him that he was once again enjoying the wonderful lap pillow of a young girl. Jilingrua's breathing was calm and regular. She should be asleep. Yusu felt that the pain all over his body was no longer that heartbreaking. He tried to lift his hand already without too much problem. Just a silk thing sliding down his arm. Why is there a thing covered with it? He grabbed it to his nose and sniffed it. The faint scent covered the smell of blood. It was his sister's dress. I think it must be the senior sister is afraid that he is a wounded man suffers from the cold. Took off his skirt as his thin quilt. No wonder this knee pillow feels a bit more moist than the last. Senior, are you a pervert? Jilingrua's body was slightly tilted back, pulling the corners of her mouth down, squinting down at Yusu with disgust in her eyes. Yusu immediately put down her skirt as if she was a thief, and said with a straight face, Senior sister, please listen to my explanation. There's nothing to explain. Jilingrua skimmed her mouth and swung back again. Her pretty face flushed red and said, Still don't understand you? Every day pretending to look like a gentleman. As a result of learning to transport air, other places traction on a moment. Time and time again all specialize in attacking the Tianchi point below that piece of. The corner of Yusu's mouth twitched. Separated by so thick fat still have to try to avoid touching. Not to spend some time and energy which has the effect. Ahem. It's all serious teaching. You help me up first. Then put your clothes back on. Oh. The two leaned in again. And with one less layer of clothing covering them it seemed that the warmth of the other's body was a little clearer. Before Yusu fell asleep, he remembered that the place he was leaning against was the corner of the grotto. And there wasn't much room left on his side, while there was still a lot of open space towards Jilingrua's side. But he wasn't that insensitive. His senior sister took the initiative to stick to him. What kind of person would he have to be if he drove his senior sister away just to have more space? Give me back my skirt. Jilingrua reminded in an annoyed voice when she saw that Yusu did not move for a long time. Yusu then remembered that he was still holding onto someone's skirt, and he said, "Don't wear these dirty ones, I have new ones here." With those words, he took out a set of white and pink interlocking chested jacket from his Chinkuan bag, which was one of the many clothes given to him by the boss's wife of the clothes villa on the day he won Wuchang. Definitely decent clothes, but certainly not as good as the ones I bought you earlier, so just get by. Jilingrua will take it with confidence and asked, "Other people's storage treasure. The big one is only more than 10 inches in size. Can't wait to put full of life-threatening things. You do not put more pills and dry food. Hide women's clothes and skirts for what?" Yusu explained somewhat lamely. Most of the storage magic treasures are made by the Heavenly Enlightenment Divine Mountain by borrowing things from beyond the heavens, and they are quite rare. Those that can be bought occasionally are actually made from the edges of things outside the heavens. And this Chinkuan bag of mine is different. The materials used are solid and the craftsmanship is exquisite. So the space is much larger than you think. Even a tea table can fit. So I put some of everything in it, just in case. Really? Yusua smile. Right hand lightly flip. Ling real person collection of sandalwood tables and chairs will appear in front of the two people. Jilingrua's beautiful eyes flowed like it was the first time she had seen such a magical sight. She climbed up and sat on the chair to touch the east and look at the west, with a look of disbelief. Although Yusu couldn't see it, he could guess the young girl's surprised expression at this moment, and he blamed himself a little. Senior sister, this Chinkuan bag has already recognized me as its master. I will definitely find one for you as well in the future. Jilingrua frowned and said, "What do you take me for? You desperately snatched it from that evil man's hands. Can I still take it from you?" Yusu didn't say anything else, and warmth surged in his heart. Jilingrua didn't get excited for too long, and after her enthusiasm receded, she shrunk back and continued to lean next to Yusu. "What's wrong?" Yusu asked. "I'm afraid you'll be cold." Jilingrua returned fiercely. Yusu secretly shook his head, sighing that his own senior sister was too cute as he reminded again. "So you're not dressed? Aren't you cold?" "Ha? Yao." Jilingrua immediately blushed, just thinking about sticking to go, even forgetting that she was only wearing a small garment. In fact, the small clothes on her body were also a bit dirty. Sticking to her body was not comfortable. As if she thought of something, she asked again with an icy voice. "Hey, you don't even have a woman's choker, do you?" Yusu's old face stiffened at the question. "Also, really, but it's not something I specially prepared. This is all that one Wucheng that day. The clothes villa boss lady sent me. I thought that the senior sister wouldn't see it so I didn't give it to you. But you can't just throw away everyone else's gifts." "Ha! I knew you weren't hiding any good intentions." Jilingrua stood up, her arms wrapped around her chest, as if she wanted to get away from Yusu, this moralistic person. As she looked down and looked askance, "Bring it over." Yusu then trembled and took out a piece and handed it over. "The fabric, loved ones. As for what style, he is indeed not clear." Jilingrua took it as soon as she could, and put it in her hand to observe 2 times, also could not see clearly, and then said, "The previous candle went out long ago. Light another one. The light is too dim to see the clothes." Yusu then took out all the candles and fire folders, while thinking that there is no sun and moon in this cave and can't tell the time, while admonishing, "Save it." Jilingrua ignored him and lit a candle flame and placed it on the stone wall. The gloomy grotto suddenly opened up quite a bit and also illuminated a large portion of the young girl's bare skin. Jilingrua took the dress to cover the body, carefully glanced at Yusu. Before the light was dim but did not feel anything, at this time suddenly bright. A blush actually came to life. But she didn't squirm too much. Anyway, Yusu was blind, so what could she be afraid of him seeing? She no longer had any scruples either, and surveyed the small cream-colored garment until she could see the style clearly, and then she spat with flushed cheeks. How unashamed! While Yusu was rendered speechless by her, Jilingrua's cold voice came again. "Hey, you can't see, can you?" With a heavenly face, Yusu said, "Of course, how can a blind man see? If senior sister doesn't believe me, I'll just turn around." Jilingrua looked like she was unconvinced, revealing an expression like she was about to succeed in her plot, and smiled wryly, talking like who's afraid of you? So what if you're not blind? You're not allowed to turn. Just turn towards me. I just want you to want to see the invisible. He, the blind man is blind. How pathetic. This is a beautiful view of the world's most beautiful maiden changing her clothes, but it's a pity that someone can't see it, even if there are 10,000 kinds of flavor. So what? Still can only look at the shadow and feel sorry for. Alas, I am so pitiful. Yusu watched the young girl perform alone, and in his heart walked a single 6-word. Men hate to be told they can't do it. So that and jumped in my face and pointed at me with a smirk on her face and said, "What's the difference between the female brat who blind? Blind? Yusu exhaled a long, serious breath. Elder sister, I suggest that you do not continue to provoke me, because I was once in a situation of extreme anger. Jiling Ruo was bluffed by Yusu's voice. Looking at Yusu's generally harmless face, she hid her body in a hasty manner, waiting for Yusu to say something appalling. Extreme anger. Pua. Jiling Ruo was amused and laughed until she was about to burst into tears and couldn't catch her breath when she slowed down. Yusu is full of black lines. A little cannot laugh out. Only sigh, his body is weak. The injury has not yet healed. Although it is the intention to tell a joke to make his sister happy, but this revenge he also remembered. Secretly vowed to wait for his sister to be completely well. Yusu will let her taste the flavor of the female brat when she was suppressed. A joke down. The little tension also disappeared, as if the two are not here to escape, but honeymoon to this. Seeing that Yusu was still ready to turn his head, Jiling Ruo ordered again. No turning your head. What? Afraid of becoming extremely angry? Said she with a smile still growing on her face. When Yusu couldn't bear it anymore, he argued as if he was angry, and painstakingly stood up and sat closer to Jiling Ruo. He stared at Jiling Ruo's stunningly beautiful body with wide, clear eyes, and although his eyes were cloudy, he just had to use these seemingly gleaming eyes that were actually godless to look at Jiling Ruo's uncomfortable eyes before he could do so. Jiling Ruo smiled contemptuously when she saw Yusu answering the battle. Men are always so obsessed with proving they're good, but what's the point? It's just a bluff. She laid out her clean clothes, then placed her hands on the straps of the small garment she was wearing, finally glancing hesitantly into Yusu's eyes. Seeing only that Yusu was clearly lax, but still had a serious, never admit defeat look on his face. Jiling Ruo's mouth glanced up and grunted. Pooter. Yusu raised his right eyebrow. It was true that he couldn't do anything, but he couldn't lose this aura, so he opened his eyes to the maximum. Jiling Ruo sneered, then frankly ripped off the shoulder strap, and all of a sudden even the orange candlelight was dyed white. There was a rustling sound of undressing, and the most secretive scent of the valley wafted through the cavern. Under the snowy mountains and cold plums is the straight and graceful willow waist, and the buttocks and back together form a delicate and smooth curve. Combined with Jiling Ruo's snake-like face with a hint of innocence, it made her look like a clueless snake demon that had already plagued the earth without realizing it. The young girl saw that Yusu no reaction, then twisted the crotch of the pants, slowly bent over. The clean jade back such as containing autumn dew, muscle like sheep fat. Most of all, the tenderness of this bend is like the shyness of a hanging plum that is not able to gaze at it. Abruptly, the young girl seemed to notice something, disregarding the blasphemous pants that had already been faded halfway down, raised her head to look at Yusu with amusement, and teased, "Why are you holding your hands so tightly? It's not extreme anger, is it?" It was then that Yusu realized that both of his hands were in a death grip, so he hurriedly loosened them, and his legs were joined a little tighter in embarrassment. Suddenly I felt some strength, so I wanted to make a fist and try it, so it looks like I'm recovering pretty well. Oh, Jiling Ruo's face lined with peach blossoms. Charming the heavens, she added in a playful and delicate voice. Then what are you doing with your eyes closed? Elder brother, I have two empty eyes. It's the same whether I close my eyes or not. Yusu was worried and terrified. If both eyes are empty, why are you afraid to look at me? Jiling Ruo's charming eyes were like silk. Her autumnal waves were exquisite, and half of her blasphemous pants were half covered as she ordered. Open your eyes. Yusu, however, still closed his eyes tightly, not moving, like a holy monk. Senior brother isn't afraid, is he? What's a blind man like you doing, not plugging his ears and covering his nose and only closing his eyes? Senior sister is right. Yusu then did so one by one, and was indeed much more at ease. Suddenly, Yusu only felt a burst of warmth in front of him, and his nostrils were full of fragrance. It turned out to be a young girl body leaning forward, so that the two cheeks are a stone's throw apart, and can even feel the warmth through the air. You'd better open your eyes. It wouldn't be that you're not blind, would it? Yusu stiffened as he forced a smile on his face. How is that possible? After the words were spoken, he opened his eyes leisurely, only to find that his eyes were swollen and abnormal as if they were filled with blood. White powder, white powder, white powder, white powder. Yikes! Jiling Ruo was immediately shocked backward. She crossed her chest with one hand and blocked between her legs with the other, and said in a trembling voice, weren't your eyes normal just now? How did they turn all black again? All black? At that time, after killing Ling Jinjin, I wanted to take a look at my appearance by the river, but I also gave up because of the lack of light. It turned out that every time I regained my sight, my eyes would turn into the color of all black. Yusu want to cry without tears. Before every time to open the eyes or in the battle of the urgent time, who knows, just in the party also open their own eyes. At this time, he did not have the heart to think about the reason. Can only secretly say sin sin sin. Senior sister, don't be afraid. I think it should be because of that evil spirit in me that is at work again. And I closed my eyes and exerted myself just to try to push it down. The monster sister knew that she had already eaten the tai sui meat so she could regain her sight. But the reality sister didn't know that. And he must never let the two sisters' consciousnesses overlap again. But to use this reason to convince himself to deceive his sister, Yusu also feel that he is half a hypocrite. Because he can never honestly admit that this action does not have half a bit of selfishness. Really? I never lie to my senior sister. Evil spirits attack. So why didn't you say so? Didn't you not tell me when senior sister had her seizure? Of course I didn't want senior sister to worry but it's okay. It's no longer unpleasant now. Yusu smiled. Jilingrua bit her lip and was silent for a moment before asking again. What kind of evil spirit is this on you? I don't know. Yusu shook his head. He must not reveal that this was the flesh of the Teiyukai on his senior sister. So are you still blind? That's for sure. Have you ever heard of a man who can see with his eyes as black as they are? That's true. It doesn't look like any light is getting through at all. If before my eyes could still see through a little light, now there is no light at all. Based on this, my perception is much stronger than before. Even though I can't see, it's better than seeing, and it's also because of it that I was able to win against that evil path. And I was also able to bring my senior sister to escape. Oh, Ji Ling nodded plausibly. The playfulness of teasing Yusu just now as well as the ambiguous atmosphere also faded most of the time. But she still insisted. Then keep your eyes open and watch. I'm not done changing yet. If you admit defeat then I'll call you blind from now on. Yusu only felt that his senior sister was bullying too much. So he maintained the action of looking straight ahead, which could not easily admit defeat. As the young girl lowered her covering hand, the spring light once again appeared without reservation. Yusu, even if seriously injured, is also a bloodthirsty teenage boy. At this time, he feels that he is really extremely angry, and can only hide the embarrassment by constantly adjusting his sitting position. He made cock-eyes while reciting the meditation incantation in his mind, making the white flowers in his vision turn into blurred and overlapping shadows. It was a good thing that the young girl no longer deliberately slowed down her movements to tease Yusu, and in 3 or 2 strokes, she had put on that extremely unashamed little dress. Yusu also swore to God that he briefly aligned his eyes just to take a break. After all, one couldn't keep aligning their eyes all the time either, and never for the purpose of wanting to look. Only when Jilingrua had thoroughly put on her new dress did Yusu drop her mind and breathe hard. Seeing this, Jilingrua hurriedly pounced to Yusu's side and asked with concern, "Is it that it's flaring up again? Just bear with it and carry it through." Yusu's lips were all pale with blood from the excessive force he had just exerted, and he said in an anguished voice, "Don't be afraid, senior sister. I'm fine." Who had thought that his words had just fallen? The young girl actually directly planted on the ground, twisted in pain. If you want to keep the book, please slide your finger to the latest chapter 2. Thank you. End of chapter. Sister. Yusu looked at Jilingrua writhing on the ground and didn't know what to do. Anxious as an ant on a hot pan, he doubly blamed himself. His senior sister's pain was excruciating. How did he have the face to pretend it hurt just now? Senior. Brother. Jilingrua curled up all over, squeezing out these 2 words with difficulty amidst the constant cries of pain. Elder brother is here. Senior brother is here. Yusu anxiously responded. He hurriedly gripped Jilingrua's hand, wanting to inform the other party of his existence. Jilingrua, on the other hand, tightly gripped him back, just like an ancient vine that had coiled and knotted up. The young girl's hand couldn't stop trembling, and Yusu only felt that the pain in his senior sister's body was then transferred to his own body, making him feel the same. As if she couldn't hold on any longer, Jilingji let out another sudden cry of pain, and then her body began to bulge with meat packets, like a gopher that kept scurrying its head, holding up her pink and white jacket dress to the point of bursting open. Yusu couldn't hold back the grief in his heart any longer. He rolled over and firmly wrapped Jilingrua in his arms from behind, as if he was trying to use his embrace to force down those lumps of flesh that were crying out to be pushed down. Don't be afraid. Senior sister. Senior brother is here. Endure a little more. Yusu softly comforted. The thought that Jilingrua had been enduring this pain alone to show herself a smiling face made him feel like a million arrows piercing his heart. Jilingrua also sensed Yusu's body, and she tried to struggle and roll over, wanting to bury her head into the teenager's broad chest. Yusu understood and reached out to help her turn around. Jilingrua before has been buried low face also revealed, and Yusu only a fist apart. Yusu hurriedly glanced, instant pupils tightened as beans. It turned out that the young girl's face at this moment looked extremely bizarre, and it was as if that stunningly beautiful face and the Taiyo's ugly face were overlapping. A pair of flirtatious eyes, 6 protruding fish eyes, pink lips that make you want to greedily claim them, a spiral mouthpiece full of meaty teeth. There was no harmony to be seen in this face of hers, beauty and ugliness. man and evil clashed roughly together. But Yusu's surprise was only for a moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he deeply encircled the back of the young girl's head and embraced Jilingrua neck to neck. He hugged him this tight, hating that he couldn't melt Jilingrua into his own body and let these insidious evil spirits transfer to himself. 2 rows of tears could no longer be controlled and flowed down from his dark eyes, and Yusu whimpered as if he was talking to himself. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And the heavens also seemed to sense the prayers of Yusu. The struggling body of the young girl actually slowly stopped. Those bulging bags of flesh also calmed down. The face of the Taiyu flashed 2 times and then disappeared. Jilingrua also fell 2 lines of tears. Yusu's embrace was so heavy that it made her ribs ache. She didn't care. Instead, she also touched the teenager's back and embraced him more tightly. Yusu also knew that his senior sister had gotten better, but he didn't want to let go, and used the embrace to express the feelings in his heart. 2 people ear to ear. Here no sound is better than sound. Damp and cold grotto. Teenage girl closely embraced each other, only by the dim candlelight as a quilt. Where the beams met, the patch of cobwebs was still there, looking even more elaborate than last time. The fallen flying insect had given up struggling as if it was already struggling, only fluttering its wings gently. Yusu got up and tried to look for the monster sister. There was none in the empty courtyard, so Yusu walked to the front of his senior sister's room and gently knocked on the door. Sister? Still a long time no echo. Yusu hearted out. Just want to kick the door and enter. A micro voice only came quietly. Well, are you okay, Sifu? Yusu didn't know the monster master sister's current condition. Perhaps it was desperately resisting the forced return of its consciousness. He could only ask tentatively. Not good. Ha? Then can I help you with anything? Yusu asked eagerly. You can't help me with anything. Don't come in. Just leave me alone. Yusu tightened his fists. The resistance in the words of the monster's senior sister calling out to him, which made his heart twist with guilt for his incompetence. He stood in front of the door not knowing what to say or do, and just stood in silence for a long time. Rather, it was the senior sister who spoke first, and her voice was no longer that cold. You, elder brother, you go out first. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. As soon as the words fell, Yusu didn't even have a chance to speak before the vortex took away his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, the restored vision disappeared once more, but the warmth and touch coming from his entire body, as well as the scent of a young girl that filled his nose, became clearer. Jilingrua twisted her body at that exact moment as well, awakening from her sleep and letting out a long cry. Well, Yusu only feel in the arms of the 2 groups of soft straight against, along with Jilingrua's twisting and turning is still in constant deformation. It is a thief like a thief hastily loosened the hold in the back of the sister's hand. The body is also far away from some. Who knows that the young girl had already noticed? She moved her head away from the side of Yusu's neck, and firstly, she smiled sweetly after surveying Yusu's plump and handsome face, and then she said in a quirky manner, Senior brother, no wonder your sword skills are so powerful. Yusu was a bit confused by the question. What does senior sister say? Sleeping with your sword at your side. Who can practice this better than you? Yusu suddenly old face a red, shocked to realize that his own carry sword is actually against a place. Through the clothing can also feel the warmth of the young girl's belly. He hurriedly moved Jilingrua, who was attached to him like an octopus, out of the way and sat up on his own end. Jilingrua, on the other hand, was still lying on her side, one hand supporting her head, her eyes roaming over Yusu's body, playing with the flavor. Senior brother wouldn't be extremely angry again, would he? What's with the word? Again Yusu, in the form of a holy Buddha, said in shock. No, my brother's heart is like still water, and he has never been angry at all. Is that so? Why did I feel your sword intent raging last night? Words don't count. Oh, then at this time, why is the senior brother also sword-ridden? Tai, you demonic spirit is too presumptuous. Yusu boarded up his face, eased up his fingers, and played the playbook game that he had played with his senior sister. How can I, Lao-sun, be confused by a demonic spirit like you? This Rui weapon of mine is bound to expand on its own every morning, absorbing the essence of the sun. So what does it have to do with you? A demon spirit? Jilingrua snorted a smile, suddenly full of cave fragrance. The girl coquettishly smiled, seemingly amused by Yusu been closed eyes before the pain to forget all. Count your blessings. It seems like it's really daytime now. Jilingrua caught the white column of light coming down between the cracks in the stone with her fingers. Some slight mist and the dust in the cave mingled in the light. Somewhat dazed, Yusu withdrew his pretentious hand, remembering the nights he told his senior sister about the journey to the west, which he had magically altered from his memory, and how he would always play the role of Wukong and his senior sister's role as a goblin to laugh and joke around. When he said Tai, demon, his sister would immediately reply Tai, monkey, so much so that the response became a habit, like a code word that the two of them knew only from each other. Sister Fong did not pick up like this. Perhaps the recent situation is too critical. Let her forget it. End of chapter. Today is the third day spent peacefully in this cave. The judgment standard is Ji Lingrua's observation of whether the stone cracks are permeable to light. One bright and one dark is regarded as one day. Over the past 3 days, Yusu carefully recuperated his injuries, and he ordered Ji Lingrua to stop acting in a manner that was not big or small, which would be detrimental to his injuries. Ji Lingrua most of the time also obediently did as he was told, only to the depths of the night when the two whispered softly and privately like to lean close to Yusu, and every time Yusu woke up, but also confined himself under the neck pillow of the sheepishness. By the third day, Yusu felt that he had basically regained his mobility, as long as the movements that didn't involve that wound in his abdomen could be completed without any problems. This escape came out of nowhere. The two of them were frugal with their food, and there was not much left of the pastries and tea that Yusu had stored in his chinkuan bag. Yusu looked back at the white fog that was getting thicker in the cave and knew it was time to get out of here. Yes, Yusu can see again. Just the next night time, Ji Lingrua, on the grounds of dislike, forcibly wanted to change down Su's body this full of bloodstains as well as torn mouth of the clothes. Yusu thought you might as well say that you are afraid of wound infection. The clothes should indeed be changed though. All this blood dried up and stuck the outward wound to the cloth, which was detrimental to the recovery of the injury. He had wanted to hide in the corner to change by himself, but it was still a bit difficult to move at that time, and he grimaced in pain. Ji Lingrua then forcefully snatched the clothes from his hands and ordered him to lie down on the tea table. Yusu, squirming and helpless, obviously hate this feeling of powerlessness, but also several times forced to fall into this situation. The lower body isn't hurt enough to change. Ji Lingrua unbuckled Yusu's belt while guffawing. Well, the lower half of the body is quite healthy. Yusu sighed in his heart. The senior sister should be 17 years old now. When she came to the sect it was 14 years old. These messy things also don't know where to learn. It's hard not to be uneducated, to know before he and his sister get along, each other rarely say something over the line. Unexpectedly after the evil sister actually became more and more bold. Fierce attack he cannot resist. He even doubt that this is a young girl only to him to show the nature. But in the face of his senior sister, who was burdened with an evil spirit, he had to restrain himself in order to do so. The young girl stripped his upper body naked, with tea-dampened handkerchief for him to carefully wipe away the blood. Delicate fingertips intentionally or unintentionally wandering in the body of Yusu. Yusu shame abnormal, tense body. Ji Lingrua blinked and asked curiously as the back of her fingers brushed over the grooves on Yusu's abs. Isn't senior brother usually breezy? Why is he so nervous about changing his clothes? Yusu was speechless and suddenly reminded. Senior sister, I said the lower half of my body doesn't need to be changed. He almost forgot. Ji Lingrua resentfully withdrew the hand that had been stretched into the side of Yusu's pants, and suddenly exclaimed, Yikes, there's a big snake. Yusu know that women even with cultivation will be afraid of insects and snakes. These things, in the heat of the moment, actually physical sense of the two eyes black, and regained vision. He rolled up with the pain and hurriedly looked around. But how could he find any snakes in the candlelight? Senior sister, where are the snakes? Ji Lingrua giggled, only to see that there was indeed a raised-eyed snake between Yusu's legs. She said, On you ah. Ji Lingrua noticed the change in Yusu's eyes when she finished speaking, and she was busy sticking up to ask with concern. Yusu knew that he was being teased by his senior sister, so he acted out his headache and body pain, making Ji Lingrua blame herself. And after that, she no longer dared to make such jokes, and honestly changed his clothes for Yusu. After the fact he kind of realized that he seemed to have taken his fusion with that piece of teiyukai meat one step further, and as long as he attempted to concentrate on his eyes his vision would be restored for a brief period of time. He kept trying to use his eyes after the vision went away, but they were unresponsive. It wasn't until now, when Yusu followed behind Ji Lingrua and tried to see the road ahead, that he realized that he was able to see again. He estimated the time in his mind. The interval between the two eye openings was probably nearly a day. The tunnel was narrow and dark, and the candlelight could not illuminate the darkness of the depths. Ji Lingrua volunteered to walk in front because she was able to see. She suddenly stopped and grabbed Yusu's hand without a second thought. Afraid you'll lose it and hold my hand. With a knowing smile, Yusu backhandedly took hold of his opponent. It was good that Yusu lowered his head. Ji Lingrua did not look at him carefully, and only then did he not realize that Yusu actually had black eyes again. The two of them groped forward for a while longer, only to realize that the darkness around them was getting thicker and the gloom was more ominous. Ji Lingrua couldn't help but ask, Elder brother, why don't we head back? Just go back to that grotto of ours and stay there. It can't be stayed already. Didn't senior sister say that there's already a big fog there? It doesn't matter if there's fog. We're evil spirits too. It's hard to believe that evil spirits can come and eat us? Yusu was also asked by this question. Whether evil spirits would kill each other, he indeed had not thought about it. Even if we wouldn't, we can't stay there. There's not much food or water left. Jilingrua suddenly stopped again. She put the fire candle on the ground. She didn't bother to let go of her hand that was held by Yusu. She only used one hand to fumble for something in her bosom. She suddenly fished out 3 pieces of walnut cake, buried her head and whispered, "Elder brother, I still have food here. If you save a little bit you can still eat for 2 days, or we go back?" Yusu was touched and angry, and compassionately said, "Senior sister, aren't you hungry? I have a small appetite. Why are you so stupid?" Yusu only felt his heart like a knife. "Eat it quickly. How can I bear to eat it when you're aggravating yourself like this?" "Oh, then you're still not eating?" Yusu's tone had a rare hint of anger. Jilingrua saw Yusu's stance and had to follow orders, and after eating a piece of pastry heartily, she stammered, "Eat up. Something else later." Then it was time to put away the pastries, raise the candle and continue inside. Yusu squeezed Jilingrua's hand hard to convey his thoughts. The young girl also squeezed back, giving her own in return. Warmth flowed through the two of them, and so they continued to walk in silence for a long time. "Elder brother, why don't we go back the way we came? It's still possible to go home. Going inward like this, who knows where it will lead? What if the people who want to get us are right outside the well guarding us?" Jilingrua was stunned for a split second and said in a tone of sudden realization, "Yes, oh, those people are so hateful." Surely, Yusu's eyes returned to normal again, but he didn't feel terrified. His divine sense had already recovered most of it, and having no vision was the state he was most familiar with. The two of them just chatted from time to time and kept exploring forward. The speed along the way was very slow, and after walking and stopping for who knows how long, they actually heard faint human voices coming from afar. End of chapter. This slight sound excited Yusu a bit, but it also made him raise his heart. He held Jilingrua and walked backwards to the front, so the two of them walked forward slowly with the lightest of footsteps. No one knew if the people ahead were friend or foe, and they had to proceed with caution. As the distance got closer the sound became clearer and clearer, and it was even possible to hear clearly what they were saying before realizing that the voices were a bit dull and seemed to be coming through a wall. "Lu Nongwu, are you out of your mind? This is to be brought back for everyone to eat together. Huang Shiren, don't pretend to be noble to me. Laozi is not crazy. Well, anyway, can't run away anyway. Why should I be a starving ghost?" Yusu listened to the voices of the two, actually somewhat familiar. Both were the two mortal elders who had befriended him. There was indeed a wall at the end of this tunnel, but from the size of the sound it was obvious that it was thin and had been built some years ago. Yusu couldn't help but be puzzled. Master said that the well was connected to the outside, so how could it be blocked? Just in case if that evil spirit doesn't come after us and let us live. You've eaten all the food. What are we going to go back and save the gang with? Do you think it's possible? If you can't even save yourself, do you still have the heart to think about saving others? Have you no conscience? The guys gave us all the food before sending us both out so we could have the strength to find food. Where do you get the face to eat this life-saving food? Spit it out. As soon as the man's words fell, Yusu heard the sound of the two of them wrestling together. He also guessed something from the brief words of the two. Probably there is a group of people hiding in one place. After the food is exhausted, sent these two out to collect food. The result is that they encountered an evil spirit too were forced to flee to this place. Uncle Lu felt that there is no hope, do not want to be a starving ghost, while Huang Bo is against this behavior of Uncle Lu. It seemed that not all the ends of the canals were cavernous or inherited forbidden lands. Just as Yusu was bellyaching, the duo on the other side of the wall suddenly stopped fighting. Did see it? That thing at the mouth of the cave Lu Nongwu's voice trembled, only to see a dark cellar. A scorpion-like evil spirit with bright red fluorescent light emanating from its body was standing not far away and looking around. Its exact appearance was not distinguishable because of the unknown mist surrounding its body. "Well, we're dead." Lu Nongwu's physique is thin. He tightly hugged his arms full of food. His body couldn't stop shivering. "Damn, I should have known that just now I would have eaten 2 more mouthfuls of Don't eat. You listen to me. It's only one. I'll distract it. You run. You take the food and run. Make sure you bring it back to save the others. You hear me? If I find you hiding and eating it all, I'll kill you." Huang Shiren's physique was robust. He twisted his head and squeezed Lu Nongwu's shoulder hard. His eyes were full of perseverance. "Old yellow you. Don't talk. This fog hasn't spread over so quickly. It doesn't dare to come out of the fog. You stay here for a while. I'll go to the right. You wait for me to draw it away and you run." Huang Shiren let go of his hand and quietly touched the stone wall behind him to walk slowly to the right. He didn't deliberately hide his footsteps. In the darkness, the evil spirit's 2 eyes were like torch flames, bright and seeping. It naturally saw the two. but it has not made a move. It seems to be really as Huang Shuren said, it is waiting for the new fog in the cellar to become thicker. But the next scene made Huang Shuren's plan fail completely. This scorpion-like evil spirit actually had more than one after another. 2 more identical evil spirits drilled out of that dark tunnel. Just at this moment, the 3 evil spirits suddenly made a move together. 2 rushed towards Huang Shuren, and 1 rushed towards Lu Nangwu, still refusing to give up. Huang Shuren hissed as he fought his way towards Lu Nangwu, trying to stop that evil spirit as well. You run! Run! In the darkness, the evil spirit that rushed towards Lu Nangwu had already jumped up high. The fluorescent light illuminated Lu Nangwu's frightened face. He had long been paralyzed on the ground. There was no trace of blood on his face, and his lips were still shivering. Huang Shuren completely desperate. Their death here means that the old and weak women and children who hid with him in one place will be starved to death in the cellar alive. No! There was a loud cracking sound rang out suddenly. Bang! Several pieces of debris tumbled down, forcing the evil spirit back, and a bit of candlelight shone in from behind Lu Nangwu. A handsome young man holding an immortal sword rushed at the evil spirit in front of him with lightning speed, and actually cut it off at the waist. This all happened so fast that Huang Shuren hadn't even regained his senses before he realized that this teenager had already sprinted towards his side. He saw that the teenager's sword momentum did not decrease. He understood. Directly pounced on the ground. The teenager was not surprisingly a sword sweep. The 2 evil spirits behind his back will also be resolved together. In a flash of lightning, the 3 evil spirits had all been slaughtered. Uncle Huang, is everything okay? Huang Shuren latched onto the hand handed over by the teenager, fixed his eyes and realized that this teenager was actually Yusu. Save me, struggled Lu Nangwu, who was buried under the pile of rubble. Yusu then rushed over to help Lu Nangwu peel off the stone. Although the stone smashed out a lot of wounds, but it is better than falling into the evil spirit's food. Yusu! Lu Nangwu protected the food in his arms until his death. He looked up with surprise in his eyes. Uncle Lu, it's me. Yusu picked up Lu Nangwu again. Uncle Huang also walked over at this time, just after the robbery. His tone was also a bit trembling. I really didn't expect that it would actually be you who saved us. What do you mean? Jilingrua suddenly asked back in a cold voice. Huang Bo also blushed, and only then did he notice the stunningly beautiful young lady holding up the candle. This is. Yusu then rushed to protect his senior sister behind him and said, It's my senior sister. Huang Bo froze, only to realize that his unintentional words had been misunderstood by the young girl as contempt for Yusu. So he explained, Don't blame the little girl. It was a slip of the tongue on my part. Yusu, Uncle Huang thanked you for saving his life. Said also bend down to salute. Lu Nangwu see the situation also want to salute. Yusu hastened to hold the 2 said, There's no need for that. It's just a show of hands. Ugh, but why are you here? Huang Shuren inquired. My senior sister and I also hid, and by chance we heard you 2 through the wall before we broke through it. Huang Shuren nodded, while Lu Nangwu rubbed the sore spot on his body and said, Yusu, you kid is really deep in hiding. So many cultivators died in the west of the city. You still managed to hide for so long with your senior sister. Marvelous. Yusu frowned. He had been hesitant to make a move. After all, these 2 were elders who had taken care of him since childhood. But after Qi Daodong had measured that his senior sister was possessed of an evil spirit, it was inevitable that he would inform the crowd. If these 2 were to ventilate, there would be new trouble. In the end, he still chose to believe in the 2 before they went out. Just from this Uncle Lu's words and attitude, it seems that this does not know. And what about the many dead cultivators in the west of the city? End of chapter. Uncle Lu, what's this you say about a lot of people dying in the west of the city? You don't know? My senior sister and I hid early on when we felt that it wasn't peaceful out here. Not knowing anything about the situation out here, Yusu spoke earnestly. Alas, there will be evil spirits in this fog, you know? Yusu nodded, and Lu Nangwu added. At first these mists were just weird, but then more and more evil spirits appeared in this mist. The city lord's mansion sent those cultivators to patrol and protect us, and they slowly couldn't support us. It is said that many cultivators died under the evil spirits in the west of the city, and even Patriarch Qi and Wuchang might have been victimized. Later on, there were fewer people patrolling, and the outside was filled with the sounds of evil spirits walking by. At that time, an evil spirit broke into the house, and the cultivator who came to save us also died, and a few families next to us were so scared that they hid together in a cellar. Uncle Lu, you know when something happened in the west of the city? Lu Nangwu shook his head. Not these 2 days anyway. We've been hiding for 2 days. Yusu was shocked in his heart. The evil spirits that had broken into the city had been able to threaten cultivators of Patriarch Qi's cultivation level. So what hope did they have left to speak of? We were in such a hurry to hide that we didn't even have time to pack much, and the food was quickly eaten up. and now everyone is starving, counting on your Uncle Huang and I to come out and find food to bring back. As a result, we encountered an evil spirit, so we fled to this peaceful cave to hide. I didn't expect the evil spirits to chase us here. Fortunately we met Yua, so everyone could be saved. Lu Nungwu looked at Yusu with eyes full of hope. Yeah, Yusu, you're so powerful. You'll definitely be able to take us back to save them. Don't worry, that cellar of ours is safe. Huang Shiren echoed. Yusu was the one who took the top spot in that Immortal Ascension meeting. With him in their situation they would definitely be a lot safer. What does peaceful cave mean? Yusu suddenly asked. This is it. Long ago it was taken here for shelter, but it was abandoned by my grandfather's generation. Later, the city government dug a new one. Originally the person who saved us came to take us there, but was eaten by that evil spirit. Lu Ningwu tone of grief, and said, it's not too late. Let's go Yusu. There are many people waiting for us. Yusu realized. No wonder Master said that this well is connected to the outside. So it is an abandoned place of refuge long ago. He would have liked to take his sister to find food and hide in a shelter. And now there is a safe place in front of him. But considering that his sister does not like to see strangers, he hesitated at the invitation of Huang Lu and his sister. He turned around and was about to ask Ji Lingrua's opinion when Ji Lingrua emerged from behind Yusu and asked first, is there enough food to go around? Lu Nungwu and Huang Shiren glanced at each other. And Huang Dao said, it's enough. It's definitely enough. Yusu is willing to protect us. It's definitely a priority to give him food. Then go. Ji Lingrua gently pushed Yusu's back. Yusu's heart warmed, and holding his senior sister's hand again, he said to Huang Lu, Uncle Huang, Uncle Lu, you lead the way in the front, and hide behind me if there is any situation. The two nodded and fumbled their way forward. Along the way, they encountered some more evil spirits. Most of them were very low-level flesh and blood evil spirits by the looks of it, as even Huang Lu and the two of them were able to see them, and Yusu took care of them very easily. But this situation did not make sense. According to what the two of them had said, the evil spirits that had appeared in the west of the city had already reached a level where even Lord Lu's city could threaten them. Even if there were not that powerful evil spirits in this city yet, then they should not be this weak. What's more, they also said that a rescuer died at the hands of an evil spirit. How could such an evil spirit possibly do that? Could it be because they were just lucky today? Yusu couldn't figure it out either, so he could only cautiously move forward. The mist with extremely low visibility around them made the duo leading the way scared, but it was not scary for Yusu, who was already very familiar with the terrain of Izumo City. Plus he could also see the evil spirits directly through the mist, so it could be said that this kind of place was the most suitable for him to fight as a blind man. Crossing a few familiar streets, they entered a closed mansion, the very residence of Huang Shiren. There was also a set of morose white bones at the entrance of the room, the very same cultivator who had been eaten clean by the evil spirits in order to save them, not even leaving his name behind. Huang Shiren paid a respectful obeisance to it, and led the crowd through several hidden secret doors before he gently lifted a floor, and he greeted the crowd before they climbed down the dark ladder. Yusu was surprised in his heart. This Huang Bo was usually very honest. How could he dig such a hidden cellar? Ji Lingrua was the last one to climb down. The last few rungs of the ladder when she almost slipped and fell, was held steadily in the arms of Yusu to catch. I do not know whether she was intentional or unintentional. The four of them walked another 20 meters or so before they finally saw the cave as it was. The cave was dim, with only one candle lit, illuminating not a large area. Yet 12 people were crammed inside. Under the dim candlelight, each of them had a weak appearance. And when they saw the four of them suddenly appear, they all looked as if they had seen their savior, and there was a gleam in their eyes. Old Huang, Old Lu, you guys are back. The crowd all rose in alarm and greeted them. Surrounding them, one of them was a gaunt beautiful woman, who was clearly the boss's wife of plucked Cloud Clothes Villa. She recognized Yusu at a glance and rushed up to shake his hand. Yusu, you're alive. Auntie, I'm glad you're okay too. Yusu also smiled lightly and exchanged pleasantries. This feeling of seeing an acquaintance under a critical situation can make one's heart feel a lot more at ease. It was just that Yusu suddenly felt a vicious chill behind his back, and behind him, there was only Ji Lingrua, and he hurriedly smiled sarcastically and wrenched away the hand he was holding. The boss's wife took a look at the cold-faced young girl behind Yusu, and didn't say anything else with a look of realization. Yusu? Is that the top student from the Immortal Ascension meeting? There were also people who weren't familiar with Yusu. It's really him. We're saved. An old man was emotional. Yusu was slightly embarrassed, but fortunately Lu Nungwu came out to relieve himself and pressed the excited crowd back. While distributing the hard-earned food, he recounted the perils of the journey with the crowd, rendering Yusu's strength deeper while ignoring his own weakness. After the distribution, Huang Shiren suddenly stood up and took out his meat strips and put them in front of Yusu. Yusu, you're a cultivator. You'll have to consume more. Uncle Huang will share some of it with you, and I'll trouble you to protect everyone. The rest of the 13 people also followed the example, and have shared out a part of their own food to Yusu. Yusu didn't say something like no need. What you need is not necessary in such a difficult environment. There is no need to act hypocritically. The crowd carefully enjoyed the long-lost food. Not much was said. Jiling Rua also became more and more silent after she came in, only snuggling close to Yusu. Some people wanted to find Yusu to talk, but they would also be scared off by the uninviting aura of the young girl. The night was silent, and just when Yusu thought that the next few days would be spent like this, a few uninvited guests actually visited the place. The transition was a little boring. I did my best to speed it up. I plead guilty. End of chapter. Through a thick layer of earth, one could vaguely hear the sound of tiny footsteps coming from the top, followed by the sound of the floor of the entrance being pounded continuously. The people in the cave glanced at each other, unable to hide the surprise in their eyes. Huang Shiren stood up as he joyfully said, "It's the people who came to save us. Anyone?" A constantly echoing voice of inquiry came from the tunnel. "There, my lord, we're inside." Huang Shiren shouted excitedly. He was about to rush over to receive it, but he was pulled back by Yusu, who lowered his voice and asked, "Uncle Huang, how did they find this place with all the curves in your cellar?" Huang Shiren froze and said, "It was when I went out to look for food yesterday. I intentionally left many notes asking for help outside. They should have sought the notes." Hearing this, Yusu was a little more at ease, both so that should not be aimed at him and Jiling Rua, but he was still very cautious to cover his senior sister hidden in the shadows, did not mix into the crowd of people who greeted him at the door. A blazing fire gradually penetrated from the tunnel, as if it were hope compared to the weak candle flame in the cave. Under the light of the fire, 3 tall cultivators walked out. Each of them held a torch in their hands to dispel the darkness around them, and the leader was actually Zhou. My lord, Lu Nongwu called out in a loud voice. Silence, Zhou interrupted icily. After he drank, the cave was suddenly silent. Zhou held up his torch and scanned the faces of the people, asking, "Did you post the notes on the street?" "Exactly." Huang Shiren didn't dare to raise his voice. "Well, some guts." Zhou's tone slowed down a bit and added, "There are only 14 of you in this cave?" Huang Shiren was stunned. "Back to your lordship. It's 16 people. Yusu and his senior sister are also there." As soon as his words fell, Yusu hid in the shadows and squeezed the hilt of the ink pine sword. If there were any changes, he would not hesitate to strike. The fact that Huan Lu and these ordinary people didn't know that their senior sister had been possessed only showed that their information was too narrow. It didn't mean that Qi Dao Dong must not have revealed it, and it was likely that the stalwarts of the city, like Zhou Li represented, were already aware of the matter. Yusu? Zhou Li's voice is not cold. On the contrary, extremely surprised. He was busy squeezing away from the crowd to the cave. Torchlight really saw a handsome and resolute young man. Yusu, you're still alive. Zhou Li did not hide the joy in his words, so he wanted to go up and exchange pleasantries with Yusu. Yusu loosened the hilt of his sword and slightly squared his body to cover Jiling Rua, saying, "Survived." Zhou Li saw the young girl with an icy face behind Yusu, so he realized that he would no longer move forward and stopped. "It's good that you're fine. 4 days ago, the west side of the city was eaten by evil spirits that ate many cultivators, and I was worried that it would be hard for you to escape as well. I didn't expect that you would hide here. How could there be such a thing? My senior sister and I sensed that something was wrong and hid in the clan's dark tunnels early on, not knowing anything about what happened on the ground. Do you know which people died? Most of them are from the Xian Shao sect, and it's rumored that Patriarch Qi and Wu Chang have disappeared together." Alas. Yusu frowned unnoticeably. Zhou Li didn't seem like a person who was good at acting. He agreed with what Lu said. Wouldn't that mean that Qi Daodong really didn't tell anyone that his senior sister had been hit by the evil spirits? Yusu combined the known information and speculated about the situation on that day. The government servant who tested his senior sister called out to City Lord Qi, which meant that he was authorized by Qi Daodong, who did not inform the crowd first after he knew that his senior sister had been struck by an evil spirit, but instead immediately came with his close friends to exorcise the evil spirit. He was injured by the sword Qi left behind by the master's wife, giving himself the opportunity to escape with the master's sister down the well, and after that they encountered an extremely strong evil spirit in the west of the city, resulting in the loss of life and no chance to come back to report the news. Yusu pushed a little more, only to find 100 loopholes, but in addition to this there does not seem to be a better explanation. Zhou Li saw that Yusu was silent. When it was his own words that scared the other party, he sorted out his emotions again and comforted. "Don't let me scare you. Things aren't desperate yet. The patriarchs are still around, And the auspicious cave under the city lord's mansion used for shelter is very large and has plenty of food, enough for us to hide for a long time. As long as the fog can't get in, the evil spirits won't be able to do anything to us for a while. My lord, then can we go to that auspicious cave? Lu Nungwu came over and asked with concern. Naturally, we came out for the purpose of bringing the scattered people. Egu, that's great. Although a few of us are hiding here under the protection of Yusu, but that is also fearful. To go to the auspicious cave with so many people together, the heart can be quite a lot of peace of mind. In the eyes of these people, Yusu was certainly powerful, but compared to an organized place of refuge, it was certainly far inferior. In a critical situation, they are all people without the ability to defend themselves, so they naturally tend to embrace the warmth of the group. Well, let's all ride out the storm together. Jolie nodded. It's not too late. You guys bring your things and leave now. The crowd listened to the order and then rushed to pack up their things, but Yusu remained in place without action. Jolie was a little puzzled and asked, "Don't you need to clean up?" Yusu shook his head. "Senior sister and I won't go." Jolie didn't expect this answer and was puzzled. What is the reason for this? Is it hard to believe that you want to keep hiding here with your senior sister? The surrounding crowds who had been blessed by Yusu for one night also chimed in. Yeah, Yusu, this isn't the place to be for long. Come with us. Yusu was unmoved. Although the matter of his senior sister being possessed by an evil spirit should not be revealed for the time being, but that auspicious cave was crowded with people and many cultivators, the risk of exposure would inevitably be much higher. Yusu was in a state of grief, and was about to reject Jolie's invitation on the grounds that his master's mother's life and death were uncertain, when Ji Lingrua, who had been silent, tugged at his sleeve. Is there enough food to go around? Ji Lingrua coldly asked the same question as last time. Yusu hearted out. Even by yesterday's share of food is enough for the two of them to eat on the 2-3 days. Why is the younger sister obsessed with asking this question? Give him the feeling as if this food is just an excuse. The real purpose of the senior sister is to get into the crowd? But before he clearly instructed the senior sister, there is Chi Daodong's previous experience and the future must be cautious. The best to stay away from the cultivators. The senior sister should not be so stupid that even do not understand this is. Eating a half-full meal every day is not much of a problem. Jolie frankly returned. Alright, then we'll go with you. Ji Lingrua responded with alacrity. Yusu's face sank as he turned to Ji Lingrua and said, Senior sister, the whereabouts of senior mother are still unknown. Are we not going to look for senior mother? Ji Lingrua touched downstream Su's hand without noticing. Senior brother. Senior mother is so powerful, surely she will be fine. There is no need for us to look for her. She will come to us. Yusu felt the touch coming from the back of his hand, which showed that the young girl clearly understood the implication in his words. Then why did she still insist on going? Is she so confident that she won't be seen to be possessed? Unless she has a reason for having to go. The master's wife will come to us. With that comment, could she also be implying that? End of chapter. Yusu and Ji Lingrua walked at the end of the line. The people in front of them climbed up the dark ladder in turn, but when it was Yusu's turn he suddenly exclaimed, Right, I have a piece of jerky that I didn't take. Senior sister, accompany me back to get it. Then he pulled Ji Lingrua away without any explanation, and the people on the floor glanced at each other, realizing in their hearts that this pair of siblings had something to whisper about. When they passed through the tunnel, Yusu restrained his voice to a level that only the two of them could hear and asked with concern, Senior sister, have you forgotten that we've been possessed? What if we get caught when we go towards the people? Ji Lingrua's expression could not be seen in the darkness, and her voice trembled a little. Elder brother, I dreamed yesterday that Master Mother was looking for us. Is that why you just said that? Then wouldn't it be better if we just waited here for her to find it? No, it won't work. She's not here to save us. She's trying to kill me. Ji Lingrua was so horrified that she couldn't control her voice. Yusu reacted quickly and immediately pressed the young girl's face to her chest. Yusu used his hand to gently caress the young girl's beautiful back as a way to calm her down. Don't be afraid. Senior sister. It's just a nightmare. How could senior mother kill you? Ji Lingrua shrank in Yusu's arms, shook her head in fear, and said in a trembling voice, Elder brother, you don't know what you don't know. On the body of the master mother of the genus of the dreamland is an evil spirit, and the dream about her won't be a dream of nothingness. The real-life senior sister didn't know that he had already seen the power of the evil sneaky master sister, and he secretly felt that something was wrong and asked again, what else did you dream about? Senior sister? Also dreamed that I was locked up in a crystal cage. It was Shifun Yang who rescued me and brought me here. I thought she came to save me, but in fact, she was going to kill me at a specific time. I was lying on a coffin board, and my body was cut up. Elder brother, I am so scared. Let's hide with everyone else, shall we? so that Shifu won't find us easily. Ji Lingrua trembled, so Yusu hugged her a little tighter, while his heart turned over in shock. All of the previous unwarranted information seemed to connect, and he had a wild guess. This is not Shifu's own dream. This is the dream of the Teiyukai in Shifu's body. The evil spirit on Senior Niang's body is the dream-eating ghost that stole the altar's treasures and fled. As stated in the Evil Wisdom Order, it really has arrived in the territory of Zhongyuan continent. The Tai Sui is that precious treasure used to be sacrificed to the immortal ancestor, and the senior sister is the container used to hold the Tai Sui. He had only eaten a small piece of Tai Sui meat and it had changed so much. What else could it be considered if it wasn't a treasure? Yusu recalled the way Taiyu had made his senior sister struggle in that kind of pain, and he didn't think that the Dream Eater would be kind enough to purposely strip Taiyu from his sister before killing her. The purpose of the Dream Eater is also for the so-called Izumo god, and she left quietly to make the necessary preparations, and these fogs and fogs are probably her handiwork. No wonder she urged her senior sister to just hide in the sect, but the sudden change made him and his senior sister leave the clan, and the dream-eating ghost-controlled senior sister will definitely come to look for Taiyu after making preparations, and this was sensed by Taiyu, and in the form of a dream, he told the senior sister to run away. So the senior sister obviously does not like living people, but repeatedly took the initiative to go to the pile of people, that group of flowing vortex of flesh and blood, and these regard evil as hatred of the earthly monks. Yusu can't tell which one is more terrifying for a moment. Yusu, are you okay? Jolie's urging voice came, also interrupting the duo's contemplation. Soon, Yusu responded in a loud voice, then embraced Ji Lingrua deeply and whispered in her ear, don't be afraid, senior sister, no matter what, senior brother is by your side. Ji Lingrua's wariness stopped and her chin chiseled lightly on Yusu's shoulder twice, which Yusu knew was the young girl nodding in response to him. He held Ji Lingrua's shoulders again and pushed her in front of him, solemnly exhorting, then we'll go to the auspicious cave. But senior sister, you must hide yourself and follow senior brother closely, and find me in time if you have any problems. In the darkness, the young girl's eyes also seemed to be born out of thin air, and she nodded heavily. Aha! Yusu then pinched Ji Lingrua's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. She was only a young girl who liked to play around with her senior brother, a little clumsy and a little haughty, but she had endured too many unprovoked cross-currents, so much so that it reduced her to the most humble victim of the killing spree, and he was her only friendly force. With this in mind, a great sense of responsibility wrapped around Yusu, and he pinned the ink pine sword at his waist and gripped the hilt tightly. He softly said to Ji Lingrua, let's go. Then he shouted aloud to the outside, it's coming. It was now daytime, and the misty fog was as white as buttermilk, which made the unusual streets of Izumo City look like a fairyland. The two unnamed cultivators walked in front of the group, while Jolie was at the end of the group at the rear. Yusu and Ji Lingrua also walked at the end of the group. Jolie. Yusu very rarely took the initiative to strike up a conversation. What's wrong? Jolie was also surprised for a moment. City Lord Lu and the others, are they still out of the city? Well, it was just 4 days ago that he left in the afternoon. Both of them fell into a short silence, seemingly mourning the doomed deaths of the 3 members of City Lord Lu's group. Then what are the other cultivators of the water condensation realm in the city? There are 3 patriarchs of the 6 great clans left, 2 patriarchs of the 3 great clans left, and Wang Blacksmith as well as a few aged elders of the Xianxiao sect. Yusu secretly nodded his head. After some consideration on his part, heading to the auspicious cave seemed to have been the best decision at the moment, because the evil warding order that could tell that the senior sister was an evil sneak should have been given to Chi Daodong by City Lord Lu, who disappeared in the western part of the city, and that evil warding order was nowhere to be found. Just now he secretly asked his sister if there were any signs before the evil spirit attacked, and she said there were. Then he only need to bring his sister before the onset of the disease. On the pretext of looking for his mother to temporarily leave the auspicious cave, it will be very difficult to be discovered that she has been hit by the evil. So the biggest threat should be the master's wife who has been controlled by the dream-eating ghost. Yusu, don't be too scared. At least most of the evil spirits we've encountered so far are within manageable limits. Jolie spoke out again to comfort him. He felt that Yusu's concern for these issues of top power was a sign of despair in his heart. He only felt that a blind man would feel helpless in such a situation, and rightfully so. He admired Yusu, so he also felt that it was his duty to protect Yusu. But as soon as his words fell, an abrupt and clear sound of a sword rang out, and Yusu drew his sword and stabbed straight at him, before he could react to what had happened. And while his mind went blank, the sharp sword had already brushed past his ear. A giant spider evil with a dark red body, hanging high up, had been taken by Yusu's sharp hand. Yusu drew the sword back from Jolie's ear and wiped it clean with a handkerchief, faintly reminding, even if you can handle it, you should be careful. End of chapter. Without further ado, the group cautiously made their way through the fog. Jolie also lifted his 12 points of concentration. He had felt that Yusu was much stronger than himself, but after all, he was a blind man, and in this situation where his divine sense could not be unfolded, he was bound to be limited. But he ignored a blind man's sensitivity to other senses such as sound and odor. Up to this point, he thanked him and no longer dared to underestimate Yusu. Not long ago, a few people have traveled to the side of the city lord's mansion. The fog shrouded, can only penetrate the ancient and simple city lord's mansion's vague outline. Who? Someone in the mist shouted loudly, and the sound of knives being drawn and swords being drawn rang out one after another. Jolie then returned. Patriarch Lu. It's me, Jolie. Then the sound of swords being sheathed could be heard, and 6 cultivators who had restrained their faces and screened their breaths stepped out from the mist, and the leader was Liu Yang, who had been entrusted by Lu Muchuan to be the head of a clan in the morning of that day. His temperament had been very different, before or could be considered a Confucian scholar, but now he had turned into a cold-faced patriarch. Did you bring them all back? Liu Yang asked in a cold voice with one hand on his sword. Well, 16 in all. Not bad. You have worked hard these days. Bring them in and give their names to the government servant. Then you will take the brothers to rest for a while and let Liang Hong take your shift. Liu Yang ordered methodically. Jolie nodded and gave a salute before leading the crowd onward. Behind the thick fog was a side door. Jolie instructed the crowd to enter quickly and orderly after opening the door to avoid entering the excess fog, and the crowd complied. After entering the door, there are also cultivators patrolling in the house. Jolie in one of the first greetings, then walked to a flower bed, twisted what organs. In front of the cart pond turned out of thin air, revealing a hole in the ground is not small. He hurriedly commanded the crowd to jump down in turn, after which the cart pond even returned to its own position, blocking the spreading fog. Yusu sighed in his heart. The emergency measures of the city lord's mansion were indeed done in place. The group went down the slope again, and Yusu opened his divine sense, only to feel that this was a giant grotto, in which many people were already sitting densely. A few government servants came forward and asked about the names of each of them, and after counting them, they were taken to a specific area to receive water and food, and finally found an open space to place a group of 16 people down. Jolie also told Yusu his own resting area and then left. When the people saw that there were actually so many people in this auspicious cave, they only felt a lot of solidity in their hearts, and from time to time they ventured their heads, looking for their acquaintances among the piles of people of different sizes. Yusu and Ji Ling Rua then sat in an unnoticed corner snuggling with each other. Yusu saw that Ji Ling Rua was still silent, so he took the initiative to explore the young girl's green jade hand, and naturally held it gently. How's the senior sister? Aha! Ji Ling Rua nodded and leaned a little more towards Yusu. The two of them were speechless, only the tight shoulders skimming 1,000 words. It was now the end of the ugly hour, and the moon was no match for daylight, which made the dark mist all the more ghostly. Every 2 hours, people from the 6 major clans would change shifts in turn and station themselves outside the side gate, becoming the first line of defense for the auspicious cave. And while Liu Yang's white rounds have passed, he hasn't gone to rest. Although he had divided the clan's forces into 2 or 3 teams to take turns in the battlefield like other clans, whenever it was his clan's turn, he would come out to accompany them and lead the way. His grandfather, who is still alive or dead, entrusted him with the position of the clan head before he left, and many people in the clan disagreed with this. He then took matters into his own hands, hoping that he could prove himself with his actions. The night was already so dark that his eyes could barely see anything, except for the extremely clear sound of his breathing and that of the people next to him. And one advantage of the dark night where the eyes could not see was that the dirty things would appear extra clear. These evil spirits in the fog were not the same as the ones he had read about in the books, because the evil spirits he had found in the fog so far basically glowed fluorescently, like monkfish in the deep sea that borrowed light to seduce their prey. He raised his hand and dropped his sword, and a spider evil with a weird green light coming from its abdomen had already died under his sword. Patriarch, the ugly hour has passed. It's time to go and get the Shouxiao sects to come and change shifts, a henchman beside him reminded. Aha! Liu Yang put away his sword and was helpless in his heart. There were very few people who could actively stand here to guard the safety of others. Most of them were forced to do so. I'm afraid that they are all worried about the evil spirits that suddenly attack them while keeping a close eye on the hour, and they can't wait to change. But even though he was immediately rotated, Liu Yang did not let his guard down. He scanned his surroundings alertly, and the sound of a bit of leaf stomping was like a stone falling into a pool of water, shattering the silence. Who? Liu Yang let out a bellowing cry, and the few men around him immediately sheathed their swords. The place where the sound came from couldn't see a bit of light. Liu Yang's heart was suspicious. Could it be that it wasn't an evil spirit? But the patrols that were sent out to search and rescue today had no casualties and had all returned long ago, so how could there be people outside at this point? Lu Yang. It's me, Wu Chang. Lu Yang and Wu Chang are also familiar with each other. This voice he is more than familiar with, when it is really the voice of Wu Chang, and as the distance draws closer, there is also the sound of light footsteps. More than one person. Who else? Wu Ping, and my master. Lu Yang didn't order the crowd to put away their swords. He pinched out a fire trick and immediately lit the torch in his hand. The firelight is bright, only to see 3 people in the fog appeared in the form. Actually is already missing for 4 days long Qi Daodong and Wu Chang Wu Ping, 2 brothers. Wu Chang walked in front, limping, and the rags all over his body could not hide his calm and collected look. Wu Ping, on the other hand, was walking parallel to his brother, looking panicked and still shivering uncontrollably, as if he hadn't yet detached himself from the fear of a close call. Qi Daodong, on the other hand, followed behind the duo, with his disheveled white hair covering a small portion of his face, and his shredded robes stained with blood. He had obviously experienced a lot of vicious battles along the way. The crowd was overjoyed to see these 3 people. After all, Qi Daodong was the top combatant in the city, and his return after a long absence was like a shot in the arm, surely reassuring everyone. It's really Patriarch Qi. The guards at the door were a little excited. Qi Daodong, however, was silent, as if he hadn't heard it at all. Wu Chang saw that Lu Yan was still holding his sword and said weakly, "Master has been exhausted from cutting down countless evils along the way. Please ask Patriarch Lu to let me go. I'm in a hurry to take Master to heal his wounds." Those few escorting disciples did not dare to be disobedient, so they put away their swords and knives and prepared to get out of the way. When Wu Chang pursed his lips, he turned back to assist Qi Daodong's arm and led Qi Daodong about to walk forward. "Slow down." Lu Yang's voice was like a bell, stopping the trio in their tracks. Wu Chang frowned as he asked back in a cold voice, "What does Patriarch Lu mean by this?" Lu Yang was unmoved. He didn't answer at first but paced in front of Wu Chang, blocking the way. His eyes were sharp as he kept sizing up Patriarch Qi, who was standing behind the 2 brothers, only to feel an indescribable strangeness. That Wu Ping saw him close, shivering even more, constantly using the thin narrow eyes to steal a glance at the righteous Lu Yang, seemingly unable to hold back any longer. He even shrieked out in alarm and rushed straight into the pile of people, his mouth still yelling with his heart torn out. "Help me! This old man is an evil spirit." End of chapter. The one who reacted earlier than the crowd was actually Wu Chang. His previous forced composure had disappeared and he angrily stared at his younger brother, who had already hidden behind the guards, and gritted his teeth. Wu Ping, however, Wu Ping completely ignored his cries, deftly grasping the corner of the person in front of him, looking at Qi Daodong with a horrified expression. It took a few of the guards to react to how appalling what Wu Ping had said was, and they drew their weapons, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. And with the swords of these people, Qi Daodong, who had been wooden before, raised his head, and the pupil light that came out between his white hair was eerie and scarlet, causing everyone to be startled. Lu Yang also instantly set up his sword stance. Qi Daodong's being possessed by an evil spirit was too much of a surprise. He didn't even know if he could block him, and he only hoped that the disciple who had gone to call for a shift change would hurry up and arrive. Wu Chang was so anxious that he hurriedly hugged Qi Daodong and shouted to the crowd, "Don't make a move! Don't make a move! My master has no ill intentions." However, he had not eaten for many days and was already exhausted, so how could he hold Qi Daodong? Qi Daodong directly broke away from Wu Chang's restraints and rushed straight towards Lu Yan, who was the biggest threat in his eyes. Lu Yan was shocked, not expecting this old man to strike so decisively. He hurriedly drove his sword to respond. Qi Daodong was as if he had no sanity, and his moves were not in the least bit organized. Although his body was infinite in energy, there was no trace of the use of Xin Qi. This allowed Lu Yang, who had thought that he would surely die, to regain some confidence. He blocked Qi Daodong's attack with all his might, and the blade of the sword could not stop Qi Daodong's movements even when it cut through his flesh. It was as if Qi Daodong had lost his sense of pain. What surprised Lu Yang even more was that the wounds on Qi Daodong's body that he had cut would naturally heal in a short time. This made it clear to him that the other party had really turned into an evil spirit, and that it was not a good idea to wear it out for a long time. When Wu Chang saw the two fighting, he wanted to rush to help but was stopped by the other 5 guards. At that exact moment, the side door was opened and a few cultivators dressed in the Shouxiao sect came out. An older man was shocked to see the surrounded Wu Chang. "Wu Chang, sovereign!" The elder's attention was immediately drawn to the entangled duo again, and he subconsciously wanted to rush over to help his patriarch's favor. "Elder Qi, don't go over there. That's not Patriarch Qi. That's an evil spirit." When Wu Ping saw his acquaintance, it was as if he had grabbed a life preserver. He immediately ran to Elder Qi's side and tugged on his sleeve. Elder Qi looked at Wu Ping, whose features were distorted, and frowned tightly as he angrily rebuked. Wu Ping, do you know what you're saying? I didn't talk nonsense. If you don't believe me, Elder Qi can see for himself. Wu Ping desperately argued. Wu Cheng looked at his brother with a face of disbelief as he couldn't help but hiss. Wu Ping, do you have a conscience? Wu Ping, on the other hand, was as emotional as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. An evil spirit is an evil spirit. He is no longer a master teacher or brother. You should stop being obsessive. Wu Cheng clenched his fists with both hands. Veins rippled on his arms. He glared at Wu Ping and clenched his teeth, even making a cackling sound. Elder Qi, come help me. Lu Yan was finally unable to resist and shouted for help. Just now, he cast several spells in a row, but could not slow down the evil Qi Daodong. At this time, he could not hold back, but was directly knocked away and hit the wall. The wind blew away some of the mist, and the scarlet eye Qi Daodong was pointing straight at Lu Yang's heart. Master, don't! Wu Cheng hissed hysterically. The guards mistakenly thought that he was going to strike, and their swords bristled as they pressed even tighter. Qi Daodong keenly realized that Wu Cheng was in danger, and even stopped his movements, and his legs violently stomped towards Wu Cheng's side to leap. Elder Qi's face was bloodless, and the white hair of Patriarch Qi, who was leaping in the air, was disheveled and hideous. Elder Qi did not hesitate any longer and directly pinched up his spells to blast at Qi Daodong, who was as evil as a devil. Elder Qi was at the cultivation level of the condensed water realm, and the spells he cast out were naturally quite a bit stronger than Lu Yang's. And Qi Daodong was unsurprisingly intimidated by the skyrocketing flames, and was forced to twist his body to dodge. Stop fighting, Elder Qi. You all put your swords away. Put it away and master won't strike. Wu Cheng shouted anxiously. Brother, are you crazy? Put away your swords and wait for this evil spirit to eat us? Wu Ping immediately retorted, only to remain fearfully hiding behind the people, not daring to look directly into Wu Cheng's eyes. Sovereign, stop fighting. We have something to talk about. Elder Qi advised Qi Daodong while maintaining the pinching motion on his hand just in case, but Qi Daodong pressed to ignore. He whistled fiercely, abruptly lying on the ground on all fours, such as the Wolf King in the fog. Then it rushed over like a ghost, and when Elder Qi saw this, he had to raise all of his mind to deal with it. Lu Yan also regained his breath at this time, as he struggled to squeeze his form out of the hole in the wall, and droned, Go and shout for all the patriarchs. One of the guards got the order and immediately went back to the side door. In the meantime, Elder Qi's grid of the four directions had already taken shape. He was a preceptor elder in the Shouxiao sect, and his attainment of this imprisonment technique was even higher than Qi Daodong, who was the patriarch. Qi Daodong was trapped in the invisible quadrilateral space, crashing his head and bleeding. He looked at Wu Cheng, who was held by the sword, and his eyes were getting redder and redder. This red light even started spreading from the eyes. The whole face and even the blood vessels of the whole body were emitting a bizarre red light. These blood vessels then began to expand, transforming into rippling chunks of thick meat, which caused his entire figure to begin to surge, and he actually tore through the wall of Xian Qi in front of him with his flesh, charging straight towards Elder Qi. Elder Qi was shocked and stunned. The person in front of him was no longer the old patriarch that he admired, but a violent evil spirit. He angrily drew his sword and executed the Shouxiao sword scripture against the no longer sane Qi Daodong. But Qi Daodong's body seems to contain infinite power, cutting through the withered skin and flooding out bright red flesh and blood. Elder Qi's qi-filled sword strokes could not be blocked alone, and was forced to retreat, only to feel that Qi Daodong's stabs and grabs were all powerful and heavy, completely running to kill him. Lu Yang stared at the right time to join the battlefield as he roared. The wind and fire are in harmony, only to see that Qi Daodong's clothing all over his body began to burn. Qi Daodong completely ignored it and continued to tangle with Elder Qi. Rolls of smoke blended with the white mist, and the air even smelled of meat being seared. All the people were shocked at the sight. Only Wu Cheng was in agony. This young and successful genius had never shown such a heart-wrenching expression. He cried out in grief. You guys should stop fighting. Master, stop. Wu Ping, on the other hand, hid behind someone and poked half his head out, smiling grimly and freely, and muttering under his breath. Deserves to die. The evil, ugly thing deserves to die. With a bang, Elder Qi was directly knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. That Qi Daodong was still about to make a move. Lu Yang's sword move had already arrived from the side, but was thrown away by the epileptic Qi Daodong's arm. Qi Daodong directly buried his head and bit on Elder Qi's shoulder, actually biting off one of Elder Qi's right arm alive. Elder Qi let out a miserable cry in pain that resounded through the night sky. Blood was like rain, scattered on everyone's body, and under the firelight. That Qi Daodong tilted his head back and chewed on Elder Qi's arm, like a devouring demon god crawling out of hell. End of chapter. It was late at night. Most people were snuggling up to sleep, and the auspicious cave was silent. Big deal. Patriarch Chi has returned. Several heartbreaking hisses in quick succession exploded suddenly, then echoed longingly over the cavern, violently shattering the silence. The crowd was woken up and looked at each other. Before they could look back, only to see a panicked and disoriented guard, running and stumbling so much that he fell on the ground and ate a mouthful of ash. Yusu has not been sleeping, just closed his eyes to rest his mind. Suddenly heard this, instantly opened his eyes and was shocked. Jiling Ruo was also woken up. She also didn't expect to hear this name again. Her sandalwood mouth opened slightly and she hurriedly hugged Yusu's arm. And in the middle of the field, a robust middle-aged man descended from the sky and landed next to the fallen guard, lifting him up with one hand and speaking angrily. What are you yelling about? Patriarch Chi has returned. Patriarch Chi is back. Then you said something about a big deal. He's not Patriarch Chi. He's an evil spirit. Already fighting with Patriarch Lu outside. Patriarch Bai, go save Patriarch Lu. Patriarch Bai's pupils shrank as he directly threw the guard away with his hand and swept straight towards the cave entrance. At the same time, there were several other patriarchs who also sprinted out, and the rest of the high-status people followed closely behind. The crowd in the cave only then savored what a terrifying sentence this guard had said. The Chi Patriarch, who had the second highest cultivation in the city, had actually incarnated as an evil spirit. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and in an instant, there were quite a few people crying and howling. But soon enough, there were cultivators who managed to come out and control the situation. Yusu frowned. The matter of Chi Daodong being possessed by an evil spirit was too appalling. There was no way he could wait here witheringly. He also stood up and was about to go out, but was pulled back by Jiling Ruo. Elder brother, I'll go too. Yusu nodded as he understood in his heart. Even though Jiling Ruo's best option right now should be to hide here, the two of them experiencing all sorts of things were already inseparable. The two of them then followed behind the cultivators who wanted to go out of the cave and mixed out. Just as soon as they left the cave, Jiling Ruo saw the dazzling flames outside the wide open side door, and outside the hissing and shouting sounds were mixed together. Obviously a vicious battle was going on. Yusu couldn't hold back either, shaking her head to cover her eyes with her loose hair and opening her eyes to look at the battle outside the door. In the middle of the battlefield, the monster that was surrounded by all the patriarchs that was no longer humanoid should be the so-called Chi Daodong who had transformed into an evil. And in his hands, he was also pinching a corpse that had been bloodied, and those familiar with it could vaguely recognize that it was precisely Elder Chi who had been eaten off an arm. Fellow Taoists, he is no longer Patriarch Chi. He is an evil demon. Let's join forces to kill it. Patriarch Bai's eyes showed a fierce light. Just now he was still lucky, but this evil-eyed Chi Daodong had actually strangled Elder Chi alive in front of him, and even spat out the arm bones that had been picked clean from his mouth to his feet. The remaining four patriarchs around them all responded in a positive voice, except for Wu Chang, who was stopped outside the crowd and cried out as hard as he could. Master is not an evil spirit. You guys stop fighting. How he wanted to rush over to protect his master, but he was heavily injured and had been starving and cold for 4 days, so how could he have the strength to break away from the restriction of the swords around him? And he can only watch helplessly as the messy and complicated spells smashed into Chi Daodong's body. That Chi Daodong was like a trapped beast, frantically responding to the unpredictable techniques, and no matter how strong the recovery ability of his weird flesh body was, it gradually could not keep up with the speed of its depletion. Those blood and flesh that had risen abruptly on his body also calmed down a bit, seemingly about to be knocked back to its original form, turning back into that thin white-haired old man again. He also seemed to realize this, and no longer fought with these cultivators to the death. He stared at Wu Chang, who had a face of suffering, and gave a high howl of grief. And the fire that rushed up to the sky suddenly went out, and the battlefield returned to darkness. The person holding the fire reacted promptly and immediately rekindled the fire, only to see Chi Daodong suddenly surge out with amazing speed, having rushed straight towards Wu Chang's side. The patriarchs hurriedly drove their swords and cast spells to try to stop him, but these attacks were already too late to hinder him halfway, and Chi Daodong just desperately tried to rush towards Wu Chang. Those guards surrounding Wu Chang were frightened by the noise and scrambled to get out of the way. Wu Chang looked at the scaly old man in pain, and the corners of his mouth cracked slightly from the excessive force. He seemed to have made up his mind about something, and he also fought to jump towards the pouncing Chi Daodong. The crowd was astonished. All of them thought that Wu Chang would surely die. As a result, the next moment's scene made all of them open their mouths in surprise, and the completely unhinged, bloodthirsty and frenzied Chi Daodong even stopped and hugged Wu Chang, protecting him in his arms. And Chi Daodong's movements didn't stop yet. He looked at Wu Ping, who was cowering in the pile of people again, and madly rushed towards him again. Wu Ping met Chi Daodong's scarlet pupils and his legs trembled as he was about to flee. Don't come over. Don't you come over here. The people around them also scattered in panic. The patriarchs could not let Chi Daodong continue to have his way, and rushed over in unison. When Patriarch Bai swung his sword, Qi Daodong's naked back was marked with a cross-shaped wound, and he was completely knocked back into his old man form. Qi Daodong flew out backwards on the ground and actually tried his best to lift Wu Cheng up to protect him. I don't know what continued to support Qi Daodong, but he actually still had the strength to struggle to stand up. Patriarch Bai was ready to continue striking, but a beautiful woman in the crowd who was crying out in pain exclaimed for him to hesitate. Do not hurt Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng looked at both eyes, and it was his birth mother. The two of them looked at each other, and Wu Cheng was filled with grief. But it was this briefly withdrawing his hand that gave Qi Daodong an opportunity to take advantage of. The red light in his eyes was like a mist, steaming up as if it was in he was burning the last fire of his life. He rushed towards the crowd, grabbing another handful of Wu Ping, who was crying out in terror, and rushed towards the thick fog behind the pile of people. The crowd was unable to react, but only one patriarch pinched out a spell, which was as fast as lightning to catch up with the fleeing Qi Daodong, and solidly bombarded Qi Daodong's back. But this still couldn't bring Qi Daodong down, and he staggered a bit before continuing to fly away. Yu Su holding Ji Lingrua hid in the corner, watching Qi Daodong holding the two people hostage swept past in front of him, and in a flash of lightning actually met Wu Cheng's eyes. Wu Cheng's eyes were extremely complicated, with shock, sorrow, despair, and apology mixed in. Yu Su did not understand the meaning, but his heart was in his throat. As long as Wu Cheng shouted a couple of words before he left, pointing out that he and Ji Lingrua had also been struck by evil, then he would face an even more perilous situation than Wu Cheng. But Wu Cheng turned his eyes away, silently hating the crowd that was illuminated by the firelight as if they were bathed in light, and he himself plunged into the darkness of the night along with Qi Daodong. Yu Su suddenly clenched his fists. The taste in his heart was inexplicable, and he could not help but recall the scene 4 days ago when Qi Daodong led a siege against them because of his sister's evil. At that time, each of them had a cynical face, crowned as if they were the messengers of justice, and did not leave even a little room for explanation to the Yu Su duo. It was then as it is now. Except that this time the people who are seen as evil are the ones who once prided themselves on being righteous. End of chapter. In the dilapidated old mansion, only the faint moonlight shone through the mist on the scaly and dying old man. A teenager with a cloudy face clutched the old man's hand and sobbed with grief. On one side, there was also a short and skinny teenager who was indifferent to the scene of master and disciple. Instead, he had a resentful face as he cursed while shedding tears. Damn you old thing. Old me obviously went back. Why did you have to take me away too? Wu Ping, you shut up. Do you have a conscience or not? Wu Cheng looked at Wu Ping angrily. He was not considered harsh to his younger brother in the past, but this time he was truly moved to anger. Brother, what conscience do you need to talk to an evil spirit? As soon as Wu Ping's words fell, a slap sound suddenly rang out, and Wu Cheng's fierce slap directly slapped Wu Ping, staggering in place. Wu Cheng gasped for air, his voice squeezing out from between his teeth. If it wasn't for Master Teacher protecting us with his life, we would have been killed by that senior sister Yu Su long ago. If it wasn't for Master Teacher feeding on evil to protect us all the time, how could we have survived until today? Wu Ping also stopped his tears. He covered the right side of his burning face and slowly turned his head to look straight at Wu Cheng. His thin narrow eyes were full of ice. Wu Cheng, don't you dare move for me here. You know whether he was trying to save you or me. When I was being chased and beaten by that Yu Su, he could have made a move a long time ago but waited until I was dying to do so. In all these years, has he ever praised me? Can't you see that he has never looked up to me at all? My brother only has you as his dearest disciple. In his eyes, I'm just a piece of trash who worshipped under him only by virtue of his relationship. In his eyes, I'm just a waste of space. I'm just a burden that's dragging you down. He can't wait for me to get lost, do you understand? Wu Ping hysterically told the injustice in his heart for so many years, while Wu Cheng, as if reacquainting himself with this somewhat foolish and arrogant, but obedient to his own words, looked at Wu Ping in a daze, his eyes full of disappointment. If Master doesn't treat you as his disciple, why have you survived until now? Why did he lose his sanity when he was poisoned by the evil spirits, but still wanted to protect you from being eaten by those evil spirits that came out? And why, after you betrayed him and told others that he was an evil spirit, did he still fight to the death to take you away? That was because he felt that the place just now was dangerous. His master was being corrupted by an evil spirit, and he had supported himself until now with the sole thought of bringing his disciple out of danger. If it wasn't for saving you, he wouldn't have suffered that fatal blow. Do you understand? I don't understand. Wu Ping glared angrily. The indignation in his eyes seemed to be spewing out. He chewed through his gums and blood and said, I only know that Lao Zi is obviously already safe. It is this old undead monster who had to drag me back. If he didn't want to mess with the Yu Su, why would we be here? Time and time again. He's the one who put me in this situation. I still have to talk to him about my conscience. Wu Cheng suddenly laughed ruefully, like his heart was dying. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. Master only wanted you to suffer more setbacks and be able to advance a little bit, but you misunderstood it to this extent. Wu Ping sneered. You don't give me the crown to say these words. You don't even understand the aggravation I've suffered. Wu Cheng closed his eyes tightly and a few more tears fell. He shook his head and was about to defend his master a few more times when the dying Qi Daodong suddenly trembled twice and whimpered something from his mouth. Wu Chang was busy holding Qi Daodong's hand tightly and said with concern, Master, don't talk. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Qi Daodong slowly opened his eyes. The red light in his pupils has dissipated and disappeared, and he can only see the muddy twilight in the eyes of a dying old man. The knots in his throat rolled, and a few weak words and sounds crawled out of his mouth like stiff worms. Yes. For the master. I'm sorry. You guys. The words just fell. He, like a flashback, actually gave birth to a nameless energy and finger as a sword. Stabbed straight into his heart. No. Wu Cheng hissed, but it was to no avail. Qi Daodong had already necked out and was completely motionless. A rotting, blood-colored octopus revealed itself in front of his heart, not moving for a moment before it began to decay. This Qi patriarch, who originally had a bright future and was spirited, accepted the power of the evil sneak at the time of his serious injury and used it to protect two of his disciples for 4 days before personally understanding the evil sneak in his body, and ultimately died without resting in peace. Wu Cheng's voice was in tears, and his miserable cries seemed like they were going to pierce through the clouds and crack the rocks. Wu Ping was cold and unmoved, and his mouth was vicious. Asterisk 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 say die. Come on, you give me a chance to come back to life. You brought me here. You have to send me back to die again. He jumped to his feet in anger and hatred. Suddenly, as if he had glimpsed something, so frightened that he paralyzed and leaned directly against the wall behind him, his mouth still shivering, and said, Brother, what is this? What is this thing? Wu Cheng had already cried into a tearful man, and was only reminded by Wu Ping to raise his head before realizing that he was surrounded by 8 giant tentacles that covered the sky. Following the tentacles to the end of their confluence was a flowing vortex of flesh and blood, and the most eye-catching part of the vortex, mixed with the mists, were the 2 unnameable and bizarre points of light in the center. It wasn't that the 2 forgot to run away, but they gave up on the impractical idea. 2 tentacles wrapped around each of them and lifted them high in the air. 2 identical voices sounded in the duo's heads at the same time. Only one can survive, and in exchange, he needs to do something for me. This mysterious evil spirit had seen the death of both of them as a foregone conclusion, and mercifully bestowed a chance to live on one of them. The 2 brothers looked at each other. The darkness could not see their respective expressions. Only each different eyes collided together. An hour later, Wu Cheng dragged his severely injured left leg to walk in the mist and night. His look was numb and he had dried up all his tears. Bright moonlight. A saintly woman with a white dress that won the snow used her sword to support her body, and the corner of her mouth actually spilled blood when she couldn't hold back. Opposite he shout on was a serpentine beauty dressed in revealing clothes and covered in bizarre tattoos, who also wiped away the blood that had already dried up a bit at the corners of her mouth and said in a seductive voice, Venerable Lotus Sword. Cultivation is not a man. You lost it for 8 years, and once you pick it up, do you still think it will be as close to you as before? The current you can kill my senior brother, but you can't kill me. If you continue to forcefully transport air like this, maybe your spiritual platform will immediately shatter with a bang. Oh, He Shutong's eyes were resolute. This female evil cultivator wasn't wrong. Her body and the Shin Qi that had suddenly surged out of her spiritual platform had not yet worn as well as it should have, and coupled with 2 days of violent battles in a row, she was already on the verge of collapsing, but she had reasons why she had to enter the mists ahead, and she would never allow herself to stop there. With this in mind, she was about to overdraw herself to make another move of the Lotus Life Sword technique, but suddenly sensed something and turned her head to look at the moon hanging high behind her. A fairy stood in the air in front of the moon, her white dress dancing with the wind, like a moon god descending from the 9 heavens. The person who came was none other than the Xian Shao sect's new generation of heavenly pride leader, the only true heir to the Lotus Sword Venerable, and the Wangshu fairy that He Shuetong said couldn't be outmatched by 100 Guyaos when it came to facing evil spirits. A jade rabbit mask covered her true face, and her cool voice came out quietly. Master, thank you all for your monthly votes, bounties, and of course, catch-up reading comments favoriting recommendation votes. The author is new. Productivity is low. Daily output of 4K is already the best effort. On the shelves should be the time of the annual vacation. We'll try to more. End of chapter. Yusu, tell me what's going on. When Lu Nongwu saw that Yusu had returned, he came up and inquired with concern. The rest of the people were also like him, all listening with their ears perked up. Yusu led Jiling Rua to sit back down and just said lightly, Uncle Lu, what can I know as a blind man? If there's really something going on, they'll talk. Lu Nungwu see his attitude. No must be some can't just talk about things. Then also no longer ask more questions. And began in the sight of the person to talk to the ear up. Even though they didn't know the details, the phrase patriarchy is an evil spirit was enough for the people to speculate for a night. Senior brother. It's so scary, Jilingrua said in a small voice as her heart palpitated. So the evil spirit that patriarchy turned into was scary? Yusu held Jilingrua's soft razor, his thumb rubbing on the back of the young girl's smooth hand, like caressing a piece of good warm fat jade. Yusu secretly smiled. By now, holding his senior sister's hand had become a light matter. Jilingrua, on the other hand, used some force and squeezed Yusu's fingers. It is a bit, but that's not what I'm afraid of. What is that fear? I was afraid that one day I would be like that. Yusu paused for a moment before speaking firmly. No, even if that day comes, elder brother will wake you up. Jilingrua's eyes slightly stagnated, raised her eyes to Yusu, and said again in a very low voice, if it's to save elder brother from becoming like that, I'm willing. After that, if I never wake up again, I only hope that senior brother. Yusu pursed his lips tightly. He could vaguely guess what the young girl would say, but he was afraid of the words that the young girl hesitated to say in her mouth, so he hesitated to make a comment. Jilingrua naturally leaned her head on Yusu's shoulder and continued, I only hope that senior brother will kill me with his own hands. Yusu's heart suddenly missed a beat. He held Jilingrua's hand unconsciously used more force, pinching the young girl's hand to a raw pain. Jilingrua grunted. It hurts. It was only then that Yusu reacted and busily rubbed it for Jilingrua. Sister sorry. Jilingrua, however, suddenly smiled like a flower. The corners of her eyes curved, like the bright sinusoidal moon in the night sky. She pressed down on Yusu's fidgety hand, and her tone was rare and solemn. Elder brother promised me. Yusu was stunned, then nodded lightly. Aha, the agreement has been made. Jilingrua also no longer speak. The two silent snuggling together, like the heart is also close to a piece. Yusu opened his eyes. The cobwebs on the beams of the room were still there, and the spider that had been so long absent finally appeared, while the flying insects trapped in the cobwebs shivered, unable to break free. Yusu was a little strange. This should be his dream, but the details of this dream were a little too rich. Even an insignificant beam corner was covered with real cobwebs. Yusu couldn't figure it out. Not to mention that he didn't know how he had gotten himself into this place again for no reason. According to the situation outside, he shouldn't have slacked off until he fell asleep. He rolled up, but was surprised to find that the monster senior sister, who had closed her door the previous 2 times, was standing on her end right next to his bed, just as before. Senior sister, you were able to come out? Yusu was a bit surprised. Aha! The monster sister inclined her head and nodded slightly. So you're okay? The monster sister didn't say anything, just shook her head. Yusu's joy temporarily receded, and he was somewhat ashamed. I thought the fact that senior sister was able to walk out of the room was a sign that it was better. Yusu had already tried to avoid talking about the things that the monster sister had said to him outside, guessing that Jilingrua shouldn't be sure that she was missing a share of her consciousness just yet. It does get more comfortable when you don't go out and slumber alone. Then why don't you go back and rest? Trying to hold back from seeing you is impossible, isn't it? The monster master's mouthpiece swirled slightly, and her body began to secrete those familiar fluids again. Yusu couldn't help but think back to the day when the monster senior sister confessed to him. That sentence, let me hide from senior brother forever. How can that be possible? Made his heart ache. Regardless of form, regardless of priority, the two consciousnesses were his most cherished senior sisters, and he stood up and brutally embraced the huge lump of sticky flesh in front of him. Under the embrace, his 2 hands couldn't even touch each other. The Tai Sui version of Jilingrua was obviously startled, and his 6 fish eyes rounded out, revealing a large amount of ghastly eye whites. She was a little incredulous and a little terrified, her mouth apparatus slightly open. For a while, surprisingly, she did not know what action she should do. Just let the other party hold. But such warmth only for a moment. Yusu still have some questions to ask but not able to ask. The world in front of him began to change, and then fell into the boundless darkness. The Tai Sui version of Jilingrua was stunned in place, helplessly watching as Yusu was sucked into a black vortex, and then the vortex disappeared as well, leaving her alone in the empty room again. She hung her head in mourning, like a withered tree. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, not originating from a certain direction, but directly resounding in every corner within this space. What are you doing out here if you're not hiding in your room? This voice was angry and impatient, full of harshness. One didn't need to listen carefully to realize that this voice was actually identical to Jilingrua's. The Tai Sui version of Jilingrua looked like she realized that she had done something heavily wrong. She hung her head and somewhat blamed herself. I just wanted to come out and see him. What's the use of thinking? Do you deserve to see it? I am the one who is his senior sister. Ah, what makes me unworthy to watch? The Taiyang version of Ji Lingrua thought of this, and her tone firmed up a bit. Have you never looked in a mirror and seen what you look like now? I've warned you that this is senior brother's dreamland and he can see you. You're so ugly and still want to come out. Do you want to scare him to death? You even tricked him into hugging you. Aren't you disgusting? The Tai Sui version of Ji Lingrua surveyed her body from top to bottom once, and her voice weakened, and even cried a little. But this isn't my body. It's clearly you. Shut up. The voice rudely interrupted the Teiyukai version of Ji Lingrua's words and roared hysterically again. This is not me. This is you now. The Taiyu version of Ji Lingrua was silent, but the voice was aggressive. I'm warning you. You're the one who took the initiative to accept my power. You trash who can only stand by and watch your senior brother being bullied. Just hide here properly. Don't presume to think of any devious thoughts. After senior brother falls into this layer of the dream realm, you stay honestly in your room and don't come out. And don't say a word. I will naturally send elder brother out. The Tai Sui version of Ji Lingrua couldn't help but think back to that day. She was struggling on the edge of unconsciousness, feeling the monstrous murderous aura of all the people around her towards Yusu, but she couldn't do anything about it. A voice in her heart suddenly asked her, do you want to save your senior brother? If you want to, close your eyes completely. Without the slightest hesitation, she did as she was told. End of chapter. After that, her consciousness appeared here, and according to the voice, it was deep within Yusu's mind. She was grateful that she was able to help Yusu and get him out of harm's way, albeit not by her control of her own body. It happened, and when she tried to return to her body in anticipation, the voice told her that the power came at a cost, and that it wasn't that simple to get it back, that it would require this body to do something, and that it could only be exchanged back when it was done. Besides, it was too chaotic out there right now, and Yusu was far from being truly safe and still needed its protection. She didn't agree at first, and stubbornly tried to reclaim her body, only to be plunged into excruciating pain. The voice warned her that doing so again might not only cause her consciousness to disappear, but it might also completely evilize her, causing great trouble for Yusu. More than that, it told her a horrible truth that Yusu was also hit by the evil and it lied to Yusu, so in Yusu's view it was also his senior sister. And it threatened, if you don't want Yusu to be completely reduced to an evil spirit as well, then obediently listen to its words. Ji Lingrua had no choice but to agree, and as the voice demanded, he desperately tried to hide the fact that he wasn't himself anymore in order to not confuse Yusu's perceptions. That's why every time Yusu accidentally fell asleep and fell into this layer of consciousness space, she hid in her room and tried her best to not say a word. She didn't want Yusu to see her in this disgusting state, and even more so, she didn't want Yusu to recognize her. Because she was in Yusu's deep consciousness space, Ji Lingrua could also feel what Yusu felt. She painfully realized that the original owner of this ugly flesh was using her own voice, her own body, and had no qualms about being intimate with Yusu. It was contentedly enjoying the unreserved affection of Yusu that her identity as a senior sister carried. They laughed, held hands, and embraced each other, while she could only look at herself in the mirror, which had turned into a pile of disgusting meat and was all alone, and listen to those strong words of love coming from the air, imagining that her senior brother was speaking to her. This strange, twisted feeling confused her so much that she couldn't tell if she was loved or betrayed. She couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative to walk out of the room to sit on the edge of Yusu's bed. But Yusu's performance just now surprised her and made her heart about to melt. So as long as it's me, you're willing to embrace me even if I look like this, right? Ji Lingrua raised her head and asked at the sky. Can everything really go back to the way it was after you've accomplished what you're trying to do? The voice sounded again. But it wasn't answering her, and it became sweet. Elder brother, you're awake? Elder brother, you're awake? Well, Yusu rubbed his head and blinked hard twice. After confirming that he was awake, Yusu said somewhat apologetically, Senior sister, sorry, I shouldn't have fallen asleep. What are you apologizing for? If you're tired, you should sleep. You're asleep but I'm still awake. Ji Lingrua smiled coquettishly. Warmth flowed through Yusu's heart as he asked again, what time is it? Just after the hour. A somewhat familiar voice came swiftly, taking the lead in answering the question. Yusu slightly perceived that it was actually Jolie. Jolie was holding a huge oiled paper bag in his hand, and as he walked, he pulled out 6 pieces of dry biscuits from it before handing it to Yusu and explaining, every day, breakfast will be given out at the hour, lunch at the hour of noon, and dinner at the hour of 5. If you need to drink water, you have to fetch it yourself from the water tank on the east side of the auspicious cave, but there is a daily limit. While Yusu was annoyed that he didn't unfold his divine sense the first time he woke up from his sleep, and actually let someone walk so close before realizing it, he took the dry cake and said, thanks a lot. Jolie smiled, and then consciously took 2 steps back, pulling a little distance from this pair of siblings. Everyone else has 4 pieces, and since you're a cultivator who eats a lot, I gave you 2 extra pieces, so don't get caught. Yusu sniffed and collected the pie as well, and thanked him once more. Something like distributing food also requires you to do it yourself? Yusu asked in disbelief. A power like a cultivator's should be put in a more pressing place. Indeed, there is no need for me. I came here specifically to find you. Jolie simply sat on the ground as well. Yusu's sword brows frowned slightly. What is it that you are looking for me for? You went out last night as well. I'm sure you know about Patriarch Qi's battle with the rest of the patriarchs when he was struck by evil, and finally escaped with Wu Chang and Wu Ping when he was defeated. Aha! As it turned out, Wu Sung came back in the early hours of this morning. Wu Chang is back? Yusu's heart lifted again. Well, but he was the only one, and Patriarch Qi and Wu Ping never appeared again. According to him, it's dead. Then where is Wu Chang now? It's lying in the Wu family's part of the cave. He crawled into the neighborhood by himself, so Patriarch Bai, who was out on patrol, rescued him in, and he passed out after a brief explanation of some things. Yusu was silent for a moment. He couldn't understand why Wu Chang, who was obviously that close to the evil spirits, could still be put into this auspicious cave to recuperate. I know what you're thinking, but after all, Wu Chang is the most outstanding young man in Izumo City, and the head of the Wu family disappeared to the west of the city earlier in search of him. If Wu Chang dies again, the Wu family will definitely make a scene. Not to mention that Wu Chang is still the only one who knows the truth about Patriarch Qi's journey into evil, so it's only natural to save him. Anyway, even Shi Daodong got possessed and they can handle it. It doesn't matter if Wu Chang has problems. That's what they think, right? Aha. But I think there's still something wrong, so I came to remind you. Jolie got up to leave after saying that. Yusu nodded slightly and solemnly thanked him. Only after Jolie left did Yusu eat the dry cake that was sent to her, and her mind couldn't help but recall the look in Wu Chang's eyes last night before he disappeared. Mother! Wu Chang lay on the of many robes bed made, desperately squeezed out some strength and shouted at the beautiful woman in front of him. The beautiful woman looked at her lost and found son with tears in her eyes and mumbled, "It's good to be awake. If even you, Sung-er, are gone, I really don't know how I'm going to live." Wu Chang buried his head, clenched his fist and pounded the ground, lamenting, "It's my fault for not being able to save my brother." The beautiful woman, on the other hand, painfully held Wu Chang's hand that was pounding the ground. "It's not your fault, Chang-er, don't blame yourself. It's good that you're still alive, and your brother won't blame you." Wu Chang's face stiffened imperceptibly and immediately returned to normal as he continued to sadly say, "Mother, where's father?" When the beautiful woman heard this, she cried out with a wow, and for a moment, she was unable to suppress her emotions and pain. "Your father, he found out that you disappeared to look for you, but also has not yet returned." Ah! The beautiful woman cried miserably, and Wu Chang also inclined his head to hide his expression, only his fists clenched tighter, as if he was hating something. There was a moment of silence like this before Wu Chang spoke out to comfort him. "It's okay, mother, you'll have me with you from now on." The beautiful woman also wiped away her tears and nodded. "Well, fortunately there's still Chang-er." "Fortunately? I'm asking if you think it's better for me to write the hero and heroine interacting, or if you think I'm better at suspense? If it's the former, I'll speed up and end the first volume. If it's the latter, I'll put more thought into it." End of chapter. The crisis outside of the auspicious cave was full of danger, but it did not allow the people inside the auspicious cave to be completely quiet, and many of them were exchanging words. Occasionally, some cultivators led in some more discreet people, and managed to cause quite a commotion. In the end, these were ordinary people, and verbal conversation was the best way for them to comfort each other. Most of them, in fact, hadn't even seen the terror of the evil spirits with their own eyes before they were obediently brought here by the cultivators to hide. In their minds, this is far from being a desperate situation, and they even got lucky thinking that this is nothing more than the same as natural disasters such as earthquakes and floods, and that it would be fine to hide here and wait for the disaster to pass. So much so that in many piles of people, there were people quietly using the food they had saved up as bets and guessing at punches. The managing monks also acquiesced to relaxing behaviors like this. After all, what goes around comes around, and there was no benefit to suppressing the people's emotions. What's more, an old man in a long shirt, holding a folding fan, even whispered a book. The location is not far away, right next to Yusu's pile of people, attracting Lu, Huang and the others as well. As for Yusu and Ji Ling Ruo, as a cultivator with sharp hearing, they don't need to sit that close to hear. The story the old man was telling Yusu was very familiar with. It was the second half of the White Snake Tale that he had completed in collaboration with his senior sister. The old man spoke spitefully. The audience also listened with great interest. Only the more Yusu listened to, the more wrong When did this Su Xian hook up with Xiao Chang? And when did the White Lady become a victim? Ching played the role of the savior in general. From under the Leifeng Tower to save the sister and brother-in-law is right. But how did the ending turn into Ching and brother-in-law double date? Sister can only work hard to bring up the child for them? This emotional scene was raw and bizarre, leaving Yusu confused. He couldn't help but ask Ji Ling Ruo in a whisper. Elder sister, how come the storyteller's telling of the legend of the white snake is so far from what I told you? Ji Ling Ruo had been listening to the story with a mesmerized face, and was stunned when she heard Yusu ask. Yes? I clearly told you that Su Xian and the White Lady were the original couple. How did it turn out for no apparent reason that the brother-in-law and sister-in-law are the ones who truly love each other? Maybe I'm remembering it wrong? Ji Ling Ruo smiled in embarrassment. Yusu thought about it and did not think it strange. Sister brain is not bright. Each story basically only told her once, let her write a book to sell. Well, remember, the wrong addition to the adaptation is also normal. I just didn't expect that this bull ***** plot can also let the bookstore boss praise the sale of good? The spiritual entertainment of the people of the 5 continents is not so barren. The storyteller's folding fan was withdrawn, and he took a heartfelt sip of fresh water, maintaining the dashing posture of a reader, and said aloud, to find out what happens afterward, let's listen to the next chapter. At this time, someone in the crowd laughed. Master Shui, how come what you're telling me is different from what I've read? Could it be that her Master Shui is all about jumping around and reading? Shui Fuzi's old face stiffened, actually flushed red. He forced himself to calm down and said, the old man is a scholar. The desolation of things since cannot enter my eyes. I see only the book of human and demon fall in love. Not you want to hear the lust. Some of the men who had purchased the latest copy of the White Snake to enjoy at the first opportunity understood, and looked at Shui Fuzi with all the flirtation in their eyes, and slandered in their hearts. What are all men pretending? This book, named author of, naturally wrote a story that had twists and turns, and was not shallow. But isn't the real reason for his book's popularity still those colorful bedtime descriptions in the book? Sister worlds no. 1 foot. However, these old readers didn't make trouble with Shui Fuzi anymore. After all, they still had to rely on Shui Fuzi to relieve their boredom by telling books afterward. Yusu raised an eyebrow. He had never read, nor could he read, those books that Ji Ling Ruo had written with his stories, so he didn't know anything about the specific contents of the books. He had always thought that the books he sold should not be far from what he had told, and when he heard Master Shui's explanation, he could not help but wonder why there were any raunchy things in his stories. Even if there were some inappropriate situations for children, they would all be automatically harmonized when he relayed them with his senior sister, just when he wanted to ask Ji Ling Ruo in detail about the reason. At that exact moment, a scream resounded through the cave, attracting the attention of all of them. Yusu looked at her in response to the voice, only to see that a woman's figure actually appeared in the muddy eyes, and a blood-colored octopus-like evil spirit was attached to her head, making her look maniacal and bizarre. Her body rapidly dried up, and in a short time, she was sucked dry by the evil spirit. The people who saw her were obviously not only Yusu, but also all the people in the cave. They were all screaming loudly, and the sound of running footsteps rose and fell, while some people fell down and were trampled under the feet of others, howling in pain. One moment the auspicious cave, which was still regarded as a safe place by everyone, the next moment a creepy evil spirit appeared, and in an instant the auspicious cave was in a state of chaos. Yusu had no choice but to protect Ji Ling Ruo and hide in the corner together. The sudden change had caught him by surprise, and he could only nervously observe the octopus movements. Ji Ling Ruo also frowned slightly as she looked towards the evil spirit. The cultivators reacted extremely quickly and immediately surrounded the evil sneak, and the 2 resident patriarchs also rushed to the scene, leaving the suddenly appearing evil sneak with nowhere to run. In the eyes of Yusu, this evil spirit actually bizarrely becomes several times larger. Hard to resist the power of not bad magic. Yusu frowned tightly. His heart was full of doubts. This auspicious cave was well protected, and the fog inside was so thin that it was almost invisible. So why was this evil spirit able to break away from the fog and appear here? Yusu could only think of one possibility. This evil spirit was not originally from this fog. He twisted his head to look at Ji Ling Ruo again, and a guess flashed like lightning. It was a dream-eating ghost. The Tai Sui as well as the dream-eating ghosts are not the evil spirits born in this fog, and this blood-colored octopus is probably the dream-eating ghost's ghosts. The battle in the field was also getting more and more intense at this time. The strength of this evil spirit was different from those low-level evil spirits hidden in the fog, and it actually fought with the 2 patriarchs back and forth. Abruptly, the people fleeing in all directions burst into a few hoarse screams, only to see 2 groups of surging crowds and then separately scurried out an evil spirit exactly the same as the bloody octopus just now. The fleeing crowd folded and fled again like waves bouncing off a reef. These evil spirits are like beasts that choose to devour people. Cultivators are swallowed by their siphons, and the people are casually flung to their deaths. The auspicious cave, which existed like a base camp for the people of Izumo City, had been invaded by evil spirits without their knowledge, turning it into a hellish scene. Not right. It's not godless. Yusu suddenly gripped Ji Ling Ruo's hand, and he thought with annoyance in his heart that they had followed Wu Chang and Brightly. Just the fact that these foolish cultivators had defeated Chi Daodong, who was unbeatable in their eyes, allowed them to belittle the risk that Wu Chang could pose. Just then, someone shouted in surprise, "The cave door is open. Run!" End of chapter. At the man's command, the crowd surged toward the cave entrance like a tidal wave. The people fleeing inside wanted to go out, and the rescuing monks outside wanted to come in. There was a caracal evil spirit chasing them inside, and a weird fog filling the air outside. Chaos and despair are like the unquenchable fire of hell, burning the souls of everyone's feet and hearts. Yusu knew that this place could no longer be stayed, so he grabbed Ji Ling Ruo's hand tightly and mixed into the crowd, ready to leave this place. The crowd of people, however, made it difficult for them to move. Yusu simply picked up Ji Ling Ruo directly from the waist and pressed her tightly against his body, performing the Rui Royal Wind art to move around in the sea of people. Yusu, who was in a hurry to escape, suddenly heard someone shouting his name, but everything around him was too chaotic, and he couldn't find the source of the voice even though he was holding his breath. He simply stopped paying attention and continued to rush towards the cave entrance. Yusu. This voice sounded again, making Yusu's heart irritated. He carefully recalled Huron realized that this was Wu Chang's voice. In a trance, in the sea of consciousness of Yusu, the figure of a person in the continuous flow of the tide of people more and more clear. He stood in place and did not move. Then Yusu also stopped to look at the direction where he was. Wu Chang watched as Yusu finally noticed him and smiled at Yusu from afar. His smile reckless and confident, as if he had seen a prey that could not escape. Yusu couldn't see the other party's eyes, but he also felt a vicious chill. He didn't stay any longer and pulled his legs to run. Wu Chang, on the other hand, is in hot pursuit, and the two of them stage a fierce chase across the crowd. Yusu's stance was excellent, and soon reached the entrance of the cave ahead of the others. Bustling crowd of people also want to drill out. The entire cave entrance is completely blocked. Elder brother, what should we do? Ji Ling Ruo in her arms is also a little anxious. She also guessed that the senior mother is probably the cause of all this. Once caught by it, her consequences are unimaginable. Yusu did not answer her, only to hold her more tightly. At this time there is a half body out of the whole people did not stand firm, actually fell down and smashed a piece of the later. Yusu did not have time to save people, judging the time to leap up. Vertical leap out of the hole. In a way, it can be said that the blind escapees are no different from zombies, who just selfishly want to live themselves, and have no pity for the strangers who are trampled underfoot due to the crowding, and just trample on their bodies to refill the holes again. There were already quite a few people standing outside the auspicious cave, and there were also anxious cultivators tidying up the scene, while more cultivators chose to take a detour and enter the auspicious cave to help out from a small path that was reserved for emergency use. Yusu buried his head and blended into the crowd. His mood could not be calmed for a long time, but it was not Wu Chang that made him worry, but that dream eater who did not know where to hide to manipulate the mystery. A few more people struggled to squeeze out of the hole. They were like drowning people breathing fresh air. More greedily braced themselves to climb out completely, but suddenly it was like a female ghost under the water held their ankles, and they were dragged down hard. The entire cave entrance was suddenly empty, and a handsome young man jumped out dashingly with one hand on the ground. "Senior brother Wu, are your legs healed?" a cultivator asked tremblingly. "There are no more serious injuries." Wu Chang froze for a moment, then patted the man's shoulder and said warmly, "I remember that you were the one who followed Patriarch Bai to discover me in the morning. Thanks to you, that cultivator's identity is low, is only an outer disciple of the Xian Shao sect." At this time by the usual high and mighty Wu Chang thanked, the heart of a sense of pride, cannot help but say, "I should. Senior Wu. Well, I'll go find Patriarch Bai to report the situation." After Wu Chang's words, he scanned the crowd around him. He licked the corners of his mouth to look at the open side door, and was about to take a step when he heard the cultivator muttering in a low voice from his mouth. "Luckily, the one who lives is senior brother Wu Chang." As soon as the cultivator's words fell, he was surprised to find that Wu Chang had actually folded back and placed his hands on his shoulders to stare at him, and the cultivator was obviously taken aback as well, saying, What's wrong, Senior Wu?" That cultivator looked at Wu Chang's gloomy smile and thought, how can a person with such a good-looking skin also smile so ugly? As a token of appreciation, a gift. Wu Chang patted his shoulder again as if he was treating him, then rushed out towards the side door and hid into the mist. The cultivator was stunned in place. Before he could understand what the gift Wu Chang was talking about, he heard some people around him looking at him with a shriek, and the next second a bloody octopus reached out its tentacles from his 7 orifices and sucked him into a human trunk. Elder brother, where are we going to hide? Jilingrua had been released and was walking through the mist hand in hand with Yusu, surrounded by an alley. The outline of the short walls on both sides could be seen under the fog. The two of them had taken advantage of the chaos and slipped out of the city lord's mansion, and by now they had already run out a short distance. Yusu stopped abruptly and was bumped into by Jilingrua, who couldn't react. We're not hiding. Yusu helped Jilingrua back up, his tone cold. We're waiting to kill someone. Jilingrua's beautiful eyes roundly stared, and she quickly reacted to who Yusu was referring to. At that exact moment, the sound of light footsteps rang out. Jilingrua hurriedly left in front of Yusu and turned her head to look at the entrance of the alley where the footsteps were coming from. Why don't you run away? Yusu, I haven't had the pleasure of chasing you yet. Wu Cheng's upright figure gradually emerged in the mist, his face serene, like an old friend who had come to exchange pleasantries. You've been possessed. Yusu protected Jilingrua behind him, and the Emosong sword was already sheathed, holding it in his hand as it chimed softly. Aren't you guys? Wu Sung shrugged as if wondering what all the fuss was about. Your brother will dishonor you. Yusu sank down, his eyes like ink. Wu Cheng's face stiffened imperceptibly. What are you talking about? I only have a younger brother, no older brother. There's no need to pretend. Wu Ping, the stench of someone like you is better recognized than an evil spirit. When Wu Chang sniffed, he hurriedly pulled up his chest and put it in front of his nose to sniff vigorously. He frowned slightly. How could he smell any foul odor? When Yusu saw him move, he couldn't help but snort out a laugh, which also made Wu Chang's cold face. Hostility suddenly appeared. You don't think that the stench I'm talking about is simply a bad odor, do you? Wu Ping, you can't hide your ugliness with even the best skin. Wu Chang slightly raised his head and coldly looked at Yusu. My mother didn't even see it. How did you see it? How could your brother, who was so protective of your master last night, abandon him and lick his way here like you did? Wu Chang laughed in anger as he said in a relaxed tone. Is it wrong to want to live? All of you are telling me that I'm lucky it's Wu Chang who's living, as if everyone is defaulting to the idea that I should die out there. I didn't realize that even my mother was like that, so I sent her to meet her only son. Yusu tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and couldn't help but think of the first woman who was drained by that evil spirit just now. Only I am thankful that it is you who is lucky to be alive. Wu Pin, because only by living can I get back at you who only judge by appearances asterisk 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 asterisk. If you really feel that way, why do you need your brother's body? Wu Chang sneered with a frank expression. What are you talking about? I ate his flesh and it grew on me. How can it be considered his body? End of chapter. Last night, only one can survive. And in exchange, he needs to do something for me. As soon as this voice fell in the hearts of the two of them, Wu Chang immediately stopped his tears as he shouted to Wu Ping in a proper voice. Wu Ping, don't believe him. But Wu Ping looked like he was mute, and no sound came out. Wu Ping, Wu Chang eagerly called out his brother's name again. Brother, I don't want to die. You come to your senses. Even if you die, you can't be his puppet. Wu Chang was so emotional that the veins on his neck bulged out, and he almost roared out these words with all his strength, hoping to wake up this stupid brother. Just then, the tentacle let go and dropped them, and the two fell to the ground with a painful cry as the voice once again sounded simultaneously in both of their minds. Decide as soon as possible. I only need one. Then the 8 tentacles were like prisons, surrounding the two within a small space. Wu Chang looked at these dull red liquid lights on his tentacles. His heart was already in despair. Even when he was at his full strength, he could only feel his weakness when facing this evil spirit. The only two paths before him seemed to be death or becoming his puppet. Wu Chang's expression suddenly became unusually determined. This evil spirit was like a deity on high, treating their lives as if they were his belongings and blackmailing them with what was their own. But how could he possibly do what he wanted? People and evil were incompatible. And he, Wu Chang, was an innate Taoist body that was hard to come by in 100 years. A figure that would surely stand at the apex of the righteous path in the future. Although he had done some wrong things, he would never cater to evil spirits in order to stay alive. To his credit, his brothers shared his sense of right and wrong. Brother, let's not listen to him. He is beguiling us. We'll die together. Definitely can't be his accomplices. The night was deep and misty. Wu Chang could not see Wu Ping's expression. He was relieved in his heart. This is the second son of the Wu family. This is his Wu Chang's brother. He nodded. Aha! Brother, if there's an afterlife, I'll still be your brother. Wu Ping's voice choked, and under the fluorescent light of the tentacles, a thin silhouette raised his sword backhandedly and stabbed into his own chest without stopping, collapsing completely with a few convulsions. Blood splattered on Wu Chang's face. He felt the temperature of his brother's blood, and countless memories of growing up with Wu Ping surfaced. He suffered from the favoritism of his parents and elders. He then equalized them into an elder brother's favoritism for his younger brother. He became famous at a young age. His friends were all flattering. In his eyes, only sincere affection is eternal. Without any further hesitation, Wu Cheng condensed the last bit of Xian Qi into an ice cone and stabbed into his heart. The gushing blood was like a flower, which was in turn condensed by the extreme cold from the ice cone, turning it into a poignant work of art. But the dream-eating ghost's tentacles did not retract resentfully due to the duo's self-death. It still surrounded the lying-down duo. Wu Ping pulled the sword out of his right chest through the excruciating pain, and with great difficulty he picked himself up and murmured to the dream-eater, "It is I who live. Let me live. I'll do anything you say." A tentacle lifted Wu Cheng's body and threw him in front of Wu Ping. "Your body can't accomplish what I want you to do. You have two choices. Put your consciousness into his body, and when it is done your consciousness will return and you will still be yourself. Or eat him and you become him forever." Wu Ping looked at Wu Cheng's handsome face and made a decision almost immediately. The life he had taken away from his brother, he naturally wanted to take it back again. At this moment, this broken mansion seemed to have become the darkest place in Izumo City. Every time Wu Ping swallowed a mouthful of fresh meat accompanied by dry heaves, his body would change accordingly. The Dream Eater watched all of this indifferently, and from the beginning to the end, he had never used any of the Dreamland Genius abilities. Yusu's hands were trembling. He did not think that this jumping clown that he had never put on his heart could actually reach such a point. Through the diffuse white fog, Yusu looked at this unimpeded smile that Wu Ping used Wu Cheng's face to reveal, and only felt that it was the same whether or not he was blind, seeing through the fog, but never being able to see through the demons and ghosts in the hearts of people. What exactly does he want you to do for him? Yusu's sword coalesced. It's very simple. It's to create chaos and force you guys out. Luckily, I thought I was going to be asked to go on a killing spree, when it's really a bummer. Wu Ping also drew out his own sword and held it in his hand to examine it, with a self-conscious look. Your words don't make me feel terrible about you, they just make you die. The words have not yet fallen. The ink pine sword has swept away like a wild dragon, and it pierced the space as if trapped in a vacuum. Dense white fog suddenly appeared a column of air. Wu Ping's complexion changed slightly. He transported the air into the sword. Feeling the feedback coming from this sword felt even more grateful. If not for this evil spirit, how could he touch this immortal sword that his father spent a lot of money to cast for his brother? In the next instant, his sword was also like a wild dragon, and the two swords clashed with a deafening pop. Both of them were shocked away by the sword momentum. Yusu was surprised at Wu Ping's sword skills. He had thought that if the cat was swapped for the prince, this Wu Ping, even if he used Wu Cheng's body, his strength would not be stronger than that of Wu Cheng. As a result, this sword that had been stored up for a long time was actually blocked by Wu Ping's life. The mist was also swept away a little by the Xian Qi flowing around the sword. Yusu narrowed his eyes slightly as he understood the source of Wu Ping's power, only to see a blood-colored octopus appear on Wu Ping's body, just like the ones in the auspicious cave before. However, this one was even more scarlet in color and gave off a more dangerous feeling, with each tentacle acting as an outer bone stretching out from Wu Ping's body, tightly connected to him through suction cups. The spirit platform in Yusu's body opened up, and the Xian Qi was running at full speed through his spirit vein, as he began to run wildly with his sword in one hand. This time he no longer pursued speed. Instead, the sword's momentum became stronger after each step, and the bricks of the road under his feet were caved in. His sword was like a rainbow, leaving a clean arc in the white mist. Wu Ping didn't dodge or avoid, and met it straight on. The chi in his sword was pitiful, far from the Mo Song sword, but this evil spirit of the genus of flesh and blood on his body gave him strong physical strength, once again cutting off Yusu's harsh sword light. Yusu, however, was not discouraged. The Yuanyang sword scripture had thousands of variations. There were sword techniques that pursued the power of a single move, and naturally, there were also moves that were as continuous as a wave, especially in the middle of such a narrow alleyway. A wide-open sword technique was not appropriate. Yusu's sword dance was unceasing, and the endless layers of sword strokes transformed into stunning sword light, pouring down on Wu Ping. Wu Ping was unable to catch a move. The tentacle on the back of his left hand was mercilessly chopped off, which caused him to cry out in pain in a high-pitched voice. Wu Ping's pupils turned red and chose to eat Yusu's sword hard, using his body to jam the Mo Song sword before launching out with a palm. This palm came insidious. Yusu avoided it, was shocked by this palm flying back. Heels in the road brick plowed two deep grooves. A young girl in a jacket dress caught Yusu's backward form. The white mist around her body was disorganized and seemed to be shrouded in black mist. End of chapter. Wu Ping stared blankly at Ji Ling Rua with an icy face, and couldn't help but think back to that day, when a hand climbed over the edge of the well. scaring them all like a female ghost that had fallen down the well in the mist. The young girl who had been held in Yusu's arms jumped out, carrying the unconscious Yusu in her hands. She gazed at everyone present with cold eyes and rushed up without a second thought. Everyone's life was like a piece of rice paper that could easily be torn apart under her hands, and the gushing blood dyed the white mist into a red color that could only be found in hell. Only Chi Daodong's desperate escape barely saved the two of them, and at that time, this young girl was surrounded by a black aura like this. This caused Wu Ping to raise all his guard, but to his surprise, before the young girl could strike, Yusu was immediately standing up to kill again. The killing intent in his body was as if it had turned into substance as he stepped and swung his sword once again with a majestic momentum. Wu Ping's pupils tightened like beans. Why did this Yusu always get more and more courageous with such frustration? The might of this sword was even stronger than before. The white mist wrapped around the sword followed the flow of the invisible Xianqi between heaven and earth, making the sword resemble the center of a dragon scroll. Wu Ping then used his best sword from the Shouxiao sword scripture, which was also the only sword he had learned. He was no match for his older brother, who was extremely perceptive, but he had secretly worked hard to hone the only sword he could comprehend, in order to one day make a splash. As it turned out, he did that as well. A sword dipper stretched out and actually blocked all of Yusu's killing intent. Violent waves of chi appeared in the midst of the two, and both sides were once again sent flying back. Wu Ping laughed fiercely. He now changed into Wu Cheng's face, but in his heart he still cognized that he was the ugly and lewd appearance from before. He had hated people like Yusu who possessed exquisite skin since he was a child. At this moment he felt that he was finally going to fulfill his dream and could trample this face of Yusu under his feet. Yusu, is that all you have? Wu Ping's smile became more and more twisted. He paced slowly, calm and relaxed. I thought that you so-called geniuses have something special. In fact, changing bodies, who are all the same well. Yusu licked the blood seeping out of the corners of his mouth. The muscles of his arms that were as rigid as iron seemed to be bursting out of the cuffs. He held his sword in both hands, and the cold light on the sword was glittering. Wu Ping remembered. This was the sword that made Wu Cheng willingly admit defeat. The sword that made even Chi Daodong, who was at the perfection of the water condensation realm, fail to trap him. This time, it was his turn to take the sword. He seemed to be able to hear more than just the hissing of the ink pine sword in Yusu's hand. The sound was also getting higher and higher, as if there were millions of brute bulls crashing straight towards you, getting closer and closer. He didn't understand what sword intent was, and only felt that he was about to die. He desperately recalled how his brother and master had responded. Master relied on an overwhelming cultivation gap. And what about his brother? Right. This body can cast two spells at the same time. His smile twisted at the thought, and as Yusa stepped up, he began a complex chant. Those ancient incantations were spat out from Wu Ping's mouth, and the arcane airs of heaven and earth echoed him. One earth binding technique, one running thunder technique. The two combinations would surely be able to stall this blind man. Snap. The sword light dissipated. The white mist of the entire alley swept away, and Wu Cheng's head and the head of the octopus in the back of his head fell to the ground together with a dull sound. The dark ink intertwined with the bright red blood and flowed to the edge of Yusu's shoe. A waste is a waste after all, even if you get the talent. If it was your brother, these two spells would be able to hold me back for at least a breath. Yusu's whisper was the final verdict on Wu Ping's death. He swabbed his sword and sheathed it, mourning for Wu Cheng in his heart. Ji Lingrua trotted over. The bit of vague black aura had dissipated and she had transformed back into that delicate young girl. Senior, are you okay? Yusu shook his head. Despite killing Wu Ping, he did not let go of his heart in the slightest. At this moment, the Dream Eater ghost hiding in the shadows was the biggest threat. The fact that the Dream Eater ghost had gone to great lengths to force them out meant that it did not want to expose itself in front of so many people either. At this point, Wu Ping was dead and no one knew that Yusu was the murderer, so going back to the Lucky Cave was the most appropriate decision. Let's go back. Yusu held Ji Lingrua's hand again and pulled her to blend into the white mist. Yusu didn't dare to walk too fast. He had to always be on guard against the Dream Eater ghosts that were hiding somewhere. But other than some low-level evil spirits, where were the dream-eating ghosts? It was a good thing but it didn't make sense. Wu Ping had created chaos at this time. Then the Dream Eater should have been peeping around at this time. But why did he hesitate to show up? Yusu was puzzled. Could it be that the Tai Sui on his senior sister was not its target? Or was it that its purpose had been accomplished and it was in no hurry to strike? Doubts have not yet been lifted. The two have touched the outside of the city lord's mansion, and were about to continue to touch in through the side door, but heard someone talking in front of the side door. Unfortunately, the fog was so thick that they could only hear their voices and not see them. Patriarch Lu, you guys are finally back. Just waiting for you. We're the last team out on patrol? Right. Something big has happened in the cave and everyone's been called back on an emergency basis. What the hell happened? 3 terrifying evil spirits have appeared in the cave, or the kind that doesn't need mist. The people inside are in disarray again, and several patriarchs can't exert themselves because of the scene. They're all in a mess. Is that even possible? And how was it finally resolved? It's City Lord Lu. It took the intervention of City Lord Lu to purify those 3 evil spirits, and now, in order to ensure everyone's safety, everyone has been recalled back to the cave. City Lord Lu? Didn't City Lord Lu leave the city with my grandfather in Patriarch Zhou? Then where is my grandfather? Alas, only City Lord Lu came back alive, and it was rumored that the reason they didn't make it out was because there was a mole in the city. That's why City Lord Lu was hiding in the shadows and observing while recuperating from his injuries, and only Patriarch Bai knew about it. What? Lu Yang gritted his teeth. Who is it? Alas, it was not found, but rumor has it that Patriarch Bai has found a formation that can effectively isolate this fog. So it's better to come back first to save your life. There's no time to care about others. The guard who was watching the door added. Not to mention Patriarch Lu, let's quickly go in. If we don't go when that formation opens, we won't be able to enter. No more sound came from the words, only the sound of rustling footsteps and the slamming of a door. Jilin Ruo was obviously a bit anxious as she looked at Yusu, who was stumped in place, and asked in confusion. Senior brother, aren't we going to rush in? Yusu, however, did not answer Jilin Ruo. He leaned against the wall and frowned more and more tightly, as if an electric light flashed through. Countless grass and snake lines were illuminated clearly in his mind. Lord Willow City has a problem. It was clearly the turn of summer and fall, but the fog around them seemed to have turned into the snowy frost of winter, plunging people into a quiet and icy fear. Suddenly a cold wind came from somewhere, blowing away some of the fog around the Yusu duo. A stooped, thin old man stepped out of the mist with a kindly brow. Yusu, why are you out here? End of chapter. As the title suggests, it's on the shelves. It's still the first time a newbie writes a testimonial on the shelf. So let's say something from the heart. When you read this chapter, it should be read with tolerance. And first of all, thank you very much for reading. My favorites have been going up quite a bit, and I've been getting a lot of reviews, but the catch-up reading numbers are just abysmal. It also makes me very sweaty, making it look like I bought the collection but I'm really just gets off work every day to catch up on Little Puffer Who coding. So the recommendations aren't even going anywhere. So why don't I just put it on the shelf earlier? DDL. But this phenomenon also reflects the book's problem, which is that it leaves no desire to follow the book, or not much coolness to speak of. Looking back at these 18W words, the protagonist hasn't even grown much, and doesn't bring much positive emotional value to the reader at this point, so less catch-up reading is inevitable. Throughout these words, it's really more like I'm writing to myself to get high. And there's one episode in particular that proves this point, and that's the part where Gu Yao forces the protagonist to admit her mistake. So what was I thinking when I designed this episode? Probably as a substitute for the perspective of the workers who are new to the workplace. You have a boss accidentally misunderstood you, but cannot admit to face. You are also very chicken thief to comply with it. Lose their own face to protect his face, because you don't think your face as a little rookie is worth much in the first place. And because this boss seems okay to you, you'll definitely get it back to you down the road. It definitely looks like a very good deal. And the reality should feel dark, right? But put it in a novel, that's a completely different story. This not only did not set up a good image of Gu Yao's upright and righteous righteousness, but also did not make the readers feel good. Instead, they felt stifled. After all, no one came to see a realistic plot in a fantasy cultivation fairy. If I had written Gu Yao taking the initiative to admit his mistake, and then the whole audience was shocked at the protagonist's resourcefulness, it would have been much better. Gu Yao's image stood up. The protagonist gained affirmation through the shock of others, and the readers could get a kick out of it. So I'm really a newbie. How can I write like this if I'm experienced? Even if this is written, should be written Gu Yao as a female character can strategy. And gentlemen readers in general, for the wife of a little bit of aggression is certainly willing. After all, we all know, sooner or later she will wear black silk to make up for you back well. In addition to this, there are many raw places. The unveiling of suspense, characterization, etc., etc. You have any suggestions can be mentioned in the comments section. I see that all will be discretionary reference. Shortcomings will certainly be improved. My dear readers, what could be a greater source of pride than to see someone else take your shape? Covering chrysanthemums. The style of the first volume is indeed a bit depressing, but it's also my attempt at writing style, which will change later. If you're looking for that mom, I really can't tell the difference feeling. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, because in my opinion, my protagonist has always been able to tell the difference. It's just that the first few chapters deliberately left it out. I promise, there will be more to come. Thank you to all the readers for their support. including but not limited to catching up, comments, bounties, recommendations, monthly votes, etc. Honestly, I'm flattered that this book is being read at all. Thank you to my editor Ryuci Great. I'm really pure new. Social fear do not dare to water group. Teaching dynamics also look at not carefully. To answer my question should be quite a headache Finally say update. I will write all night tonight. I belong to the person who is not even a chapter of inventory. And code words like a turtle crawling. Every day now hanging head is painful. I've already called in all my sick days for next year tomorrow. So I don't care if I deduct my bonus anymore. Let's try for 10,000 shifts. After all, I'm a pretty mediocre person. So the way to leave a little mark on the world might be to write a book, right? That's why I decided to write a book in the first place when I was hospitalized with appendicitis a while ago. Even though I struggled on the edge of cutting the book many times the time will be tentatively set to update at around 6 p.m. tomorrow. I hope you can support the first order in full order. I really don't want my collection ratio to be too ugly. Profile has a group now, so feel free to come and play. End of chapter. The suddenly appeared Lu City Lord was still amiable, but his voice sounded like a hypnotic Sanskrit sound to Yusu. Yusu only felt that everything was silent, with only the sound of his heartbeat rising and falling. He was just like the first time he met Ling Jinren. A strong sense of uneasiness surged through his heart. There are too many coincidences disgustingly like the resin that adheres between broken mirrors, forcing together lenses that don't fit together. The townspeople respected the 60-year-old dutiful Lord Lu too much, and his image of a good old man was so deeply rooted in people's hearts that no one would doubt a windswept and loving old man. But Yusu is different. Yusu is blind, and his lack of security makes him only willing to trust those around him unconditionally, and he is always skeptical about others. Even though there could be a reasonable explanation for what Lord Lu Cheng did, Yusu just felt diabolical. 3 people together out of the city, only Lu City Lord a person back and do not expose themselves, and in order to find the so-called ghost hiding in the dark, and only the White Patriarch know. And the White Patriarch suddenly took out an array that would block the fog, but at the cost of blocking the exit. If he had a formation, why hadn't he taken it out earlier? There was also the abandoned Pinyin Cave, from which my sister and I did not feel that there was anything wrong with the canals and grottos, and walls were deliberately built on the canals leading to various places, as if they were afraid that someone would run to the Pinyin Cave instead of the Jixiang Cave in the event of a catastrophe. Even if there was really a problem with the peaceful cave, instead of digging a new one underneath the city lord's mansion, why don't we just repair it where it was? Save money and save labor. Uncle Lu said that it was his grandparents' abandoned peace cave. Counting the time is 50 or 60 years ago. It was also during the period of Lord Lu City's ascendancy. Yusu unnaturally glanced back at the ancient and simple city lord's mansion, only to realize that he could even see its vague evil aura in the muddy field of vision, giving him a feeling as if he had returned to the night when he had fought against Ling Jinjin. A chill condensed upward from the center of his feet, and Yusu forced himself to calm down. Is that Lord Ryu? Silly child, have you forgotten my voice? It's not safe outside, so lead your senior sister and quickly follow me into the cave. Jolie can't find you and is on fire. City Lord Lu smiled warmly. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was an old man who cared for his juniors. Into the hole? Mumbled Yusu, a little soulless. What exactly is the purpose for which Lord Willow City must bring everyone together? Divine Enlightenment Exodus. Lord Willow City was definitely aiming for the same thing, and even bolder conjecture took shape in Yusu's mind. Everyone in this entire auspicious cave is a kind of sacrifice. The name is Auspicious Cave, but there is a good chance that it is not. Right. What? You don't want to go? Lord Lu City's expression was stunned, interrupting Yusu's contemplation. His eyes dark. Yusu was also stunned, and suddenly lowered his head and let out a long sigh. Lu City Master do not know. My master's mother, her whereabouts are still unknown. Master before leaving had entrusted me to take care of her. At this time cannot find her. Yusu was really the heart of shame. It is difficult to sit still. Alas, how many more separations of family and friends have occurred in this city? And I'm sure your master's wife wouldn't want you to risk your life to find her. There is no time to lose. Follow me. Saying that, Lu City Lord then greeted twice, turned around on his own and took half a step back. Seeing that Yusu didn't move for half a second, he couldn't help but turn back to look at this dignified and somewhat excessive teenager, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. You still have to be out there looking for her? Yusu didn't say anything, but only nodded to show his determination. Yusu, regardless of whether you can find her or not, after you find her, are you confident that you can live with her out there? Even if we die, the family should die together. The auspicious hole will be inaccessible for a short period of time, and if you don't enter at this time, you will never be able to enter again. Yusu and senior sister, only seek peace of mind. Yusu bowed his head in obeisance. I understand your decision. City Lord Willow nodded. Take care of yourself. Thank you, City Lord Lu. Yusu then wanted to bring Jilingrua to leave this unsettling land. Wait. City Lord Lu suddenly called out to Yusu. Yusu froze slightly, his heart beating violently. There's something else for City Lord Lu? It's not easy to find people. Bring more rations. Lord Lu Cheng took out a piece of jerky wrapped in greaseproof paper from his bosom and weighed it in his hand before tossing it to Yusu. Catch it. Yusu's heart was slightly settled. He thought that Lu City Lord would not let them leave so easily. It seems that Lu City Lord did not see any clues. The dried meat drew a beautiful arc in the air, but due to the fog's certain hindering effect on the divine sense, Yusu had to concentrate on the trajectory of the dried meat in order to prevent it from falling to the ground. But the moment he was about to catch the jerky, even faster than the thrown jerky was a sinister and incomparable air of the finger gang. When Yusu realized it, it was already too late to dodge. He could only tense up his whole body's Shin Chi to defend against the astral body. But how can his temporary reaction be compared to Lu City Lord's long planning? This astral chi easily penetrated through Yusu's defense. Yusu simply can't stop his body shape, and was directly sent flying and smashed on the wall of the City Lord's mansion. Large pieces of shattered walls tumbled down and piled up on Yusu's body seemingly to bury him. Jilingrua rushed to lift the bricks for him, and Yusu also gasped and struggled out. And there was a thumb-wide flesh hole on his right shoulder, and the crimson blood dyed the black shirt thickly. Even this can be dodged. You blind man really has some ability. City Lord Lu paced, idly, like a cat that saw a lame mouse, his face full of victory. Yusu picked himself up and pressed his hand on top of the hilt of his sword. What does City Lord Lu mean by this? It's too dangerous for you to be out there. Your master entrusted me to take care of you. I can't watch you die out there. City Lord Lu frowned. Has City Lord Lu always been this good at telling jokes? Yusu covered the bleeding wound with his hand, his sword brows icy cold. It's not a joke. It's to fulfill an old friend's commission. But my master has never treated the City Lord as a friend. I remember him saying to me that of all the people in this Exodus Cloud City, the only one who should not be trusted is City Lord Lu, an extremely underhanded rat. Lord Lu City's face stiffened, as if he had remembered some bad memories. He stopped his steps and stopped moving forward. His sleeves were blown up by the Shin Chi escaping from his body. He raised his right hand once again. The Shin Chi on his hand coalesced and turned into astral energy, aiming it at Yusu. If it was before, you could go wherever you liked. But so many people died this morning, and the lives of everyone left are extremely important. Izumo City can't afford any more deaths, so as long as you don't die, I will take you back. You must go back. End of chapter. Is it Izumo City that can't handle it, or is it your auspicious cave that can't handle it? Lord Lu City's gaze was staggered. He didn't rush out and suddenly laughed. Yusu, have you always been this smart? It's what you do that's too much of a coincidence. Alas, who blames my suddenly arriving senior brother Gu for being so meticulous that he had to seek the source of that mist? I had to kill him and start the plan ahead of time. Lord Lu Chung laughed and shook his head. Obviously there were enough people before, but as a result, some of them were still killed by the 3 evil spirits that popped up, making it so that now I have to go outside to find people to make up the numbers. I'm not to blame for the number of coincidences. Plans just can't catch up, but it's okay. No one can stop me anymore. City Lord Lu did not exaggerate. He had waited for this day for far too long, and he would never tarnish the fruits of his nearly 100 years of hard work with any falsehoods. He was the sect leader of the Royal Evil Sect, and that damned Divine Mountain Pure Evil operation had almost ruined everything for him. But God also favors him with a disfigured man who saves him and takes him as a servant. His benefactor's knowledge of evil spirits shocked him, and he had never heard so many secrets as someone who had dealt with them for 100 years. As they spent more time together, he gained more and more trust. The Engine's ambitions began to gradually reveal themselves to him, as the Engine told himself that he had once seen the hidden scrolls, which contained the secrets of the ancient past. It was also from the Engine's mouth that he first learned of a way to turn the world upside down. In order to realize his benefactor's ambition, he suffered his benefactor's inhuman transformation of him, scraping off those evil spirits that had almost long ago fused with him in a raw manner, and using several years of carving to completely transform him into a different person, a Xianshao sect's outer cultivator who had gone out to seek a chance to break through the realms of the Xianshao sect, Lu Qingnan. The night before he was about to step into the Xianshao sect to prepare to replace Lu Qingnan, he designed to assassinate his benefactor, because the master of this new world could only be him. He began his performance in the Xianshao sect for close to 40 years, and no one could see that he had changed into a different person. He had finally exchanged his excellent acting skills for the position of the City Lord of Izumo City, the indispensable place of divine revelation recorded in the Book of Hidden Secrets. He took on the role of the City Lord of Izumo City again and began a 60-year-long layout, utilizing almost everything he could. Those who questioned and belittled him never paid any attention because he knew that once he succeeded, he would be looked up to by all living beings in the 5 continents. Allah, the starting point for the birth of all evil spirits. As long as Allah is resurrected and then replaced, he is the absolute new master of the 5 continents. Even the 3 evil gods can only be his slaves. He had already found the location of the divine court, which still hid countless sleeping powerful evil spirits, and he had only awakened one of them in exchange for this city full of fog and evil spirits, which made him doubly excited. Now all he had to do was light the lives of everyone in the auspicious cave on fire tomorrow to add the final spark to his great metamorphosis. And before he could do that, he had to pick up the 2 scanty pieces of firewood in front of him that were attempting to escape. Yusu locked eyes with Lord Lu Chang. Even though his chance to open his eyes today had already been used, it was as if he could also feel Lord Lu Chang's dirty eyes through the mist. He squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. Elder sister, you run first, I'll come find you later. City Lord Lu was also moved by this. You don't really want to fight me, do you? Yusu clenched his teeth and pressed his hand with all his might on top of the hilt of the sword. Seeing his stance, City Lord Lu sneered, and an astral energy condensed from Xianxi once again shot like a flying arrow. Divine sense as well as eyesight could not be relied upon, so Yusu concentrated fully on his ears, and the speed of that finger gang was even faster, but slower than the speed of the sound. Yusu moved his body like a ghost, and the finger dangling with great power even brushed past him, rubbing a bloodstain on his big arm. But this couldn't stop Yusu's movements. The brute-like sword intent reappeared. The majestic power shook apart the misty white fog, and the monstrous killing intent turned into substance. Yusu completely comprehended his own sword intent in the battle with Wu Ping just now, and he couldn't help but remember the original name of the Mo Song sword, which was given to it by his master, called Mo Gun sword. He disliked it too unpleasant, so he changed it to Mo Song sword. But if you have to give a name to this sword intent that is surging now, Yusu thinks that there is no then better name. Mo Gun. The sword ended like a silver bottle breaking, and the white mist around it collapsed. The Lu City Lord in the center of the empty space did not move at all. He gently raised his hand. His sleeve robe rolled down, revealing a dry and thin arm inside. But it was such an arm that lightly dissolved the power of the Mo Song sword. Lu City Lord's 2 pale fingers clamped down on the blade of the sword, like an unshakable mountain. Yusu felt frustrated for the first time. This was the move he was most proud of. All along he had relied on this sword intent to repeatedly gain an advantage and even turn defeat into victory. But at this moment under Lord Lu Chang's hands it was like a mud cow entering the sea. Lu City Lord clamped his sword with one hand and clenched his fist in the air with the other. A xianqi exploded in front of Yusu, directly blowing him up as if he were a bird falling from the air, flying out backwards. Unbeatable. Unconscionable. At 18 years of age, you are undoubtedly a genius. But I have been practicing cultivation for more than 200 years. So how can the gap be bridged by your sword intent? Lu City Lord looked askance at Yusu, who had fallen to the ground, his whole body robes drumming without wind. He was even slowly in the air. White mist enveloped around him, like a true immortal descending. You are not the water condensation realm. You are the feather realm. Yusu struggled to stand up once more, his heart already beating like a drum. There was an essential gap between the feather realm and the water condensation realm. Being able to airborne was crucial both for fighting and retreating. A feather realm could completely and easily deal with the siege of 4 or 5 water condensation realm cultivators, not to mention the spiritual platform realm where the gap was even greater. Otherwise, do you really think that I haven't been able to make an inch of progress in 60 years? City Lord Lu condescended. This is also thanks to my senior brother Gu. Without his pure Xian Qi, how could my cultivation come back so smoothly? Yusu cross-eyebrow angry, but Lu City Lord high above. He even jumped up and swung his sword cannot touch Lu City Lord's corner, which makes Yusu cannot see the hope of victory. There is indeed an unbridgeable gulf between them. Lord Willow City felt the same way. He suddenly felt a lack of interest. Suppressing himself for too long had actually caused him to unconsciously start showing off in front of a spirit platform realm teenager. Come back with me honestly and die a little easier. Yusu spat out a mouthful of blood foam and got up with difficulty. You're not afraid of my master's mother? If your master's mother was in this city, she would have shown herself a long time ago. And if she is outside the city, how many evil spirits are spying in this boundless mist? She can't enter even if she is powerful. That's all there is to say. Let's go. Before the words fell, City Lord Lu clenched his hand in the air, and a large invisible hand enveloped towards Yusu and Ji Ling Ruo. Yusu held his sword with a stern grip and took a step out. Senior sister, you go first. He had asked Ji Ling Ruo to leave first, but she made no move. Did she have to be a dead couple? However, this invisible giant hand was oppressive, just like a titanic pressure. Yusu knew in his heart that he could no longer walk away. His eyes erupted with anger, as if they were going to turn black again. Even so, he still felt that this palm was unstoppable, but he wouldn't give up lightly. His sword shivered with excitement. He couldn't be tied down even if he had to fight to the death. A slender jade hand stopped his form. Jiling Ruo walked up to his body and whispered to him, "Elder brother, remember to wake me up." End of chapter. Around Jiling Ruo's body, she began to emit those vague black auras again, which were extremely disproportionate to this white and pink colored jacket she was wearing. She did nothing but stretch out her palm to connect with the invisible palm in the air. Rolling waves of air erupted under the collision, and the white mist around her continued to roll away. But the single thin young girl was like a lofty and immovable sublime mountain, and her hand didn't even tremble a bit. Just like that, a powerful palm force was forcibly consumed to the point of dissolving into nothingness. Yusu sensed all this. His heart was appalled, and it was as if he could also see the outline of the maiden's circumference in his muddy field of vision, and what he can see without opening his eyes. Only evil spirits. Lord Lu City also looked grave, not expecting that this seemingly most useless senior sister beside Yusu could actually change so much. Moreover, observing the way she received the move, there was no trace of the flow of Xin Qi, which meant that the young girl's physical body was so brutal that she could receive one of his palms without any injury. It was only then that he remembered that Qi Daodong had still brought the evil preventing order to the Yuanyang sword sect only after he had hinted at it. In that case, it seemed that the total annihilation of Qi Daodong's group was most likely not because of Yusu's senior maiden, but because of this young girl. "Senior sister, don't force yourself," Yusu urged with concern, while in his heart, he hated his own weakness, being so powerless in these raging undercurrents. Jiling Ruo didn't turn around. Her green silk was unchecked. Her voice was quiet and firm. "I told you, for the sake of elder brother, I will." Lord Willow City looked down at the two of them, and a divine light blossomed even in his cloudy eyes. Interesting, this young girl's tone was gentle, but the aura emanating from her body was full of hate and hatred. Even though he could tell that the other party was possessed by an evil spirit, Lord Lu searched his memory and could not find any evil spirit with such a clear idea of evil. And what made him even more curious was, how did the young girl endure this evil thought that turned into substance to call herself brother and sister to Yusu? To think you can defeat me based on that alone is delusional. Lord Lu City had complete confidence, and he also had the capital to be so confident. He was an immortal standing in the air, while they were mole crickets that could never leave the ground. But the next second the action of the young girl made him shocked, only to see Jiling Ruo actually leapt up. The green bricks under her feet were crushed. Her bouncing speed was extremely fast, instantly had arrived in front of Lu Cheng Master. The young girl looked like she was stagnating in the air. Her strike was so simple that there were no fancy embellishments, just a simple straight punch. But this straight punch was like a 10,000-pound boulder, as if the air was slightly trembling from the storm of this punch. Lu City Lord immediately returned to his senses, and a pair of pitch-black armor suddenly appeared on his body, on which even flowed a layer of ancient meaning. It was actually an extremely rare technique of transforming armor with Xian Qi. Jiling Ruo's heavy fist struck on top of this armor, only to feel that the armor was impenetrable, as if it would not be broken by brute force at all. The young girl refused to give up. This fist strength stretches unceasingly, will not stop until the evil old man knocked back. The fact that indeed proved effective chat. This Xian air helmet has surfaced silk cracks, but she couldn't fly after all, and the lag time from her previous jump had reached its limit as her body involuntarily descended. Previously, in order to fully transport the air into the armor, Lord Lu City had not been able to free his hands to counterattack, and this time, while Jiling Ruo was down, it was the best time to attack. He suddenly opened his hands, like an eagle spreading its wings, and then he strangled his fingers and recited with a wide-open gesture, and obscure incantations flowed out of his mouth, and the metaphysical air of heaven and earth echoed him. Just see the girl is about to land on the ground suddenly appeared a pool of black mire, and then strong physical quality is not possible without the help of Xian Qi at this moment to turn over. Yusu saved too late. The girl's legs touching the surface of the swamp suddenly soft, directly sunk in. Yusu rushed to his rescue, but the quagmire widened and widened, making it difficult for him to get close. Electricity seemed to flash through his mind, and Yusu actually recognized what kind of spell this was. This was one of the evil arts from those evil texts of Lingjingen, the red bird erosion art. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about the tumultuous issues in his head as he handed over the scabbard and shouted, "Elder sister, grab this." Jiling Ruo also acted according to the order, only that the drag of this scabbard did not allow Jiling Ruo to move the slightest bit. Out of nowhere, Yusu felt that the black outline of the senior sister in his eyes became clearer and clearer, especially the legs that were caught in the mire, which had turned into the huge spread of flesh of the monster sister. It was only in the next instant that the senior sister actually leapt out of the mud puddle by that mess of meat. And Jiling Ruo also began to experience changes all over her body as if she had unlocked the seals of her entire body. Thin tentacles, blood and flesh covered with air holes, 6 flying fish eyes and that spiral mouthpiece. She had completely transformed into the appearance of the monster master's sister. Previously, when they met in their dreams, they didn't feel it, they just thought that she was a weird-looking horrible person. Now that I saw the angry senior sister in reality, it was like seeing a real evil god. Yusu incredulously looked at all this. The senior sister actually in order to protect him evil to this point, which makes him feel doubly self-blame. Lord Willow City looked at the monster that the young girl had turned into with the same disbelief. His eyes first puzzled, then shocked, and then ecstatic. You're actually a Tei-yukai. City Lord Lu did not expect that such a great gift would actually be given to him from the sky. The benefactor had told him, although the Taiyu is divided into evil spirits, but at the same time is also 1,000 years of rare treasures, as the genus of flesh and blood and the most special kind of evil spirits. Even if the mortal ate the Taiyu can be light body ageless, prolonged years of God, even with a brutal body can be more than immortal. More importantly, with other evil spirits need is different. Eat the Taiyu meat will not have any side effects of evil. Unfortunately, it seemed as if Taiyu was living only in the words that his benefactor had spoken to him, and no one knew or saw them. But this time, Lord Lu thought that he would never be mistaken, because he had scrutinized that benefactor's portrait of Tai Sui countless times. That benefactor had once said that the best sacrifice for awakening Allah, as recorded in the hidden scrolls, was the Taiyu. With Teo, what else does he need for a good luck hole? No, he can have both. With this in mind, the greed in Lord Lu's eyes flared up, and he no longer maintained his lofty stance, directly turning sharply downward, straight from the top of shed with a palm down. Jiling Ruo. Wind and thunder surged in his palms, making him look like an ancient god in charge of thunder punishment. Jiling Ruo, on the other hand, raised her head and stared angrily at the Lu City Lord, letting out a majestic roar with her spiral mouthpiece, like a demonic god in hell longing for land. But after all, Tai Sui was just Tai Sui, and the reason it would be recorded in the hidden scrolls was because of its extremely high food value, not because it possessed a high level of combat power. With just one counterattack, Jiling Ruo was shaken and sent flying backwards, scraping a thick gully around Yusu. This was the gap between a feather realm cultivator and a water condensation realm cultivator. Even if Jiling Ruo had killed the injured Chi Daodong as a dog that time, she was slightly powerless at this time against a feather realm cultivator. Lord Willow City landed gracefully with his toes pointing to the ground, and he smiled brightly with his hands behind his back. Yusu, I still have to thank you for bringing me such a gift, or else I'll grant you immortality? Jiling Ruo rolled her body and climbed up. After all, she was also an evil spirit of flesh and blood. Her recovery ability was extraordinary. Yusu also drew his sword in indignation as he stood between City Lord Lu and Jiling Ruo, his teeth on the verge of crunching. The ground was in shambles, and the fog around them had thinned a bit from the frequent fights. Seeing the duo's stance, City Lord Lu couldn't help but lament. Alas, are you still not dead? He really didn't understand why some people just couldn't see clearly the situation they were facing and had to do all this unnecessary fighting of trapped animals. Why can we not learn from him and sell when we are in a critical situation and wimp out when we need to wimp out? When there is a green hill, there is no fear that there will be no wood to burn. Only in this way could he, like him, go through all the valleys and endure for 100 years, and finally be able to ascend to the peak. At this moment, Lord Lu City's heart only felt incomparably happy. He walked slowly towards Taiyu, one step at a time, like a tiger on the hunt. The white fog was deep and thick, and the two white-skirted fairies sprinted through the fog one after the other. Although the main color is the same white, the more erect and full figure can be seen from the hem of the skirt of the green and pink intertwined tulle, so that she looks like a lotus flower in August. And the latter girl wearing a jade rabbit mask is flawless pure white. They had just repelled the demonic female cultivator and were rushing non-stop towards Exodus Cloud City, not the least bit deterred by the mist. Why are you late? He Shuton's voice did not fluctuate emotionally, but it always sounded like a reproach. They won't let me come out. Fairy Wangshu's voice was similarly without ripples, simply stating the facts. He Shudong frowned, although she was aware that her only disciple had been grounded by the Xian Shao sect for a special reason. But for a major event such as a dream-eating ghost, it didn't make sense to not allow Fairy Wangshu, who specialized in cutting down evil, to leave the sect. When you go into town later, just look for a teenager, and a young girl. What kind of teenager? What kind of teenager? They're all good-looking. You'd recognize them instantly in a crowd. What do you mean by looking good? Fairy Wangshu asked again next. He Shudong dumbfounded. She was not talkative, but raised a disciple as a love to ask why nature, often to her dumbfounded. Like for the teacher, is good-looking, he Shudong said with slight embarrassment. Understood. Fairy Wangshu quietly memorized this answer in her heart. As soon as the short conversation between master and disciple ended, a bright red bizarre evil spirit actually appeared in the mist in front of them, looking like a crab with human legs. When it noticed the speeding duo, it charged vociferously, saliva splashing from its mouth. He Shudong and Fairy Wangshu didn't dodge, they just remained forward. Hands! At He Shutong's command, Fairy Wangshu obediently stretched out her hand, and as soon as He Shutong held it, the crab-like evil spirit suddenly turned into a headless fly, stomping in place twice before leaving, as if it had suddenly lost its target of attack. And that was exactly why Fairy Wangshu was called 100 times better than Guyao by He Shutong. She was the innately unsullied goddess of the Xianxiao sect that Guyao spoke of. Almost all of the evil spirits she had seen were not hostile to her, not even to the things she touched. She traveled through the piles of evil spirits as if they were her own kind. I'm guilty of coding 7K is already my limit. And dizziness can only mean that coding waste should still be self-aware. I'll try to finish this volume in 2 or 3 days. I feel like I'm a piece of it portraying this big climax. End of chapter. A slight smell of blood wafted through the large auspicious cave, which was densely packed with people, each of whom looked panicked and sat on the ground in a group feeling the gusts of shock coming from above. The shock suddenly calmed down, and just as everyone was relaxing their minds, another strong vibration came, even shaking off a large amount of dirt debris from the ceiling, making many people grimy. The men cowering in their holes shivered, they knew nothing of what was going on outside, except that the end was near. The one who caused this strong vibration was not someone else. It was none other than Yusu, who was viciously knocked back and smashed on the ground. The Willow City Lord stood in the air and sighed with a downcast brow. Yusu, should I say that a famous master makes a great disciple? I've never seen a water condensation realm as powerful as your master's, and I've never seen a spirit platform realm as powerful as yours. Your Yuanyang sword sect is truly full of talents. He looked out of the corner of his eye at Yusu, seemingly waiting for Yusu to reply to his words, but Yusu was paralyzed on the ground already with his face in a state of disarray, and his black robes covered in blood were soaked and tightly clung to his body, so where was the strength to speak? But Yusu is still not dead, despite how many bones have been broken all over his body. He even had to struggle to stand up. Jilingruo was confined to the ground not far away. Her body was bound with an immortal rope that was dense with Tao rhythms, and the more she tried to break free, the tighter she was bound, which made her unable to move. Anger let her also cannot speak, only through the mouthpiece constantly hissing. Tai Sui meat, right? Yusu's already stabilized form almost gave out and fell. I don't know what you're talking about. No? Then it's this little ninny herself who tricked you into eating it? Lord Lu Chun came to his senses. Right. You're blind anyway. You can't see what you've eaten. You are truly in a blessed state, not knowing the blessings, but you have inadvertently eaten such a treasure. Yusu's teeth clenched. He had told so many lies in order to prevent the return of his senior sister's consciousness, and at this time, he was mercilessly singled out by Lord Lu Chang. He couldn't help but turn around and give a worried glance at his senior sister who was confined behind him, and as if she didn't care about the words, she was still struggling to try and break free from that immortal rope. Also teacher sister has been evil to this point. Still care what consciousness back or not return. Luckily, with the awakening god formation in place, your body will eventually be transformed into my nourishment. Otherwise, it would be a waste for this treasure to be eaten by you. City Lord Lu took a step forward. The white mist around him was shaken away as much as possible, and an unrivaled aura was born. The giant hand transformed by the Xin Qi from before once again attacked, and even this time, the feeling it gave off was even stronger. Letting his trembling legs stand was already his best effort. Yusu had no way to escape. He raised his sword high in the air, and in his sword there was a sense of dying, like a trapped beast fighting to the death. Lord Lu Chang looked at the teenager who didn't give up with abhorrence. Yusu's eyes always reminded him of himself, who betrayed his friend's army in order to stay alive in that great battle of pure evil. He was determined to make this stubborn teenager completely understand the taste of despair. As soon as he clenched his teeth and pushed his hand, the giant hand actually opened up even wider and went even faster. A chill abruptly surged in his heart, and City Lord Lu's pupils shrank as he looked behind him into the grayish mist. He sensed something flying. That's a sword. Before the sword blade arrived, the sword chi had already arrived. Obviously unable to feel any semblance of ferocity in this sword chi, Lord Lu City's heart was frantically repeating one thought: he would die. The sword light whistled and rippled far away, and a large portion of the wooden building walls on the antique City Lord's mansion were sliced up and exploded like a heavenly maiden. Lord Lu City gasped heavily, not daring to imagine what would happen to him if he were to take this sword hard. As he looked at these sliced white mists, he couldn't help but think of those powerful people in the legends who split the waves in the sea. The huge slit cut in the white mist provided a clear view, and as Lord Lu City looked away, it was actually two stunning fairies. One of them he had seen before. was also the only person he could not see through in this city, Yusu's teacher's mother. Before he assumed his position as the Lord of Izumo City, he had gone to the Heavenly Apocalypse Divine Mountain on the southern Yan continent to tell a fortune about his future in Izumo City. The crane-haired old Taoist told him that everything would go smoothly in Izumo City, and that the only variable existed in a cold place, the Yuan-Yang sword sect. The facts proved that the Heavenly Apocalypse Divine Mountain's Heavenly Apocalypse technique wasn't a waste of time, and this old Taoist hadn't lied to anyone. That violent master of Yusu's did bring a lot of trouble to his secret arrangement, and after she went on a cloud tour, the variables didn't disappear, only to become this mysterious woman in the Yuan-Yang sword sect again. Previously, he could not sense the presence of any Xian-Qi on this woman, but at this time, the Xian-Qi in the other party's body was so thick that he could not see through it. Yusu had not yet reacted to what had happened, and could only vaguely sense in his sea of consciousness that there were two women flying towards him, and one woman gave him a feeling that was still exceptionally familiar. Slightly relaxed, his left leg is about to fall down. A fragrant wind came to the face. Yusu actually fell into a piece of delicate embrace. He smelled this lotus-like fragrance and opened his mouth slightly, and was about to call out to the other party as he had done before, when two jade fingers actually reached into his mouth without any disdain, placing a round jade bead on his tongue. Don't talk, contain it and rest. A tear emerges but not flow out. Yusu straight feel this cold jade entrance. The body is frozen, difficult to move. Even open the mouth to speak cannot do. But the wound, though severe pain also seems to be frozen, generally disappear without a trace. The elation of being reunited with Shifun Yang after a long time was only 2 breaths away, and a greater despair loomed over Yusu's heart. Shifun Yang had come, which meant that the dream-eating ghost in her body, which coveted the Tai Sui, had also come. What is your excellency doing? City Lord Lu stood still with his head held high. His tone was not salty. You are Master Yusu's wife. Could it be that you are also his accomplice with this evil spirit? He Shudong and Fairy Wangshu were all holy and looked how they couldn't possibly be related to evil spirits. He Shudong raised his eyes, but not to look at the questioning Lu City Lord, but his eyes coldly gazed at who was confined to the side that Ji Lingruo. Ji Lingruo also froze in action. Feeling the other party's eyes condensed in the killing intent, the mouthpiece slightly swirled. What words could not be said? Look out! Hold him! The young girl wearing a jade rabbit mask didn't hesitate for a second about her master's order. She took over the rigid Yusu and held him like he Shutong. Her pure white dress was dyed red by the blood seeping from Yusu's clothes, but she didn't dislike it at all. Yusu then remembered with the master's wife came together. There is a woman. At the moment by the other party held in the arms. The back of the neck actually did not feel a trace of temperature. End of chapter. You mean you did this to get rid of the evil? He Shudong slightly turned around. Lu City Lord by her gaze. Straight feel all body to freeze in general. Cannot help but stop floating? Floating to the ground. The heart of a kind of self-shame and dare not look down on the feeling of oil. That's natural. Yusu desperately protects this evil spirit. I can only restrain him first. City Lord Lu remained calm. His hands behind his back. With a righteous look. The other party's cultivation he couldn't see through, but he could feel the Xian-Qi that was running around the woman's body. This was undoubtedly bad news for a cultivator. The flow of Xian-Qi in a cultivator's body would also naturally lead to the operation of the Xian-Qi around him. And sometimes one could even judge one's strength from the state of the Xian-Qi around him. And this could also show that this woman's realm was certainly not low, but her cultivation was unstable and on the verge of disorder and collapse. With this in mind, City Lord Lu's hunched waist straightened a bit, and he naturally had his own cards. Yusu is not protecting this evil spirit. He is only protecting his senior sister. He Shudong lightly lifted her right hand and grasped it out of thin air, and the elegant sword without a scabbard actually flew out of the smoky City Lord's mansion on its own, sending the hilt of the sword to He Shutong's hand. He Shutong's jade hand gripped lightly. The whole person's temperament suddenly changed greatly. The one I'm going to kill is an evil spirit, and not his senior sister either. I will deal with the evil spirits myself. While Yusu is at fault, your fault is even greater. City Lord Lu slightly raised his white eyebrows and asked, as the lord of a city, I am dispelling evil for the people. What is wrong with that? Your biggest mistake is that shouldn't have hurt him so much. As soon as the words fell, He Shutong's sword style was like a lotus, and a flower of sword chi bloomed brilliantly as it swept towards City Lord Lu. Yusu listened to the master's mother's voice. Her eyes widened a bit, actually felt perversely heard some anger from it. This in Yusu seems unimaginable. Obviously all the words of the teacher's wife in the past are like a piece of ice lake which is always unperturbed. Yusu do not understand the reason. Just think that the senior mother and sister are the same as the evil spirits must have affected the temperament. Looking at the field again, Lu City Lord had been dumbfounded. The woman's sword was not devastating, but the threat it brought to him was not weak at all. The aura of her sword, he realized that he could not block it head-on. Just this out-of-the-water lotus flower general sword art let him inexplicably feel some familiar, as if he once confronted the general. He remembered, nearly 100 years ago in that great battle of the divine mountain pure evil, countless evil cultivators had died under this lotus sword. It even forced many ancient evil clans to surface and join forces to design her just to kill this righteous cultivator with a promising future as early as possible. And Yusu's master's mother was that amazingly talented venerable lotus sword. Thinking about this, the Lu City Lord's heart was flabbergasted. If it was truly the realm of the cave void exalted, he would never be able to defeat it. He thought of escaping, but the flower of the lotus sword seemed to be locked onto him, and wherever his mind and spirit wanted to go, the flower of the sword would be biased in that direction. While he fully mobilized the Xian Qi in his body to respond to this sword, he viciously cursed Yusu's master in his heart, not understanding how a female cultivator of the water condensation realm could find a great power of the cavernous void realm to sit in the sword sect for her. How many cave voiders were there in this world? Obviously, he was sure to deal with even the cultivators of the feather transformation realm, but there was a cave void exalted who appeared in this remote Exodus Cloud City. While cursing, the sword flower had already arrived. The Lu City Lord was no longer as calm and collected as he was when he abused and beat the Yusu duo before. His black armor made of Xian Qi was as brittle as thin paper, and was easily crushed by the sword force. His outer robe instantly shattered, accompanied by the spattering of black blood as if also scattered into flowers in the air. Even so, the sword momentum remained unabated, and Lord Lu City's figure was forced to be shaken back nonstop until it crashed through 2 or 3 thick old trees before it was able to come to a standstill. He climbed to his feet, and through the flying ash and mist, he looked indignantly at the silent he shut on. At the same time, he reached out a hand to fumble for something in his own bosom, only to see him slowly take out a delicate horn, which was his biggest card, and he prepared to blow it without hesitation. He shut on even though he did not know the role of this horn, but will never be so big as to easily let the city lord to use. She reacted very quickly, has long been with the sword to kill at a rapid pace. A short 100 meters, instantly arrived. But what stopped the movement of Lu City Lord's blowing horn was not Hishutong's sword, but a person who suddenly appeared in front of him. An invisible wall of Xian air formed behind this person, blocking the incoming he shut on. Lord Lu City looked at this person in a daze. The great shock caused him to lose all movement and thought for a moment, as if he had lost his soul. He remembered the face of this man, the face of the benefactor who had saved him from the men of the sacred mountain, the benefactor who should have been killed by him long ago. This disfigured face Lord Ryu would never forget until he died. It was rotted in sores, scars like swirls all over the face. It was hardly like a face a person could have. So even if the man was smiling gently at him at the moment, he felt oozing terror. It's been a long time, Ryu. These words were like a shadowy claw, ruthlessly saving and tightening Lord Lu Cheng's leaping heart. An unprecedented vicious chill surged out, and Lu City Lord felt that his ruthlessness in daring to be beneficent back then was a joke. And this 100 years of planning and ambition was even more of an empty talk. He never had a chance to become the master of that new world that his benefactor spoke of, and everything he did was to do the bidding of the man in front of him. Master, Master. Willow City Lord's throat knots rolled. These 2 words were strange and familiar. Even though his heart was in turmoil and wanted to collapse, he still subconsciously said it. The catching up will come later. At that exact moment, the barrier behind him was also picked through by the harsh sword light, and the chi in the roiling sword poured out like water. The disfigured man put his fingers together in front of him, using his fingers as a sword, and accurately pressed against the tip of the sword in Hishutong's hand amidst the chaotic sword light. In an instant, it was as if time had stopped, and heaven and earth were silent, with only the fingers and the sword frozen in each other's grip. After an instant, the finger and sword were separated, and majestic chi energy erupted from the place where the two had just touched, and the fog within 100 meters was even blown up and swept away. Hishuatong's eyebrows were locked. This person she also recognized. The evil cultivator who almost killed her back then and made true Lord Yujing the scapegoat was him. The fluctuating emotions in her heart became more and more violent. At this time she could already feel the raging hatred in her heart. She drew her sword and was about to attack again. Sister! A miserable cry suddenly rang out, causing Hishutong to stop in her tracks. She looked back, and a dull red vortex had strangely appeared where Yusu was, with 8 tentacles behind it that covered the sky and danced recklessly. And Ji Lingrua had already transformed back into her original form. At this time half of her body had already disappeared into the vortex, seemingly being swallowed up. Yusu was running as hard as he could towards her, intent on reclaiming his senior sister. Hishutong wanted to let Fairy Wangshu stop Yusu, but found that Fairy Wangshu was stagnant in place, as if she had been cast a fixation spell and was just looking woodenly at the 2 clusters of points of light on top of the vortex. No longer in love with the battle, Hishutong's feet pointed to the ground. almost bursting out her fastest speed to pull Yusu. In the nick of time, Yusu pulled Jiling Ruo's hand trapped in the vortex with both of his hands, while Li Shudong tugged on the hem of Yusu's coat. But the vortex force is strange. Let Li Shudong how to force cannot stop Jiling Ruo deep into it. Until this moment only left with Yusu clasped hands remain outside. He Shutong's heart had already made a decision. No matter what, she couldn't let Yusu fall into it again. So she wanted to go forward to separate their hands. But she didn't want Yusu to turn back with determination, and swung out a sword, cutting off the robe that she had used to pull Yusu back. All of a sudden, the vortex suction force suddenly increased, and Yusu was also sucked into the vortex along with Jiling Ruo. He Shudong angrily raised his sword, swung to the vortex. A sword swung only behind the building exploded. The vortex actually disappeared in an instant, and then there was no trace. He Shudong stood in place, a sense of loss in her heart that made her choke. She knew that the other party was eager to save her own sister, but the action of Yusu personally cutting off the sleeves that held her together still made her heart ache. End of chapter. The dream-eating ghost disappeared without a trace in the empty alleyway in a flash, and he Shudong looked at the location where Yusu disappeared in a daze. Fairy Wangshu only woke up at this time, and the only pupil exposed on its jade rabbit mask was bright and clear, but there was a deep bewilderment hidden in it, like a child who had made a big mistake. Her tone wavered for the first time. Master teacher. He Shudong also came back to her senses as she glanced at the divine maiden-like disciple with a comforting look in her eyes. It's not your fault. What you saw just now was what the evil spirits wanted you to see. Silently recite the spirit pure returning technique that the head elder taught you, and forget all that. Fairy Wangshu nodded, and then began to close her eyes and chant. No one knew what she had just seen in the eyes of the dream-eating ghosts before she went out of her mind for a long time, failing to protect even a maimed Yusu, and all that could be seen was her saintly white dress, which was stained with miscellaneous colors by the tainted blood left behind by Yusu. What's going on with Venerable Lotus Sword? The disfigured man had a calm face and paced confidently. Who is that young man to you? How could he attract such attention from His Holiness? What does it have to do with you? He Shutong's eyes were like cold pools. His words were like icebergs, and killing intent surged from his body. Of course it has to do with me. The disfigured man stopped in his tracks. This distance was very delicate. There were not many cultivators under the heavens who dared to continue to get close to a renowned peerless sword cultivator at this distance. I have long since formed a deep hatred with Venerable Lotus Sword, and my enemy's business is naturally my business. After all, an evil cultivator like me, what I like most is to use my enemy's family and friends to take revenge. Just like that whoever. Come to think of it, it's Jade, Shizuku, Shinkuan. The miserable appearance of true Lord Yujing before his death reappeared. He Shudong had no words, only answered with his sword. In an instant, the sword power was monstrous, and a great battle belonging between the apexes of cultivators was about to start. Already as the feather realm of Lu City Lord cannot see the front of the battle, can only feel the space in the riot of the Xian air. The realm of the Cave of Emptiness is only one realm higher than the realm of the transformation of the feather, during which the gap is like a moat. He was stumped where he stood. He could sense the battlefield between these two rising higher and higher, and he didn't even know if he should continue to stand and wait for his master who had risen from the dead. A strong unwillingness to spring up like rain. He planned 100 years of layout, can never easily become a mantis in the mouth of the yellow bird. He hid into the dust and fog, the determined color in his eyes seeming to penetrate the fog. After a period of heaven and earth, Yusu slowly opened his eyes, and actually found that he could see again. But everything around him was very different from what he had imagined. He had thought that the depths of that weird swirling mass of flesh and blood should be the same dirty and foul-smelling place, but this pure white and boundless space around him made it difficult for him to adapt for the first time. Only feeling that in the midst of the whiteness, he and his senior sister were instead the only unclean things. Jiling Ruo had already regained her human appearance, and at this time, she also weakly opened her eyes and looked around with a frightened face, only that the clue on her body was still binding her. Sister. Yusu supported the ground with his hands and crawled towards Jiling Ruo with difficulty. The round jade given by his senior mother he had long since removed, otherwise he had no way to move. Senior brother. Jiling Ruo hurriedly struggled to crawl towards Yusu as well, looking at the disfigured Yusu with a heartbroken expression. You're so stupid. Why did you come in too? The young girl's voice was thick with sobs. Yusu just grinned hard at his words. Wherever senior sister goes, senior brother goes. The young girl could no longer hold back her tears and dropped 2 crystal drops. Yusu was about to struggle and raise his hand to wipe her tears, but Jiling Ruo suddenly warbled, and she leaned back and planted herself on the ground. Then it began to convulse all over again, her expression twisting as intense pain spewed out. Yusa had seen her in such a state before, as she had been that night in the well grotto, and this time it was clearly more violent than the last. the bulging packets of flesh taking on greater shapes, furiously trying to break through the delicate skin of the young girl. The young girl had actively accepted the power of the evil spirit just now, and at this moment she would have to pay the price that corresponded to it, as the Taiyukai began to completely take over her consciousness and body. Jiling Ruo was like a twisted eel on a chopping board, and had long been unable to help herself. Taiyu and Jiling Ruo's faces were intertwined again, switching at all times, but this time is no longer like the last time, generally evenly matched. Two old face occupies more and more time. Hidden Jiling Ruo face more and more bitter. Yusu anxiously and painfully watched the changes that happened to Jiling Ruo. The sorrow and bitterness in his heart was so thick that it turned into tears of blood and flowed down together. Sifu! Jiling Ruo called out to Yusu with her remaining consciousness. Yusu then hurriedly held her hand that had turned into a sticky lump of meat. I'm here, elder brother. Remember, we made an appointment? I'm holding up so hard. Elder brother, help me free myself. Don't say anything stupid. Regardless of the situation he was facing, it was the first time that Yusu had lost his temper like this, and it was also the first time that he had, for the first time, spoken to Jiling Ruo in such an angry tone. You'll make it through. Definitely can. Don't you give up. When the words came to the back, Yusu looked like he didn't believe what he was saying, and his tone became more and more insistent. He watched this helplessly. Jiling Ruo's figure was still changing. The entire lower half of her body had completely transformed into a Taiyukai, and the trend was still spreading. The jacket skirt at her waist was already trying to burst. Elder brother, help me. The face of Jiling Ruo that flashed into existence no longer saw the slightest distortion. She accepted it all calmly and openly, two lines of clear tears hanging on the sides of her cheeks, while the face of the Tai Sui constantly opened its mouthpiece and hissed. The fishy hot air pounced on Yusu's face, as if it wanted to devour Yusu. Yusu only felt that he was also suffering from an unbearable pain that was hard to resist. He shook his head continuously while trembling as he drew out the Mo-song sword. The dark silver body of the sword was also dyed white by the surrounding whiteness, like a holy sword judging evil spirits. Jiling Ruo finally revealed a rueful smile when she saw the tremblingly raised Mo-song sword. Taiyo's somatization had spread to his chest, and the only thing that still had a human appearance was his head that had not yet completely fallen. Do it, senior brother! Yusu cried out in pain, and in her eyes was great sorrow. Jiling Ruo's face was still flickering, only it lasted for a very short period of time. Yusu only needed to swing his sword and he could easily cut off the Taiyo's head. He looked at the hissing Tai Sui, and without the slightest hesitation anymore, his eyes steeply became firm as he saw the right moment and slashed down with all his strength. And the timing was just right. It was actually the moment when the face of the Tai Sui disappeared and the face of Jiling Ruo flickered. Jiling Ruo looked at the sword blade near her neck with a face of disbelief, and at the same time, Yusu's hysterical roar rang out. Give my real sister me back. I'll explain. Some of the book friends to raise the issue of the chapter said not by me to delete, but you raise the issue of the paragraph by me to do the corresponding deletion. Chapter said also naturally disappeared. For example, at the end of the last chapter on the psychological description of the teacher's wife, some people say that the blood I think it is very right, so I changed it. Anyway, thanks a lot for the suggestions. End of chapter. I told you before, you can't fool him. Within that white space, a flowing vortex of flesh and blood abruptly appeared, and his voice resounded directly within this space, while Yusu was already unconscious on the ground. The Mo-song sword landed on the side of Jiling Ruo's head. Jiling Ruo's face no longer flickered. She clenched her shell teeth, her beautiful eyebrows were wrinkled, and she looked at the Dream Eater with a face of unwillingness. If you hadn't just appeared and let him know that his master's wife hadn't been struck by the evil at all, how could I have failed? Even if I don't show up, you can't fool him. He doesn't poke at you simply because he doesn't know your true purpose. Your bull ****** ting me. Jiling Ruo is not resigned to its fate. It recalls all the memories since it occupied this body. Every time Yusu and it talk, laugh and embrace is so clear. It even feels that he is his senior sister. Obviously Yusu just need to cut off Taiyo's head. She can occupy this body forever. But why? Why would Yusu see it? How could he possibly bear to swing his sword at this face? You're the one who lost the bet. Resign yourself to it. A tentacle reached over from behind the vortex, gently scratching on Jiling Ruo's bloated Taiyang body. The immortal rope suddenly snapped, and a powerful suction force struck, and actually hardened and sucked away these weird pieces of flesh attached to Jiling Ruo's body. Not long after, the Tai Sui took shape in front of the Dream Eater, while Jiling Ruo, who was lying on the ground, reverted back to her previous body. She also closed her eyes and collapsed next to Yusu. The 6 fish eyes of the Tai Sui glared roundly, glancing back and forth at Yusu and Jiling Ruo's bodies, the envy in its eyes so thick that it almost turned into jealousy. What about him? Allah's revival needs a carrier. If you lose, this teenager will naturally become a carrier. Does it have to involve him? There's no one better in this town. So what happens when he fuses the Allah you speak of? No one has actually seen Allah, and I can't answer your question. Taiyu turned back to the Dream Eater and said with hidden anger, haven't you ever thought that your so-called Allah is just a lie? The dream-eating ghost was also silent for a rare moment, only that there was no change in his body. This is a secret that Turbulent has kept for 5,000 years, and if my lord hadn't counted on him, this secret would have remained buried for an unknown number of years. Taiyu didn't know the Dream Eater was referring to as who, but he did know he was referring to as Turbulence Lin who. Other than the Lord of the Dream Realm, there would be no one worthy of the title of Lord of the Dream Eater. My lord. The Dream Eater's words were brief, but Taiyu felt that they were permeated with an ancient aura from a long time ago, which inexplicably made people feel a heavy pressure. It's as if the world's most hidden truths are dusted behind some door, and this resurgence of Allah is the first key to unlocking it. If he's still alive, you take care of him. Taiyu stared at Yusu in a daze, only feeling that this young man who was innocently chosen and caught up in this conspiracy was too pitiful. Just like himself, I too will die, and all creatures who know of the resurrection of Allah will die, as my lord has commanded me. Taiyu couldn't help but freeze. It looked at the icy tentacle monster with some surprise. Even though it knew it was special, it still didn't understand the behavior of these evil spirits, who would willingly give up everything for an Allah they had never seen before. They were like a group of icy believers who couldn't tell the difference between stupidity or piety. To the court of God, the Dream Eater suddenly made a sound again and then turned towards Taiyu, who gave a final hesitant look at the two lying on the ground, mumbled something, and then directly drilled into the vortex in the center of the Dream Eater's torso without a trace, and the Dream Eater disappeared all of a sudden. In the large pure space, only the unconscious Yusu and Ji Lingruo were close together. As soon as the Teiyukai burrowed in from this side, its torso grew back out of the other end of the vortex, and it rolled to the ground, picking itself up and surveying its surroundings. Ghostly blue flames hung above the pitted stone walls, bringing a shimmering light to the ruins. Everywhere towered mottled stone pillars that had been there for an unknown number of years, and Taiyu and the Dream Eater walked in the ancient pathway formed around these pillars. By the light of the fire, Teo saw the image that had been carved on top of the stone pillars. It was an evil spirit, and even the very simple lines could not diminish the heavy oppression it radiated. He was like a legendary whale, but with high-scaled ridges, outstretched lateral fins that covered the sky, and wild tentacles that transformed into his feathers. He was like a deity from the distant past, and like a completely grotesque being. This, Taiyu couldn't help but freeze, only to realize that the dream-eating ghosts were like ants even in front of the evil spirits in this picture, which produced a shock straight to its soul. This is a dim Kuan. The Dream Eater's voice without a trace of emotion sounded directly in Taiyu's consciousness. Is he also of our kind? Aha! And is he still alive? In the memory granted to me by my lord, he died 3,000 years ago. Can a man kill him? It was the turbid dragon who devoured him, gained the last of the water powers, and became the god who rules over the elements. The Dream Eater's icy voice made this long-ago myth sound even more terrifying. Turbid dragon. The original is the name of the lord of the 5 elements. For the greatness of the 3 evil gods Taiyu no longer dared to imagine. It simply couldn't think that there would be a human being who could stand up to such legendary creatures. One day, this would be the world of evil spirits. A trace of happiness suddenly grew in its heart, and it remembered its own memories that were etched in its bones. Humans would welcome this result. All of them deserved it. They continued on, and Taiyu was surprised to find that each stone pillar was inscribed with very different evil spirits, but all of them, without exception, gave it a great tremor. Most of them could not even be named by the Dream Eater. Why was he carved here? Taiyu asked the question it wanted to ask the most. These are the most primordial evil spirits in the heavens and the earth, and Allah is their source. Born of Allah, they should leave behind their power to guard the divine court of Allah. Is it guarded only by carved images on stone pillars? Then, why didn't he attack us? Is it because he is dead? Because of you. The Dream Eater stopped abruptly and looked toward the end of the front path. Taiyu also looked in his direction, and there was already something else ahead. That is a palace that cannot be described in words. It is extremely exhaustive of your imagination, as if all the majesty and solemnity of the world are monopolized in this. You only need to look at it. You can feel the ancient sense of weight brought about by the long history, and the lofty gates of this legendary shrine, which houses the body of Allah, have been opened. End of chapter. Standing beyond the doors that caved outward, the interior of the temple was a blur. Taiyu was about to ask something else, but the Dream Eater took the first step into the barrier. Taiyu also followed closely behind. The sharp sword-like brightness for the first time actually made it a little difficult to open its eyes. After it adapted and looked inward, this magnificent hall revealed its true appearance. It was huge like a square, These stone tiles emitting white light paved the floor and walls. Dark and unknown lines penetrated them, like a giant spider web, and at the center of the spider web was a solemn and silent black coffin. Thus, all eyes converged on this black coffin, and an unprecedented feeling of wanting to submit surged into Tayo's heart, like a guilty subject paying homage to the king. It is worth noting that the black coffin has been opened and the lid is only half closed. Has anything else been here? Tayo asked shakily. Aha! The Dream Eater responded briefly to Taiyu, and for the first time the swirls on its torso stopped flowing, and for the first time Taiyu saw a confused and bewildered look in the Dream Eater's two eye-like masses of light. But, who else could be here? The Tayo's short life and shallow experience made it difficult for it to imagine that any other creature could reach this place. I don't know. No other being can pass through the pillar of evil spirits peacefully, except for Taiyu, who serves as the key to the enlightened god. Taiyu sniffed. It suddenly remembered those weathered and crooked stone pillars outside, and a horrible speculation surfaced. It had assumed that the appearance of those stone pillars was the result of long years, but had completely overlooked the possibility that they had been actively destroyed. The Dream Eater stopped stopping as it continued to follow these eerie black lines on the ground forward towards the solemn coffin of the god. Taiyu hesitated and followed suit. As it got closer and closer to the coffin, the Dream Eater's movements became slower and slower, as if it was suffering from a great sense of oppression. Taiyu looked at it in surprise, only to realize that he was as light as a swallow, not subject to any resistance. After a difficult trek, the two evils finally walked to the black coffin. Their steps were slow and apprehensive as they walked to the edge of the coffin to look inside. Empty. Taiyu looked at the Dream Eater in shock, only to find that the Dream Eater's eyes' light globes had turned pitch black at the moment, and its 8 wandering tentacles were as immobile as a dead fish. It wasn't until a long time had passed that the Dream Eater ended this abnormal state, and then the light in its eyes dimmed a lot. What's wrong with you? Instead of answering its words, the Dream Eater reached out a tentacle and placed it on top of Tayo's head. The raging images flowed down the tentacles into the Tayo's consciousness, and its 6 fish eyes widened more and more, and after the panic and trepidation, it actually developed a trace of celebration, a trace of openness. If it couldn't escape the fate of being doomed to be eaten by Taiyu, then being eaten by him would be the best end. The tentacles retracted and then gathered with the other tentacles placed before the vortex to catch Yusu and Jiling Rua, who were spat out from the vortex. The two of them were still drowsy. It also sent out 2 tentacles to lift up the lid of the coffin, and the moment it touched it, there was flesh and blood being roasted. The sound of this was not a divine object that it was worthy of touching, but the dream-eating ghost still relied on the cost of having its 2 tentacles baked off to push the lid of the coffin down completely, revealing a complete divine coffin. It gently held Yusu and carefully placed him into the black coffin. The teenager was covered in wounds and bloodstains, making him look like a real dead man, and his originally weak sniffles completely disappeared after being placed into the black coffin. What's wrong with him? With him? He is not dead. This is a casket made of the stone of stopping, which will suck the life out of him to hold it for him. And all this black blood is the life that Allah once shed, and only you can make this blood pour back into him. Taiyu then realized that those weird black lines on the ground also began to swim. Even the black on this black coffin also flowed, attached to the body of Yusu as if it were a living thing. At that exact moment, the entire palace began to shake violently, a ground shaking as if the earth was venting its anger. Taiyu was unsure, while the Dream Eater looked towards the door, and a voice resounded in Taiyu's sea of consciousness. Complete the ritual as quickly as possible. It is your mission. Do not fear death. We never truly die. The Dream Eater then put down Jiling Rua and started walking towards the outside of the temple. Where are you going? The Lord of the Cloth and Mist is going to disrupt the ceremony, and I'm going to stop it. Taiyu watched in amazement as the Dream Eater disappeared behind the barrier of the gate. Despite the Dream Eater's words of "we will never truly die" and despite its desire to die, fear was still unavoidable when it came to the moment of death. It climbs on top of the coffin slabs, and the stop stone has no effect on it. Its 6 fish eyes stared at Yusu, hesitantly reaching out to touch his face, but stopped out of fear. It remembered the time when it pretended to confess to Yusu. Yusu did not fear its hand, so it gathered enough courage to reach out, but suddenly a voice interrupted its action. No touching. The owner of the icy voice was Jiling Rua. She crossed her eyes and glared at the bizarre creature with disgust and hatred. After she drank, Taiyu did immediately reach back, like a cat caught stealing fish. You're awake. What the hell do you want? Jiling Rua's chest rose and fell like an angry lioness. The fact that this evil spirit still had to use the same voice as her at this point in time made her feel sick. The Tai Sui was so stunned by the young girl's angry voice that it couldn't even speak for half a second. It moved its 6 fish eyes from Jiling Rua back to Yusu, and said in a low voice, "Sorry." Jiling Rua was also by the other party as apology for a moment whole without the momentum. She also has only a simple understanding of evil spirits. but also never thought that there will be an evil spirit that will apologize. As if it is not an evil spirit, but a person with emotions in general. Jilingrua let out a long breath and said, I don't care what you're going to do. Send us back now. Immediately. Right now. Her voice was harsh, and despite facing an evil spirit she could not resist. Her will to save her senior brother still allowed her to overcome her fear. Taiyu sniffed and shook his head gently. Not yet. Elder brother is dying. These words made Jilingrua's heart chilled, and she realized that Yusu lying in the coffin was pale, and there was not a single piece of intact skin on his entire body. And what was even more terrifying was that the black color on this coffin actually seeped into his body, dyeing his blood vessels black as well. But this black color stagnated. Jilingrua knew clearly that only the blood of the dead would not flow. How? How? Jilingrua had already forgotten her anger as she fell to her knees. Only sorrow like a sea surrounded her and she couldn't even shed a tear. From the beginning to the end, she was like a powerless burden, unable to give Yusu any help, always living under Yusu's protection. She hid in Yusu's consciousness, listening to Yusu recounting his experiences against Ling Jinjinjin to this monster disguised as himself, and she realized how much effort Yusu had made behind her back in order to protect her, and that she didn't even know that she had been possessed. She hated her own powerlessness, and her eyes became lifeless, only infinitely empty. Don't give up. There's still you who can save him. The voice, identical to her own, awakened her. End of chapter. Jilingrua's nearly emptied soul was plumped up again, and her lips quirked in some disbelief. Aha! Taiyu answered her calmly. How do I save it? You tell me quickly. Tell me quickly. As long as I can save senior brother, whether you want my body or my life, I can give you anything, as long as you help me save him. Jilingrua kept pleading, already forgetting the many pains that this evil spirit had brought to her. She was still kneeling on the ground, already in tears. The Tai Sui looked at the young girl out of its mind. It also secreted those sticky liquids all over its body. It forced its violently fluctuating state of mind to pick up Jilingrua and said calmly, I don't want anything from you. I just want you to save him. How? How to save it? Elder brother's current state is no different from a dead person. These black substances can save him, but he has no way to run his meridians by himself. That's why you are needed to help him drive the flow of blood throughout his body. But I don't know how to. What is the name of your clan? Yuanyang Sword Sect. Jilingrua had also stopped her tears and had a bewildered look on her face. Full name. Jilingrua said after a moment of silence. Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang Harmony Mandarin Duck Sword Sect. Then what else does your clan specialize in besides swords? Duplex. That's right. The principle is the same as senior brother pulling your Xianqi with his Xianqi. But you're too weak. You need to double cultivate with your senior brother, relying on your body to drive his spiritual platform to work. Until after all this blackness is incorporated into his body, he'll be as good as new. I don't suppose you don't know how to dual cultivate, do you? Jilingrua did know that although Yusu had intentionally hidden the in the harmony technique when he dictated the technique to her content of the, she had long ago turned to this technique in the bookcase to pad the bookshelf, which had brought a great shock to her, who was still ignorant of the yin and yang of men and women at that time. So much so that later on, the more she read it, the more energized she became, reaching the point where she could recite it backwards and forwards. Human volume. Jilingrua looked straight into the Tai Sui's fish eyes. The other party had lied to her too many times. She had to scrutinize it with a skeptical attitude, but thinking back to what it had done during the time it had occupied her body, this evil spirit had never thought of harming Yusu from the beginning to the end. Instead it had shown incomparable concern for him. You're not still lying to me, are you? Taiyu paused and solemnly said, No, I want elder brother to live more than you do, and right now, you have no other choice but to trust me. Jilingrua lightly bit her lower lip and wiped all the tears from her face. Her dull beauty eyes regained their luster. Her pink fists clenched, already all determined. I promise you that I will never show up again after you save your brother and will tell you everything. Jilingrua also sensed the firmness in the other party's tone, and without replying, she moved without the slightest hesitation to remove a dress. In a few moments, a stunningly beautiful body was unreservedly exposed in this sacred hall. In terms of the visual aesthetics she brought to people, her appearance here was not out of place. Jilingrua made a gesture to climb into the black coffin. Before her hand touched it, she felt a strong burning sensation, and Taiyu immediately pulled her back. There's no way you can touch this coffin directly and die. So, what then? Jilingrua was a little flustered again. Let me enter you again. Only I cannot be rejected by it. Taiyu said sincerely. You liar. Jilingrua abruptly glared angrily. I don't know why you, an evil spirit, would also like senior brother. You just want to occupy my body and then use your consciousness to double cultivate with senior brother, don't you? I don't have such thoughts. I don't even know the magic of dual cultivation. The Tai Sui's tone became a bit despondent. It hung down its 6 fish eyes and pleaded. I was wrong about, but please believe me, I definitely won't compete with you for the consciousness. And the one who is in dual cultivation with senior brother is definitely you. I really just want to help you save him. What happened before? The two also fell into a short silence. Ji Lingrua Russian long exhaled a breath, and her body was no longer tense from vigilance. She looked certain, coldly said, I'm not as smart as elder brother. I can't tell which of your words is true and which is false, but I know that you definitely got one sentence wrong. Taiyu looked at her with some consternation, not understanding what she meant, while Ji Lingrua said, word for word, with determination, there is no one who wants elder brother to live more than I do, so get your ass in here. She opened her arms and unfolded herself defenselessly and recklessly. As long as she could save Yusu, no matter what the consequences were, she had no regrets. The Tai Sui looked in a trance at this young girl who originally, in its opinion, did not deserve to be Yusu's senior sister at all. It suddenly understood why Yusu, a blind man, could always recognize who was his true senior sister. It was destined to be the loser of the bet between it and the Dream Eater since the moment it was established. It also no longer hesitates to walk towards the arms of the maiden. It was much taller than Ji Lingrua, and the moment it came into contact with the young girl's torso, it was absorbed by the young girl and disappeared without a trace. Ji Lingrua sensed that there was no difference in her body, and after determining that it was her own consciousness that was still controlling her body, she once again prepared to roll into the coffin. This time, the burning sensation had indeed disappeared. She straddled above Yusu's waist and stomach, not holding back from sitting down directly. She reached out and rubbed the appalling wounds on Yusu's body, tears coming to her eyes once again. She wiped her tears while undoing all of Yusu's robes. Her robust body was already covered in scars. Ji Lingrua bent down and gently embraced Yusu, not minding the dirt and bloodstains on top of her own snow-white torso. She placed her face by Yusu's cheek and crossed her neck with him. In the end, although Yusu had already made more intimate contact with her in the name of teaching, something like cuddling with him was still the first time her own consciousness had experienced it. I'm so sorry, oh. When I saw the name of this crappy clan at that time, I should have just run away. I knew that sooner or later there would be a day like this. Oh, the hungry wolf boiled water that day, actually really just to give the lamb a bath. But the kind little sheep found that the hungry wolf, who had already fainted from hunger, actually took the initiative to offer himself. As for whether she regretted it or not, only she knew it in her own heart. Ji Lingrua endeavored to transport air according to the method in the human scroll, and stood up the long sword for Yusu. Her jade hands lightly supported her, and she apprehensively received the sword. As soon as she received it, her toes tensed up. 2 parts helplessness, 3 parts anger, 4 parts pain, and 1 part happiness of getting what he wanted were visible above his pretty face. All at once, pink sweat is thick, green silk is scattered, fragrant wind gasps, pain eases, newly admitted to grace, dainty and powerless. The snuggler trembles with infatuation, the black blood is gone, and the fairy is still savage. Near the New Year's Eve a lot of parties, home at night to have time to try to add more. No time as I did not say. I'm guilty. End of chapter. Lamps were lit everywhere inside the auspicious cave, illuminating brightly. Not a trace of mist could be seen in the light. The formation that Patriarch Bai brought back was really effective. The whole cavern could not be called well ordered, but the restless riot had certainly been quelled. As if to pacify the people, the supper that had just been distributed included a small piece of jerky for each person in addition to the dry bread. These ordinary people were summoned here urgently. Even if they had food storage at home, they didn't have time to carry much, and relied on the dried food distributed by the city lord's office all day long. For them, this jerky is already a complete delicacy. Patriarch Bai has made proper arrangements. He truly has the style of a city lord. On top of the high platform, an old man spoke out, respectfully kissing Patriarch Bai's ass. Patriarch Bai put his hands behind his back and looked at the crowds in the cave, smiling lightly and returning, Master Liang is too kind. The stability of the auspicious cave can't be achieved without everyone's cooperation. Humph, the next city lord doesn't have the style of a city lord. So who should? When Patriarch Bai heard this, he turned his head to look at the indignant Lu Yang and asked in a cold voice, what does Patriarch Lu mean by this? It doesn't mean anything. I just wanted to compliment Patriarch Bai for his iron face. Patriarch Bai knew what Lu Yang meant. It was to satirize him for closing the entrance to the formation without waiting for City Lord Lu to return. But in fact, this was also the order that City Lord Lu had secretly given him, that the formation must be closed after noon no matter what the circumstances were. Patriarch Lu, I've already explained to you that I'm just following orders. I hope that's the case. I'm afraid that there are people who look at the absence of City Lord Lu, Patriarch Qi and the others and think that they are worthy of this City Lord position. Lu Yan was young and impetuous, and he couldn't see these people's fly-by-night behavior the most. If this patriarch Bai really had a formation that could shield this mist, why didn't he take it out earlier? So obviously the source of this formation wasn't him, but rather City Lord Lu. However, in order to find that mole, it was inconvenient for City Lord Lu to show his face, which is why he passed this formation to Patriarch Bai, invariably allowing Patriarch Bai to make a great achievement. If they were able to get out of the trap this time, I'm afraid that the next City Lord would not be Patriarch Bai. As Lu Yang thought about this, he couldn't help but let out another cold snort. And suddenly an electric light flashed through his mind. If this formation was given to Patriarch Bai by Lord Lu according to his guess, then why did Lord Lu also take it out so late in the day? Patriarch Bai also had a temperament. Although his status was the same as the Patriarch, Lu Yang was after all only a junior in the spiritual platform realm, repeatedly being made difficult by a junior. Patriarch Bai could no longer hold back, transporting air all over his body. He wanted to exert pressure to make Lu Yang recognize his position. However, he was surprised to find that Lu Yang was not moved in the slightest, but only had a startled expression, as if he was immersed in his own thoughts. This puzzled Patriarch Bai, who continued to apply pressure, and suddenly felt that these outwardly released Xianqi did not go where they should go, but instead float away because of the attraction of something. He dispersed his senses along the route of his Xianqi flow and found that the Xianqi was vaguely gathered at the center of the top of the auspicious cave, and he was appalled in his heart. That location was that City Lord Lu had handed over to him the eye of the evil purifying spirit formation. At the same time, the crowd that had already calmed down erupted into shrieks again, and a number of elderly people all fainted directly to the ground. Not only that, others also felt different degrees of weakness depending on their physical condition. Originally, the people thought that they had been robbed of their lives, but at this moment, they once again became ants on a hot pan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why? The surroundings were pitch black, with only ghostly bright stones flickering. Lord Willow City's cloudy eyes were covered in blood, and he angrily kicked over a spell altar. While his surroundings were still covered in bright red talismans, a huge totem was carved at his feet, and a cow's milk-like white liquid flowed in the grooves of the totem. The entire formation gave off a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Lord Willow City took out the delicate horn from his arms again, and he roared at it. I've drained such a large white stone mine under the ground, plus the life force of the entire city's population. Why is it that I still can't sense the so-called Allah? At that moment, a dull voice that sounded like millions of drums in unison came out, its tone blurred without a single clear syllable at all, as if it was speaking another ancient language. However, its meaning still naturally surfaced in the Lu City Lord's mind. Someone has preempted the ritual of awakening Allah. You need to get to the temple immediately and kill Allah before he fully awakens, or you won't get the power you want. Lord Lu City's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and his mouth full of old teeth clenched to make a cackling sound. The thought of having so many unplanned things to hinder his grand plan made him feel annoyed, rather like the whole world was against him. He opened the door to this chamber and rushed out as fast as he could. At the other end of the horn, there was a huge beast standing between heaven and earth, with thick mist surrounding it, making it look like a god in charge of the mist. If Tai Yu was here, he would even be able to realize that it was extremely similar to the dim koan on the stone pillar. In front of it, there was an octopus-like monster standing in the void. Only its torso was transformed into a flowing vortex, and its overall size was only as big as one of the beast's eyeballs. The huge difference in size didn't make a disparate difference between the two Zoras. Instead, they were separated. Thou canst not stop me. 3,000 years ago, even thy lord was but food in my eyes. You are not even worthy to be food for my lord. Legend has it that you have been devoured by the turbid dragon, but I didn't realize that a remnant of your body was left behind to guard Allah's divine court. Thou and thy lord have not seen the true darkness, and Allah cannot be resurrected, but must be slain. It seems the turbid dragon not only ate most of you, but also contaminated your soul. These words enraged the giant beast in the sky, and it opened its huge mouth that covered the sky, letting out a roar that humans could not even hear. The Dream Eater, on the other hand, had its 8 tentacles dancing against the wind, and there was no fear in its 2 spots of light. Yusuf felt like she had been falling, with images of all shapes and sizes swept around her. There were images of scenes he had fantasized about as a child, which slowly turned into experiences he had seen with his own eyes over the past month, and then followed by memories that even he hadn't seen before. They were vague, long and heavy, and whenever Yusuf tried to see them, he felt a great resistance preventing him. He just had to keep falling through these confusing images until finally, he stopped. The last image in front of him so clear. It was a black coffin buried deep in a trench, and a steady stream of black blood seeped out from around it, and some of the creatures of the deep sea came into contact with it and began to become hideous and gigantic. Yusu didn't know what this image represented. He looked at the black coffin and only felt very familiar. the images began to be more than just images. They swam, and the monsters formed from sucking black blood began to swim past Yusu, their huge bodies making Yusu look like an ant, and those black blood also began to seep to the front of Yusu. Yusu subconsciously stretched out his fingertips and gently touched it. In a flash, his fingertips were like whirlpools, causing the blood that dripped out of the black coffin to frantically rush over and burrow into Yusu's body. Yusu was unable to move his body, and could only watch as the black coffin completely revealed its base color, white. A whisper like a divine revelation suddenly sounded in Yusu's mind. You are the source of all sins, and only you can cut off all the sins in the world. Before Yusu could experience the great sense of mission in this divine revelation, the memories around him shattered with a loud bang, and he felt that he had begun to go back again and witnessed one by one the shattering of those images along the way. It wasn't until the flashback to the moment he swung his sword at Jilingrua that he finally stopped and slammed hard towards that image. Then he could no longer see anything and fell into a stupor. He only felt that he was in a warm and human environment, and the wonderful feeling this environment brought to him was unprecedented. He even felt an unexplained strength in his body. A feeling that something was about to gush out gradually came. The feeling grew stronger, making his consciousness clearer as well, and Yusu's eyelashes fluttered as he slowly opened his eyes. What is in front of me is the most beautiful scenery in this world. What is in my ears is the most gentle sound in this world. Jilingrua was finally paralyzed with exhaustion. She prostrated herself on Yusu's body, clinging to him, gasping for aroma in small gulps. A pair of hands, however, suddenly encircled her, which caused her mesmerized eyes to widen, and a sound that came next nearly made her faint with shame. Senior sister, you've worked hard. Jilingrua's brain was made blank by these words. She simply didn't want to think about anything and directly closed her own eyes, but she didn't expect these hands to hold her tighter. Senior sister, don't pretend. I know you're awake. Jilingrua finally couldn't hold back her shyness. She braced herself and looked at Yusu's pupils that had become dark again, and his face that was already as good as new, with a happy smile on it, and that little bit of shyness was washed away by even greater joy. Tears once again came out of her eyes, and she violently hugged Yusu as well, bawling her eyes out. Oh, you're finally awake. Yusu not only woke up, he felt like he had simply changed his body. The majestic chi energy flowed through his body, like the legendary phoenix Nirvana. Thank you, sister. The three scrolls of heaven, earth, and man. Yusu had long since memorized them backwards, and he didn't need to think excessively to feel that what Jilingrua had used just now to undulate on him was a female-dominated move of dual cultivation technique in the human scroll, and this skyrocketing change in his body was most likely closely related to Jilingrua's behavior. What use are words of thanks? Jilingrua gently hammered Yusu's chest in annoyance, but she still didn't dare to raise her head to look directly at Yusu. Yusu didn't hold back and kissed the young girl on the side of her face, whispering in her ear, I will spend my entire life thanking senior sister until you find it useful. Jilingrua stiffened, only to feel that her body was on fire, and the places where her skin was close to Yusu's were burning so badly that she remembered that the two of them were still closely connected. Quickly get up. If you want to cheat people you can do it later. Jilingrua's face was like fire. As she sharply broke away from Yusu's embrace, she then forcefully stood up, actually feeling a very empty feeling. Boo! A sound like a wine jug being uncorked rang through the air. Inside the black coffin, there was already a mess. Yusu also immediately got up, even though he wanted to continue to embrace and warm up with his senior sister and say some lovey-dovey words. The timing at this moment was not appropriate. He hurriedly found the Qiankuan pouch on his body and began to search inside for clothes that he could change into. Jilingrua, however, stumbled at this moment and suddenly fainted and lay in Yusu's arms. Sister! Yusu anxiously called out to Jilingrua, but Jilingrua was unresponsive. Yusu hurriedly drove the air to check Jilingrua's body, and found that there was no problem in his body. The meridians were smooth, the Xian Qi was abundant, and in the lower abdomen where the spirit platform should have been built up, there was also a round Dan. Yusu was puzzled, but there was one thing he could confirm. His senior sister was breaking the boundary. Before, senior sister was at most considered a middle passage vein realm, but at this moment, the concentration of Xian Qi was already enough to reach the standard of the spirit stage realm. Yusu's heart cannot help but produce a doubt. Double cultivation effect is horrible like this? I'm afraid not. If this is really the case, then everyone can double cultivation. Even those who are pedantic estimates will be double cultivation as a divine art. After Yusu confirmed that Jilingrua's life wasn't in danger, he first put on a suit of clothes himself, and then carefully dressed Jilingrua in a new suit as well. He began to look around after he had done everything, and his final focus was on the coffin made of alabaster, which he was surprised to find was exactly the same as the one he had seen when his consciousness had sunk. At this exact moment, a footstep sounded abruptly. Yusu used his dark pupils to look at the door. The person who came in was hunched over. His face was filled with the general anger of someone who had stolen his home. This old man was no one else but City Lord Lu, the extreme east of Zhongyuan continent. Yongning City. As the only port connecting the Zhongyuan continent and the Easting continent where the demon race resided, the coast here was covered with divine glow stones that warded off evil spirits. There was even a special giant ship covered in divine glow stones for the permitted human and demon races to travel between the two continents. The huge ship had just docked, and in the room that was the highest on the ship, an old crone was looking with concern at the young lady who was lying on the bed with a flushed face, unable to help herself. How could my own young lady, who had outstanding talent and was the future empress of the Snake Clan, be seasick? Even if she was seasick, she shouldn't be acting like this. This expression is not so much difficult as, she suddenly thought of a possibility that she couldn't believe. Her own first miss and second miss were the juxtaposed twins, and she knew when she brought them up that the two of them had the ability to interoperate with divine senses. Then wouldn't it be the second young lady who's been away from home for 3 years that made Missy flat out like this? Second miss is stubborn and proud. How come she has lost her innocence after only 3 years in the human realm? Alas, is it possible that you have forgotten the ugly face of the human race? Missy, are you okay? Granny Lu, I'm fine. The Constant Heights Divine Mountain only allows one of us to enter the boundaries of the Middle Yuan continent. I'll wait for you in Yongning City. You don't need to pay any attention to me. Quickly go and bring that stupid sister of mine back. By the way, kill that man. The young girl who did not hide the killing intent in her words actually had the exact same face as Jiling Ruo. End of chapter. In the magnificent palace, the black lines had dissolved away, and only the sacred jade light flowed. I can't believe it's you. Willow City Lord angry grinding teeth chiseling teeth. The corner of the mouth beard windlass automatic. 2 sleeves of breath surging. A few want to swallow swim Su. Yusu laid Jiling Ruo carefully on the ground. He stood up steeply and his aura changed greatly. A pair of ink pupils stared at the old man who suddenly intruded without looking at him. What does City Lord Lu mean by this? Enemies were red in the face. Although Yusu was also curious as to why Lu City Lord's emotions were so out of control at the moment. But regardless of what the reason for it was, the fight was just that. In an instant, white light flashed, and the ink pine sword was already sheathed. How dare the harpies? Lu City Lord was burning with rage. And at this time, he could not afford to put on the calm demeanor he had before, and he decided to fight a quick battle. Remembering the explanation that Bumu Jun Ning Kuan had given him, he directly released his Shin Chi. His hands formed a seal, and the 6 mangled spell formation in front of his body flickered, followed by a powerful burst of chi surging out from in front of him. This was the golden light technique, and as soon as he came up, he used one of the Xian Shao Sect's rather prestigious attack techniques. Yusu's black eyes deepened, spilling out his sword. The sword was like a swimming snake, heading straight for the face of the Lu City Lord. In just the blink of an eye, the sword and the chi went toe-to-toe and violently clashed together. With a muffled popping sound, Yusu's face did not change. But on the contrary, the Lu City Lord, who had previously suppressed Yusu in various ways, changed his color drastically, and let out a sharp hissing sound, almost trembling and clenching his teeth. You thief! His 100 years of planning was now reduced to the fruit of others. So how could Lord Lu not hate? This angry old man's forehead veins exploded, eyes containing blood light. He didn't hesitate for a moment as a huge palm blasted towards Yusu, but in the blink of an eye he disappeared. This stance of hidden breath technique that he had performed could reduce his own breath to a certain extent, and was most suitable for dealing with enemies that relied on perception. A few times under the wandering Lu City Lord heart horrified, because he found that no matter how he traveled east and west can never get away from the tracking of a line of sight. The owner of this line of sight is not Yusu. Who else can it be? Willow City Lord simply did not hide anymore, but flew high up and hung in mid-air, and only greeted Yusu with a steady stream of powerful spells, and all of a sudden colorful light flashed in the air. Yusu clenched his teeth. He could see the flow of the arcane air in these techniques clearly, but some of the techniques were not easy to deal with just because he could see the weaknesses. In the final analysis, the reason why Yusu was suppressed by Lu Cheng Master was still because Lu Cheng Master could fly to bring the height advantage, which made it difficult for Yusu, who had all the melee kung fu, to utilize all his skills. Yusu looked at the towering Lu City Lord. A sense of bravado surged up in his heart. He clutched his sword to his chest, and straight away he felt his body's Xian Qi rushing like a river, surging all the way to his feet. The art of the wind ladder. Seeing that Yusu actually stepped on the steps in the void, Lu City Lord's expression changed greatly, only to feel that the other party's move was comparable to walking against the sky. However, in addition to being the Xian Shao Sect's Lu Qi Nan, he was also the Royal Evil Sect's former Grand Sect leader. He immediately regained his composure, and as his hands continued to form seals, a thick black gas azure formed. and his own hands were scorched black. Yellow spring underworld fire. As soon as the words fell, a giant pillar of pitch-black fire suddenly formed, heading headlong towards the sharp and unstoppable Yusu. This fire instantly engulfed Yusu, and Yusu's upper shirt was burned away in a flash, and his body was dyed with a blazing black fire. Yusu's eyes in the ink color is more dense. He does not flash, not to avoid, only with the tip of the sword to open the way. A rushing sword light will be the medieval fire in a moment to cut lax, but also will be a face of shock of the Lu City Lord straight down to the ground. And even the white jade brick on the ground is also by the Lord of Lu's downward momentum hit out a slight cracks. Yusu was bathed in black fire, and his burnt flesh and blood were immediately reborn. He was like a humanoid demon god, pressing towards the Lu City Lord who had not yet regained his breath. Unlike Yusu's air of calmness, Lu City Lord's face was pale and wretched at the moment. Put. As Lord Lu City spat out a mouthful of blood again, his face could no longer see any blood color, and he saw that he had reached the point of exhaustion. Yusu, I am the Lord of Lu City. Ah, you have gotten what you want. Let me go. But Yusu's steady steps did not half stop, and City Lord Lu hurriedly said again, you let me go, and I swear I won't bother you in the future. I will roll far away. The only thing I want is your life. Yusu took one step and the majestic sword intent chopped directly at his feet. A snake-like evil spirit hidden in the shadow instantly dissolved into nothingness. Lu City Lord was shocked. He originally wanted to show his enemy weakness by borrowing Shadow Snake to sneak attack, but he didn't expect that even this would be seen through by Yusu. And at that exact moment, there was another shaking of the ground, and the tremor was even more violent than before, as if the secret realm beyond this divine hall was about to collapse. Yusu was forced to stop his body, and City Lord Lu was similarly in a daze when a voice rang out in his mind. Accept my power and kill Allah. Lu City Lord's face was like ashes, and when he swayed and saw that Yusu was full of killing intent, he immediately made up his mind, and his eyes exploded with light. One could only see that Lord Lu City was shrouded in entangled pitch-black mist around his body. His eyes were scarlet. His mouth was opening at an unbelievable size, growing scarlet fangs outwards. His body was constantly twisting and his limbs were constantly expanding, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an ugly monster. Obscure notes were still coming out of his mouth, and no one could understand what he was saying, as if he were praying or atoning for his sins. Yusu's face was horrified. He never thought that Lord Lu City would still have a backhand, sacrificing his entire soul and flesh to the evil spirit. At this moment, the Lu City Lord had already transformed into an evil demon that only knew how to kill. Yusu's face was grave. The aura emanating from the other party made him feel extremely depressed, and it was extremely difficult for him to even breathe. This strange oppression felt somewhat familiar to him, as it did the moment he glimpsed the beast above the city walls that day. When Yusu was not paying attention, his chest was instantly stained with blood, and he flew out backwards. With one strike, the evil demon didn't hesitate, and afterward, his figure flickered and came behind Yusu before he landed on the ground. Jab! The sound of a sharp instrument piercing flesh. The evil demon's sharp claws went straight through Yusu's body from his back, striking through his abdomen. The evil demon threw his hand to the ground as if he was throwing garbage, and stomped on Yusu's chest with his big mutated foot, and Yusu almost fainted when his foot went down. The evil demon let out a toothsome laugh, and the twisted face of Lord Willow City protruded from the evil demon's chest, as if he wanted to watch Yusu die with his own eyes before his soul completely dissipated. Sharp claws aimed at Yusu's neck. The evil demon didn't hesitate and ruthlessly fell. You are the source of all sins, and only you can cut off all the sins in the world. Heaven and earth were silent for a moment, and the only thing that resounded was the repetition of this sentence. As these words echoed, it was as if there were countless hearts beating violently in Yusu's body, and the majestic power made him fearless. Clank! It was the Muratsukan that was shouting. Yusu's pair of ink pupils began to glow with a golden color, just like a god descending to the world. The evil demon's sharp claws stayed 3 inches in front of Yusu's face, hesitating to go further. A ripple emanated from the air, arcane and ancient, and under the impetus of the ripple, the evil demon was forcibly pushed out without the slightest resistance. Buzz! The white sword light opens up the dome of the sky, and all the evils retreat and disperse the sword god. Why is Venerable Lotus Sword here? A body of majestic Tao energy has been depleted by you to such an extent that there is no hope for the great Tao in the future. The disfigured man had his hands behind his back, confident and calm, standing in the clear sky. The surrounding hundreds of meters of fog were cleansed by the battle between these two, and in front of him, Shudon was already bleeding from the corner of his lips. Suddenly both of them looked somewhere in the clouds at the same time. As if sensing something, the corners of the disfigured man's mouth imperceptibly rose, and in his only normal eyes, an excited glow flowed. My purpose has been accomplished and I will leave immediately. Your Holiness, Instead of tangling with me, why don't you go save the young boy you care about? This sword of his is truly remarkable. Ah. The disfigured man looked to the lower end of the cloud, his tone sighing. The deep, thick mist looked down from high above, like a bed of white clouds, a thin, narrow line, but cut this bed of clouds in half in a flash. With that, there was a deafening explosion, and a sky-high beast fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the white mist that exploded up surged to Yishotong's side like a mushroom. She narrowed her eyes and headed straight downward. End of chapter. Jilingrua felt like she had a long dream, which was so real, but not her dream. In the dream, she called Teo. My name is Teo, but it wasn't my name. And what did my mother, whose face had been blurred by long memories, call me? I'm trying desperately to remember, and I can't. I only remember a young me riding on my father's neck, clutching a bamboo dragonfly in my hand. My father grabbed my legs and ran happily through the field, while my mother chased hard behind. The bamboo dragonfly spun and spun and spun in such a way that I thought I was really flying, making me laugh like a silver bell, thinking that there would never be a happier day than this. Later, a group of immortals flying in the sky visited the place, and they cured the sick and saved people, dispelled evil spirits and eliminated disasters, and the village people were very grateful to them. They also said that I was an innately immaculate person, the seed of a true immortal, and that they wanted to lure me into the immortal sect. When I asked them what an innately unsullied person was, they said it was someone whose heart was as pure as crystal, someone who could still maintain a true heart when possessed by any demon or devil. I didn't understand the meaning and asked them if they could fly like them after entering the immortal gate. They said they could, and that they would fly higher than they did, even though my parents didn't want to let go. They agreed once they thought that I would be able to have enough to eat and wear in the future, and that I would become a fairy in a painting. With that, I followed them into the fairy gate. That hellhole. I didn't even know where I was, waking up surrounded by nothing but a vague candle flame, cold chains, and a dark prison cell. Fear overwhelmed me like the sea, and my cries echoed through the cavern so that only I could hear them. Then someone finally came, and I desperately tried to communicate with them and ask for help, but they didn't say a word. They brought my meal, a bowl of thick gruel too disgusting for words, full of eyeballs and tentacles and bubbles that kept coming out. I kept my mouth shut and preferred not to drink, so they held me down, peeled open my mouth, and poured it in raw. The more I vomited, the more they fed. My body also gradually changed. My feet, which used to stride happily in the fragrant grass, and my toes began to stick together, as well as my hands. Why did they become like this? I didn't think there could be a more painful day, but I didn't realize that more painful would always be the next day. Then they began to say things like and were not satisfied with just feeding me with those things. All sorts of strange things began to appear in my cell, like mutated monsters from the deep sea. That's not enough. Fishy odors, thick slime wrapped around me, each of them trying desperately to get inside me. In the dim candlelight, my body began to change dramatically as well, the bulging bags of flesh growing larger and larger as if they had been born to grow on my body. At one point the tight chains accidentally broke free and I was finally able to move, and it took everything I had to try to end my life, only to be surprised to find that I couldn't die at all, or that the methods I could think of were simply not enough to kill me like this. They found out about my suicidal behavior and in return I was placed in tighter bondage. From then on, I was left hanging motionless, like the memory of the giant tree at the entrance to the village that would never move. I could only allow these chunks of flesh to grow on my body until the day I couldn't recognize myself at all. When they entered my cage for the first time with a jade knife, they cut off a piece of the weird flesh that was growing out of me, but the pieces of flesh rotted immediately as soon as they left my body, no matter what they used to store it. They furiously told me not to resist, but to willingly cooperate with them so that I could one day return to my parents. I realized that the meat was under my control, and that only the meat that I had voluntarily cut off would not rot. I stopped trusting them a long time ago, and a thrill of vengeance washed over me as I watched their impotent expressions. The men left as they spat at me, calling me an ugly and evil Teiyukai. Then another day, a beautiful young girl was also imprisoned, her eyes empty. I looked at her as if I saw myself when I first came in so long ago. She looked at me with abhorrence and said that if I didn't pass then she would be the next to be hung here. I wanted to sympathize with her, but I couldn't even sympathize with myself. I still wouldn't cooperate with their cuts, and their movements became more and more brutal, and despite this body's ability to recover, the pain didn't diminish. "Do hurt? You?" She, who was also no longer much of a human, asked me shakily. Aha! It was the first time I answered her words. We were like patients with the same disease, and the conversation gradually increased. I called her sister. She called me sister. There was nothing she could do to stop the behavior of those people. All she could do was talk to me and comfort me when people were quiet. She told me a lot of stories about family, friendship and love. and I relied on the emotions in those stories as the final motivation to live. One day we'll see the beauty of the story for ourselves, she always said. That day my refusal to cooperate angered them again, and she was restrained by the men, threatened with dirty evil spirits and thick gruel placed in front of her torso, and told to cut off my own flesh with my own hands. In fact, I knew this day would come. When I was very young my father told me that the vast majority of stories are false. So this sister, too, is false. She had come in for just such a day, but I accepted her with open arms, and in this infinite darkness, even false hope is hard to deny. I would even think that these people have been kind enough not to find my parents to blackmail me, but there's also a possibility that maybe my parents have already died a long time ago. I cut off my own flesh with my own hands and gave it to them. They gathered respectfully around my sister, who spat at me a lot and cursed me for a long time, saying things like, and then never showed up again. That's ugly and that's disgusting. The day after that day, someone came and told me that my meat was working and that I had become a real Teiyukai, and from the moment it appeared, Teo was destined to become food. After that I was put in a coffin and couldn't see anything. After rolling around for who knows how long, when I opened my eyes again, I was in a crystal cage. The people around me had changed, and they were even more immortal, calling me a sacrifice to the immortal ancestors. The emotion of wanting to get back at someone had long since worn off, and I was more interested in ending my life as quickly as possible than continuing to discuss them. Just as I was willingly walking into the tomb of my so-called immortal ancestor, a strange octopus appeared. The people around me called him the Dream Eater, and it was he who saved me. I thanked him, and he said that his purpose, too, was for me to be eaten, only that my eater had changed. The Dream Eater said to me that he hoped I would willingly become the key to Allah's resurrection, and in exchange he would fulfill a condition. I was a little confused and had no idea what to promise. I was placed in that clean white world within him and followed him as he continued to hide in the consciousness of different people, and the memories of these people in all their shapes and sizes opened my eyes to this wonderful world. I knew I wasn't destined to escape being eaten, so I tried to wish that I could be released to walk around the world, but I looked at my body and despaired. I don't belong to this wonderful world. No one will accept such a me. Those sweet pastries and sincere feelings don't belong to such a me anymore. Only the cold prison and vain destiny are my home. Finally, we arrived at our destination. This time, we hid in the consciousness of a very good-looking teenager. The Dream Eater said that this teenager was the best person in the city to be a vessel for Allah. I guess that the reason why the Dream Eater would choose him might be the same as mine, that he felt an inexplicable attraction emanating from him. As we entered his consciousness, we were surprised to find that this teenager's memories were all pitch black, and that he was actually blind. But the emotion he felt for his master, his mother, and especially this senior sister was so strong that it didn't diminish by half just because he didn't know what the other side looked like. But the dream-eating ghost clearly told me that this senior sister of hers is not a human being, but a half-demon. An emotion called jealousy filled me, and I found the Dream Eater and built a selfish drama with that condition. End of chapter. I was jealous of this arrogant senior sister who enjoyed favoritism in a way that I had never enjoyed so well. I wanted to enjoy this favoritism as well, so I asked the Dream Eater to put on a show with me. The Dream Eater understood my thoughts, and he was ready to cast a spell to transform us into the likeness of his master and sister. But I refused. After the teenager was dragged into this layer of consciousness, I apprehensively began my performance, and according to the Dream Eater's request, he was fed a piece of taiyaki meat in advance to strengthen his body. His eyes were horrified, but he didn't flinch or go crazy. He forced himself to play along with our act. Whether it was the first time he was false with me, or the second time he angrily tried to take revenge when he was forced to eat the teiyuji meat, it was enough to show that he didn't believe that we would be his senior sister's teacher's wife. So in the meantime, the Dream Eater kept suggesting in his consciousness that we were his sister. The hint was productive. He really thought his Sifu and sister were possessed, and despite the suspicions, the Dream Eater's hints would help him overlook the abrupt details. He didn't dislike them in the slightest because he knew they were possessed, but instead, he was all about trying to save his possessed sister and mother. That day he was teaching me sword practice in the Sea of Consciousness and I asked him, "So, what if I don't look like what you think I look like? So you're not my senior sister?" He was so sincere that even I couldn't tell the difference between the real and the fake. And from that moment on, I knew that he had divided his love into two parts. One for me, his fake senior sister, and one for his real senior sister. So I decided to take the relationship a step further. I made up another lie, one that could only stand on the basis of his deep obsession. What primary and secondary consciousness, what overlapping perceptions would lead to a return of consciousness were all false, and he chose to trust me without reservation. He embraced me gently, the only time in my long experience of suffering that someone has ever initiated an embrace. It turns out that hugging is such a warm thing, and I became more and more greedy because of this embrace. The Dream Eater said that he needed to go in search of Allah's divine court and could not continue to give hints within Yusu's body, telling me not to act rashly. I listened to him honestly and lied to Yusu that I was going to fall into a deep sleep, and with no one knowing my plans, I was ashamed of my dirty thoughts and excited for a possible bright future. I've somehow managed to get a certain amount of dream authority as well, and I think that might be one of Teo's abilities. So I secretly infiltrated the young girl while Yusu and that young girl were doing all that charming teaching skin to skin. She was a dumbass who would only be oblivious when Yusu suffered everything in silence. A loser who would only cry when Yusu was isolated and helpless. Who deserved to be Yusu's senior sister? It won't be me who is destined to become someone else's food. The one who could be worthy of becoming Yusu's senior sister would never be her either. I'm going to get her possessed. I'm going to make her give up this body willingly. Sure enough, I made it. Things were going in the direction I expected. This stupid young girl let me take over this body without hesitation. Hadn't she ever thought about how much trouble she would bring to her senior brother if she was possessed? But it doesn't matter. From now on, I am Jilingruo. The 3 days I spent in the cave with my brother were some of the happiest I can remember. I tried more intimate actions with him and none of them left me mesmerized and looking forward to more. Unfortunately, this body was not really mine yet, and there was a crazy girl who would always come out to mess things up at critical moments. But a maiden's body like mine can't kill her hidden inside a Teiyukai, because a Teiyukai can only give her life voluntarily or be killed by someone who possesses Teiyukai's power. So the final step in this stealing plan of mine is to have Yusu personally kill Jilingruo, who has been transformed into a Tai Sui. That way, I can live forever after as senior sister Yusu. But why would Yusu not be able to do it? Why would Yusu see it? A strong sense of frustration surrounded me at that moment. The dream-eating ghost was right. This blind teenager most likely did not consider me as his real senior sister from the very beginning. I resigned myself to my fate, and at the same time I was ashamed of my own wickedness, unintentionally dominated by evil thoughts that turned me into the same demon as those who tormented me, dominating the lives of others at will. However, at least on the last ride of my life, I felt a different kind of warmth. Whether what this blind teenager gave me was false or true, just the warmth was enough to comfort me. Death isn't scary anymore. It's just that there's no way for me to cut Yusu out of this vast conspiracy to resurrect Allah. Before the empty black coffin, the Dream Eater showed me the images he had seen, and the ancient heaviness almost prevented me from repeating the scene in my mind. I could not help but think again of what the Dream Eater had said to me, that I was the only key to Allah's revival. But Allah's revival is not today. Perhaps Allah began to awaken as early as when I fed him his first piece of taiyaki meat. Luckily it's you, so I can be willingly eaten by you all. This young girl also demonstrated that she was qualified enough to be Yusu's senior sister, and I did her a very wrong thing by going overboard. So to make it up to her, I decided to give their relationship a push. The ceremony to revive Allah doesn't need a double cultivation at all. It was just an accident that she would appear here. Not only that, I also quietly repaired the strange meridians in the young girl's body and condensed a new demonic Dan for her while they were double cultivating. When I'm not around, don't be the moppet that can only be protected by your senior brother. In the last moments of my life, I look back at my memories, and I can't remember all the darkness and hatred. Only the vague memories of my parents and Yusa stay with me. We'll never really die, and one day, I'll take my senior brother back from her. Yuan Yang Sword Sect. Inside the familiar room, Jilingruo was still sleeping. Only 2 tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes. Fairy Wangshu, who wore a jade rabbit mask on her face, stood guard beside her as she quietly dipped her fingers into the young girl's teardrops, looking at the crystals on her fingertips with a puzzled look in her eyes. And in Yusu's room, guarding the side was the dignified lotus sword venerable with a grave face. She looked worriedly at the cold and sweaty Yusu on the bed, took out her own handkerchief and carefully brushed away the sweat drops for him. As she leaned over, the conservative dress couldn't hide the extreme curves. The corners of Yusu's mouth shivered in his coma as he kept chanting something. He Shudong could hear clearly that he was shouting, "Senior sister! Senior!" It couldn't help but make her heart tighten again. Full of loss and self-loathing, she dropped her cloud-like eyelashes and bit her bottom lip gently. Mastermind. End of chapter. Mastermind. A murmur that sounded like a mosquito fly caused He Shutong's somewhat dull eyes to instantly regain some of their vigor. He Shudong didn't understand the change in her state of mind, so she had to continue to cover up some of her celebratory joy with the action of wiping Yusu's sweat. It was enough that Yusu wasn't completely disappointed in her, and in the middle of Yusu's dream, it was a chaotic world. The sky and the earth hung over upside down as fire and water violently collided around the world. These images, which did not know whether they took place in the ancient times or in the future, confused Yusu, who was the only one in the overwhelming darkness, striding alone towards the throne that belonged to him, with broken walls and bloody limbs drying up along the way. Just then, a hand suddenly pulled him from behind, and when he looked back, The hand didn't have an owner. As if it had come from the end of his sight. He didn't hesitate to grab the hand, because that throne only made him feel cold and empty. Shuton's delicate hand trembled slightly. Just now she was only trying to suppress his hand that was grasping in vain. But she didn't expect that the unconscious Yusu would suddenly hold her hand. Think carefully. This is still her 200 years of life. The first time with a man directly skin to skin. The strange feeling made her subconsciously want to withdraw her hand, but Yusu held it tightly, as if she was grasping a life-saving straw. He shut on to Swim Su and not willing to use the Shin Chi shock away his hand. See, Swim Su shook his head in pain. Her heart is soft. Then also let Swim Su hold. She carefully scrutinized Yusu's face, as if she heard the teenager again restrainedly shouting Senior Mother. Senior Mother. And so she didn't know how long it had been since Yusu had held her hand. Yusu's eyelashes fluttered as he finally woke up. More than the feeling of severe pain on his body, what made Yusu care was the familiar and unfamiliar mist in front of him. This mist had changed from the previous state of not being able to penetrate the light at all, to being able to see extremely blinding light, to the moment when it was already possible to vaguely receive large swathes of light. For example, this piece of ceiling on top, he could already vaguely see its outline. With this kind of vision, even if he was walking outside without relying on his perception ability at all, Yusu believed that he wouldn't stumble. Between his nostrils, however, he suddenly smelled an elegant fragrance. Yusu remembered this smell. It was the unforgettable scent from his master's wife. It was then that he was startled to realize that he was holding something. The touch was cold and delicate. If this was a human hand, it was enough to qualify as a phrase of ice and jade bone clear without sweat. Realizing what he was holding, Yusu quickly released his hand. Since childhood, he has never done such an unauthorized action to the teacher's wife. Immediately wanted to get up and apologize, but unexpectedly too much action, involving its entire body injuries, actually screamed out in pain. Shuton's eyebrows knitted slightly. Her jade hand gently lifted, and a stream of gentle Shen Qi then held Yusu to gently receive him back. I'm the master's maiden, not the enemy. You are out of danger. Lie down properly. Xiaodong said softly. She thought that Yusu had not yet detached himself from the alert state of the battle, which was why he wanted to get up so badly as soon as he turned awake. Shuton's heart is also more self-blame. In Yusu in deep danger when he was not by his side is their own. All the way to the mouth said to save him is also their own. The result in the end, she still did not do anything. As Yusu listened to the somewhat familiar clear and cold voice, he remembered the time when Shern Yang had saved herself from Lord Lu Chang. The moment the dream-eating ghost appeared, he understood everything. The master's wife had never been hit by evil from the beginning. It was all a lie from the monster master's wife in his head. Is it really out of danger now? Mastermind. Yusu's voice trailed off so long that she seemed to be on the verge of holding back her tears. Xiaodong was slightly stunned. The meaning mixed in this call of Yusu was so complicated that she was a little confused for a moment. There is dependence. There are inquiries. There are touched. There is also reproach. A strong impulse surged out of her heart. Xiaodong desperately wanted to respond to this call from Yusu, but she did not know how to speak. The most direct expression is action. So she took the initiative to hold Yusu's hand, wanting to let him know his presence. Aha! This action, which seemed absolutely impossible for the Lotus Sword Venerable to make to an outsider, did not make Xiaodong feel uncomfortable, but instead felt joy for her own initiative. The iceberg had begun to melt, and she was going to do everything in her power to win back the needy teenager in front of her. Seifu, I'm so tired. Yusu felt the other side to pass the care of the intention. The nose is sour. The past all kinds of finally is broken down the heart of the defense of the Yusu. He again perseverance is only an 18-year-old boy. He almost rely on the overdraft of their own to hold up to the present. At this moment there was a harbor that he could rely on. He was finally letting go of all his defenses, and tears were flowing down his face. Xiaodong was a bit overwhelmed. In her opinion, Yusu was just a poor blind child who was nearly 200 years younger than her. Fatherless and motherless since childhood. He was taken care of by that unreliable master and then entrusted to the even more unreliable her. The suffering of the other party should have been resolved by herself, but she failed to do so and even tried to hand him over to someone else. All of this is her fault. Her heart is also surrounded by guilt. But there is no way to vent this guilt. She does not know how to comfort the teenager who is crying in pain at this time. Almost subconsciously, as if awakening to a mother's love, she gently bent down and gathered the tearful Yusu in her arms. Shuton's aura was cold, yet his body was still warm. Yusu's tears only stopped for a moment. The wonderful fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose and the thick soft warmth coming from between his cheeks made him fall into a beautiful dream that he didn't want to wake up in general. He coveted this beautiful dream and vented all the emotions he had suppressed during this period of time even more recklessly. Are you really, my master's mother? Came Yusu's stuttering voice. Of course I am. Xiaodong answered with a firm voice. the teenager showed a rare vulnerable side of him, still in front of her, which made her snicker and feel even more distressed, so she slightly wrapped her arms around the teenager's collar and hugged him a little tighter. Sifu, I have so many questions I want to ask you, can I ask them? The words made He Shutong's heart prickle. Up until this point the teenager had kept the courtesy of asking for her permission before speaking to her. Aha! Senior mother, did you leave the clan a long time ago? Well, so have you been communicating with me using a voice stone? Not all the time. Then is it true that you have no cultivation? Before, is really not. Elder mother, why did you lie to me? I almost never saw you again that day. I'm not trying to lie to you. It's just that you haven't asked me, so that's why I haven't told you. What in the world are you? Shifu. At that exact moment, the sudden appearance of a delicate voice interrupted He Shutong's yet-to-be-spoken words. What are doing? You. The merit is overflowing. You say you are a practicing doctor? The new book of 3 rivers on the shelves today. The flow of the medical path. Read the immortal. There are many knowledge of Chinese medicine can learn. Interested in can go to support the first order. End of chapter. Looking at the sudden appearance of Ji Lingrua in Fairy Wangshu, He Shutong somehow had a feeling of being a thief, and she hurriedly loosened her embrace, momentarily at a loss for words. She wasn't the only one who had the same feeling. Yusu sensed the unkindness in his senior sister's tone and preempted it. Senior sister, you're awake, he said, and wiped the tears from his face. The color of heartache on Ji Lingrua's face fleetingly disappeared. She narrowed her eyes and looked back and forth on these two people, and suddenly coldly said to He Shutong, "What the hell are you up to?" The words were full of hostility. In the end, she could be said to have no feelings for this so-called master's wife, as Yusu went through all sorts of trials and tribulations, but she stayed out of it, and despite the fact that it looked like she was the one who saved them in the end, Ji Lingrua's heart was still full of resentment towards her. He Shutong is not good at words. At this time was asked harshly, actually do not know where to start. Explain the words stuck in the lips. How can not say? Yusu was flabbergasted in the middle and didn't know who to speak to, but it was Shenyang who stood up on her own and looked disdainfully at Ji Lingrua, who was half a head shorter than her, and indifferently said, "You guys talk first." Then she turned around and brushed past the young girl, while Ji Lingrua stared at her with wide eyes, refusing to show weakness. Yusu recalled the residual touch and temperature on his face, and watched as He Shutong's back and his blurred vision fled and disappeared in the doorway of the room. His heart moved slightly. He always felt that there was a change in Shenyang. If she had left like this before, she would have been arrogant and icy, not bothering to say much, but at the moment it was like she was having trouble coping before she fled. Sister. When only the senior siblings remained in the room, Yusu finally called out in an intimate and dependent manner. Ji Lingrua was stunned at the words, lightly biting her lower lip. She had fantasized about the scene of her reunion with Yusu. She must have run in both directions with Yusu, embracing each other tightly to tell each other their feelings. The first moment she woke up, she was ready to come to Yusu's room to look for him, but she saw Yusu and that irresponsible master's wife sticking so close together, and her enthusiasm faded for the most part. She asked, hesitating on her feet, "What were you doing with her?" "As you can see, what else can I do?" Yusu had an innocent look on his face, and rightly said, "Master mother saw that I was miserable, so she wanted to comfort me." Ji Lingrua saw his frank appearance, as if he was saying that she was puzzled. How could she ask this kind of question? The corners of her mouth flicked and she said indignantly, "How come it looks like you didn't used to have such a good relationship with this master's wife?" "I have no father and no mother. Since I was 10 years old I was brought up by my master's mother alone. Although I didn't show much on weekdays, my master's mother must have taken care of me. We were in a life and death crisis when we disappeared. When the dust settled she came to pretend to comfort." This is also worthy of you to call out senior mother? I think the master mother should have her own hardship. I think you're just wishful thinking. Ji Lingrua crossed her arms with a look of hatred. Yusu looked gloomy. Ji Lingrua somehow did not say wrong. He always unreservedly gave the greatest trust to those around him. He recalled that when he was very young, his master commanded him to walk, saying left is left, saying right is right, but he always refused to believe in his master's command, and always felt that he was intentionally pointing himself into a pit to see his own jokes. After that time Sifu gave him a hard spanking and expressed his great disappointment in him. Master said, "A blind person is unable to see, forced to spend more than normal people to figure out the world. Thinking too much is understandable, but if Yusu doesn't even trust his closest relatives and is constantly suspicious, what kind of person will he grow up to be in the future? Will he grow up to be a dark and treacherous person?" He, Guan Chu Jun, didn't want a fox who was sensitive and suspicious all day as his disciple. Maybe one day the fox would turn into a white-eyed wolf. Yusu was deeply ashamed and understood more and more as he grew older what his master had said. It was sad for a person to not even have something they could trust, let alone a blind man who was already insecure. It is for this reason that he has developed the character of treating those who are close to him more closely and those who are distant more distant. However, Yusu was also clear that Ji-Ling Ruo's reason for spitting wasn't really to scold him for his wishful thinking. After all, he also relied on this to draw closer to his senior sister. He spread his face and smiled, and he had already understood Ji-Ling Ruo's mind. The young girl was worried that he, the blind man, had forgotten with whom he had shared the difficult times, so he softly said, "However, how the feelings between senior mother and I are. In the end, they are not half as good as senior sisters. The births and deaths with senior sister over this period of time have been remembered in my heart, and senior sister's kindness is something that senior brother will not be able to repay for the rest of his life." Yusu's sudden blunt words made Ji-Ling Ruo blush in a flash. She slightly inclined her head, her smoky eyes half-lidded, secretly annoyed that Yusu was really blabbering, especially that last sentence, clearly insinuating what happened in the coffin on that day. Thinking of that day's scene, Ji-Ling Ruo felt shy and bashful. Her lower body was different, and she couldn't help but be annoyed. Then I'll make sure that you have nowhere to repay this favor and hold on to it for the rest of your life. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she thought that if her words really came true, there would be more than just Yusu who would regret it. She squirmed for a moment, and when she saw that Yusu didn't respond either, she wanted to softly say a few more words, but was interrupted by Yusu. "What senior sister means is that you want to leave?" Yusu was in a state of disorientation, and his eyes were dead gray. Ji-Ling Ruo stuttered and stammered. "Did I say that? Don't you blindly guess." Cough. Yusu just spit out a word. "Will be too emotional and violent coughing up?" Ji-Ling Ruo, before the pretense of reserve, also instantly disappeared. She tightly ran to the bedside of Yusu, for him to gently pat the back. When Yusu slowed down a little, he raised his head tremblingly to look at the young girl near him. He wanted to push his eyes to open them, but the excessive overdraft from before made him unresponsive even if there was a little blood in his eyes. Yusu grabbed Ji-Ling Ruo's hand without being able to say a word, his tone pleading, "What exactly is senior sister still hiding from me?" Ji-Ling Ruo was stunned by the question. She let her soft rays be held by Yusu. "No, even after all this, is senior sister still defensive of me?" Ji-Ling Ruo saw that Yusu had a saddened look on her face, and her heart was the same. She did not say her own life is not because of the guard against Yusu, just do not want to prematurely declare parting. I'll just talk to you." Yusu gave a light and then immediately hugged Ji-Ling Ruo's small arm, fearing that she would escape. As if he felt that this was not enough, he also moved his body to Ji-Ling Ruo's side and gently leaned his head on the young girl's shoulder. "You honestly, that day was forced by circumstances. It doesn't mean that in the future you can freely move your hands on this young lady. That's natural. But at this moment, will senior sister allow poor senior brother to lean on her for a while?" Yusu sniffed the aroma that was very different from senior sister's body, only to feel that his body was full of fatigue that had been eased. More than allowing it, Ji-Ling Ruo hated the fact that she couldn't be relied on by Yusu forever. So she cooed, only for a moment. Yusu then nodded honestly and waited for Ji-Ling Ruo to speak. "Elder brother, do you know about Taiyu?" Yusu nodded again. "Then how did elder brother see that the Taisui was the one who was me in that white space at that time? I will never fail to recognize senior sister." Yusu's tone was firm, as if he was saying it to Ji-Ling Ruo, and as if he was saying it to himself. Yawn. That's a nice thing to say. The corners of Ji-Ling Ruo's mouth rose as she cut a glance at the self-satisfied Yusu. "Then first tell me about your experience." No lying allowed. Yusu secretly felt helpless, confessing twice in front of him, but he didn't realize that he was speaking to the same monster. Thus, Yusu spoke in detail about the experiences of this month. In fact, Ji-Ling Ruo had already heard it once in Yusu's consciousness, and at this time, she was inclined to want Yusu to personally speak to her once again. "Then does senior brother now know why Taiyu and the Dream Eater did what they did?" Yusu shook his head. He really couldn't think of an answer to his question. Ji-Ling Ruo then organized her language and told Yusu all about the memories that she had been able to glimpse before the Taisui dissipated. After a bit of narration, the day had passed for an unknown period of time, and Yusu organized his thoughts. "So the power of Allah, which Lord Willow City went to great lengths to obtain, is now inside my body? It should be. It's not a simple trifle. Senior brother, you can't tell anyone if you know it, even that senior mother." Ji-Ling Ruo was worried and deliberately lowered her voice to admonish Yusu, who naturally understood the reasoning. Allah, the source of all evil. The fact that such a secret was spread out right in front of Yusu's eyes, and that he himself had become a personal witness to it, gave him quite a sense of unreality. Is it really his duty to cut down all the sins of the world? Yusu won't get an answer for a while. It's a secret that only senior sister knows. Ji Lingrua's serious expression also slightly eased. Does senior brother hate that Tai Sui? Yu Su, however, did not expect Ji Lingrua to ask this question. Of course she hates it. She presumed to replace you. How could she not hate it? Ji Lingrua bit her lower lip. How could she not hate? But the other party's experience made it difficult for her to hate. The young girl's heart was softer than her lips. If Taiyu could live, Ji Lingru would not forgive her, but she certainly would not seek revenge from her. She's just a poor person too. Yu Su was non-committal. Senior sister, could it be that the surge in your cultivation nowadays is related to that Tai Sui? Well, she really helped me a lot. Then what happened to the round Dan in your body? I see that the Xian Qi in your body should have entered the realm of spiritual platform. But why don't you see the spiritual platform but the round Dan? Because, Ji Lingrua words to the edge of the mouth, and then hesitated, finally made up her mind. I am not a person. I am a demon. So it is. Yu Su spoke in a calm tone. What's the matter with you? With you? Why aren't you surprised at all? Ji Lingrua had a face of disbelief. She had obviously been hiding this secret for so long. Unless senior sister now says that you are a Tai Sui, it would be really hard for senior brother to be surprised. Yu Su sat upright and looked at Ji Lingrua with a calm expression. Ji Lingrua skimmed her lips, a blush on her face, and also leaned her head on Yu Su's shoulder. Do you want to hear my story? Sure. Demons are made of very few animals with spiritual light that have absorbed the Xian Qi, and the conflicts between humans and demons in the records are even more ancient than the conflicts between the living beings in the 5 continents and the evil spirits. Under the same realm, demons are vaguely stronger than humans, but demons are not as numerous as humans, and the difficulty of demon cultivation is far higher than that of the human race. Of the 5 great immortal ancestors, only one, the Star Jade immortal ancestor, was a demon, and was also known as the demon ancestor. After the death of the immortal ancestor of Xingju, most of the demons in this world were driven by the human race to live in the East Ing continent, which was blessed by the Xingju divine mountain. Ji Lingrua and her sister were the ones who grew up in the eastern continent, and they grew up without parents. Granny Lu, who raised them since they were young, told them that their mother, Ji Mayan, was the hope for the revival of the Snake Clan, but she had developed an unwarranted relationship with a down-and-out human cultivator who had wandered to the eastern Ing continent. They eloped, fell passionately in love, and had a forbidden crystallization. However, that human cultivator took advantage of Ji Mayan's weak moment of labor to personally kill Ji Mayan, who had abandoned everything for him. For the sake of Ji Mayan's demonic Dan, human cultivators rely on the spirit platform to store air, but demon cultivators rely on the demon Dan, which is also the most straightforward difference between humans and demons. That celebrity cultivator had no hope of breaking through, so he hit on the idea of demon pills. When Granny Lu found Ji Muin had already been transformed into a dead body. Only the 2 children in his arms cried incessantly. Until his death, no one knew the name of the male cultivator. This even led to a violent conflict between the human race and the demon race, and in the end, it ended up being a fruitless search for revenge. The 2 poor children grew up daily, and as the product of the union of man and demon, their handicaps became more and more apparent. Sister Ji Shuirua has outstanding talent, but no demonic pills. Sister Ji Lingrua has average talent, but has demonic pills. Only with such 2 young ladies is not enough to restore the declining trend of the Snake Clan. So several elders of the Snake Clan jointly decided. In the 2 young and still do not understand, the younger sister on the body of the demon Dan removed, grafted to the older sister. Since then, my sister has become a true genius, even better than Ji Mayan back then, and has already been able to bring the Snake Clan back to the Star Jade Divine Mountain. To know, with the other human race's 4 sacred mountains, only the prominent and powerful demon race can be perched on top of the sacred mountains, enjoying countless resources. The sister, on the other hand, has since become even more obliterated, and more disregarded among the serpents. One day, if Ji Lingrua knew the truth, she had no complaints. She just hoped that one day she would be able to avenge her mother's death. Ji Shuirua did not think so. She tried to meet all the requirements of her sister, only not willing to let her sister to participate in the matter of vengeance. Only because her sister's strength is too low. No demon Dan. Then the immortal road is no door. And then forcibly intervene in this matter is just to increase the danger. Her arbitrariness caused all of Ji Lingrua's pent-up aggression to explode, and the young girl angrily ran away from home. A demon told her that in ancient times, there were demons and no demon pills, but they relied on the cultivation methods of the human race and built up their spirit platforms to embark on the path of supreme immortality. She was 14 years old that year, and she resolutely boarded the giant ship bound for the central Yuan continent. She secretly vowed in her heart that even if she gave the demon pill to her sister, it didn't matter. She, Ji Lingrua, would definitely be strong enough to avenge her mother with her own hands as well. End of chapter. The road was long. Ji Lingrua's heart beat a drum of retreat as soon as she set foot on the land of Zhongyuan continent, but because she didn't have the demon pill or the divine mountain clerical document, she couldn't set foot on the boat to her home. So the young girl took it as her destiny, and encouraged herself to bravely head inland. If she, Ji Ling, wanted to learn, then of course she had to learn the topmost techniques on the divine mountain, the Xian Shao sect, the spiritual treasures sect, and the heavenly dipper sect. Only such famous sects in the 5 continents would be worthy of her future Snake Clan Empress status as the sister. However, the endless problems and obstacles made it almost impossible for her to move forward. Without the demonic Dan, her talent was also the end of the line when compared to the human race, and her body's Xian Qi lacked a backbone to regulate it, so there was no way for her to control her Xian Qi as freely as other people did. So even though she later lowered her demands and began to visit some unheard of sects along the way, she was still unable to seek immortality. Even if someone showed her the intention to recruit her, she was keenly aware that the other party was coveting her beauty. Later on, when she fell into danger many times, she also relied on the magic treasures she brought out from her clan to turn the danger into safety. The bad guys she encountered along the way were far more than the good guys, which also made her no longer dare to easily contact the living. When all the money had been used up and all the magic treasures had almost failed, she came to Azumo City, where she had to find a shelter, or else she would only be forced to take on a different form and let the cultivators of the central continent repatriate her back to the eastern continent. After some inquiries, she went straight to the Yuanyang sword sect, because the Yuanyang sword sect was the worst sect in this city, or even in 100 miles around. With the master running away and only a blind disciple left, it was the most likely sect to take her in. She made up her mind that she must join this clan. If she ran back again after this, she would never be able to raise her head in the Snake Clan in the future. However, she did not make this decision blindly. She examined this clan in advance. Fortunately, she had seen from afar how this blind man hunted on the mountain, and his sword skills were very good. This broken clan seemed to have some depth. Even luckier, this blind guy is really handsome. Unfortunately, this blind teenager is also too stubborn and archaic. This young lady condescends to give you as a senior sister and you still keep refusing to agree. What kind of ancient relic sect that you can't accept disciples indiscriminately is this? Fortunately, the sincerity of the heart, gold and stone for open. It is the blind master's mother stepped forward to accept her. This is also the only time she saw this master's mother, but the beauty of the master's mother still makes her shocked. No longer dare to claim that the world's most beautiful woman. After identifying her as his senior sister, this blind man seemed to have changed. From the previous blind man who would only reject with a cold face to a gentle and considerate senior brother. He cared for her in life, he taught her everything in class. This also made Ji Lingrua feel an unprecedented warmth, gradually letting go of the guard and mustiness in her heart. And through the accumulation of little bits and pieces, she even felt that she had already developed emotions that she shouldn't have towards this senior brother. That's why it was only when she saw the full name of this broken sect that she still chose to stay here, right? If there was no hatred, she felt that there was nothing wrong with staying here for the rest of her life as a little sister who had accomplished nothing. The real story was so cheesy, but in the version Ji Lingrua told with Yusu, it was naturally embellished quite a bit. For example, her schooling is no longer so bleak. And for example, her serpent's position in the demon race is a bit higher in the description than it actually is. So you know, this young lady condescends to look at your broken clan is your honor. Ji Lingrua quietly took her elbow and poked Yusu's waistline. That's really my third life. Yusu gently nodded, not holding back from poking the obvious holes in the young girl's confession. It's good that you know. Ji Lingrua nodded heartily. But what does this have to do with senior sister wanting to leave? Now that your demonic Dan has been repaired, in the future what are we doing? Ji Lingrua's clear, beautiful eyes turned and asked suspiciously. We can also practice the clan's more profound techniques together. Yusu has been as euphemistic as possible, since it has already pierced that layer of window paper. Both emotionally and physically no longer impede the meaning of the two. Of course, you can practice this heaven and earth yin and yang harmony gong, the real essence of. Ji Lingrua, even more stupid, can realize the deep meaning of the words. Her face as red as blood, busy from Yusu's shoulder to get up, shyly said, Who said anything about practicing that evil art with you? How can it be an evil art? Yusu immediately color. Other people misunderstand the clan, he cannot care. His own sister can never have such a wrong perception. The art of yin and yang is the supreme principle of the heavenly way. Inverted each other, people can refine, can be beyond life and death. The world is foolish to misunderstand the deep. Senior sister can never be the same as outsiders. Too old to help the sister repair the meridian credit is very good, but I swim so hard to save 18 years of treasure is not a little credit. Just you would say, it's obviously evil. Ji Ling Ruo's speech stuttered in shame, making a gesture to draw back her small arm that had already been tightly entwined with Yusu inadvertently. How could Yusu let Ji Ling Ruo escape easily? He clapped his arms and laughed. Since it's an evil technique, how can his senior sister steal it? Ji Ling Ruo was dumbfounded by Yusu's question and thought for a while before retorting. Why do you call me stealing? I found it myself in the library, and when I saw that it was different from what you taught me, I thought that you were deliberately hiding it. But who would have thought that it would be such a lowly and evil art? I want to forget it again, but it's like clear water dyed black by ink. How can I forget it? Yusu felt the appearance of the young girl eager to defend only felt funny. Ji Ling Ruo looked at Yusu with expression more exasperated. I say it's an evil art is an evil art. Yusu could only comfort. So what if it's an evil art? Senior sister and I are both considered half-evil cultivators. Isn't it natural to learn evil arts? Ji Ling Ruo was completely speechless. She knew in her heart that she could no longer compete with Yusu in this aspect. This morally blind man finally revealed his deeply hidden true colors. After having the first time was full of wanting her to accept reality. But I have to go after all. Ji Ling Ruo's complexion suddenly dimmed. Yusu quietly squeezed Ji Ling Ruo's hand a little tighter, wanting to hear the young girl continue. Snake race and the human race according to age to determine whether the adult way is different. Snake demon, a race of adults will molt once. Molt after the skin can be transformed. Like a newborn. Not long ago, I also molted. Yusu quickly figured out the joints. The senior sister has never fought with Taiyu for the so-called body. That night of heartbreaking hissing turned out to be in the molting ceremony of the Snake Clan. He secretly shook his head, lamenting that most of the misunderstandings in the world really do come from coincidence. No wonder. Yusu said to himself. Hard to blame for what? Ji Ling Ruo heard Yusu's murmur, and suddenly, as if she thought of something, she blushed and said, it's hard to blame this young lady for getting fat, isn't it? How could Yusu dare to pick up the conversation? He only had to say, I didn't say that. Senior sister went on. Ji Ling Ruo blankly glanced at Yusu and continued. All adult snake demons need to go back to the Snake Clan's ancestral temple to be baptized and formally become a member of the Snake Clan. It's a very important ceremony for a demon. Sister can sense that I've molted. She won't allow me to still hang around outside. I also have to go back. Upon hearing this, Yusu let out a long breath and said thankfully, I listened to senior sister's tone and thought it would be a long departure. Then I'll accompany you to the Eastern Incontinent. And after you've been baptized we'll go back to Exodus Cloud City. Won't that be fine? No way. People and demons already have a long-standing grudge, because of what happened between Mother and that man. The Snake Demon Clan is even more hateful to male humans. If they know that you can only thank them with your death. Once the words fall, Yusu's heart will surge a strong ambition. Only feel as with their own to Ji Ling Ruo told the story in general. There is nothing that can block the love until death do not change. Ji Ling Ruo, however, immediately poured a pot of cold water on him. Don't say anything like you're sure you can change their minds. After this month's events I figured out that we're all still too weak, and being weak doesn't give you the right to choose. Most of the clansmen have never been out of the Eastern Continent. They don't know that just as there are good and bad demons, there are also good and bad people. Besides, the feelings between humans and demons are originally forbidden by the world, but as long as we can become as strong as Venerable Cave Void, we can be together openly and honestly. Yusu bowed his head in silence. The heart of shame. He only knew that he and his sister through many trials and tribulations finally understand each other's hearts, just as glue like paint, but usually naive young girl far more than he saw the long term. People and demons different paths, or in the premise of the previous experience is even more difficult to 10,000 obstacles, relying on a passionate friendship to fight recklessly, in exchange for not necessarily a good end. The young girl saw his silence, her heart wasn't feeling good either, and why would she not want to continue to get tired with Yusu? So she comforted. You don't feel too sad. I'm not never coming back again. I'll go home to accept the baptism. We'll return to the Sword Clan again as soon as possible to find you. After all, you this Sword Clan skills, I have not finished learning it. Yusu naturally knew the other party referred to as what, and he felt the girl's heartfelt consolation and more self-blame and heartache. But compared to the other party's clear goal, he suddenly felt a little confused. All the dust has settled. What should he do? Continue to stay in the out of the clouds in the city of hard training? Unlearned skills. Ji Ling Ruo suddenly clenched her pink fists and added, no, I won't come here to look for you. If not in the sword sect, then where? Yusu looked towards Ji Ling Ruo, puzzled in his heart. The Xianshao sect. Have you not forgotten? Don't you still have a listening qualification? Even if that immortal Master Gu dies, you can still go to the Divine Mountain by yourself. Why would I go to the Xianshao sect if you guys aren't possessed? What realm are you in now? Jilingrua suddenly asked. Yusu looked internally at the spiritual platform. It was filled to the brim. The height of the spiritual platform was even better than before. He rejoiced. Spiritual platform middle realm. According to human records, I'm at the beginning of the spirit stage realm. You're all going to be caught up to me soon, and when the time comes, I'll make you work as an ox, so you won't be able to refuse. Realm is not equal to strength. Yusu reminded. Yusu, do you have any ambition? Are you going to live your life in this shabby mansion? I know you're talented, but if you keep practicing here, how long will it take you to become a void cultivator? Even my demon clan star Jade Divine Mountain, the concentration of Xianqi is many times thicker than here. If you want to end up here, I won't wait for you. Yusu no. Jilingrua's realm is beyond the crisis to scare him is false. Want to let him forget the sadness of the upcoming parting to find a goal to live a positive life is true. Thought of this, his heart as a warm flow through. But how is senior sister, a demon, going to go to the Xianshao sect? The Xianshao sect is an immortal sect that ranks among the top in all 5 continents. So naturally they won't be so small-minded that they don't have the capacity to tolerate others. And back then they had sent people to my snake clan to invite my sister to join the sect to cultivate. But my sister refused. Good. Then I'll go to the Divine Mountain first to explore. And I'll also buy a house with a yard in a more remote part of Hengo City. And will cultivate in the Divine Mountain from now on. Yusu also perked up. Jilingrua again recalled that night when Yusu asked herself if she wanted to go to the Divine Mountain. And couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Yusu seemed to have a different kind of obsession with buying a house. Then it's a deal. Jilingrua looked excited. Aha! Yusu heaved his head twice. The joy of meeting again seemed to wash away a little of the sadness of the impending parting. We'll be all open young boys and girls, snuggled up with each other, even if no more words. Strong feelings also in the hands of holding each other flowed through. Senior sister, the back of my neck hurts. Quickly help me see if there are any wounds? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yusu made a gesture to turn his head, exposing the back of his neck to the young girl. The young girl sniffed, full of concern, and immediately let her neck over to prepare for some observation. Who knew that Yusu suddenly turned his head at this moment? In a blink of an eye, with Yusu's handsome and distinctive cheeks close to his eyes, Jilingrua immediately understood what kind of crooked thoughts Yusu was having. She subconsciously wanted to purse her red lips and turn her head. But now, the two of them no longer need to hide anything. After such an ordeal, the emotions in their hearts have long reached the note of the imminent explosion. Snuggling up to each other no longer seems to be able to satisfy each other. It's just a matter of time. I don't know when we will see each other again. So let's give this blind man some sweetness and let him think about it. She made up her mind and closed her eyes to stop dodging. Who knew that half a dozen times there came no touch of two lips meeting? Senior sister. You. Jilingrua opened her eyes and stared angrily at Yusu, who was close at hand. And she didn't bother to care about how else Yusu was going to humiliate her, and resolutely moved forward to get up. Vermilion lips are soft and sticky, like the sweetest pastry in the world. Just gently touching it makes people unable to resist continuing to ask for it. And outside of Yusu's room, in front of the small hole by the window that was often used by Jilingrua to peek at Yusu's sleeping posture, the young girl wearing a jade rabbit mask on her head did not show a single breath as she slowly stood up, resting her chin in her hand, and secretly thought in her heart, is this how senior brother and senior sister originally got along? Happy New Year to all the book lovers out there. A new story for a new year. So here's to a new year for bookworms. End of chapter. Well, I don't know how long the entanglement lasted, but finally Yusu's hands, which had nowhere to rest, brought the young girl back to her senses with her eyes in a daze. She nipped the tip of Yusu's tongue, forcing an end to this, long-planned and sudden warmth. Jilingrua full of blush, choo-choo touching, was mouth do not come up for air her one hand ring in front of her body, one hand to seize the tour so not honestly probe to the hand. Living like a person was thin with a timid heroine, cut teeth indignation ing road. You're shameless. The words just fell then fled as if to leave the room, leaving the room full of the fragrance to be nostalgic. Sister, Yusu know that he did wrong, out of the voice to stay, but cannot prevent the shy girl to escape from this place. The air only came good rest 4 words of advice. Seeing that it was fruitless to stay, Yusu took back his right hand that still maintained a grip, and the touch that made people fall deeply into it was vaguely visible. He was ashamed in his heart and sighed that he was indeed greedy this time, but that was humanly possible. 99% of men under the sun can't keep their hands to themselves during a deep kiss, and the remaining small percentage of those who are shallow are those who don't have hands. Not to mention the fact that I'm blind. It's normal to misplace your hand. Ahem. Putting aside the double cultivation in a life-threatening situation, this kiss was already a substantial step forward in the relationship with his senior sister, to which Yusu could only say in retrospect that his senior sister was worthy of being a snake demon. It was like a viper spitting out its letter. causing one to fall into a vortex, unable to extricate oneself. Thinking about it this way, there was a category of techniques in the human scrolls that were extremely suitable for Jilingruo's characteristics. When Yusu thought of this, he hastily shook his head. The pleasure of this world should never be confused with the dual cultivation technique in the human scroll. One of the most striking warnings in the ancestral technique is that dual cultivation of men and women should not be regarded as cultivation for star reign or cultivation for pleasure. The reason why the yin-yang acacia sect's prosperity turned to decline is because the people in the sect at that time, from the patriarch down to the outer disciples, were all caught in the quagmire of desire without realizing it, and ultimately let the large sect move towards epileptic corruption, and was labeled as an evil sect. Yusu closed his eyes and tried his best to calm his fluctuating state of mind. He turned to look within himself, feeling the changes that this ordeal and encounter had brought to him. Calculating the time, he had only broken through the realm of spirit stage less than 2 months ago, and had already stepped into the spirit stage middle realm, and observing the heightened state of the spirit stage at this time, there was absolutely no sign of levity. 18 years old spirit platform middle realm, enough to be called an absolute genius, and in such a short period of time can be from the initial realm jumped to the middle realm. The only word can be described as a demon. Then the so-called god sun goddess on the divine mountain is also not too much to let go. Not only were the changes brought about by the Xian Qi cultivation delightful to Yusu, the growth of the body's most primal strength also shocked Yusu. Although at the moment, Yusu's body was sore, but he still felt that there was a constant stream of vitality hidden between every inch of his muscles. Yusu tried to echo that rhythm. He felt that his body had inexhaustible strength, and his body was a few points taller. The world in his eyes also instantly became clear. Even the smallest cracks on the beams he could see clearly. Yusu felt the burning sensation coming from his body as well as his eyes. He knew that at this moment, he had already entered the kind of state that had helped him kill Ling Zhenran that night, and seemed to have been able to enter it at any time as long as he wanted to. Yusu took out the evil resisting order and secretly lost air in it, and the ice-sensing jade pendant did not become warm, indicating that there is no evil generated by Yusu who entered this state, and he is still considered a human being. In his heart, Yusu was saying that he seemed to have turned into a sneaky version of Venom, but at this moment, he did not have the ambition to become a hero who would kill all the evil spirits in the world. In any case, the growth of strength is reassuring and full of fulfillment. Yusu subconsciously sat up straight and began to meditate. The surrounding Xian Qi also flowed with it. No matter whether it was the speed of absorption or the speed of operation, Yusu noticed an obvious improvement. Unconsciously, the sunrise had changed into a sunset, and the sunset changed back into a sunrise, and Yusu was intoxicated by this feeling of intimacy with the Xian Qi. Forgetting about time, the Xian Qi seemed to have transformed into water, flowing right around Yusu, and even Yusu himself seemed to have transformed into a part of the water. Yusu slowly opened his eyes. A refreshing feeling after the bath swept through the body. Thoughts have become extremely clear, even though the world in front of him is still blurred, but the world in the sea of consciousness is becoming clearer and clearer. If Jilingruo was here, Yusu felt that at this time, even if he didn't open his eyes to see for himself, he could also rely on his divine sense to sense his senior sister's appearance in a way. It was also at the same time that he exuded his divine sense that an elegant and familiar fragrance surfaced at the tip of his nose again. Sure, maiden. In the sea of consciousness of Yusu, a woman is quietly sitting on the side of his bed in silence, but the woman is shrouded in a deep mist, so that people with the divine sense to detect the other side of the cultivation and stature. It was worth noting that there was a black spot right in the center of the mist that looked like a gaping hole in this mist. Unlike before when he had no cultivation, Yusu could now perceive that Shenyang already had cultivation, and it was still a high level of cultivation that he could not detect at all. Aha! The quiet, elegant, lotus-like woman responded succinctly. Yusu didn't know what to say for a while, and the scene fell into an awkward silence for a while. You're good. Shudong folded her hands demurely on her plump thighs, her expression a little unnatural, clearly not skilled at taking on this role of actively breaking the silence. Yusu was suddenly flattered by the indifference master's wife's initiative to praise her. Ha! Xiaotong's willow brows knitted slightly as she pursed her lips and added, you didn't get carried away after the sudden increase in cultivation, but instead settled down to stabilize your Dao Qi. You have a good heart. Thank you for the compliments, senior mistress. Yusu made a gesture to raise his hand to salute, but a wave of invisible Xian Qi held his movement. Remember in the future that there is no need to curtsy too much when you acquire what is rightfully yours. Shudong also somehow felt a hidden pain in the bottom of his heart when he looked at this blind teenager's cautious appearance. Yusu was slightly stunned. This is the first time that the master's wife has taught herself things other than the sword way. He hastily wanted to bow again to say thank you, but that stream of Xian Qi still stretched across his chest so that he couldn't bend down. It was only then that he nodded just slightly. Respectfully, Yusu keeps this in mind. After a word, the silence remained, and Rao Yusu did not know how to speak. The change of the master's wife is not like being in the midst of evil, giving Yusu the feeling that this woman has changed from an unattainable snow lotus to a pool lotus that can still be viewed from afar. He Shudong saw Yusu's silent look, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, her white fingertips rubbing in urgency. She gathered the courage to take the initiative to ask again. You don't have any questions for me? Yusu sniffed. Where will let go of the words that the senior mother took the initiative to send, but also will be full of questions lyric out. How did Shifu save us? Is it really peaceful out there? Did those evil spirits escape or were they purged? Has Lord Lu's body been found? What kind of person was he? Has the fog lifted? Are the casualties in Izumo City heavy? A series of questions. Yusu only feel not spit unhappy, but found that the master has fallen into speechless. He secretly annoyed at his own loss of proportion did not take into account the feelings of the master. Is ready to apologize. He Shudong is the first voice. The tone of voice seems to change back to the previous general coldness. You, not curious about who I am? Yusu froze for a moment, then immediately and warmly smiled. Master Maiden is joking. You are my Master Maiden. As for the other identities of Senior Mistress, that's not something you should care about as a disciple. He Shudong lightly nodded her head, and after a moment of silence, her tone returned to lightness. During your meditation, your senior sister has already spoken with me about your general experiences over this period of time. With this, I will tell you my speculations on this matter. The evil spirit with a vortex on its torso was named Dream Eater. The evil spirit that kept spitting out fog outside the city before was named Dim Kuan, also known as the Cloth Mist Monarch. The Dream Eater seems to have come here to fight for the inheritance of some ancient evil god, while the Blue Mist Monarch is the evil sneak that guards this inheritance. The Lord of Lu City that you are talking about is the sect leader of the royal evil sect that was already destroyed 100 years ago. He cut off all his evil skills to start over from scratch, and he even pretended to be someone else to blend into the Xianxiao sect for 40 years. His purpose of becoming the Lord of Izumo City was for the evil god's inheritance hidden in Izumo City. Under his deliberate plan, not only did Gu Yao, who was at the Feather Realm, lose his life, but he also succeeded in awakening Buwujin and reached some kind of agreement with him. The body of the Cloth Mist Monarch harbors an endless number of evil spirits, but these evil spirits can only survive in the mist that he spews out, and Lu Qingnan takes this opportunity to sacrifice the life of a city in exchange for the power of the evil god. But these plans were ruined by the dream-eating ghosts, and by you, who were used by the dream-eating ghosts. Whether unintentionally or intentionally, you have done a very remarkable thing. The evil god's inheritance place was hidden in Buwujin's body, and after the Dream Eater found it, he and Buwujin began to fight over the inheritance place. The place where you and your sister were taken was also in that inheritance, and you fought with Lu Qingnan, who was also a pawn of Buwujin. In it, I wanted to go and find you, but I was held back by others. In the end, you and the Dream Eater both won, and the Dream Eater has already taken the inheritance with him. Once Bu Mujuan and Lu Qingnan died, the people of the city were no longer in any serious trouble, but there were still many casualties, and reinforcements from neighboring cities had arrived, so everything in the city had already settled down. Fortunately for you and your senior sister, neither of you have been contaminated by the evil spirits. Yusu marveled at the fact that Shernyan would actually say so many words to him all at once, almost more than all the words that had been said in the past 8 years combined. He Shudong saw that Yusu was dumbfounded, and thought that he was afraid to ask more questions due to his status, so he added, "Are there any questions?" Yusu actually still have a lot of doubts, but ask a lot of mistakes. The teacher's wife heard from the teacher's sister is obviously censored. For example, the most critical Tai Sui has never appeared. This means that with the insight of the senior mother, also does not know the dream-eating ghost stole the altar treasure is what exactly. Nope. Yusu shook his head. He Shudong nodded slightly. She knew that there were still some details in this explanation that didn't match up, but she also didn't want to brutally interrogate these two children who had been robbed of their lives, in the same way that they would hide something from her. She also buried the biggest one in her heart deliberately not to mention, the mysterious disfigured man. He Shu Tong recalled the disfigured man appeared after what he did. Actually feel that all this is manipulated by his hand. Even 100 years of planning Lu City Lord have been reduced to his pawns, which indicates that the matter of the City of Clouds, he began to plan the time is likely to be earlier than the Lu City Lord. After a moment's thought, he Shudong took out a wide array of treasures from the brocade pouch at his waist. Although you can't look closely, the earring visibly added heavy treasure chi still led him shocked. The movements of the senior Nyang clearly represented that she also had not bad storage treasures. He had spoken in a cloudy manner before, but it was impossible to say that he really wasn't curious about the true identity of his senior mother. It was just that he was a little afraid of the answer to this question. He was afraid that the answer would be too shocking. making it impossible for him to treat the other party as his own elder mother in the usual way anymore. So he chose to be an ostrich burying his head into the earth, unwilling to actively seek this answer. Let her be who she is. Just his own elder mother is fine. It wasn't that Yusu was deceiving himself, it was just that after his master's departure, his master's wife had of course turned into his emotional support, and unconsciously he had already treated the other party as someone important to him as well. Although Senior Nyang had rarely responded to his gestures of affection before, these two conversations clearly showed the other party's concern for himself. Now that his senior sister was destined to be temporarily separated from him, Yusu only hoped that the important person would not be any less. Senior mother, what does this mean? Yusu asked knowingly. It's all what you deserve. The Qiankuan bag you took from that evil Taoist should be able to hold it. He Shudong sent the precious treasure forward in a tone that brooked no refusal. Yusu was still about to excuse himself, but he realized that Shutong's aura had changed greatly, becoming as stern as a sword. Yusu immediately did not dare to say more, for fear of saying the wrong thing. But Shudong, suddenly born of hostility, is not to him. Shudong softly said to Yusu, "You continue to recuperate. Do not wander. I will go and return." Yusu didn't know what was happening and only nodded in response. High up in the sky, the wind was rushing, and an old crone and a white-skirted goddess faced each other across the sky. "I'm going to fetch my second young miss home. I'm not here to seek provocation. And Venerable Lotus Sword came to stop me indiscriminately. Could it be that he can't read the paperwork granted by the Everest High Divine Mountain?" The old crone surface calm, but the heart is drumming. She had thought that holding the paperwork in her hand will be unimpeded in the Middle Element continent, but did not expect. She just came to pick up her own young lady by the way to clean up some garbage, but also can run into the Venerable to obstruct. She saw the opposite side of this body floating convex fairy does not speak, had to narrow the old eyes and said, "Or is it that your holiness just looks down on my demon clan and just had to bully the demons with his power today? You can pick her up, but you can't touch that teenager." Shudong spoke out indifferently, his tone full of dangerous intentions. Oh, the old crone's mind churned. This weak human teenager who had cheated away the young lady's body would actually be protected by the famous Lotus Sword Venerable, which forced her to re-examine the identity of this teenager. I wonder who he is honored to be. Shudong thought a little. It's a disciple of the honored one. The old woman was shocked in her heart, although she was a demon, but she also knew most of the situation of the human race like the back of her hand. She clearly remembers that the Lotus Sword Venerable has only one disciple, and that is the contemporary Xian Shaosek's young generation leader Wang Shuferi. When did he secretly have a male disciple? She was horrified in her heart. Venerable Lotus Sword did not have the need to deceive her. If that was the case, what kind of character would this teenager be in the future? Even she, who was filled with hatred for the human race, had to be shaken by it at this moment. If you were to say that it was your own family's eldest young miss who could trick such a human pride, that would still be possible. How could that be possible for my own delicate and naive second young miss? End of chapter. Granny Lu let out a long sigh, knowing that with Venerable Lotus Sword here, it would be hard as hell for her to move this celebrity race teenager. She lamented a sigh, like a chastisement. Could it be that Venerable Lotus Sword doesn't know about the tragedy 18 years ago? Although Shudong was not a witness to the explosive war back then, he had heard some rumors. If the one who was tricked into taking the demonic elixir was not the diminutive snake race, but the powerful demonic races such as the Golden Rock and the Divine Ape that were perched on the starry Jade Divine Mountain, the polemic would have probably turned into the trigger for the war between human and demonic races, and the conflict would have never ended simply because the whereabouts of the perpetrator was unknown. This honored one knows. Since you know that, why would Venerable Lotus Sword connive at his disciples repeating the same mistake with my second miss of the Snake Clan? Could it be that you, the human race, are not certain of our demon race? Granny Lu had gritted her teeth by the end of her words. Even if this young man is the disciple of Venerable Lotus Sword, so what? So what if he has a bright future? You must know that if you're not of my kind, your heart will be different. There were certainly those who cultivated good fruits between humans and demons, but they were few and far between, and with the intensification of conflicts between the human and demon races in the last 1,000 years, such good fruits were also almost non-existent. She didn't believe that this teenager would be true to his heart, and even more so, she didn't believe that this human teenager would go against the will of the human race for the sake of the second young lady, and bring her snake tribe any monstrous benefits. This doomed relationship would not end well, and in the end, the ones who suffered were still the Snake Clan. Her own two young ladies were already the product of tragedy, and now the second young lady was on her mother's old path, which made her feel even more miserable, only to feel that these humans who were more cunning than snakes weren't targeting the demon race at all, but rather, they were targeting them, the weak snake race. This honored one has absolutely no such intention. Your Excellency doesn't have to be so aggressive. As the cool wind whipped through, He Shutong's green silk fluttered as she frowned slightly. This old woman between the words of resentment is obviously not just for this matter, but to its snake tribe over the years suffered injustice or vented on her. According to He Shutong's previous style, simply will not talk to this old woman. At this time for the sake of Yusu, even chose to explain a few more sentences. The two of them are in love with each other. They are in no way greedy for each other's favors. I believe that the two of them will not let the tragedy repeat itself. This is all I have to say. You can take your young lady to leave, but you can't move that teenager. He Xiaodong hesitated for a moment before adding. In addition, if your snake clan and Ji Lingrua herself are willing, my father would like to accept her as my true disciple. Granny Lu's face stared as she sensed the impatience in Venerable Lotus Sword's words, which made her sweat for the way she had lost her temper in the other party's territory. If the other party was a hot-tempered venerable one, there were 1,000 reasons why she could be made to pay for her disrespect in the central Yuan continent. But more than that, what made Granny Lu's heart feel uneasy was the word's true transmission of the honored one. The entire snake clan strictly speaking did not have a cave void venerable realm cultivator, but the second young miss had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the Lotus Sword Venerable, who was considered to be an astonishing talent amongst the human clan. Moreover, this move was equivalent to seeking a powerful backstage for the snake clan of a venerable one, which would definitely allow the snake clan to have a much higher voice in the eastern incontinent, compared to those irrelevant compensations that the snake clan had received over the years. This kind of benefit could be considered a true gem that could change the future of the snake clan. Moreover, listening to Venerable Lotus Sword's tone, she clearly valued this teenager even more, indicating that this relationship was the key to the second young miss being able to become the Xian Xiao Sect's Lotus Peak's second true successor. Granny Lu suppressed the stumbling in her heart and asked, "Is Venerable Lotus Sword's statement true?" He Shutong did not say anything, only answered with silence. She was an honored one, and why did she need to rely on deception to take this old crone's trust? She wanted to take Ji Lingrua as her disciple not on a whim, but with some premeditation. Ji Lingrua's sword talent is not bad, only before there is no demonic Dan auxiliary to lead to not enter the door. At the moment, she has a great change in chi, the body of the demon Dan god full of abundant, must be a sword road seed, and with the Tuor Su Yuan Yang pair, will be able to Yuan Yang sword development and development. Since she wanted to make up for the regrets of the Ice Heart period, it was only natural for her to train a successor for the Yuan sword. No matter how talented Yusu was, he was still a man who was not allowed to have the true meaning of the Yuan sword, and she was the only heir to the Yuan sword in this world. Granny Lu knew that this question was too talkative and bowed slightly again. I hope that your holiness will forgive me for having offended you so much. The Lotus Sword esteemed one intends to break the deadlock between the human and demon races, so I really admire you. However, my young lady has already reached adulthood, and her return to the demon race for her baptism cannot be delayed, so I still hope that your excellency can condescend to wait. Before and after the change in attitude cannot be described as not big. He Shutong secretly shook his head. Profit and hatred is never a complex collection. She is not good at this. Want to accept Ji Lingrua as a disciple is also by no means in order to use this as an exchange of benefits. I understand. Thank you, your holiness. I'll take my young lady away. He Shutong looked downward, her gaze piercing through the thin clouds, and in the small mansion in the center of her vision, the teenager she had instructed to take a good rest had touched Ji Lingrua's door again, and she sighed quietly. Wait until tomorrow's hour, then lead your lady away. Sister? Yusu didn't dare to shout loudly, but only knocked lightly on the door. Although senior mother told him not to run around, but coming to look for senior sister can't be considered running around, right? But he didn't expect that the one who responded to him first wasn't his senior sister, but the senior lady who appeared out of thin air. She's not here. Yusu stiffened. Being discovered by the master mother out looking for Ji Lingrua, he actually had a feeling of being a thief, so he brushed aside the topic and asked, "Is something wrong, Shifu?" He Shutong's tone was bland. Her clan has come to pick her up, and at the hour of tomorrow, she will leave. Yusu heard, expression gloomy. He knew that the time of separation will inevitably come, but did not expect to come so fast and sudden. Since we're not leaving until tomorrow at the hour, how come the senior sister has disappeared? She went into the city a long time ago. If you want to see her, go to the city and look for her. As soon as the words fell, Yusu had already disappeared, and he Shutong looked at the empty door of the mansion, inexplicably feeling a sense of loss in his heart. She couldn't tell where this feeling of loss she felt was coming from, and as she gently covered her right hand over her towering heart, feeling her collapsing aurora and dissolving more and more inside, she couldn't help but ask herself, is it worth it? She put her hand down, the answer already in her mind. Wang Shu, Master. The young girl with the jade rabbit mask on her face appeared out of nowhere and bowed to He Shuton's back. I've been away from the mountain for 8 years. Do you feel lonely alone? He Shuton's tone was gentle. Disciples feel lonely from time to time. Fairy Wangshu's pure eyes were nearly blue, as clear and silent as the unreachable sky. What know about being alone? Do you? Disciple knows. The third elder was drunk when she supervised me. She said that you want to leave also do not know to find a senior brother for me. Just leave me alone in the mountain, how lonely ah. I then asked her what loneliness was, and she said that wanting to find someone to keep me company was loneliness. Master, is third elder right? He Shuadong heard the self-blame heartache. Innate immaculate Wangshu has a pure heart for all things in the world. Other people's malice and goodwill she can perceive keenly, but she is not good at being a teacher of the ice heart of the person incomparably trusting. Fairy Wangshu said that she was her disciple, but in fact, it was more like a daughter that she had brought up since she was a child, and she slowly walked to Fairy Wangshu's side. The other party's figure was tall, already reaching her eyebrow height. He Shudong did not hesitate to gently embrace the other party, and this sudden move caused Fairy Wangshu to stiffen. Third elder wasn't wrong. So does Wangshu want a senior brother? The blue color in Fairy Wangshu's eyes finally fluctuated, like a quiet lake finally rippled. Think. End of chapter. Since Yusu woke up from his slumber and then today, 3 days had passed. The fog in Izumo City had dispersed early, and this small city surrounded by mountains on 3 sides was currently covered by golden sunlight, sweeping away all the gloom for the people who had suffered great changes in this city. The changes in Izumo City were not obvious. The roofs were continuous, the horns and eaves were flying, everything was as it was before, and there were only sporadic places where there were ruins caused by the battles. The casualties of ordinary people were the same, with only a few immersed in grief over the loss of their friends and family. For most people, a return to normal life is not difficult, but fear doesn't dissipate with this bizarre fog, it remains buried deep in people's hearts. Above the long street, patrolling the cultivator team and 3 or 2 pedestrians intertwined. But everyone is silent, the atmosphere is dull. Yusu walking in the middle of it, thinking about not often go out Ji Lingruo will go where. He also for this sad atmosphere colored, after the robbery of the celebration of life are much faded. Yusu. Someone suddenly called out to him. This person was none other than the surprised-looking Jolie, who was followed by a line of cultivators. It was worth mentioning that all of these passerby cultivators who had previously treated Yusu with disdain were also looking at Yusu with warmth in their eyes at this moment. Jolie. Yusu returned the favor. Your injuries are all healed? Jolie made 3 steps and crossed to Yusu's near front. Injured? Yusu was puzzled in his heart. The fact that he had been beaten by City Lord Lu and was seriously injured and on the verge of death should not be known by anyone else. Yes, your senior mother said that you were injured and needed to recuperate, and refused all of us a visit. You are the great hero of Izumo City. All of us are concerned about you. Me, the big hero? Yusu didn't understand the meaning. Right, the people from the evil expelling division have taken control of the City Lord's mansion, and they've already told us all the truth. Jolie was giddy and excited about poking through Yusu's low profile. So all of this was that City Lord Lu's plot. That auspicious cave is basically a devil's cave. Luckily the day a masked fairy saved us from the auspicious cave. Quite a few of us saw that it was you who saved everyone by killing City Lord Lu with a single stroke of your sword. Jolie had previously faced Yusu, the leader of the Immortal Ascension Society, and couldn't hide a hint of jealousy in his heart. But ever since he had seen the sword that sliced through the fog of a city that day, he had only admiration for Yusu. When a mountain is so high that you can only look up at it, how can you be jealous of it? The surrounding cultivators that Yusu couldn't name either, no matter how old or young they were, all responded to Jolie's words and sent out thanks and marvels to Yusu. No one would have thought that this normally withdrawn blind man was the hero that had saved them all. Yusu sniffed a little snappy. He felt that he was ashamed of this great hero 3 words. At that time, he wanted to kill Lu City Lord only because Lu City Lord wanted to kill him. From the beginning to the end, he did not seem to save the people of the city as his goal. I don't deserve such a judgment from everyone. I was only trying to protect myself. It was all a coincidence. Yusu explained. If you don't deserve it, who does? Gentlemen talk about signs regardless of heart. You saved everyone. That's a fact. Jolie patted Yusu's shoulder. The force coming from his shoulder along with the gratitude in his words reached Yusu's heart, making him think again of the sentence when his consciousness fell. You are the source of all sins, and only you can cut off all the sins in the world. Yusu couldn't help but start to re-examine the weight of this responsibility in his words. He secretly shook his head in his heart, unwilling to agonize over this matter. At this moment, nothing was more important than finding his senior sister first. Brother Joe is overstating the case. I do have a shame. Everyone can just treat me as usual. Yusu cupped his hands and added, I don't know all of you. Who has seen my family's senior sister? Is your family's senior sister in a green dress with a stunningly beautiful appearance? A young girl cultivator in the crowd asked. Exactly. The young girl cultivator stroked her chin and recalled. I saw her earlier in the cloud-picking clothes village. Thanks. Yusu was in a stirring mood and said to Jolie. I still have important matters to attend to. Brother Zhou. We'll talk next time. As soon as the words fell, they disregarded Jolie's retention has taken a few steps away. To see the situation, Jolie can only helplessly shake his head. Senior brother Zhou, what is the relationship between Yusu and his senior sister? The young girl cultivator who provided the clue asked with a beep. What do you think? Jolie replied with a rhetorical question. Then we wouldn't all have no chance? Another female cultivator asked again. One must be self-aware. Jolie smiled, and then continued to lead the crowd to start lining up the hidden dangers. The road to the plucked cloud clothes villa was in disrepair, and Yusu had no choice but to take a detour. On the way, he met a line of people who were wailing in great numbers, and when he listened to the wailing of the old man at the head of the line, he actually realized that this man was Wu Cheng's grandfather. Yusu also realized that the Wu family after this battle is broken a lot. The head of the family, the mother, Wu Ping, as well as regarded as the future of the family Wu Cheng lost his life. Yusu's heart cannot help but also surged with a sense of sadness. Although Wu Cheng had occasional friction with him for a number of reasons, in the final analysis, he was still considered an upright genius, and it was indeed a pity that he perished. Only that Wu Ping was really not worthy of death. Not only did he eat his own brother alive and collude with the evil spirits, he also killed his own birth mother. The existence of this kind of person is far more terrifying than the evil spirits. Yusu could only sigh lowly and pay homage to the funeral procession from afar, wishing that Wu Cheng would not meet such a brother in his next life. Yusu's footsteps no longer stop. Along the way there are many people recognized him and he warmly greeted, but they were all hidden by his figure quietly slipped away, to avoid being crowded by the congestion. Within a short time, the cloud-picking clothes village had arrived. As the largest clothing manor in the city, the store was cold and quiet at this time. Even the maids helping to organize the goods did not have a single one. Only the charming boss's wife was yelling at the door with a fake sweet voice. Don't miss it, the plucked cloud clothing bank is having a big sale. No one responded to her enthusiasm, but she continued to enjoy herself. Only her eyes were so empty that Yusu didn't even notice when she walked to her side. Auntie, Yusu voiced a reminder. The boss's wife was startled by the sudden appearance of Yusu, but she immediately returned to her senses, her sandalwood mouth slightly open. Yusu? It's me. Why is Auntie hawking here by herself? Yusu asked in a soft voice. This street is full of clothing farms and tailor stores, but at this time, only the Picking Clouds clothing farm is open for business. Alas. The boss's wife sighed and lowered her head as if she was talking to herself. The people of this city have suffered this hardship, and I don't know how long it will take to restore the original appearance again. Some people want to lie down, some want to run, and some want to die. The city is full of sadness. I was considered lucky. Neither my family nor my industry was affected. Then I thought to come out and shout, wanting to sell these clothes that people normally wouldn't easily buy cheaply to everyone, so that everyone can have fun and add some life to the city. Yusu's heart would understand. Remembering the boss lady's appearance who shouted all a bit dumbfounded just now, he could not help but be moved by the other party's persistence. Although goodwill was not always reciprocated, it was enough to be respected. Well, let's not talk about that. Our great hero of Exodus Cloud City is here to buy clothes? Then the clothes in my plucked cloud clothing villa can be picked at your leisure, and Auntie definitely won't take a penny. Saying that, the boss's wife wanted to pin Yusu's sturdy arm to bring him towards the house. Auntie is flattering me. Yusu hurriedly dodged. I'm really not a great hero. I didn't come here to buy clothes. I came here to look for my senior sister. Did my sister come here? Hearing that Yusu's intention was not to buy clothes, the boss's wife was a bit gloomy, and found that Yusu said he was looking for his sister, then instantly came to the interest. Naturally, I've been here before. Today I have only one guest in this clothes villa, and it's none other than your amazing-looking senior sister. Does Auntie remember when it was? And where did she go? It hasn't been too long. The boss lady looked up at the sky, then looked at Yusu with a playful expression. As for where she went, I really know, but you have to answer a question first before Auntie can tell you. Yusu didn't understand what he meant and only hoped to find Jiling Rua as soon as possible. So he said, Auntie, please ask. The boss's wife hid her mouth and laughed lightly, and moved closer to Yusu, asking in a low voice, those little clothes that Auntie sent her for you, have you touched them? Seeing that Yusu's sword brows were slightly raised and he didn't say anything, she added, if you lie to Auntie, then Auntie won't tell you either. She said this with certainty, but her bottom line for judging whether or not Yusu had lied to her originated earlier this morning. The beautiful girl came to buy clothes, she observed that the girl temperament than the cave and the sea a lot less green. Walking is also gate awkward. As a person who has been there before, she could not guess the reason behind it. And at first she only sighed that people who cultivate immortality can't bear the pain of breaking the melon. And then thought that Yusu is also a person who cultivates immortality must be a dragon and tiger. Extraordinary. And will make his sister look like this is also reasonable. The boss's wife wiped the unconsciously flowing saliva at the corner of her mouth. Seeing Yusu's appearance of a gentlemanly and upright face, she rubbed her legs together twice and winkingly smiled, deciding that she had to molest this uninviting teenager for a time. Yusu knew in his heart the unstoppable gossiping heart of these women, and he didn't feel ashamed, so he coughed twice and said, "Elder sister and I are in love." Auntie already has the answer in her heart, so why do you need to ask me? Gee, so do you like it? I have already answered Auntie's question. Please also tell me where my senior sister has gone first. Yusu did not hide the eagerness in his words. Well, your senior sister has gone to the east, saying that she is going to buy breakfast, so go find her quickly. The boss's wife's words were teasing, and her mind was already brainstorming a drama that would result in her senior sister running away and her senior brother coming after her in a hurry because of the awkwardness of not adjusting to the breakthrough in the relationship. Seeing Yusu's disappearing back, the boss's wife only licked her lips and muttered quietly to herself, "You like it and still refuse to say it? If you don't like it, why did your sister come to buy so many new pieces this morning? But you, this face of snake charming kind of senior sister is also really not simple. Look timid in fact than anyone is bold. TSK, even that kind of style dare to buy a." End of chapter. Wong Ki shortcake, in front of the store. Granny, myrtle-backed, crane-haired biscuit seller heard someone call out to her, so she put down the dough that she was constantly rubbing in her hands and raised her head to look at the person who came to her, and at a glance, her slightly narrowed old eyes instantly gained a sense of vigor. "Are you Yuso's senior sister?" Ji Lingrua's pair of peach blossom eyes that were as charming as the autumn moon also fluttered twice, her voice clear and gentle. Granny knows me? As far as she could remember. Although she loved this place's shortcake the most, she had never come here to buy it on her own. So how could this granny recognize her? Of course, other than you. Girl, who else in this city deserves the title of the most beautiful girl in the world? Granny Wang's face was amiable, with a smile overflowing from every wrinkled furrow. Ji Lingrua's pointed pretty face suddenly became scarlet, the old woman words without teasing, but all is the young girl's appearance of praise. But here the human ear is still shameful, unbearable. She was annoyed in her heart, secretly hated this blind senior brother is really mouthless. How even this kind of self-aggrandizement words also to say with the others? Granny is joking. That's all nonsense from my senior brother. Ji Lingrua pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly. No nonsense. No nonsense. The name is true to the mile. Granny Wang smiled and wiped her flour-stained hands on her dress for leisure, and greeted. You are here to buy cakes, right? Before it was Yusu to buy. This time he was injured in order to save everyone. Is not lying in bed craving let you come to buy? He is our great benefactor. I will give you a few more loads. In the future come to Granny here to eat cakes, all without money. Granny Wang then enthusiastically loaded up the cakes with both beef and dried plum and vegetable fillings. She was old, but she remembered clearly the favorite kinds of food of the pair of siblings. Ji Lingrua smiled sweetly, only feeling that she was also honored by the reverence others had for her own senior brother all the way this morning. Her heart was happy. However, she still took out a few taels of silver money from her purse and handed it over. What are you doing, girl? Granny sells cakes for fun, and if she says she doesn't want money, she doesn't want money. Granny Wang put on her face, seeming to be angry. No, Granny, this isn't the money I paid for the cakes. Ji Lingrua hurriedly explained, unwilling to annoy this amiable granny. What kind of money is that? Granny Wang asked curiously as her eyes dripped. Ji Lingrua also had some difficulty in speaking, but still mustered up the courage to say, I'm looking for the money to pay for your worship. Worship? That Granny Wang obviously didn't expect this reply, and her tone was surprised. Ji Lingrua lightly bit her lower lip, thinking that it was hopeless to worship her teacher. Although she did not know much about the human race, she also understood that there was no difference between wanting to learn how to make cakes and wanting to learn a technique, which were important inheritances that people depended on for their survival, and where there was a reason to easily teach people. But she left this time, and I don't know when she'll come back. Will she still be able to eat this familiar flavor when she returns to her hometown? This shortbread accompanied her for the happiest 3 years of her life, and she didn't want to easily forget the flavor. Whether it was to make it for herself or to make it for Yusu, this cake was something she had to learn. That's right, Granny. I want to learn how to make this shortbread from you. Ji Lingrua's tone was solemn. She simply took out all the silver money in her purse, holding it in her hands in a silver glittering piece. Granny Wang was also stunned. Not by the silver money. She looked at the young girl with a soft brow. You're leaving. Ha! The old man's hair was half white at the temples, and he always sighed that his old eyes were dim, but he could see things more thoroughly than anyone else. Ji-Ling Rua was shocked, but she also nodded her head obediently. Aha! Does Yusu know? Ji-Ling Rua nodded again. Granny Wang smiled serenely and pushed Ji-Ling Rua's hand holding the silver money back again, saying, good to know. Say goodbye properly to meet properly. Don't learn from the storybook like that and leave without saying a word. Look at the dashing actual heart regrets it. If you really want to learn, Granny can teach you without charging any money. Ji-Ling Rua heard the warmth in her heart. She did not push too much, knowing that this money will not be received by the old granny on the surface, so she just had to words of thanks. Thank you, Granny. The young girl said she still wanted to bend down and perform a big salute, but was hastily held by the old crone. The old crone worked for most of her life. Her hands were already covered with rough creases, and at this time held Ji-Ling Rua's plump and white hands, and was heartbroken. Just learning how to make a cake. What's the point of saluting? But your hands are so beautiful. You have to be careful when you are kneading and deep frying later, or else Yusu will be heartbroken. Ji-Ling Rua also let the other party hold it and skimmed her lips. He won't be heartbroken. He lets me do all the dirty work in the clan. Is this kid Yusu so hateful? Granny Wang led Ji-Ling Rua into the store while echoing the young girl's cries of distress. It was just that the young girl's delicate skin had long since revealed the truth, and Granny Wang was unwilling to dismantle her small mind. And even more so, she felt that the other party was adorable to the extreme. The old woman has a son on her knees, but the other is in a bigger city, hard to start a family. The two old people cannot afford to give up this ancestral store, also do not want to go to drag the son, so they took the initiative to separate from their children and grandchildren. At this time to see the delicate Ji-Ling Rua, just like seeing their granddaughter. Ji-Ling Rua originally wanted to follow the crone's words and continue to spit on Yusu. After all, the best way to get closer to someone is to jointly spit on another person. Unfortunately, the bad words just reached the edge of his mouth and could no longer come out. Ji-Ling Rua shook her head, bitterly annoyed that she had been fooled too deeply by Yusu, this dignified guy, and now she couldn't even say bad things about him behind his back. In fact, there is no law. He is still quite good to me. Ji-Ling Rua smiled sarcastically twice. Granny Wang patted Ji-Ling Rua's hand with a playful expression of, I understand. Oh girl, do you know why Yusu is called Yusu? Why? Ji-Ling Rua's beautiful eyes flowed and she came to be interested. Ha ha, because your master also loved to eat my family's cake. She picked up the tour of Su after also do not know what to name good. Think about it, so called him Crispy Good. Yusu 5 years old before. The neighborhood so called him. You say he is also strange, a blind man and cannot read and write. 5 years old that year, even self-centered publicity. His name Tour Su. Is the tour of the tour? The Su of the purple Su. Whoever again with the teased him, he would be furious with them. You really don't say. The teacher in the city said that word souffle, the word is a bit interesting, but talking is not as good as writing. We old people still think he is a shortbread. Yusu. All along Ji-Ling Rua had only thought it was a coincidence, but she didn't realize there was such a reason. Listening to the interesting stories of Yusu's childhood, it was as if an image of a divine blind child jumped out of her mind. The more she listened, the more interesting it became, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, adding a touch of different scenery to this humble store. At this moment, has not yet passed the time to eat breakfast. Breakfast street, only sporadic stores open business. Diners are not many but also cannot be said to be cold. There were also 3 young cultivators in expensive clothing gathered in front of Wang Ji's oil cake shop. Guessed you misunderstand. Here the left side of the cake is for sale. You just ate the right side of the cake. That is not for sale to the guests. It is my apprentice used to practice. Granny Wang smiled and explained. These 3 cultivators guests she did not recognize. Look at the dress code should be these days other cities sent to support the reinforcements out of the Cloud City. In fact, she just reminded once, but the other party insisted on buying. Ji-Ling Rua tried to make that cake, which led to a dispute. The young cultivator at the head of the group sniffed and frowned intensely, glancing at the young girl who was staring angrily at the side, and even if he looked at it again, he would still be shocked by the beauty of the young girl. However, the more beautiful the more thorns. Just now he was attracted by the beauty of the girl to buy cakes, want to make friends, so he intentionally bought this burnt cake to take the opportunity to talk to, but the girl hit him in the hands of the burnt cake blasted to pieces, not to give him a bit of face, although he was not afraid of this young girl at the beginning of the Ling Tai realm, but after all, it was not on his home turf, and it was not desirable to use his power to suppress others. His mind moved slightly, and he had already come up with a brilliant idea to get his face back, so he justly said, dang, it's bad luck. We came all the way to Yorizumo City to help out, and we can't even eat a morning meal comfortably. If it's for practicing, why do you put it outside? Instead of blaming your apprentice's craftsmanship for being too poor, you came to blame me for taking the wrong kind of cake. Your cake stall. It's a bit too unreasonable. A cultivator dressed like him responded. That's right. Why do you put it out there if you're not going to sell it? The name of your Wang Ji shortcake has been spread to me in Apparate City, but in my opinion, the name doesn't live up to its name. Another companion opened his hand wide and greeted. Everyone, come and see. Wang Ji's shortcake is substituting for the best and ripping off our outsiders. Auntie Wang, what's the situation? My lord, it shouldn't be. This bakery is an ancestral one. What's not to like? I can't swindle you. If you don't believe me, take a look at this cake. Isn't there a lot of burnt brown? It was only a matter of time before I saw many of the patties listed in the basket to the right of the frying pan with visible burnt spots. This, Granny Wang wanted to explain, but unfortunately her voice was immediately drowned out by the noisy crowd that surrounded her. Hey, if you guys think you've suffered a loss, I'll just give you 3 more. What's with the rumors here? Jilingrua's willow eyebrows rose. Humph, is it not to see that we have sought out the townspeople to judge? If we were dumb, wouldn't we have eaten this boring loss of yours? Jilingrua clenched her teeth and clenched her fists. These 3 people's cultivation is only spirit platform realm. If they are determined to find trouble, she is not afraid. Granny Lu had already informed her through the sound transmission technique that she would be leaving tomorrow, and at this time, she must have been spying on the side. However, the other party did not do anything. 3 cultivators instead of moving mouth to smash the signboard of this bakery. If she couldn't help but strike first, wouldn't that play right into the other party's hands? But she was not happy to see strangers. At this time, looking at the people who keep coming to see the lively brain is also a muddle. Do not know how to deal with. The heart cannot help but feel sorry for herself. If Granny Wang lost business because of her, she cannot absolve herself of the blame, and will never forgive herself. Who said Wang Ji shortbread is second best? A clear voice rang out loudly, actually covering the chaotic voice of discussion. I have to go out for something. I'm not a human being if I don't finish this volume tomorrow. End of chapter. The crowd looked toward the source of the voice, only to see a black-robed teenager with a dragon badge and phoenix posture had stood in front of the stall at an unknown time, with a dashing and calm demeanor. This young man also did not look away, but stared at the face of this young girl, as if he could only see her alone. Wait, isn't that Yusu? Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed. It's Yusu. Yusu also ignored it and said to Jilingrua on her own. Dare I ask the girl, which substandard products are they referring to? The corner of Jilingrua's mouth rose. Her eyes were also affectionate. The previous indignation in her heart was all swept away. Only the surprise and peace of mind of seeing Yusu remained. So she cooperated. Why? Do you want to try it too? That's natural. I've been eating at this bakery since I was a child. How can I listen to it being slandered for nothing? Different people have different tastes, and I don't believe them when they say it's inferior. So the guest is here to judge? Jilingrua used the back of her hand to cover her lips. Her eyebrows were like the moon, and she smiled coquettishly in a way that no one who saw her was lost in thought. Only when facing Yusu, she was truly like a cunning beautiful snake, easily able to get on the brain circuit with Yusu. Her heart was also as sweet as honey, only feeling that she and Yusu really had a heart-to-heart and tacit understanding. Yusu is also a cool smile, then intends to continue to stand up for his sister. Good, but also ask the girl to sell me a cake you made, if it is really inferior. No need. The youth at the head of the 3 foreign cultivators suddenly stopped the duo's 1-2 punch with a loud voice. His complexion was ironic. A pair of falcon eyes circled back and forth between Yusu and Jilingrua, and he said in a deep voice, It's a misunderstanding. I hope brother you won't be offended. We are not from Exodus Cloud City. There is nothing wrong with this cake. It is just that we are not used to eating it. Yusu sniffed some stunned, but did not expect the other side to change their mouth so fast. I am afraid that someone shouted out his name was heard by this youth. Yusu heart-bitter smile, did not think that one day his name can also have this kind of deterrent. Just before Yusu could reply, the youth drank again. Let's go. The 2 companions beside him also lost their previous vigor, and resentfully followed behind that youth and walked away. Yusu secretly slandered, this go also too easy some. He thought of at least 10 different ways to get back for his sister, but not yet face to face in the end. These provocative people just by his name to be scared off. Really uninteresting. Originally, he was still thinking of performing well in front of his senior sister, but at this time, he also lost the opportunity. In fact, most of the people had great trust in the reputation of Wang Ji Bakery. After all, it was an old store in Izumo City that had been passed down for several generations and had a good reputation. They also knew that this matter was mostly caused by those foreign cultivators on purpose, but due to the difference in status they didn't dare to say much. They could only simply say a few words for Granny Wang. At this moment, seeing that Yusu drove those troublemakers away, coupled with the heroic deeds of Yusu who saved the whole city, the reverence for Yusu also rose higher and higher. Yusu instant head big, tired to deal with the crowd of people surrounded by coaxing, until pacified for a long time before the crowd dispersed. Even Granny Wang had the sense to shout, "Egu, the old man still needs to change his medicine," and hurriedly ran into the inner courtyard. Originally noisy stalls before, finally only left the relative speechless teenage girl. Two people. Love seems to be two people in the middle of that frying pan, to cook more and more hot. Ahem. Yusu pretended to cough twice to break the silence. Yo, the guest hasn't left yet? Ji Lingrua raised her eyebrows slightly, pretending to be surprised, but her hands continued to knead the noodles. The girl is joking. I came to buy a cake, and of course I won't leave without it. But I wonder what kind of pie the guest wants. The best pie in the world. Oh, what kind of pie is that? The name of this cake is Senior Sister Cake, and it is a cake made for me by my senior sister herself. I don't have any senior sister cakes here, only the Yusu cake made of shortening. This Yusu cake is so crumbly, would you like to eat it? Yusu was not annoyed by his senior sister's joke, but instead became even more brazen. And seeing that Ji Lingrua had chucked another cake from the pot that she had made throughout the entire process and placed it in the right side basket, he went straight to the top to take it. The luster of the cake is slightly deeper than the golden yellow. The smell of the cake appetite. Ji Lingrua gradually into the good. This is considered to be the best one. She fried the fire. Yusu also do not hesitate. Big mouth bite down. The entrance crispy salty. Let a person linger. It is difficult to imagine that this is that even the egg hanging noodles are not good to do the senior sister made out of the cake. You don't know. This cake is called oil cake, also known as senior sister cake. My favorite food is this senior sister cake, and my senior sister's favorite food is this Yusu cake. Yusu said, not afraid of the heat, and bit a few more bites of the cake meat. Full of. Ji Lingrua rolled a playful white eyes. Yusu's intimate words cannot be described as not fleshy. The young girl heard in the ears but also do not feel ashamed. Will soon be parting. She even hoped that this blind man to say more to be good. The time turned to evening. A brightly glittering stardust, set above the diaphanous night. Like glittering, radiant jewels, the night stretched out silently, covering the entire meadow like an oddly large black cloth. Yusu and Ji Lingrua were lying on top of the grass, admiring the quicksilver cascading sky from afar. This morning until now, the two of them, Yusu and Ji Lingrua, did not return to the sect. They had learned the practice of shortbread together all morning. In fact, there was nothing difficult to speak of. The key still lies in the secret recipe of the filling marinade. Ji Lingrua learned very seriously, and even used a cheat sheet to memorize all the points, and the final result was also poor. After learning, she also quietly left some silver money and body tonic pills for Granny Wang, and left with Yusu to go to their favorite restaurant. It's funny to say that although they often take out his family's dishes, but it's really the first time that the two of them sit together in the store to eat. Also because of Yusu's arrival, the business of the restaurant were a little better. The two ate and drank enough, did not want to go back to the clan. Twisting and turning is finally holding hands. In this out of the clouds in the city wandering, Ji Lingrua this also began to properly measure up this life for 3 years of the city. Along the way met a lot of people who recognize Yusu. Ji Lingrua would like to break away, but Yusu hold more tightly, which makes Ji Lingrua blushing to the extreme, as if a small daughter-in-law for the first time to follow the groom to see the family in general. Unconsciously, the two of them all the way shopping and eating also bought a lot of things. The smile on the face of Yusu has never faded, but also make up for the regret of never strolling out of the Cloud City with his sister. They ate dinner and took another walk together to the grassy field where they had fought with Ling Jinran before. Yusu thought back and only felt that the experience was like a dream, but fortunately the most important people were by his side. Throughout the day, both of them unspokenly refrained from speaking of their parting, concentrating on enjoying the time they had just with each other. On the lawn, teenage girls are still holding hands. They murmur softly. No one can hear what they are saying. The sound can only be heard by each other. This is a beautiful night. The breeze, delicate flowers shy also like gathered up petals, hazy sleep, but exudes a slight fragrance. Ji Lingrua supported his body, reluctantly looked at Yusu's quiet sleeping face, did not hold back, finally came up to print the teenager's lips. Second miss. An old crone figure appeared in the darkness, and Granny Lu reminded softly. Ji Lingrua ignored it, and after a long time, her lips parted. Ji Lingrua spilled out and stood up, looking at the frowning crone, calmly saying, Granny Lu, let's go. It's still some time before the hour. It's not necessary, since they would eventually meet again. Why should they be greedy for this short period of time? If she didn't leave again, Ji Lingrua was afraid that she would really not want to go anymore. She looked back at Yusu one last time and disappeared into the darkness with Granny Lu. Outside Yusu's room, He Shudong stood in front of the door. Senior, why isn't senior brother coming back? Fairy Wangshu asked playfully. He's saying goodbye to his senior sister. Oh, He Shudong suddenly frowned tightly. Her fragile spiritual platform already on the verge of collapse, she still forced herself to endure the discomfort and softly said to her disciple, Wangshu, go pick up your senior brother and let's go back to the peak. Yes. End of chapter. Miles of sky and a clear blue sky. A silver-white ferry boat agilely shuttled between the lofty mountains and white clouds and waterfalls. Immortal boat size is not large. The whole presents streamline. Speed is very fast. Break through the air. And it's attached to conceal the breath of the array. Not to mention the mortals. Even the mountain wild cultivator shall not discover the figure of this immortal boat. In the immortal boat is not large cabin. The arrangement is simple and elegant. Occupying the largest space is a lotus platform. The lotus platform is lying on top of a black-robed teenager is still sleeping. Beside the black-robed teenager, there is a young girl squatting with a jade rabbit mask on her head, white hair and white dress. Even the slightly exposed skin is also white and crystalline. The only thing on her face is a pair of blue crystal eyes. At this time is curiously in the face of Yusu survey, as if looking at a what a good animal, which also makes her all out of the world temperament more innocent human flavor. Since last night when she transported Yusu onto the immortal boat, Fairy Wangshu had been looking at Yusu like this, as if she couldn't get tired of looking at him. She grew up in Lotus Peak. Because of the Xian Shao sex rules for her, she rarely contacted outsiders, and did not even have a same-sex friend, not to mention scrutinizing a young man of the opposite sex like this. She blinked and mumbled in a small voice, Sure fu. The voice was extremely light, but Yusu coincidentally fluttered her eyelashes and woke up. Fairy Wangshu didn't avoid it and continued to squat next to Yusu. The first thing that Yusu woke up was to open his mouth and call out Jilingrua's name, but no one responded for a long time. Last night he and his sister under the moon to talk about the sky. Love is strong. This swore to keep looking at his sister until the hour of separation, but did not want to smell an unusual fragrance on the inexplicable fainted. Yusu, who did not get a response, was a little flustered. The only thing in the blurred vision in his eyes was a white silhouette close at hand, but it was not Jilingrua. Realizing something, Yusu flashed his body and sat up. He recognized that it was the masked fairy that appeared after his master's wife and asked, Fairy, where is this? This is the cabin of the Cloud Lotus boat. Cloud Lotus boat? The Cloud Lotus boat is Master Teacher's magic weapon, and we are traveling back to the Xian Shao sect in it. What hour is it? Noon. Cabin windows. Snow-white veil with the wind flick. Early autumn sunlight shines in. Still some hot. Yusu mood is a little low. Hate themselves did not do a goodbye with the sister. Think carefully. That strange fragrance is also afraid of the sister's trick. In order to not want to experience that kind of sobriety when the grief of separation, Yusu secretly sighed, only to feel that this is good, and it is not a parting of life and death. Cultivation road is long. There will be a time to meet again. After sighing, he let out another deep breath and hid his inner regrets as he began to emanate his divine sense to carefully observe his surroundings and think about his situation today. He should have been found by the senior Nyang after falling into a deep sleep, and at this time, he should be on his way to the Xian Shao sect, led by the senior Nyang of extraordinary origin. My senior, but the fairy's senior? Yusu asked hesitantly. Aha. Fairy Wangshu nodded. And where did my master's wife go? Although the cabin was filled with the lotus-like fragrance of Shi Nyang's body, Shi Nyang's figure was nowhere to be seen. Master was meditating on the deck outside the cabin, and when she saw you slumbering, she gave you the lotus platform she was using. At the words, Yusu was a bit stunned. These words did make him a bit flattered. He hurriedly got up and left the lotus platform. Surprised, how does that work? As he said that, he wanted to go out of the cabin to retrieve his master's mother, but Fairy Wangshu stopped Yusu's way with a sword. Master said not to casually disturb her, and she asked me to watch you rest well here, so you can't go out at will. All right. Yusu do not want to conflict with the master's disciples, also do not want to go against the master's intention to bother her, so had to retreat back. Yusu looked around, which can no longer have the good sense to sit back on top of the lotus platform, was about to find an empty space to sit down. Fairy Wangshu said again, if the master told you to sit on the lotus platform, you should sit on the lotus platform. Yusu's sword eyebrow slightly raised. This masked fairy's tone was unquestionable, as if she had taken the orders of her master's mother as a guideline. He couldn't help but slander in his heart. The disciple of the master's mother was also a little too obedient to her. He also had to sit back on the lotus platform. A time actually do not know what to say. Peculiar witches even with this strange masked fairy have fallen into silence. Yusu also do not feel the slightest embarrassment, but feel very natural. Feeling the other party's eyes keep wandering over his body, Yusu still couldn't resist asking, My name is Yusu. Dare I ask the name of the fairy? Wangshu. Yusu has always been a frog at the bottom of the well, and did not know Fairy Wangshu's great name, but was just curious about how the other party did not have a surname. Based on the idea of having a good relationship with the disciple of his master's wife, he cupped his fists and respectfully said, "So it's Fairy Wangshu, long time no see. You are my senior brother. You shouldn't call me Fairy Wangshu, you should call me senior sister." Fairy Wangshu solemnly corrected the mistake for Yusu. "Yusu, think carefully, he is the master's disciple. The other is the master's disciple. Although not considered the same door, shouting sister is not wrong, just the other side is only a young girl appearance. Why must be a sister is not a sister? Is it hard for a fairy to be older than me? I'm 49 years old." Wangshu fairy tone flat. Yusu but still for one of the shock, although the cultivation of people in the face of the art, but really will be the other side of the age and appearance of the combination is really some incredible feeling. Cultivate the immortal years although long, but also did not come to the point of 1,000 years at every turn. Yusu remembered the master and he said, "Even the most elite whole virtual venerable, life years will not break open 500 years of age mark. This is the law of heaven and earth. And this Wangshu fairy nearly 50 years old is still like a green girl look, really let a person surprised." "How old are you?" Yusu froze and replied, "Just turned 18. "Then you are my senior brother." Fairy Wangshu nodded slightly as if she had determined something. Her blue eyes lit up as she asked again, "Then has Master Shifu been with senior brother for these 2,951 days? Yusu was dumbfounded, always feeling that the other party will count the days so clearly, is to liquidate what to himself, but the other party's tone and no intention of harshness, as if just to seek an answer. Sort of. And will the master speak to you often?" "That's not going to happen." "And will master teach you swordplay?" "Occasional pointers." Then the master. A series of questions about the master's mother made Yusu a little sweaty. This senior sister's concern for her master is also a little too heavy. The thought of his domination of people's master for 8 years, actually feel a little embarrassed. Yusu also just realized that Fairy Wangshu this austere unapproachable temperament is just the appearance. She gave Yusu the feeling of indifference and detachment is not related to the words to have to describe, but like a teenager full of questions of the lonely girl. "Well, senior sister, you've asked me so many questions. It's time for me to ask you." Fairy Wangshu stretched out her alabaster-like index finger and poked her chin, which was hidden behind a mask, and nodded. Elder sister was talking about returning to the Xianxiao sect. Could it be that you are from the Xianxiao sect? Aha! Hearing this, Yusu's heart was horrified. Senior sister is a disciple of Xianxiao sect, and also a disciple of Senior Niang. Doesn't that mean that Senior Niang is at least an elder-level figure in Xianxiao sect? Although he judged from the clues that the identity and cultivation of the Senior Niang must be not bad, but he did not expect it to be so high, which can almost be considered the apex of the status of the middle elemental continent. And what surprised him even more was, how could such a powerful senior mistress look at his own senior? His own senior was only a water condensation realm that couldn't even fly. "Dare I ask, senior sister, what exactly is the identity of your master?" Fairy Wangshu, however, no longer answered any questions as she did before. She lightly shook her Gramercy head and returned. "Shifu won't let me tell you. She said she is your Shifu. If you want to know the rest, you can ask her yourself." Yusu can't help but think of that day's conversation with Senior Niang. When Senior Niang asked him if he didn't want to know who she was, he rejected Senior Niang, and then Senior Niang fell into silence. At this time this word again from the mouth of the elder sister relayed out, actually let Yusu momentarily cannot distinguish the meaning of the words. I do not know this is the elder sister's response to his obstinacy, or she is really also like his own general think so. No matter what, Yusu also felt a wave of inexplicable joy. The master's wife seemed to have really changed towards him. "Then can senior sister introduce the Xianxiao sect with me? Senior brother grew up living in Exodus Cloud City and is a bit of a loner." "What does it mean to be a loner? Does it mean a little stupid?" 3 black lines fell on Yusu's forehead as he awkwardly said, "That's pretty much what it means. Master never said I was stupid." Wangshu Fairy's blue eyes flickered, and Yusu also heard some rare fluctuations from her tone, which was quite self-satisfied. The Xianxiao sect is the largest sect in the Hangao Divine Mountain, with 13 veins, organ technique, alchemy, spirit plant technique, beast royalty technique, spirit building technique, artistic technique, formation technique, talisman technique, calligraphy, blade technique, and 2 veins of sword technique corresponding to the 13 peaks of the Xianxiao sect. And each of the peaks has a grand elder who specializes in this path. Each peak had a grand elder who specialized in this Dao sitting as the peak master. Among them, the Xianxiao peak of the artistic Dao was the first, and the peak master was also the patriarch of the Xianxiao sect. On top of that, there are 23 minor elders each specializing in their own path. At the words of Yusu, heart cannot help but produce a wave of reverence. With the spiritual treasure sect, this kind of specialization in a big sect completely different. Xian Shao sect within the veins of the all-encompassing, blossomed. The Xian Shao sect's ambition and vigor has in turn made it the #1 sect in the Middle Element continent. These words also seem to open the door to a new world for Yusu. In his mind, a magnificent and grandiose world of immortal cultivation revealed the tip of its iceberg. Yusu couldn't wait to continue asking questions to his newly recognized senior sister, while Wang Shu looked at Yusu, who was unknown to anything, as if she saw the same self in her master's eyes. She didn't feel annoyed and patiently answered her senior brother's questions one by one. A lone boat thus sped under the shining autumn sun towards the highest mountain peak in the world, and disappeared in this boundless sea of clouds. End of chapter. The clouds were soothing, and the Cloud Lotus boat had been flying for close to 3 days. The wind outside the cabin was fierce, but he shut on didn't even flutter a single hair. Her body was wrapped in a soft xianqi. She stood in the air and meditated with her eyes downcast, just like a still lotus flower. Yusu but can't beat the cold wind in the sky. He didn't dare to disturb the teacher's wife, so he closed the hatch and went back to the cabin. In the cabin, Fairy Wangshu had already fallen asleep on that large lotus platform. In fact, Yusu feel, this sister's realm of cultivation is not bad. This journey has not seen her rest a moment. Tirelessly asked himself 1,000 strange questions. I'm afraid that a long time do not sleep will not feel tired. But Yusu is a little tired to deal with. He only had to politely say, doesn't senior sister take a break to rest? When Fairy Wangshu heard this, she only gave in sound. And then she lay down on the lotus platform and quickly fell asleep. Yusu secretly shook his head. Senior sister is 49 years old. Why is she still like a playful child who refuses to sleep and is caught by parents? Oh. Yusu took out a mirror from his Qiankuan bag, and he probed with his divine sense to make sure that immortal Wangshu was already in meditation before he focused his mind and opened his eyes. Although Fairy Wangshu is the disciple of the master's mother, but in the end, it is not comparable to the master's sister who can be frank and honest. And Yusu felt that the secret of his ability to open his eyes is still the less people know the better. Counting. This is still the first time that Yusu seriously measured his own appearance. The mirror reflected his appearance. His features are clear. His cheeks have a young man's unruly, but also reveals a sharpness and perseverance. Sword-like eyebrows flying diagonally into the sideburns fall a few strands of black hair. At this time the whole eyes have also become black as ink color. Yusu looked at the face and found it somewhat unfamiliar. He quietly scrutinized it for a while longer and kept changing the angle in front of the mirror as if he wanted to memorize his face in his mind. He finally laughed softly twice, and moved his gaze away from the mirror to look at the distant and small world outside the cabin window. His eyesight in this state was excellent. The magnificent city underneath was a prosperous scene that he had never envisioned. It was so huge that even when he looked down from a high altitude, he couldn't see the borders at a glance. There were towering pavilions everywhere. Even the highest city lord's mansion in Izumo City could only be classified as mediocre when placed in this city. Yusu poked his head out again, looking in the direction of the Cloud Lotus boat. The magnificent, majestic, endless mountain towered between heaven and earth, and even at Yusu's height at this time, he couldn't see its apex at a glance. Its existence is like a sacred heavenly pillar connecting the earth and the firmament, meditative and indistinct, calling people to see indistinctly. Mount Everest, at last, had arrived. As if to greet their arrival, a large flock of immortal cranes swept past the Cloud Lotus boat. Along with it, there is a huge cloud. The Cloud Lotus boat traveled through this cloud, giving Yusu a very different feeling from before. These were not ordinary clouds, more like a strange liquid, traveling through which seemed to be able to bring up gusts of spatial ripples. When the clouds were broken through, Mount Everest finally revealed the tip of its iceberg. Above, the huge mountain is surrounded by light smoke and white mist. Between the steep mountain walls and heavy buildings, everywhere is white clouds and flowing water, empty pavilions and floating islands, giving people a sense of beauty of the staggering. In a trance, as if you can still hear the ancient bells coming from the sacred mountain. Savor it, and even feel the meaning of the great Tao coming from the bells. Senior, we're getting there. Fairy Wanshu had gotten up at some point and stood beside Yusu, looking towards one of the most spectacular complexes on the Divine Mountain. Yusu blinked twice, his all-black eyes changing back to black and white as he looked back. Is the Xianshao sect about to arrive? Aha! Yusu took a deep breath, vaguely nervous about the brand new environment, but also with warm anticipation. The head elder of the Xianshao sect was a crane-haired, pale-faced old man who was clad in Taoist robes and a Taoist crown, the standard immortal demeanor in the world's imagination. His eyes were tightly closed, sitting on the side of the tea table, where 2 cups of fragrant tea dispersed a mist if any. The owner of the other cup was a quiet fairy in a white dress. The 13th elder has returned. The chief elder's voice was deep and hoarse. Greetings to head elder. He Shudong had an elegant temperament and responded without being overbearing. The head elder nodded slightly, still with his eyes closed, and added, "You left the clan for 8 years, and said that you went out to the mountains to practice, but have you been effective? The results have been minimal." Oh, upon hearing this, the head elder's long eyebrows slightly raised, his bark-like eyelids slightly uplifted, and his eyes actually shot out 2 lines of intimidating purple light. Looking closely, the head old man's pupils resembled 2 purple stars, and within the stars, there were also complicated and extremely engraved patterns constantly rotating. Long before He Shudong went up the mountain, the head elder was already a head elder. He Shudong did not know the other party's true cultivation, and at this moment, she was gazed upon by the head elder's half-squinted violet pupils, and she could not help but feel a tightness in her heart. Confident of recovery? The old man was very calm. He Shudong secretly sighed. Even though she had already found a way to conceal her spiritual platform that would shatter before returning to the clan, she was still seen through by the head elder at a glance. Yes, He Shudong gave an affirmative answer. It's good if you have. The 13th elder is extremely gifted and will go farther than us old farts. Don't be impatient. The head elder still thought that her physical condition was due to forcibly breaking the boundary. Keep in mind the teachings of the head elder. He Shudong didn't make any explanations. This is not a teaching. This is advice. The chief elder closed his eyes again, his tone chilling. Although He Shudong is a peak of the master, shoulder bear elders' obligations but few and far between. Teaching apprenticeships she did limited. After 8 years away from the clan to return, a body of cultivation if you still want to disperse. I'm afraid that the position of the great elder will be coveted by many people, especially the 23 was steadily pressed ahead of the small elders. He Shudong raised his cup and drank shallowly without responding. What exactly happened in Izumo City? Even Gu Yao lost his life here. He Shudong shook his head. All that I know, I have already told the head elder in the order. Alas, we can only wait for them to go ahead and investigate. The head old man slightly stroked his beard. Wanshu is your only disciple. Her life is vital. In the future, do not let her go out of the sect indiscriminately. This time I have brought back a teenager, and Ji Lingrua from the Snake Clan of the Eastern Continent. These 2 I wish to accept as my own. The head elder voice line of surprise and suspicion. So the 13th elder, this Lotus Life Sword method is not a single lineage? He also finally lifted the lid of the cup and sipped the tea, his withered mouth holding a smile. After leaving the clan for 8 years, it seems that the 13th elder is not unchanged. In order to fight for that thing, actually all started to accept more disciples. 13 mountains rose up from the hills, nestled between the Xian Shao sect, making one marvel at nature's ingenious workmanship and the divine skill of the immortal craftsman. The Cloud Lotus boat then continued to sail towards one of the 13 lonely mountains, traveling all the way, unhindered. Yusu realized that the sound of the wind in his ears slowed down until it disappeared, and that's when he knew that they had reached their destination. "Senior, we're here," Fairy Wanshu reminded Yusu, and then took the lead to open the cabin. The Lotus Peak is not the fantasized appearance of a very immortal style. There is only a simple and plain small courtyard. If Yusu was able to open his eyes, he could even find that the layout of this courtyard was very close to the Mandarin Duck Sword Sect's clan house. Without the surrounding immortal streams and green trees, it would be hard to believe that this would be the residence of a Xian Shao sect elder. Yusu walked out of the hatch outside and realized that the master's wife, who was originally meditating on the deck, was nowhere to be found. Elder sister, where did elder mother go? The head elder came to seek out the master just now. The head elder, that is, the head of the 13 grand elders. Wouldn't that be the first person under the Xian Shao sect's patriarch? Yusu secretly shocked. The teacher's wife as an elder 8 years did not return back to the clan. Need to report the situation is normal, but did not expect to just come back to meet her is such a character. At this time, although the Cloud Lotus boat has been moored but not landed, the height of the hull plus the height of the suspension, it is 3 or 4 meters high. After Fairy Wangshu finished speaking, she took it upon herself to leap down from the deck, landing lightly on the ground like an elegant white cat. Senior brother jumped too. I will catch you. Fairy Wangshu turned to Yusu and said in a serious tone. Making a gesture, she then raised her hands in a manner to hold Yusu. The corner of Yusu's mouth twitched, feeling that he had been excessively underestimated by Fairy Wangshu. Although his cultivation realm was no match for his senior sister who claimed to be at the feather transformation realm, he was not so bad that he even needed someone to catch him when he jumped from a place less than 5 meters away. Does senior sister take me for a 3-year-old? With a helpless smile, Yusu leapt into the air with both legs, but he who was confident that he would land smoothly changed his face all of a sudden. There was something odd. As soon as he left the range of the Cloud Immortal boat, he felt the turbulent air currents in the air. They were not blowing from one place. Some were left and some were right. Some were cold and some were hot. They wrapped around Yusu's forced downward body, making it stagger and fall. Yusu tried to resist, but this crazy airflow has extraordinary power. Whenever trying to transport air control body, those just condensed Qianxi was melted into this strange airflow associates. No matter how much it looked like an ordinary village house on the outside, it was still essentially one of the 13 wondrous peaks of the Xianxiao sect, so how could it be so simple? Yusu frowned tightly, and in a flash of lightning he was about to pull out the ink pine sword to help himself land on the ground, when a pair of jade hands gently held his body in a princess hug-like position. Yusu was right in Fairy Wangshu's arms, like a hero saved by a beauty. He sardonically looked at Fairy Wangshu, and in the young girl's blurred visage, the two sapphire eyes were without a single impurity. Fairy Wangshu put Yusu down again, and as soon as Yusu's feet touched the ground, the chaotic air current could no longer be felt. He was shocked and surprised, but he hurriedly got up and stood a little farther away before saluting. "Thank you, senior sister." "No need to thank." Fairy Wangshu's tone was calm, not a single point of flirtation at all. Instead, Yusu could still hear a trace of joy after being thanked. Somehow, when Yusu faced the pure-hearted Wangshu fairy, he didn't feel the slightest embarrassment even though he was considered to have lost face in front of her. "Senior sister, what is this strange wind?" Yusu couldn't help but ask for advice with an open mind. "It's called troublesome wind." Yusu repeated the name in his mind, somewhat unsure, so he asked again. "Then why couldn't you feel it once you landed?" "It's not that it can't be felt, it's that it's gotten good." Fairy Wangshu stretched out a hand and held it up in the air, and a meager cloud immediately wrapped around her bony 5 fingers, behaving like a kindred spirit animal. There are many places in the Divine Mountain where there is such a troublesome wind, and where it is present, one may not fly in the air, but only walk. Fairy Wangshu didn't explain more, and Yusu's heart was already clear. The sacred mountain is full of immortals' residence. Sex important place, can't let the cultivator swim in it. Walking is the basic respect for these holy places. Fairy Wangshu had already taken a step towards the courtyard ahead, so Yusu followed closely. "Then why the name Troublesome Wind?" Yusu asked in disbelief. "Master said that this is one of the admonitions of the Hangao immortal ancestor, that only by keeping one's feet on the ground can one be free of worries." Yusu sniffed and smiled non-committally. "The closer the courtyard, the more you can feel the richness of it quickly turned into a water like Qianxi. They flowed from the body, like a gentle hand brushing over your limbs and bones, bringing the mysterious feelings of the meditative and remote." The courtyard had no walls or door plaques, just 4 simple wooden houses. In addition to a peach tree planted in the center of the courtyard, there is nothing more worthy of praise. At this time, under the peach tree, the white-skirted fairy with a ripe and beautiful figure and a cool temperament was already waiting. "Master, Shifu." The two saluted separately. He Shudong nodded in response. "I remember you saying that you had received the qualification to listen to the studies given by the Divine Mountain Immortal Master." These words were of course addressed to Yusu. Yusu nodded. Although Guyao had already lost his life, the listening and learning credentials he had granted were still there, enough to prove his qualifications. "The status of a hearing school disciple is not worthy of you. From today onwards, you are my true disciple. From now on, don't call me Master Mother, call me Master." Yusu sniffed and froze on the spot, finally asking, "What in the world is Shifu?" He Shudong gave him a look as if to say you still couldn't help but ask first, and calmly said, "This is the 13th elder of the Xianxiao sect, Lotus Peak Master, Venerable Lotus Sword." Yusu pupils slightly open, although early speculation, but personally heard the name of the whole virtual honored one is really hard to hide the shock. Such a character is actually their own teacher, but also want to accept their own as a true biography, when there is a kind of unreal feeling. Though master and senior mistress are Taoist couples, they belong to 2 sects, and he became a true disciple of senior mistress. Does it count as a change of family? You don't want to? He Xiaodong frowned slightly. Yusu hesitated. He could easily choose between Gu Yao and his master, but he had some difficulty between his master's mother and his master. If you're worried that this is disloyalty to your master, there's no need. He Xiaodong put her hands behind her back. Her 2 forefingers nervously knotted together as she added, "Your master instructed me when he left, that if you were good enough to leave the school, you could find another master. I also have the favor of instructing you, so joining my disciple is the best choice for you. Besides what? Furthermore, I intend to take your senior sister as a personal disciple as well, and if you are a disciple of hearing and learning, you will have to leave after a year." Yusu originally had doubts about the master's instructions from the mouth of the master's mother, but these latter words completely made him make up his mind. After straightening the folds of his coat, he folded his palms across his chest and bowed in a great salute. "From today, disciple Yusu worships Venerable Lotus Sword as his teacher. I hereby make a vow that I will honor my teacher and sharpen my cultivation. If there is ever a day when I do something that deceives my teacher and destroys my ancestors, The second half of the words of the poisonous oath can no longer be said. Yusu know that this is the mother trust themselves will never do things to deceive their ancestors, so they do not want to let themselves continue to say. He suddenly raised his head and made another salute, which was more solemn, and said, "Once a teacher, always a mother. I will be filial to and honor my master, so please accept my disciple." Venerable Lotus Sword looked at Yusu, who solemnly saluted, and for the first time there was a light smile on top of an icy face, just like the melting of spring snow. She was relieved in her heart, and wanting to make amends to Yusu, she finally took Yusu as her disciple. After she heard Yusu's sentence, "Once a teacher, always a mother," her heart was like a stream of warmth, and she only felt that the word was too great, and she was still far from it. In the future, she needs to learn how to care for her disciples. Mother. End of chapter. The breeze is swaying and the daylight is warm. Once the rite of worship came out, it was not possible to rise without the master's support, and Yusu continued to attach himself to the salute. Hishuton's lotus step lightly moved, has arrived in front of Yusu, white jade-like palm outstretched. Will Yusu gently lifted? Yusu suddenly felt a fragrant wind on his face, refreshing his heart. He slowly raised his head. In the line of sight, the face of the master's wife blurred, but still can feel a natural beauty. The corners of Hishuton's mouth were shallowly curved. She was almost the same height as Yusu, and her gentle line of sight lingered on Yusu's face. In the past, she never cared about the young man's appearance, but now she is surprised to realize that the young man has actually been born so clear and beautiful. Beautiful and elegant. Just looking at it makes people happy. There is no need for the ancestors to witness this. This venerable one is the Lotus Sword ancestor. From now on, Yusu is the disciple of my Lotus Sword venerable. From now on, just like your senior sister, you only need to perform a simple salute when you see me. After hearing the words, Fairy Wangshu's eyes flashed with blue light as she glanced expectantly at the resolute teenager, and then quietly surveyed her own senior's expression. The innately immaculate, she could sense that her master's mind, which had always been calm and unperturbed, was already experiencing the same ripples of joy that she was experiencing at this time. Senior sister, and the waves in the master's heart seemed to be bigger than his own. So the master is a bit happier than himself. Then he is? Yes, master. Yusu finally stood up straight. The matter of the transformation of the master's wife into the master's father happened too suddenly, so much so that when Yusu shouted out these two words, he still felt a little awkward. Hishudong heard, or this name is also after the smile slightly condensed. The heart of the odd actually reminds her of the original master of Yusu, official Chu Juntu. She wanted to make up for her indifference to Yusu, and also wanted to repay him for helping her dissolve the ice heart, so she wanted to take Yusu as a disciple, and rely on the identity of the master to better care for Yusu. For this reason, she even took the initiative to tell the first lie in her life. She lied that Guan Shujun said that after Yusu was released from the master's office, he would be able to find another master. But in fact, there is no need for Yusu to seek. This famous teacher of his own has long been staring at this other people's disciples, especially when others are not around their own disciples. Thinking about this, she actually gave birth to a sense of guilt, only to feel that this action is really a little inappropriate. He shut on silence for half a second, secretly lamented that once a person has emotions really will become complicated. However, this complexity also let her feel that she really slowly become an emotionally sound person. She made a decision, raised her sleeve and stretched out a finger. Her jade hand was white and flawless, but her fingertips had the warm color of cherry pink. She gently pointed at the center of Yusu's eyebrows, and softly said, "Call me master outside Lotus Peak, and call me master on Lotus Peak." Yusu felt the warm touch coming from the Yintang point. His expression was slightly stunned. His heart was a little happy. He worshipped the master of the ceremony, performed devoutly, but deep in his heart, he always still felt that the master is the master. The master should be the master who has not returned from the cloud travel. With these words, Senior Mother was undoubtedly dispelling the last trace of concern for him, and was telling him that worshipping Senior Mother was only for him to stay in the Xian Shao sect to cultivate more conveniently, and that she was still his Senior Mother. Yes, many thanks to Senior Maiden. Yusu sincerely thanked him. Upon hearing the familiar words, Hishuton's complicated and strange mind suddenly cleared up, leaving only the joy of having succeeded in taking in a disciple. Master's wife. She recognized the change in herself, and it reminded her of the blind boy who had stood outside her door and persistently called out in a milky voice for his master, and thought to herself that she would have preferred to hear him call out master. The title of master is too cold, or master's wife sounds more intimate and warm. And to her credit, she could hear that Yusu also clearly preferred to call her Shirnyang than Shirzun. That's so nice. There's no need to thank me. I'm your mentor. Hishuton's eyes were bright, retracted the finger pointing at the center of Yusu's eyebrows. Her body also stiffened. A trace of pallor appeared in her white moist skin light. She knew that the spirit platform in her abdomen had thus newly added a huge crack, but she didn't regret her decision in the slightest, and her smile didn't change as she added, "And also your mentor." At the same time, Yusu also noticed something strange. He was shaken, only felt like falling into the pool. Through the sparkling pool water, the surface of the pool can be seen to be full of profound and obscure flowers of the great Tao. The subtle to the extreme feelings make Yusu dizzy, which, his consciousness is more and more hazy, eyelids are also more and more heavy, and finally fell into a rich and warm and soft embrace, fell into a deep sleep. The extreme east of the central Yuan continent, Yongning City, Yongning Harbor, under the serene moonlight, the boundless dark sea reflected the dense and glowing god's glowstones, covering up the raging dark currents in the sea. A specially made gigantic boat covered in divine splendor stones was moored at the shore, making it look like a deep-sea beast floating out of the water. This boat was called the Divine Han Boat, a gigantic ark that the 5 great divine mountains had spent massive amounts of resources to jointly produce for the purpose of mooring the 5 continents far away. In the Shin Han Boat for passengers to rest in the highest room, a pair of sisters finally reunited after a long period of time. But the room is not the least bit of the warmth of the reunion of each other, but rather a long period of silence. A sight of the old crone silently standing head down is also colored by this tense atmosphere. Do not dare to speak out. Ji Shuiruo's features and figure were all different from Ji Lingruo's, but her temperament was very different. Ji Lingruo looked like an innocent young girl, while Ji Shuiruo, as the youngest female emperor in the history of the snake race, had an aura of awe-inspiring nobility, like the flower of the high ridge. Distinguished from Ji Lingruo's favorite green dress, Ji Shuiruo wore a low-key and luxurious brocade black dress, even though she was the same age. Ji Shuiruo's hairstyle was also different from her younger sister's slightly cute double flat bun. Instead it was a Yunluan high bun that emphasized her temperament even more. Ji Shuiruo sat on top of the wooden chair, as if scrutinizing a sinner, surveying her sister who was clearly standing and still had an unruly face. She finally couldn't help but let out a cold face. Traitor! Ji Lingruo was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and angrily replied back, "Who are you calling a traitor?" Ji Shuiruo did not avoid meeting Ji Lingruo's eyes in the slightest. Her gaze icy cold. Whoever forgets his mother's revenge is a traitor. When have I ever forgotten my mother's revenge? I clearly want revenge more than anyone else, including you, but you're the one who snatched away my demon pill and deprived me of my right to revenge. Ji Lingruo said, more and more aggrieved, although she fantasized that this sister reunion will not be any tender and affectionate scene, but also did not expect to just meet by the sister indiscriminately hit the traitor name. Think of this, her tears are going to come out. You don't want me to forget my revenge, and you won't let me take revenge. So who are you to judge me? Ji Shuiruo was dumbfounded. She had snatched her sister's demonic pills. This was something she owed her sister forever. For a demon, without the demon Dan, it is doomed to have no door to the immortal path, and can only stay in the realm of pulse passage for the rest of its life. At the age of 9, Ji Shuiruo, who did not have the demonic Dan, had already passed through the veins to a successful conclusion, which was an absolutely appalling cultivation speed, whereas Ji Lingruo, who had the demonic Dan, had disorganized meridians and had only passed through the veins to the early stage of the realm, and the disparity in the natural ability of the two was obvious. Snake Clan elders jointly decided to secretly graft the sister's demonic Dan to her sister. Only in this way can the demonic Dan be put to good use. Although she really didn't want to hijack her sister's demonic Dan, she just felt that her sister was naive and wanted her to be able to stay away from these heavy things. Revenge, becoming the Snake Clan Empress, leading the revival of the Snake Clan, and other hard and lengthy tasks would just be left to her as the older sister. Her sister only needed to be her second young lady of the Snake Clan without any worries, and she would definitely let her sister live out her life happily. But no matter what the purpose was, there was no way to whitewash the fact that she had agreed to the elder's decision and snatched her sister's demonic pills. Ji Lingruo took a deep breath and forced the tears back, adding, Ji Shuiruo, didn't realize that 3 years have passed and you still haven't changed. As long as this matter is mentioned you are like a mute, agreeing to take away my demonic elixir on one side, but at the same time being too jittery to accept it openly. Do you have some of the spirit of a snake empress? Ji Shuiruo's oval eyebrows knit slightly. Doubly defeated. In the 3 years since Ji Lingruo ran away from home, she has been tormented by the feeling of guilt, thinking of her sister all the time. She had sent a number of demons to Zhongyuan continent to look for Ji Lingruo, but all to no avail, and could only hope for her sister's own early return, or earlier molting, so that the snake ancestor could find out where she was. After the snake ancestor sensed her sister molting, Ji Shuiruo put down all the things in her hands and resolutely followed the snake ancestor's guide to find Ji Lingruo in person. Along the way she had also envisioned a reunion with her sister, where she would sincerely apologize to her sister, and be reunited with her sister in sisterly love. but the slight strange sensations that came from various parts of her body many times along the way made her panic, and the waves of pleasure after arriving at the shore made her even more enraged. And her worries and apologies to her sister for being alone in a foreign land for all these years were all crowded out by her anger. My stupid sister. Why do you still want to degrade yourself and repeat the same mistake when you have the tragedy of your mother's death in front of you? Have you forgotten your mother's revenge and the ugliness of the human heart? Unwillingness and remorse filled Ji Shuiruo's heart, but also let her and her sister long goodbye reunion. The first shouted out is not the heart of the sister, but the word, traitor. The matter of the demon pill and your making peace with the human race are two different things. Ji Shuiruo's dearest sister was also spoiled by the human race. How could she not be indignant? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Why are you so confused? Have you forgotten what happened to mother? The human race must have had other plans in mind when they approached you. This time the dumb but the turn of the Jilingruo. She knew that she and sister God sense connected. Broken body thing absolutely cannot hide sister. Would have liked to explain with sister well, who knows up is the cold accusation. She understood her sister's anger. After all, they were the product of the human-demon tragedy, and if one day she knew that her own sister had also been spoiled by a human cultivator, she was afraid that she would question her sister in the same way, and because of this, it was all the more important for her to let her sister understand the goodness of her senior brother, and even more important for her to let her sister know there are good people, and this relationship between her and Yusu will definitely not be a tragedy. Sister, I don't even have a demon pill. I'm just a helpless pulse passage realm waste in the middle element continent. What could he be scheming about me? Ji Shuirua long time to hear the sister in the mouth of the sister, but also finally is calm some. She looked at the molted skin after the more and more beautiful sister. Morn it's not fight said. He can still figure your beauty. Your body. Who had thought that the words had just fallen? Jilingruo was snorting out a laugh. The original atmosphere of tit-for-tat between sisters dissipated. Ji Shuirua was also confused when she saw this, but still held her frame and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at you for talking nonsense without asking for facts. He is a blind man who can't even see me. So what kind of beauty do you want from me? And what does he want with my body for no reason at all? Blind?" Ji Shuirua's sandalwood mouth slightly opened. Her beautiful eyes stared even more round, gasping, "You mean to say that the other party is not only a man, but also a blind man? Regardless of whether one is a human or a demon. Who does not know that it is difficult for a blind person to achieve success in the path of cultivation? I think you're the blind one. You don't have to cheapen yourself to such an extent even if you don't have the demon pill. How can this kind of waste with no future be worthy of you?" At those words, even Granny Lu, who had been burying her head in silence, raised her eyelids with an odd expression. From the situation she later investigated in Izumo City, "I'm afraid it's my own young lady who doesn't deserve that teenager, that's right." The old crone's heart was also secretly lined. Ji Shuirua was usually calm and witty, with a maturity that far exceeded her age. She did not expect that the young empress who was swayed by the emotion of protecting her sister would also become blind, causing her sister to change so much without realizing it. Granny Lu let out a low sigh. Shuirua has been very smart and understanding since she was a child, and at a young age, she has been carrying a deep hatred and a heavy burden. At this time, she saw her own young and promising snake emperor actually will also show this age should have a little cute, also cannot bear to speak out to remind. On the contrary, feel that this Shuirua more real, flesh and blood. Pooh-ha! Jilingruo laughed even more flamboyantly and unapologetically. Covering her face with her hands couldn't even cover her bright smile. Ji Shuirua see Jilingruo's performance is even more green. She is bent on revenge and no love affairs, but in order to improve their own books, naturally read the relevant books. I know that my own sister must be the kind of stupid book said in the love brain in. The book also said that this kind of woman is the most incorrigible. No matter how despicable the lover in her heart is the best, cannot hear others say half of its bad words. Ji Shuirua secretly shook her head and felt helpless. Her sister's love brain and her stubborn and pitiful mother are really in the same lineage. Fortunately, she thinks she is very sober. No matter human or demon, as long as it is a male, she cannot see into the eyes. In this cruel cultivation world, only their own strength is the hard truth. She was the future female emperor of the Snake Clan who was going to lead the Snake Clan back to the Divine Mountain. How could she be so obsessed with a male? I, Ji Shuirua, can never be a love brain. Not only that, I must make my sister, who is dominated by love brain, recognize reality. I don't think it's me who's blind either. It's you, sister. Jilingruo's smile was finally slowed down. She lightly jumped in front of Ji Shuirua, as if she was displaying herself lightly spinning in a circle. Her green skirt was like a blooming lotus flower. She warmly laughed. "Sister, haven't you realized it yet? I have a new demonic elixir." Ji Shuirua directly stood up with a sound. A pair of beautiful eyes coalesced in Ji Ling Ruo's abdomen. She could not believe that she looked around her own sister in a circle after a circle. Her 17 years of age has been the spirit stage in the realm of perfection. Want to see through the cultivation of Ji Ling Ruo is not difficult, only to realize that Ji Ling Ruo has been the spirit stage at the beginning of the realm. And there is also a green-colored demonic Dan in the abdomen that is full of energy and spirituality. Pop. Unlike the human cultivators who judged the quality of the spirit platform by its height, the demon race judged it by the color of the demon Dan. The denser the color of the demon Dan, the higher the grade, and the greater the upper limit it can bring to its owner. Now Ji Ling Ruo body of this demon Dan color is as rich as substance, is definitely the most extreme quality of the demon Dan. Ji Shua Ruo could no longer hold back her excitement. Bending down to put her face on top of her own sister's belly as if to confirm the existence of this demonic Dan more closely, she was stunned and surprised. Incredibly said, How did it happen? Over the years, she has also been looking for a remedy for the loss of her sister's demon Dan, but to no avail. After her sister ran away from home she also often regretted it, but this demon Dan has become one with her and it is difficult to part with it. Ji Shua Ruo had planned to find her sister this time, as long as her sister wanted her to return the demonic elixir. Even if forcing her to remove the demonic elixir again at this time would make her fall into a complete invalid, she would absolutely have no regrets to do so. But who would have thought that her sister would have her own strange encounter, obtaining a demonic Dan of an even higher grade than the one in her body? This was undoubtedly the most surprising result, both allowing her sister to return to the immortal path, even farther than before, and also allowing her to not have to forcibly take the demonic Dan, so that she could continue her cultivation to allow the Snake Clan, which was already on the right track, to continue under her leadership. Ji Ling Ruo smiled sweetly. Looking at her sister's appearance, she only felt that she was like a little prime minister who was sticking in front of her daughter-in-law's belly and listening to her joy anxiously. She thought for a moment, since the matter of the Tai Sui should not be talked about, but also to enhance the impression of Yusu in her sister's heart, so she said, rather than saying that senior brother has designs on me, it would be more correct to say that I have designs on senior brother. This demon pill is what senior brother gifted to me. At the words Ji Shua Ruo was so shocked that she directly stood upright, and Granny Lu, who did not know the inside story, also opened her old eyes wide. You should know that grafting demon Dan is a taboo matter in the demon world, otherwise it will definitely fall into the situation of the demon and demon in danger, and the genius with the best demon Dan will never have a day to come out. And demon Dan, this kind of thing is basically very difficult to graft to not the same clan and the same origin of the demon, unless the practice of what extremely special secret method, or else hold in the hand is also a waste of Dan. People and demons are in constant conflict. There will be people who quietly collect demon pills is not unusual, but how can it be so coincidental that the one given to Ji Ling Ruo is just right for her snake identity, and the quality is so high? Could it be that this demon Dan is the mother's demon Dan that was cheated away back then? This demon pill, where did it come from? Ji Shua Ruo forced herself to calm her mind and asked seriously, where else can it be? Ji Ling Ruo lightly bit her shell teeth and blushed. It's that Which one? Ji Shua Ruo was unsure and continued to pursue the question. Don't you know that? Just double practice out of dual practice, and gifted by the male to the female. The knowledge about the reason of yin and yang of men and women surfaced again. Ji Shua Ruo's flowery face has been cooled. At this moment, it has become iron green. Eyebrows seem to spit out the fire. The voice line is cold and piercing. Is this demon Dan hardly your child? End of chapter. Ji Shua Ruo read from the book. The beginning of life is the embryo. My sister's belly is not a demon Dan, but the embryo. She made a colorful face in anger, her eyes gouging out Ji Ling Ruo fiercely. Granny Lu on the side was also shocked to the point of staring at her old eyes. Put in the mundane world, 17 years old pregnancy is not that rare. Just for her eyes is still a child in the eyes of the second miss. Or let her some hard to accept. Ji Ling Ruo looked at her sister in a daze. The cold moon frost-like pretty face. How she did not expect her sister can actually associate this thing up. As a mother or something, she has never thought of hello. What are you babbling about us, sister? Ji Ling Ruo's face was full of blush. She folded her hands over her belly, and actually couldn't help but fondle it. She couldn't help but carefully feel up this spiritual green demonic Dan. It was really a flow of air and light, just like a living thing, and she couldn't help but be puzzled. Was this really a demonic Dan? From Taiyou's memories, she could tell that this demonic Dan along with her intact meridians were all apologetic gifts from Taiyou, but the way it was passed through was to allow her to double cultivate with her senior brother, dividing some of the Taiyou's power that should have been all fused to her senior brother into her own body. At this time, listening to my sister so say, only feel this demon Dan, but also really like her in swimsuit crystallization general. Ji Shuerua saw his sister caressing the action of the belly is even more furious. Shell teeth clenched. Hate cannot be that blind man broken into pieces. I'm bull ting? Then what the hell is that in the small of your back? This is really a demonic elixir, sister. Ji Lingrua blushed in defense, and slightly inclined her head in shame. Besides what? Besides, senior brother, that thing? I've refined it all away. How could it be a child? Ji Lingrua has been familiar with the human volume of work, naturally know that men's yuan yang is the most precious, and she has never thought of being a mother so early. After all, her mother's great revenge have not yet been reported, so that day in the coffin after she and Yusu both reached a great harmony, she will be able to refining the essence of that. Later, with Yusu separately that day, Yusu also worried about the side of the matter. She deliberately teased Yusu will be coaxed to forget, to Yusu scared light, but also said what he will be responsible for, and even fussed about the boy and girl to get up the name, to her happy not light. It can't be because she suddenly fainted afterward, and didn't T finish refining, right? But when she woke up, there really wasn't any residue left. Ji Lingrua shook her head. After all, it was what was inside her. She had the most say, adding, if it wasn't a demonic elixir, how could it help me store Xin Qi and help me break through to the spirit platform realm? If you don't believe me, ask Granny Lu. Which baby inside a demon mother's body would have the power of a demonic Dan? Granny Lu was inexplicably brought up and froze, saying, in the history of my snake clan, there has indeed been no precedent. Ji Shuerua's cold face did not change, and sighed to Granny Lu, thousands of years ago, my snake clan was in full bloom, but due to inexplicable reasons there were fewer and fewer male babies, leading to the decline and fall out of the divine mountain. Soon my snake tribe was full of women, relying on the snake ancestors' snake blood pool to be able to conceive offspring, but can only give birth to female babies. My snake race infants are already different from other races. What is the use of the snake race's history? What about the history of the entire demon race? As the head of a clan, Ji Shuerua was naturally more aware of the cursed predicament in which her clan found itself. She was so surprised and angry at her sister's accidental pregnancy. Her own fresh cabbage was arched by someone else is half the reason, and the other half is that this child will be a dysfunctional early child, destined to be unfortunate. Intermarriage between different demon races cannot give birth to offspring, or give birth to a freak. Therefore, in order to change the plight of only women, the snake clan had set their sights on the human clan, but the offspring born from the mating were not healthy either. Since then, the snake clan has been using the blood of the snake clan to breed their offspring, until 17 years ago when the then clan chief Ji Mayan was tricked by the human cultivator and gave birth to a pair of twin children. Over the past 1,000 years, it can be said that Ji Shuerua and Ji Lingrua are the only two lucky children who were not born by the blood of the snake ancestor and successfully lived past the age of 6, but they also have their own handicaps. Granny Lu thought back for a while before answering. Indeed, there is no precedent. At most the mother through the secret method to Xian Qi feeding the fetus in the abdomen. The fetus feeds the mother thing in the sense of reason is not possible. The young girl in the black dress sighed lowly and let go of some apprehension in her heart. In her heart, she was fortunate that it was not a fetus. So it was good that it was not a cruelty to bring a child destined to be unfortunate into the world. Then how exactly did your demonic pills form? Ji Shuerua's voice calmed down a bit as well. Is the refining of the senior brother that thing formed? Ji Lingrua good-looking eyes fluttering too. Feel that he said so is not a lie. This demon Dan is originally the senior brother divided into their own power of the formation of the Taiyao, but specific that thing is what we'll have to let sister them guess. At those words, a pin dropped in the entire room. Ji Shuerua and Granny Lu glanced at each other. The shock in their eyes was even greater than when they thought that this demon pill was a fetus. Lingrua, do you know what you're saying? Ji Shuerua first sucked in a breath of cool air before solemnly spitting out word after word. Yes, second young miss. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Granny Lu also chimed in. I know. Why would I lie to you guys? Ji Lingrua was determined to give all the credit to Yusu, so she naturally spoke frankly. Ji Shuerua lightly exhaled and said, Lingrua, do you really want to lie to your sister and mother-in-law for the sake of an outsider? When have you ever heard of a man's essence that can still be refined into a demonic elixir? Ji Lingrua had known that her sister would ask this and retorted. Other men can't, but it doesn't mean my senior brother can't. Ji Shuerua still had a face of disbelief, but Granny Lu, who knew that this teenager was extraordinary, was the first to ask a question. Second miss, your senior brother does have any special physique? It's still Granny Lu who was more knowledgeable. Ji Lingrua smiled and walked to the tea table, poured a cup of water by herself and pecked 2 mouthfuls. This calm and unruffled appearance also made Ji Shuelua startled. Second miss, I wonder what kind of physique the senior brother of yours is? Granny Lu took Ji Lingruo return trip had asked about the matter of the tour of the Sioux. Ji Lingruo but stopped talking about it, only said with sister after the reunion, now that I think about it, it turns out to be this kind of hidden events that cannot be easily mentioned. In her heart, she said no wonder, if there is no special physique, Lotus Sword Venerable and how would accept that young man as a disciple. Ji Lingruo put down her teacup, and her expression became serious. I can tell you guys, but you need to promise me that you will never inform others. Ji Shuerua frowned slightly. You really aren't bluffing? Eldest miss. Granny Lu called out to the suspicious young matriarch in a small voice and shook her head at her. Then with a wave of her large hand, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the hut as she turned to Ji Lingruo again. Second miss. Unless there is a cave void upper realm exalt spying on us here, none of them will be able to hear our conversation through this barrier. You can rest assured to say that I will never divulge any information. What about sister? I won't say it either is all. Ji Shuerua hadn't been able to get through to Granny Lu, who knew something about the situation, but judging from her grave expression, I'm afraid that her sister really wasn't lying. Ji Lingruo nodded and walked behind her hands to the nearness of the two of them, looking around again before she whispered, my senior brother, is the body of the heavenly furnace? Heavenly furnace body? Ji Shuerua and Granny Lu spoke in unison, searching through the memories in their minds and not finding any information related to this body type. See, you guys are just lonely. Ji Lingruo shook her head fervently. In her heart, she was secretly thinking that it was not unusual for them not to have heard of it. After all, this physique was borrowed from those stories told by her elder brother. If she happened to bump into the real physique, it would be called bad. What kind of physique is that? Ji Shuerua's expression also became solemn. As the name suggests, heavenly furnace, born furnace tripod is also. Ji Lingruo tone is quite proud, like in the introduction of their own what a big treasure in general. This physique is rare. People with this physique is the most suitable for use as a double cultivation tripod. Twice the result with half the effort. Don't look at the human race, those people put the double cultivation art said how evil. In fact, they are not the same practice this way behind the scenes. Historically, people with this kind of physique also will not reveal the wind fell into those big shots forbidden domain. So you do not know I is also normal. Then how did you know? Ji Shuerua narrowed her eyes. Ji Lingruo glanced helplessly at her sister and said, that's what I've been learning in these 3 years in Zhongyuan continent. Ji Lingruo, speak more clearly. What are you studying? Ahem. Ji Lingruo felt her sister's icy cold and piercing tone and resentfully said, sword learner. Ji Shuerua continued to stare, while Ji Lingruo avoided her eyes, not daring to meet her gaze. But this sword clan of ours, right, also teaches something else. Granny Lu should know. I stayed for 3 years of the clanet, called Yuanyang Sword Sect, but this is not its full name. What's the full name? Nis2? Call, Heaven and Earth. Yin and Yang Acacia Mandarin Duck Sword Sect. This Yin Yang harmony for words. Ji Lingruo couldn't wait to say it as fast as possible, but it was still clearly heard by Ji Shuerua, who was fully concentrated. You stayed in Zhongyuan continent for 3 years. I took it as you really wanted to go out and learn the art to hit me in the face, but I never thought that you actually learned the art of dual cultivation for 3 years? Ji Shuerua was furious and wanted to give this stupid sister a hammer. Seeing her sister despise the art of dual cultivation as much as those moralistic human cultivators, Ji Lingruo only felt that she was also despised in general, and she asked in return as she lifted up her sizable breasts. What's wrong? What's wrong with the dual cultivation technique? If I didn't learn it, how would I have gotten this demonic elixir? If I don't learn it, how did I go from being a waste with a disorganized meridian to the spiritual platform realm? If I don't cultivate, you'll find me a new demonic elixir? Ji Lingruo said while also defiantly towards the sister in front of the body to go. Words to the end. Sister, each of the two groups of full of soft actually tightly against each other. All were pressed into shape. Two people look the same. The body also since childhood is not much different. This moment against the wave. Ji Shuerua suddenly found himself even weaker than his sister half a point. Unable to help it, her aura also weakened and she quietly took a step back and said, I'll settle these accounts with you later. You first tell me clearly how this demonic dan of yours actually came to be. The corner of Ji Lingruo's mouth was set aside, and she looked askance at her sister with a winning attitude before saying, Furnace cauldron is the thing that refines medicine and transforms it into dan, and the person who has the body of the heavenly furnace. The body is even carrying a stream of medicinal herbs that is the very essence of the heaven and earth. Granny Lu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and she busily said, is the second young lady talking about the heavenly furnace man's Yuan Yang? And the heavenly furnace woman's Yuanin? It's still Granny Lu who understands. Ji Lingruo shallowly complimented, but gave the old crone with crane hair and pine posture an unnatural expression. This demonic dan of mine, which grew after refining my senior brother's Yuanyang, also allowed me to break through from the middle passing vein realm to the early spirit platform realm overnight. Granny Lu sniffs a breath of cold air. She did hear of a saying. Is that the Yuan Yang Yuan Yin are all great tonic? Then it's not surprising that the Yuan Yang of this heavenly furnace body can make the demon reappear as a demon Dan. If that's really the case, my second young lady has really got a great chance. How do you prove it? Ji Shuiruo's voice line was cold as she wrapped her hands around her chest, and her pair of mountains were also held up by her folded arms. Ji Lingruo let out a low sigh, as if she was tired of being asked by her sister's nonsense. How else can I prove it? Can my senior brother still have 2 Yuan Yangs? Ji Shuiruo was immediately dumbfounded and still said, without evidence, it cannot be trusted. Ji Lingruo glanced at her sister, thinking that this sister was also a little too tough-talking. She knew in her heart that she had to provoke her to deal with this self-righteous sister, so she just crossed her heart and said, the body of the heavenly furnace under the sky is estimated to be my senior brother alone. If you want evidence, you find him to go is. Although the Yuan Yang is gone, the back of what Yang effect should not be bad. High and low can let you go to the next level. Ji Lingruo. Ji Shuiruo was as expected so furious that she raised her willow eyebrows. Even if you're annoyed that I don't believe you, you shouldn't be saying this kind of nonsense. I am the head of a clan. It is absolutely impossible for me to rely on a man to become stronger. Ji Lingruo lightly lifted her chin, a face of indifference. Looking at her sister's appearance, she knew that her sister estimated that her words had already believed in most of her words. The next thing she needed to do was to make the background origins of Yusu, the sword sect, and the lotus sword venerable again more mysterious, and her sister would surely not be skeptical anymore. Anyway, there's no way a demon like Sis, who's completely uninterested in males, would actually go to elder brother and ask for evidence to confirm it, right? But Yusu is really good looking at. Thinking of this, Ji Lingruo raised her head again to take a look at the noble snake demon who was filled with anger. She still chose to believe that her sister who was bent on leading the snake clan to glory could not possibly be attracted to male sex. She then apologetically took Ji Shuiruo's small arm and pressed herself intimately against her sister, pulling her to the bedside to sit down as if she was pampered, and softly said, Sister, I'm sorry. It's not because I really want to prove too much that I didn't lie to you. Don't believe me. Listen to me tell you the story of these 3 years of getting along with my senior brother, and you'll know what kind of person my senior brother is. With that, she leaned her small head on the black-skirted girl's shoulder in a sisterly manner. Ji Shuiruo hadn't seen her long for sister for 3 years, and obviously ate up. Ji Lingruo said. Her body loosened up, and her noble and resolute aura softened a lot. At this moment, she was finally no longer the day-to-day snake empress, but just a gentle sister who wanted to listen to her siblings' stories. Aha! With a sweet smile, Ji Lingruo began her narration. 2 sets of exactly the same stunning face but has a very different temperament. They are close together, accompanied by the candlelight. The night color together constitute a picture scroll like poetry. The sun is rising. The vast and boundless sea horizon suddenly unfolded a red wave of morning sunlight, illuminating the sea and sky while awakening countless living beings. Flocks of seagulls babbled as they passed over the head of the Shinhan boat, and the occasional flying fish leaped out of the sea and crashed into the magnificent hull of the boat. There were a total of 3 Shinhan boats between Zhongyuan continent and East Ing continent, and each of them would moor in the harbor for 5 days, repairing while waiting for passengers from the 2 continents who had obtained permission from the Divine Mountain to board the boat before arriving at the other side of the river after a long journey of more than 10 days. Today was the 5th day that this Divine Han boat had docked. The large harbor was filled with passengers who hurriedly arrived on the last day. Among them were mortals, human cultivators, and demons, although the human and demon races did not deal with each other. For the development of the 2 continents, the exchange and trade of commodities and other resources were still indispensable. At that exact moment, a deafening roar came from the bow of the Shinhan boat, seemingly urging the passengers to get on board as soon as possible. At the entrance of the room reserved for honored guests, the black-skirted girl looked at the vast middle continent behind the harbor and was silent. An old crone broke the silence. Missy, are you really not going back? Ji Shuiruo sniffed and looked back at Ji Lingruo, who had already fallen asleep after talking all night in the room, and smiled dotingly. Well, the length of the continental talisman I applied for is a full year. You guys go ahead and don't have to wait for me. Is it for that Yusu? Granny Lu asked tentatively. Ji Shuiruo changed her sight to the bustling crowd of people under the boat, each with a different face, and each with a different secret hidden under their respective faces. She said back, this is also one of the purposes. I want to see if this blind man is really as good as Lingruo said. My Ji Shuiruo's brother-in-law must rely on me as his sister to personally keep an eye on him. Young miss, you must not be impulsive. Granny Lu sensed the chill in the black-skirted girl's words and hurriedly reminded. Granny Lu was overly concerned. If he is sincere in his treatment of Lingruo, I won't deliberately obstruct the two of them, but if he's being disingenuous, no matter who he is, even if he has venerable lotus sword standing behind him, I will make him pay. Granny Lu secretly sighed once, thinking that Missy was really too protective of her sister. In the second lady's whole night's narration, Yusu is a lonely and poor blind child. Not only has enough to let the world female cultivator salivation crazy snatch the body of the heavenly furnace, but also has the world's rare talent of the sword Dao. By that has a long history of now downtrodden Yuanyang sword sex patriarch as the only true heritage. What is even more shocking is that the lotus sword venerable one is actually the Taoist spouse of the sword sex patriarch, i.e., his senior mother. This kind of background was considered top-notch when placed in a crowd of immortals, and in the details of getting along that the second young miss recounted as if she were counting. It could also be seen that although this Yusu was blind, he was really a teenage subterranean dragon without any shortcomings except for being a bit horny and stubborn. Even in order to show his love for the second young miss, he even offered his most precious yuan yon to the second young miss. What more could a woman ask for in a husband? Suddenly, Granny Lu seemed to think of something. Eyes flashed with the color of heartache and intolerance, hesitated for a moment or said, Missy's main purpose is for that trial on the Hashu Divine Mountain, right? Ji Shuorua looked back at this old crone who had accompanied her for 17 years with steely eyes. I originally only wanted to retrieve Lingrua and didn't want to care about that trial. However, I realized that Spirit Rua already has a greater chance now, and her future will go farther than mine, so perhaps she is a more suitable leader of the Snake Clan than I am. This is good. It will allow me, my unproductive sister, to rest assured that I can make some more contributions to the Snake Clan. Granny Lu, it's been hard on you. If I don't return for a year, Ling Rual will be the new clan leader. Granny Lu heard the turbid eyes flooded with tears, and the black dress girl has disappeared in the boat under the crowd. End of chapter. He also didn't know how long he had been sleeping in that pool of ethereal and mysterious pool water, but Yusu finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, and instead of a hazy blur of vision, what came into his eyes was a piece of an exquisite jade rabbit mask, white hair like snow piled up on the pillow. Between the nostrils is an extremely light and pleasant fragrance. The owner of the mask had a pair of blue pupils as clear as flowing water. She was lying on her side beside Yusu, and Yusu's ink-colored eyes were silently staring at each other. Sister! Yusu hurriedly got up and leaned back, clearly frightened. He woke up and suddenly opened his eyes to be seen by his senior sister, which caught him a bit off guard. He internal sense of the body, only to feel that the body of Xin Qi rich and mellow, limbs and bones such as a spiritual spring. I think it must be like that time in the coffin awakening. The body state is good to the fullness of the time will open their own eyes. Fairy Wangshu also slowly supported her body, her eyes pure without a trace of impurities. Not the slightest hint of confusion could be seen. Elder brother, your eyes are so pretty, good looking? Any normal person would be shocked, right? Yusu was also frozen by Wangshu's sudden and sincere compliment, and subconsciously replied back, thanks. Then the two of them sat on a bed and fell into a brief silence. Yusu secretly said that it was strange. In this situation, shouldn't the senior sister continue to ask about his eyes? Why did she act like she wasn't interested at all? Yusu decided to leave the topic aside. He looked around. The room was not big. The arrangement was simple. And the style of the room was not much different from the one he had when he was in the Yuanyang sword sect. Elder sister, where is this place? Your room. Then why did you come to my room to sleep? Senior sister, how long have I been asleep? Fairy Wangshu tapped her index finger on her mask and thought back for a moment before replying. 2 days. Yusu nodded slightly. He actually developed a strange intuition. He slept here for 2 days. I'm afraid that his senior sister has accompanied him here for 2 days. He asked again. What happened to me that day? I remember it was Shifun Yang who tapped my brow and then I fell asleep. It's the immortal seed that the master planted in your mind. You're adapting to it so you fell into a deep sleep. Immortal seed? What's that? At the same time that Yusu issued a question, he could also feel a burning sensation coming from the center of his brow, and a simple and elegant lotus pattern flickered vaguely right in the center of his brow, and then sank into silence and disappeared. An immortal seed is a man-made spiritual treasure that is birthed by a cultivator of the cave void realm or above through a secret method. It is usually used for seniors to plant within their most important juniors. It has very many wonderful uses, helping the host to break through confusion and stabilize the mind, as well as warming the divine sense and clearing the meridians for the host. Most importantly, when the host's Xian Qi is depleted, it can also digest the immortal seed and turn the vast Xian Qi contained within it to its own use. Yusu sniffed with a surprised expression. This Taoist master's wife planted the lotus immortal seed for him. Undoubtedly is a strong card that can benefit him greatly. I didn't think that as soon as he paid his respects to the master, he hadn't even offered anything, but the master's wife had already given him such a heavy gift. Thinking of this, He remembered the warm embrace before he fell asleep, and felt as if he was wrapped in a warm sun. Senior mistress was no longer a nominal senior mistress. She had become his true senior mistress. He turned and asked, "Is there one on senior sister as well?" Fairy Wangshu shook her head, but Yusu was even more shocked. He didn't think that he turned out to be such a special person in the heart of his master's wife. "I can't plant the immortal seed in my body." Fairy Wangshu's tone was flat, completely unable to hear any feelings of jealousy or regret, just stating a simple fact. Yusu sniffed and was not in a good position to pursue the details of his senior sister. His handsome face slightly snapped, ashamed of such narcissistic thoughts in his party, and after adjusting his mind he asked again, "That kind of this immortal seed, will it do any damage to the master's wife?" Most of one's own refined Xian-Qi is difficult to give to others, so immortal seeds are made up of the purest Xian-Qi. By planting an immortal seed, one's own cultivation, realm, divine sense, and so on will suffer a great loss. Could it be so? Yu Su murmured, his heart meaning nothing. Come to think of it, according to what senior sister had said, this immortal seed was a combination of some of the pure cultivation spirit energy within senior mother's body, but she had forcibly cut it off and planted it into an outsider's body. It's like having a big chunk of your body suddenly crippled. How can you be okay? And how is the master's wife now? After planting the immortal seed, senior has been in seclusion at the peak, telling us not to disturb her easily. I'll take care of senior brother, just like how senior took care of me when I was a child. Yusu frowned and vowed in his heart that he would find a worship gift that was sufficient to match this immortal seed to give back to his master's wife. Just then, the clear world in his eyes blurred again, and the all-black pupil returned to normal. The topic was still unavoidable, so Yusu said, "Elder sister, my eyes occasionally become like this, but I am not a strange person. Please don't tell others." Aha! Fairy Wangshu nodded her head obediently. "I know that what can't be told to others is called a secret. I have such a secret as well. And master teacher doesn't let me tell anyone else either." Yusu listened to her tone, rather like a sister patiently comforting her terrified brother. Yusu recalled the appearance of his senior sister before her sight faded. With her shoulder-length snowy hair, swan-like neck and exquisite upper body curves, she had all the qualities that were enough to be called a goddess, but none of them were as striking as the jade rabbit mask on her face. He was a bit stunned and guessed that the secret that his senior sister could not tell was perhaps the face under this mask. That was why at all times, even when sleeping, she wore this piece of mask that covered her entire face. And while he was staggered, Fairy Wangshu had already stretched out her jade hand and gently rested it on the top of his head, gently rubbing it. Yusu's eyebrows slightly opened and he was busy ducking his head to avoid it. Fairy Wangshu, on the other hand, tilted her head and looked at Yusu with doubts in her blue eyes as she asked, "Doesn't Shifu like it?" Yusu looked at the same bed, only a body away from him. Wangshu Fairy, and thought of that day on the boat when he woke up. Sister is also so close to him. He momentarily some can't tell whether this sister is too intimate junior brother, or too simple to grasp the sense of distance between men and women. He felt his senior sister's tone, how he couldn't say against his will the three words, and could only say don't like. Liking it is liking it, but senior sister, behavior is also divided into objects, occasions and timing. Yusu felt that it was necessary to correct the concept of the senior sister, so as to save a similar situation in the future where today's eye-opening was discovered. What does that mean? Fairy Wangshu also withdrew her hand and folded both of her hands on her kneeling thighs, just like a good child who was humble enough to ask for advice and good enough to learn. Yusu lightly coughed twice. Heart secretly, in bed. Teacher sister knowledge should not be too good, right? I just got off work. I'll have another chapter later. End of chapter. Yusu still got out of bed. He first relied on his divine sense and meager vision to reopen the closed door of the room, hating the fact that the window was also opened more open. After doing this he sat down on a wooden chair again, with the serene Fairy Wangshu still sitting in front of him. This made Yusu couldn't help but recall his time in the Yuanyang sword sect, where Jiling Ruo and he were also like this, with him teaching his senior sister alone in his humble room. At first, he also avoided suspicion as if the room doors and windows are wide open, although he knew that no one will see, but also to seek a heart of frankness. Until later, the month of the fast parting, and sister's lessons have evolved to the extent that not all the windows and doors of the room will be closed tightly on the degree of embarrassment. As he thought of this, he subconsciously glanced at his elder sister who was waiting for him to start his speech. Although his sight was not clear at this time, her mysterious and beautiful appearance was still clearly memorable. Yusu secretly shook his head, wanting to ignore this strong sense of vestiges. His teaching with his senior sister was set to be proper, and would never gradually become like that with his senior sister. Senior sister, is there no one else on Lotus Peak? Fairy Wangshu shook her head and said, "It's always just been me and master." "And who usually teaches your coursework?" "It's always been the master elder, or reading books on my own." After master teacher left 8 years ago, then occasionally another grand elder would come to instruct me. Yusu nodded. Judging by the way the master's maiden had behaved for 8 years, it was plausible that her disciples would lack cognizance of some concepts and behaviors. He asked again. So you've been staying on the peak? From the time I was born and brought to the Divine Mountain until now. It's basically been like this. Fairy Wangshu replied truthfully, her tone still flat, as if she had already gotten used to it. Yusu thought to himself that it really wasn't that far off from what he had guessed, and that Sister Wangshu's upbringing and environment was nearly a blank sheet of paper. So do you have any friends? Yusu asked again. This question, however, for the first time, caused Fairy Wangshu to produce a brief moment of dumbfoundedness as she fell silent and her blue eyes lowered a bit. Yusu had a sharp mind and knew that he must have asked the wrong question, which made the senior sister who had always answered questions fall into silence. He thought to himself that he really deserved to die, and was trying to find a way to make up for it, but Fairy Wangshu raised her eyes again, staring intently at Yusu, and said, I don't have any friends, but I do have a mentor. The innocence of the elder sister almost made Yusu forget her age, and the other party appeared to be just a dusty fairy who cultivated on the immortal peak alone and was not familiar with the world. She has not been a simple person since she was born. She has always been with the Divine Mountain, so it can even be said that she was born to be an immortal, skipping the stage of people seeking the mountain and then becoming an immortal. Yusu was touched by Fairy Wangshu's words. He didn't dare to trust others easily, and he didn't have any friends. His senior sister was his biggest emotional support in those 3 years, and he was able to empathize with Fairy Wangshu's state of mind when she said those words. I don't have any friends either. Yusu smiled gently, but I have senior sisters, and now senior sisters. Fairy Wangshu stiffened. Shallow still emotionally thin appearance, but lightly placed on the thigh of a pair of white jade hand. Let people do not notice curled up some skirt. Elder sister, let's get back to business. Why are you sleeping next to me? Master said that during the time that she is in seclusion, I will be the one to teach my senior brother's lessons instead, and that she will have to inspect it when she comes out of seclusion. Did it say anything else? Still saying that I'm a senior sister and you're a senior brother. Senior sister should care and love senior brother more and be closer to you. Alright, if you don't say that a famous teacher makes a great pupil, even if you want to be close to your own senior brother, you must not sleep next to me, you know? If I were a senior sister, then it might be acceptable for you to do so. Yusu taught seriously. Fairy Wangshu sniffed and gazed at Yusu for a while. Yusu was a bit uncomfortable by the gaze and thought to herself that senior sister wouldn't be thinking of a way to turn me into a senior sister, right? Is it because men and women are different? No. You knew? That's right. Senior sister needs to remember this only. You are a woman and should keep your distance from all men, including senior brother as well. Fairy Wangshu was silent for a moment, and coldly asked, since there is a difference between men and women, why don't you and your senior sister need to keep a distance? In favor of keeping a distance from me? Yusu's sword brows shrugged, not knowing when his senior sister knew that he didn't keep his distance from his senior sister. So he returned, because senior sister is special to me. Yusu simply responded. He could already think of the scene where he would explain to his senior sister with complicated love affairs and then be constantly pressed by her. Special. Oh. As Yusu sensed his senior sister's gloomy tone, he actually developed a sense of guilt and could only comfort him. Of course, senior sister is special to me as well. Well, senior brother is also special. Fairy Wangshu quickly returned. Yusu only felt dizzy, rather like the feeling of teaching Ji Lingrua arithmetic problems to death, but also being attacked by her stupid spirit. Of course, there are different kinds of specials, and there's a difference between my special with my senior sister and my special with my senior sister. What difference? Fairy Wangshu was unforgiving. Yusu couldn't help but hold his forehead. He didn't want to get darker and darker. He could only say, if senior sister is interested, I will slowly tell you the story of me and my senior sister later on, and you will understand. Aha! Fairy Wangshu hummed twice for the first time. In short, if senior sister wants to be close to me, she can't do it this way. And in what way? You can help senior brother pass senior mother's inspection by patiently teaching me Gung Fu and teaching me sword techniques well. Between fellow disciples, helping each other is the best way to get close. Yusu intended to end this failed lecture and turn it into having his senior sister preach to him. Although he was talking about serious matters, Yusu always felt like he was baiting a good family in general, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he didn't want to disappoint his master's wife when she finished her seclusion. With a nod of her head, Fairy Wangshu took out 2 books from a fine brocade pouch on her own waist-side, which were the foundation of cultivation and general knowledge of sword techniques. She opened one of the books and slowly read. The husband's sword is a sharp weapon in Confucianism, with the wind of uprightness, the sharp edge in harmony. The spirit is through the spirit, and the mysterious can enter the wonderful. Yusu did not expect her to enter the teaching state so quickly. There is still some reaction. The other party is willing to read to himself word by word, when it is known that he cannot see the reason. He was touched in his heart, but he was also unwilling to overwork his senior sister, so he reminded, "Elder sister, you don't have to read it to me. I'll put it in my Qiankuan bag and use my divine sense to read it myself." Wanshu really stopped chanting and handed the book over. Yusu put the book in the Qiankuan bag. The divine sense swept through, but was shocked to find that the text and those evil cultivation books are very different. He could naturally read the words on those evil cultivation books, but he couldn't understand the words on these two books of the righteous path. End of chapter. Yusu unknown reasons, and back and forth comparison a few more times, found that the two kinds of text is indeed very different. The ones in the evil book are a bit simpler. The ones in these two books are more elaborate and quaint, but either way, they were all different from the he remembered from his vague past life Chinese characters. He had been blind since he was a child and had never learned to read, so he should not have been able to read books in this world. It couldn't be that he was an innate evil cultivation saint body and could naturally read the books of evil cultivation, right? But spiritual treasure general knowledge and Rui royal wind technique are books that he can read naturally as well. Senior sister, why are these words different from the ones I've seen before? This is the divine mountain text. God's mountain text? What's that? There are two kinds of scripts in the world. One is the widely popularized 5 continents script, and the other is the special divine mountain script. Words, like swords, can also carry Tao rhythms and connect to arcane air, and the divine mountain script is a special script created by the 5 immortal ancestors together. However, it was very difficult to learn because of its complex form, obscure writing style, and subtle nature. And even if you learn it, you may not be able to write it, so it has not been popularized. For the same kind of runes on the same seal, the power of the divine mountain script is greater than that of the 5 continents script. For the same sentence in the same book, the comprehension gained by using the divine mountain script is more profound than that of the 5 continents script. There are also many other special effects. So the sacred mountain text is strictly controlled by the sacred mountain. Can write the sacred mountain text of people are not unauthorized to write the sacred mountain text. These 2 books of mine are the canonical books written in Divine Mountain Man that the Divine Mountain has specialized for important disciples to learn. Fairy Wangshu patiently explained. She did not think too much. Yusu is from a remote background, but also blind since childhood. Relying on the divine sense to learn the 5 continents of the text is not easy. Did not learn the Shinshan text is also normal. Moreover, it is not possible to learn Shenshanwen just because you want to learn it. Yusu nodded as he sniffed. He frowned slightly, still unable to figure out why he could naturally read the 5 continents text, but not the divine mountain text. At the bottom of his heart, there was also an extremely bizarre feeling faintly bubbling up, but he couldn't tell where it originated from. Yusu decided to put down this weird feeling for the time being. This ability to be born literate would only lead to others' worries and suspicions if it was freely exposed to others. Can senior sister teach me the divine mountain text? Fairy Wangshu was silent for a moment more, and her 2 slender index fingers were slightly entangled together as she said, I can't teach senior brother. Only the people of the Immortal Ancestor Tower or the Peak Master of the book Immortal Peak are qualified to teach others the divine mountain text. Yusu heard out his senior sister's guilt about not being able to help his senior brother, so he said, I'm sorry, senior sister, but it seems like I'm going to have to ask you to read it to me first. Fairy Wangshu blinked and looked at Yusu with a few more gentle gazes, obviously happy to be able to help her senior brother again. Aha! Before Yusu could take the book out, Fairy Wangshu actually recited it to herself. Let's start with the general knowledge of swordplay. The sword is the sharpest weapon in the juju. In this way for 3 days in a row, Yusu tirelessly learned from each other with his senior sister. Through these 2 books and his senior sister's explanations, Yusu had a deeper knowledge of the way of cultivation as well as the sword path, which he was best at. Fairy Wangshu also knew more about the things that happened in the mortal world outside of the mountains under Yusu's tutelage. In the small courtyard on Lotus Peak, Venerable Lotus Sword was still in seclusion. Exquisite jade rabbit mask will Wangshu Fairy's face all wrapped. Can only see a pair of clear as flowing water blue pupil. The white dress on her body is also extremely conservative, but still can't hide the slender waist and long legs, only the jade neck and wrists exposed. Skin as white as snow. Beside her, there was also a peach tree. The fruit of this peach tree itself does not have any peculiar effects. It is just an ordinary spirit fruit, nothing more than nourishing the spirit veins, stabilizing the spirit platform and similar effects. But its taste is reputable, and is considered one of the most favorite kinds of spirit fruits of the majority of the cultivation group. Fairy Wangshu didn't know when the sword on her waist side had already been sheathed, and she was carefully pruning the branches of the peach tree with it as she carried it. Even if this was a spiritual plant, if it wasn't pruned, the peaches that grew out of it wouldn't grow very big. Yu Su, on the other hand, used his divine sense to fully concentrate on perceiving his senior sister's swordsmanship, with a stab and a cut that was exquisite. Self-assured of his talent in the way of the sword, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to prune every fine branch just right like his elder sister. Yu Su suddenly wanted to try to see if senior sister could stay so focused, so he found the right moment to speak out. Sister. Fairy Wangshu, however, was unaffected by him, and the branch under her sword broke cleanly. What's wrong? Yu Su secretly wondered. Sister's hand is really steady as a mountain. It's been a troublesome time for senior sister. Studying so hard for me. No, Master said. Learn from the past. Fairy Wangshu continued chopping the branches. These are two different things. Does senior sister have something she likes so I can prepare a thank you gift for senior sister? Like something? Fairy Wangshu repeated, as if thinking, and added, I like senior brother. Yu Su staggered for a moment. Also not narcissistic, knowing that this senior sister must have confused the concept of liking. So he said, this liking asks about things, not referring to people. Isn't Shifu something? Yu Su was instantly filled with black lines and could only say, items? What I'm asking is what items senior sister likes. Fairy Wangshu, however, suddenly withdrew her sword and did not answer, faintly saying, senior brother, the third elder is here. The third elder? Yu Su dispersed his divine sense, but there was no one in the sea of consciousness except for the figure of his senior sister. Hello third elder. Fairy Wangshu put away her sword and bowed respectfully to the party. The young elders are all named by their own surnames or codenames. Only the big elders can be crowned with numbers in front of the name of the elders. The third elder is one of them. She is the Peach Blossom Peak's peak master, proficient in the art of spiritual planting, and has an extremely honorable status. Even the true disciple of the Xianshao Peak Patriarch needs to bow when he meets him. Yu Su was about to salute in the same direction as his senior sister when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Although his vision was blurred, he had been able to see things slightly, and not only did his divine sense not detect anyone in that direction, he didn't even see the silhouette of a human figure with his naked eyes. Is the third elder really in this direction? Or rather, was she still there? The other party's move was clearly intentional, and if he or she were to really pay homage towards a place that was as empty as a person, I was afraid that it would make his or her impression in the third elder's mind greatly diminish. Yu Su's divine sense was fully open as he turned back suddenly and paid homage to the peach tree. Yu Su has met the third elder. Kind of. A pleasantly familiar and charming voice suddenly resounded in the air, and immortal Wangshu also twisted her head to look. In the peach tree side, but suddenly appeared a spring shirt woman, not standing, just casually leaning against the peach tree sitting on the ground, her side to the two, breasts more obvious proud, with the spring shirt wrapped around the curve of the fragrant buttocks full of tension, skirt slightly messy, revealing two cuts of sheep fat jade-like calves. The third elder shook the exquisite transparent gourd in his hand, and the immortal wine in the gourd shook with it. How can you tell? Yu Su naturally knew what the third elder was asking about and respectfully returned towards the owner of the voice. By divine sense. When the third elder heard this, his pair of peach blossom eyes swept Yu Su unobservingly, and said disdainfully, don't be deceitful. You're a mere spiritual platform realm, and if your divine sense is even stronger, can you still perceive the cave void realm that deliberately hides itself? It was the third elder who deliberately gave me the hint that the fallen leaves on the ground were bent by sitting. It's still blind. An invisible strong chi held the third elder's right body to help her up. She stood up straight and stared at Yu Su's clear eyes with a smile. This honored body is gentle and soft. That leaf is not bent by this honored sitting. It is bent by this honored wine gourd pressure. It's Yu Su's eyes that are clumsy. Please forgive third elder. The third elder glanced at the handsome young man, not stinting on the admiration in his eyes. Are you the new disciple of Venerable Lotus Sword, Yu Su? As soon as the words fell, it was in Yu Su's sea of consciousness that the third elder's figure was revealed. A massive human form surrounded by a green-colored mist that screamed that one could not see clearly. Yu Su noticed that although the third elder in the sea of consciousness was in line with the master teacher's wife, both being enveloped by a mist caused by a realm, the mist on the master teacher's wife's body had a black spot more than the third elder's. Yu Su didn't know what he was talking about, so he hurriedly replied, back to the third elder. Exactly. Go down the hill. The third elder spoke plainly, then raised her gramercy head high, and the mellow and fragrant wine flowed into her colorful red lips along the wall of the gourd, which was beautiful and touching. Yu Su tightened his sword brows, not knowing what he had done wrong to be driven off the mountain by the third elder. So he asked, what does the third elder mean? Since you are a Lotus Peak true disciple, that is, a member of the Xianshao sect, why don't you go to the scripture hall to report? Do you want to stay as a lonely ghost on this Lotus Peak? Yu Su is indeed innocent. No one told him that he has to go through the formalities of reporting to join the clan. Now think about it. The first big clan in the Middle Element continent is not to say that you can enter? Third Elder, why don't I need it? Fairy Wangshu asked suspiciously. You've been born in the Xian Shao sect since you were a child. What else is there to report? In this sect, there is only one you. The third elder favored Fairy Wangshu with a glance, and then saw that Yu Su was still in the same place. What? Do you still want this father to personally send you there? Third elder's words. I'll go now. Yu Su then made a move to retreat. He was still hesitant because he was confused about the path down the mountain. In the end, he was just a blind man. Before he could walk freely in the outer cloud city as if he were a perfect man. That was because he had walked those roads countless times. At this time on this Lotus Peak, although his divine sense was stronger than before, he didn't even know where the road down the mountain was. Just as he was hesitating, Fairy Wangshu had walked to his side and softly said, I'll go with senior brother. Yu Su's heart is like a stream of warmth, sighing that it is still good to have a senior sister. Behind him, the third elder then shouted, Little Wangshu, what are you going to do to make a scene? Aren't you going to listen to my father's lesson? It was only then that Yu Su remembered that the third elder was still here, and it was impossible for such an honored guest to come just to remind Yu Su to report such a trivial matter, and it turned out to be for the purpose of giving a lesson to his senior sister. Before Yu Su could persuade his senior sister to stay on the mountain, Fairy Wangshu had already returned bluntly. Third elder, I'm not listening. The third elder was slightly stunned. Her impression was that Fairy Wangshu had always been a well-behaved and obedient child. Although she couldn't stand the icy and cold venerable lotus sword, she was fond of his only disciple and couldn't let Fairy Wangshu worship her own disciple instead. In the 8 years since the 13th elder left the clan, she was the one who went up the mountain to teach Fairy Wangshu the most often. Fairy Wangshu had listened to her lectures very attentively every time, never absent, but she had never thought that this time she would reject her for the sake of a newly entered senior brother, the third elder who had some tears in her eyes. She said to Xiao Wangshu at that time that why the 13th elder didn't leave a senior brother to her was just a joke, but she didn't expect that Icebird woman would really bring a male disciple back. Was Bai Yu Su snatched by the sword? Little Wangshu, wasn't it you who said you wanted to learn how to plant a good peach tree? If you don't listen to the lessons, you can't learn well. The third elder was still undeterred, just like coaxing a child. Senior sister, Yu Su also advised. Third elder, my master has returned, the blue-eyed maiden reminded in a sincere voice. For 8 years the other great elders had come to teach Fairy Wangshu only as a substitute teacher, and now that venerable lotus sword had returned to the sect, the rest of the elders naturally had no obligation to continue teaching. The third elder's eyebrows went up and he poured another mouthful of wine then glared fiercely at Yu Su, but Fairy Wangshu took a step forward and blocked Yu Su's line of sight for him. Fine, fine, you don't even listen to this honored one's lessons for the sake of senior brother. Fine, you can go if you want to, this honored one won't stop you. Fairy Wangshu gave a thank you, completely ignoring the third elder who hated her with a passion, and directly turned around and walked towards the mountain. Senior, let's go. Yu Su was at a loss for words, secretly saying that it was appropriate to leave a great elder alone on the mountain, but Fairy Wangshu had already gone far away. Yu Su only had to thank the third elder as well, and then hurriedly catch up. Yu Su came closer and asked in a low voice, Senior sister, the third elder Senior brother doesn't need to be afraid, the third elder isn't angry. Fairy Wangshu was an innate immaculate one, with a pure mind and a keen sense of other people's emotions. She deliberately slowed her pace, waiting for Yu Su to walk alongside her, and added, and the third elder isn't here to find me, he's here to find master. Yu Su sniffing this only then dawned on him, suddenly felt a cold and soft touch coming from his hand. He was busy to draw back his hand shocked. What are you pulling my hand for? Senior sister? Senior doesn't like it? This wouldn't be a matter of liking it or not. Have you forgotten what I said to you about men and women being different? Yu Su's tone was serious. You're blind. What if you fall if I don't hold you? Fairy Wangshu spoke in a naive tone. Elder sister, I'm not a mortal blind. I'm a spirit platform realm blind. Aren't they all weak and in need of protection? A green-skirted ripe fairy looked at the master-sister-brother duo who disappeared by the clouds, and the anger on her face had long since disappeared, turning into a tranquil smile. The third elder shook the translucent wine gourd in her hand again, and it was clear that she had already taken several sips, but the height of the immortal wine in it remained unchanged. He shut on. You didn't know that you couldn't teach little Wangshu, so you found a senior brother to teach him, right? The teaching is quite good. Little Wangshu is really getting more and more personal. She shook her head and looked into the depths of Lotus Peak's emerald green woods again, and her brows became serious as she slithered her way inward while whispering to herself, don't die so easily, or little Wangshu will have to worship me. End of chapter. This is the 6th hour, the most important time of the day to cultivate. Inside the large sect, clouds and mist, The sound of the ancient bell is majestic and heavy, awakening the heart of the people in the divine sect to the Tao. Fairy Wangshu and Yusu have already gone down the mountain. The mountain road is very long and can only walk. The two also walked for some hours. Yusu stopped, looking back to the misty Lotus Peak. He could not see the full picture of the 13 peaks, but only recalled the route down the mountain in his mind. He did not want to be accompanied by his sister every time he went down the mountain in the future. His memory is not bad, but this road down the mountain is too rugged and curved. Spare him cannot remember all. I really do not know how the senior sister remembered. He could not help but ask. Senior sister, the mountain path of our Lotus Peak is so difficult to walk. How come we don't use Xian rock to pave the path? Paving the road with rocks was not only to make it easier to walk, but also to give a hint of where the road was. Shifu doesn't like that. Lotus Peak has no traces of human behavior other than that small courtyard, and almost no one goes up to Lotus Peak. And there are only 2 people on the mountain, Master and I. We don't need it. Yusu secretly nodded his head. No wonder it was hard for him to detect any traces of a road even with his divine sense. It turned out that there were not many people stepping on it at all. Thinking about it, with the temperament of senior sister and master, except for these great elders with the highest cultivation, there will definitely not be any visitors. Is senior brother not used to it? I can pave the way for senior brother. Yusu how willing to agree to let the senior sister, such a dusty fairy, to do this kind of dirty work. There's no need, sister. Yusu, unafraid of the senior sister, silent behind his back, really do fairy moving stone thing, and added, if Shifu knew that you did such a thing for me, she would not forgive me lightly. If senior brother doesn't want me to do it, I can look for the 8th elder of the civil engineering peak. Every time he comes to teach, he tells me that he wants to help us rebuild a tall building and pave another big road. Yusu couldn't help but laugh. This 8th elder did deserve this peak name. There's really no need, senior sister. I'll memorize it after 2 more walks. Even though he was blind, he didn't want to get special and ruin the original appearance of Lotus Peak. Senior brother doesn't need to go memorizing. There is no way up or down the mountain in the first place. You are now the person of Lotus Peak, so as long as you follow your senses, you will definitely be able to walk to the top of the mountain. No wonder when I was going down the mountain I always felt the route was strange. So it turned out that my sister was also walking blindly. What about those who are not from Lotus Peak? Yusu asked again. If there is no guide, you will be lost in the peak and end up back in front of the mountain. Yusu nodded, thinking that it was somewhat immortal. Not long after, the 2 of them had already walked out of the Lotus Peak boundary and stepped into the Xian Shao Sec's real clan court. Yusu deeply inhaled a breath, only to feel the pleasant fragrance. Guess the clan must be planted all over the immortal plants. He also rotated the surface of the feet. The ground is already flat and solid, are paved with basalt. Overhead, the sound of cranes rising and falling. Yusu secretly thought, the real immortal style is probably like this. Senior brother, hold me tight. Fairy Wanshu suddenly opened her hands towards Yusu, her white dress written with delicate curves. How? What's wrong? Yusu froze, not understanding what he meant. Let's fly over. Most places within the clan were not airborne, and Fairy Wangshu was at the Feather Realm, so naturally she could fly directly to her destination, saving a lot of effort. Does senior sister have a magic weapon that can carry people? No one was near the duo, but there were already bustling disciples not far away. Yusu really do not want to be in front of others, by the senior sister in the arms like a child flying in the sky, although he is a newcomer, but also good some face. What's more, he himself had been teaching his senior sister the reasoning that men and women should not be taught to be intimate, so how could he be intimate with this flawless senior sister again? Fairy Wangshu lightly shook her gramercy and said, I don't have one, but I can carry senior brother to fly. Not sister. Why do you always want to take me flying? Elder sister. Is the scripture hall far away? How far is far? Yusu had no choice but to say, senior sister. Senior brother is a little afraid of heights, or walking. If you don't give me a road, I'll just walk there by myself. It's not a big deal. You go back to the peak and wait for me on the line. Fairy Wanshu replied quickly and firmly, saying, I'll walk over with master. Yusu shallow smile, only feel that good people have good karma. Their own sister on the sister that good, bumped into the sister on their own better is no excuse. Sai sister really simple. Even the blind man afraid of heights this kind of words can also believe. Thank you, senior sister. Fairy Wanshu's pupils were bright and clear, and after glancing at Yusu, she quietly took a step closer to Yusu's side, walking side by side with Yusu. What's that building? That building is Bihua Residence, and behind the building is Bihua Peak where the 3rd elder is located. The 3rd elder is good at planting spiritual plants and loves to drink, so the disciples in the clan also make wine, and if they have more, they sell it. Can disciples of the clan's monasticism also drink freely, unchecked? The immortal plant brews immortal wine, which has more benefits than some elixirs, so of course you can drink it, but there are also many regulations, and if they are violated, there will be heavy penalties. What about that building over there? On the broad square of the Xian Shao sect, the jade rabbit-masked fairy Wangshu and the plain black-robed Yusu walked slowly and talked continuously. In terms of form and temperament alone, it was already a walking picture of an immortal. Along the way, Yusu keenly noticed that the oncoming cultivators would silently move aside, giving him and his sister a straight path. Just after these people make way, they tend to stop and look at them, whispering something under their breath. Most of the discussion centered around the two of them, such as marveling at how that fairy Wangshu, who had rejected people from 1,000 miles away, had shown up in public, with such a handsome man by her side. Then there was a lot of speculation about the identity of Yusu and the relationship between the two of them. Every one of them was curious, but none of them dared to go up to accost and inquire, and the content of the discussion became more and more outrageous. Yusu heart low sigh, although he does not care what outsiders say, but senior sister may not be so, especially the sister's voice is getting smaller and smaller, and now also out of focus for a long time. Have forgotten to answer his question. Senior sister? Yusu couldn't help but feel a little worried. Senior brother. They're so noisy. Fairy Wangshu's tone was cold, taking the rare initiative to show how she felt. I'll go explain it to them. Yusu didn't want to pay attention to other people's comments. After reporting in the scripture hall, everyone will know that Lotus Peak has a second disciple, but in order to not let the senior sister uncomfortable, it is also appropriate for him to spend some more words. Senior brother, don't go. Let us keep going. Fairy Wangshu suddenly tugged at the corner of Yusu's coat, like a little girl who was panicking in the crowd, and grabbed the only straw that saved her life. Yusu's short eyebrow slightly knit. He quickly realized that elder sister is not concerned about these people's whispers, but because elder sister since childhood, living deep in the mountains, quiet nature, resisting this kind of disturbed environment. No wonder senior sister had to take him flying to the scripture hall as soon as he got off the mountain, and he had naively thought that it was because senior sister was trying to save trouble. He was naive enough to think that his sister was trying to save him some trouble. He did not want to be held in front of the crowd to fly, but ignored his sister's feelings. Yusu doubly blamed himself. He then asked in a soft voice, Senior sister, can this place fly? Fairy Wangshu's blue eyes blinked twice. Aha! Senior brother is a bit tired from walking. Can senior sister take me to fly to the scripture hall? Yusu asked with a face full of embarrassment. Fairy Wangshu was also not the least bit annoyed by his change of words and nodded heavily. Aha! Then she opened her arms generously as she had done when she first came down from the mountain, waiting for Yusu to throw herself into the forest. The crowd of onlookers all looked sideways, their mouths open in shock. Although Fairy Wangshu never showed her true face and appeared very rarely, but with her trademark jade rabbit mask and a pure white dress, who in the Xian Shao sect did not know or recognize her? But it was such a rumored lofty, mysterious and high-cooled heaven's proud daughter, such a moon palace fairy that made all male cultivators feel ashamed of themselves and look away. That actually opened her arms to a teenager who was only in the spirit stage realm in front of a large crowd? Some of the female cultivators who were in their prime saw this, and all of them silently praised Fairy Wangshu in their hearts for her bravery in defying the world's eyes. The male cultivators were clenching their teeth with bloodshot eyes and were envious and jealous of this black-robed teenager to the extreme. Yusu also felt the burning to hot gazes around him. He naturally couldn't embrace his senior sister head-on like he was hugging her. He only lightly parted his belt, tied a strong knot, and turned it toward Fairy Wangshu, saying, Senior sister, just carry me like a sword. Fairy Wangshu gave the knot a puzzled look. Does senior brother like this? Of course Yusu didn't like this, but again, to be led by his senior sister to fly and avoid physical contact, this was the best way. Nothing more than his face lost a little more. Aha! Sister, come on. Fairy Wangshu got the affirmative answer, did not hesitate, tugged up the waistband of Yusu, lightly leaped up, slowly in the air. Yusu's funny appearance of being lifted up, not only the envious voices are less, but the snickers are also more. Yusu ignored it and laughed it off. Suddenly, a strong pull came from the belt. Yusu was violently yanked upward, only to feel himself lying horizontally in the air. One hand wrapped around his back, while one hand encircled the bend of his leg. Yusu's right side of his body gently leaned in front of Fairy Wangshu's flat belly, and he instantly understood what was happening. At this moment he was being princess hugged by his senior sister again. He laughed bitterly in his heart and tried to break free, but he couldn't move. After all, there was an entire great realm gap between him and his senior sister. Where could he escape from his senior sister's hand in his unusual state? A cool breeze was blowing on their faces, and Yusu knew that they were now high in the sky, flying forward. Even though he couldn't break free, Yusu still couldn't take it honestly, and shrank as hard as he could to minimize physical contact. Fairy Wangshu, however, when he was not feeling well, hugged him tighter, and also comforted. Don't be afraid, senior brother. We don't fly too high. Yusu really feel helpless, and thought that it is better to fly higher, less to be seen. I'm not afraid, sister. Fairy Wangshu was silent for a moment and then softly said, Senior, thank you. You were willing to fly for me, weren't you? Sister's body light fragrance pungent. Yusu only feel that the place of contact is not soft and moist like jade. Just as the city master's mansion that time was held in the arms of the senior sister, did not feel any temperature, but he did not pursue others' secret preferences. As long as the other party is his senior sister will be good. Senior sister is joking. I'm really tired of walking. It's my turn to thank senior sister for saving senior brother's strength. Senior brother actually doesn't like being carried like that either, right? Fairy Wangshu's tone was solemn. I'm very smart. Senior brother can't fool senior sister. The Immaculate Heart. Even the third elder of the cave void realm couldn't hide it from her. I'm afraid that he said that the fear of heights senior sister also did not believe. Just felt the thought of his reluctance to fly, only to endure with him on foot. Senior brother will never dare again. Yusu was embarrassed on the surface, but in his heart, he felt that his senior sister's naivety was a bit cute. Fairy Wangshu's blue eyes curved as she flew slowly and complimented. Shidoshi is so good. The clouds in the sky are rolling in and out, just like the joyfulness in the heart is plain and far away. The scripture hall held an important position in the Xianxiao sect. It was not only the only one of the Xianxiao sect's hidden scripture pavilions that was open to all disciples and the largest in size. It was also the organization that managed all of the Xianxiao sect's disciples. Xianxiao sect is the first big sect in Zhongyuan continent. There are many disciples in the door, which are divided into true disciples, outer disciples, registered disciples and listening disciples who can only listen to learning. Various disciples' origins, talents, ages and so on are very different, and it is not easy to manage them. This management includes many aspects, such as the need to update the realm of the disciples in the clan. Those who cannot match the cultivation progress of the age of the disciples will be persuaded to leave the clan, but also to calculate the contribution of the disciples for the clan. The contribution of the long term does not meet the standards of those who are also required to leave the clan. It could be said that the existence of the Hall of Scripture was what allowed these tens of thousands of talented cultivators from all over the Middle Elemental Continent to cultivate together in a harmonious and orderly manner. At this time the entrance to the Scripture Hall was crowded with people, and Yusu was gently placed on the ground by Fairy Wangshu in the midst of a chorus of shocked voices and enthusiastic gazes. Rao Yusu, this kind of thick skin, or some cannot carry, only to long body jade shaking sleeve robe, cover their face snappy. Tough luck senior sister. It's not hard work. Fairy Wangshu inclined her head slightly. Flying with someone for this distance was indeed not considered hard work for her. Scripture Hall is the important place of the clan. Here pedestrians than the square more and more mixed. Yusu is aware of the sister does not like this place. Then whispered, Senior sister, I'll just go by myself. Find a place where no one is around to rest for a while. Yusu had wanted her to go straight home, but felt that the other party would definitely not agree. Fairy Wangshu took a cautious glance around, and with some trepidation, she leaned closer to Yusu as she shook her head. I'll accompany senior. From the conversation between senior sister and the third elder this morning, I can tell that senior sister has also never entered the scripture hall. She just knows that this is the scripture hall. Her accompanying me in there won't help much other than making things difficult for herself. Thinking of this, Yusu then had to console. Senior sister, don't be strong. Just wait for me to come out. I still want senior sister to take me to fly back together. Fairy Wangshu stared at Yusu's eyes for a while before she let out a soft hum and said, I'll wait for senior brother to come out. As soon as the words fell, in Yusu's sea of consciousness, the pure white figure belonging to senior sister shot straight up into the sky. Yusu thought that the senior sister's acting style is really decisive, as if she never hesitates. He also turned around in a dashing manner and walked towards the magnificent hall with flying eaves and arches. The surrounding cultivators were talking, but Yusu ignored them all and paced confidently. Only after entering the door, he was in trouble. Although he has been able to rely on his divine sense to walk freely without bumping, but his divine sense can only sweep out the outline, but he cannot see the words on the paper. Huge scripture hall. Where to report is it? Just as he was fretting about who he could find to ask, someone else approached him first. Brother is not from the Xianxiao sect, right? A young man in a brocade suit has arrived at the side of Yusu, smiling warmly and taking the initiative to talk. It will be soon. Yusu smiled sparingly. Oh, Brother Tai is here to report? That youth was slightly stunned and asked again. Dare to ask elder brother what is the relationship between and Fairy Wangshu? Yusu understood that all the people who had focused their eyes on him wanted to know the answer to that question. It's my senior sister. When these words came out, the crowd all let out a low cry. Someone was shocked. I told you it couldn't be a Taoist couple. Fairy Wangshu is a heavenly fairy. How could she fall for a man so much weaker than herself because of her looks? Another person returned. Isn't the point that Lotus Peak has finally taken in a second disciple? Alas, when I cultivate to the feather transformation realm in the future, I'll also have to report in this way holding my newly initiated junior sister. I think you're a blind man looking at a spring palace, delusional. The surrounding area was filled with joyful laughter, and Yusu's sword brows slightly raised as he spoke to the youth beside him. May I ask, senior, how do I get to the reporting place? That youth also came back to his senses. The person in front of him was the new true disciple of Lotus Peak. How could he dare to be slow? Senior brother is a true disciple of Lotus Peak. He should go to the right front. Just look for Elder Lu in the third room after passing the jade curtain. All the way there is a door tag visible. Yusu followed the direction he pointed to emanate divine sense, but found that the divine sense and the touch of the seat of the jade curtain after the advance cannot. He was quite helpless, and then said, could senior brother do senior brother a small favor? There's no harm in speaking up. Senior brother. Being able to help a true disciple was a great honor for a named disciple like the youth. Please also lead me to find Elder Lu. Yusu took out a spirit stone from his pocket and handed it over, apologizing. I'm blind. Blind? End of chapter. Just when I want to touch the fish, someone comes to disturb me. Isn't it annoying? Ink and tea aroma intertwined in the ancient room. Table stacked like a mountain of paperwork. An old man in flower armor leaning on a chaise lounge with his eyes closed, his hands also leisurely shaking a teacup. Sensing someone's visit, his mouth impatiently muttered in a small voice. Name? The old man didn't open his eyes and asked coldly. You Su. The black-robed teenager was not condescending and added. You as in Rome, Su as in purple Su. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu then opened his half-closed old eyes and glanced at Yusu in front of him. The light in his eyes was implicit, and his tone was not kind. You are the new true disciple of the 13th elder. Yusu? Later generation is exactly that. Yusu respectfully saluted. You still know to come. Elder Lu snorted twice, his expression unhappy. No matter what kind of disciple you are, the first thing you do when you join the Xian Shao sect is to report to the Hall of Scripture. But you delayed for more than 5 days. Do not think that they are true disciples. Cannot ignore the rules? Or is it that your master 13 elders? You feel that I should be this little elder personally door to door to find you, right? Yusu's heart was odd. This Elder Lu was of course one of the 23 junior elders, and he always felt that the other party's complaint wasn't directed at him, but rather at the senior mother who was the senior elder behind him. The late generation never had such an intention, and the master even less so. Yusu's tone was sincere. His mind moved slightly, and he immediately added, it is the fault of the latecomer to come late, but the latecomer really came late because of the words of the master. Elder Lu's eyelids lifted slightly, his old brows furrowed. What words? Master said to me that Elder Lu has been doing his duty in the Hall of Scripture for 100 years and is highly respected in the sect. I'm new here, so I should prepare some thin gifts for my first visit to show my respect. Yusu stood up straight, and apologized. Unfortunately, the late generation is stupid. Thinking about this thin gift thinking for a long time before making a good decision, which is late for some days. When the words fell, Yusu's hand was already holding a can of elegantly packaged tea, which was the cold and fragrant, refreshing white magnolia flower tea. Elder Lu raised his white eyebrows lightly and pressed lightly on the armrests. The recliner even automatically tilted forward to support him in a proper sitting position. He surveyed the teapot in Yusu's hand for a glance, then looked at the tea in his own cup, and finally his eyes lingered on the teenager's face, before the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he said in a conciliatory manner, count yourself as having a heart. I didn't think that this meager contribution of mine could be seen by the legacy 13th elder. The report can be completed within 7 days of joining the sect, but I am impatient, busy, do not like to procrastinate, and cannot go to Lotus Peak, so I asked the third elder to urge me. You did nothing wrong, take the gift back. Yusu smiled bashfully. He began to think that Elder Lu was having a grudge against his teacher's wife, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was not right. Elder Lu's appearance. Living as a sitting in the office just want to retire as soon as possible old workers, who do not let him successfully complete the work. He will complain about who? Elder Lu was mistaken. This is not an apologetic gift from me. It is a meeting gift. Mo talk more. Let's finish the process first. Yusu then had the good sense to shut up. Birth date, age, place of origin, family background, and biography before joining the clan are all stated with me. Yusu then told them all, his expression slightly stunned. Just because Elder Lu did not need to do anything, the brush on top of the table even wrote on its own. An 18-year-old spiritual platform middle realm? Or blind? Elder Lu, while sizing up Yusu, picked up the teacup and prepared to take a sip to cover up his surprise. but then remembered the white jade orchid tea in Yusu's hand, and felt that there was no taste in his mouth, so he simply put it down. If you're blind, how come you don't need a hooded belt to cover your eyes? The eyes of the latecomer are neither life-fearing nor frighteningly strange, so why should they be covered with a veil? Elder Lu stared at Yusu's clear and lifeless eyes and added, a blind man doesn't have crutches or cover his eyes, so how do you let people know you're blind? Yusu sniffed, but the corners of his mouth lightly grinned. The late generation never felt that there was anything special about blindness, so why do we have to let people know? Elder Lu glanced meaningfully at Yusu and turned his words around. At your age, reaching this cultivation level is indeed not bad. However, the path of cultivation emphasizes a long history. A momentary competition for the first is nothing. Besides, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Xianxiao sect, so don't be presumptuous. Yusu keeps this in mind. Elder Lu then asked some simple questions, and Yusu answered them all truthfully. Then, Elder Lu finally got up and handed a wooden token to Yusu, which was the credential for being a true disciple of the Xianxiao sect. According to his temperament, he basically threw the token directly to the disciple. However, knowing the identity of the blind man of Yusu, he couldn't help but have more respect in his heart, which is why he personally offered it. Many thanks to Elder Lu. Well, follow me, it will be over after the test. Elder Lu then walked towards the outside of the house, his footsteps slow. Yusu was not in a hurry to follow, but first placed the tea canister in his hand on top of the table. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take it back? The latecomer is afraid that he can't move his hand from doing the test, so let's put it down for a while. Remember to take it away. Elder Lu looked deeply at this blind teenager and continued to lead the way. You don't ask what the test is? Elder Lu walked ahead and didn't turn around as he casually asked. Soldiers come and go. Ask or don't ask. It's all the same. That said, this test is a bit unfair for you. As soon as the words fell, Elder Lu had stopped in his tracks, and in front of him were two huge stone doors. Together they formed a double door, and above the stone door was carved the floating and magnificent Mount Everest, a sense of greatness and holiness calling out. The misty clouds and majestic mountains are so vivid that they do not look like dead things, but like living things. Yusu couldn't see the pattern on the stone door, but he could also feel the heavy feeling that came over him. Only the elder's own disciples are called true disciples, and none of the true disciples are of any significance to the Xianxiao sect. Throughout history, there have been countless prideful people, but not all those with outstanding talent can become a true disciple of the Xianxiao. Only those who pass the test of heart can enter the divine mountain and become a true disciple. Although the 13th elder is willing to accept you as his disciple, he must have considered your heart, but the process still has to go. This door is a divine artifact that has been passed down since 5,000 years ago. Legend has it that it was personally carved by immortal ancestor Hangao, specifically for the purpose of clarifying the mind and seeing the nature, and now it is collected here by the Xianxiao sect. Everyone who comes to the sacred mountain has their own reasons and desires, and when you see the mountain on the door, you can see the desires in your heart. The key to open the door is also hidden within it. After listening to Elder Lu's narration, Yusu realized why Elder Lu would say that this test was unfair to him. He was a blind man who couldn't even see the mountain, so how could he talk about finding the key? Although the Hall of Scriptures is open to all disciples, this is not because of the mediocrity of its collection, but because of its oceanic and all-encompassing underpinnings. Behind this door is the most precious collection of the Scripture Hall. Any true disciple who opens the door is entitled to an ancient book in the pavilion. Will there be true disciples who can't open the door? Yusu asked. Of course, those whose hearts do not pass should be stripped of their true transmission qualifications since the Xianxiao sect will not do anything to raise a tiger. However, the true transmission disciples are all handpicked by the elders, and there are very few who do not pass. When Elder Lu saw that Yusu was just silently scanning the case of the stone mountain in front of him, he sighed lowly in his heart. The eye is the household of the divine soul, and with less vision, there are many dangers on the path of cultivation, and he was not optimistic about Yusu's future. I can open the door for you if you can't see a thing. After all, you're blind in a special situation, but I can't guarantee what book you'll get, or even if you'll get a book at all. Elder Lu stroked his white beard, trying to see some negative emotions such as uneasiness and hard feelings from this calm blind man's face, but he got nothing. Yusu just looked at the stone door in silence. Elder Lu secretly nodded his head. Just this heart of the youngster was enough for him to appreciate. In fact, Yusu is a blind thing he has long known, or honored head of the old man personally to greet him. Allowed Yusu if you cannot open the door, can be opened by him the privilege of opening. I want to try. Yusu suddenly opened his mouth, and Elder Lu looked at him with astonished eyes. You can see the mountain gate? Yusu shook his head. In the vision of Yusu, there is only a large area of vague ancient green color. The appearance of the divine mountain is like a cover of mist. If you can't see the door to the mountain, you can't push it open. So why are you bothering yourself? Elder Lu was able to understand the stubbornness and arrogance of Yusu as a blind man, clearly a blind heavenly pride that was rare in the world. But to be stopped by a door due to blindness, it was only right that he refused to give up easily. Yusu continued to face the mountain gate in front of him without faltering. Just as he looked straight at the door, an aura was inexplicably born. Something was calling to him just behind the door. This spiritual sense was very strong and made Yusu clearly perceive that the only way to get it was to push the door open by himself. What Elder Lu said is not true. Yusu took 2 more steps forward and laughed. The immortal ancestor's divine power is so great that the significance of creating this door lies in seeing the true heart, not the mountain door. My eyes are covered in dust, but my heart is the same as a normal person's. How can a blind man not be able to see the heart and see the nature of the reason? Elder Lu, don't underestimate the blind man. Elder Lu stared blankly at the steeply changed temperament of Yusu, and actually really felt that he was the one who had belittled this blind teenager. Do as you like. Call out to me again if you can't push it. Young man, don't be good for a moment's face. At the same time, Yusu's divine sense has also been fully covered in the stone door above, but unfortunately still can only sweep out the general outline, not to see its true shape. Yusu frowned tightly. Could it be that he really guessed wrong? When Immortal Ancestor created this stone door, did he really not think about the blind man? With Elder Lu at his side, it was impossible for Yusu to force his eyes open, and he took a deep breath to calm himself down. This door is for the purpose of clarifying the mind and seeing the nature of the heart, and everyone's heart is different, and the key to the door is naturally different when they get it. So what's my key? Suddenly at this moment, a strange feeling came from the side of Yusu's waist, and it was the Mo Song sword that couldn't resist trembling in response to his confusion. The sword is his key. Yusu felt something in his heart, and with a sound, the Mo Song sword was already sheathed sharply and held in front of his chest, with the blade of the sword facing the 2 magnificent stone doors carved with the panoramic view of the divine mountain. Buzz. Elder Lu was shocked to see all this. He watched Yusu body Shen Qi and the stone door closely intertwined together. Apparently because of the stone door has entered the state of seeing the heart. He didn't dare to reprimand and interrupt this disrespectful act of Yusu, because the head elder had also said to him, if Yusu could open the door, it would be unprecedented, absolutely undisturbable. He just watched the way Yusu stood still and raised his sword, feeling the rising sword power on this teenager who was only in the spiritual platform realm, and was lost in thought for a long time. A voice, however, woke him up. Old Lu, when did you have an extra can of white magnolia flower tea on this table? This is a fine tea. Old thing still wants to hide it. Hey, I caught you. The person who came was already high in age, obese and rich, but did not look greasy and senile. It was one of the 23 small elders, Elder Zhu. Elder Lu came back to his senses and glared at the visitor, whispering angrily, what are you screaming for? That's not my tea, it's his. Elder Zhu followed Elder Lu's gaze and realized that there was actually a teenager raising his sword to open the mountain gate. He was startled and immediately prepared to step forward to stop it. Elder Lu immediately stopped him. Don't move. He is Yusu. Yusu? Elder Zhu and Elder Lu were close friends, so naturally, they had also learned about this person. Yusu. From each other's mouths. Is he going to forcefully break down the door? Take a closer look. Every elder of the Xianshao sect was at least capable of the feather transformation realm, and Elder Zhu's face trembled with fat in shock. This is the first time that someone has borrowed an external object to enter the world. How long has he already broken the door? Elder Lu looked at the carved beast incense altar on the side of the porch, on which a sandalwood incense had already burned out. It's an incense burner. Elder Zhu nodded his head at the words, and the flirtatious feeling that he had just realized that his old friend was hiding had turned into a serious face. He took 2 steps and looked at Yusu's sword brows that were tightly knitted together, and said in surprise, it's only one incense burner, and it's at the stage of knocking on the heart? Wait and see. Elder Lu sighed quietly. At this time in Yusu's sea of consciousness, it was as if his soul had gone out of his body and broken through the layers of fog. In both eyes, the scene of the 2 stone doors became gradually clearer, and the appearance of the divine mountain on it even began to have a real color, as if he was really facing a majestic peak through the sky and through the earth. Yusu stood at the foot of the giant peak, and a majestic sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Why did you go up the mountain? Yusu said, go to the mountain for monasticism. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mouth, and mind. You lack one of the 7 senses. The way is not rounded. Go down the mountain. Yusu said, I cultivate in order to perfect the 7 realizations. It is heaven's will that your eyes are unobstructed and pure, yet you cannot see. The lack of eye sense is a good thing for you. Go down the mountain. And the will of God cannot be disobeyed? Yusu gripped the hilt of the sword. The heart is ridiculous. Who can evaluate the good or bad of the situation on behalf of others? Mogun sword intelligence is born in abundance, and he drank in a loud voice. I'm partial to seeing the world. See heaven and earth. See all beings. See yourself, or see the truth. I grant you one of these, go down the mountain. The weight of 1,000 uniforms pressed down on Yusu, making him unable to move. Yusu's smile did not diminish as he fought to take a step forward and raised his neck, the veins on it appearing as he roared at the top of the mountain. Me! All of it! The sword in his hand was sheathed with awe, and his sword chi went straight into the clouds. All of a sudden, the mountains and forests were still, and all the music was silent, and this space was like a broken mirror, with pieces peeling off, and in the eyes of the two elders who were already dumbfounded, the ancient and heavy door had already caved in, and the black-robed teenager who had only sheathed his sword walked calmly towards the darkness that could not be penetrated behind the door. End of chapter. Yusu didn't really know where he was headed and where he had passed. Occasionally a dazzling bright light appeared. The dark mist in the eyes was like a black mantle curling angrily in a gale. They floated and sent Yusu to a place of silence. Yusu blinked and looked at his raised hand. He couldn't see his hand, but he could see the scrolls that filled the sky. It was as if they appeared directly in one sea of consciousness. There was no need to use one's eyes to see them. Yusu looked around. He was being wrapped by a vast sea of books, which together constituted a simple and heavy atmosphere, of which picking out a book at random and placing it in the outside world was enough to cause cultivators to coax and grab the secret codex. This is the Xianqiao sect's 1,000-year heritage as the #1 sect in the central Yuan continent. According to Elder Lu, the true disciples who entered this gate would all receive a book. Yusu's fingers brushed over the dense spines of the books, feeling the feedback they gave him. They are neither cheerful nor resistant, just bland. Occasionally a few books are full of charm, but Yusu shakes his head and puts them down after a quick glance. Yusu was clear that this heavy land of hidden scriptures was by no means a place that could be easily visited, so the books that could be obtained here were crucial. What was even more crucial was that the thing he sensed outside the door was not these books. Just then, that sense of summoning from the underworld surfaced again, and Yusu felt something in his heart and looked into the depths of the sea of books. Instead of a book, it was a piece of paper dripping with divine golden light. Without the golden light, it would have been absolutely hard to notice it just wedged between books. Yusu stepped to go towards it to release the Xian Qi. That gold paper also has a sense, even towards the Yusu straight floating. Yusu took it, placed in the hands of the back and forth measurement, but this gold paper looks strange. It's actually empty word. Yusu couldn't help but hesitate, whether to trust this divine sense of his that was born out of thin air to choose a book with no words, or to put it down to pick a hidden secret book that might allow him to have an actual enhancement. This golden paper in his hand was a decision made for Yusu, only to see it actually floating up in the air, and then disappeared and flew away. Yusu was shocked for a moment and rushed to chase after it. After a short chase, the gold paper unexpectedly disappeared into a book. Yusu leaped up high and took the book into his hands. Between the dim yellow pages, the golden paper sandwiched in the book was particularly conspicuous. It flickered twice, and the golden light dissipated, turning into an ordinary old paper, as if it was originally a page in this tome. The only thing that stood out was that the paper was still empty. Yusu closed the book. The book cover was ancient and simple, and on it were 5 large characters written in dragons and phoenixes, which were in the 5 continents language that Yusu could recognize. Zhang Yang sword nurturing technique. Yusu looked at the golden paper that returned to silence between the seams of the books, and sighed in his heart that this item was indeed not bad. In that case, he didn't need to hesitate anymore. He no longer lingered, turned toward the way he came, and the vast sea of books in his eyes gradually dissipated, as if they had never appeared. This, Elder Ju looked at the disappearing Yusu woodenly, unable to speak. Elder Lu was the same. His face was all gloomy as he looked back at that incense altar again. That was a magic weapon personally made by the 6th elder who was proficient in the art of refining. That sandalwood incense in the altar was not real. It was an image that would never stop. Whenever the sandalwood burns out, after a cloud of gray smoke the incense will start burning from the beginning. The distance from Yusu began to break the door. At this time as only the second incense burned to half only. A blind man with such a firm heart? Elder Zhu sighed as he returned to his senses. Although Elder Zhu was not in charge of the reporting of true disciples, he was also very familiar with this door to the divine mountain that was only for true disciples. After all, he had opened this door when he was young. The stronger the mind, the faster this door will open. And this Yusu opens the door fast enough to be in the upper echelon of thousands of years of history. Maybe it's just because he's blind. Elder Lu took another deep breath after he finished speaking, trying his best to smooth out the waves in his heart. He understood this divine mountain gate far better than Elder Zhu, and speed was not at all the biggest shock that Yusu brought to him. He had worked with this door for nearly 100 years, and he didn't know how many true disciples had come in and out of here. But whether they ended up obliterating the public or making a name for themselves in the Divine Mountain, this door was invariably pushed open by them. And this blind boy from a remote place actually made the door to this ancient sacred mountain open of its own accord. The Lotus Sword Venerable has taken in another good disciple. She this Grand Elder position. I'm afraid to sit firmly. Old Zhu, don't talk about the Grand Elder. You and I are both half in the ground. Do we still expect the position of Grand Elder? Elder Zhu smashed his mouth twice at the words and patted his belly resentfully. Just at this time, a light-hearted Yusu has walked out of the door. Behind the magnificent door also closed. The gusty wind wrapped with the dull and majestic sound of the door closing came to the face. Elder Lu, I have taken out the book. Can the report be considered complete? Saying that, Yusu also half raised the book in his hand to indicate. Finished. Yusu, perhaps you can give the world's physically crippled cultivators an example. Elder Lu didn't mince words about his appreciation for Yusu. I will definitely live up to Elder Lu's high expectations. Yusu spared a smile. Elder Lu glanced at Yusu and added, the end of the reporting process only means that you are recognized by the Hall of Scripture as the 13th Elder's true successor, but it doesn't mean that you are recognized by everyone in the Xianshao sect. Yusu put the book down again and asked, how else? Your name will be publicized tomorrow, and after 7 days, when the entire clan has no objections, you will be a true disciple. Yusu couldn't help but frown. Why all the trouble? True disciples are the true core of the Xianshao sect, and if you want to obtain this status, you have to put in the effort to match it and show the strength that matches it. Admitting disciples at will. You think it's a karmic move, but the consequences are endless. It's not that simple. On top of the Divine Mountain, you want to get closer to the Divine Mountain. Naturally there will be more rules and regulations, Elder Lu patiently explained. Yusu nodded and said, late generation understands. Kid, don't listen to his bluff. It's not that troublesome. Elder Zhu came over and smiled kindly. Normally, as long as you have no grudges in the past, those outer disciples who are registered disciples, which one dares to come to find the trouble of the true transmission disciples? You, this big elder's true transmission can be different from these small elders of ours. Any who will not dare not give your master face, so you just wait for these 7 days at ease, and pass them in waves. Elder Lu glanced at his old friend who had a simple smile on his face and secretly shook his head. It is not true that the other great elders who received the true lineage seldom have problems during public announcements, but this 13th elder who came out of nowhere is not necessarily the case. Yusu, on the other hand, put away his scroll and returned the greeting with a clasped fist. Thanks for this elder's guidance. I wonder if you are. Just call me Elder Zhu. Elder Zhu smiled and patted Yusu's shoulder, his face shaking with fat as he handed Yusu another silver special talisman seal, saying, I'm the elder of the ancient moon residence. If you take this talisman seal, you'll be a VIP of my ancient moon residence from now on, and you can order whatever you want for dishes below grade A. It's all discounted. It's not like Yusu has any merits. How can he lightly accept such a heavy gift from Elder Zhu? Yusu hurriedly pushed back the hand that Elder Zhu sent. Elder Zhu, who was bent on striking a good relationship with this destined to be extraordinary teenager, smiled unabated and increased his strength some more as he laughed. What kind of heavy gift is this? You kid is jade-like, quite like the old man when he was young, and you're the second true legacy of the 13th elder. If you come to eat at the ancient moon residence, you're bound to drive a lot of people to come and eat with you. Is this not considered a merit? Elder Zhu looked at the face of Yusu bright and clear. The heart is already thought. Yusu brought to eat disciples. I'm afraid that women to account for a large head. He must hurry to let their disciples to open their brains. More women love to eat out of the new products. Yusu had a helpless look on his face and was still about to excuse himself when Elder Lu interjected and advised. Take it. This is indeed not a heavy gift. This talisman seal, the true disciples of the Xianshao sect are close to having one in their hands. The ancient moon residence is also not an immortal restaurant. It is the dining hall for the disciples of the Xianshao sect, and it will be more convenient for you to have it for your meals. Although the Xianshao sect was the #1 sect, most of the disciples were also in the realm of passing veins and spiritual platforms, and there was no need to eat. When they reached the realm of water condensation, they had to rely on the Shen Qi that had been transformed into substance to insist on not eating for a long time, and only at the realm of feather transformation can one truly be able to avoid eating. So Gu Yueju is also a cornerstone existence for Xianshao sect. The dishes are divided into 4 categories, A, B, C, and D. The lower the ingredients, the more unusual and cheaper they are. Elder Zhu blew his beard and eyes out at his old friend's demolishing tone and said, Screw you, can what I give to Yusu be the same as what I give to others? I forgot to mention just now, this talisman seal, all dishes below grade B are free. As soon as the words fell, the runes on the talisman seal in his hand became much more complicated, and it was even more silver and bright than before. Elder Lu smiled non-committally, thinking that this fatty was really generous. Just the C-grade dishes alone were already not something that an ordinary disciple could afford to eat. Naturally, Yusu was unable to detect the small action of Elder Zhu's that could change the power of the talisman seal with the lift of his hand, as Elder Lu did. Since both of them advised him to do so, he didn't push back anymore and reached out to accept the talisman seal, thanking him. Then, Yusu will respectfully follow your orders, and if the two elders need Yusu in any way in the future, Yusu will do his best. What are you doing hitching a ride on him when I sent you something? Elder Zhu patted his belly again and asked unconvincingly. Yusu, on the other hand, smiled. Elder Lu also helped the late generation a great deal. It is the late generation who is lazy. So he said it all together. Elder Zhu naturally wouldn't really get angry and mumbled, doing you any favors? This is what he should have done in the first place. Elder Lu was too lazy to bother with his old friend and said to Yusu, this post-scripture pavilion of the gate is called the Book Mountain Pavilion, and it is also not a mortal object. It is quite divine, and what is given to those who come to it is often the most suitable or the most needed book. I think that I got the wind-fixing Shin Gong back then, which really benefited me in the long run. You were given a book by the Book Mountain Pavilion, so you need to comprehend it well. Elder Zhu's eyes dripped and he chimed in. Not bad, not bad. The rootless vomiting technique I got back then. I'm still using it to this day. Yusu let out a shallow smile. These two elders appeared to be sharing their experience of obtaining a book, but in reality, they were curious about what book Yusu had gotten. It was only because of privacy that they intentionally did not ask directly. Yusu also didn't feel that the book he got was anything unshowable, and since he was the heir to the duck sword and a disciple of the lotus life sword, learning a new sword technique was likely to be a distraction. Unlike the sword raising technique, the sword raising technique referred to raising the sword with divine chi, focusing on strengthening the connection between the sword and one's own divine soul. It could be said that the sword nurturing technique was the most suitable sword Dao book for him at this time. He then held up the ancient book and showed it to the two elders. The Zhangyang sword nurturing technique? Elder Lu's expression instantly became brilliant as he read out these words, and Elder Zhu did the same as his eyes glanced back and forth at Yusu. Yusu couldn't see the change in the expressions of the two of them, but he could also sense Elder Lu's surprised and playful tone and asked in return, does this book speak? Elder Lu didn't answer positively either and asked instead, You already have a dowager, don't you? Yusu secretly feel wrong. This serious old man nothing to ask this why. If you really want to count up the couple, senior sister should be considered a couple. Indeed I have. The two elders both revealed an expression that was really like that, and Elder Lu's eyes strangely swept over Yusu's lower half of his body and said, do you know who the author of your book is? Yusu shook his head. It's the famous Venerable Zhang Yang from 700 years ago. When the sword nurturing skill written by the Cave Void Venerable Master is not an extraordinary thing, Yusu returned. I didn't think I'd be so lucky as to obtain the Venerable sword technique. Don't be so quick to rejoice. Do you know who Venerable Zhang Yang is? Yusu still shook his head. You have a Taoist couple. You should also understand that nowadays the world does not openly publicize dual cultivation, and some even regard the dual cultivation path as an evil path. But 700 years ago, dual cultivation only existed as a normal means of cultivation. The reason for the shift in the world's perception is because of Venerable Zhang Yang. What did he do? Elder Lu shook his head as if it was a pity. Zhang Yang venerable talent. A hand of self-created Zhang Yang sword in the same realm is difficult to meet the enemy. Cut down the evil cultivator countless. Unfortunately, it is a colorful and sinful person. His old age wants to break the heavenly awakening realm but can't, so he will hit the idea of dual cultivation, resulting in countless tragedies. There are also many male cultivators to follow his example. A period of time the world's female cultivators are at risk. When he was about to break through the heavenly awakening, he was killed by the female cultivators who had been defiled by him. After that, the art of dual cultivation could no longer be placed above the surface. The feats of such a person can also be collected in the Book Mountain Pavilion. While there are problems with others, there are no problems with the Zhangyang sword, which is why the Zhangyang sword technique as well as the Zhangyang sword nurturing technique have been collected here. Yusu nodded his head. Before Venerable Zhang Yang was trapped by his obsession, he was indeed considered a righteous cultivator, and his crazy behavior after old age did have to be separated from his previous meritorious creations. But Yusu still did not understand where Elder Lu's odd tone originated from, and Elder Lu no longer sold the idea. I marveled because this sword raising skill has some other uses. What's the use? Cough cough. Venerable Zhang Yang is old enough to double cultivate, and still able to nightly control several female cultivators with high cultivation. Relying on, is this Zhang Yang sword nurturing technique? It can both raise the sword and the sword. End of chapter. Yusu is also considered to figure out the source of Elder Lu's two people's odd intentions. The Book Mountain Pavilion sends the most suitable books for those who enter the door. But it turns out that what he was sent was a book with aphrodisiac powers. He laughed bitterly. That gold paper choose which book is not good, but chose this one to cause misunderstanding. But then he couldn't help but think, this kind of spiritual thing, was it really a random book chosen for him? In the vast mountain of books, Yusu didn't believe that there wasn't a second book of sword nurturing technique, but the golden paper chose this one. Didn't he really think that he would use the second effect of this book in the future? Are you kidding me? Yusu secretly disdained. He is a young man of blood and vigor. It is the age of is the most advantageous. Why do you need to borrow other things? The sword blade. Venerable Zhang Yang is truly a heavenly genius. To have reached the realm where even external objects can be transformed into swords. Although Yusu felt that he couldn't use it, he still sincerely admired Venerable Zhang Yang's whimsical ideas. Elder Lu saw Yusu's clear and frank demeanor, and the strange color on his face lessened a lot, saying, indeed, your chi is majestic and pure, and the Book Mountain Pavilion must have no other meaning in gifting you this book. Cultivate this sword cultivation skill well, and you will definitely benefit a lot. Since you already have a Taoist couple, there is no need to regard dual cultivation as evil, but you must not indulge in lust either. Yusu keeps this in mind. Yusu arched his hand and returned. Well, Elder Lu nodded his head as if he was approving. The true transmission wooden plaque on the side of your waist has the ability to transmit sound, and during the 7 days of public announcement, if anyone has any objections to you, I will notify you, and you will need to come down to the mountain to deal with it. Many thanks to Elder Lu. Alright, go back. Your senior sister has been waiting for you for a long time. It looks like Fairy Wangshu cares a lot about you. Her senior brother, Elder Lu murmured in a low voice, glancing again at the end of the long corridor to his side, where a pure white silhouette stood by a stone pillar, silently looking this way. Yusu, on the other hand, froze as he also looked towards the direction where Elder Lu turned his head, and at the extreme distance where his divine sense spread, the mass of white light belonging to his senior sister appeared there. Just now, his divine sense was basically focused on the stone door, and he hadn't paid attention to his senior sister's existence at all. Senior sister is kind-hearted. It's inevitable that she would want to take more care of a blind man like me. Elder Lu, Elder Zhu, Yusu will leave first. Elder Lu gave a light hum, while Elder Zhu looked at the Zhongyang sword nurturing skill that Yusu had put away with a look of regret. Yusu, remember to come to the ancient moon residence for dinner more often, and if you can bring your senior sister along, I'll eat all the mixed ginseng you want. Fairy Wangshu was the leader of the younger generation of the Xianxiao sect, and her status and strength was enough to be called the Holy Maiden of the Xianxiao sect. She was also exceptionally mysterious and lonely. Even for them, the young elders, Fairy Wangshu was a rare figure. If this kind of topic character appeared in his ancient moon residence, then he wouldn't make a fortune? Yusu had already left with light footsteps, turning back to reply with a smile. Alright Elder Zhu, the two old men, one thin and one fat. Then just watched as Yusu trotted towards Fairy Wangshu. Elder Lu suddenly seemed to remember to something, spread his palms and said, bring out the tea. Elder Zhu patted his belly and muddled his old friend. It's not yours. What's your hurry? This is a return gift from Yusu to me, understand? As an elder, can't you have some face? That is the tea that Yusu temporarily put here in my place. He forgot to take it away, so I have the obligation to keep it safe for him. Elder Lu spoke righteously. You can really pull your punches. Elder Zhu waved his hand, signaling Elder Lu to pretty much get over it. Elder Lu exasperatedly said, hey, if you don't believe me, just call Yusu back and ask him. Just ask. See if he sends you or me. After the words were spoken, Elder Zhu turned his head to look at the faraway Yusu and made a gesture to shout, but was shocked by the sight in his eyes and dropped his jaw in a flash. He rubbed his eyes, withdrew his gaze, and lamented, I'm still really old and all bleary-eyed. You didn't blink. This Fairy Wangshu's care for her own senior brother is not too meticulous, only to see that within the atrium of the Jingtang alien courtyard, Yusu was already lying horizontally in Fairy Wangshu's arms, being carried into the air by this renowned goddess, disappearing behind the eaves of the house amidst a chorus of astonished voices. At the top of Lotus Peak is a celestial pool called the Lotus Life Pond. Lotus Pond around the clouds and mist, but the water is as clear as nothing. Only the middle of the pool has a white lotus flower. Lotus petals are also through the color of cherry pink if any. Body right beauty of the third elder bent down, side squatting poolside. Full round also by the plump thighs pressure changed shape. A moment of spring light and the lotus in the pool reflected into a picture. She reached out her catkin to gently caress the water, causing ripples in the layers, and her pretty brows furrowed as she snapped. You're still really close to dying? Lotus body floating convex. He shut on. Most of the body is not in the water. She did not reply. Just those ripples being raised in the close to her torso, then suddenly will dissolve into nothing. The third elder sighed shallowly when she saw this. She knew that this was the spiritual water received from the Jade Ring Pond, and the Jade Ring Pond was exactly the place where Venerable Lotus Sword had broken into the cave void back then. She could see that the Lotus Sword Venerable One Xian Tai had been broken, and the majestic Xian Qi that had been accumulated for 200 years was leaking out recklessly, so she could only immerse herself in this Lotus Life Pond, relying on the power of the spiritual water to temporarily trap the cultivation that had scattered and fled. The third elder stood up and took another sip of wine. Sadly, I sought out that method of breaking the ice heart for you in order for you to break it, not in order for you to break it. He Xiaodong also opened his eyes at this time, looking at the third elder through the mist on the water. It's my own choice. The third elder only felt that there was anger and nowhere to vent it. She lightly bit her shell teeth. Her eyes dimmed inside. I should never have told you about this method in the first place. He Xiaotong's ice heart had been broken. Naturally she could feel the feelings of self-blame on the third elder. She pursed her lips and said, "It's not the third elder's fault. Nowadays I'm grateful to the third elder for telling me this method. I have no complaints. 200 years of cultivation has become like the water you can't catch in this pool, and you still say you have no regrets?" Aha! The third elder was stunned, shocked by He Xiaotong's lack of hesitation, and she asked in disbelief, "Why is that?" He Xiaotong was silent for a moment and returned, "To live like a human being." The third elder repeated these words in a low voice. "The world seeks to become an immortal, and the 13th elder of the cave void realm can clearly already be considered a true immortal in the world. But instead, he is so obsessed with seeking to become an immortal?" When she informed the 13th elder of the method to break the ice heart, she had never thought that the 13th elder's obsession would be so deep. "You are a man who really lives a twisted life." He Xiaodong didn't refute it, but instead felt that the comment was apt to the extreme. She looked at the third elder, who was tilting his head and drinking, and asked, "And why would the third elder want to help me? I can't bear to look at twisted things. I have to smooth her out, can't I?" The third elder raised his eyes, his sight lingering on He Xiaotong's jade face. Over the years, she had helped the 13 elders far more than just this one time. Of the 13 grand elders of the Xian Xiao sect, apart from her, there was only one female cultivator left, Venerable Lotus Sword. So if she didn't help her, who else could she help? "Sure." The third elder bristled and asked again, "Who else knows about your condition?" "Chief old man." "That's fine. The chief elder has nothing to do with us. The 12 elders, he won't talk nonsense. But you can't hide this condition for long. You can't soak in this pool for the rest of your life. It would be hard for the other great elders not to notice the difference." "Well, I know. So you sent a message to me for what? Do I need a reason?" "It was the third elder who told me the method. So of course I have to tell the third elder the results." The third elder rolled her eyes. The 13th elder's person was obviously not skilled. In the tone of this sentence clearly could not hear the intention of blame. But on the contrary, it sounded like the 13th elder was complaining about her. "That's not a good result for you. Shouldn't the third elder be expecting me to fall off the realm so that he can take Wang Shu under his tutelage? She can even refuse the patriarch's invitation and still come to me? Wang Shu is indeed stubborn as well. That's a pretty self-aware use of the word." Also, the third elder commented as such, and she had to admit that the 13th elder was really no longer like before, like a piece of ice that would not melt for 10,000 years. She seemed to think of something, and then asked gruffly, "What exactly happened in Izumo City? I also don't know the whole picture. It's better to wait for the division of wisdom to investigate everything." The third elder shook the wine gourd and suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Closed Xian air thing in the immortal cultivator is not very rare. After all, there will always be a variety of situations need you to return to the truth. As long as in the process of recasting cultivation according to the order of patience, most can be restored unhindered." And 13 elders Shintai broken to this point, obviously is forced to transport air caused. What was the reason that could make Venerable Lianjian forcefully transport air at the cost of his cultivation? "Do you have a way that you can make up for your spirit stage?" He Xiaodong stared for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "There is no way to ensure recovery. You're really reckless when it comes to doing things. It can't be for the sake of accepting this new disciple that you pay such a great price." He Xiaodong was silent at his words, but the third elder opened her mouth slightly and said in shock, "Still? Are you out of your mind? It's just a blind man. Are you worth it?" "Worth it?" The third elder was slightly staggered because she could feel that just as she had disparaged the Jusu, the aura on the 13th elder's body had actually become icy cold again. "Did you also fight for that? Take him as a disciple just for the sake of taking him as a disciple?" He Xiaodong interrupted in a cold voice. The third elder let out a long sigh. "I understand what you mean. I hope you won't regret your decision." "No, don't be so sure. You'd better hope that the disciple you've taken in at such great cost will go through the reporting process peacefully. Report? The third elder instantly figured out why she was puzzled. The 13th elder had only accepted little Wangshu as a disciple so far, and also because of Wangshu's special situation. He hadn't gone through the reporting process. The third elder then explained the reporting process of true disciples to Yishadong. Yishadong just didn't care about these things before, but now after she understood, she immediately understood why the third elder would say the word, Anrun. Yishadong was almost certain that there were 2 grand elders that would not remain silent during the public announcement of Yusu, the 5th elder of Red Rainbow Peak as well as the 10th elder of Book Immortal Peak, the 13 peaks of the Xianxiao sect, the main direction of Dan, talisman, weapons, array, etc. But there are only 2 sword peaks, the 13th elder's lotus sword and the 5th elder's red rainbow sword. Both are sword Dao. It is inevitable that there will be people discussing the high and low, but because the lotus sword is only one disciple of Fairy Wangshu, she just came out. Pressured people of the same age cannot raise their heads. The Red Rainbow Peak inevitably suffered some contempt. For many years, the first choice of many aspiring disciples was Lotus Peak, but because Lotus Peak refused to accept disciples, Red Rainbow Peak seemed to have become a second choice. Now that Yusu was the second true disciple of Lotus Peak, Red Rainbow Peak would definitely make a move. As for the Book Immortal Peak, the reason they wouldn't let Yusu easily go through this 7-day process was simple. Because the 13 peaks of Lotus Peak were the other half of the Book Immortal Peak that Yishadong had split down from. The Grand Elder has already granted Yusu the status of a true Chuan. Do we still need to go through all these processes? Letting him report is what the Grand Elder authorized for Elder Lu. The third Elder explained. Otherwise, Elder Lu, too, would not have anxiously arrived to ask her to step in and bring a message. Yishutong's face was hidden in the mist of water, making it impossible to see her expression. She had thought that she was compensating Yusu by accepting him as her disciple, but she hadn't realized that she would also have to subject him to what would have been an unnecessary ordeal. It was her self-righteousness that made her owe Yusu once again. The sound of clattering water was heard as she stood up in the lotus life pond. The beauty of the fairyland around her eclipsed. What do you want? The third elder frowned. I can't hide here and let him face this alone. Are you crazy? Every moment you leave the lotus life pool now is a huge loss. You really want to fall down and become a mortal, aren't you? The third elder chided. I can't owe him anymore. Yishadong didn't answer, but only covered his high heart, only to feel a vague pain. Seeing her silence, the third elder was so angry that he stomped his foot lightly and said angrily, 13th elder, don't you have any confidence in him at all? If he can't even make it through this level, he doesn't deserve to be your disciple at all. It's me who doesn't deserve to be his mistress. Yishadong let out a low sigh. Third elder, my mind is made up. You don't have to persuade me anymore. The third elder was extremely angry but calmed down. She had never seen the 13th elder give so much for a person. Her heart could not help but wonder what kind of relationship this old woman who had lived for 200 years had with this fledgling blind teenager. I'm afraid that your disciples, especially this blind man, don't know that you're not in seclusion here at all, but rather, you're seriously injured? The third elder coldly snapped. Yishutong was silent in response. If you don't want him to know, stay here honestly. If anything happens, I'll help him out for you. Thanks. Don't worry. Recuperate well, and if you have any need to send a message to me, I will also help you find some more ancient methods for repairing your spirit platform, so that I won't be the only woman left at the top of this lonely mountain again. The third elder let out a bitter smile and took a long sip of wine before shaking his head again and leaving with a curling gait. She understood that she had not persuaded the 13th elder at all. She was only annoyed at these stubborn people. Knowing that they were stubborn, why didn't they know how to change? End of chapter. Senior sister did not lie. As long as he stepped into Lotus Peak and kept going upwards, this magical spiritual mountain would guide him home, even if he was a blind man who could not see the way. Sister. Yusu raised his head and smiled at Fairy Wangshu who stood on top of the boulder and had been waiting for him here for a long time. Shidoshi is awesome. Fairy Wangshu lightly jumped down and stood with Yusu. Yusu felt that his senior sister's praise was tantamount to an older sister praising 18-year-old brother is really great. He can even walk, yay. Though sincere and indescribably awkward for him. It's not me who's great. It's Lotus Peak. Yusu sincerely lamented. He turned back and looked towards the primitive mountain path he had trekked all the way up. He hadn't opened his eyes, so naturally he couldn't see the vast sea of clouds as well as the ancient pines and cypresses. In his blurred vision, what he saw was a sense of belonging, a place for him to stay in this world besides the Yuanyang sword sect. He turned his head again, and not far in front of him was the very same quaint little courtyard. He didn't need to actually see it to be sure to be on his way back home. This feeling was truly wonderful for a blind man. It's not Lotus Peak that's awesome. It's you. In the air, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, only the tone was quite a bit of yin and yang. Good day, third elder. Fairy Wangshu greeted the green-skirted mature woman who appeared unexpectedly. Yusu didn't have time to savor the tone of these words, and hurriedly saluted. Yusu has met the third elder. The report is over? The third elder's beautiful eyes looked at Yusu's body, as if she wanted to find out what was so special about this blind man. Back to third elder. It ended smoothly. Yusu took out the true transmission wooden plaque between his arms and signaled. You were able to push open the gate of the Divine Mountain? It wasn't little Wangshu who helped you, was it? The third elder looked at Yusu with interest. Third elder, senior brother is very powerful. Please don't say that. Fairy Wangshu said very seriously. Having a powerful senior sister can be really good. Yusu sighed in his heart. I also want to not underestimate your senior brother. The third elder removed the wine gourd from his waist side and turned to Yusu. How long did it take to break the door? Counting the time. There has to be a 3 incense burner bar? Not bad, but not great. Yusu, however, has no concept of the time spent, and when he sank into it, he felt that it was long and endless and fleeting, and the two elders did not emphasize the time spent to him, or the senior sister answered for him. Senior brother used a pillar of incense plus half a pillar of incense. The third elder was slightly stunned. She knew that little Wangshu wouldn't lie, and murmured, a pillar and a half of incense is barely impressive, but it's still not enough. If little Wangshu goes to break down the door, 1 incense stick is possible. Thinking of the trouble that Yusu might encounter, the third elder was still pessimistic. The short time taken for the gate of the Divine Mountain could only show that Yusu had a firm heart, but to solve the trouble, it was more important to have strength. Only a goddess like immortal Yusu would be qualified to be a sole disciple of a peak for decades without anyone daring to criticize her. Yusu knows that he is foolish and will be more diligent in the future. Yusu promised. I hope you're not just saying that. Got any books? The third elder asked in a straightforward manner. And of course, she was too lazy to beat around the bush with a junior who already gave her a grudge. Yusu faces stiff. The third elderess questioned and he dared not answer. But this book, alas, just, Yusu think that the heart is open, then generously take out the sword raising skills to show. When the third elder saw the title of the book, a pouty face was suddenly jaw-dropped. The Zhongyang sword nurturing technique? Yusu listened to the tone of the third elder. Since I know that she must be the same with the two elders inevitably want to distort, so sex pretends to be uninformed. Sure enough, this sword nurturing skill is quite ordinary, isn't it? Yusu sighed in his tone, as if he was blaming himself for not getting a good book due to his mediocre talent. The third elder's eyes were odd, and his arms were folded together, making his already majestic peaks even more magnificent. In the end, it was because the other use of this sword nurturing technique was too deeply rooted in people's hearts that made those in the know seem to forget that even without that the Zhongyang sword nurturing technique as soon as they saw the book Aphrodisiac Power was an unrivaled and superior technique. It's not that this gong method still has some merit. The opportunity to enter the book mountain pavilion to be given a book is not many. Cherish this book. Practice hard is. The higher the level of the technique, the better it is, or it must be suitable for you. The book mountain pavilion has given you this book because they think it is suitable for you. Third elder softly encouraged. She looked at Yusu a look of ignorance and innocence, as if the allusion to the origin of this sword raising skill is no understanding of the general. On the contrary, she felt that she thought too much. This is a serious sword raising skill only. I will cultivate well. Yusu put away the book and swore again. The third elder glanced at Yusu, secretly sighing that it was indeed a good skin that people envied, and then looked at Fairy Wangshu, who was standing extremely close to his side, as if little Wangshu and she stood together, have never stood so close to it. I do not know how. The three elders mined and inexplicably surfaced Fonkai 13 elders out of the water lotus flower like beautiful figure. And remember to who are as cold as ice 13 elders for this teenager defiantly like to pay. Her heart actually emerged an extremely bold guess. She might have thought the idea was too outrageous, so she muffled a sip of wine and gently swirled her head, but it seemed as if the idea had taken root in her head, although the idea was indeed unbelievable. But fear not, fear not. How about just eliminating that slim possibility? The third elder stood up straight in a Russian way, and gathered some of that smoke and mirrors energy, like a proper human teacher, and said, but right, I think this technique is still a bit mediocre, not quite worthy of your identity as the disciple of the Lotus Sword Venerable. How about this? You give me this book and I'll go and find a better sword nurturing technique for you. Yusu knew that the third elder's misunderstanding had not been resolved, and that he was cajoling himself. Moreover, this sword nurturing technique can still have that spiritual golden paper in it. How could he transfer it to someone else at will? And as the same cave void venerable, Yusu didn't think that the third elder would be able to find a better one. He then replied back, Third elder, how can this be a good idea? Besides, wasn't it you who said just now that what suits is the best, and that grade doesn't matter? The third elder's willow eyebrow slightly raised, not expecting the boomerang to come so quickly, thinking that idea couldn't be true anyway, so she skimmed her red lips and said, "As you wish, then cultivate well, but don't give up on the essentials. Raising the sword is only an aid. The sword art is the key. Thank you, third elder, for your guidance." Yu-Su respectfully returned. The third elder nodded and made a move to leave, bringing up a fragrant breeze to the face as she walked past Yu-Su. She abruptly turned back and added to Yu-Su, "By the way, your master's father is looking for you. She seems to be very uneasy about whether or not you can successfully pass the public announcement. I hope you can show some of the vigor of being a young boy. Don't let your master's father still have to hold on to you when he's in seclusion. You'll naturally find her as you head towards the mountains and forests. How could a closed-door master's wife reach out to me for such a trivial matter?" Yu-Su's sword brows stared as he arched his hand and said in a proper voice, "I'll go right away." "Not right away. Right now." Yu-Su sniffed, said yes and then took a step. The third elder sighed lowly in her heart. She couldn't persuade the 13th elder. She only hoped that this child could, but she also had no intention of directly poking through his Shutong's injuries. Yu-Su was blind and had a low cultivation level, so she definitely couldn't see through her own master's concealment of her injuries, while Wang Shu she couldn't guarantee. After all, this child was a little too divine. She glanced at Fairy Wangshu, who was looking over her shoulder, fearing that she would follow her, and said, "Little Wangshu, you've listened to so many lessons from the third elder, so I'll have to check your classwork." With that, he turned back and walked toward the peach tree in the courtyard. Fairy Wangshu, on the other hand, was anxious, as if she was protecting her own senior brother, and hurriedly moved her lotus steps lightly and stood before the peach tree to protect it. "Third elder, you can't bully little peach blossom anymore. Why do you still call it that? I've taught you that this peach tree is planted to be eaten, not to be looked at, and the flowers it blooms are small and ugly, so how does it deserve to be called little peach blossom? Calling it little peach is more like it." He Shutong gently leaned against the dense flowing jade, only the graceful lines of her neck and gramercy head exposed beyond the surface of the water. The lotus life pond was already filled with spiritual water, plus he Shutong was now equivalent to using it as an external spiritual platform, and those pure Xian Qi that leaked out from her body were contained between the water, making the clouds on this heavenly pool seem as if they were transformed into substantial Xian Qi. He Shutong gave a shallow sigh. Although she did not regret her choice, she was also a bit worried about today's situation. It wasn't that she didn't want to part with her realm, she just felt that if her cultivation was still intact, she would definitely be able to better protect her two disciples. The thought of Yu-Su having to prove to others that he was enough to become her true disciple made her feel sad. Could it be that if others didn't agree, she wouldn't accept Yu-Su? Whether or not he was qualified enough to become her disciple was something that he Shutong, could only decide for herself. She suddenly seemed to hear something. Her body that was not in the water moved slightly, and the clear pool water filled in her clearly visible collarbone. "So moving. Why is Yusa here? Didn't you tell them not to disturb me?" Yusa, this child knows manners and respect. Certainly will not come without authorization. Must be the third elder ghost. He Shutong listened to coming from her ears the senior mother. Senior mother. Her heart rejoiced. She wanted to see Yu-Su but was a bit torn. She pursed her cherry lips and gazed her sight in one direction. In the line of sight was a poor blind teenager who was anxiously searching for his master's wife in the mountain forest. He Shutong heartsoft, "It's okay, he is blind, cannot see themselves, more cannot see through themselves." She then waved her jade hand lightly, changing the mesmerizing formation outside the pool into a path-guiding formation. At the same time, the environment in Yu-Su's sea of consciousness changed. These surrounding trees were no longer messy and repetitive, and the distance gaps between them suddenly became subtle. Between the fine woods, it seemed as if a road had vaguely appeared. Yu-Su knew that this was Shifu's permission for his visit. He then followed the path that had been guided out, and walked roughly hundreds of steps further. Along the way, the grass was fresh and colorful, and he finally walked out of the flower forest. In front of him in the sea of consciousness, there was a small open space, and judging from its structure, it was a secluded pool. The rich Xian Qi in the air made Yu-Su secretly wonder, if he cultivated in such an environment, I am afraid that his speed would be more than 100 times faster than when he was in the outer cloud city. "What brings you here?" Shifu's voice appeared ghostly. "It's the third elder who said that senior mother has something for me." Yu-Su saluted at the source of the voice. This time, he didn't even perceive the massive light with black spots from his master's wife, and it was as if there was a thick fog separating the two of them. "What did she tell you?" "She said that senior mother was worried that my report would not go well and wanted to give me a few words of advice." Yu-Su answered truthfully, then felt that something was not right. So he asked, "Is the third elder joking with me?" His heart also lifted. He could faintly sense a little bit of the third elder's dissatisfaction with him. If the third elder had intentionally allowed him to disturb the secluded senior mother, how could that be? I do have a few words to say to you. Yusu's heart also dropped, glad that he hadn't rudely offended his master's wife. Shifu-sama, please. Deep in the mist, there was silence for a moment before a voice came. Frankly speaking, I didn't realize that accepting an apprentice would be so tedious. If you have a grudge in your heart, there's no harm in saying so. What makes you say that? Senior mistress? Senior aunt's status is honored. People who want to worship under venerable lotus sword are like crushing carp in a river. But I have become that only lucky one. When I think of the day I worshipped the senior mistress as a teacher, I still feel that it was easy and a bit unreal. These processes in turn made me feel the weight of the identity of the senior mistress disciple. Yusu only felt that these ceremonies were not grand enough. And how could I feel cumbersome and resentful? Yusu hastened to explain. He shut on looked at the serious appearance of the teenager outside the water mist, since she could hear that this is all his heartfelt words, and her breath could not help but tighten half a point. Once again touched by this teenager's unreserved gesture, he felt that he was blessed to have taken him as his disciple, but he didn't realize that it was just a small, insignificant compensation that she had given him. You don't have to think that way. With your natural talent, it's more than enough to be my disciple. Yusu smiled bashfully. Thousands of miles of horses are often found, but not every one of them gets the chance to show their talents. Even if Yusu was really a heavenly genius, it is still lucky to be under the master's door. Once the words fell, the clear waves rose and fell. He shut on only felt that this heart, the future can never be cold again. It's also fortunate that I can take you as my disciple. He shut on restrained the emotions in his heart and calmly returned. Yusu also had waves in his heart. The fact that the master's mother's realm of cavernous emptiness could feel fortunate about accepting a blind man of the Ling Tai realm as her disciple showed that she had placed great expectations on herself. He remembered the third elder's instructions again and asked, Seifu, will there be any twists and turns during this 7-day public period? He shut on thought of those two peaks' previous attitudes towards Lotus Peak, and understood that there was no way to hide from these conflicts. All the other true transmitters can easily get through these 7 days, but you, as my disciple, can hardly be the same as the others, and there will surely be people who will challenge you, and it's all my fault. But don't worry, I will come out to stand behind you and face it with you. Yusa sniffed in silence and didn't know what he was thinking. Shutone's heartfelt words did not receive a response. She actually felt a little flustered and asked tentatively, You are unwilling? Of course I don't want to. Yusu answered decisively, and his voice was no longer full of respect like the party, but instead was somewhat cold. He shut on feel more and more panicked. Don't know what he said wrong. Let Yusu seems to be angry with her in general. Her heart aches. Doubly self-blame. If Let Yusu also disappointed in her, she this ice heart dissolve. And dissolve what it, in the end is not like a joke in general? Why? A dignitary would even stutter a bit. For senior mother to make a special trip out to accompany me. Is it because she feels that Yusu is unable to face those setbacks you saw? Or do you think that Yusu is simply a blind man who can only rely on your presence to be your disciple? It's not like that, isn't that so? But according to what you said just now, I thought that it was only because my natural talent was good enough that I was favored by the master maiden. And this behavior of yours is telling me that I'm just a connected person who relied on my master's maiden's connections to worship at Lotus Peak. And that's why you don't trust me to pass with flying colors? He shut on was Tursu said is also silent for a long time. The first time she had the emotion of the first time actually cannot distinguish between his heart is happy is sad. Sad is Tursu words and the grumbling misunderstanding. Happy but also this grumbling and misunderstanding. People's emotions, really is 1,000 sorrows. Complex to the extreme. Yusa spat out that he was just paying too much attention to his master's wife, and the fact that she clearly hadn't ended her seclusion, but had to forcefully terminate it to help him face what should have been his to face, made him feel slighted. Sister protect him, he will feel that there is a sister really good, showing that he is not a mouthful of soft rice cannot eat the person, but the kind of sacrifice themselves as the price of feeding the soft rice, he will never swallow. At this moment, when he saw Shirnyang's silence, he immediately regretted it again. Having spent 8 years with Shirnyang, this seemed to be the first time that he had said words with emotions to Shirnyang. He let out a low sigh. In the end, the problem was still with himself. Senior mistress, what Yusu said just now was in no way meant to blame senior mistress. It's all because of my ridiculous pride. It's all my own problem. It's because my realm is too low and my strength is too poor. I can't let senior maiden be completely at ease with me. I was disrespectful in my words, and I will openly accept whatever punishment senior mother wants to impose on me. Every word, as if to add into the lotus pool under the firewood, to this pool of spirit, turned into a warm hot spring. He shut on only felt that the originally cool pool water also became scorching hot. not knowing that it was her own body temperature was Yusu said gradually rise. Even with the water surface comes with the spirit mist, have a little temperature. How could she bear to punish Yusu? Instead she hated to take him into her arms to comfort him as she did that day when he first woke up. You're right. Why am I punishing you? It's the master's mother who didn't think these things through and made you suffer more. Sure, maiden. Yusu couldn't hold back any longer and shouted sternly. This cry also scared He Shudong into a freeze, his eyes staring dully at Yusu, not realizing that the teenager who had always been gentle and elegant would also have such a fierce side. Yusu's heart was as if a blazing fire had risen, and he stood up his chest and said, Sensei, this is not your problem at all. Master has left me with so many messes. How have I ever complained? As a disciple, aren't these experiences something that should be endured? If you still think that it's all your fault, I won't worship this master. Anyway, in Shifu Maiden's opinion, I can't even become a true disciple on my own, so I might as well go and be my listening disciple. No, don't leave me and don't say it again. The heart of ice has long since melted due to the swimming Su, turning into a warm current flowing through the whole body, and then say it again, will really flow. End of chapter. He Shudong dipped into the water and pressed down firmly on his pounding chest. No need to say anymore. I get your point. It's good that elder mother understands me. Yusu only hopes that senior mistress can focus on her seclusion and have more trust in Yusu. No matter what I encounter in these 7 days, I will definitely pass it without any problems and won't fall short of the Lotus Peak's name. Yusu also nodded and made a solemn promise. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that you're too young, and those trials and tribulations aren't directed at you, they're directed at me. The fact that they don't dare to do anything to senior mistress shows that they still fear her. Since I'm a disciple of senior mistress, I naturally won't be afraid of them either. Yusu raised his hand and clenched his fist, confident. Yusu's words fell. The fog between the two of them all faded a lot, as if He Shudong was unwilling to look through the fog again at this teenager who meant so much to her. Her eyes were deep, such as containing a moist stream, softly admonishing. It is excellent that you have this kind of heart. However, you still need to assure me that when you encounter unbeatable difficulties, don't force yourself to fight for the moment, because you will definitely go farther than everyone else. You don't even need to prove to others that you can become my disciple. The disciple of my venerable lotus sword is none other than you. Is it not me? The weight of these 4 words is so heavy that Yusu lamented how fortunate he was to be able to let his senior mother attach such importance to him. This sense of uniqueness given to him by his senior mother, he will definitely cherish it. I can assure you of that, Master Maiden. But I dare, and I want Master Maiden to assure me of one thing as well. It was undoubtedly a bit of an unauthorized act for a junior to ask an elder to make a pledge, but even at the risk of making the senior mistress angry, Yusu had to say what was on his mind. He Shudong could not afford to be angry with Yusu, so he asked softly, what is it? I want Shifu to assure me that she will not terminate the retreat to help me. He Shudong gave a shallow sigh, secretly saying that it was true. I promise. Yusu smiled at his words. What pleased him the most was not the fact that he had reached an agreement with Shenyang, but that this conversation today had made him truly feel that his relationship with Shenyang had gotten closer. He Shudong saw that Yusu was smiling sincerely, and the corners of her mouth also raised in a soft arc. The sound of light water resounded. He Shudong raised her hand, her jade fingers stroking over her slightly hot cheeks. This is the emotion called joy, right? It's really mesmerizing. As a result, the two of them were like this, each silent and speechless, immersed in joy. And only when Yusu returned to his senses did he realize that he had been standing still for a long time. According to reason, the words of the two had already been said. Yusu should have saluted and left, but the unique, warm, elegant fragrance of the master's wife's body coming from the air made him not want to move his feet away, and he couldn't help but want to smell it a few more times. Although there were some strange fragments of memories in his brain, he had essentially grown up from a fatherless and motherless blind child, and deep down, he naturally longed for the love that was uniquely his. Master and mother then replaced the existence of his parents in his heart. Unfortunately, unlike the untrustworthy but caring elder father who valued him, the elder mother responded to his expectations with 8 years of cold refusal. But just when he's nearly disheartened to find out that Shizuniang has left without saying goodbye, Shizuniang returns to save him. And she's changed. Yusu coveted this change in Shenyang's body, as if he wanted to make up for all the love and care he hadn't felt in her during the past 8 years. So he decided that he would be capricious this time. As long as elder mother didn't take the initiative to say so, he wouldn't leave. Coincidentally, he wanted to stay, and He Shudong likewise didn't want him to go. She looked at the young man who was as clear as a pine, and also felt more and more joyful, only to feel that the heavens treated her too kindly, and she could always get the gift of fate. Previously, she failed to grasp the warmth of those who had missed out. This time, she would firmly hold on to it. Maybe it was the cold silence for a long time. Both of them did not want their little hearts to be discovered, so they wanted to use conversation to delay the time spent together. Division. You. The two unexpectedly spoke at the same time as if their hearts were in sync, and Yusu scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, "Senior mother speaks first." He Shudong brewed for a while before asking, "Are you still used to staying at Lotus Peak?" "Very accustomed to it. No different from being in the Yuanyang sword sect. I like it here very much," Yusu frankly said. "Just get used to it. Don't be formal. Any request can be mentioned to your senior sister. Or you can come to me directly. Just treat this place like home. I will senior mother. Lotus Peak is my home." Yusu spoke with certainty. He Shudong was touched in her heart, and wanted to go on to ask what Yusu wanted to say, but suddenly sensed the change in the maze outside the pool. She frowned her eyebrows, secretly annoyed at how the third elder came again, although she was clear that Yusu couldn't see anything. But in front of outsiders such bare nakedness to their own disciples, there is still indescribably strange. Even if she was grateful that the third elder had inadvertently brought Yusu closer to her, it was still somewhat unacceptable. "It's good that you can think this way. Well, go back. The third elder is coming," he Shudong said softly, doubly self-conscious about personally persuading the teenager to leave. When he heard that the third elder had arrived, Yusu immediately bowed, bidding farewell to his senior Nyang. In his opinion, the reason why the senior Nyang specially informed him of the third elder was to politely tell him that she still had important matters to discuss with the third elder, so that he would be wise enough to leave. But Yusu also don't know why. Actually feel that his departure, more of a kind of thief fear of being caught feeling. On the way back, as expected, he met the third elder, and Yusu stopped to greet him, with indescribable nervousness in his heart. This forest is colorful. Unknown pink petals fluttering down, fell in the three elders' slightly open collar. It seems to be attracted to this pair of great mountains, but also exactly into the half section. Three elders raised his eyebrows, set aside this slightly loose neckline. A large area of snow white soft and greasy eye-catching. She and up her fingers. Will be the petals lightly twisted and up, casually thrown out. At that exact moment, a breeze blew, and the lucky petal was actually blown right up to Yusu's lips. As a strange feeling came from his mouth, Yusu hurriedly ba twice, spitting out the ungrateful flying flowers, and then also licked his lips, muttering in a small voice as if he disliked it. "Where did you get the colorful flowers? That's a cloying scent." "No. Where did you brat get the face to dare to smack? How dare you say that my old lady is tired of people? I'm a real asshole." The third elder looked at her angrily, humiliated and annoyed. She reached out to cover her exposed skinlight, while also pressing down on Chongshan, who was rising and falling violently due to her anger. She took a deep breath, forcibly soothing the impulse in her heart to have a seizure. She naturally knew that when Yusu looked at her with her divine sense alone, it would be a blurry mass of light at best, unable to distinguish her movements at all. So she definitely didn't know what this piece of flower had gone through either. Her eyes were haunted, as if to get back at Yusu for having eyes, and she also murmured in a low voice, "It's still blind." The voice was not loud enough for Yusu to be able to hear, so he returned with a proper voice, 1,000 times true. The third elder clenched her shell teeth and was too lazy to bother with Yusu, a blind man, so she narrowed her beautiful eyes and carefully sized up Yusu. She was amazed that this pair of master and disciple conversation time is also too long. She will be the peach tree first plucked and then planted 3 rounds of repeated. The little Wang Shu to her that little remaining trust are consumed. Actually not yet finished. She even had a feeling that if she hadn't been unable to resist the urge to come in and take a look, these two would still be able to talk for a long time. The third elder shook the wine gourd and asked, "How did the talk go?" "I've already shown my determination, and senior mother has promised me that she won't end the seclusion on purpose for me." Yusu returned truthfully. The third elder nodded slightly, and his gaze towards Yusu was finally softer, no longer full of indignation and contempt. "That's good. You have some responsibility. Go back. If anything really happens, I will also watch and help you." "Thank you, third elder." Yusu saluted and then prepared to return along the road. "By the way, this flower tree is called Half Mountain Summer, an extremely rare treasure tree that I personally researched and planted. Putting it outside, how many people ask me for a seedling but can't get it? Although you are blind, you are also a disciple of the 13th elder. You should also improve your taste more, so as not to show your cowardice in front of outsiders." The third elder spoke lightly, holding 2 flying flowers in his hand and sprinkling them in front of Yusu. Then glancing at Yusu, he staggered past him. Yusu slightly bowed. The 3 elders walked past and brought up the fragrant wind on his face. He just felt that the fragrance of the piece of flowers is not like the fragrance of flowers, but more like the 3 elders on the body of the fragrance. He raised an eyebrow, still respectful. Yusu was taught. When Yusu returned to the front of the courtyard, Fairy Wangshu had already been waiting here for a long time. She acted very happy about Yusu's return, shouting from a long distance, "Senior brother!" shouting and waving her arms at the same time, even though she knew that Yusu couldn't see at all. Yusu was in a good mood, so he shouted "Senior sister" in response. Wangshu seemed to be uninterested in the content of the conversation between Yusu and Sure Maiden. She didn't even ask a single question. As if for her, the return of Yusu was enough. She brought Yusu to the peach tree. The new soil on the ground is darker in color. Obviously was excavated and then refilled. Yusu could not see the difference in the shape of the peach tree, but could feel that the dense xianqi on it was getting more and more dense. He thought to himself that although the third elder did not have much of a venerable stance, this true talent was not false, worthy of being the peak master of Manhwa, who majored in the art of spiritual planting, and the grade of this peach tree was estimated to have gone up another level. "Senior brother, do you like peaches?" Fairy Wangshu asked. Yusu nodded. "Love it. This is not to coax sister happy. Yusu is really like peaches. Peach pink tender, curves round and full, even if you cannot see. Touch in the hand is also very comfortable. A mouthful of sweet and spattered. Who can not love it?" Third elder said that she helped little peach blossom improve the rootstock, and the fruit that grows in the future will be big and round, but unfortunately it will also grow slower. When it matures, it will have to wait until August next year. Can senior brother wait until then? Yusu smiled. Senior sister this is already tacitly want to let herself taste the peaches she planted. So she said, "As long as it's planted by senior sister, I'm willing to wait as long as it takes." Fairy Wangshu's blue eyes flashed, and she heavy gave a Yusu lamented that his senior sister's happiness was really simple, and he asked, "Why did your senior sister want to plant peach trees?" "For being alone." Fairy Wangshu answered questions and was never sincere. This peach tree, which was transformed from a peach kernel casually gifted to her by the third elder after he drunkenly explained to her a few years ago what loneliness was treated as a treasure by her and carefully cared for to this day. Yusu was deeply touched. Of course he knew that his senior sister's reply was not to gain sympathy, but he still couldn't help but comfort. It's okay. In the future, senior sister won't even be alone anymore. In his heart, he was calculating what kind of gift he should use to repay the lonely elder sister who had patiently lectured for him. "Thank you senior brother." Fairy Wangshu thanked earnestly. "I thank senior sister as well." "Elder sister, I'll go back to my room to cultivate first, and if there's anything I don't know, I'll come back to ask you for advice. Don't you need me to read to you?" Fairy Wangshu's tone was actually a bit disappointed. Yusu took out the Zhongyang sword nurturing technique between his arms and smiled. "I can read this book. How can I be so kind as to keep troubling senior sister?" Fairy Wangshu wanted to continue saying that it wasn't troublesome, but she could sense that Yusu really didn't want her to continue reading to him, so she had to give up and could only watch Yusu go back to his room somewhat glumly. Inside the room, Yusu had already placed this particular sword nurturing skill in his Qiankuan bag, and relying on his divine sense, he began to flip through it. Instead of starting to read from the first page, he first turned to the blank page where the gold paper was. He looked back and forth, repeatedly feeling this blank page also no response. No longer the same spirit of the first time he saw in the Book Mountain Pavilion. The origin and use of this gold paper is a mystery. Yusu also don't know whether to tell others. If it will involve the power of Allah in his body, that obviously will not be a good thing. However, regardless of whether this golden paper was completely dead or temporarily sleeping waiting for an opportunity, this was not the time to study it. For the dangers he would encounter in these 7 days, it was obvious that this sword nurturing skill that hosted the golden paper was more valuable. Yusu then turned the book back to the first page. Venerable Zhongyang did not open the door to directly show the gongfu, but first recounted some of the Tao in his mind. Yusu read through the book multiple times and gained some understanding of Venerable Zhongyang's philosophy. This book said that it was raising a sword, but it was actually more like raising a man. Whether it was the sword in his hand or the one on the man's body, it was all just this an external manifestation of concept. Raising a man. In the view of this honorable man with a legendary life, everyone is a piece of firewood. Some are thick, some are thin, some are short, some are long, some are resistant to burning, and some are burned out in a few moments. And Xiantao is the fire that ignites the firewood. In order to burn brighter and longer, one needs to nourish. In other words, learn to precipitate. When one does not need to burn, one learns to reduce one's dependence on Xin Qi, but not to lose one's familiarity with it. Only in this way could one become the best quality firewood when one needed to burn. Yusu was intrigued by this novel idea and became engrossed in the book. No one disturbed him even when he was reading seriously, and the day passed quickly. For several days in a row, the token used for voice transmission did not move for a long time, and life was spent in reading, practicing the sword, and occasional chats with his senior sister. The food accumulated in the Qiankuan bag was soon eaten up, just because he asked his elder sister, "Is there any food on the Lotus Peak?" She picked a basket of different kinds of spiritual fruits for him. Not only tastes good, but also can be used to combat hunger. Yusu heart touched, so much so that on the third day, the third elder came to quietly check his cultivation status, saw this basket of fruit, angrily scolded him for being a thief, but he did not give up his elder sister. With the cultivation of this sword-nurturing skill, Yusu also felt something strange. It was a feeling that something had been accumulating in his body for a long time and had to be vented. Well, finally on the fifth day, Elder Lu's voice came from the token. End of chapter. This is the big martial arts arena on the square of the Xianxiao sect's court, consisting of 749 small rings, which is the place where the non-true disciples used to drill for actual combat and sparring matches, and it is also the place where the Xianxiao sect, which prohibits private fights within the sect, uses to resolve most of the conflicts of force. Due to the large number of people, it was unusual for each ring to be in high demand, and reservations had to be made in advance if one wanted to use it. And today, all the reservations were postponed, simply because of the two people standing on that ring in the center. The ring was surrounded by a sea of people, all of which were non-true tradition disciples who had come here in admiration. The fact that Yusu had suddenly become a true disciple of Lotus Peak, which had not accepted disciples for a long time, had been rumored for the last few days, causing a great sensation. Everyone is asking, who is Yusu? However, no one had come up with an answer. And the good people had searched through the lists of the heavenly prides of all the great immortal clans, and no one had found this name. All sorts of speculations were spreading all over the place, and the name of Yusu had even spread to the other immortal clans on the Divine Mountain. Nonetheless, for 4 days in a row, no one picked up Yusu's token that was publicized at the entrance of the scripture hall and raised their own objections. Dissent included many kinds of things, including but not limited to the character, personality, talent, strength, and so on, of the person who was about to become a true disciple. However, accordingly, those who raised objections needed to produce real and effective evidence, or else they would be severely punished. As for Yusu, no one knows this remote city out of the nameless, naturally cannot take out the evidence to question his character and so on. Therefore, the objections to Yusu can only be in the cultivation of the road. To come up with the evidence is also very simple, is to prove that I am stronger than him. He does not deserve to be the true transmission can be. For the challenger of course also have requirements, either age and it's similar, or realm and it's similar. However, there were very few cases where true disciples would be challenged during the public period, and those that were all people who were also true disciples, and very few non-true disciples dared to do so, because they have no hope of winning, and in the end, it is just a disgrace, and may even attract the displeasure of the elders, to be chosen as a true transmission, whether it was the true transmission of a grand elder or a junior elder, was enough to prove that they were cranes. This flock of chickens referred to these non-true transmission disciples, even if they were cranes to the majority of cultivators outside the Divine Mountain. Therefore, there was also an unwritten consensus within the sect that it was a shame for true disciples to be challenged by non-true disciples during the reporting public period, proving that they simply did not have convincing strength. And Yusu's first challenger was an outer disciple, an extremely special outer disciple. Yusu didn't know that we're heading towards her in the words of the senior Nyang who were referring to they. He also had no intention of going one by one to investigate clearly. No matter what, he would stand firmly on the side of Shi Nyang. Then he just needed to wait for them to come to his door. Now it is already a real autumn. The sky wind is high. The clouds are amicable. Yusu long body jade standing, temples scattered hair with the train belt together fluttering, rocky as the independence of the lone pine. In the large martial arts arena, he was already the center of all eyes. Most of the female disciples had wonderful gazes, happy that there was another modest and beautiful young man in the clan, and the fervent ones were even eager to try out. The male disciples were all envious and angry, and hated that they couldn't take their place. After all, compared to the great fame of the Lotus Sword Venerable Master and the fairy Wangshu on the Lotus Peak, what was spreading even more amongst a group of male disciples was the great fame of their worldly beauty. When he was in Izumo City, Yusu was a bit unaccustomed to this feeling of being watched by a lot of people. After all, he was blind, and it felt rather strange that while others could see him, he couldn't see others. He had also heard a lot of the gossip in the crowd. He didn't blame this outer disciple who challenged him. After all, he really didn't have a reputation and it wasn't surprising that he would be challenged. Yusu even thanked this outer disciple for his bravery, giving him a chance to show himself, so that those who were skeptical and foolish would give up their unrealistic fantasies. Yusu couldn't help but take a deep breath. He liked this kind of weather that wasn't too cold or too hot the most. This kind of weather should be sitting on Lotus Peak reading a book or eating fruits and chatting with his senior sister. Not fighting here. After all, people of the same age or people of the same realm. Yusu didn't think he would lose. Summarizing the above 3 reasons, Yusu decided that he would all do his best to end this cutscene as soon as possible. Yusu, today's opponent, is a skinsome dark tall young man. Yusu stood in front of him, but also like a skinny teenager. He hung his eyes, silent, on the body of the Xianxiao sect. Outer disciples of the light blue robe were washed some white. At this moment, Elder Lu walked onto the ring, and the noisy crowd quieted down all of a sudden. Everyone didn't want to touch Elder Lu's mold. After all, amongst the outer disciples, he had always presented himself as a serious and harsh image. Elder Lu marched to the center of the ring and shouted, "Outer disciple Shi Yan disputes the strength of Lotus Peak's reserve true disciple Yusu." Upon verification, Shi Yan's bone age is 24 years old. Realm Spirit Stage Middle Realm. Yusu's bone age is 18 years old. Realm Spirit Stage Middle Realm. Meeting the challenge criteria. Yusu's sword eyebrow slightly raised. 24 years old was still within his expectations. At least there wasn't a 40 or 50-year-old spiritual platform middle realm that came to challenge him. But he will not take any opponent lightly. Not to mention that from the situation of divine sense probing, the other party is obviously not a generalized generation. The degree of solidity of a body of Xian Qi, Yusu are ashamed to be less than. This Xianxiao sect was really a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, worthy of being a place of heavenly pride. The sparring is to the point. No prohibited means may be used. Violators will be severely punished. Elder Lu briefly explained, first glancing at the poised Shi Yan, and then using his afterglow to survey the subdued Yusu. He couldn't help but sigh lowly in his heart, as if strangling at Yusu's luck. He wanted to introduce Yusu, today's special opponent, in advance, but was refused by Yusu. I do not know whether this blind man really have the courage to be so no one else, but I do not know that Yusu is just for the sake of fairness. Okay, here goes. With Elder Lu's order, the gazes of all the people in the room warmed up. Some wanted to see the joke, while others wanted to see the legend rise. The people who are interested in this duel are not only these disciples. The matter of Yusu opening the door of the divine mountain in 1.5 columns of incense was not deliberately concealed by Elder Lu. And those true transmission and elders who were hidden in the crowd and behind the clouds also wanted to see what kind of ability this new disciple of Lotus Peak who had come out of nowhere actually had. Third elder lying sideways on a piece of banana leaves flying in the air. One hand supporting the head. One hand carrying a half-transparent jade wine gourd. Wrapped in the body of the gorgeous green skirt overflowing if not green air. More exposed half of the naked shoulders of the icy muscles and jade bones. She tilted her head and poured a mouthful of wine. Then the whole body curve was revealed. It was really a cross look into the mountainside into a peak. The beauty is unbelievable. Although she seemed to be careless, her eyes glanced at the ring under the clouds from time to time. She took a look at the small Wangshu who had a dignified temperament on the side, skimmed her dainty lips that were getting more and more crystallized due to the wine infiltration, and patted the empty space on her side and said, "Little Wangshu, sit and watch. Aren't you tired of flying in the sky?" Fairy Wangshu ignored her and simply shook her head, her blue eyes concentrating fully on her own senior brother. The third elder rolled her playful eyes. "You don't trust your senior brother that much?" "I trust Shirshu, but I can't sit down when I see Shirshu about to fight someone. People say you're an iceberg fairy, but you're so concerned about a junior brother you've only known for a few days?" The third elder secretly slandered as she suddenly frowned, pivoting her body to sit upright, gathering all the spring light that had been inadvertently displayed. "Who does the third elder think will win?" Mighty voice from the clouds behind the green skirt beautiful woman came. Not long actually appeared 2 silhouettes. A robust middle-aged and a dashing young man. All are brocade red robe, imperial sword and walking. The middle-aged man had a warm smile and the youth was also courteous. Bowing, Changwon has met the third elder in Fairy Wangshu. Wangshu fairy ignored. Only concentrate on the master brother. The third elder also do not turn around. Will be between the eyes of the color of impatience hidden. A change in the normal voice line cold. Does the fifth elder think that an outer disciple can defeat a true disciple? Such a person can be 1 in 1,000. Third elder is right. I don't know where an outer disciple is so ungrateful that he dares to come and challenge the majesty of Lotus Peak. The fifth elder's red robe flowed with light as he smiled back. The third elder's hand holding the wine gourd tightened. The teasing intent in the fifth elder's words was still keenly detected by her. Being on the same sword peak, the true disciples of Red Rainbow Peak had never been challenged, and her voice was even colder and nonchalant. I thought the fifth elder would come to the challenge openly and honestly. The fifth elder glanced at the shapely side of the beautiful woman at his side, and without getting angry, let out a loud laugh. Third elder is afraid of a misunderstanding. I didn't arrange this, Shi Yan. Third elder has already confiscated the true transmission for more than 10 years, so it's not surprising that he doesn't recognize this son. He is a freak among the outer disciples. He joined the sect at the age of 17. and in the 7 years since then, he has challenged every true disciple that he could challenge, although he has invariably lost. The third elder's brows furrowed slightly. She seemed to have heard rumors of this person, but in the form of jokes passed down amongst disciples. Since it was a joke, wouldn't Yusu be even more imperative? It's really true that he won't turn back until he hits the south wall. The third elder commented as such. But this southern wall will be broken if you hit it more. The fifth elder stood on the sword, his hands behind his back. The fifth elder is thinking that Shi Yan will win? Instead, the fifth elder looked his sword eyes toward the field, not answering positively, and smiled faintly. I think Changwon will win. The young man named Changwon, also not modest, but chest out and head up, a confident attitude. But the rest of the light is swept not far from the white clothing snow fairy Wang Shu. Fairy Wang Shu has been beside no one else. At this time, when she heard what the fifth elder said, she even turned her head to look at the fifth elder, her blue eyes sparingly cold, said word by word, "Senior brother will win." As soon as the words fell, she flew straight down towards the ring. In the end, she landed beside Elder Lu because this place had the least number of spectators. Not liking disturbances, she only concentrated on her senior brother, and then she could not feel the noise around her due to her arrival. Back in the field, another thick wall of earth was erected, catching all of Yusu's incoming sword strokes. Yusu donned his sword to his chest and frowned tightly. This youth named Shi Yan was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Although this person was an outer disciple, his air transformation and defense moves were endless, and he had an extremely keen perception of many of them. Even if an occasional sword move was able to break through his defense and knock him down, he was able to recover his mobility extremely quickly. This slight advantage could not be used as a criterion to determine victory or defeat. Yusu tightened the hilt of the Emosong sword. He had also planned to end the fight the faster the better, but he didn't expect to run into a turtle that specialized in resisting fights. Knowing that he couldn't delay any longer, Yusu took a deep breath, mobilized the Xian Qi of his entire body, and resolved to give a decisive blow. Compared to when he first fought Wu Chang, Yusu's understanding of the use of his sword intent had long been different. He held the sword in both hands, and the surging Xian Qi between heaven and earth echoed him, puffing up his sleeves like blown-up balloons, with unseen sharp sword Qi wrapped around them. Many people's gazes were all flabbergasted. They could all see that the sword momentum on Yusu's body had been steeply elevated, and the ink-colored long sword in his hand was like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. High above the sky, the breezy fifth elder's face was stagnant, and the disciple next to him, Changwon, also had a grave expression and a face of disbelief. How does he also have sword intent? The gloom in the third elder's heart from being abandoned by little Wangshu was also swept away, and as if she was in a good mood, she shook the wine gourd and took a sip, and the tips of her feet, which were covered by her green skirt, flicked happily. Shi Yan was not afraid to face the sword. It was as if he did not know how to dodge, more like he did not know how to admit defeat. His body's muscles soared, almost bursting his long shirt. Yusu perceived the other party to receive this sword determination, also no longer hesitate. Sword intent such as torrential rain wildly pouring, 10,000 oxen rushing thunder, is bound to the sword before everything is crashed into 1,000 holes. Elder Lu had already driven his body, ready to cut through this sword intent in the nick of time. In his opinion, Yusu has already shown why he can become the in the crowd of prides to worship the Lotus Peak Lucky One. Alone this almost rounded sword intent, in the same realm is almost invincible. Shi Yan's defeat has become a foregone conclusion. Shi Yan, however, seemed to be oblivious to the unstoppable nature of this sword intent, and even planted his feet and legs, leaping towards the blade of the ink pine sword. Don't come! In the blink of an eye, the sound of his clothes shattering resounded. A six-mangled spell formation suddenly appeared behind Shi Yan's back, and a thick yellow light spread to his muscular arms. He was actually going to use his hands to catch the sword hard. On the martial arts arena, the moment the swords and the people met, heaven and earth resounded like a roar. Majestic sound waves burst out, and the hair of the people in the front row was blown up. Elder Lu looked at Shi Yan, who was lying in a piece of rubble with scars all over his body, and his eyes flashed with intolerance. This first thing that said today was to stop him from protecting him, only because if he shot, that means the victory or defeat has been divided. Old acquaintance. Yusu stood on one side, the body of the sword momentum surging. He did not understand the cut just, why the opponent must receive this sword cannot. Elder Lu let out a low sigh and said in a loud voice, I declare. Wait. Amidst the rubble, the sound of anger rose. The pile of rubble actually gathered high and then rolled down Shi Yan's broad back, and Shi Yan stood up with a gasp, blood still lingering at the corners of his mouth as he insisted. I haven't lost. I can still fight. It's too cold and I have a small cold, so I won't post if I don't revise 1,000 words, so I'll rest early and get at least tomorrow 6K. End of chapter. Yen, you have already made great progress by being able to receive this sword. Do not lose your sense of proportion. In the face of Yen, who insisted on entangling himself in the fight, Elder Lu instead spoke warmly to dissuade him, as if urging the prodigal son to turn back. Elder Lu, I really haven't lost yet. Let me continue fighting. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu sighed helplessly again and glanced at Yusu. Yusu sensed the gaze and he knew that Elder Lu was asking what he meant. This stoneware looks honest, but as if the dog skin plaster general, also do not take the initiative to fight, just pestered Swimsu to fight in general. At this time, Yusu could not help but feel some resentment, guessing that the other party was sent by some big shot to deliberately disgust him. He would never believe that someone who could take his sword intent head-on could only be an outer disciple. He stepped forward with his sword, his face a bit unkind, and asked in a deep voice, "Who the hell sent you? Elder Lu, is he talking to me?" That Yen foolishly scratched his head. Elder Lu glanced at him and explained in a low voice for him. "Yusu, no one sent him. Go ahead and fight. He won't admit defeat until he's knocked down. When the fight is over, I'll talk to you in detail." Yusu froze, secretly said that the original was actually his own misunderstanding, and then adjusted his mind and looked squarely at his opponent. Elder Lu nodded slightly and exited the field, where the two continued to cross swords. That Yen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, still eager to try. It would be difficult for Yusu to gather sword intent again in a short period of time, unless he utilized the sword nurturing technique to vent out that divine intent he had accumulated over the past few days. Yusu sensed that Yen's pace was staggering a bit, and decided that it was better to hold back. Relying on the 36 styles of the duck sword alone was already enough to defeat this stubborn and strong man. A few more sword lights flashed by, and although that Yen still received all of them, he was far less comfortable than he was at the beginning. Yusu could feel that he was at the end of his rope, but Yusu really didn't understand. What was it about an ordinary competition that supported this man, that he had to fight until he was drained? The Yen who fell down and rose up under the sword actually made Yusu think of himself in Izumo City, who still clenched his teeth in the face of an unrivaled enemy. If he gave up lightly just because his opponent was Realist Ling, Patriarch Qi, or City Lord Lu, how could he possibly fight for the slightest chance of survival? Refusing to give up in front of a strong enemy was not his prerogative. In this world, there would be others who would stick to the end for the obsession in their hearts. Thinking about this, Yusu also rose to respect this opponent, and a trace of sympathy welled up in his heart. But even so, this was a victory he could never give away. Snowmass. Yashimitsu. The crane is at the top of the hill. These three styles were not considered to be the most powerful among the Mandarin swords, but when paired together, they were step by step and difficult to resist. Sword wind whistling. Yen has gradually shown decadence. Obviously only point to the end of the competition. His body hangs in many parts of the color. Also no one shouted stop. Many people in the audience knew Yen, a freak who had repeatedly challenged true disciples for many years in a row, but had lost. The true disciples he challenged loathed him, and the outer disciples he represented behind him despised him even more. At first, there were people who praised him for his courage to challenge the authority, but now Yen, who had lost many battles, was just a disgraceful joke who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth to others. Elder Lu was also like this. He was in charge of true disciple matters. Naturally he knew Yen quite well, but he didn't look down on Yen more and more like the others. Instead he appreciated him more and more in his heart. Every challenge, Yen is the same as today, stubbornly refused to lose, even by those infuriated true disciples as a sandbag like venting. He also blatantly subjected to it, and then in exchange for all the injuries and snickers, he hid in a corner to quietly recuperate from injuries, waiting for the next preparatory true disciples appear. However, few people realized that this sandbag was getting harder and harder. It was as if every blow he took was digested into his own strength. His keen insight into other people's moves did not come from instinct, but because he had taken enough hits. Single Yen, this body defense skills has long exceeded the general level of the true transmission. Delayed no elders would like to promote him into the true transmission of the reason. In addition to all his talent points in the defense, there is an inconvenient to say the reason. Elder Lu sighed silently, looking at Yen who had planted himself on the edge, and couldn't help but call a halt to the competition. But in a flash of lightning, his old eyes flickered, keenly sensing something strange, only to see the ring. Yen legs sunk into the cracked stone surface, arms raised and folded. A wall of Xian air is stubbornly resisting the Yusu imperative sword, but the edge of disintegration, and behind Yen's back, the six mangled spell formation that had helped him receive the downstream Sumo's egregious sword intent had even reappeared. The difference was that this time, the direction in which the six mangled spell formation operated was actually reversed. Elder Lu didn't recognize the technique, but he could see what Yen was trying to do. The first time it appeared, he could see clearly that it was the operation of the spell formation that dissolved most of the sword's power for Shi Yan. At this moment, the formation was reversed, and the majestic and complex Xianxi surged from the formation to Shi Yan's limbs and bones, and every blood vessel and every inch of muscle in his body swelled up and almost exploded. It was by no means only Yusu's sword intent that filled his savage flesh, but also every blow he had ever endured. Shi Yan was like a ball bouncing back from the bottom, and like a volcano erupting from the bottom. This solid young man, who seemed to always take a beating, finally showed his fangs today, and the way he bit into his opponent was to return all the wounds he had received. The wall blocking the sword had shattered with a bang, and the shadow of a gigantic ancient divine beast emerged behind Shi Yan, blossoming with divine golden light. It was a strike that had been brewing for 7 years, the spirit of Ba***** that this stupid kid had gotten from somewhere. This golden divine turtle with sharp fangs, the legendary 6 sons of the dragon, opened its bloody mouth at Yusu. Yusu was like a lone willow in the wind in front of this bashful silhouette. This was by no means a move that a youngster of the spiritual platform realm could resist. Even the third elder who was above the clouds was floored. In what she thought would be an uneventful battle, there were actually repeated changes. She stood on the top of the mountain for more than 100 years, and only then was she shocked to realize that the young people nowadays have been as terrifying as this. Aside of the 5 elders watching the battle, Foot-Flying Sword is also flowing red rainbow light. His expression, actually some regret, while Elder Lu had already half rushed into the field, deciding that the fight must be stopped. There was one person in the field who was faster than him. It was none other than Fairy Wangshu, who had unsheathed her sword. Fairy Wangshu's pair of blue eyes stared tightly at Yusu. The sword in her hand was as bright as the moonlight. She would not allow her senior brother to be harmed in the slightest. An explosive cry suddenly rang out between heaven and earth, stopping the movements of Fairy Wangshu and Elder Lu, as well as stabilizing the minds of all those present. Don't come! Yusu somehow got the divine power to leap to a height that the crowd didn't dare to imagine. In the storm, his black robe was filled with air currents, and the Emosong sword was held high above his head, the sound of the sword whistling like 10,000 bells. The sound of swords is also one of the most beautiful sounds in the world. Though they are man-made pieces of iron, they invoke true celestial music. An old crone in the crowd half squinted her eyes, savoring the stirring sound of the sword, and said so to her disciple. She was the Zhai elder in the Xianxiao sect who used music to enter the Tao, and was also the most senior junior elder in the sect. The clueless young girl also followed her own master's example, closing her eyes to feel the voice, but always could not help stealing glances at the godlike teenager lingering in midair. Not everyone can enjoy as much as Elder Zhai. The front row disciples all covered their ears. Unbearable. Yusu, however, was spiritually silent, enjoying the serenity of heaven and earth alone. That vibration of blood and flesh brought about by the Tai Sui meat reappeared, far more intense than the night when he killed Ling Jinjin. The feeling it brought to Yusu was as if there were countless hearts present in his body, and they were drumming together until the moment when all heartbeats were at a uniform frequency. And the moment has come. A flash of ink and light, as if a man of letters had left a colorful mark on the white clouds. The gigantic divine beast's shadow still maintained its movement to devour everything, but its forehead, which was densely covered with golden scales, broke through a large hole and used this as a starting point, breaking apart inch by inch and eventually dissolving into nothingness. The spectators all forgot to breathe. The splendor of this battle, in this ring for non-true disciples to perform martial arts, was definitely described as unprecedented. This strong man from the countryside, who had become the laughingstock of the entire clan for looking for abuse all day long, and whom people disdained to be associated with, was actually carrying the inheritance of a divine beast that was comparable to an innate Tao body. No one wanted to see the legendary story of a grassroots rebel, and just when everyone was feeling slapped in the face for Shi Yan's deep concealment, Yusu used his sword to tell the world why he could become the second true heir of Lotus Peak while others couldn't, and to make all those who had once viewed themselves as extraordinary but had been rejected by Lotus Peak feel ashamed of themselves. As the smoke cleared, the ring had shattered into a pile of rotten rocks. Shi Yan was covered in debris, his eyes lost in thought. He has poured everything into this battle and has been holding back for 7 years, and today is the battle he is bound to win. He had reasons why he had to become a true disciple, and without the elders taking the initiative to ask for him, he fought on his own, and as long as he won over the true disciples, he felt sure that he would have a chance to be looked at by the elders. But he couldn't win. It didn't matter. He could hold back until he felt he could win, and turn the tables on himself. But the efforts he had accumulated for 7 years also came to naught under the sword of this teenager. He was already 24 years old, and as long as he reached the age of 25, it would basically be difficult to become a true disciple again, because the root bones were already set, and if he wasn't seen before, he would be even less likely to do so down the road. He who invented all his accumulations in one go today no longer had a chance. With only one short year, and others knowing about his special technique, they would definitely not attack him at will anymore, and it was no longer possible for him, who was not good at any means of offense, to build up such a surprising counterattack. Having left home alone for 7 years to come to this place of hope in God's mountain, he now realizes that it doesn't belong to him at all. Disappointment and frustration also lasted only for a moment in Shuriyan's heart. The silhouette in his memory surfaced. Since there was a reason why he had to insist on becoming a true biographer, any giving up before complete despair was a cowardly move. He had lost all the way here, so how could he be worse off than this one defeat? Although it was only 1 year, it might not be without a chance. Revitalized faith, Shuriyan eyes back to God. He tried to clench his fists, but due to the severity of the injury cannot. Even pushed aside the body of these debris to climb out he cannot do. Originally would like to be like every time before. Oneself hard to climb up and then gray away. Now can only lie here to slow down. More troublesome is, I am afraid that cannot escape the gaze of those people. Even with his strong convictions, he couldn't help but sigh. At that exact moment, the weight weighing him down lightened, and a great deal of light penetrated, so dazzling that he squinted, and already a little dizzy. He did not see who had moved the stone for him. It should be Elder Lu. Over the years that cold-faced and warm-hearted Elder Lu did secretly help himself a lot, but unfortunately he could not listen to his counsel. He adapted to the influx of light, and also saw the appearance of the person in front of him. His black robe was torn in many places, his hair was disheveled, and his face was stained with some dust, which added a bit of perseverance and unshakable temperament to his already abundant and godlike jade. This person who cleared the stone for him and extended a helping hand to him turned out to be his opponent today, Yusu. Shuriyan couldn't help but be a little stunned. Every time in the past, those true disciples he challenged would leave him alone after beating themselves up. The ones with good character would just walk past him indifferently, and the ones with bad character would perhaps leave behind a few insults that only he could hear. He didn't have any complaints. After all, these true legends were originally spirited, but being challenged by him, an outer disciple, would inevitably feel shame, even if there are some well-cultivated people. I'm afraid that he was also annoyed by this stalker's battle method. The true disciple who would take the initiative to show him kindness. Yusu was still the first one, but he himself had made him a Lotus Peak true successor who had been so ambitious, become so dusty that he wasn't angry? Grab my hand if you can't get up. Yusu wiped the blood from his lips with his left hand, his right hand still extended. The sun was right behind Yusu, and the light shone through him to Shuriyan, who was lying in the pit. Shuriyan grinned at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mouthful of large, gray-stained white teeth, and with all his strength, he raised his hand and hitched it. Elder Lu floated to the side, and the admiration in his gaze towards Yusu was already unconcealed. As the two protagonists stood up in the ruins, a sparse applause rang out among the onlookers, which then grew louder and louder until it was deafening. The two people in the scene, no matter who was worthy of this applause. Shuriyan seemed to be a bit embarrassed and a bit at a loss for words in this situation. In contrast, Yusu was like a seasoned old man, and he also handed Shuriyan a warm smile. Shuriyan scratched his head and rushed at Yusu. Thanks. Yusu smiled and sincerely complimented. You're really good. You shouldn't be an outer disciple. Shuriyan was slightly flabbergasted, then cheerfully returned. You're even better. The corners of Elder Lu's withered mouth also rose as he stood in the middle of the duo, suddenly puffing out his chest and speaking aloud in a high voice. This duel, Yusu wins. Shuriyan's objection is null and void. Elder Lu, don't be in a hurry to jump to conclusions. Among the spectators, an immortal robed, gold-crowned female immortal slowly floated into the air, smilingly looking at the few people in the ruins. Later. End of chapter. Elder Lu's white eyebrows frowned slightly as he looked at the female immortal and said, Fairy Lu has instructions? Fairy Lu, with her white dress and gentle smile, said, Are there any rules for this sparring session? Of course there are rules. Fairy Lu is the deacon of the book Immortal Peak, and she knows about the rules better than I do. If Fairy Lu has something to say, she might as well say it directly. Elder Lu knew that the other party was not coming from a good place, so he did not speak politely. The book Immortal Peak not only writes books for the earth and leads the cultural lineage of the earth, but is also responsible for writing laws, whether on earth or on the divine mountain. Many of the regulations, restrictions, rewards and punishments were established by the book Immortal Peak. It's good to have rules. Article 34 of the Shin Shao Sect Disciple Cutting Laws. Does Elder Lu remember what it says? Immortal Lu spoke in a gentle tone, like a human teacher who followed the rules. At this level of cultivation, basically all of them are unforgettable. Fairy Lu asked this question, but it was just to let Elder Lu personally say the answer. Elder Lu also knew this in his heart. He looked back at the ring that had become ruins and rubbed his temples impatiently. Does Fairy Lu still want to test me? If you have any objections, just say so. Let me remind Elder Lu. That article says that disciples meet to spar independently. The rest of the people except the referee are not allowed to go on the stage. If there is a violation, the profiteer will be judged negative immediately. Elder Lu looked back. There can be 4 people on this stage. Fairy Lu held a smile. The crowd of onlookers looked at the field. In addition to Yusu, Shi Yen, Lu Elder, there really is another person. It is the silent standing in the side of the fairy Wang Shu. Yusu furrowed his sword brows. This inexplicably appearing Fairy Lu. I'm afraid that she was one of those people who made sure Nyang would worry for him. Fairy Wangshu blinked her blue eyes. Her eyes were so cloudy for the first time. No longer the clear color she had before. Everyone's eyes in the room were focused on her, and her grip on the sword involuntarily tightened a bit, an unnatural feeling permeating her body. Yusu staggered out a few steps and blocked in front of his senior sister, blocking most of the line of sight for her. Fairy Wangshu glanced at him. Her eyes were complicated. She actually somewhat resisted Yusu's approach, secretly stepped back a few steps and said, I was trying to save my master's brother. Yusu was keenly aware of his senior sister's retreat and was puzzled in his heart. Fairy Lu smiled even more as she heard this. Fairy Wangshu's heart to save her senior brother deserves to be recognized. But you have to know that sometimes good intentions can do bad things. You violated the rules, so that Yusu can only be judged negative. The next time, Fairy, don't be so impulsive again. As soon as the words fell, the audience present all changed expression. Fight to this point also want to judge Yusu for negative. Really let a person some dare not believe. But this book Immortal Peak of the Land Fairy reputation is very good. Can be described as beautiful, kind-hearted, fairy model, said is also the truth. According to the rules of view is indeed Yusu defeat. For a while, no one dared to discuss this victory privately, only waiting for a few big names to decide. Fairy Wangshu was not deeply involved in the world, where had she dealt with this kind of scene. She was dumbfounded for a while, her left hand tightly twisting her skirt, while her gaze wandered between Yusu and Fairy Lu. Elder Lu cursed in his heart. He was aware of the conflict between Book Immortal Peak and Lotus Peak, but he could not do anything about these people from Book Immortal Peak who followed the dead rules. If Yusu was really convicted, then his status as a true disciple would have to be cancelled, which would be an incalculable loss for the Xianxiao sect. But Elder Lu couldn't use this as a reason to refute Fairy Lu to her face. After all, rules are rules. He could only keep recalling in his mind what other special regulations in that law could be used to break the game. The white mass of light belonging to senior sister began to distort in a twisted manner, which indicated that there was a problem with the flow of Xian Qi around Fairy Wangshu's body, which stemmed from the change in her state of mind. Yusu also didn't care if this Fairy Lu did it intentionally or if she really was the solid guardian of the rules. No matter what, he couldn't let his naive senior sister be embarrassed to this extent because of him. Fairy Lu, disciple has a question to ask. Yusu braced himself to stand up straight. Even though you are not a disciple of our clan, I am willing to clear up your confusion. So ask. Immortal Lu deliberately emphasized. The disciple would like to ask how the is defined in this law word. Upstage. Fairy Lu laughed. To appear in the ring is to go on stage. Does that have to be standing on the stage to count? Or does flying count? Naturally, they all count. Fairy Lu quickly replied. Then I would like to ask, if an immortal flies over the ring today, does he count as being on the stage? As soon as the words fell, high in the sky, the fifth elder, who was flying with his sword and looking down from the sky, was stunned for a split second, and Changwen, who was beside him, asked in surprise with his lips and teeth slightly open, Master, the divine sense of the spiritual platform realm, can probe this high? It's just a coincidence. If the spirit platform realm had this kind of divine sense, what else would it use a sword for? Oh, the third elder listened to the conversation between the master and disciple, rolled her saucy white eyes, and focused her beautiful eyes on Yusu again. Naturally it doesn't count. Fairy Lu's immortal dimple was slightly condensed. Why doesn't it count? Don't they all fly on the stage? Yusu continued to pursue the question. Immortals flying by don't affect your win, so they don't count. My senior sister doesn't have any influence either. I'm the one who's fighting this fight. She just happened to pass by from here, and she didn't put up a fight from the beginning to the end. Looking at it this way, then my senior sister doesn't count as being on stage either. Your senior sister flying low enough to interfere with her opponent's judgment has certainly had an effect on victory or defeat. How high is considered high and how low is considered low? Doesn't Fairy Lu understand that in this law? Fairy Lu stroked the golden crown on her forehead, her smile fading slightly. Are you trying to stir up trouble? The laws and regulations of Book Immortal Peak cannot be questioned by you. Yusu coughed twice, only to feel the pain of the whole body falling apart, but still pulled out a smile and said, Fairy Lu was not to be blamed. Just that this rule is really some omissions. It is difficult to convince my heart. Elder Lu added in time. What Yusu said has some truth to it. A law with omissions can't be valid by definition. Fairy Lu still maintained her dignified demeanor, even if your senior sister didn't count when she flew. At this time, she is still effectively standing on the stage, still violating the law. Yusu stepped on a piece of rubble near his feet. The surrounding area was already full of devastation and rubble scattered, where he could still distinguish the scope of the boundaries bounded by the ring. He laughed. Dare I ask Fairy Lu where the stage is? Where do I stand to be considered on the stage? The feet of the front row spectators were also piled up with the debris that the ring had turned into, and each of them was busy kicking it away at this time, fearing that they too would be penalized and obstructing the competition. For standing on the stage, Fairy Lu's eyes were as cold as frost. She stared at Yusu, and was about to open her mouth, but a human voice interrupted first. Fairy Lu, Sure Yen, thank you. I know that you have a good heart and pity me, and that you have a discerning eye for my talent, and that's why you're trying to find a way for me to turn my defeat into a victory. But Sure Yen, can't accept this kind of victory. Yusu's senior sister didn't do anything to help, simply because I didn't beat him. This time, I admit defeat. But don't worry, Fairy Lu, I will definitely work harder in the next year, and I will definitely return your favor by joining the Shu Xian Peak. Sure Yen swore with all his heart and clasped his fists, and when the crowd heard this, they didn't know what this tiger-backed Sure Yen was thinking, but he actually thought that he would be worshipped in the book Immortal Peak, which was full of immortal and elegant people. Just thinking about that scene, I feel that it is against the funny. After Sure Yan's self-motivated speech, Fairy Lu's gentle smile that she had been maintaining also completely faded away, and her interest was completely gone. Even the main character had taken the initiative to admit defeat, so there was no value for her to continue arguing with Yusu about the laws and regulations. Fairy Lu looked toward Sure Yen, who had a naive smile on his face, and his voice line was cold and restrained. Sure Yen, I hope you can understand that I am not arguing for you. I am arguing for the laws set by Book Immortal Peak. If it were someone else, I would have spoken out just the same. So it's not that I'm looking at your talent at all. If you aspire to be a true evangelist, I would suggest that you should not choose Book Immortal Peak, as you will not have a chance. Sure Yen, on the other hand, put down his hand that was scratching his head and said with a grateful face, Fairy Lu said it earlier. It scared me to death. I didn't like reading books since I was a kid, and the Book Immortal Peak is the last place I want to go. Upon hearing this, Fairy Lu's chest rose and fell, and she exhaled a long breath as if she was forcing herself to endure something. The onlookers all covered their mouths and laughed lightly, admiring Sure Yen for being able to annoy even the gentle Fairy Lu into such a state. Elder Lu stroked the goatee at the corner of his mouth and said to Fairy Lu, in my opinion, this law of the Book Immortal Peak is a bit old, and we still need to check and fill in the gaps from time to time. Since there is an omission in the rules, it does not count. I will go back and use this as a case study to improve the law. I promise on behalf of Book Immortal Peak that the next time there is another incident, I will definitely be able to give a fair ruling in accordance with the laws and regulations. Immortal Lu declared in a proper voice, and then she turned around to leave. Elder Lu laughed. How can the things of this world be calculated? Fairy Lu, then who is the winner today? Fairy Lu's golden crown swirled slightly as she turned her head, coldly staring at Elder Lu with a single word. Yusu Shang. The onlooker disciples also erupted in cheers. In the final analysis, the winner of this wonderful battle, Yusu was the one who deserved it. With the departure of Fairy Lu, Yusu also put down his mind, but almost could not support paralyzed on the ground, only to feel that he was a familiar hand to the back. The other hand is probed into the crook of his legs. He was even familiar as deliberately bent for its convenience to support the legs. He then feel regret has been too late. Wang Shu Fairy has already horizontal embrace up swim Su, in front of the face of the entire crowd straight into the sky, leaving the crowd alone face to face. End of chapter. I also don't know where this kid gets the strength, the third elder murmured in a low voice, and glanced at the fifth elder on the side. He's exhausted like this. And you guys from Red Rainbow Peak still want to come and challenge tomorrow? Without replying, the fifth elder turned around to leave. Aren't you afraid that people will say you won't win? The third elder frowned. Everyone thinks that Red Rainbow Peak will definitely make a move. If I don't make a move, won't there still be people who think that I, Red Rainbow Peak, am afraid? The fifth elder put his hands behind his back and turned his back to the third elder. Don't worry, third elder, the cut will be fair. Same sword cultivator. Is it so important to divide them into high and low? It is because they are both sword cultivators that they must be divided. As soon as the fifth elder's words fell, he had already brought his own disciples to fly out of the sea of clouds with his sword. Sister? Yusu was gently placed on her own bed and softly called out to Fairy Wangshu, who stood silently at her side. All the way through the flight, including being carried up the mountain by Fairy Wangshu, she remained surprisingly silent. Yusu had already called out to senior sister many times, but Fairy Wangshu ignored him not even once. This was a far cry from the previous senior sister who answered all questions and requests. This time, the senior sister still did not give a response, but she doesn't leave either, and there is a somewhat awkward silence in Yusu's room. Yusu couldn't help but be apprehensive, and for a moment he couldn't think of what exactly had turned his senior sister into this state. He tried to open his eyes, but it seemed to be ineffective due to excessive force. However, even though he was unable to see people, senior sister's mood was still conveyed to Yusu in the form of the xianqi around her body. Normally, the flow of xianqi around senior sister's body was smooth and natural, and all those xianqi flowing between heaven and earth were cheerfully expecting to enter senior sister's spiritual platform. At this moment, however, it was as if they were fearfully resisting something, becoming tangled and chaotic, as if they were reminding against Yusu's divine sense. Don't mess with her. She's upset right now. Yusu lay on the bed and carefully recalled. What had upset senior sister? Is that the impartial Fairy Lu? She denied that her intention to protect her brother was a mistake, and thus defined her simple behavior as a favor, making her the who buried her brother's efforts bad guy, and so she fell into a state of self-blame and displeasure. Yusu felt that this was the most likely reason. Senior sister, didn't I still win in the end? Don't take what Fairy Lu said to heart. Winning or losing isn't important. Instead, I'm very grateful that senior sister can care so much about senior brother. To be honest, I'm quite flattered. What does it mean to be flattered? The senior sister finally spoke, but her voice was a different kind of coldness than before. It's just feeling happy and uneasy due to being cared for. Yusu softly explained that the cultural paper making of the senior sister didn't seem to be too high. What are you upset about? I'm uneasy. Don't know how to repay senior sister. You really think so? Fairy Wangshu's tone slowed down slightly. Of course. Yusu was decisive. Fairy Wangshu's blue eyes deepened, staring at Yusu for a while before she slightly sidestepped and moved her eyes away, and the xianqi around her body actually became a bit more chaotic. Yusu noticed this subtle change. Heart also cooled half. Sister in his view has always been pure as crystal. Should be very simple woman is. How to coax more and more angry. His heart was anxious, coupled with the exhaustion of xianqi. He actually coughed violently under the exhaustion of his heart. Fairy Wangshu was no longer a cool demeanor, and hastily came up to put her hand on Yusu's abdomen, and a steady stream of xianqi was injected into it. Although other people's xianqi could not be used for oneself, it could at least relieve the urgent need for those thirsty meridians that had long been accustomed to the presence of xianqi. Yusu felt the movement of the senior sister, the heart slightly warm, just the divine sense of the young girl's hand although placed on him, but the head is still inclined. Still angry look. Yusu's mind turned slightly. He suddenly thought of something. If Fairy Lu had made his senior sister angry, why did she take a few steps back when he was standing in front of her? The one who made senior sister angry was clearly himself. Thinking about it, Yusu couldn't think of any point that he did wrong to make his senior sister unhappy. He decided to stop the internal conflict and took the initiative to ask questions. Senior sister is sorry. It's senior brother's stupidity. I don't know what he did wrong to displease senior sister. Fairy Wangshu turned her head and looked at Yusu's sincere face, then slightly lowered it again and stammered. Why are you being mean to me if Shitty thinks I'm good to you? Yusu recalled all the conversations with his sister. The only that can be called thing is the sentence in the ring today fierce, don't come. So that's why senior sister is unhappy. It's the first time I've had a senior brother, and no one has ever taught me how to be a senior sister. Where I'm wrong, senior brother can teach me, but don't be so mean anymore, okay? I don't want to be mean to Shidoshi. Ask yourself. Yusu absolutely do not have half of the so-called fierce sister. Blame sister meaning. Just then in a hurry he focused on that fight. Do not want to lose. He did not want to have anyone to interrupt. Lightning, or he had the energy to perceive to save the person who is, can only be slightly angry bellowed out. I didn't realize that senior sister was so sensitive that she fell into self-hatred for a long time just because of senior brother's unintentional heavy words. Yusu was half speechless. He didn't want to go and characterize his senior sister's sensitivity as either pretentiousness or naivete, simply because either way, it was a sign that his senior sister placed too much importance on her own opinion. He once again lamented his good fortune to have all the sincerity of this lonely young girl at the top of the mountain all to himself. He secretly resolved to guard this sincere heart of his senior sister. Senior sister, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. It was too urgent at the time. I didn't mean to yell at you alone. Yusu's voice was like a warm spring. I swear, senior brother will never be mean to senior sister again. Aha! Fairy Wangshu nodded heavily. Senior brother is so nice. And as her mood improved, the xianqi around her also returned to normal. as if they were all leaping for joy at her transformation. Yusu only felt that her hand on her abdomen was cold and icy, but the Xianxi that came in was warm and pleasant. Elder sister is so nice. Yusu helplessly smiled, lamented the simplicity of the senior sister. Obviously she muffled unhappy all the way, but as long as there's simple apology she can immediately get better, as if she is not angry at all, just as a fake angry small child. Make a show to tell him I am not happy. You quickly come to coax me. The lovely senior sister, the loving senior mother, and the dear senior sister who had not returned. Yusu had made up his mind that he absolutely had to stay on this Lotus Peak. Thinking about this, he could not help but feel some sorrow. Today's sparring session had far exceeded the usual specifications, resulting in his body being on the verge of depletion even though he had fought a shocking battle. Although the strong physical body brought about by the Tai Sui had no external injuries, the accumulation of Xianqi required a process, and if there were still people coming to challenge him tomorrow, how should he respond? End of chapter. All of his limbs were exhausted from the battle, but his empty spiritual platform was like a baby waiting to be fed. If it wasn't for the Xianqi that his senior sister had sent in from the outside to soothe the tiredness of his meridians, I'm afraid that Yusu would have had to recuperate for at least a day before he could start cultivating again. Yusu also didn't want to waste his senior sister's good intentions. He swallowed a true air pill gifted to him by Gu Yao, sank his mind and began to concentrate on refining it. But what surprised Yusu was that the concentration of Xianqi in this potion was not low. So why was there so little left that eventually flowed into the spiritual platform? He carefully inspected and realized that most of the Xianqi had actually broken away from his meridians and flowed into his physical body. The flesh of most immortal cultivators is extraordinary. That is because of the nourishment of Xianqi, but generally speaking, the Xianqi is first flowed to the spiritual platform, and then go to the whole body. Yusu at this time is just the opposite. This could be counterintuitive, as if his spirit platform could only pick up the leftovers from his fleshly body. This situation would basically only occur to those cultivators who specialized in body refining techniques, because to them, the importance of the physical body had already surpassed that of the spirit platform. Yusu also do not know whether to be happy or sad. Happy is the fusion of the Tai Sui. He has not practiced any body forging method in the case of obtaining an extremely strong physical body. Sad is the cultivation of the future. Balancing the spiritual platform and physical body of the he needs to be more than the normal people of the Xianqi. And the reason he hadn't noticed this phenomenon before was probably because after he had fully fused the Tai Sui, he had never poured out even the power of his flesh as he did today. Fairy Wanshu felt that Yusu's spiritual platform was still dry. When the Xianqi she injected wasn't enough to help her senior brother, so both her hands covered up and stuck a little tighter. And at this time, Yusu's body was on the verge of breaking away from exhaustion. Any touch was extremely clear. Through the robe, it was as if he could also feel the muscles of his senior sister's hands, and uncontrollably, the Lotus Peak boy stood upright. After realizing this, Yusu was greatly embarrassed. In fact, as early as after practicing that Zheng Yang nurturing sword skill he felt that he was getting stranger and stranger. He felt as if he was a balloon. It was true that there was a lot of chi built up in his body, but the slightest contact could cause this bulging balloon to deform. Even the daily rooster crowing time was getting longer and longer, making him quite disturbed. He hurriedly lifted his senior sister's hand up and turned sideways to cover the embarrassment. Senior sister. No need. Fairy Wangshu blinked, not noticing the change in Yusu, and asked, when I was very tired in the past, this is how master helped me recover. Don't you like it, senior brother? Frankly speaking, relying on someone else's Xianqi to warm the empty meridians first did help with recovery and could definitely be considered comfortable. But if it turned into the state that Yusu was in at the moment, such comfort would become a form of torture. Senior sister, it has nothing to do with liking it or not. It's mainly about treating the symptoms. This word Fairy Wangshu did understand the meaning. Is senior brother in a hurry to recover his Xianqi? If I don't recover quickly, what if someone else comes to challenge me tomorrow? In order to stay at Lotus Peak, I can't lose. As a matter of fact, the sparring match was not even to this level of desperation, so there wouldn't be a situation like Yusu's where he fought this fight and didn't have a next fight. Then it would be good for senior brother to use the Lotus Immortal Seed. Fairy Wangshu withdrew her hand that was hanging in midair. Lotus Seed? As Yusu's thoughts reached him, the simple and elegant lotus flower at the center of his brow loomed, flashing with pinkish golden divine light. The tiredness in Yusu's divine sense was also relieved. Without his senior sister's reminder, he had even forgotten about this great gift that his senior mother had given him, perhaps because in his subconscious mind, he had never thought that he would use it one day. But, Yusu some hesitation, although he knew that the teacher mother for him to leave the immortal seed is for him to use, but really to use or full of reluctance. But what? A ripe and flattering rhetorical voice rang out, and it was actually the third elder who walked into Yusu's room with a curling gait. As she walked, She surveyed the layout of Yusu's room, her eyes eventually landing on the teenager. You're not going to be reluctant to use it, are you? Yusu thought for a moment and said, I think that no one should come back to challenge me in the next 2 days. Using this immortal seed is somewhat unnecessary. It should be used in more critical times. A fluke in your heart. The third elder's tone was cold, looking disdainfully at Yusu. Did you think that the strength you showed convinced everyone? Or do you think that the Xianshao sect are all decent people who won't take advantage of others? Yusu was silent. It is indeed good that you have this strength in the spirit platform realm, but it is not unprecedented. The fact that people want to challenge you during your public period is by no means taking advantage of people's danger, but it is in accordance with the rules. I can tell you very clearly that if you want to be Lotus Peak's true heir, the remaining 2 days won't be any easier for you than today. Yusu sniffed and had a decision in his heart. By planting the immortal seed for him, Senior Maiden was recognizing him as a truly important disciple, and if he were to lose his qualification for the true transmission because he didn't want to use it, I'm sure Senior Maiden would only feel disappointed. I see. The lotus pattern between Yusu's eyebrows glowed even more brightly. The third elder nodded slightly and sighed lowly in his heart. He didn't expect the 13th elder to give up his essence to condense the immortal seed for Yusu when he was clearly injured to such an extent. Could it be that he had saved the 13th elder's life? To know, even Xiao Wangshu did not have an immortal seed in his body. At this time, Yusu had already converged his divine consciousness, and in the sea of consciousness, an immortal seed quietly shattered. Starting from the center of the eyebrow, it was as if there were millions of tiny warm streams flowing all over the body. For Yusu's thirsty body, the xianxi left behind by the master's wife was no less than the sweet rain in a long drought. No pill could compare to the purest xianxi of a void venerable master, and every meridian and every inch of your muscles were greedily absorbing this timely rain. The third elder's expression was stunned as she looked at the immortal seed in the center of Yusu's brow. This immortal seed's speed of dimming was also a little too fast, and she also viewed towards Yusu's body, only to feel that this flesh was like an infinite vortex devouring xianxi. A mere spiritual platform realm. Could it be that he had to drain this immortal seed in order for him to return to his full strength? No wonder he was able to chop that overbearing lower divine soul. What kind of physique does he have? The third elder let out a low sigh and changed out of thin air a spirit fruit that was dense with rich immortal qi. Just by looking at it, he felt that it was worth a lot of money. Little Wangshu, when your senior brother wakes up, give him this fruit to eat. Fairy Wangshu didn't push back and reached out to take it, good-naturedly saying, Thank you, third elder. The third elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. You don't want anything I give you, but you're quick to pick up when I give it to your senior brother. Guard him well. There will be another bad battle tomorrow. He can't win without giving his best. With that, she had already exited the door. Her attitude towards Yusu was neither good nor bad, and helping Yusu was just to fulfill the 13th elder's wish. End of chapter. When Yusu woke up again, it was already the morning hours of the second day. Fairy Wanshu was still guarding his side, holding a spirit fruit, and the pink gold lotus flower between Yusu's eyebrows had completely dimmed and was difficult to see. His body and spirit platform were also greatly enriched accordingly. Yusu clenched his fist, feeling that this power contained in body was even greater than before. Well fed, he changed his robes and simply washed up before walking out of the courtyard with his senior sister. The third elder had already sent a message that he had another battle today. Overnight, Shi Yan had become a celebrity among the outer disciples of the Xianshao sect, and even more famous than him was Yusu. After yesterday's battle, in the crowd's word of mouth, Yusu just like has become and his sister, able to suppress a generation of young pride, also realized that the original Lotus Peak is not accept disciples, but this threshold is so high that they cannot see the ground. What is even more shocking is that I don't know who spread the news that Yusu was actually blind in both eyes. This news instantly triggered Yusu's popularity. This continent never lacked perfect geniuses, but flawed geniuses were more empathetic and respectable. Coupled with his rumored divinely handsome appearance, many admiring female disciples had spontaneously formed a support line outside the cloud platform waiting to catch a glimpse of this Lotus Peak second disciple's true face. But these people were ultimately a minority. The large swaths of delicate young girls outside the cloudy sky terrace were not Yusu's admirers. The purpose of their gathering here was to support Yusu's opponent for today, Zhou Chanwen. He is the youngest true disciple in the Red Rainbow Peak, rumored to be an innate sword body, and is 19 years old. Ever since he joined Red Rainbow Peak 7 years ago, he has been highly valued by Venerable Red Rainbow, and he just broke into the spiritual platform perfection realm some time ago. Among the Xianshao sect sword cultivators under the age of 20, he was considered the number one. Many disciples in the sect who use swords are convinced of him. You need to be extremely careful against him. Elder Lu walked beside Yusu, painstakingly presenting him with information about today's opponent. Yusu followed Elder Lu and replied, I fight and have always been careful. Elder Lu sized him up and marveled at Yusu's amazing recovery power, but still sighed and said, "Honestly speaking, although I knew that Red Rainbow Peak would definitely make a move, I didn't expect that they would actually send Zhou Chanwen against a true disciple who has already been initiated. You don't need to be obsessed with winning. The challenge of the outer disciples is a matter of honor and disgrace, so they must compete, while the true disciples stand behind each other are elders, and will certainly also take into account each other's feelings. Therefore, the true disciples to raise objections or more is the intention of cutting and teaching. In the end is basically a draw and the end of the gas. Does Elder Lu think that his opponent will be willing to level with me? Yusu naturally know that Red Rainbow Peak and Lotus Peak are the same as the peak of the sword cultivation, although there is no contradiction to speak of. But Red Rainbow Peak chose to raise objections to him at this time. Its heart is clearly revealed. Alas, you do see through it. Sword cultivators have the heaviest sword sharpness, and they all have their own arrogance. Your senior sister has no rivals among her peers, so Red Rainbow Peak has lost some face. When it's your turn, Red Rainbow Peak will come forward. Naturally they also want to get back some face. Elder Lu twisted the goatee at the corner of his mouth and added, "But you can rest assured, as a Grand Elder, this match will definitely end in a draw. So the other guy will beat me up before pretending to end it in a draw? What's this talk about beating you up? Red Rainbow Peak is a famous sword peak in the 5 continents, and has its own immortal plans demeanor, so how would it be aggressive? A little advantage will stop. You know you can't beat. Remember not to be recalcitrant, and end in peace. You also have a long time to come." Really determined the superiority of the competition into the clan after Morit, Elder Lu spoke long and earnestly. He was quite appreciative of Yusu, and he only hoped that he could successfully become a true transmission. "I understand what Elder Lu means. This competition is just going through the motions as far as you're concerned, and Red Rainbow Peak stepping forward is not to prevent me from becoming a true legend. It's just a way to knock me as a newcomer." Yusu stroked the hilt of the ink pine sword. "It's not in my opinion. It's just the way it is. If it is true that the Lotus Sword Venerable One has looked away and found a waste, perhaps Red Rainbow Peak will still check the goods for Lotus Peak. But after your battle yesterday, even if you are undefeated today, no one will think that you are not worthy of being this Lotus Peak's true heir. So would it not be a villainous move for Red Rainbow Peak to deliberately not allow you to do as you wish?" Yusu was silent as he held his sword, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Shidoshi will win. Fairy Wangshu, hiding behind Yusu, suddenly emerged, her voice not loud but firm enough. Elder Lu smiled in dismay, not expecting that the first sentence Fairy Wangshu took the initiative to say to herself would actually be this. Receiving the affirmation from his senior sister, Yusu also felt encouraged, as if his chest had straightened up a bit, and just like that, he followed Elder Lu towards the cloud platform. The cloud platform was constructed from a huge cliff sticking out from the Divine Mountain, covered with many subtle formations, and was specially provided for true disciples to use for sparring. Whether it was the material of the venue, the size, the ability to resist damage, etc., it was a significant improvement over the martial arts arenas used by non-true disciples. Many major competitions were held at the Cloudy Sky Terrace, and it was considered one of the important places of the Xianxiao sect, so the sky above this place was also covered with troublesome winds that prohibited flight. As the trio approached, the onlookers outside the pavilion who were unable to enter the cloud platform let out cries of increasing surprise. Yusu originally wanted to block the serene nature of his senior sister more tightly, but he did not expect his senior sister to uncharacteristically take small steps to walk in front of him, blocking him behind him. Yusu did not understand the meaning, until he felt the surrounding female disciples' gazes either warmly or excitedly. Yusu vaguely guessed the answer. Wangshu fairy temperament cold. 2 blue pupils coldly swept over those excited female disciples. Slender jade hand also pressed on the hilt of the sword. A look of protection. Those eager female disciples as if she bluffed. Resentful cowering up. Wherever Fairy Wangshu walks by, the shouts of alarm due to Yusu will be calmed down a lot. Yusu noticed his elder sister's action, helplessly smiled, felt a trace of joy for his elder sister's childlike possessiveness towards him, so he didn't say anything, and peacefully enjoyed his elder sister's escort. Until you pass through the crowd and walk through the attic, you can see the full picture of the cloud platform built on the wall. The sea of clouds raged just below the large stage. The side of the cloudy platform was covered with exquisitely decorated carved buildings, and further up was a thicker smoke. In the middle of the carved building, there were already quite a few people sitting there, each one of them well-dressed and extraordinary in appearance. A mere battle of true disciple reports had attracted many elders, deacons, and true disciples to watch. Yusu exhaled deeply, trying to make himself ignore the ogling eyes from all sides as he followed the third elder's guidance and walked to the center of the platform. And here, a red clothes, handsome Zhou Changwen has been waiting for a long time. Behind him, the stout red rainbow venerable royal sword in the air, not angry and authoritative. Fifth elder. Elder Lu bowed to venerable red rainbow. When a junior elder saw a senior elder, he needed to salute just the same. In Yusu's sea of consciousness, the red rainbow cluster of light represented by the fifth elder was like a red sun, radiating a scorching light as he also paid his respects. Yusu has met the fifth elder. The fifth elder was still riding his sword, towering over him, and didn't reply. A pair of eagle eyes that seemed to be glowing with red light stared at Yusu and didn't let go. Before he spoke faintly, "Are you blind?" Yusu was slightly flabbergasted and replied, "Exactly." The two words fell. Yusu clearly felt the pressure on his body suddenly increased. This pressure does not originate from the five elders, but from those immortals sitting in the sculpture building. It is their divine sense that probes in at the same time due to their disbelief, together constituting this spiritual pressure. The third elder, who was also in the carving building, knit her eyebrows tightly. She slightly rotated the wine gourd, jade finger lightly pointing, was planning to remove all the pressure for Yusu, but found that Yusu had already formed a wall of air around him, isolating all the people probing to the divine sense. She felt the composition of this air wall in detail, and actually felt that it was somewhat thin, yet it fed back to her an extremely strong sense of oppression. To use the technique to such a point of weightlifting, there was only one person within the Xianshao sect who was able to do this, the head elder of Xianshao Peak. The third elder adjusted his sitting posture a little more dignified, his heart surprised. Even this old man, who was known as the C-pin of Xianshao sect, was attracted over by the sparring match between these two juniors. The fifth elder was also aware of this, and he retracted his sight as sharp as a sword and said, "You are similar in age to Changwon, enough to fulfill the challenge criteria. However, your battle yesterday has already made Changwon recognize you, so Changwon's challenge to you is not because he thinks that you are not worthy of being a disciple of Lotus Peak. It's just that the swordsmen are in love with each other, and he would like to ask for a sword from you as well." At first glance, there was no malice in these words, but Yusu felt that the more he listened to them, the more uncomfortable he felt. He was the disciple of Venerable Lotus Sword, and why did he need such a peer like the disciple of Venerable Red Rainbow to recognize him? Questioning the sword, two words at this time sounds also no self-humble intention, but instead is full of condescension. If you don't want to take the sword, you can refuse, and your objections to you will be nullified just the same. If you are willing to take the sword, I will personally seal Changwon's cultivation, so that the two of you will be in the same realm and have a fair duel. I, Red Rainbow Peak, am also a lover of the sword, and regardless of the outcome, you will remain at Lotus Peak." The fifth elder only spoke in a low voice to Yusu, but his voice was audible throughout the room. The third elder pinched the wine gourd. Magnificent chest undulation, unbearable gorgeous green skirt, also if you want to rise through. She was annoyed by the arrogant words of the fifth elder. It sounds like this questioned sword is indeed a fair duel, but it seems to be at Red Rainbow Peak charity from the fairness of the general. Only feel that Yusu promised also not promised also not. There was a brief silence in the podium as everyone waited for Yusu's reply. Fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss swords with Red Rainbow Peak's senior brother Zhou, how could Yusu be willing to refuse? Yusu suddenly made a sound as he looked up, but instead of looking at his opponent of the day, he looked straight at the fifth elder of the Imperial Sword. Yusu was suddenly a little glad that he was blind, because he couldn't see the other party's sharp eyes. Instead, he was able to meet them more recklessly. Elder Lu, at 18 and 19 years old, do they meet the challenge criteria of being of similar age? Yusu turned to ask. Elder Lu was stunned. He understood what Yusu was thinking. He wanted to dismiss it, but it was inconvenient for him to have a fit in front of the crowd. He only hesitantly returned. The symbols are in line with. Since it fits, let's follow the rules. Fifth elder, there's no need to seal senior brother Zhou's cultivation. Since it's a sword discussion, we have to let go of our hands. The peak is 10,000 feet high, and the clouds vaporize under the cloud platform, making you feel like falling into the clouds. The corners of Yusu's mouth rose, his hand holding the hilt of his sword, and he danced lightly in his black robes, as if he were a spirited earthly swordsman in the city of Hangzhou. Elder Lu was furious and hated that he couldn't regret for him. Senior brother deserves to be able to use a sword like that. Truly a man of pride and integrity. Looking for you to ask for a sword is really the right person. Zhou Changwon, who had remained silent, smiled subduedly, and the eyes that looked at Yusu had already lit up with a burning intent to fight. But senior brother, I also have some pathetic arrogance. I'm a year older than you, and my realm is only a little higher than yours, so I can't and won't take advantage of this bargain, said Zhou Changwon in fingers as a sword. Snap two sound in their own body point a few times. A full-bodied momentum is really weak a few points. Everyone who holds a sword has their own insistence, and Yusu has finally looked squarely at today's opponent. Frankly speaking, Yusu had never been intimidated by the exaggerated description of Zhou Changwen from Elder Lu's mouth, and along the way, his opponents were Wu Chang, Ling Jinran, Patriarch Qi, and the Feather Realm's city Lord Lu. They were each more difficult and desperate than the other, but he had ultimately escaped death and stood to the end. Nowadays, if you asked him to fear a peer who was at a mere spiritual stage perfection, how could he possibly develop fear? Just follow senior brother Zhou's heart. Yusu had unsheathed his sword. The fifth elder glanced at Elder Lu and said in a faint voice, "Elder Lu, let's begin. Only one sword." With that, he flew up with his sword and moved away from the stage of the competition. Elder Lu's eyes flicked back and forth between the two of them, and he finally sighed and drank loudly. Begin! In the middle of the field, Yusu had already stood in front of his sword and set up a sword stance. Zhou Changwen instead merely drew his sword and leisurely said, "In fact, the one who should be sparring with senior brother today is not me at all. But after seeing senior brother's sword intent yesterday, I just couldn't resist the urge to discuss the sword with senior brother, so I took it upon myself to get on the field." Elder brother today asked elder brother about his sword. "Should not involve the sword peak behind you and I. When elder brother's lotus life sword technique is accomplished one day, you and I will definitely have another battle on behalf of our respective divisions. But at this moment, I will not use the red rainbow sword technique. I will use my sword intent to face my senior brother's sword intent head on." Zhou Changwen was calm and relaxed. This was his confidence as an innate sword body. This Yusu who did not have a special physique had actually comprehended his own sword intent even at the age of 18. This was undoubtedly a challenge to his sword body status in his opinion. So he decided to meet the enemy with only his sword intent. For a supreme sword cultivator, sword intent was the true core. He had to prove to his master as well as the world that in the way of the sword body was honored. As each of his words fell, the sword aura around him grew sharper and sharper, as if it had turned into substance, lining the air around him with cold chill. I thought that a person with an innate sword body should be a silent and unsmiling person. Yusu sank down and his black robe tumbled. Zhou Changwen smiled sparingly, unperturbed, immersed in mobilizing his sword's divine intent. His sword body silver white, swirling with misty spiritual light. At this moment with his concentration actually began to gradually change color, until finally red as red charcoal. A rushing sword fire suddenly covered in the body of the sword. Some of the other true disciples who were far away from each other saw the divine fire on this sword, and their breath was slightly choked. They imagined themselves facing this sword of Changwen last week when they were in the middle realm of spiritual platform, and most of them secretly lowered their eyebrows and shallowly sighed, only feeling that their chances of winning were slim. There were even some female true disciples who thought that Yusu looked pretty good and reminded their masters around them to rescue Yusu in time, and Yusu closed his eyes, focusing only on brewing his sword intent. This sword of his opponent was likely the strongest sword he had ever encountered. He had to summon all of his strength to use against it, including the divine intent that the Zhangyang sword nurturing technique had accumulated for him, because he doesn't want to draw. He wants to win. Zhou Changwen stared at Yusu with unblinking eyes. His sword momentum was monstrous, and the moment the sword intent climbed to its peak, he stepped away. It was clearly the simplest of slashes, but it was like a volcano erupting, and a dazzling fire dragon was born. Yusu didn't flash or avoid, putting aside the sword that killed Lord Lu City in Mo Ming. This would be the strongest sword he could wield when he was awake. All of his strength was contributed to this sword without leaving any room for error. Mo Gun's sword intent spewed out from Mo Song's sword, breaking the sky with a stone. End of chapter. It was a scene as short as an instant and as long as a long stare. The fire dragon crashed into the ground, like magma rolling through the world, and the sea of fire in the sky drowned Yusu's figure. What was very different from last time was that Fairy Wanshu just stood quietly outside the field, with no intention of getting up to save her. The female disciples who had previously reminded their own master to remember to rescue Yusu, were all anxiously tugging at their master's sleeves at this time, while these accomplished old men were just sitting quietly on the immortal stage, unmoved, with startled light flickering in their eyes. The fifth elder looked indifferently at the monstrous flames below, and his gaze coalesced on the teenager in the sea of flames whose robes were almost burnt to a crisp, as he let out a low sigh and rushed straight down. At that exact moment, the crimson sword intent exploded in a flurry, and these sword flames were like fireworks blooming in the sky, splendid and extraordinary. The ear-piercing sound of clashing swords and weapons exploded, and the people who thought that Yusu had already lost remembered that the swords of the two of them had only just exchanged blows. At that moment, the wind swept wildly, and both of their long hair had been blown away by the storm wind, fiercely lifting backward. These dense divine intense sword fire was also blown away. Zhou Changwen incredulously looked at the teenager in front of him. In the dots of starbursts from the collision of the sword intent, it was as if he saw the teenager's pitch-black eyes. These eyes were deep and sacred, and just by looking at them, He actually felt a sense of submission, but when he fixed his eyes again, they had returned to normal. Distracted to this point, he could no longer resist Yusu's sword intent that poured down like a torrential downpour, and his entire body was like dust and mist swept up by a gale, flying straight out backwards. Zhou Changwen slowly closed his eyes, admitting his defeat, but a pair of thick hands held his back, stopping his tendency to fly back. He twisted his head to see that it was the master who had come down in person, only to see the fifth elder holding his disciple with one hand and lightly lifting one hand, his two fingers together as a sword, lightly clamping down on Yusu's sword blade. The vast sword power encountered the immovable five elders was like a mud cow entering the sea, dissolving into nothingness. Yusu knew that the victory had been decided and wanted to draw back the Emosong sword. Instead, the fifth elder tightly clamped the blade of his sword, looking out of the corner of Yusu's eye and giving orders. Finish this sword. Out. The surging xianqi was still running through Yusu's body. Just Zhou Changwen's sword intent had completely failed to make him pour out all of his power to exert it all. The feeling that Zhang Yang nurturing sword skill brought him that he had to vent a pass was getting stronger at the moment. These sword intentions he could not take back. He only felt that he could not spit them out. Now that he had received the authorization from the fifth elder, he no longer had any reservations. An even more furious sword intent poured out in a single burst of energy, and that divine sense of countless hearts beating in unison reappeared. Boom! On the cloud platform, light and darkness flashed, such as a thunderbolt flashed, and like a heavy rain poured down, and the unfaded sword fire turned into a misty fog. The smoke and dust in the sky dispersed, and Zhou Changwen, who was being supported by the fifth elder on his arm, was already flickering, his face full of disbelief. He was naive enough to think that he had only lost by a thread, and only then did he realize the gap between the two on the sword path, and in front of him, Yusu had stood still and collected his sword, bowing. Thank you, fifth elder. The fifth elder had one hand behind his back and was calm and relaxed, only nodding slightly. You have one. And the objections that Red Rainbow Peak made to you are null and void immediately. As soon as the words fell, the whole room was in an uproar. Despite having seen it with their own eyes, they still felt the unexpected shock only at the moment when the winner was actually declared. Zhou Changwen sniffed, his eyebrows glum. Yusu was dressed in rags, arching his hand and saluting, before he staggered and turned to leave, while Fairy Wangshu had already stood behind him, catching his falling form, before being carried horizontally in Fairy Wangshu's arms. Leaving this place step by step, Elder Lu stood at the edge of the field, looking at the backs of the senior siblings already at a loss for words to express his shock, when he had just learned from the Grand Elder that Venerable Lotus Sword, who had not taken on a disciple for decades, had suddenly taken on a blind man as his disciple. He had never imagined that this blind man would be able to make it this far. The storm has been settled. Located in the carving building of the immortals have also all left the scene, the large stage, leaving only the fifth elder and Zhou Changwen pair of master and disciple. Zhou Changwen was well protected. He didn't have any external injuries, only his face had some pallor that appeared due to overdraft. He stood up and lowered his head, wanting to say something but feeling like it was stuck in his throat, unable to speak. With his hesitant appearance, it was hard to associate him with that proud young sword cultivator who followed Venerable Red Rainbow. The fifth elder slowly stretched out his right hand, spreading his unseen palm out in front of Zhou Changwen. On the wide, bony palm was a black line that was neither shallow nor deep, with the residual sword intent wrapped around it. Zhou Changwen was shocked. He was able to injure the master? The fifth elder did not reply. A red light suddenly appeared in his palm, and under the red sword cheese surroundings, the black line was also swallowed up and disappeared. It's extenuating that you can't catch the sword, the fifth elder spoke out indifferently. At those words, Zhou Changwen looked like he was deflated and resigned to his fate. His body collapsed a bit more even though he was clearly uninjured, and he wailed. Surely he's more powerful than a sword body. Without withdrawing his hand, the fifth elder glanced at this disciple who was highly valued by him and said, "This original is not that he is more powerful than a sword body. He is just an ordinary person. You only saw his unrivaled sword intent, but you didn't see that it was the countless swings of his sword over the course of 18 years that earned him this sword intent. Some people hold the sword as born sword cultivator. Some people as a sword will be cut into a sword bone. If you are as diligent as he is, he will not be your match." Zhou Changwen froze. He still looked down at the fifth elder's hand, clearly a cave void venerable after shedding his bones. His palm, which should be like a newborn, was covered with rough calluses. Zhou Changwen clenched his lower lip, clenched his hands into fists, and didn't even have the courage to spread out his palms and look at them himself. "Go back to the peak and practice your sword." The fifth elder spoke out indifferently, leaving Zhou Changwen with a tall back. Zhou Changwen returned to his senses. A pair of sword eyebrows suddenly became resolute, and his fists were clenched even tighter. Even the slightest color of blood was visible. He no longer hesitated and followed his master's back. His red robe seemed to be lit by the fire in his heart as well, flowing with color. Venerable Suyin, how do my Xian Shao sect's new disciples compare to your Qiming sects? The crane-haired, pale-faced old man smiled faintly and stroked his beard. He was clad in Taoist robes and a Taoist crown, and he was the head of the 13 grand elders of the Xian Shao sect. The Qiming sect was the most powerful sect on the heavenly apocalypse Divine Mountain, and its status in the southern Yan continent was even better than the Xianshao sect in the middle Yuan continent. Venerable Suyin was bone-thin and wore a loose-fitting Taoist robe printed with 7 falling stars, which was the mark of an elder of the Qiming sect. An innate sword body is rare in the world. In terms of sword Dao alone, the heavenly enlightenment Divine Mountain can't find a descendant with a higher natural talent than him, but it still lacks some heart. Not bad. Then this blind man. What does Venerable Suyin think is missing? Venerable Vegetarian Seal pondered for a moment before leisurely saying, all that's missing is time. End of chapter. Flocks of cranes flew past the feet of the 2 supreme immortals, and the head elder glanced at the immortal Venerable Suyin. His white eyebrows arched as he laughed. It's quite rare for this comment to come out of Venerable Suyin's mouth. It seems that Venerable Lotus Sword has really brought back a surprise to my Xianshao sect. Such a cornerstone of the sect can't be easily broken. A strange look flashed in the eyes of Venerable Sovereign Seal as he turned his head and looked at the smiling head elder, saying, what does Venerable Celestial Art mean? Is it backtracking? What is this talk of backtracking? I didn't promise Venerable Suyin in the first place. The last place where the Dream Eater appeared was in Izumo City, and this son is also from Izumo City. Is Venerable Celestial Artist going to play dumb with me? It's just a coincidence. My central Yuan continent is a place of greatness. Where can't I produce talents? What does it have to do with that stolen treasure from your heavenly apocalypse Divine Mountain? The chief elder asked back calmly. Venerable Vegetarian Seal snorted coldly and shook both of his empty sleeves, raging Xian Qi churning between his sleeves. Rumor has it that the Xian Shao sect, a model immortal sect, was able to grow strong in the constant heights Divine Mountain by being forceful and unreasonable. I've never believed in it, but now that I look at it again, the rumor is true. The head old man laughed loudly, laughter bold and wanton, under the feet of the sea of clouds as if affected by him, but also vaguely changed into a spell formation pattern. I'm afraid the unreasonable one is Venerable Suyin. You won't say what treasure is missing, but you insist that this young man has your treasure, and you can't find it on him. You don't go to look for the missing Dream Eater, but come to ask me to hand over this blind man, really bullying the old man's old age? Venerable Suyin glanced at the sea of changing clouds under his feet and his mind tightened. He then looked at the kindly-faced head elder, and his heart had already turned over in shocking waves. You are not in the cave realm. The sea of clouds that resembled a giant phalanx instantly collapsed and turned back into misty streaming clouds, as if nothing had ever changed. It's been 1,000 years since a cultivator in the world has broken into the heaven awakening realm, and I won't be an exception. The chief elder twirled his thick white beard and faintly said, Venerable Suyin, please return. Venerable Suyin's eyes stared at this old man who didn't know how many years he had lived, but the other party was as indifferent as usual, and even called out that he couldn't see any falsehoods. He took a deep breath and could only stop. Even in the Qiming sect, he was not the most honorable elder in terms of status, and he simply did not have the qualifications to have an equal conversation with the head elder of the Xianshao sect. It is Suyin who is being rude. If Venerable Celestial Artist has any news of dream-eating ghosts, I still hope that you will inform us in time. This is very important to the heavenly enlightenment Divine Mountain. The chief elder waved his hand. Go away. This blind man. You can't take him with you. Venerable Suyin pursed his lips and did not answer, bowed and retreated, forcing that smear of unwillingness in his heart to endure. The chief elder stayed where he was and muttered, what kind of treasure is it that makes the Divine Mountain of the Apocalypse attach such importance to it? I also don't know if the 13th elder has brought a surprise back to the clan, or a scare. Lotus Peak, Lotus Life Pond. Hishudong was still leaning on top of the white stone by the pool, her stunningly beautiful figure hidden under the water mist. She lowered her eyebrows and closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering lightly. Needing to recuperate, she should concentrate and calm down. But when she thought that Yusu was currently outside fighting with the Red Rainbow Venerable One's true disciple who had already been initiated for 7 years, she couldn't calm down. She wanted to get up a few times, but then sat down again in frustration. If she had known this, she shouldn't have made that agreement with Yusu, leaving her to sit here and wait for the third elder to come and deliver the news, which was really even more anxiety-inducing than her ruptured spiritual platform. Suddenly, as if sensing something, a touch of joy surfaced on this ice-clear and unassuming face. She sat up straight and cocked her head in anticipation of the visitor. The third elder traveled all the way, shaking her wine gourd and smoldering. The green skirt wrapped around her graceful and full body, making her look like a ripe green pear. The third elder leaned against a spirit tree on the shore, his eyebrows serious and tightly furrowed together. This expression also caused He Shutong's heart to lift, and his voice actually trembled slightly as a venerable one. Lose. Winning. The third elder's sad face suddenly melted away, a smile spreading out as she looked at He Shutong's complicated expression and was amused by the fluttering of flowers and spring light. He Shutong was speechless for a while, only sighing that he was so concerned that he was so easily teased. Third elder is really childish. The third elder pressed his hand to his chest and said, the older you get the more you have to go back to basics. The 13th elder should also understand this. Tot. He Shutong's voice was clear and cold. 13th elder doesn't seem surprised that Yusu was able to win? The third elder sipped a mouthful of immortal brew and asked with interest. You've been away from the clan for 8 years. I'm afraid you don't know that this little disciple that Venerable Red Rainbow took in 7 years ago is an innate sword body that's hard to come by in 100 years. At the age of 18, he realized the burning sky sword intent, and the head elder once commented that in time he could burn all the evil spirits in the world. Such an opponent. You also believe that Yusu can win? I know my disciple's strength very well. He Shutong spoke with certainty. A sword broke through the clouds and fog and killed the Dim Kuan-possessed Lu City Lord. How could such a Yusu be defeated by a person her age in the district? She was likewise not of any special physique, and she stood at the top of this overwhelming mountain just the same. Yawn. That's a nice way of putting it. That's not the look I saw on your face when I first came in. The third elder nudged his mouth, poking mercilessly. He Shutong slightly snappy. Expression is also a little unnatural. She is attached to the not Yusu win or not. Attached to just Yusu this person. Yusu is more powerful than you think. Get it? There's no need to emphasize. Immediately the entire sect will know how powerful this new disciple of yours is. The third elder took out a green-colored crystal from between his bulging lapel and tossed it towards He Shutong in the pool. Leave a stone unturned and see for yourself. The sound of water rang out. He Shutong reached out and took it. A curtain of light was cast from the shadow-retaining stone, and He Shutong stared unblinkingly at the black-robed teenager's figure in the curtain of light. The third elder secretly slandered. As to look so seriously? What kind of physique is this disciple of yours? Third elder asked casually. Nothing physical. Hide it even from me? What's so unseemly about this? Indeed I do not know. He would have had his own wonders. Then this strange encounter is really something. To make a youngster of the spirit platform realm need to suck your immortal seed dry to fill his body. The immortal seed dried up? He Shutong was slightly stunned. How is he now? Was carried back by little Wangshu. Now lying on the glazed bed I brought to warm up. After 2 consecutive extreme overdrafts, he is already unconscious, and I'm afraid it will take some time to recover. Wanting to be a disciple of this lotus peak of yours is really not easy. The third elder spat. He Shutong was silent for a moment, suddenly stood up. Water droplets flowed down her delicate curves, stirring up the sound of water. Amidst the clouds, Qi's flowery appearance was hidden, like a chanya in the moon. Third elder, please carry him over. End of chapter. What do you want? The third elder was in a state of shock. Heal his wounds. He Shutong was succinct. In his current condition of unconsciousness due to overdraft, could it be that the 13th elder has a treasure more suitable for him than this glazed bed of mine? The third elder paced a few steps back and forth. Her good-looking eyes flickered lightly. She didn't believe that the 13th elder could come up with any supreme treasure comparable to the glazed bed. These top sword cultivators were all high-minded and proud one over the other, and hated to be left alone, only to be accompanied by their own swords in their own hands, and they didn't think it was their own stupidity, but instead, they still viewed them as their own loyalty to the way of the sword. I will take note of the goodness that third elder has shown my disciple, but, although He Shutong does not like to collect magic treasures, but also heard the name of this glazed bed, it is made of overseas glazed jade, is extremely rare and precious large-scale magic weapon, whether for cultivation or rehabilitation has a miraculous effect. However, for the repeatedly overdrawn and mysterious physique of Yusu, she felt that the effect of the glazed bed's fine water was far from enough. If Yusu broke even the slightest bit of his foundation because of this reporting ceremony, she would not forgive herself. After all, the reason why Yusu fought for this all originated from her selfish thoughts of having Yusu worship under her. The third elder was slightly stunned. But what? If you feel indebted to me, you don't have to. This glazed bed is at most a decorative object to me, and I have nothing to lose by giving it to him. The third elder did not say anything presumptuously. To the realm of Cave Void Realm, the help of external objects in cultivation is already minimal. However, she can also be left to their own disciples to use. Can be willing to lend to Yusu temporary use is not only in the face of the 13th elder. Lien Jian thanks the third elder. But I do have a magic treasure here that is more suitable for him. The third elder's beautiful eyes looked around the lotus pond, vaguely guessing what the magic treasure in He Shutong's mouth was, and she was so shocked that her sandalwood mouth slightly opened. He's just your disciple. Precisely because he is my disciple. He Shatan's tone was certain. The third elder was furious at the words. Even if Yusu was the #1 heavenly pride of the 5 continents, she didn't care. She only cared about this 13 great elders who were also women. The lotus sword venerable. What is contained in this lotus life pond of yours is all the Qian-Qi you have leaked out. Are you going to let him soak here and rely on sucking your Qian-Qi to recover? You are already on the verge of falling into the realm now, and then consume the power of an entire immortal seed to heal his injuries. You will probably fall into the feather realm, you know. How difficult it is for the feather transformation realm to break into the cave void realm. You should know very well. Of course He Shudong knew of this possibility, but she knew better that Yusu, who had the lotus immortal seed buried in her body, would have an unrivaled affinity for her Qian-Qi. Relying on her Qian-Qi to nourish her recovery would not only be the most effective, it might even be a step up. She didn't sigh or hesitate. She just said shallowly, please help me carry him over. Third elder, Lian Jian is grateful. You. The third elder's body trembled lightly, waves surging as she took a long sip of the immortal wine, brashly wiping away the residual liquor on her lips. Even if you don't care about cultivation, but you're a woman and he's a man, can't you bathe in the same pool together? I am the master. He is the disciple. In my eyes, he is no different from an infant, not to mention that he is still a blind man. The third elder naturally understood this, and even Yusu was not only blind, but was still in a coma at this point, and wouldn't even know about this. But the thought of that valiant woman sword immortal in her heart having to share a pool with a teenager still made her feel incomparably diaphoretic. Clearly men are something that doesn't even need to exist in this world. The third elder's willow eyebrows went up and her arms were wrapped around her chest. I'm not hugging. If you want to hug you can do it yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was the sound of clattering water, and the graceful silhouette had stood up straight in the fuzzy mist. You. The third elder stomped her jade foot lightly, unable to do anything about it. If Venerable Lotus Sword left the Lotus Life Pond at this time, the loss of Qian-Qi would not be in the least less than bathing with Yusu. Seeing that Venerable Lotus Sword actually really wanted to personally go and bring Yusu over, the third elder was filled with sorrow and made a compromise. I will go and bring him over. He is in a state today, and there is basically no possibility of waking up without healing. When he is about to wake up, you will send him out, and must not let him know about this. The third elder drank painfully with his head held high. His heart was strange and inexplicable, quite a sense of heartache of handing over his beloved things helplessly. The wine ran down her smooth neck between the jutting valleys, and she didn't care. She just left the place with heavy feet. Lian Jian thanked the third elder, and also asked the third elder not to tell Wang Shu. Tell her and then let the three of you soak it up together? The third elder's unkind voice came from the immortal forest. Fairy Wanshu was not well versed in the world, and she cared deeply for this new senior brother. If she were to learn this method, what would happen? The third elder would have liked to add another sentence. Do you want me to go in and soak together? All scattered power to heal the wounds of that swimsuit. But the thought of the scene of her naked with a man, feels sick to the stomach, and could not speak. The fallen flowers of the midsummer summer wafted beautifully through the air again. Third elder this time, but not in the mood to appreciate, and remembered the last time Yusu disliked the fragrance of the flowers. She was angry. The flowers in the air were turned into powder, blown away by the wind. The missing moon hangs over the trees. Under the bright moonlight, the lotus pond is surrounded by swaying trees in fairy mist, making it a paradise on earth. Yusu's head, lightly leaning on the white jade stone block, the robust body under the collarbone was uncovered, all of which were submerged by the spiritual water in this lotus life pond. His eyes were tightly closed, and the only thing that flickered vaguely was the pink gold immortal seed repeating its luster between his eyebrows. Yusu do not need to take the initiative to transport energy. The water belongs to Yishutong Qian-Qi are attracted by the lotus seed of immortality. Spontaneously from every pore of Yusu surged into his body. Yishutong was lying on the other side opposite to Yusu, and in the water darkened by the night. Her bearskin light imitated a second moon in the pool. There was a thick mist of water separating the two of them, but that didn't stop the sight of a cave realm cultivator. As she surveyed the teenager's increasingly flushed face, the color of contentment between her brows and eyes. Yusu has been soaking in this pool for a whole day. She was amazed at the of Yusu's body for Qian-Qi appetite, but she did not feel sorry for her loss of Qian-Qi, and only hoped that the teenager would get well soon. Even at this time, Yusu obviously has almost recovered. She also did not want to move Yusu out of the lotus life pond, but intends to replenish Yusu's dried up immortal seed again, inside and outside. To take two immortal seeds have a surplus of Qian-Qi she does not care. And the 7th day of the public process of Yusu's true biography report just ended. He Shudong secretly nodded. Out of her expectation is that the 10th elder where the book Immortal Peak is never in this public process to the front of the objections to Yusu. She had thought that the other side will be in the last day of the obstruction, but did not expect that this 7th day actually passed peacefully. However, after yesterday's battle, Yusu can become the Lotus Peak true biographer has been the expectations of all. It is reasonable that the book Immortal Peak does not make a move. The corners of Hee Shutong's mouth rose slightly. Even though there were some twists and turns, the final result was as good as it could be, and she finally became Yusu's master as she wished. It was just that this teenager had put in too much effort that was unnecessary for this, and accepting him as a true disciple was initially just her own wishful thinking, a compensation that she thought she was making, and this addition brought trouble to Yusu. Her mind moved slightly, ashamed of her own self-righteousness, and at the same time, she secretly decided that in the future, when she wanted to compensate or reward Yusu, she would always ask him what he wanted first. She shouldn't be a lofty immortal to Yusu, but a loving and tolerant master teacher. Autumn night soughing, fresh wind blowing away the water-stained hair of Yusu, but also chased the young man's eyelashes. Yusu confused open eyes. Eyes are blurred darkness. All body is warm. He tried to raise his hand, obviously feel already abundant strength, but still because of the fatigue of the limbs and some slow movements, but it still brought up some slight sound of water. Yusu sniffed the elegant fragrance in the air, coupled with the sea of consciousness that simply couldn't be dispersed. He quickly realized that he was soaking in the pool of water where his master's mother was in seclusion. This made the newly awakened Yusu was shocked. How could he use the same pool with his master's wife? I don't know if this pool water has been changed. Shifu. Yusu gave a tentative shout, only hoping that there would never be a response, so that he could hurry up and slip away quietly. Aha! A soft answering voice sounded, and Yusu instantly felt like a petty thief caught in broad daylight, and he hastily gathered all his strength, wanting to escape from this pool of water, but just have action. Feel this pool water in pulling their own general, under the fine sense, is actually condensed as silk thread of the Xian air in the winding themselves. Do not allow themselves to make a move. You have fought 2 battles in a row and your body has been depleted, so I have picked you up to the Lotus Life Pond to recuperate. Now that you have not yet healed, there is no need to leave in a hurry. Hee Shutong pointed as an orchid, sounding like a clear spring. Yusu eyes cannot see. The divine sense is also trapped by the spirit fog. At this time to listen to the teacher's wife voice came quietly. He could not distinguish the teacher's wife is on the shore to speak to themselves, or is he bathing with him in a pool? If it's the latter, it's a bit too much of an overreach. He wanted to speak out to dissuade. On second thought, the senior mother will receive himself to this place and frankly tell. Obviously does not want him to have any unnecessary misunderstanding. If he insisted on this, I am afraid that it would only cause embarrassment to his wife. Yusu heart touched. In order to help his own recovery, the master mother can tolerate his own use of her exclusive lotus pool, really is to his own importance to the extreme. He also thought, the master mother is a whole virtual realm venerable, also do not know how many years to live. His own a small 18 years old spirit platform realm, in the eyes of the master mother is probably no different from the children, so will permit this matter to happen it. With this in mind, Yusu also gave up getting up, even though there was still some unnatural blush on his face. He was still soaking in the water after all. Just sit upright, trying his best to cover the vital place. Thank you, Shifu. Even though he was in the water, Yusu insisted on making a bow to thank him. I remember talking to you about not having to curtsy too much when you get what you deserve. The clear and cold voice made Yusu slightly austere, secretly said so in the eyes of the master mother. These are the rewards I deserve for my efforts to exclude objections. He himself was injured in order to worship the success of the teacher. Then this injury by the teacher's wife to cure does not seem to be wrong. He more salute would seem to be a stranger. Don't blame the senior maiden. It's just that Yusu was terrified, so he didn't hold back his salute. Yusu was careful, unwilling to make the senior Nyang angry. There's no harm in that, my party was not criticizing, but reminding. Hee Shutong replied softly, secretly regretting that her tone was a bit colder just now. Yusu must have been frightened by her. As the words fell, the two of them fell into silence, and Yusu also sensed a hint of awkwardness in the air as he took the initiative to break the silence. How many days is it now, Master Mother? It is now the end of the Z hour, and the 7th day of your public announcement has just passed not long ago. Hee Shutong was clear about the reason why Yusu inquired about the day, and added, no one raised any objections to you on the last day, so from today onwards, you are the Lotus Peak disciple recognized by all. Yusu spread out a smile, and on his face was a joy that he couldn't hide. Great! Hee Shutong saw Yusu's joyful state and felt even more pity as she pursed her lips. It may be a bit late to say so. In fact, you don't need to prove anything to others at all. In my heart, you are my true disciple. And even if you stay on the peak to listen to your studies without the name bestowed by the Xian Shao sect, I will still treat you as if you were my own. Hearing this, Yusu more feel that all their efforts are worthwhile. Really want to rely on the Lotus Peak as a disciple without a name, how easy. in exchange for other people to impose on the teacher's wife of the nonsense and pressure. He straightened his back, clenched his right fist, and perked up. I'm not trying to prove it to anyone else. I'm trying to prove to Shifu Maiden that no one can question Shifu Maiden's decision to take me on as a disciple. Yusu movement slightly larger, brought up a burst of ripples, waves spread, diffused to He Shudong Frost's snow chest, as if also the determination of the heart of Yusu through the water waves passed to her. He Shudong cold dimple above the visible pink light. Light said, you already did. Yusu gently shook his head, and then lifted his head. Has been eyes like brilliant stars. He was ambitious. No, it's not enough. He Shudong was slightly stunned, as if she saw a future day when a young man ascended to the top and amazed the world, and he was her disciple. Obviously it is something that has not yet happened, but as if she is sure that that day will eventually come, she even gave birth to a sense of honor and glory in advance. Said with certainty, I believe you. I will live up to the master's mother's expectations. Yusu nodded heavily. His heart was on fire, surging with surging pride, vowing to make Lotus Peak and Yuanyang sword sect flourish. The pool water seemed to cooperate with him, constantly inputting warm Shen Qi into Yusu's body. Yusu suddenly felt a wave of strangeness, and secretly gathered up his legs, forcing himself to calm down. What reward do you want? He Xiaotong asked gently without noticing the teenager's small movements. Reward? Yusu was unsure. I didn't do anything. How can I be rewarded by the senior maiden for nothing? Both Red Rainbow Peak and Lotus Peak are sword peaks, and for you to win against someone with an innate sword body is already a great honor for my Lotus Peak. So there should be a reward for this matter alone. When your senior sister defeated a sword cultivator of the same age from Red Rainbow Peak, I also gave her a reward. So there's no need to excuse yourself. This is what you deserve. Yusu lightly bit his lower lip. The body of the strange feeling gradually spread from the lower body. He secretly feel bad. He obviously did not give birth to any charming ideas. Could it be that the Zhongyang nurturing sword skill began to play tricks again? Distracted for a moment, and unable to think of any substantial reward to ask for, he simply said, Elder Mother, I really don't need any rewards. This is all what I should do. At those words, He Shudong took a deep breath and straightened his body up, his tone serious and solemn. Like I said, you deserve this, so feel free to mention it graciously and I'll do my best to fulfill it. Yusu secretly regret that they have caused the teacher mother unhappy, just when he thought hard about how to make up for the occasion. Not in the chest of the pool water suddenly up a little very light ripples, and the direction of the ripples is actually from the teacher mother side to him this side of the swing. Yusu eyelids slightly open, restrained the surprise of the heart. The teacher's wife actually really share a bath with himself. These ripples were extremely shallow, but Yusu felt that his body was unusually sensitive at the moment, magnifying the touch from these ripples infinitely. For a moment, it was even more grateful for the movement. He hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue painfully, not wanting to let himself be swayed by that strange feeling. He Shatong observed his silence, thinking that Yusu did not like material rewards, and added, or if you have any questions you want to ask, I'll answer them for you. Then master, tell me a story about you. Yusu only wanted to focus on suppressing the strange sensation on his body at the moment, unwilling to be distracted from talking. If the senior mistress found out that he was different at this moment, in case of misunderstanding, he would even have the heart to die to thank for his sins. So he brought it up, so that he could keep Shifu telling himself about it for a while, so that he could hurry back to normality. About my story? He Shudong fell into silence. Yusu want to understand her a little more heart she can understand, and even a bit of joy for this, but then thought of their own fragmented life. Can I really tell him such a bad story? What would he think of me if he heard it? Rarely, he Shudong fell into hesitation. Obviously, he was the most hesitant supreme sword cultivator, but when he really wanted to show his failed life to the important people, he still hesitated. This issue, he Shudong considered the consequences if she refused the question. She pursed her sandalwood lips tightly, glanced at Yusu, and was about to open her mouth when she suddenly panicked and cried out, Yusu, what's wrong with you? And at this time, Yusu has been eyes closed tightly, a face of pain unbearable color, struggling in the water body visible to the naked eye became red. His neck veins rippled, a look of wanting to say something but couldn't, twisted a few times and then his head was planted backward, and his body was tilted backward as a whole. At that moment the sound of rushing water was so loud that he knew it was someone running toward him through the water, and in the slits of his eyes, which he had opened with the last vestiges of clarity, was a heavy shade of ink. He had a glimpse of the perfect view of the earth that could only be found in the sky, and he had actually fallen into the arms of the perfect view. He Xiaotong embraced Swim Su. Swim Su has completely fainted. At this time she also do not care about the two skin to skin. Will Swim Su leaning on the shore? Delicate jade hand placed in front of the heart of the Swim Su. carefully observed the situation in the body of the swimsuit. He was red in the face and ears. His body was hot, and the shin-chi in his body was like an impatient and irritable beast, scurrying around. The tiny meridians near his abdomen were even red to purple, just like poisoning. He turned his head sideways and narrowed his eyes, not daring to look again. She is the Yuanyang sword clan proper, Yuanyang sword last generation heir. Then the only learned Acacia Kung Fu Yusu is much more knowledgeable. She can see at a glance. Yusu, this is in the Young Poison. End of chapter. What he practiced was the Ice Heart technique, which could not be changed once cultivated. However, she wanted to learn the Yuan sword, so naturally she had knowledge of all the various heart technique texts of the Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang Acacia sect. The name of the Acacia Kung Fu is the method of dual cultivation, but it is based on the theory of Yin and Yang. In fact, it is the same as the concept of many people who cultivate immortals. Only here the Yin and Yang unique reference. Yin is the Yin and the Li, refers to the woman's Yin essence. Yang is the Yang and the Kan, refers to the male Yang essence. In the eyes of the ancestor of the harmonious Kung Fu, the two Yin and Yang are aligned, and the transformations are not born. If one is still missing, all things will not be born. The first half of the sentence is about the strong effect of dual cultivation brought about by Yin-Yang communion, while the second half of the sentence is about the harm brought about by the lack of Yin-Yang. Normally speaking, the two chis of Yin and Yang in the human body are in a delicate balance, and it is rare that there is an extreme lack of one or the other. However, the situation of those who practiced the Acacia technique was special, and when the ancestor created this technique, he was originally aiming for the strongest dual cultivation effect. Then to ask how to make the dual cultivation effect to reach the best, naturally is to use the purest Yin and Yang 2 Chi dual cultivation best. Therefore, one of the major functions of the creation of the Harmony Gong was to enable all male disciples who had practiced this method since they were young to be near pure Yang and female disciples to be near pure Yin, so as to lay a solid foundation for dual cultivation afterward. The way to make these disciples not to be jeopardized by the lack of Yin and Yang in their bodies is to rely on the heavenly scrolls and the harmony technique. Under the support of the heavenly scrolls, the primordial essence in both male and female disciples would become extremely subtle, and could constantly absorb the excess Yin and Yang essence in the disciple's body, so as to maintain a Yin and Yang false balance of. At the same time, the primordial essence in both male and female disciples will be like a pearl in a shell that has been infinitely polished, and will be able to give the object an unparalleled amount of pure essence during the first time of dual cultivation. This was also why the disciples of the Acacia sect, who cultivated the dual cultivation method, were far more effective than other sects. After all, you only use the method of dual cultivation as an aid, but others are professionals who have been cultivating it since childhood. However, the practitioner of the harmony technique is not a true pure Yang or pure Yin body, and this false balance will be broken after the first sperm leakage of the male and female disciples. After all, the subsequent generation of Yang and Yin sperm will certainly not be as effective as the first sperm. According to reason, this problem in the Acacia sect cannot be considered as a problem at all. Your first semen are leaked, that is to say, has been carried out double cultivation. In the future the body's excess Yin and Yang 2 Chi also do not need to wait for the Yin or Yang semen absorption. Direct feedback to double cultivation object to use for cultivation is not beautiful, but this problem fell on Yusu, and became a big problem. Although he and his senior sister have already double cultivated, but his senior sister is not around. Yusu is precisely the dragon essence and tiger fierce, the age of the blood. This kind of bodybuilding young man is already exuberant Yang Chi, coupled with his practice since childhood Hepingong. The body must be extreme Yang Yin decline of the scene, and he is now the first son has been leaked. These naturally occurring excess Yang Chi simply cannot be absorbed and nowhere to vent. Hoarded in the body has been close to poison. He Shuton's eyebrows knit tightly, looking at Yusu's face with all five senses distorted. His heart couldn't bear it. She slowly stretched out her hand again, hesitated for a moment, but still gently covered it, focusing on feeling the situation of young poison in Yusu's body. He lightly bit her red lips, her eyes containing self-reproach. Did he even make it all the way to this point with a body like that? He's all like this because of me, isn't he? She certainly wasn't thinking that Yusu had become like this because he had shared a pool with her, but she was clear that the key to the outbreak of Yusu's young poison was because of two overdrawn battles in a row, and that her accepting Yusu as a disciple had been the cause of those two battles. Strong Yang means longevity, while weak Yang means death. Yang energy is the driving force behind the strength of the human body, and has the important function of warming the whole body and maintaining the organs. When a person is seriously ill or injured, the body will spontaneously generate more Yang energy to repair the physical body. Yusu body of Yang Chi should not be thick to such a point. It is because of continuous combat, the body deficit. Yusu's body is eager to recover to generate more Yang Chi lead to Yang on Yang, like adding oil to the fire. adding frost to the snow, only to lead to the young chi as thick to the poison. But what she didn't know was that this was only one of the reasons. And another reason was the Zhang Yang nurturing sword skill that Yusu cultivated, which was what allowed Yusu to raise a mellow and thick yang chi that was otherworldly. Alas, he Shudong sighed quietly and lowly. How could she have never imagined that this would happen? This state of Yusu she could not sit idly by and do nothing. After the yang poison roaming the body, not only people suffer a lot of torture, but also burn the foundation, hinder the road, and then want to discharge is also much more difficult too. But how should this yang chi be expelled in time for him? If she had known this, she shouldn't have let Jilingrua return to the East Ingzhou continent so soon. Then, besides Jilingrua, who else could we ask for help? How promising Wang Shu to him as a Dao couple. About. He Xiaodong patted her slightly hot cheeks, trying to clear her head. Wang Shu was innocent and flawless. How could she be irresponsible and make such a decision for Wang Shu? Besides, it wouldn't be fair to Jilingrua. Then who else is close to Yusu? Third elder? He Shudong shook her head and immediately rejected this answer. She didn't ask about the world, but she had heard some rumors. As a female cultivator at the peak of the mountain, the third elder was extremely averse to men, and I'm afraid that this was also the reason why she was willing to keep taking the initiative to show herself kindness even though she had clearly been as cold as ice. And the two people's status and age difference is huge. How could the third elder do this kind of thing for the sake of someone else's juniors? Why don't we simply go find a few immortal prostitutes who sell their bodies in exchange for cultivation resources? But Yusu elegant and upright, clean and honest. So this is not a humiliation to him? He is a pure white diamond. How can she find that kind of person to defile him? He Shudong was ashamed of herself for actually generating this kind of thought. She suddenly seemed to be deflated. Her body half declined. The cold pool water didn't reach her lips, and Yusu's knife-carved and axe-chiseled side face was right in front of her eyes. The only person who could help him now, as he Xiaodong actually knew from the moment this doubt began to appear, was herself. Those impractical solutions that she asked herself just now are nothing more than her deceiving herself and others and not daring to accept them. Yusu's agonized murmurs intensified, and he Shudong finally heard what he was saying. Auntie, I really didn't mean to. He Shutong's gaze was like water. She understood that these were the words that Yusu wanted to say before he passed out but didn't. He was afraid that he would misunderstand that he had charming thoughts about himself. Even if he was delirious at the moment, he hadn't forgotten this last insistence. In his heart, he had always been the sacrosanct senior maiden. If even he thinks so, what is there for one to worry and hesitate about? He Shudong suddenly stood up in the water, bringing up pieces of crisp water sounds. Without the cover of water mist, this incomparable body of the goddess finally frankly showed its heart-stopping beauty. She bites red lips, beautiful face visible peach blush shy rhyme, but the pupils gleam, the bottom of the eyes are firm color. She took a ball of embroidery, gently covered in the eyes of Yusu. He had become this way in order to worship himself as a teacher, so it was only right that she should be the one to cure him of the poison. This is not about male and female wind and moon. This is just the obsession of a master's wife who wants to save her disciple. On this night, Venerable Lotus Sword, who had been holding a sword for more than 100 years, gently held the second in her life sword. Biwa Peak is not that high, but it is better because the mountain is majestic. It is filled with all kinds of immortal plants that do not give up in all seasons. And at the center of the peak is a special giant tree. It is rumored that it was under this tree that the third elder attained enlightenment and broke into the whole void realm. And this ancient immortal tree was given a name that belongs to it alone, illumination of the ancient and the modern. In the night when the moon was high, every leaf of the tree was decorated with crystal white light, and the umbrella-shaped canopy covered the sky, which looked like a heavenly lantern from afar. A whole tree of fireflies together, enough to be able to compete with the moon, the dark surroundings to shine through. With the breeze, the divine tree swayed, and the flying down light leaves were like escaping meteors. The scene could be described as dreamlike. A beautiful couch was placed underneath Shogujin, and several wine altars were dumped beside it, the wine gurgling and soaking the various tomes casually discarded on the ground. Green skirt beauty woman is leaning on the beauty couch. Just posture is not too elegant. Right beautiful body leaks spring light infinite. Good thing this place is Bihua Peak's forbidden land. In addition to the peak master no one can get to, which did not call people to see the charming state. The three elders, a hand carrying a wine gourd, a hand with an ancient book on the light of the tree to illuminate the ancient and modern flipping, while also while drinking, the eyebrows tightly knitted together. Alone drinking wine sadness is not understood. She suddenly flung the ancient book in her hand casually and smashed the wine gourd on the ground with a snap. It really pisses me off. The third elder sat upright with an angry face and a slight red wine halo on her cheeks. The rumors weren't wrong. The third elder loathed men. She just never took the initiative to admit it. But in fact, not only does she loathe men, even the object of her admiration is not a man. the same as the clan elders, and the same women honored. 13 elders look stunning. Temperament cold. A hand of lotus life sword technique let the world of men cannot look down. And with her the same to the men are rejected thousands of miles. So even if she than the 13 elders older than nearly 100 years, but also ultimately born, some should not have feelings. But the 13 elders but rarely to her false color. Therefore, after learning that the other party is practicing the ice heart work only to lead to the severance of love and extinction, she has taken great pains to look for the method of cracking the ice heart. Now see the 13 elders in order to crack the ice heart and the cultivation of the great retreat. She is more in the heart of the heart, so only here to rummage through the canonical books in order to remedy the law of the spiritual platform. But here she was vomiting and meditating on the recovery of Venerable Lien Jian. What was Venerable Lien Jian doing at this moment? Sharing a bath with her new male disciple. In stark honesty, with the most disgusting thing in the world like men, the more the three elders think the more angry. Seems to feel the jade gourd in the wine is not enough to solve the problem. She picked up the half-pouring of the wine altar to pour a few mouths. To be in the altar of wine to drink all the wine will be casually thrown out. Issued clang of the altar of the sound of the shattered. And the green dress is also by the liquid wine soaked. Tightly affixed to the body highlights its proud curves. You Su, you don't deserve to die. Such a thing as sharing a bath with the lotus sword Venerable One was something that even she, who was also a woman, hadn't done before. Hey! The third elder's shell teeth clenched. The mimosa she placed outside of Yusu's door was late in transmitting a change, indicating that Yusu hadn't returned to his room so far. So where could he be? It can only be that lotus life pond. No way. We can't let them soak any longer. More than a day has passed. They should have recovered long ago. Do you really think they're taking a mandarin duck bath? She also thought of the last time this pair of master and disciple conversation on the reluctant, unfulfilled appearance, coupled with the lotus sword Venerable to swim Su unreservedly give. On the two in the end have what kind of special relationship produced endless reverie. Her complexion suddenly condensed. At this time can no longer hold back. Sharp stand up. Jade hand gently caress. A green banana leaf will be suspended in the air. The third elder held the plump and rounded fragrant buttocks and sat on it. And the green light flashed under the divine tree. And in a flash, even the person with the leaves was gone. He shut on cold dimple playful red. Left hand on the body of Yusu gently caress wandering. For him to diffuse to the whole body of Yang Qi forced back to the lower abdomen. Convenient together with the discharge. As for her right hand, she was slightly awkwardly maneuvering her one-handed sword technique. The two strands of Xian Qi mingling and intermingling above the hilt of her sword. Whether it was the Lian Sheng sword or the Yuan sword, both were one-handed swords. She should be most familiar with one-handed swordsmanship, but the she was performing at the moment swordsmanship was very different from the previous one, and she had only learned the theory, but was practicing it for the first time. If you look carefully, you can find that this set of sword moves is extremely special. One up and one down. One turn and one spin seems to have a unique pattern. The force of holding the hilt is also sometimes big and sometimes small. After several times of repetition, you also need to hold the end of the hilt full of rubbing, gently folded and slowly twisted. If Guan Chujun or Jilingrua were here, they would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this was an extremely special type of human volume dual cultivation technique. Yusu was also under the attack of this sword move, and his condition improved with the naked eye. There was a flash of electricity, and he shut on lost her color in an instant. Lotus Peak was covered with troublesome winds, so even a void Venerable could not fly. However, I didn't expect that at this late hour, the third elder would suddenly visit Lotus Peak. He was walking towards this immortal pool with eager steps. He shut on were expected this change. All of a sudden the heart is anxious, at a loss. After nearly 200 years of being emotionless, this was the first time she had ever felt such a sour sense of shame. It was as if she could hear the sound of the third elder stepping through the forest and stepping on the leaves along the way. But Yusa had an arrow on the string at the moment, so how could she lose the battle? What's taking so long? Shatan's face was full of blushes, and she murmured softly with her sideways head. Unable to attack for a long time, she even gave up her increasingly familiar one-handed sword and turned into a more powerful two-handed sword. Come on, come on. Compared to a ghost to woman who, the third elder feels more like a bitter victim who has given up his beloved and then feels remorseful. Catch an adulterer. At this thought, she walked more and more rapidly. Before coming here, the fog of these barriers simply do not have any impact on her. This time when the night is deep and quiet. On the contrary, more and more dense, as if to slow down her forward generally. This pair of master and disciple, there is definitely something fishy going on. With a swish, the third elder did not hesitate to remove the last layer of forest barriers by the lotus pond. And the lotus pond that she had longed for was finally reflected in her eyes. White stone, clear pool, covered with a black veil of the young man lying flat on the shore. The face of the rosy pool on the dense mist, The goddess is in the lotus pool at the other end of the hidden. The third elder breathed a long sigh of relief, secretly grateful for the false alarm. Third elder's late night visit is urgent? Venerable Lotus Sword's clear and cold voice came out quietly. The third elder, whose delusion fell through, stomped 2 unnatural steps. She came in a hurry and hadn't really thought ahead of time about what excuse she should use to put it off. Ahem. Nothing much. Just came to check on Yusu's recovery. It's not good for the body when young people soak in water for too long. The third elder to Yusui quite attached. I'm paying attention to him? The third elder's beautiful eyes roundly stared, and then returned to normalcy, smiling sarcastically. His natural talent is not bad, and he will definitely be the foundation of the sect in the future. And as the Xianshao sect's grand elder, it's only natural for me to pay some attention to him. Third elder is kind. He has recovered unharmed. He's just still unconscious. Please bring him back for me. That's exactly what I was going to do. And it's a good thing I got here in time, or it would have been too late when he woke up. The third elder folded down a tree branch, pointing it at Yusu's body. Yusu was attached to the end of the branch slowly in the air. Only the black robe that covered his body flowed down to the ground, revealing his naked body. The third elder inadvertently glanced at, hastily closed his eyes. His heart cursed the man. This object are so big, really ugly to the extreme. She condensed her divine sense on Yusu, as if she sensed something, and all of a sudden, her eyebrows knitted tightly, and then she moved her divine sense to his shut-on behind the fog, and marveled. You're still in the cave void realm? The third elder wants me to fall down the realm? How could it be? It's just that not only did you heal his wounds, but you also replenished the immortal seed for him, and given your previous state, I thought you would surely not be able to support yourself enough to fall off the realm. Third elder has not underestimated Lotus Sword's roots. The third elder's face straightened as he spoke, and he said sternly, your roots are even thicker. You shouldn't pay for him like this. You are spoiling your cultivation that was hard to come by. This time there is no fall in the realm. You must not be lucky. There must not be a next time. Master most avoid spoiling disciples. You need to know, without your immortal seed he as far as today, he has his own creation. He Shudong was silent for a moment before saying, Lian Jian has been taught. Well, I'm off. So rest up. I'm still working on the spirit platform restoration. The third elder nodded and gave instructions. Then he used a tree branch to support Yusu and walked back to the immortal forest. When she passed by the mid-mountain summer that smelled of fragrant flowers, with the contrast of the strong odor, she could clearly smell a light fishy smell in the air, and the source of this fishy smell was Yusu. She didn't think much about it, when this disgusting smell was the impurities that Yusu was forced out of her body by the lotus pond purification. The thought that these impurities also remained in the pool that venerable Lotus Sword bathed in sent a chill down the third elder's spine. You go change my water, you. Unable to hold back her resentment, she used a wooden branch to whip downstream Sue's buttocks as a way to vent her anger. Wait, change the water. Fortunately, the spirit mist and the night color covered it, not revealing He Shutong's scarlet pretty face. She raised her hands in the water, but there was still a trace of stickiness. In a hurry, she had to wrap those things in her hands and hide them underwater to prevent exposure. But by now most of them had melted into the water. But she was more surprised than her heart was different. After the third elder's reminder, she realized that she, who had lost 2 immortal seed fractions of Xianxi one after the other, had actually not fallen in the realm. Obviously she was prepared for a fall in the realm in the beginning. She knows that this is not at all because of her deep roots. Yusu has his own creation. She also has his creation. End of chapter. Between drowsiness, in a misty dream, Yusu felt himself transform into a sword. The divine intent sealed in the sword for an unknown period of time. This sword of his was born to be a majestic sword that stood on top of the heavens and the earth. Instead, the sword was held in the hands of a woman who was new to the art of swordsmanship. Her performance disappointed Yusu. She shouldn't have used a broadsword like mine. She should have used something more graceful and restrained. Wait, how could her sword enlightenment be so high? The seal actually loosened. Woman, you're such a kendo genius. You should have used a broadsword like mine. Come on. Lift the curtain that covers me and let me see what you look like. I recognize you. Knock. And not. Don't let me see it, just don't see it. What are you hammering me unconscious for? Sure, maiden. I really didn't mean it. Yusu sat up from the bed in a split second, and the covers rolled off the side of the bed, revealing a well-defined chest. It wasn't until he adjusted to the clear world in his eyes that he realized he had awakened and opened his eyes, and judging by the decorations around him, this was his own room. Yusu took 2 deep breaths to calm his mind. What lingered in his mind was the glimpse he had gotten before he closed his eyes. The first time he had ever seen his master's wife's true face. He seemed to understand why the bratty and arrogant senior sister would from after meeting her change her words to the most beautiful woman in the world, the most beautiful girl in the world. Whether it was her looks or that perfect body, There would never be a woman more beautiful than Shenyang. She was the goddess born from the creator's extreme imagination of beauty. Yusu thought as such with certainty in his heart. Pop! Yusu slapped himself angrily without any effort, and clear red marks were visible on his not-so-white face. Shenyang's beauty was almost a kind of sacredness, calling for people to not dare to trespass, and Yusu was ashamed of the fact that he could hardly forget, and was even still recalling that beauty. This was not the kind of beauty that he, as a disciple, should have seen from his master's wife, and seeing such a stunning beauty did not make him feel a sense of stealing joy, but rather, endless fear and self-reproach, although he knew that it was not his initiative to open his eyes at that time, but the Shen-Chi in his body had reached the peak of what he could withstand before he was forced to open his eyes, just as when he was awakened by the immortal seed planted by his master's mother. He only hoped that Senior Mother did not notice the difference in his eyes, so that he could hide this sense of indebtedness in the bottom of his heart and continue to act as Senior Mother's disciple on the surface as if nothing had happened, and secretly pay more filial piety and return to Senior Mother, so that he could fill this indebtedness. If it wasn't for the fact that the senior mistress overly valued herself, resulting in the willingness to let herself, a man, bathe in a pool with her even in the case of a nude soaking pool retreat, how could she have the opportunity to be able to get a glimpse of this earthly scenic beauty? Alas! Yusu shallowly sighed and thought again about the condition of her body before she passed out. Open eyes may still be possible not to be found, but his standing sword posture is impossible not to have been rushed to save their own master's wife to see, and I do not know how the master's wife will think of their own. A rebellious disciple who was obviously brought up by his master, but has charming thoughts about his wife. Who is the master's lover? Will she regret allowing me to enter the lotus pond? Will she even regret taking me as her disciple? Thinking about this, he felt even more ashamed, and was even more at a loss as to how to explain it, even though neither the opening of the eyes nor the erection of the sword was something he intended to do, and so on. Where's my big sword? Yusu lifted the rest of the covers in unison, and he spread his legs apart, looking underneath him in disbelief. What's wrong? To know, it had been unknown how many consecutive days at the time of awakening, he was in that lofty standing sword posture, and each time, it would last for a long time, causing him to feel doubly disturbed. Why did you wake up and lie down this time? Not only that, Yusu only feel all over the body, smooth and light. Before that kind of accumulation for a long time must be as soon as possible to give vent to the feeling is also gone. His knowledge of the Acacia technique was limited to the 3 volumes of the Heaven, Earth, and Human technique, as well as the full Mandarin duck sword technique. He knew very little about the fundamental theories of the Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang Acacia sect, and Guan Chujun didn't teach him either, only letting him concentrate on the sword path. Yusu also do not know whether the master is intentional or unintentional. Perhaps the master is also thought them the decline of the dual cultivation way. He should be a pure sword cultivator it, so much so that he didn't know exactly what had happened to his body. Before he had only felt that he was energetic, and after cultivating the Zhang Yang nurturing sword technique there was a feeling of overexuberance. He had thought about using self-do to vent his anger, but stopped. Was strictly forbidden in the Mandarin sword the practice of? It was a great loss of one's essence and was harmful to the path. Self-do. That was why he had also been restraining himself, trying hard not to show it. He also believed that with his self-control, it would be enough to wait until the day his senior sister returned. But apparently, he overestimated his self-control, which after all is supposed to be beyond human control. Yusu couldn't help but think of that absurdly vague dream he had when he was passed out. That dream can't be true, can it? But how could the master mother? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yusu's pupils contracted and he couldn't stop shaking his head, trying to clear the thoughts out of his mind. Suddenly, he felt a fiery pain between his femurs. Ordinary physical attacks on his body simply could not create lasting pain. This pain between his femurs was obviously caused by the attacks containing Xian-Chi. Who's kicking my ass for nothing? Is it your wife? No. Although this person's whip intent was filled with resentment and anger, corresponding to the emotions that would be generated by Shenyang, but Yusu, being burdened with the lotus immortal seed, clearly perceived that the Xian-Chi remaining on the whip wound was vastly different from Shenyang's. The long-lasting, fragrant aroma in the air gave him a hint. The third elder, the one who helped me was actually the third elder? Did she offer to help? Or did Shifu ask her to? Yusu's heart set off shock waves. He consciously with the 3 elders far from so close to the point, and even he can feel the 3 elders on his attitude some dark rejection. The other side is completely in the face of the master mother and sister to produce interactions with their own. But is she actually willing to do that for me? Yusu also did not dress, climbed up from the bed and poured himself a cup of tea. He pounded a mouthful and suppressed the fall in his heart. At that exact moment, the door was pushed open softly, and the cold and craggy fairy wearing a jade rabbit mask appeared in front of the door. a pair of translucent blue pupils fluttering, unashamedly sizing up the naked Yusu. Put. Yusu didn't even have time to wipe the water stains around her mouth before she immediately turned on her side and covered her private parts shyly. Sister, why don't you knock? Inside the room. Yusu tightened his belt and smoothed out his newly changed robes before coughing lightly. Okay sister, come on in. Having received permission, Fairy Wangshu then pushed open the door and walked in, moving naturally, completely unembarrassed by the fact that she had just bumped into Yusu naked. Yusu's eyes are like ink, still open eyes, looking at his senior sister's frank and carefree appearance, and is speechless and envious. If I could be like my elder sister and treat these unspeakable matters of men and women with a normal mind, wouldn't I be free of so many worries? However, he could only think about it, and it would be irresponsible of him, as the one who took advantage of the situation, to treat it as if nothing had happened. Even if he guessed that no matter what the inside story was, I'm afraid that the third elder and the master's maiden would not take the initiative to mention this matter to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened his eyes again and been sent back to his room. Senior sister, sit. Yusu moved a chair for Fairy Wangshu and sat down at the tea table himself. Fairy Wangshu sat down, but as if she felt that she was too far away from Yusu, she even moved her position to Yusu's side. When she raised her head again, facing Yusu's questioning gaze, her calm lake-like eyes seemed to be asking rhetorically, what's the problem? Yusu was speechless and poured a glass of water for his senior sister. He knew that she wouldn't drink it, but the etiquette still had to be done. Even in front of him, Fairy Wangshu never took off the jade rabbit mask. There were no more openings on the mask except for the two eye holes, and it was obviously impossible to drink tea without removing the mask. Senior sister, you wouldn't have been guarding the door while I was unconscious, would you? Yusu pushed the teacup over. The timing of his senior sister opening the door was too coincidental. It just happened to be when he poured the water to make the noise, which made him so suspicious. Right. Didn't senior brother say that men and women are different and can't just enter your room? Yusu, heart warm, sister all the way to accompany him out of the battle. Tired and injured is also by the sister to hold him back. At this time unconscious has been guarding the side, but also very much listened to his words. Cannot help but secretly feel, there will be no better than this sister. It's great that elder sister remembered this. You don't really need to guard me so much. Also in the future, no matter whose room you enter, remember that you need to knock first. Yusu still wished to properly teach senior sister, but I didn't come in. I just opened the door, and now it's only because Shifu gave me permission to come in. Fairy Wangshu's tone was flat, but she spoke with a bit of justification. You can't even open the door without knocking from now on. Aha. Fairy Wangshu nodded her head, seemingly not too eager to continue this topic, and asked again, is senior brother feeling better? Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Not only is it better, but I feel that my body is even better than before, and after 2 consecutive battles, my spirit platform has plumped up quite a bit. Senior brother's immortal seed is full again then. Yusu brow lotus pattern appeared. Fairy Wangshu looked at it casually said, listening to Yusu ears but the meaning is inexplicable. He hesitated for a moment, but still replied, senior mother perhaps felt that I fought hard and replenished the immortal seed for me, so it is indeed troublesome for senior mother. But isn't senior brother in a coma? So how do you know that it's the immortal seed that master replenished for you? Yusu glanced at his senior sister without noticing. No emotion could be seen in those sky blue eyes. She really didn't mean to say that to bait me into revealing myself. Yusu secretly shook his head and said, who else could it be besides senior mother? The only one who is willing to do this for me is the senior mother. Master is really good to senior brother. Maybe it's because I'm still too weak after just starting out. Senior auntie is definitely extremely kind to senior sister as well. Yusu really couldn't hear whether senior sister was angry or jealous, or if it was really just a simple sentiment. Fairy Wangshu was silent for a moment, deep in thought, and suddenly said, I think that master teacher treats me and my senior brother differently and well. All disciples, what's different? Yusu smiled twice. Fairy Wangshu instead shook her head, rather helpless in general. I can't tell. So how did master help senior brother recover? By bathing naked in a pool with your teacher's wife? Yusu looked at the pure and immaculate senior sister. How could he not say this answer? But in front of the immaculate-hearted senior sister, he could not lie and could only say, I didn't see it either, and then I woke up in my own bed. Fairy Wangshu gazed at Yusu for a moment, as if she wanted to see something on his face. Yusu, who dared to be watched by his senior sister all the time, busy skimming off the topic. Senior sister, what happened to the time I was unconscious? Originally, the third elder used her glazed bed for you to recover, and then at the request of the senior elder took you to the place where the senior elder was in seclusion. And then it was not until the ugly hour of today that the third elder brought back the undressed senior elder brother. She seemed to be very angry and wouldn't let me get close to you. so I waited for her to leave and then stood guard outside your room, waiting for senior brother to awaken. It's really troublesome for the third elder. Senior sister, does the third elder have any weapons that he specializes in? Yusu turned to ask. There is. It's called the Chuation whip. Is it really the third elder? Naturally, Yusu would not be narcissistic enough to think that a female cultivator who had stayed at the top of a mountain for hundreds of years would look at a fledgling blind man. But even if the third elder appreciated him again, he should have stood by and watched when he encountered this kind of thing. Then it could only have been the master's maiden who had asked her to do so, and being able to make the third elder give up the reserve of a female cultivator at the top of the mountain. The master's maiden was afraid that she had also paid a small price. Yusu slightly lost consciousness. Maybe the third elder has already received compensation from the teacher's wife, or she simply does not care about this matter. But for Yusu, he owes the third elder a favor. In the future still have to respect some of the three elders. As for the grace of the master's wife, there is no need to say more than when the spring to return the favor. What is senior brother asking this for? You. Fairy Wangshu hesitated for a moment and asked carefully, don't want to learn the sword anymore? How come? I spent so much effort just to stay at Lotus Peak to learn the sword from senior sister. Yusu smiled brightly. Fairy Wangshu didn't say anything. She stood up suddenly and joyfully tried to grab at Yusu's hand. But suddenly, as if she remembered Yusu's admonition, she withdrew her hand and stopped, saying, Senior brother, you come out with me. Yusu also don't know why. Saw the senior sister retracted the hand, actually also a little lost. He shook his head, also stood up form and followed out. Walking out of the door, Fairy Wangshu was already waiting under that peach tree, and around the peach tree, there was actually an endless array of exotic treasures. They all exude a magnificent divinity, and any one of them is a rare treasure that opens the door wide at a glance. Looking at Yusu's shocked expression, Fairy Wangshu seemed to be very flattered and explained, these are all congratulatory gifts from the other elders because of senior brother's success in worshipping Lotus Peak. Oh, I've already received them all for senior brother. Yusu sniffed and broke away from his surprise. Senior sister didn't seem like someone who would covet treasures, but her tone rose. Her words seemed to be threatening. If you don't learn the sword, all these treasures won't belong to you. He was touched in his heart, not realizing that by merely asking what weapon the third elder was using, he was thought by his sensitive senior sister to be looking for another job. It's all because I dipped into Lotus Peak. This sentence Yusu from the heart. He walked to the front of the near, began to measure up these valuable treasures. Some of them could be seen at a glance, such as the seventh elder of alchemy who sent the doom pill, next to which the function of this sacred medicine for healing injuries was carefully explained. There was also the 11th elder of the imperial beasts who sent a valuable snowfox fur so that he could present it to his good couple. The 9th elder who was famous for his sword skills sent a jar of top quality sword oil, which of course was the proper sword oil for raising the Mo Song sword. Of course there were some uncommon gifts, such as the delicate wooden figure that Yusu was fiddling with in his hand, which was fretfully holding a pocket-sized sword. Yusu asked, Elder sister, what's the point? This is the sent by the 12th elder spreading beans into soldiers. As long as you let it do the sword stance once, it will be able to keep repeating it over and over again, and even the divinity can be imitated. In the event that senior brother forgets a sword move, rely on it to remember it. It's a very precious magic treasure. Has the machine art been refined to such a point? Yusu secretly marveled. What about this? Yusu took out another stack of talisman seals. Only this talisman seal was not filled with arcane runes, but with drawings of cool women with different yin forms. This is a lady charm sent by the second elder who specializes in charms. And every time you use one you can summon a paper lady to complete some chores for senior brother. Yusu sweat face. Just to do housework, is it necessary to draw so cool? Shouldn't someone do something else with the paper man? He also took an inventory of all the congratulatory gifts, totaling 8 gifts, not counting the master's maiden. There were actually 4 great elders who did not give any gifts, as if she could see through what he was thinking. Senior sister said, the 8th elder of Tumu Peak doesn't know what to send. Just say that senior brother wants to open a cave despite looking for him. The 5th elder of Red Rainbow Peak has a sword pavilion, allowing senior brother to go to the pavilion at any time to pick up a sword. Only the 10th elder of Book Immortal Peak didn't send anything. And I dislike the 10th elder the most. Shu Xianfeng? What about the 3rd elder? 3rd elder said that her gift has been given to senior brother. What is it? The 3rd elder, she was afraid that the senior brother would be proud and sent me a whip. End of chapter. 3rd elder's gift is really chic. Yusu looked at his senior sister's serious appraisal, and could only smile and grunt twice in agreement with her. I can't use so many treasures. Does senior sister have a favorite? A good mentor is a mentor who knows how to share. Fairy Wangshu froze. Her eyes swept over the 8 treasures on the ground. Each of them had a unique and wonderful use, but she did not even make any unnecessary lingering. She just raised her head and shook it. These were given to senior brother by the great elders. I can't take them. What's mine is senior sister's. Whatever senior sister wants, just take it generously. Sister still shook her head. Since joining the peak, from the beginning to the end of the fairy Wang Shu on his care, Yusu has always wanted to return the senior sister but suffer from the lack of ability. He was a young man from a small town. How could he bring out gifts worthy of a heavenly fairy like elder sister? These great elders sent congratulatory gifts, just for him to add some thick family background. His eyes also swept over these congratulatory gifts, but after thinking about it, he realized that no matter which one seems to be of great use to his sister, like chicken ribs. Eventually, Yusu's eyes rested on the expensive snow fox fur, obviously still in the fall. The fox fur seems to have been piled up frost and snow, cold and unassuming. The snow fox fur's ability to protect from the cold was largely useless to the Feather Realm's senior sister, but the good thing about clothing was that it not only sheltered the body from the cold, it also decorated the grooming. Senior sister, you take this fox fur. I can't wear this coming from a poor countryside. This dress is so good looking. It should be worn by a good looking senior sister. Fairy Wanshu sniffed and blinked her eyes lightly twice, saying, but I haven't even taken off my mask, so how does senior brother know that senior sister looks good? Senior brother is still blind. Even if senior sister takes off her mask I can't see senior sister's appearance, but in my heart, senior sister is definitely good looking. Yusu sincere praise. Alone this body temperament, simply do not need to show face has been enough to dump the crowd. Fairy Wanshu didn't know what she was thinking, but she actually hung her head in silence for a long time before she reared her head up again. She looked like she was excited and asked, is senior brother really going to give it to me? Of course, only senior sister is the most suitable for it, Yusu said with certainty. Thank you senior brother, then I'll take this snow fox fur. Yusu refreshingly smiled. Senior sister need not be polite. Immortal Wangshu reached out and took the snow fox fur handed to her by Yusu and draped it over herself at the first opportunity. She was tall and well proportioned, with a white dress like snow on the bottom, and a fox fur embellishment, so that the temperament of the original clear and unrivaled. She added a few points of nobility. Fairy Wangshu gently whirled her body, like the lone snow flying down from the 9 heavens. Yusu looked slightly lost and thought, must be obsessed with that piece of mask under the appearance. Is the blasphemy of this piece of natural beauty. Realizing that he had lost his temper, Yusu hurriedly withdrew his sight. Even though his senior sister had already seen him open his eyes, she did not yet know that he was able to regain his eyesight in this state. Yusu suddenly realized a problem. With his close relationship with the woman, it seems to be unparalleled stunning beauty. Thank you senior, I really like it. I'll wear it all the time. Fairy Wangshu stroked the fluff around her neck and said heartily. Yusu could hear that his sister was not trying to make herself happy, but the elder sister obviously just now was still not interested in this fox fur appearance. Why just after his own compliments good looking? The attitude changed? He was not overly concerned about this, and smiled warmly. It's good that senior sister likes it, for Fairy Wangshu's vow to wear it all the time. Yusu was still just treating it as a joke, and he also restored the pupils of his eyes to normal at this moment. Rarely was it actually the senior sister who offered her farewell first. Stroking the collar of her fur coat, she then took a step 3 times back towards her boudoir, while Yusu also went back to her room after collecting the rest of her treasures. Wangshu sat in a chair with a pristine glazed mirror in front of her. She placed her hand on the mask that covered all of her face and seemed to want to remove it, but after a moment's hesitation she gently put it down. She also took out the congratulatory message that she had quietly pinned between her fox furs, and the last 4 words of the message read, "Can be given to a good couple." There was some eagerness in her eyes, and some doubt. What does mean, good couple? The next few days were spent in uneventful cultivation, with no outsiders coming to disturb them, and not even the third elder had come. Yusu looked at the mountains and forests behind the small courtyard, and his heart was full of meaning. Senior mother did not drive him away, nor did she ever seek him out again, but senior mother was already in seclusion. It was only right that he had disturbed her many times. It was only right that she did not call out to him. However, after experiencing something like that, Yusu was still a bit frustrated, looking forward to the next time he would meet with Yang, while at the same time, he was afraid that his relationship with Yang would become awkward. After all, his relationship with elder mother had only become good with great difficulty, and he treasured it very much. For this reason, he could only secretly annoy himself, and even the Zhangyang sword nurturing technique was no longer practiced. He couldn't afford to be in that situation again until his senior sister returned. In addition to meditating and reading, he also began to learn the Lotus Life sword technique from his senior sister, and Fairy Wangshu taught him without any complaints. And every time, she waited outside of Yusu's door early before the class even started. Yusu also delayed the cultivation time of the teacher sister and feel guilty. one after another to discourage the teacher's sister, but shook his head, said, "Brother, don't worry, her physique is special. There is no need to sit in the air." Yusu sniffing, really envious, thinking that this is probably the real genius. The Xian air does not need to lead yourself at all, but they rush to be absorbed by you. The Lotus Life Sword technique is the sword technique created by Shirnyang in the Jade Ring Pond when she broke through the cave void realm. The sword is just as its name suggests. The sword moves are like interlocking petals of a lotus flower that are generally dense and orderly. When Yusu studied the first 9 styles, he had a sense of the Yuanyang sword in the Yuanyang sword technique. Not that the moves were similar, but that the idea of interlocking and unending was extremely consistent. The senior mother is the master's Taoist partner. Perhaps it is possible to have borrowed the Yuanyang sword. In view of this, Yusu, who had read about the Yuan sword and was gifted, did not have too much difficulty getting started. But when it came to the latter 9 stances, this Lotus Life Sword technique began to show its true essence, no longer pursuing form, but meaning. This was not a sword intent that relied on the sword cultivator's own comprehension. This was the sword intent that came with this set of sword techniques when they were cultivated to the apex. Sword intent could be said to be a major threshold towards a top sword cultivator, but not everyone could comprehend their own sword intent. Most of the sword techniques created by these top sword cultivators who had comprehended sword intent had one thing in common. And that was the ability to use the sword intent belonging to the creator through learning these sword techniques. At the end of the Lotus Life Sword was the sword intent of Venerable Lotus Sword. Although this sword intent is broken down in the 18 styles of the Lotus Life Sword, it is not something that can be comprehended overnight. Yusu was not in a hurry, and only practiced the first 9 forms daily. Yusu, by the way, also reviewed all of the abilities he knew. The near-complete Duck Sword, Mo Gun Sword Intent, Zheng Yang Nurturing Sword Technique, the first 9 stances of the Lotus Sword, the Tai Sui power that could briefly explode, Rui Royal Wind Technique, and a few other arts that could not be put to any great use. It was funny, he had even gone to learn these minor arts in order to improve himself in a short period of time, but now that he thought about it for him, perhaps concentrating on swordplay was the best thing for him to do. He looked at a book of arts titled 16 Divine Walking Techniques sent by the head elder and finally put it down. Life on Lotus Peak was peaceful and relaxing. And with the daily companionship of his senior sister, it was as if he had returned to the days when he was in Izumo City when he was attached to his senior sister every day. He couldn't help but miss his senior sister more and more, and he didn't know if she had safely returned to the Snake Clan, and if she had successfully accepted the inheritance. It was a pity that the deteriorating relationship between the human and demon races had reached the point where sending personal letters was not allowed. Only letters sent by important chambers of commerce, clans, families, and other organizations would be accepted by the censors of the Divine Han Boat. Yusu also can only stop. In the Izumo City, the experience of escaping from death is still vivid in my mind. But Izumo City resurrected the Dim Kuan, this level of evil spirits of the Big Thing. He actually did not receive any interrogation. As if Allah, Tai Sui, dream-eating ghosts and so on, everything has nothing to do with him. Perhaps it was because no one even believed that a blind man from the spiritual platform realm would be involved in such matters. Or perhaps it was because the senior maiden had blocked all the doubts for him. As such, he also cherished the tranquility on Lotus Peak even more. And just when he thought he would keep cultivating in silence like this, waiting for his senior mother to leave the gate, the third elder approached the door. Ouch! Little Wanshu is wearing new clothes? You've become even more beautiful. Such an expensive snowfox fur. Who gave it to you? This taste is really good. The third elder held the 2 masses of plumpness and was so amazed by the clear and noble fairy that he didn't hold back from reaching out his hand to lovingly touch twice on this fox fur. Fairy Wangshu, however, took a step to dodge it, not giving the third elder a chance to touch it, and proudly said, "It was given to me by Shifu." Hearing that it was sent by Yusu, the third elder instantly rolled her eyes playfully. Where did that poor kid get so many spirit stones to buy this kind of fancy dress? In my opinion, it must be fake. It was given to senior brother by the 11th elder. And senior brother then passed it on to me. Fairy Wangshu's tone was serious, unwilling for the third elder to look down on her senior brother. Even if it's the real thing, it's still fall. So what are you doing wearing this snowfox fur all the time? You're not afraid that people will see it and laugh at you. Why should we care about others? And besides the third elder, no one will go up to Lotus Peak. I can wear it if I want to. The usual well-behaved Fairy Wangshu was even a bit capricious in her words. The third elder skimmed her damn lips. Looking at the young girl's so loving appearance, also could not bear to continue to nitpick. In addition to the sword in the young girl's hand, she had never seen little Wangshu cherish something so much. Obviously it was something sent by a smelly man. Wangshu was really easy to be tricked. In her heart she couldn't help but mumble a few words. Nothing is for nothing. Nothing is for nothing. Third elder. I'm still here. Yusu awkwardly reminded. This embarrassment is not because the third elder denigrated him to his face, but because of the matter of sword execution. The third elder gave him a muddy glance, and originally wanted to continue to criticize him for a few sentences, but as if he thought of something, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. I'm going to find your master. Yusu, you go down the mountain now. Someone is waiting for you at the bottom of the mountain. Going down the mountain now? Sure enough. Still want to drive me away? Yusu's heart fluttered, and for a moment he forgot to reply. I'll go with senior brother. Fairy Wangshu said faster than Yusu. Little Wangshu, you don't need to go. Just wait for your senior brother to come back at Lotus Peak. He's such a big person which can't go anywhere without his senior sister accompanying him. You also don't want your senior brother to be looked down upon in the sect, right? Yusu didn't know what would happen, but she also didn't want her senior sister to get involved, and chimed in. Senior sister, don't worry, the third elder will still be able to throw me away. I can't. The third elder glanced back at Yusu and said, I would like to lose you, but I'm afraid that your senior elder sister won't be willing to part with you. The one waiting for you at the bottom of the mountain is Shi Yan. He will lead you to Bihua Peak. You wait for me at Bihua Peak. Yusu was puzzled in his heart, but that bit of trepidation was still put down a bit and saluted. Yes, I'm coming down. Yusu gave another bow to his senior sister and turned to leave, and the third elder also stepped into the immortal forest. Only Fairy Wangshu stayed where she was. She stretched out her slender jade hand and rubbed the fox fur on her shoulder, her blue eyes glowing with doubt. Why the senior master and the third elder look for senior brother can't to let me come alone? What exactly are they looking for shitty for? Yusu all the way down. The mood is also like this bumpy mountain rock general some apprehension. When he stepped out of the mountain, a dark-skinned burly man was already waiting here, and when he saw Yusu appear, he shouted excitedly. Yusu! The sound is like piercing clouds and cracking stones. Yusu burst of speechless. Obviously he is in front of him 3 feet. As for shouting so loud? Brother sure. Yusu responded. Aren't you from Lotus Peak? How did I become your senior brother? Don't be so polite. Just call me Shi Yan. Shi Yan said cheerfully. Obviously, he was introduced earlier than Yusu, and his years were longer, and he didn't care. Yusu secretly laughed bitterly, but he did not resent it, and only felt that the other party was simple and honest, so he changed his words and said, then let's call each other by our names, as it should be. Let's go. The third elder asked me to take you to Bihua Peak, Shi Yan said and walked ahead. He was tall and fast on his feet, not caring about anything because Yusu was blind. Yusu froze for a moment and then immediately followed, not feeling that the other party was being rude, but rather feeling good because Shi Yan was able to treat himself as a normal person. The two of them walked into the square. The disciples also more. Many people see Yusu or eager eyes. Some people also boldly greeted him. Yusu also light smile in response. Yusu, you're a big name now. You're also considered to be the most strenuous true legend in the history of the Xianshao sect in terms of fighting in the Battle of Reports. Shi Yan complimented. It's just to keep Lotus Peak from being dusted because of me. Perhaps for the other peaks the true biography report was just a process for the crowd to get to know the newcomer. But Lotus Peak, which only accepts one disciple in 100 years, was that special existence? Which led to the difficulties of Yusu's report. But fortunately, it all passed through peacefully. Well said. I must not leave Bihua Peak in the dust either. Shi Yan clenched his hands into fists and set a strong ambition. Yusu was stunned for a moment. This Shi Yan is not an outer disciple? Outer disciples are all under the lecture system. Where is the master? He also thought that the third elder had entrusted someone to lead him to the mountain. He should have his own disciple. Why should he look for Shi Yan, an outer disciple? Could it be that third elder had taken Shi Yan as his disciple? Shi Yan, you've become a true disciple of Bihua Peak? Ha ha! This is still thanks to you. You can keep it quiet. I like to keep a low profile. After all, it hasn't even started publicizing. True disciples can be brought back directly by the elders who look on their travels outside, or they can be selected among the outer disciples of the sect. With the strength that Shi Yan showed in that battle, it was not surprising that he would be picked by the elders. But Yusu was rather surprised why it was the third elder who accepted him as his disciple. It was rather incongruous for this pair of masters and disciples to come together. Congratulations. I said how the third elder let you take me up to Bihua Peak. It's all because you fought for it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Shi Yan sniffed, but touched his head and laughed nervously. Actually, losing to you was for the best. What does that mean? After joining the peak, senior brother all told me that as an outer disciple, I had already invariably offended so many elders by challenging true disciples for several years in a row. So even if I did win any of the true disciples by relying on that move, even if an elder took a liking to me, he wouldn't want me. After losing to you, I was instead taken under the door by the kind-hearted third elder. You challenge true transmission one after another just to be seen by the elders as a true transmission? Yusu somewhat admired Shi Yan's straightforwardness. How can the huge Xian Shao sect be all fighting and killing and no human feelings? Yes, all the way to fight over is to be beaten violently. I thought that I had held back all my strength just waiting to beat you to raise my eyebrows, but I didn't think that I still hadn't beaten you. Shi Yan's tone was frank and honest, without the slightest hint of blame. I'm also only winning by a thread. That gong method of yours is very powerful. It can actually absorb other people's power and turn it into your own. When you are in a higher realm and can store more air, no one will dare to mess with you easily again. It's a pity that now that you're exposed, others won't attack you easily. Who knows? Stone were heard, actually towards the side of the stone column straight into, and even because of the collision is too intense and issued a tremor. When Shi Yan raised his head again, his head is already bulging a big bag, but he does not seem to feel the pain, but rather arrogant look, said, at one time I thought so too. But it's different after becoming a true legend. In the past, I didn't have any money, so I could only be beaten to become stronger. But now that I've become a true successor, I don't need to spend any money. The third elder has specially prepared a lot of Xian Qi rich Xian stones for me, so I bump into them every day, and I can become stronger by absorbing the Xian Qi from the Xian stones. There is also a big waterfall on Bihua Peak. I sit down and let the water hit me hard. I can also become stronger. Third elder is really good to me. Yusu felt Shi Yan's excited tone and still felt that this type of cultivation was too ahead of its time, but since Shi Yan was enjoying himself, he was not in a position to say much. But in fact, both of them are not clear about the third elder's small mind of accepting Shi Yan as a disciple. The third elder detests men but can't show too much obviousness, so there are still some male disciples with extremely high natural talent on Bihua Peak. Now that she has accepted the incompatible Shi Yan as her disciple, she wants to see such creatures as men being constantly in front of her abused. This makes her happy, doubly comfortable physically and mentally, so she spares no effort to find many things for Shi Yan to help him cultivate. Then why are you obsessed with having to be a true disciple? Yusu was a little curious as to what had sustained the burly man all the way to this point. Who knows that Shi Yan is scratching his head and squirming, stammered half a day to say, I like Gu Eifun from our village, but she was taken in as a true scholar by Venerable Yi Qing of the Forging Treasure sect, and when I didn't want her to go, the Venerable said that at least a true scholar of the Xian Shao sect would be worthy of Gu Eifun. It's a bit of a violation to have an immortal sect fairy, but her common name is Gu Eifun. Venerable Karma Qing is somewhat familiar. End of chapter. Yusu remembered. When Wang Blacksmith handed over the recast Murmur Pine sword to himself, he didn't charge any extra buying money. Instead he asked himself to promise him a request. Defeat a cultivator who holds a sword forged by Venerable Karma Qing. It was also unknown if Blacksmith Wang had survived that calamity in Izumo City. He left in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to say goodbye to the elders of Izumo City. The person who forges the sword is also the person who loves the sword. I only hope that when my sword beheading of the Lord of Lu City reaches the ear of the Wang Blacksmith, he will not regret for handing over the ink pine sword to me. As for this agreement, Yusu would also definitely find a chance to fulfill it. He no longer even wanted to look for some dude who had gotten the sword by a fluke from a good family to compete like what Wang Blacksmith said at that time. He is now the Lotus Sword Venerable disciple. Temperament and demeanor should be worthy of the name is. Looking for those feudal table of the generation to cut is really a disgrace. To fight, should fight really have the strength of the sword cultivator? After that, the two of them chatted briefly and hurried towards Bihua Peak step by step. Passing by Bihua residence, Shi Yan was also very generous to buy Yusu a drink. Mundane wine cannot be drunk immortal, but the joy of wine immortal also do not want to abandon. So all the spiritual treasures, extreme process to brew immortal brew, the most powerful immortal brew. Even the cave void realm venerable drinking too much will also be drunk. Yusu smiled and politely refused. After all, he had to meet the third elder later. Drinking was easy to miss. It certainly wasn't that he thought he could use the booze to make something more happen. It was just that it was rude to get all boozy before visiting your elders. Bihua Peak was famous for its spiritual plants, and was an important source of spiritual plants for the Xianshao sect and even the Everest Divine Mountain. Planting and cultivating these plants required a huge scale, so in terms of volume alone, Bihua Peak was the largest of the 13 peaks of the Xianshao sect. Almost every inch of the rolling mountain was planted with immortal plants and spiritual flowers, and there was even a large spiritual field at the foot of the mountain, making Bihua Peak like a huge green jade, towering between heaven and earth. Even if Yusu couldn't see it with his own eyes, he was still shocked by the various fragrances that filled the air. The Xianqi on the Bihua Peak mountain was even much thicker than the one on Lotus Peak. It was truly a treasure mountain. Bihua Peak was not covered by troublesome winds and could fly at will. It was rumored that there was originally one, but the third elder felt that it was too much of a hassle to walk up the mountain every time and personally blew the troublesome winds away. However, Yusu two-people realm is not enough and no flying magic treasure. Naturally can only honestly walk up the mountain. Unlike the other sparsely populated peaks of the Xianxiao sect, not only were there many trees on Bihua Peak, there were also many people. Most of them were the outer disciples that Bihua Peak had hired in order to conveniently take care of the spirit plants that filled the mountain. The outer disciples took on the task of cultivating the spirit plants, and after completing it, they could also receive the corresponding rewards from Bihua Peak. Along the way, a lot of people are shouting Sure brother to greet him. Shi Yan seems extremely uncomfortable with this title. Every time to correct some but also fruitless. He didn't know how long he had walked before Shi Yan brought him to his destination. Upon asking, he realized that it was only halfway up Bihua Peak. Halfway up the mountainside was a huge palace named Green Lawn Palace. Surrounded by green trees, the Green Lawn Palace was brilliantly green and blue, and when the breeze brushed by it, it was like green waves, hence the name. Two Bihua Peak's senior sisters were pretty on the side, one with a pink dress and one with a blue dress, as beautiful as they could be. They stared unblinkingly at Yusu's cold and beautiful face, as if they were looking at some rare treasure, and also walked over between pushing and shoving each other. 8th senior sister, 9th senior sister. Shi Yan greeted warmly. Aha, Shi Yan, is this senior brother? He's Lotus Peak's second true biographer. Yusu, Shi Yan introduced. The 8th senior sister and the 9th senior sister heard this name. Immediately beautiful eyes light. The two delicate girls glanced at each other, and didn't know what they had realized. The obviously more shy 9th senior sister annoyingly patted down the 8th senior sister who covered her mouth and laughed softly, causing the 8th senior sister to laugh even more intensely. Yusu greets the two senior sisters of Bihua Peak. Yusu bowed respectfully. I've long heard of senior brother Yusu's great name, and now that I've seen it, it's really a great instrument. The 8th senior sister smiled coquettishly and pressed the 9th senior sister's restless hand on her arm. 8th sister, what about me? How do I look? Shi Yan asked curiously. 8th senior sister cut him off and looked at his bursting muscles and laughed. Go ask your 6th senior brother. Your 6th senior brother likes you best like this. Shi Yan smiled nervously. With my looks, it seems there are still people who like me. Yusu raised an eyebrow, hoping that this liking wasn't that kind of liking, and returned it. Senior sister is overstating it. The reputation of Bihua Peak Fairy Yu Chunhua is much louder than that of senior brother. This is not a false statement. Apart from the ordinary-looking Shi Yan, the 10 true disciples of Bihua Peak, 2 men and 8 women, no matter male or female, are all people with good looks. There were also rumors among the disciples that looks were also a major criterion for the third elder to accept disciples. After all, the peak master, third elder, was always at the top of the central continent heavenly immortal ranking evaluated by good people. However, this rumor also fell apart after Shi Yan was taken under the third elder's tutelage. It was worth mentioning that even though Venerable Lotus Sword rarely showed up, he still dominated the top of this list for many years. Senior brother is really good at talking, so tell me, who is a bit more beautiful between me and this senior sister? 8th senior sister smiled and pointed at 9th senior sister who was leaning on her body. Before Yusu could answer this death question, the 9th senior sister, who had not spoken, opened her mouth first, her tone complaining. Senior sister, Yusu can't see it. The 8th senior sister froze for a moment before realizing that she had slipped up. One of the major reasons why Yusu's reputation spread far and wide was because he did all of this as a blind man. There were quite a few heavenly prides that were beyond one's reach, but there was only one blind man. Yusu. Senior brother Yusu. It was senior sister's slip of the tongue. Don't take it to heart. 8th senior sister collected some of her laughter. No harm done senior sister. There is no need to treat me special just because I am blind. Yusu faintly returned. As the words fell, the luster in the eyes of the two beautiful fairies looking at Yusu grew even more, and the 8th senior sister resumed her smiling appearance and said, Senior brother's ambition is not bad. One day he will definitely be able to step into the cave void and transform his body. It won't be too late to see the scenery of these 5 continents at that time. Yusu will certainly try. The 8th senior sister looked as if she suddenly thought of something, and with a turn of her pretty eyes, she added, By the way senior brother, your 9th senior sister in the cave can be planted a lot of divine brightness valley clear grass. This grass on the clearing of the eyes of the utility of the miraculous. You will follow the 9th senior sister to her cave to pick a few more plants. May be able to help you. Who knows that the 9th senior sister suddenly blushed like blood and whispered in shame. What are you talking about 8th senior sister? Where do I have a cave? Shi Yan sniffed and chimed in. Yes 8th senior sister. Doesn't 9th senior sister live in a treehouse on a rootless tree? How can you grow grass in such a small boudoir? 8th senior sister gave him a muddy glance and said, You're new to this. It's normal that you don't understand. It's nothing rare. The spirit plants in your ninth senior sister's room can even dance. Yu-Su, do you want to go and see it? Ninth senior sister was red in the face. Her hands were clenched into fists on her knees. Her blue skirt was pinched out with quite a few folds, and she stammered and didn't know how to retort. Yu-Su did not go to the mountain before the gods. Always guessed that the immortal sect fairies are reserved and cold. But the first time I saw jokingly invited people to go to the sisters' boudoir of the 8 sisters, but also let Yu-Su understand that the fairies are in fact the same as the mortal women, are each individuality. He smiled helplessly, and was about to decline the jokey invitation, when an unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out, clear and majestic. What are we talking about? So happy? A jade and gold phase of the fluttering male cultivator walked over, a green shirt fresh and elegant. Although the words seem to climb, the tone is like a reproach. Seeing him marching in, even the joyful and lively 8th senior sister squared her face. The 3 Manhwa Peak's true transmitters said respectfully in unison, second senior brother. Huafeng's second senior brother was named Yi Qingchen. He was from a prominent family, the eldest son of the Yi family, one of the 3 great families of Hangzhou City, and was considered to be a true immortal family of great origin. Not only that, Yi Qingchen was 65 years old and was already in the realm of feather transformation, and was known as the person who had the most hope of breaking through the cave void realm among all of Venerable Biao's true disciples. He was also born with a dragon chapter in phoenix posture, so it could be said that he had both talent and appearance, and he had a notable status on Biwa Peak, and he was also extremely popular in the Xianshao sect. Yi Qingchen just nodded his head slightly and glanced at Yu-Su, as if to kill him, and faintly said, the divine brightness valley clear grass does indeed have a miraculous effect on the eyes, but in the same way as the immortal pill. The very best immortal pill can only restore the injured, but not the dead. Even a 1,000-year-old cassia seed cannot restore sight to the congenitally blind. Yu-Su is aware of this reasoning. Before the age of 10, the teacher's father is not looking for ways to restore their eyesight, which is not a lack of rare herbs, but all have no effect. Before giving up, put all the hopes are placed on the breakthrough of the whole after the transformation of the bones. However, he is now fused with the Tai Sui. I believe that the time of recovery is not far away, and there is no need to take this Shenming Valley Qinggrass to break into the dragon pool and tiger's den. The 8th senior sister hung her head and dared not speak, but the 9th senior sister pursed her lips tightly and took the initiative to admit her mistake with a trembling voice. Second senior brother, it's me who misremembered the effects of the divine brightness valley clear grass. Xian will remember it in the future. 8th senior sister glared at her and said sharply, it's because I remembered wrongly that I didn't teach senior sister well. Yu-Su in the side of silence. Obviously just a sentence, no one will take seriously the joke. In front of the second brother also need to be so careful? The spirit herb record is written clearly. How can this be remembered incorrectly? The two of you go back and copy the spirit herb record 3 more times and give it to me tomorrow. Yi Qingchen said in a proper voice. The 2 fairies with tightly wrinkled flower faces actually both secretly sighed in relief when they heard this, as if this punishment was already very light for them. Yes. With that, the 8th senior sister pulled the 9th senior sister to leave Qinglan Palace, and before they left, the 2 of them still fondly looked back at Yu-Su. There's no sense of self-consciousness about being a true legend of Bihua Peak. Yi Qingchen saw the 2 women leave and whispered to himself. Yu-Su but also heard clearly. The heart only side also do not know this is not counted as the second elder brother fuss, but people on the peak of the matter. He is also inconvenient to say more. Yi Qingchen glanced at Yu-Su and Shi again, his gaze indifferent as he coldly said, if you have anything to do, go and get busy. Don't pay attention to these senior sisters. After saying that, he didn't wait for Shi to respond, so he only left the 2 of them with a tall back. Alright, second senior brother. Elder Shi practiced a salute before leading Yu-Su deeper into the Qinglan Palace. The voice of Yi Qingchen, however, reappeared and called out to them. Shi, where are you taking him? To receive payment for the mission. It's to the left. It was only then that Yu-Su realized that the third elder was looking for himself, and it turned out that Shi was the only one who knew about it. Second senior brother. Yu-Su isn't here to receive payment for his mission. It's the master who entrusted me to bring him up the mountain. Yi Qingchen narrowed his long eyes. The master took the initiative to invite a teenager to the mountain? Although this Yu-Su had some reputation, he had never seen this kind of thing before. He said with a slight huff, when master received foreign guests, it was always at the tea pavilion in the cloud tea fields. Before entering the peak, didn't anyone teach you? Shi was suddenly blamed, and said resentfully, Big sister has taught me, but, since you've been taught, why are you still taking him towards the back of the temple? Don't you know that the back of the hall is the master's inner chamber that even I cannot enter? Or do you want me to teach you again? Yi Qingchen did not have a favorable tone towards Shi. He was extremely dissatisfied with this new disciple that his master had taken in, and although he had repeatedly advised his master to discourage him, he was rebuffed by him. This dissatisfaction is not without a source. The most obvious is that Yan's appearance and temperament in this Manhwa peak really does not fit. Manhwa venerable disciples. 2 men are like jade trees, 8 women are as delicate as a willow. But Yan is a body type that can pull down a willow. Very incompatible. Furthermore, Yi Qingqian believes that Yan's natural talent is not worthy of Manhwa peak. Not to mention that the cultivation method that makes people speechless. Of course, none of this is the most important one for that reason. Second senior brother. I remember everything. But it was the master who told me to let Yusu enter the back hall and wait. Yan told him in a good voice. Master told him to go into the back hall and wait. Yi Qingqian stared wide-eyed, incredulously glancing back and forth at Yusu. Are you sure you heard it right? I'm not stupid. How could I even mishear such a thing? Yan returned. Second senior brother. Then I'll take him over first. No. Yi Qingqian spoke out to stop him, his hands behind his back, looking at Yusu who had a faint smile on his face and never said a word. The meaning in his eyes was inexplicable. Rarely, the honest Yan was also obstructed by Yi Qingqian at this time and was a bit anxious. Second senior brother. What if master teacher comes back and realizes that I didn't do what she told me to do and blames me? Who knew that Yi Qingqian would step forward and block the way of the two of them, puffing out his chest and saying, this back hall has never been entered by anyone but eldest senior sister. Do you think that the master would allow him, an outsider, to enter? If it's true that you misheard, wouldn't you be allowing him to defile senior sister's inner chamber? You can't afford such a grave offense. When he finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes again and hissed, or, did you do it on purpose? Not. Ouch. Yan's mouth was stupid, and he didn't know what else to say to make Yi Qingqian trust him. Qingqian, now you even dare to question master's words? The voice that suddenly rang out was familiar and charming to the extreme, but the tone was icy cold. The buoyant third elder's lotus steps moved gently, walking from the palace gate behind Yusu. Yi Qingqian looked at the suddenly appearing master teacher, his gaze slightly stagnant, and then immediately returned to normal. Terrified. Disciples wouldn't dare. It's just that. However, the third elder did not look at him, nor did she listen to his explanation, indifferently walking past him, bringing up a piece of charming fragrant wind. Yusu, follow me in. Yes, third elder. Yusu made a bow to the plump back, and later whispered to Yan, tough luck senior brother. Then he brushed past Yi Qingqian, and from the beginning to the end, he never even glanced at Yi Qingqian. What else do you call brother Shur? Just call me Yan as I said. Yan smiled. Yi Qingqian's 2 cheeks were slightly bulging as he watched the beautiful woman and the teenager disappear together at the end of the corridor leading to the back hall, squeezing his voice out from between his teeth. Yan, you don't have to go crashing into the stone today. Second senior brother will personally guide you in your cultivation. Really? You're so nice. Second senior brother. End of chapter. Across the courtyard were 2 tilted immortal willows that stood neck to neck, their long willow emerald leaves drooping down like 2 green-clothed fairies bending down to welcome the guests, and at the same time naturally forming the door to the third elder's exclusive inner chamber. There is no need to fiddle with any mechanism. Just as the 3 elders approach, the 2 immortal willows gradually straighten up their waists, and make way for the 3 elders to enter the hall on their own. Yusu perceived everything in the sea of consciousness, and his heart secretly wondered, even the trees would actively give way. Then it seems that the spirit plant that can dance is really not a believer. Following behind the third elder, smelling the other party's fragrance that lingered in the air for a long time, Yusu tried to hold back the random thoughts in his mind, but he still hesitantly stopped at the entrance of the inner room. He understood Yi Qingqian's actions. If he were to do the same, he wouldn't have allowed a brat from an outside peak to just enter the inner room that only the master's wife could enter in such a dignified manner. But why, then, did the third elder bring herself into this exclusive back hall of hers? Come in. Are you still afraid that my father will really do you in here? The third elder had already set aside the willow curtain and entered the hall, looking back at the stopped Yusu with an impatient face. After all, after what happened, as long as I didn't actually do myself in, then whatever I was about to face was something I should live with. With such thoughts in mind, Yusu gritted his teeth, plucked open the willow curtain, and walked in, and the 2 straight willows, but also in the swimsuit into the door after all drooped waist, blocked did not hold back quietly followed Yi Qingqian, as well as his line of sight from the shadows. It was said to be a back hall, but it was actually a specially open field of exotic flowers. As soon as you walk into it, what comes to your nose is the fragrance of different flowers that is so rich that it makes you dizzy. And there are hundreds of flowers blooming here, and even if you casually pick the most inconspicuous flower in the corner, it will be enough to be madly snatched by those flower-loving fairies in the immortal realm. The third elder had lived amongst 100 flowers for many years, so it was no wonder that she had a lush fragrance cascading over her body. Yusu eyes cannot see. Had to be careful to move forward. Do not dare to touch the 100 flowers half. But these precious flowers seem to have a spirit. No matter how tall or short, they all want to flock to the legs of this strange visitor. At that time, I was young and thin in spring. I rode a horse and leaned on the slanting bridge, and the building was full of red sleeves. Yusu felt that the poem and the fragmented memory was a perfect way to describe this scene. He felt something in his heart and slowed down his pace as well, bowing slightly to caress the body of each flower, and taking in more than a few breaths when he encountered a favorite scent in response to the anticipation of these exotic flowers wanting to be appreciated. The third elder turned to look at the obnoxious man who actually dared to touch the flowers that he had carefully planted. His face was huffy. He wanted to speak out and rebuke, but he finally stopped. She skimmed her red lips and walked to a hanging chair naturally formed by wooden vines and gently sat her plump body on it. Her rounded jade legs were folded and her green skirt was lifted up by a section, making her white and flawless calves visible. Although the man is hateful, but she is also a person who loves flowers. Rarely can see this sea of flowers composed of rare flowers can be so harmonious with people. This scene she cannot bear to destroy, and she had to admit, Yusu was born handsome and elegant, and the color of the flowers echoed, when counted as a beautiful scene. The only drawback was that Yusu was not a woman. Have you sniffed enough? Yusu sniffed here and there, making the third elder, who knew she smelled good, feel quite strange in her heart. She removed the jade wine gourd on the side of her waist and purposely knocked on it to remind her. Yusu then immediately bowed and said, "Please forgive third elder. It's my first time to smell so many novel flower scents." I didn't hold back before sniffing a few more bites. You're a big man and you love flowers? The third elder pretended to be contemptuous, but in his heart, he was clear that people who love flowers do not distinguish between men and women. Can't talk about love? It's just that Yusu has been blind since she was a child, and is more sensitive to odors, and smells these flowers with their own unique aroma with some delight. The third elder glanced at Yusu, and that bit of disdain was put away. Yusu can't see the flowers with your own eyes, and it's reasonable to smell the fragrance of the flowers as if you're craving them. Then which one of these 100 flowers is your favorite? Third elder asked curiously. The last time Yusu disliked the fragrance of the mid-level summer flowers was still fresh in her mind, so she wanted to ask this kid which one he liked, so that she could return sarcastically as well. My favorite flower is not in this garden, but only the mortal wild chrysanthemum. Yusu's heart warmed as he remembered his senior sister carrying a basket full of wild chrysanthemums to celebrate his birthday. The third elder blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a straight face, "Which of my flowers here is a noble among flowers when placed outside the mountains? And yet you still like this mortal wild chrysanthemum after you have smelled it?" Yusu nodded in response. What about the reason? The third elder came to attention. In fact, what she realized was the way of nature, and in her eyes, every blade of grass and every tree was equal, and there was no difference between noble and lowly at all. But this was a state of mind that she only had when she reached this level. Putting it in the past, she was also bent on pursuing the preciousness of flower species, which led to this field of flowers. Hearing Yusu reply, she was curious about Yusu, an 18-year-old teenager. Where did this insistence come from that he would like that mediocre wild chrysanthemum? There is a poem in the mortal world that says, "The chrysanthemum chooses the country of frost and wind, not the chrysanthemum outside the spring light." When Yusu was young, he often complained about the sky because of his blindness, so he deceived himself into thinking that this blindness of mine was also the result of choosing the wind and frost, and that it was definitely not fate's intention to toy with me, and used this as a way to cheer himself up. Now that I think about it, it's actually quite funny. Yusu narrated, with a warm smile, and added, "It's not the wild daisies I like, it's just that strong self I fantasized about as a young child." Although Yusu is a joke, it speaks of the hardships of a blind child who has grown up all the way to this day, the whole day with the flowers and trees as a companion. The heart must also be extremely good. The third elder was touched by the words of the swimsuit. Eyes like water, soft voice. You don't have to humble yourself. The fact that you have achieved what you have today shows that this is not a fantasy, but a fact. Thank you third elder for affirming. Yusu was courteous and elegant. Seeing his appearance, the third elder felt pity in his heart. After all, people would always exert more care for the more vulnerable. Qing Chen didn't give you a hard time, did he? Senior brother Qing Chen didn't make things difficult for me. Yusu replied truthfully. Qing Chen is very exclusive in nature. Don't you mind? Maybe it's because senior brother Qing Chen values his division so much that he's like this. I understand. The third elder sniffed and lightly knit his eyebrows. This second disciple of his own, is it really only because of the importance of the division that he is so? In fact, Yi Qingchen was not a disciple that she took the initiative to accept, but rather, the Yi family came to her door and stuffed it into her hands. When she was young and not yet famous, she had received the favor of the Yi family's head at that time, and now that she had become famous, It was only right to accept a descendant of the Yi family with a matching talent as a disciple to repay the favor. Even though he was a man, she patiently and attentively taught him. Cannot deny, this son as a disciple is indeed excellent, but in fact this Yi Qingqian's many behaviors, she has seen in the eyes secretly unhappy. Many times to teach also have little effect. As Yi Qingqian broke into the feather realm, his words and actions seemed to have intensified even more. She even felt that this disciple had some unwarranted feelings for himself, but the other party had never shown or made any unauthorized words or actions, so she could not jump to conclusions. The third elder also had a headache over this. This matter was like rootless ping-pong. She had nowhere to ask for proof, and even more so, she could not ask others for experience, so she can only treat Yi Qingqian more seriously and harshly on weekdays, hoping that he would know the hard way out and keep this hard-won master-disciple relationship. So if the third elder had wanted to ask Yusu what he thought of that situation as a disciple, but immediately stopped talking, because Yusu a man dirty Lotus Peak, but also with the 13 elders to share the bath thing is very disgusted with Yusu. Just now see his poor did not hold back to praise him has been the limit. At this time actually almost with him to talk about matters of the heart. Her heart chagrined. The third elder secretly shook his head and woke up to himself. This person is a man of evil odor. He was the one who caused Venerable Lotus Sword's spiritual platform to break, and it was for him that Venerable Lotus Sword lost his power many times. The pitifulness of his birth was not the reason he received this favoritism. If what? Yusu asked. Nothing, let's talk business. The third elder responded with a straight face and resumed his usual cold tone towards Yusu, as if the gentleness of the party was just a flash in the pan. Do you need to call yourself here alone to talk about business? Yusu lifted his mind and respectfully said, Third elder, please speak. The third elder glanced at Yusu and opened his mouth to speak. Your master's seclusion is not because of any advancement, but to recuperate from his injuries. Recuperating? Master is injured? Yusu couldn't believe it. He had thought that the third elder had called him to chat about the problems on him, but he didn't realize that it was the master's mother who had a problem. I need to lie to you? The third elder nonchalantly asked back. Yusu digested the news that surprised him. He never seemed to have thought about the purpose of Shenyang's seclusion. He just defaulted to the fact that Shenyang was secluded because she had a realization. Since entering the Xianxiao sect he had a senior sister and a more caring senior mother, as well as a new identity as well as greater strength. Everything was going in a better direction, making him think that the people around him seemed to be the same. Is Shenyang having problems with her cultivation? You know? The third elder's voice became even colder. It's my guess. Senior Nyang didn't tell me about it. Before coming to the Xianxiao sect, there was a sudden black spot on the abdomen of Senior Nyang in the Sea of Consciousness, but it disappeared after arriving at the Xianxiao sect, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Yusu felt remorse in his heart. In fact, he should have thought of it earlier. That black spot was obviously not something that should appear on a cave void exalted. The third elder let out a shallow sigh and said, That's because she cast a spell to conceal her injuries. And being in a high position, how can she easily tell people to look at her bottom? An injury that can't be made known to others is definitely a serious injury without a doubt. Does the third elder know what kind of injuries the senior maiden suffered? Her spirit platform is broken. The third elder once again spoke out of turn. Yusu's eyes widened. How can a spirit platform be broken? He is the spirit platform realm. Of course, know that this spirit platform is the foundation of cultivation, is relying on the accumulation of cultivators for years and years of casting. Has never heard of the spirit platform will break the reason. Everything has a limit. You exceed the limit of what you can withstand and break your arms and legs. So why can't the spiritual platform be broken? That black spot you sensed earlier was the outward manifestation of the gaping hole in her spiritual platform. So, what happens when the spirit platform breaks? The spiritual platform is like a vat of water. When the vat is broken, the water naturally flows out more than once. Yusu frowned tightly with his sword brow. This meant that Shenyang's cultivation at the cave void realm was falling in a steady stream. But even under these circumstances, Shenyang still planted an immortal seed for himself that was extremely detrimental to his Dao foundation. Not only that, Yusu realized a key. The black spot that appeared on the previously mortal-like senior maiden only appeared after all the dust had settled in Exodus Cloud City, indicating that she had suffered this injury in Exodus Cloud City. But she had clearly disappeared for a long period of time, so why would she need to return to Izumo City to suffer this injury? The answer cries out, please also inform me of the remedy. Third elder. Yusu snapped his fists, bowed and drank. He naturally knew that the third elder would purposely seek him out to inform him of this matter. Surely not simply for him to learn the truth and have empty worries. It must be that he could be useful to be qualified to know about this matter. The third elder looked at Yusu with a look of sheer determination, and his cold face eased slightly as he said, still counting on you having a bit of a conscience. It's not in vain that your master has repeatedly sacrificed himself for you. Yusu didn't know the third elder's words what referred to, and he asked eagerly, repeatedly. Yusu is foolish. I can't realize what master has done for me, so I'll ask the third elder to show me the way. Third elder sighed quietly. She is obviously seriously injured, but also for you to plant the immortal seed, and now can only be closed to forcibly plug the gap in the spiritual platform. Once out of the cultivation will not be able to stop falling, but she knew a few days ago that your name to be public, but also intends to go out of the shelter you. Good thing is that you persuaded her. You and Zhou Chang won a battle after the body of a complete deficit. She is afraid of your foundation is damaged and do not want to let you slowly recovery, but chose to borrow the immortal seed of the ability to transmit power to you, with her cultivation to help you heal. You can recover so fast, but she is not satisfied with this. Actually also risked a complete fall in the realm of the immortal seed for you will be empty to make up for the full again. Today, her state is also precarious. The third elder also deliberately concealed the process of bathing together to transmit the power, but she didn't know that in fact, Yusu had already known about it. Yusu eyelids lowered. Then understand why that night will share a bath with the teacher mother. The original water those constantly surging into their own body of the Xian Qi, actually as the teacher mother body flow out. No wonder he will feel so affinity. He thought that after he joined the mountain, he would surely honor his wife, but he didn't expect that he would contribute nothing to the Lotus Peak. But first he became a who relied on his wife's cultivation to survive leech. More crucially, with the attitude of the third elder who spoke frankly to himself today, there is no need to conceal that matter. Now that I think about it, the third elder actually didn't know anything about the condition of his body at all. No matter which way he thought about it, the sword wielder who got rid of the fire for him that night could only be the senior Niang. He would think that the third elder had been asked by his wife, but he was still too lucky to believe the true answer. Sure maiden, why do you have to do this? Pop. Yusu slapped himself unmercifully, clenching his teeth, his eyes like spitting fire. He was angry. Angry at his own peace of mind and self-delusion, and even more angry at his own hypocrisy, saying that he wanted to honor and repay his master's wife, but never putting it into action. This slap also caused the third elder to be staggered for half a second. She could see the heavy self-blame and guilt in this teenager and comforted. I'm informing you of this not to make you feel sorry for yourself, but I hope that you can understand how good your master has been to you and take up the responsibility of helping your master recover. Mountain of Swords and Sea of Fire. Yusu will do whatever you want. Yusu's voice was like a drum. It's good that you have this heart. The mountains of swords and seas of fire don't stop there. The third elder's voice warmed up and said, do you know where your master's father attained enlightenment and entered the cavernous void realm? Jade Ring Pond. The third elder nodded slightly and said, why use enlightenment broke into the cave void? Not because she chose the location randomly, but because there was her natal object there. I have looked through the ancient books. The method of repairing the spiritual platform seems to be mostly hopeless nowadays. There is only one method that is feasible, and that is to change to a new innate object. Your master's innate object is the lotus root heart in the Jade Ring Pond, and the only person who can get it now is you. End of chapter. The reason why cave void cultivators were able to transform themselves was because of the fusion of their own natal objects. The meaning of refining a natal object is that one begins to mingle with the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Once one breaks into the void realm, it means that the cultivator is truly out of the realm and has become an immortal who is capable of controlling a piece of heaven and earth. Of human. Of course, trying to find one's own natal object is like looking for a needle in a haystack, and trying to fuse and refine it is even more difficult. The heavenly Tao will not easily accept the immortals who try to compare with the heaven. In that refining process which does not know how many years it will take, countless heavenly tribulations will also come into being, making countless heavenly pride to fold up. Therefore, every cave void cultivator, even the various Tao bodies with special physiques, had invariably gone through many dangers and traveled against the heavens before they could take a step to the top of the mountain. More so, because of this, Yusu must not let his master's wife fall in the realm because of himself. Just me? Yusu was slightly stunned. Although he had the ambition to repay his master's wife, he had never thought that he was the only one who could do these things. Elder sister was a strangely gifted feather transformation realm. The third elder was at the same level of cavernous void like elder mother. Could one's role be greater than theirs? Good. Just you. The third elder took a shallow drink, seemingly knowing that Yusu had doubts in his mind, and said, do you know what the spiritual life blessing is? Yusu shook his head. Spiritual life is born from the condensation of air. Blessed land is the place of blessing. Spiritual life blessed land is a cultivation treasure land where the Xian Qi in the heaven and earth condenses by itself. There are a total of 11 known spiritual blessed places in the central Yuan continent, including famous mountains, great swamps, gullies and forests, and the Jade Ring Pond is one of them. It is worth mentioning that the 5 Great Divine Mountains are the largest spiritual life blessing places in each of the 5 continents. However, as you can see, Mount Everest is full of immortal clans and has a strict hierarchy, and non-immortal clans will be severely punished for trespassing on the mountain without permission. The same is true for other spiritual blessings, all of which have their own immortal families, and outsiders who want to enter will have to go through layers of thresholds. Although this is the case, there is a way to enter the blessed land, and the Jade Ring Pond is one of the special ones. Before the Jade Ring Pond, it was considered to be one of the most tolerant of the 11 spiritually blessed places for foreign cultivators, and many cultivators were able to get a glimpse of the Jade Ring Pond, and even got their own chance in the Jade Ring Pond. But in 54 years ago, the Jade Ring Pool suddenly began to close all the entrances, and even opened the ancient pool protection array to thank the guests, jumped into the spirit of the blessed land in the most rare to see one, almost cut off all the links with the outside world. In addition to personally going, there is no way to communicate with the Jade Ring Pool cultivators, especially for the realm of high cultivators, no matter for what purpose, but as long as close to the Jade Ring Pond, will be threatened by the Jade Ring Pond native cultivators and even attacked. According to rumor, this is because of the Jade Ring Pool Shen air depletion. Self-sufficiency cannot so avoid the world not to come out. In the eyes of outsiders, it is a blessed land, but in their eyes, it is the home of generations of life, and it is not wrong for people to make this choice. The third elder narrated the story and took another sip of immortal brew to moisten his throat. Even the third elder couldn't get in? In these 54 years, there has been no one above the water condensation realm who has been able to enter the Jade Ring Pool. However, there are exceptions. They had sent an invitation to Venerable Lotus Sword, who attained enlightenment in the Jade Ring Pool, that is, your master, inviting your master to become a member of the Jade Ring Pool immortal family. But your master refused. Other high-ranking cultivators who have received great favors from the Jade Ring Pool have also received such invitations, and it has been discovered that cultivators who have had the opportunity to gain access to the Jade Ring Pool are able to do so without being stopped by the Jade Ring Pool's pool protection formation. That's why I said that the only person who can enter the Jade Ring Pool right now is you. Yusu's mind was quick-witted and quickly figured out the reason behind it, although he hadn't gotten a chance at the Jade Ring Pool. His teacher's mother had, and the Lotus Immortal Seed was essentially his teacher's mother's thing, only to be cut off and planted in his body. I see. So how do I get the Lotus Root Heart at the Jade Ring Pond? This object is not a mundane thing. If it is really as rumored that the Jade Ring Pool is difficult to protect itself, how can it be such an important thing to give away? Unless you can come up with a treasure more precious than the heart of the Lotus Root. The third elder sighed shallowly. Her jade hand lightly turned over, and a piece of crystal clear amber appeared in her hand, and in the middle of the amber lay a section of precious tree branch that emitted a mysterious light. Yusu do not see its shape, only rely on the divine sense, also feel the same. Cut off the branch of the tree emits the rich life force. This is the species of the ancient divine tree, the imperial house tree, and probably in today's world, this is the only evidence that can prove that the imperial house tree once existed. The third elder looked at this precious tree seed between his jade fingers with some vague melancholy and reluctance. This tree seed had accompanied her for nearly 300 years of cultivation and had given her countless benefits. Shogujin was the third elder's natal object, and this emperor's house tree seed was also treated like a second natal object by the third elder. But it is not after all. The third elder pursed his dan lips and continued. The Lotus Root Heart is a rare treasure born innately under the Jade Ring Pond, and treasures of this level cannot be compared in terms of value. However, compared to the uniqueness of the Imperial House Tree Seed, the Lotus Root Heart is still much weaker. At least if the Jade Ring Pond is still there, it will always produce Lotus Root Hearts, while the Imperial House Tree Seed is the only one left. So if you are willing to go to the Jade Ring Pond, I will hand over this tree seed to you. When you meet the honored ones of the Jade Ring Pond, exchange this tree seed with them for a Lotus Root Heart, and they will agree. Yusu has learned the Earth Scroll and the Harmony Kung Fu. The records of heavenly materials and treasures in it are quite old. The Lotus Root Heart is not among them, but the Emperor's House Tree is at the top of the list. This tree has unimaginable power. Rumor has it that in ancient times there was a heavenly tribulation. Everywhere the sky fell to the ground, the human race to hide in the motionless Emperor House Tree to escape this disaster. The third elder can, in order to recover for the teacher mother, can actually take out such treasures. Yusu heart moved. Line a heavy salute. Said, a great favor is not appreciated. Third elder is able to give generously for master. Yusu is grateful, and in the future, even if third elder wants me to work as an ox or a horse, Yusu will do whatever he wants. The third elder, however, bristled and said disdainfully, with a realm strength like yours, you don't even have the qualifications to be able to work as a cow for me, so it's better to save your breath. I helped your master because of my friendship with your master, and I don't want to ask for anything in return. This tree seed is placed in my hands. With my personal strength may not be able to hatch it in my lifetime. I don't expect much from you either. I only hope that you can succeed in exchanging it for a lotus root heart. That would be enough. Yusu, however, was not hurt in the least by the third elder's slight, but instead, he stood up his chest with a strong ambition. He was now carrying on his back the hope of his senior sister's recovery, as well as the generous trust of the third elder. It made him feel as if he had returned to the moment he had met Zenith Ling. The strong conviction of wanting to save his senior sister and senior Nyang filled him. How could just a few words frustrate him? Yusu will live up to the third elder's trust. The third elder glanced at Yusu with a soft light in her eyes and gave a shallow sigh. She didn't like men, yet she had to admit that Yusu would definitely be a good disciple. This matter is my unauthorized initiative. Your master does not know. Let her know. Certainly will not agree to this matter. Until the success of you need to keep a secret. Yusu understands. Her jade hand gently pushed, and the tree seed slowly floated towards Yusu's body. Yusu carefully received it and put it back into his Qiankuan bag at the first opportunity, then obediently put it away and hid it between his robes, no longer revealing it. You come here. The sound of right beauty rang out again. Yusu froze slightly, but still cautiously walked around the flowers and walked in front of the third elder. The closer we get, the fragrance of the third elder's body becomes even more intense, and in this garden, she is the most colorful one. Yusu suddenly felt that this strong fragrance was no longer so cloying, and he began to adapt to and appreciate this fragrance that he did not like before. He bowed his head in front of the third elder in a disciplined manner, waiting for the third elder to give orders. Close your eyes, open your hands and don't move. The beautiful fairy actually became as if her face was peach blossom at this time, and her eyes hid her shame and anger. Yusu didn't know what was going to happen and secretly tensed up, but did as he was told. Who knows that the next instant of fragrant wind on the face, Yusu feel that he suddenly fell into two groups of extreme soft and plump. You don't go toward the mountain of God, but the mountain of God comes to you. The marvelous and forbidden touch made him instantly become tense, not knowing what the third elder intended. The third elder's face at this time is also containing anger with timidity. Speechless, experienced 300 years. This is still the first time she is affixed with the most loathed man in her life. Only to feel that she was really stupid to the extreme when she first created this technique. It was obviously to find an excuse to get intimate with the female disciples. But I didn't think there would be a day when it would be cheaper for a man. Don't resist. Relax your spiritual platform and follow my pull. The third elder blushed with sorrow, but his tone was cold and upright. With the opening and closing of her sandalwood mouth, Yusu seemed to be able to feel the sweet and hot air she blew on his face, and his breathing could not be restrained. But one thought of the teacher mother is still in pain and urgent need of help. But also think of the three elders. This must be doing the right thing. He actually still give birth to charming thoughts. Really not as good as. Splat. Yusu slapped himself again, forcing himself to calm down. The third elder looked at the obvious red marks on the teenager's cheeks in shock, and the contempt in her heart eased slightly as she said in her heart, still a gentleman. Transporting air. Yusu followed the instructions to transport the air. At the same time, a green-colored xianqi flowed into Yusu's body from the chest where the two of them were close to each other, and she dragged Yusu's xianqi to the chest as well. The two arcane airs, green and white, intersected in the heart of the two of them, like two trees intertwined with each other. With the formation of, Yusu also generated a sense of connection, and the object of this connection is the third elder, who is located at the top of the mountain and can only be looked up to. The lian branches. Not long ago, the third elder quietly withdrew his body, and Yusu, still wooden flabbergasted in place, actually felt that the oppressed chest is somewhat empty. The third elder poured a mouthful of immortal wine, and the light of the wine made her red lips more and more colorful. She sat back down on the wooden vine again, and within a few breaths her shyness and redness quickly faded away, returning to her cold normalcy. This time, the Jade Ring Pool's mission is not as simple as you think. Although the Jade Ring Pool is an immortal, but nowadays they act in an extremely xenophobic manner, and I have heard some bad rumors about it, so no one knows what's really going on inside. You are a blind man who is already inconvenienced, but you are also carrying the most precious treasure to go alone. What happens is possible. You need to be careful and don't act recklessly based on your status as a true disciple of the Xianshao sect. The Xianshao sect's retaliation is terrifying, but there are always people who are not afraid of death. I don't want you to be in any danger, not because I care about you, but because I don't want your master teacher to be sad and upset when he finds out about it, and he will still resent me. Don't worry, third elder, I will protect myself. Yusu thought to himself that indeed, what the third elder had exerted on himself just now should be a protective measure. The third elder's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he said, Jade Ring Pond Pool Protection Array has many effects. Unusual methods simply cannot penetrate the array to produce contact. I don't have your destiny card. What I performed for you just now is a technique that I have uniquely created. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will be informed of your life and death. If you really fall, the metaphysical air left behind by the murderer will also be conveyed to me through this technique. When it is critical, this technique will be able to save your life. The third elder still deliberately concealed the name of the Lian Li Ji technique, and also tried to make as possible the efficacy of the as simple Lian Li Ji. She always felt that, and used a man to tie out the branches, and then detailed what kind of connection they will have, a kind of unspeakable strange. She also do not want Yusu misunderstanding. This was the first time that the third elder had used this spell on a man, and she didn't expect it to be someone else's disciple. However, as her disciple, there would basically be no situation where one would travel alone to such a disconnected place. She had mountains full of resources that could help her disciples cultivate, and there was no need to take those risks. That was why she only cast it on female disciples, and it was only to fulfill Xing interest, wanting to stick it to a young and beautiful fairy. The third elder would endure her disgust to perform this technique for Yusu. Apart from the fact that this was her responsibility as the originator, she really also hoped that Yusu would not have any accidents, or else even if she swept away the jade ring pond, the 13th elder would definitely not forgive her. Seeing that Yusu was silent, the third elder thought that he was afraid of the road ahead and said, "You don't have to be frightened by my words. The jade ring pool is a heirloom immortal after all, and I'm only doing this as a precautionary measure. When you return successfully, count it as a great achievement, and my father will grant you a reward." Yusu thanked the third elder. Yusu sincerely thanked him. He was not the third elder's disciple, and he was of the opposite sex. The third elder, however, had condescended to use this kind of heart-to-heart spellcasting for him just for the sake of a worst-case outcome with a slim chance, which was already a great favor. Third elder, then Yusu will leave first. I'll go back and pack up, so I'll set off for the jade ring pool immediately. Yusu broke the silence and said, "Do you know where the jade ring pool is? And how do you plan to get there?" Yusu was stunned for a moment and said, "The road can be asked for, and you can go by carriage." The third elder sniffed and looked intolerant, letting Yusu, a blind man, do this was still pushing him a bit too much. Either that, or forget it. Yusu froze for a split second, immediately smiled and said, "Didn't the third elder just say that I have already achieved what I fantasized about myself in my childhood? Why are you taking pity on me now? Please don't underestimate me, third elder, and don't underestimate my determination to repay my master." Upon hearing this, the third elder was stunned for a moment, and then her jade hand gently caressed, and a large green banana leaf was suspended in the air. She let out a low sigh, annoyed that this Yusu was not sent from heaven to cure her, obviously just an 18-year-old teenager, but let her break too many taboos. This flying leaf, which had been contained by her for 100 years, had also never been sat on by a man. Go in the green boat. It is psychic and will take you where you want to go. Remember to feed it dew every day, but it will at most send you to the outskirts of the jade ring pond, and after that you'll have to rely on yourself. The third elder lightly patted the foliage of the green boat, and this banana leaf happily flew to Yusu's side with a leaping look. Yusu once again bowed to say thank you. Flying magic weapon is quite precious. Unusual people are regarded as more important than their own lives. There is no possibility of borrowing. By the way, I just released a task in the Hall of Scripture. You go and take the task, then use it as a reason to leave the clan. Don't reveal that you are there to help your master to go to the jade ring pond. Even Xiao Wangshu don't say anything about it, so that she won't worry about it in an empty life. Yes, Yusu naturally knew that the less people knew about the news of his master's imminent fallen realm, the better for sure. Let's go. Fly straight back from here. Don't show Qing-chan and the others. With a final salute, Yusu got on the green boat and flew high into the air, turning into a green light and leaving this field of competing flowers. The third elder, on the other hand, looked at Yusu's distant figure with a complicated gaze. She didn't know if entrusting this matter to this teenager was the right decision or not. End of chapter. Go to the scripture hall. Yusu shouted at the green boat that floated up in the air, and without even needing to inject Xian Qi or any other means, this very spiritual banana leaf sped away with him. Yusu sat in a green boat in the clouds splitting waves, but fortunately the warm autumn sun shines high, so as not to feel the cold. Green boat 2 wide leaf surface, also quietly condensed in the clouds of water vapor, condensed into 2 or 3 points of dew and then absorbed by the leaf surface, turned into the power of this flying leaves. Yusu also just experienced it, and promptly landed in a remote area close to the warren. Taking the third elder's flying magic weapon and galloping through the Xian Shao sect was still a bit too ostentatious, and he was unwilling to receive too much attention if he only wanted to receive the mission silently. He patted the leaf body of the green boat as if he was rewarded, and the green boat also seemed to have sensed it, and happily flew around Yusu a few times, and then it shrunk in size, transforming into the size of a normal leaf, and floated down in the palm of Yusu's hand. Yusu secretly felt magical. holding it thoughtfully between his own chest and lapel. He headed towards the scripture hall with the largest flow of people. Along the way, quite a few people greeted him, and it was clear that he had only been initiated for less than a month, but he had become the in the mouths of these outer disciples' senior brother Yusu did not comment and found Elder Lu's room from memory. Elder Lu was slowly tasting Yusu last time the white magnolia flower tea that at his place, and smacked his tongue twice after taking a few sips unwillingly, only to feel a lingering aftertaste. Had forgotten. Seeing Yusu suddenly appeared in the doorway, he quietly pushed the cup of tea to the back of the case, fearing that Yusu a blind man to see the general. Elder Lu, I've come to take over the mission. Yusu saluted and opened the door. Elder Lu glanced at Yusu in surprise, looking puzzled. Disciples of the Xianxiao sect enjoy the resources of the immortal sect, and the Xianxiao sect does not charge tuition fees, but disciples are required to complete the tasks issued by the Xianxiao sect on schedule, and earn the appropriate contribution every year to avoid themselves being kicked out of the sect early by the Xianxiao sect. This method is to allow the disciples to put into practice what they have learned and practiced, and secondly, it will also allow the basic operation of the sect to have a lot more inexpensive labor. However, generally speaking, there were very few disciples who had just entered the sect who were eager to fulfill their contribution targets. At the time of initiation, one should get to know and familiarize themselves with the sect more, not to mention that Yusu was still a true disciple with an even lower indicator. You're going to take on a mission when you're not even familiar with a few mountains in the Xianxiao sect? Yusu is idle nature. Let me sit in the mountains and cultivate bitterly is really difficult to do. I heard that the scripture hall can still take tasks, so I came to find myself something to do. Of course Elder Lu did not believe what Yusu said. People can be diligent, but people will not make things difficult for themselves. What kind of quests do you want to take on? Collecting, bartering, searching, or what? Elder Lu, may I ask if the third elder has issued a mission? Elder Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, secretly saying that Yusu had indeed come prepared. You're going to take the mission issued by the third elder? Yusu nodded. You're well informed. Even that second disciple of hers hasn't taken over, but you're here first. Elder Lu stroked his beard and said lightly, previously, the tasks released by the third elder were basically taken by Yi Qingchen in the first place. Later on, it was criticized as being a fake mission deliberately released by the third elder, the purpose of which was to create a tricky name to allow his disciples to casually reach the contribution target. The third elder, in order to avoid suspicion, this was why he rarely released missions. Third elder has treated me well, and I want to do my bit for third elder. Elder Lu subtly shot a glance at Yusu. Being able to move faster than that Yi Qingchen could only mean that the third elder had passed the gas with Yusu beforehand when he released this task, and he also didn't know how this status disparity between the two had created an involvement. The third elder has never been kind to his male disciples, even his own second disciple after that immortal. In fact, Elder Lu was tempted to say that it was not only for the male disciples, even for him, an old man with half of his body in the ground. Third elder is friendly with my master. That's just a matter of love. Yusu understood Elder Lu's words. Elder Lu just helpless smile. As a small elder he has no intention of prying between the two of what kind of bet or agreement. Just secretly sigh, the swimsuit a blind teenage girl edge is really not bad. Yusu into the clan just how long? First worshipped in the beauty of the crown of the central continent of the lotus sword venerable under the door. And with the same admirers of the crowd of the third elder played a small game of I send the task you come to collect. And there is a never show up but also the beauty of the mysterious far-reaching sister. The most infuriating thing is that this kid also already has a Dao couple. Obviously just a blind man, but really envious. Elder Lu pulled out a piece of rice paper from the paperwork and pushed it to Yusu after writing his name on it. There are also two types of quests. One is a public quest, which is issued and then the aspirants compete fairly. The other is a private quest, which only the recipient is qualified to do. It was the latter that the third elder issued. Yusu took the paper, folded it and then put it into the Qiankuan bag, ready to wait for the free time and then use the divine sense to explore the content of the task. Thank you, Elder Lu. Yusu then bowed and retired. Although the content of the mission was relatively simple, but in the end, it was to leave the clan. Elder Lu looked at his action without hesitation. He wanted to give him a few words of advice, but then he thought that this was a mission that the third elder had specially given him, so he thought that there must be an arrangement, and then he gave up. A question suddenly popped up in his mind. Did the third elder know that the 13th elder knew about it when he sent a separate mission to Yusu? By the time Yusu flew to the foot of Lotus Peak and walked up the mountain again, it was already midday. Today is very clear and sunny. In early fall, the summer heat has not yet faded, and the day is still a bit hot. Fairy Wangshu, however, was still wearing that snow fox fur, as if this mass of white velvet had become one with her. She squatted underneath the peach tree, her blue eyes carefully observing the flow of Xin Qi between the roots and stems of the peach tree. before she carefully used the watering can to water it with the spiritual spring water that she had received. Looking at the peach tree's swaying leaves after being irrigated by the spirit spring, Fairy Wanshu also blinked her eyes twice happily, and then reached out her greenish-white jade hand and stroked it across the rough trunk of the peach tree, and said softly, "Be quick to grow up so that senior brother can eat my peach sooner." Oh. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Fairy Wanshu whirled around and stood up, running in the direction of the descending mountain with light footsteps. A handsome young man in a black robe appeared at the end of the mountain path. Sensing his senior sister running towards him, he also greeted him warmly. "Sister Shidoshi." Fairy Wanshu came very close, smelled a morning of fuzzy aroma of Yusu, suddenly smelled the elegant fragrance of the elder sister, suddenly felt refreshing and pleasant, but he wasn't greedy for more, and quietly took 2 steps out of the way to pull away. Fairy Wanshu's eyes flickered as she carefully took another step forward, seeing that Yusu didn't retreat any further. What did third elder go looking for senior brother for? Why did you go for so long? Obviously it was just a morning, but it seemed as if it was 3 autumns apart to the senior sister. Yusu secretly lamented that senior sister was clearly like a Toad Palace fairy, yet she was surprisingly somewhat clingy. However, it was also true that since he had been on the mountain, in addition to closing the door to sleep and going to the place where his senior mother was in seclusion, his senior sister seemed to be with him every inch of the way, and even if he was occasionally separated, he was basically within his senior sister's field of vision. Didn't do much, just simply talked to me about things. Yusu could only make this generalization in order to keep from lying. Wangshu blinked. She could sense her senior brother's unwillingness to say more, so she did not pursue the question of what was being talked about, but asked the question she was most concerned about. But simple chat. Why does senior brother have the smell of the third elder's body all over him? I've been blown by the gale in my green boat for so long, and you can still smell it, sister? Senior sister has misunderstood. Right. Third elder took me to a flower field on Bihua Peak. All of this should be those flower scents. Where is the scent from third elder's body? Yusu also lifted the collar and smelled it more, and found that there was indeed no more smell. So how did the senior sister smell it? Who knew that Fairy Wangshu suddenly came around behind Yusu, her pure eyes focusing on Yusu's buttocks? No, senior. It really is the smell from the third elder, and it's all on your ass. Yusu don't know how to explain. Think it must be because the green boat is the 3 elders of the traveling magic weapon. Years and years, the 3 elders of the aroma of the place has long been deep into the green boat bone marrow in the. Fairy Wangshu, on the other hand, held up her mask with a contemplative look and asked abruptly, "Senior brother, are you sitting on the third elder?" The corners of Yusu's mouth twitched, hating that he couldn't immediately plug his senior sister's mouth, and said sharply, "Senior sister, be careful what you say. What if the third elder hears about this?" Yusu, afraid of the more explained the more chaotic, also no longer talk more, simply skipped the topic, said, "Senior sister, I have something to say to you." When Fairy Wangshu heard this, she obediently followed behind Yusu, and together they went back to Yusu's room, behaving naturally as if they were returning to their own boudoirs. Yusu didn't bother anymore and poured a cup of tea for Fairy Wangshu as usual. He hesitated for a moment, but squared his shoulders. "Senior sister, I may have to leave for a few days." His words had just fallen, but he suddenly felt a drastic increase in the sense of oppression around him, and this sense of oppression was even stronger than that of City Lord Lu. Even the teacup he was holding, the light green tea inside, was also windless, giving birth to ripples. "Senior is not allowed to leave." Fairy Wangshu's words were cold and her tone was not to be refused. "Elder sister, listen to me first." Yusu difficult to open. How also did not expect the senior sister will actually use this method to force him to stay. Should say that really people cannot look alike? Consistently gentle sister will also be so tough on him. However, he had never seen Fairy Wangshu's true face hidden under the mask, so how could he talk about judging people by their appearance? Only then did Fairy Wangshu withdraw her pressure, and Yusu was as relieved as if he was relieved, taking a few rough breaths one after another, secretly sighing at his own weakness. A pair of cold hands but placed on his back, gently for him to stroke his back to smooth the air. Wangshu fairy blue eyes in the light of complexity. There are apologies and self-reproach but also determined and firm. Soft voice. "Senior brother, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." "Senior brother, don't go, okay?" Yusu also did not feel resentful. Sister childish nature will be so strong to retain him shows that sister has regarded him as an important person. Sister's desire to protect him. From that time to protect him into the cloud platform performance can be seen. In Yusu's opinion, these behaviors are no different from children who cry when they don't want to leave their playmates, and in the face of these children, they can only rely on their parents' kind words or force to dissuade them. Facing the overly strong senior sister, Yusu obviously had to choose the former. "Senior sister, I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose." But next time you can't do that to senior brother, okay? I'm not your enemy. Yusu grabbed Fairy Wangshu's soft and boneless little arm and sent her hand, which was still resting on his back. Fairy Wangshu sensed a slight detachment from Yusu, and lowered her head and tangled her fingers, like a child who had done something wrong for a long time. Yusu couldn't bear it and added, "Senior sister, it's not like I'm angry with you, so don't blame yourself. In the future, unless senior brother does something wrong, senior sister must not be like this again." Who knew that Fairy Wangshu suddenly raised her head? This senior sister who had always been obedient to Yusu would also refute Yusu's words. But senior brother is leaving Lotus Peak. Isn't that still a mistake? Yusu smiled at his words for a moment of consternation and laughed. It's not like I'm never coming back, and this brief absence for a few days, instead of being a wrongdoing, it's a heavenly right thing to do. How can this be considered a serious matter when it can only be considered a minor mistake? Doesn't senior sister know that in order for a disciple to stay in the Xianxiao sect he must do tasks to contribute to the sect? Fairy Wangshu shook her head. Yusu was silent. It seemed that senior sister was really that extremely special existence of the Xianxiao sect. If you don't contribute, even a true disciple will be expelled from the sect. That's why I've taken on a mission and am going out of the sect for a few days to complete it. When I come back, I'll be able to leave this alone for a long time. Then, Fairy Wangshu's words just left her mouth. Her blue eyes condensed, and she never finished. What about? How long will it take then? Senior? Yusu secretly said that it was strange. He had thought that his senior sister would say the same as before. Then I will go with senior brother. He had even thought of a way to shrug it off, but he didn't expect that his senior sister would actually just ask about the time he would spend. It always felt like this didn't quite fit with his senior sister's past performance. It won't take long. Don't worry, senior sister. It's just a very simple task. When I come back, I'll bring a gift for senior sister. Well, then I will wait for senior brother to return. Fairy Wangshu hung her head. Senior brother should hurry. I don't want to stay here alone anymore. Yusu's heart was touched, and the bit of fear that had just arisen towards his senior sister was gone. It was he who had intruded into the life of this solitary fairy, so how could one complain about the other's retention? I will, senior sister. I'll leave right away and try to get there and back quickly. Fairy Wangshu gave a shallow response and helped Yusu pack up his luggage. In order to conceal the presence of the storage magic treasure, Yusu also purposely carried a bulging traveling bag on his back. He gave a final glance at his senior sister and the senior maiden behind the immortal forest, waved his hand and walked resolutely down the mountain path. Yusu did not choose to go to say goodbye to the Master Mother once again, unwilling to bother the Master Mother in seclusion. Moreover, he felt that he had no face-to-face to the Master Mother who was blinded by the Master Mother's favors. Fairy Wangshu looked at Yusu's figure fading away and whispered, "Head Elder, why am I the only one who can't leave the clan?" And the Head Elder, who stood beside her without revealing any of his breath from the beginning, just gave her a gentle look without answering the question head-on. "Don't worry, your senior brother will return safely." The green boat rode the wind and flew between the clouds and the sea. When he pierced through the thick barrier-like clouds when he entered the mountain, Yusu's eyes were all occupied by the color ink. As he looked downward, the small and grandiose city of Everest below him was even more prosperous and beautiful under the golden light. He looked back again at the Mount Everest behind him, and despite not seeing it for the first time with his own eyes, he was still inevitably struck by it. If the Everest city was a miracle created by the human race on this great land, then the Everest Divine Mountain was the remnants of the divine miracles of the gods of creation in the heavens and earth. Yusu stared unblinkingly at the world, greedily memorizing its colorful appearance. However, not being able to release Shin Qi to counteract the wind, he still inevitably straightened up his fiercely fluttering robes, as well as his hair that had been blown about by the wind. He had to take out a few more pieces of clothing to wrap his entire body, only revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes to scrutinize the sky and the ground. All of his previous flights had been carried by his senior sister, and this was the first time he had flown on his own. Luckily, apart from the oncoming wind which was a bit too reckless, the overall flying experience was very good, and that was all thanks to this light but tough flying leaf under the seat. Yusu lovingly touched the leaf body, suddenly remembered that the third elder is always sitting on top of this leaf. Dizzy electric shock like to withdraw his hand, and in the air even higher than him, a plump beauty in a gorgeous green dress had an angry look on her face, taking in the teenager's caresses. The third elder, who had wanted to send Yusu off, just watched Yusu go far away with hatred in his mouth. What a shame. End of chapter. The sun is setting low. The startled fish leaped into the water, sending up pieces of broken waves, and even the red gold sunset seemed to be mashed by it. The lake wind blew, the reeds on the shore fell side by side, and a fishing boat emerged from the reeds and docked, and along the stretches of lakeshore, there are already a number of buyers eagerly awaiting the harvest that this fishing boat will bring back today. This lake was called Jade Ring Lake and covered an extremely wide area, so large that it was impossible to see at a glance. From afar, it looked as if there was an indistinct mist of water in the center of the lake, and there were even undulating mountains, giving this lake a veil of mystery. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that behind the vaguely visible fog and mountains was their untouchable immortal abode. Legend has it that in the center of Jade Ring Lake, there is another lake within a lake, where is a real immortal pool called Jade Ring Pond. Mundane people who are even lucky enough to drink a mouthful of the pool water can prolong their lives for decades. Compared with those in the Jade Ring Lake that are speculated to be priceless spiritual fish, that is the real thing of immortality. 54 years ago, there were thousands of small barges on this lake, and countless immortals came and went on this lake. And since 54 years ago, the number of small boats on this lake has plummeted, and no more immortals visit this place. Even the fishing boats that fished in the Jade Ring Lake would disappear strangely, and then on the next day the empty boats would dock on their own. At first people thought that the people who disappeared had entered the fairy gate at the center of the lake, but more and more rumors let people know that this big lake with its fairy atmosphere might not be that simple. Old you, little fish, what kind of fish did you catch today? A stout youth among the buyers shouted to the old man and the young girl who had just come ashore. Old you and Small Fish is a pair of grandparents and granddaughters. They have generations in this Yuan lake to salvage as a business. In the other fish fishing boat are strange disappeared in the lake. Only the old you's boat is still strong. Before there are red-eyed people grabbed the old you family boat out of the lake fishing, but did not escape the fate of the disappearance. People gradually recognized that the old you is the lake immortal door-appointed fisherman. Big Brother Lin, sturgeon, killifish, cochineal fish, whatever fish you want. The little fish helped her grandfather drag the fish basket while smiling ear to ear. Ouch, that's great. The buyers all marveled. The restaurants in the cities near the Jade Ring Lake all used the spirit fish in the Jade Ring Lake as their signature dish. The fishing boat of the Olju family, the only one that would not get into trouble, naturally became the sole fish supplier for all the nearby restaurants. Every time this pair of grandparents and grandsons returned from fishing, there would be specialists sent by the various restaurants to purchase the spirit fish at a high price. When the grandparents and grandchildren set up a wide array of fresh fish on the shore, the various commissioners began to roam around comparing prices. Obviously they are all mortals, but the comparison is not between earthly gold and silver, but immortal objects. Olju sells fish without charging gold or silver, only the things of the immortals. People thought that he did so in order to send his young granddaughter to the immortals, and they urged him to give up. By relying on this craft of fishing, he is enough to leap into a famous and rich family in 100 miles around, and the little fish can be a carefree young lady, not much worse than an immortal. Old you, however, remained stubborn, ignoring the money in the bucket, but not the tattered talismans and broken swords. Soon, these valuable spirit fish were sold out, and most of the buyers who clustered around them left satisfied. As he was leaving, the elder brother Lin, who shouted earlier, quietly slipped a few silver coins into the little fish's hand and urged, "Little fish, you also persuade your grandfather that instead of exchanging these useless scraps, he should find you a good family to marry." Fish didn't say anything, just slipped the money back in and waved goodbye to Big Brother Lin. The little fish is standing, delicate skin, fishing for years, so it is a healthy wheat color. At this time, holding up a pile of broken copper and iron in exchange for the sale of fish. Beautiful eyebrows knitted tightly. Murmured, "Grandpa, relying on these things, does it really work?" Olju took a drag on his dry cigarette, his cloudy gaze looking nowhere, and said quietly, "Gotta try, go back." "Oh," the little fish reluctantly responded, and then intended to follow his grandfather back to the cabin. "Old man, little sister, please, do you still sell fish?" A clear voice rang out, and a young teenager who was not very old called out to the grandfather and grandson pair. He wore a plain black robe, and a long sword with a black sheath hung at his waist. His hair was a bit disheveled and his aura was a bit windswept. Little fish also somehow straight feel heart jump. In the whole day with the lake companion, she or the first time to see such as pine like ink young man. And a killifish, would you like to buy it? The little fish froze. "That's our dinner." Olju flicked his cigarette ash and glared at his granddaughter. His eyes swept over this young man who had suddenly appeared again and said, "Go away, guest, today's fish are sold out. If you want to buy again, come earlier tomorrow." "Then how about I don't buy the fish and only ask for a mouthful of fish soup? I'm a foreigner who came here in admiration. I just want to have a mouthful of this fresh fish soup from Yuan Lake. Please fulfill the old man's request." As Yusa said that, he took out 3 spirit stones with rich spiritual chi from his bosom. When little fish saw these 3 spirit stones, her beautiful eyes immediately released a strange color, and even the impatient old Yu was slightly stunned. Can, Grandpa cooks the best fish soup. Sir, come on up." The small fish clanked down the rags in his arms, and put down the board for Yusu. fearing that this big fish would run away. Seeing his granddaughter's enthusiastic stance, old Ju could only take another drag on his dry cigarette and said in frustration, "Get in the boat. Fishing boat is not big. The cabin is considered to have all the organs. Walk into it." The smell of fish comes to the nose. Old Ju was cooking dinner on the bow of the boat, smoke rising from the cooking. Yusu sat down on the fixed stool, took the hot tea handed by the young girl, and gave a light thank you. Little fish also somehow felt some fever on her face. As she sat across from Yusu, her afterglow couldn't help but steal glances at this good-looking teenager. "Where did the guest come from?" "I came from Exodus Cloud City." Yusu smiled back. "Izumo City? That's far away." Little fish pondered for a moment and marveled. Little sister knows about Izumo City? Yusu was also a bit surprised. Izumo City was not a famous city among the thousands of cities in Zhongyuan continent. "Don't call me little sister-in-law. I don't think you're much older. Just call me little fish." Little fish spat out her tongue and added, "Do you think that a black girl who fishes for fish, how could I possibly recognize a city so far away? Ask yourself." "I definitely didn't think of it that way. Rather, I marveled at the little fish's erudition." Little fish smiled coyly. "It's alright. It's just that my father used to take me to look at the map of Zhongyuan continent, and I always thought of leaving the Jade Ring Lake to go out and have a look around. So I remembered all those places in the south and north of the sky very well." "Little fish is great," Yusu genuinely complimented. "By the way, what is your name, sir?" After pondering for a moment, Yusu spread a smile and said, "Just call me Su Haolong." End of chapter. The little fish muttered as if she had seen through Yusu's pseudonym at a glance, but she was actually aware that the person was just a fish buyer who met in passing, and there would have been no need to confess her real name with her. "I'll call you Mr. Su then." Little fish smiled sweetly. A title like made it seem as if she had also become one of those well-informed and sensible ladies in the prosperous city. "Gongzi." Yusu returned the smile. "Little fish girl can be called whatever she wants to be called. I said just call me little fish. Don't add any girls. Mr. Su has come all the way here, and Grandpa's craftsmanship will not let you down." Just then, the old man had brought up a pot of steaming white fish soup, garnished with tofu, fine bamboo shoots, and scallions, and pliable noodles were patted under the fish. Yusu flew 4 days to this jade ring pool, daily only rely on dry food. Fairy fruit. At this time smelled this fish soup fresh aroma. Suddenly feel appetite. Little fish diligently set up the bowls and chopsticks for him, and was about to serve the first mouthful of fish soup into Yusu's bowl when old Yu sat down and lightly knocked on the table, his tone rather nonchalant. "Check out first, Grandpa," Fishy shouted as if he were complaining. Yusu then took out the 3 spirit stones placed between his sleeves, and then took out the 4th one from his chest and pushed them all together to old Yu's hand, smiling. "This is how it should be. I am truly sorry for robbing the 2 of you of your dinner. If the old gentleman thinks it's not enough, he can add more." Old Yu simply swept the spirit stone over with his cigarette stick and stowed it in his own bosom as he asked indifferently, "Possible drinking?" Yusu shook his head. "Although he can drink but also do not want to make more trouble," said, "I'm afraid I can't accompany the old gentleman to enjoy himself as much as I'd like since I'm not capable of drinking." Old Yu didn't say anything more, just took out a pot of wine altar from under the seat and poured himself a cup of turbid wine. The little fish, on the other hand, gleefully filled Yusu's bowl with fish soup, which was soaked with large chunks of creamy white fish flesh from the belly of the fish. Yusu took it and thanked him, taking a shallow taste. The seasoning of the fish soup was extremely simple, with only a little fine salt and pepper, but it retained the freshness of the fish of the Jade Ring Lake to the greatest extent possible, calling out to people to savor it. Sip the fish meat that melts in your mouth, as if you can still feel the weak qian contained in it. No wonder it is called a spiritual fish. To be able to use such a spiritual fish for a long time, even a mortal would be able to prolong his life and avoid all diseases. The fish of Yuan Lake really lives up to its name, Yusu heartily praised. "This is nothing. It's a pity that the tastier fish were all sold, or else Mr. Su would be able to feast on it." Little fish also drank a mouthful of fish soup freely, then collapsed her pretty face, pitying that she hadn't been able to let Yusu taste the best delicacy. "Killifish is already an unrivaled delicacy that I've eaten. Could there be a fish more delicious than it in Yuan Lake?" Yusu asked in surprise. "Mr. Su doesn't know that the fish in Yuan Lake aren't more delicious the rarer they are." Little fish served Grandpa another bowl of fish soup. "Then if that's the case, wouldn't catching killifish be rather inferior to catching carp or grass carp?" Yusu asked in disbelief. "Occasionally it does, but not all the time." Little fish took another sip of fish soup and explained, "The quality of the fish in Yuan Lake has little to do with the category. It mainly depends on its proximity to the center of the lake. If the fish is caught close to the center of the lake, even a small crucian carp will be a rare delicacy, while if the fish is only caught near the shore, No one will look at even this rare killifish. No wonder it was obviously a rare species of fish, but it was left until the end of the day to be left behind for dinner by the grandparents. Yusu was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "This is because of that lake within a lake, the Jade Ring Pond? The closer the fish is to the Jade Ring Pond, the heavier that spirit is, and naturally the higher the value? I didn't expect that Mr. Su, a foreigner, would have heard of the legend that there is another lake within a lake in Yuan Lake." Old Yu put the wine bowl down gently and suddenly said. Yusu froze, feeling that Lao Yu was insinuating something, probably because his cultivator identity was seen by Lao Yu, and was thought by Lao Yu that he was here for another purpose, but he himself didn't intentionally cover it up. "I won't hide it from old sir and little fish girl. I came here, indeed, for that Jade Ring Pond," Yusu sincerely said. Old Yu raised his cloudy eyes and swept another glance at Yusu and said, "Go back. The immortals inside won't let you in. The late generation is willing to give it a try, and I ask the old gentleman to extradite me. The green boat to the vicinity of this Jade Ring Lake cannot fly, and the huge Jade Ring Lake, only the old Yu family of boat can travel. Yusu this is looking for this pair of grandparents and granddaughters. On the one hand, want to know more about the Jade Ring Lake and behind the Jade Ring Pond some. On the other hand, hope that the old Yu extradite themselves to the center of the lake. I will not shed a tear until I see the coffin. I have been rowing here for 50 years, and not one of those who asked me to take him in has succeeded. If he could really go in, there would be an immortal to guide him. Why do I need to come and extradite him? Don't waste your efforts." Yusu was silent for half a second, but decided to come clean and said, "I have some connection to the Jade Ring Pool, so perhaps I won't be stopped outside the lake." When Old Yu and Little Fish heard this, they both looked at Yusu with stunned gazes. Old Yu was immortal, but as the only person allowed to be able to boat on the outer lake in the Jade Ring Pond, he had seen many immortals return here in defeat, so naturally he was clear about some of the rules, and he asked incredulously, "Since you know that only those who have an affinity with the Jade Ring Pond can enter, you should know that the immortals who have an affinity with the Jade Ring Pond were at the latest 54 years ago. By today, they couldn't possibly be your age. For some reason, my family master's chance was also shared a bit with me, and I entered the Jade Ring Pool to seek a chance of my own." Old Yu nodded, although he didn't know anything about immortals. It seemed as if he didn't find this kind of chance-sharing behavior to be that rare. He exchanged a glance with the small fish who had cast a glance at him, took another sip of his dry cigarette, and said, "I have to go into the heart of the lake to fish in the morning at dawn, so I may be able to give you a ride, but it's not free." "Old sir, feel free to ask." Yusu had the legacy left behind by realist Ling, and was still quite confident. 100 spirit stones, no bargaining, regardless of whether or not you can actually go in. "This is money you will have to pay," Old Yu said in a proper voice. Yusu dark sense of pain. Ling real people left the spirit stone is only close to 200. Just take a trip to the boat to spend most of the, not too black-hearted sum, but this Jade Ring Lake also only he a ferryman, in addition to bear the pain to pay outside seems to have no other way. "Okay, deal." Yusu afraid of the Old Yu realized that he still has money will continue to sit on the ground, only to pretend to be hesitant to agree. He was rather curious. This pair of grandparents are obviously mortals. Why do they need so many immortal things? Mortals put so many spirit stones around. Except for making their ears and eyes clearer there is no other use, and will even be coveted by some ruthless cultivators. Seeing that Yusu agreed, Old Yu seemed to be in a better mood, and a bit of joy could be seen on his withered face, and he took another drag on his dry cigarette and said, "Although the fish is beautiful, it's not as beautiful as this tofu and noodles, so Mr. Su should try more." Yusu also complied, carefully in the casserole sandwich tofu, even tasted a few mouthfuls of really tender to the extreme. He also repeatedly praised the delicious. Old Yu, on the other hand, eased his attitude and enthusiastically told him what kind of delicacies could be made by combining this spirit fish with other ingredients. Yusu saw that Old Yu's attitude had changed, so he was ready to ask more about this Jade Ring Pond. "Old sir, this Jade Ring Pond suddenly declined visitors 54 years ago. Do you know why? How can an old man, a mere mortal, know what even you in the immortal way don't know?" Yusu was silent, and he didn't give up, turning to ask, "Then, can the old gentleman tell me about this Jade Ring Lake? As a latecomer, I actually don't know much about the Jade Ring Lake." With that, he took out another spirit stone and quietly pushed it over. Old Yu glanced at Yusu and asked as he gave this spirit stone another immovable collection into his arms, "Want to ask what? Let's just start with where it came from. Origin? This lake has lived longer than my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. What could be the origin? But there is a legend. I am willing to hear about it at a later date." Little Fish, on the other hand, sat obediently next to him in silence, not interjecting at will, and waiting for Old Yu to continue. Old Yu exhaled a mouthful of cloudy smoke, and then began his narrative. According to legend, a long time ago, there was a brother and sister in the ancient gods. The brother was the god of water and swamp, while the sister was the god of mountains and rocks. They had a good relationship and supported each other through untold years, but in a battle with other gods, the brother died trying to protect his sister. The brother was a god of water, and when he died, he was transformed into a stream of water that flowed into rivers and lakes. In order to prevent her brother from truly dying, her sister sacrificed herself to become this jade ring of mountains, gathering the water that her brother had turned into water and turning it into the jade ring pond. And the jade ring lake is the tears that the brother who turned into the jade ring pond shed for his sister day and night. Yu-Su nodded and nodded, silently memorizing this story that held the magnificent imagination of mortals. Such myths and legends are few and far between on the 5 continents today, and they are mostly buried in the soot of history. Before the emergence of the 5 immortal ancestors, people in the midst of deep water could only pray to imaginary gods, but the emergence of immortals changed the world in a practical way. Compared to these unrealistic gods in the myths, the immortals who possessed great power and were willing to sympathize with the mortals were the objects of worship and admiration of the mortals. So the myths were gradually forgotten by the people. Old Yu words knocked the ashes. We'll be pondering Yu-Su and small fish wake up. I didn't realize that the origin of the jade ring pool was such a singable story. Yu-Su commented as he returned to his senses. It's just a legend. It can't be true. Has the old gentleman ever seen the jade ring pool with his own eyes? Yu-Su asked again. Just saw it from the shore. I'm not even qualified to set foot on it. Old Yu a mouthful of cigarettes, a mouthful of wine, and feel the pungency of the throat. So he drank fish soup to relieve the spiciness, and asked, You are on the road to hear some rumors? To say that there are no rumors is strange. 54 years ago, the Jade Ring Pond immortals are easygoing, often out of the lake for the people of the surrounding cities to treat the sick and disaster relief, deeply respected by the people. But in fact, this is not the responsibility of the Jade Ring Pond immortals. Zhongyuan continent cities and ponds unified under the management of the Hangdao Divine Mountain Lianzone. The problem has its own divine mountain sent by the lord of the city as well as the city's local immortals to solve the problem. Since the Jade Ring Pond closed its doors, not only was the efficiency of the people's problems greatly reduced, but the Jade Ring Lake, which used to be a scenic spot, also became cold and quiet because of the strange disappearance. The people naturally complained about these immortals living alone in the secluded pool, and some malicious speculations about the Jade Ring Pond were inevitably circulated. The most prevalent rumor is that the Jade Ring Pond has been close to depletion. The inside has been in disrepair, so inside the generations of growth rely on the water of the pool for their livelihood in order to maintain the image of the immortals to avoid the world. Thank the foreign guests. Yu-Su didn't say anything and only replied with acquiescence. His greatest fear was that the Jade Ring Pond had been depleted, resulting in no lotus root hearts for him to exchange. Don't worry, that's just blackmail. I've been here and there and I'm still not clear about it. The Jade Ring Pond is very good. There are mountains and water inside. It's many times more beautiful than the Jade Ring Lake outside. It's a real fairy scene. Yu-Su nodded his head in agreement and also put down that little hidden worry in his heart. As one of the 11 spiritually blessed places, although the Jade Ring Pond was on the small side in terms of volume among them, it was still unlikely that it would really dry up. Subsequently, Yu-Su asked many more questions, but Lao Yu is only a mortal fisherman, cannot set foot on the land of the Jade Ring Pond. The degree of mastery of the situation in the Jade Ring Pond is actually not too much higher than Yu-Su. At the end of the meal, the fishing boats floating on the lake lit their fishing fires, mirroring the stars and moon high in the sky. The mountains and the big lake are covered with the mysterious veil of night, and the night on Lake Yuhuan is a little too silent. Mr. Su, let's spend the night on this boat. Little Fish called out to Yu-Su who was ready to get off the boat, while Old Yu smoked on the sidelines without saying anything. There are no people around Yuhuan Lake, and we have to set out fishing very early in the morning, so why don't Mr. Su stay on the boat for a while and rest, and you can still catch up with the fresh fish congee that Grandpa cooks early in the morning. Yu-Su looked around. There really wasn't a suitable resting place in the sea of consciousness, but he was still ready to refuse when Old Yu spoke. Just sleep here. I'll be leaving early and won't wait until I see you before I leave. Don't worry, I won't charge you. Yu-Su then saluted back. Then, respectfully, I won't sleep in the cabin. I'll just sit in the bow and rest. As you wish. People sleep early in old age. I'll go to bed first. Old Yu flicked the ashes out of his cigarette, then hunched over and pushed open the small door on the side of the cabin and dug in. Little Fish, on the other hand, smiled apologetically and said, If Mr. Su doesn't mind, you can sleep in my room. It's just a bit small. I'm afraid Mr. Su won't be used to it. How can that work? I'm a cultivator. I don't always have to sleep. It's excellent to just sit on the bow of this boat and blow the evening breeze. Mr. Sue doesn't have to be polite. You're a guest. How can I let you sleep outside? I just like to lie on the ship's board for the night. Mr. Sue should still go to my room to rest. Little Fish still advised. It really doesn't have to be like this. If Miss Little Fish tries to persuade me again, I'll get off the boat. I haven't paid for that 100 spirit stones yet. Sue gesture really want to get off the boat in general. The small fish really shouted goodbye. Will stop him. Little Fish looked at Sue, her gaze sweeping over his fresh and handsome face, and she couldn't help but ask. Out of the Cloud City isn't even as big as our nearby Jade Pond City. Is Mr. Sue really an immortal master from out of the Cloud City? Sue also looked back at the little fish. He couldn't see the young girl's face and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, I'm from Mount Everest." Mount Everest, Divine Mountain? Little Fish revealed an expression of surprise, as if she had been longing for that holy land. Then Mr. Sue must be a genius amongst cultivators. Little Fish is joking. I'm not a genius, and it was just a fluke that I was able to enter the Divine Mountain. Little Fish's pretty face was still stunned as she said, "Then, can Mr. Sue tell me the story of the Hangout Divine Mountain? I've never left this place in my life, and I'm bored every day. Actually, I don't know the Divine Mountain very well. I'm afraid that Little Fish won't be able to hear what he wants to hear. Besides, it's getting late now, so if Little Fish really wants to hear it, wait until I come out of the Jade Ring Pool and then I'll tell you about it." Sue still politely refused Xiao Yu's request. He wasn't a talkative person. Letting him tell stories was a privilege that belonged to senior sister and elder sister. "Alright, I'll go rest then." Little Fish was a little disappointed, and as if she remembered something, she said, "Mr. Sue, I'm really sorry. There's actually a third room under the dining table. It's just that it's a little dirty, and that's why you don't have a place to sleep." Sue froze, and then greeted, "It's okay, Little Fish, go to sleep." After a Fish opened a side door as well and entered the room. Only Sue was left on the boat with a lamp for company. He stood quietly at the bow of the boat. The breeze brushed his black robes that blended with the night color. I don't know how long he stood like this. Sue took back the cold evil warding order in his arms, but the curiosity in his heart was still like ants and worms, gnawing at his heart. Was it really necessary to say that last thing before Fishy went to sleep? Sue couldn't hold back any longer and walked towards the dining table. He removed the dying oil lamp on top and carefully lifted the dining table away. Underneath was a cellar where fish were hidden. A salty cold wind gushed out from the cellar, and Sue stared up with his sword brows, his eyes covered with pitch black again. He held the oil lamp up, but it couldn't illuminate all that was inside. The shallow dark lake water bobbed in the cellar, and there wasn't a fish to be seen in it. Suddenly Yusa seemed to see something, and he took a few steps down from the slippery steps, bending down to shine the oil lamp through. It was indeed the third room on the ship. But it was evident that it was not a room for people to sleep in, and in such a room a man had already slept. Or, that's not human. It was a mermaid, the upper half of which was a girlish torso already bleached white by the lake water, and the lower half of which was a fish with glistening scales. The young girl's torso was cut off at the waist, and even her organs could be vaguely seen. The edge of the incision, which had been fused with the lower half of the giant fish, was covered with dense algae, and there were tiny snails and clams on the algae, which floated under the ebb and flow of the lake water. This is a mermaid, but not the mysterious and beautiful mermaids hidden in the deep sea in the nursery rhyme story, but a monster that is strongly spliced by these weird algae. Sue did not recognize the face of the young girl, but he had a feeling that this young girl, with her healthy complexion and her athletic physique, should have her name the Small Fish. Behind Sue's back, Little Fish also cast a furtive glance. End of chapter. Mr. Sue, didn't I tell you? This room is very dirty and can't accommodate anyone. The little fish's voice came in hushed tones, like a flickering candle flame in the darkness of the night, and like a sprite hiding under it. Sue stopped where he was, the chill spreading to his feet like an icy lake. He slowly turned his head, his eyes returning to their black and white appearance. In the past few days while wandering through the sea of clouds in his green boat, he had been exercising his eyes daily, and now he was able to control the form of his eyes freely. Fishy wasn't wrong. It's pretty dirty, and really uninhabitable. Sue held up the oil lamp and turned around, unable to see the appearance of the young girl in front of him in the pitch-black vision. Little Fish blinked and stepped aside, saying, "Mr. Sue might as well come up first." Sue also followed the advice, stepped on the cabin, but the door of the cellar was still not closed, and the cold and damp wind blew from inside the cellar, as if there were ghosts pouncing on Sue's body. He forced himself to calm his mind. He had seen more horrific scenes, and this was far from enough to break his sanity. "Fish, it's so late you're still up? Does Mr. Sue think I'm bothering you?" Little Fish hid her mouth and laughed softly. Half of her face was dyed dimly by the oil lamp. while the other half was covered by the color of the night, making it impossible for people to distinguish her expression. Trespassing on someone's home without permission would have been wrong of me. How can it be considered a disturbance? Since I can't live in it, I'd better go back to the bow and sit down. Yusu closed the cellar door. The dining table was again tightly pieced together on the cabin, and, putting the oil lamp down again, he prepared to return to the bow. Little Fish looked at his back slyly from behind him and suddenly opened his mouth. Is that chance at the jade ring pool important to you, Mr. Su? Yusu, however, did not turn around and hesitated for a moment to return. Nice, but Mr. Su should know that goods placed on a merchant's cabinet are not called chance. Flowers hidden between cliffs are called chance. And once you've climbed the cliff, it's not so simple to turn back. Yusu used his hand to hold the hilt of the ink pine sword, in order to not be easily dislodged from his hand. The hilt of the sword was generally made rougher. Yusu had already held the Emosong sword countless times, and he remembered every rugged groove on the hilt clearly. At this moment, holding the sword, he felt that he had the strength to climb up the cliff. I understand the reasoning behind what Little Fish Girl said, but this chance, I have reasons why I have to get it, Yusu said with certainty, and he looked back over his shoulder at the young girl, who had already given him several hints, and asked, Little Fish Girl came here to seek a chance as well, right? Mr. Su is intelligent. Then it seems there was also a reason for having to get it. Yusu smiled. Otherwise you wouldn't have pretended to be someone else's granddaughter. Why can't it be two identical granddaughters? Little Fish Girl doesn't know. My ears are very smart. Even the sound of a cat stepping over a window pane at night I can hear it clearly. But I didn't hear the sound of Little Fish Girl opening the door and walking. This can only mean that you have deliberately hidden your voice with your magic spell. So you're different from Little Fish. You're a cultivator. You're just deliberately concealing your cultivation. The little fish glanced at Yusu, but his eyes had some hidden contempt and said against his will, Mr. Su is right. Only those who have a connection with the jade ring pool can enter the pool, and I guess the little fish girl playing the little fish is for the jade ring pool chance in the hands of Olju. Yusu will be so speculation is not empty. The Olju mortal body but can become the only fisherman on the jade ring lake. It shows that he is far from ordinary mortals, is likely to have inextricable links with the jade ring pool. There's no point in saying it to show yourself off when you've guessed it. The little fish had finally ripped off the previous disguise of the fisherman's maiden's warmth and hospitality, and her vocal line was contemptuous and noble, as if this was her true voice. The words are already here. I have already advised you, and if you still want to enter the jade ring pool, then do as you please. The little fish had already turned around, preparing to go back to his room. Yusu, however, called out to her and asked hesitantly, Little fish why did she become like that? Olju also never told me that he sells fish and only accepts immortal treasures. And it's just to save money so that immortal jade ring pond can save his granddaughter. Fishy waved his hand and spoke again in an impatient tone. Don't ask. I'm going to rest. The door was gently closed, but still did not make any sound. Yusa had never seen this young girl chanting and casting spells, but an invisible soundproof barrier had always followed her around. I'm afraid that their conversation just now sounded silent to outsiders. Yusu was secretly surprised that the young girl's control over her spells was so superior. Yusu tightened the hilt of the sword, stood in the bow of the boat to let the lake wind caress the lake surface of the ancient well, but his heart rippled. This trip to the jade ring pool might not be as simple as he thought, but he couldn't just stand by and watch his master's wife be trapped in the lotus life pond all day long because of him, and he wasn't prepared to turn back on this trip from the moment he set out. Dawn will be past. The rising sun is only showing a corner. The morning sun disperses the clouds of the autumn morning. Dazzling light. People do not dare to open their eyes to look directly. Just a cool mountain wind blowing. Suddenly the clouds and smoke scattered. Visible peaks and valleys. Blue lake. Lonely boat smoke and fire. As if the calligraphy and painting under the hands of the master of the ancient paintings. Yusu put the bowl down. The steaming fresh fish porridge had already been swept away by him. Little fish sat next to her, elegantly wiping the corners of her mouth lightly with a handkerchief. The handkerchief was made of gorgeous Lu Yun brocade. It was extremely disproportionate to be placed on the hands of this fisherman's maiden. But Yusu could not notice this. Olju also just looked at the protruding handkerchief without caring and stood up and said, Let's eat and get going. With pleasure, old man. Olju nodded and drew out his tobacco stick to stuff some rough tobacco into it, reminding, You haven't paid for your boat yet. 100 spirit stones is not a small amount. Yusu to take out all of them also have to expose their own storage magic treasure thing. Spirit stones are actually regular-sized stones, more akin to a unified currency. Not all stones naturally formed in heaven and earth with Shin Shi can be used as spirit stones. Their size as well as Shin-Chi content need to be verified by the corresponding organization of the Divine Mountain and then polished before they are released to the market. Olju looked at the heap of spirit stones that Yusu piled up on the tabletop that was fast becoming a small mountain. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, his cloudy eyes filled with excited light, and his mouth muttered, "Enough! This should be enough." Yusu heard in the ear, resisted the urge to ask questions. Since the small fish thing this old man even small fish are not willing to tell, naturally will not tell him. Olju one by one the spirit stone into the special black cloth bag he bought. The spirit stone on the dense spiritual light is also covered by the cloth bag. Such a cloth bag Olju there are several. Are he selling fish before saving the accumulation? Little fish has remained silent since she appeared this morning, no longer in the posture of the enthusiastic young girl of yesterday. Yusu guessed that perhaps her mission had been accomplished and she no longer needed to act. Afterwards, the Olju seems to be reluctant to give the small fish a something. Yusu can only feel it's extraordinary but do not know exactly what it is. Yusu also did not hear the Olju and the small fish brief conversation, can only use the divine sense to sweep the two of them lips open and close, and the sound should be the small fish soundproofing art to eliminate. Olju went to collect the anchor afterward, and the boat was soon in motion, cutting a ripple in the calm of the great lake. The closer to the center of the lake, Yusu also can obviously feel the air and the concentration of Xian air is also higher. The heart of the Jade Ring Pond is worthy of being one of the blessed places of the spirit, if from childhood to live in this, and how can it be a mortal who has no connection with the immortal way? The breeze was brisk and the boat was traveling very slowly. Yusu couldn't see what position the fishing boat had traveled to, only knowing that a long time had indeed passed. He thought it was because Lao Yu was old and weak that he rowed slowly, and had offered to let him row with him, but was unceremoniously refused by Lao Yu. Olju was actually much more robust than Yusu had imagined. With thick arm muscles under his upturned sleeves, this old man can row very fast. Only for these generations in the Yuhuan Lake boat fishermen, sailing to the Yuhuan Pond Road is like a pilgrimage. Too fast is to the sacred land of the usurpation. After all, no one is running to go on a pilgrimage. By the time he felt the air getting thicker and thicker with water, Yusu realized that the lone fishing boat had finally traveled into the mist of water and was approaching the center of the lake in the eyes of the world. After traveling for a while, the water suddenly disappeared. The warm sunshine directly sprinkled on the face of Yusu. Then there is a more expansive wind than just now, bringing the air is also a little fresher. Here seems to have been another piece of the vast world. Yusu noticed that Olju had lowered his rowing hand, yet the boat still kept moving forward. There seemed to be a dark current surging under the water, spontaneously picking up the alien fishing boat. Olju smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, and then hummed an old ballad widely circulated among fishermen, which sounded childish at first, but under the fine taste, one could feel the vivid interest in it. It seemed that Olju was in a very good mood, probably because he felt that his granddaughter was saved after slaughtering himself as a fat sheep. Yusu listened intently to the song while secretly thinking in his mind. Just as Lao Yu was singing vigorously, the old fishing boat swayed violently, and Lao Yu almost fell down unsteadily, or Yusu, who reacted in time, held him up. Little fish also walked over with a terrified look on his face, looking at each other with Yusu. They were both entering the center of the Jade Ring Lake for the first time and had no idea what was happening, but there was no time for them to slowly ask Lao Yu. Dull crashes sounded one after another, and the boat began to constantly and violently rock, and even some lake water was splashed down into the crooked hull, and all three could only barely maintain their shape. Old Yu, is something wrong? Yusa held Lao Yu with one hand and tightly grasped the handrail on the hull with the other. It was obvious to him that there was something underwater that kept hitting the hull. Old Yu's withered face also became tense at this time. He climbed to the edge of the boat to look underwater, but his cloudy eyes flamed with excitement. It's the white dragon carp. We're in luck. He suddenly broke away from Yusa's hand that was assisting him, and ran between the cabins with a vigorous pace that did not befit his age. And by the time he raised the harpoon with the bloody tip, the aura of the old man's body had changed precipitously. Holding a harpoon, he is like an aged general who has returned to his hometown and regained his grip on the sword that has been with him for many years. You know he is dying, but you also know that at this time he is not to be underestimated. Not waiting for Yusu to stop, the old Yu has actually left his upper body clothing, holding the harpoon jumped into the lake. Yusu also do not know whether he should go into the water to help. Sightless he was born with an aversion to such deep water. If given blindness coupled with suffocation, no one will not despair. The rocking of the fishing boat has stopped, but the underwater fight continues. The agitated water splashes everywhere. The huge white carp and the naked old man seem to be doing a war dance in the water. Old Yu is worthy of more than 50 years of fisherman. Excellent water. He found the right time to sit on the body of the big white fish, his hand harpoon raised high, and ruthlessly inserted into the back of the white dragon carp. The white dragon carp was enraged by him, and even took Old Yu, who refused to let go of his hand, and planted him directly into the depths of the underwater. The little fish looked at the deep lake underneath in a daze, and suddenly cried out in alarm. "There's blood!" Yusu's heart was startled, and with a sound, the Emosong's sword was already sheathed. How could he not watch this extradited old man die here? Miso. Yusu stepped on the edge of the boat, was about to jump into the water. Who knew that just at this moment, the sound of rumbling sounded. There is something underwater is swimming rapidly. The surface of the lake suddenly cracked, accompanied by a huge white splash. The white-bodied dragon carp carrying the old man rushed out of the water, its 6 or 7 foot long body exposed in the air, with its white scales reflecting dazzling light. Olju still refused to let go of the harpoon in his hand as he roared with a tearful voice. "Kid Su! Chop it up!" Yusu's sword eyebrow was condensed. Divine sense swept through the fish and man that seemed to be stagnant in the air. His whole body chi force was poured under his feet. In an instant he jumped up high. The Emosong sword was held in front of his body. The uncolored body of the sword formed a sharp contrast with the white body of the fish. A clear sword sound rang out. Black and white touched, and what burst out was actually the color of crimson blood. This sword was as fast as thunder, the lake and the blood water like a downpour of rain generally ticking down, but did not get wet. Yusu and the small fish half a point. An invisible barrier stopped in the air, like an umbrella made of air. Yusu turned back and nodded his thanks to fish. The splash was over, while Olju was dragging his huge fish body in the water and climbed up to the wooden trough on the hull, and Yusu hurriedly reached out his hand and pulled Olju up. Olju looked excited as he climbed into the boat, water pattering on his body as he looked appreciatively at Yusu and said, "Good boy, that's a good enough sword. Pull the fish." Yusu smiled and nodded in response, and then bent down to pull up the massive white dragon carp with Olju. White dragon carp has died, but the body is dead but not yet. Still on the board of the ship trembling, large fish eyes round stare, a large thick fishy blood from its fish head dripping out. Yusu's stab was not only accurate, but also ruthless enough. The Emosong sword cut iron like mud, plus Yusu used Shin Chi to enhance it. This sword pierced straight through the white dragon carp's head, which led to a single blow to death. Olju is obviously exhausted, collapsed on the edge of the boat breathing heavily, while the fishing boat to restore calm, silently sailing forward. After slowing down for a while, Olju picked himself up and put on the robe he had just taken off, exuberantly. This white dragon carp is a rare and exotic fish in Yuan Lake. I haven't seen it for almost 30 years. Yusu was also secretly surprised that a human-sized fish could actually be raised in freshwater. He used his divine sense to scrutinize carefully, only to find that the Shin Chi on this fish was very thick. It was many times thicker than the killifish that he ate yesterday, almost comparable to a swimming spirit stone. No wonder it could grow this huge. It's just a fish. You've been fishing here for 50 years. How can you not have seen it for 30 years? The little fish looked back and forth incredulously at this white dragon carp. It's not something you can just see if you want to. To be precise, it's not a fish from the Jade Ring Lake. It's a fish from the Jade Ring Pond. Only it's escaped through an underground undercurrent. Olju walked to the white dragon carp next to the hand on its white fish body stroking, as if in the tasting of the world's hard-to-find treasures. This white dragon carp is the biggest I've ever seen. I remember when I first learned how to fish, my father caught a white dragon carp that was only half as long as me, and that alone attracted an unknown number of immortals to snatch it up. This one, I guess 100 spirit stones won't even buy it. But, since it's a fish that ran out of the Jade Ring Pool, won't you attract the blame of the Jade Ring Pool immortals by fishing it out? According to the rumored temperament of the Jade Ring Pond immortals nowadays, they should not agree to the spirit fish they raised being obtained by outsiders. The Jade Ring Pond belongs to the immortals. The Jade Ring Lake belongs to the mortals. This fish is like an immortal descending into the world when it reaches the mortal realm. It can eat up all the fish in the lake. Do you think I should kill it? Should I kill it? Fonkai, this fish hit the boat's power. Yusu has already seen. Put outside in the lake is indeed considered the water bully, but he is still a little puzzled. Asked, then why would it attack a fishing boat? Old Yu, on the other hand, took a polished fish opening knife and pressed the body of the fish that was still leaping, with a look of impatience, saying, perhaps it's possible that it sees us as enemies invading its waters. Mr. Su, you've done me a great favor. I won't keep it to myself, old man. I'll cut off half of the fish's belly and give it to you. Come and taste it too. Little fish. Olju did not care too much about Yusu's question. He was full of hurrying to deal with this rare white dragon carp, so as not to put it on the hull of the boat and be seen by the immortals of the Jade Ring Pond after entering the pool. Kill now? Yusu asked in shock. The brisket of this white dragon carp is highly praised even by us old fishermen who have been eating fish for decades. Its meat is as white as snowflakes. It has to be eaten raw for it to be the most flavorful, sliced thin and crystal clear, to ensure that you won't know what a true spirit fish is until you eat it. Olju is very exuberant, but Yu Su can understand his feelings. For these poor fishermen who fish all day long, the white dragon carp running out of the jade ring pool is like a heavenly fortune. At this moment, old Yu had already found the right position and stabbed the kitchen knife dryly into the fish's belly, the knife spinning with crimson blood. Old Yu tightened the hilt of the knife, then sliced open the belly of the white dragon carp in a single stroke. Even for such a spirit fish, the organs in the belly still smelled fishy. The old man skillfully ripped out all the organs. Little fish frowned at the scene, while Yu Su, who should not be able to see these organs, similarly frowned. As with the glance at the ghost of the lamplighter, he saw a small fish in the belly of a scarlet one. End of chapter. This small white fish is like the child of this white dragon carp, only half the palm of the hand that big, all body snow white, round eyes are black distinct. Yu Su wasn't the only one who noticed the fish. The old man with a keen eye also spotted the small, white body and the organs. Old Yu's face was a bit gloomy. He carefully plucked away the internal organs of the white dragon carp and tried to hold this little white fish in his hand, but he reached out with his palm but grabbed an empty one. That little white dragon carp unexpectedly flew up in the air and dodged old Yu's grasping hand. Yu Su gazed at all this with some horror. Since he went up to the divine mountain, he hadn't seen anything without opening his eyes for a long time. The ones that could make him see directly, only evil spirits. But this little white carp is pure white and very agile. Is it also an evil spirit? The small white carp seemed to use the sky as water and the fluttering tiny fins as wings, wandering freely and swimming at will in midair. And the three onlookers were all shocked by this. Plop sound. The old Yu abruptly kneeled down. He spread out his palms trembling all over his body, one after another to the small white carp worship. The body of the great white dragon carp lay in front of him, scarlet blood seeping into the ship's planks and flowing all the way down to old Yu's hand, who looked at the color of the blood on his hand in horror, muttering pious words of repentance. The small white carp rested in the air above the body of, its tiny tail swinging, as if quietly watching the old man who confessed his sins. The mother, however, Yu Su, who was standing behind the old man, was clear that this little white carp was looking at him. Grandpa, it's just a fish. Even if it can fly, you don't have to kneel and kowtow to it. Although it was also the first time the little fish had seen such a divine fish, he was more amazed than fearful of it. Old Yu is ignored, still worshipping himself, has been reading a long time. The small white carp is still standing still in the air. No swimming. The wrinkles on the old man's face were all tightly stacked together, and he couldn't figure out why this legendary divine fish was still hesitant to forgive himself. Suddenly, as if he had figured something out, he turned back eagerly. Mr. Su, quickly, come kneel and worship the water god. It was us who heard it. If we don't repent quickly, the water god will send a great calamity. When old Yu said water god, he meant this little white carp? Yu Su quietly put his hand between the lapels of his coat and held the order to ward off evil again. And the cold touch told him that this spirit fish that would fly through the air was not an evil spirit. But if it wasn't an evil spirit, how could he suddenly see it? Is there something wrong with the order to ward off evil spirits? Or is there something wrong with this fish? Even the Dream Eater and the Tai Sui can't hide the evil warrant. How can this fish hide it? And just as he hesitated, the small white dragon carp actually swam towards Yu Su with great speed. The premature tail of the fish swung wildly, cutting a straight white line through Yu Su's darkened vision. Yu Su raised his sword to stop. The ink sword clear sound. Is bound to this white fish everything too broken? Old Yu looked at all this in fear. Don't before he could say the word. The body of the small white carp had already been split in two. But who knows at this time? The change regenerated. This fish actually seems to have no substance in general. The sword body swept through, just let its body briefly separated, and then immediately merged into one, towards the chest of Yu Su straight into. This all happened too suddenly. Neither Yu Su nor little fish were able to react to stop it in time. But bizarrely, the little white carp disappeared instantly after touching Yu Su's body. Yu Su was afraid of a change, and hastily felt for the location where the white fish disappeared. But not only did he not feel anything, even the moment of collision, he did not feel any unusual sensation, as if the fish did not exist at all. Old Yu looked at Yu Su with disbelief, his lips trembling, shivering. He wanted to pay his respects. Yu Su was full of questions that could not be answered, so he hurriedly held the old man up and said, "Old sir, what is the reason for this? Get up quickly." Old Yu but obstinately still kneeling on the ground. Yu Su see the situation is also helpless, so I used some force, forced the old Yu to help up. Said, "There's no need for the old man to do that, but please tell me what's going on here." Old Yu glanced at Yu Su, as if he did not dare to look directly at the general, hastily bowed his head and said, "Mr. Su, I can't do right by you." Yu Su's skepticism intensified. What does the old gentleman mean by this? Su Gongzi do not know. You can see the fish belly also hide fish? Yu Su froze. then realized that it was strange. Fish all rely on fish eggs to reproduce their offspring, but how could the little white carp in the belly of this white dragon carp grow directly into the shape of a fish? Not only unseen, but even unheard of. Yusu returned. Old Yu then moved away from Yusu's hand that was holding him up and apologized. That's because it is a true divine fish. This large white dragon carp doesn't have a single fish roe inside its stomach is the reason for that. Because that fish wasn't born by white dragon carp mating. It was transformed by this white dragon carp absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It can also be said that this is the fish soul of this white dragon carp. Yusu was slightly stunned. It was hard to imagine that a fish was just a fish, but it actually brought up the word of soul. Old Yu then said, this white dragon carp is not only an extremely superior spiritual fish. Rumor has it that they can also cultivate like immortals, and when they cultivate to the peak, they can turn into the legendary water-controlling true dragons, which gives them the name of white dragon carp. But this is just an ancient legend that even us old fishermen have almost forgotten. I didn't expect to really see a white carp that is about to turn into a dragon today. You mean to say that having a fish soul means that this fish is going to turn into a dragon? That's natural. A dragon is a dragon and a fish is a fish. Even if a carp leaps the dragon gate, a fish body can't change into a dragon body. So naturally you have to rely on your soul to change. Old Yu is just a mortal. These strange things to him is just a legend. Now see with their own eyes. Doubly shocked, he glanced at the thoughtful Yusu again. His old eyebrows lowered, as if he had instantly aged many years, and he sighed quietly and lowly. If I knew it was going to turn into a dragon, how could I not let you kill it? It is going to become a water god in the future but because of my greed, causing you to carry a big karma, you just chopped off its fish soul, is completely cut off its hope of transforming into a dragon? Remember, cannot be easy to get into the water If you kill the future water god, you will be subject to the water's revenge. Fishermen innately have a reverence for water, and it is inevitable that the beasts that have the ability to control water will deify them, which is why they are called water gods. Yusu is also from the city, naturally understand this reasoning. He understands that the gods in the mouths of these mortals are merely honorifics for powerful things, and are not really gods with power in their hands. Besides, Yusu knew very well that he hadn't chopped off that fish soul at all. It had just disappeared. What happened just now happened in a flash of lightning. Old Yu was old and senile and didn't see the scene where the fish's soul was later strangely compounded, which is why he thought that Yusu completely killed this white dragon carp that was going to be transformed into a dragon. There's no need to scare me, old man. There are no gods in this world, only immortals. Yusa had no intention of explaining more with Lao Yu. Killing a fish would be rejected by all the water. Yusa didn't believe there was such a reason. He also wondered why this late old man was foolishly unlike the people of this age. In this age of immortals and magical arts, he still had to remember those misty myths and believe in those ancient rumors. Why do you just not believe it? It's me who caused you. I can't watch you get killed. You must remember. Never go into the water in the future. Old Yu stamped his feet anxiously, still insisting on his counsel. Grandpa, a dragon is a dragon. No matter what, a fish can't turn into a dragon. Moreover, dragons died out a long time ago, so it wouldn't be any kind of water god. It's just a fish that's a bit more divine. In other places, there are many spirit beasts that can cultivate divine souls. This is not unique to the white dragon carp. You don't have to take it to heart. The small fish who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke. His tone was indescribably certain. Old Yu glared at little fish with a somewhat complaining look, as if to say how come he doesn't even believe you. But then he remembered that this wasn't his own granddaughter at all, and then could only sigh a long sigh of his own, as if he was talking to himself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. The old man chanted as he walked over to the disemboweled white dragon carp. He paid a few more obeisances before stuffing the scattered organs back in, and finally dragging up the huge fish carcass and dropping it into the lake water. With the loud sound of falling water, the unexpected episode seemed to come to an end. Old Yu lamented and went back to his room, leaving only Yusu and Xiaoyu on the board of the boat that retained a faint smell of fish and blood. Does Miss Little Fish know what the use of a spirit beast cultivating a divine soul is? After learning that this young girl was not the real little fish, Yusu had as addressed her, "Little fish girl." The little fish gave him a look back. Only human beings are born with divine souls, and cultivators also have divine sense and sea of consciousness because they have divine souls. When a spirit beast refines its divine soul, it becomes spiritually intelligent, opens its meridians, and can become a divine beast. The most powerful divine beasts may not even be close in strength to a cave void venerable. Yusu naturally knew this. It was rumored that the 11th elder of the Xian Shao sect's imperial beast peak possessed a divine beast whose strength was comparable to that of a cave void realm human cultivator, so he immediately asked the question he was truly curious about. Then why did it just disappear? Although old Yu didn't see the scene of the fish's soul healing, Yusu was pretty sure that the little fish must have seen it. The little fish pondered for a moment before saying, "I'm not sure. So far people still know very little about divine souls as well. But you don't have to worry. That fish in the party, according to the size of the divine soul, may have only just attained enlightenment, and will pose no threat to you." Yusu nodded and didn't say anything else. He wiped the hilt of the ink pine sword and looked into the unseen depths of the lake. The Jade Ring Pond was worthy of being one of the 11 spirit-blessed places in the world, actually allowing a fish to cultivate a divine soul. But such a fish that can have a divine soul just like a human being, it is reasonable to say that it should have intelligence. Then why did it still leave the Jade Ring Pond that helped it evolve and run outside to this Jade Ring Lake? Was it washed out by mistake into an underground undercurrent? Or, escaped? It's coming up. Old Yu opened the door to his room and walked out. He also carried 3 large bags full of bits and pieces of old treasure in his hands. By now the ship had picked up speed significantly, and a brisk wind was blowing from both cheeks. Old Yu squinted his eyes to look at the lake in front of him. Rather than a lake, it was a large waterfall that stretched across the lake. All the lake water poured down here with a deafening pop, and the air was so thick with water that it looked like it was raining heavily. Once you fell in this waterfall, it would be never-ending. Even though this experienced old man had passed through this place several times, he still couldn't believe that this was just a blindfold cast by the Jade Ring Pool immortals. To the mortals who had mistakenly entered this place, this spectacular waterfall was enough to make them desperately return. This is the pool protecting formation, isn't it? Yusu tersely sighed. Not bad, Mr. Su. Let's hope that you really do have a chance with the Jade Ring Pool, or else this fake waterfall will be real to you. As for where you'll be swept away by it, I don't dare to assure you. Yusu smiled. He believed in the judgment of the third elder. Besides, having already walked here, it was simply impossible to turn back. Little Fish looked at the waterfall in front of her with the same flatness. She held the chance she had gotten from Old Yu in her hand, so of course she wouldn't be afraid of this formation. A lone boat, 3 boaters, just sailing towards the magnificent rift in the water. But just as the boat was about to follow the big waves into the abyss, the fishing boat unexpectedly crossed over in the air, as if an immortal was holding the boat, lifting them to the opposite shore. What followed was a violent heavy pressure. But soon, this heavy pressure was unloaded. They passed through the barrier of the pool protection formation and truly arrived at the waters of the Jade Ring Pond. Here there is no more mist that obscures the view, only warm sunshine and clear wind. Several green hills that are generally pictorial in ink paintings, as well as the exquisite boat dock built at the foot of the green hills. Already standing on the boat dock was a gorgeous blue-shirt immortal with a handsome appearance. He was holding his hands up high, as if calling out to the calm waters of the lake under the fishing boat, pulling the boat over. The fishing boat moved forward gently, but there was not a single ripple underneath the boat, and the waters were as quiet as a mirror made of glaze. The ship has docked. Old Yu, it's been some time since your last visit. The blue-robed immortal greeted the old man. Old Yu was somewhat flattered and hurriedly mentioned the 3 big bags of treasures and spirit stones around him. Immortal Master Jade, I've finally saved enough money. I hope you can save my granddaughter. The handsome man known as Immortal Master Jade smiled gently, and with a light movement of his fingers, the 3 bags of consultation money flew to the shore. You're a good grandpa, and we're going to cure your granddaughter. Old Yu immediately cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground in gratitude and said, Thank you Immortal Master Jade. Immortal Master Jade is truly compassionate. Jade Immortal Master still maintained that elegant smile and returned, It's not me you need to thank. Thanking the Jade Ring Pool is the right thing to do. That's right. Thank you Yuanchi. Old Yu is touched and excited. Yusu listen in the ear, but feel the heart has a share of indescribable twist. Immortals collect consultation fees for treating mortals, and he couldn't evaluate whether this behavior was correct or not. He only felt that it didn't seem to have much to do with the word compassionate. Besides, does this Jade Ring Pool immortal really care about the broken copper and iron collected by a mortal? How poor of an immortal sect would that have to be? I didn't expect Old Yu to bring 2 honorable guests to my Jade Ring Pond this time. Immortal Master Jade smiled lightly as she swept over Yusu and Little Fish's faces, and it didn't make people feel offended. Instead it made people feel like spring light. Since he knew Old Yu, he must have definitely seen what Little Fish looked like, and when he saw this intact Little Fish in front of him, he actually saw her disguise at a glance. Your honored guests have come to visit. It is a mistake to welcome them. Please move over and let's go ashore. Immortal Master Jade opened her arms and greeted her warmly. Little Fish frowned her eyebrows and asked coldly, Immortal Master Jade doesn't ask who we are? And how did you know that we would be honored guests? Immortal Master Jade smiled brightly. As early as the 2 of you approached the Jade Ring Pond, we already knew who you were. In the 5 continents, both of you are considered to be people of outstanding status. How can you not be considered honored guests to my Jade Ring Pond? Yusu's heart flinched. He had only been in the Divine Mountain for how long, and was not considered to have any special achievements. He did not expect that his fame would come faster than he himself. What surprised him even more was that he hadn't even been able to recognize Little Fish's disguise. But this jade ring pool even knew the other party's true identity. It seems that this jade ring pool seems to be closed, but in reality, the only news that is blocked is the news within their pool, and the information about the outside world is collected in a very complete manner. At the time of his dismay, the small fish has stepped over the boatboard, jumped to the dock above. The movement is as light as a falling goose. Yusu followed suit and turned back to Olju to thank him. Olju ignored him and waved his hand towards Little Fish with some reluctance. The little fish, however, was indifferent and seemed to have completely returned to its nature except for this appearance. Olju, wait here. Someone will come to pick up your granddaughter. Little Fish is different from you. She has immortal roots and shouldn't be a fishing mortal. When she is intact, I will have her worship in the Jade Ring Pond, and you can come and visit from time to time. The Jade Ring Pool Immortal waved his large hand, his blue brocade robe bulging as he had turned around. Two honored guests, follow me. The two men also took steps to follow, walking towards the rolling green hills ahead. Behind him, Olju knelt on the deck and kowtowed reverently. Thank you, Yuan Pool. Thank you, Yuan Pool. End of chapter. There is no need for you two honored guests to be polite. I am just an ordinary servant in the Jade Ring Pond, and I am not worthy of the title of Immortal Master. With the status of the two of you, just call me by my name, Jade Hazel. Jade Hazel walked ahead, her blue brocade dress bulging like the clear sky reflected in the lake. Water condensation realm cultivators put in the outside world. Enough to start a clan. Put in the Jade Ring Pond, actually just servants. Jade Ring Pond is really a good boldness. The small fish is still dressed as a fisherman's maiden, and there is no change in her appearance. Yusu but secretly surprised. This woman's figure in Yusu no women obviously not tall, revealing the temperament but noble and awe-inspiring. Fairy is overstating it. The water condensation realm is actually not even a servant when placed in the Divine Mountain. Jade Hazel responded with a faint smile, glancing at Yusu who was following behind her, seemingly meaning something. Immortal Master Jade is too modest. The line of the Great Tao only depends on the progress and not on the status. Your cultivation is more profound than that of the juniors, so you can afford to be called an Immortal Master by the juniors. Yusu was courteous with a warm smile. Jade Hazel was all smiles. People say that the pride of Constant Heights Divine Mountain are all high-minded and proud, and tend to look down on cultivators outside the Divine Mountain. In my opinion, this is a falsehood. You Hazel, talking extremely practiced, seemed to put his position very low, but will not really let people look down on him, talking up to give people a feeling like spring breeze. The three of them walk slowly, walking into the Green Mountain. Along the way, the road is paved with ancient and regular spirit wood flooring, each piece of which is meticulously carved with intricate lotus pond patterns. On both sides of the forest road are exotic flowers and jade trees that emit a tranquil aroma, stretching out the branches and leaves without being messy. Rao cannot see the tour, Su can also feel this. Into the pool road was built extremely elegant, enough to see the Jade Ring Pool. To the importance of foreign guests, can be bizarre, willing to spend a large price to build such a road of the Jade Ring Pool, but suddenly refused to guests, resumed hundreds of steps. The depths of the forest road suddenly came crackling sound of falling water. The small fish frowned, looked forward. There is a curtain of water blocking the way. The jagged mountain rocks were polished smooth as mirrors by the curtain of water. The source of this curtain of water was the crystal clear waterfall flowing down from the mountains. The water droplets smashed down on top of the wooden path, stirring up a light mist, and then coalescing into water, which converged into the streams and pools on both sides. It's a body-clearing curtain. Jade Hazel stopped and turned back, smiling as she introduced herself to Yusu and Fish, who were visiting for the first time. After walking through this curtain, the real Jade Ring Pond will be considered the real Jade Ring Pond. The two honored guests don't have to worry. The cleansing curtain won't really make you wet. It just washes away your mortal dust and returns you to yourself. Even those who have just climbed out of the mire will be as clean as new after walking through the cleansing curtain. Is there any water in the world that is not stained? Even though she was wearing a vulgar dress made of coarse linen, Little Fish was a woman after all, and still cared more about such things. Fairy doesn't know. The water of the clear body curtain is the water flowing down from the immaculate spring on the mountain. This spring is quite divine, but only the Jade Ring Pond has it. It's normal that the fairy doesn't know about it. Jade Hazel took 2 steps forward and walked over to the stream pool where the curtains of water converged, cupping a palmful of the pool's water and subsequently sprinkling it on the dirt beside the wooden path as he said, "If you don't believe me, fairy, please take a look. The water of the untainted spring not only doesn't stain clothing, it can't even seep into the earth." The small fish fixed his eyes to see. Sure enough, The pool of water sprinkled by the jade hazel is still spread on the surface of the soil. Not even a single drop has seeped down, like a transparent jewel, falling between the soil. The Jade Ring Pond, as one of the 5 continents' holy places, is not well known, but it doesn't mean that the Jade Ring Pond doesn't want fame. It's just that what the Jade Ring Pond wants is not a hefty reputation, but a reputation of purity and high purity. Jade Hazel straightened up. His tone was calm, yet his innate pride as a Jade Ring Pond immortal could be heard. This immaculate spring doesn't stain everything, and has the ability to cleanse everything, so passing through this purity curtain is a necessary etiquette to enter the Jade Ring Pond, and please ask for Immortal's understanding. Little Fish hesitated for a moment. She was well aware that Yu Hazel had seen through her disguise, and Yu Hazel's attitude made Little Fish realize that if she wanted to enter the Jade Ring Pool she would have to strip off all her disguises and show herself as who she really was. The young girl with pale yellow skin set her face straight and walked towards the clear body curtain without further hesitation. As she stepped into the curtain of water, drops of water slid down from the top of her skull, ran over her cheeks, and then trickled down over her entire body's clothing. Surprisingly, Little Fish had thought that the spring water would be cold and refreshing, but it was actually as warm jade. When she had walked through the curtain of water, the rough linen dress was really new, and what had changed even more was her face. She is no longer that small attractive fisherwoman. The new appearance of this face, skin white than snow, features exquisite as a picture, but not featureless beauty. Her beauty is the combination of cold and charming to the extreme, like a noble snake hidden in the moonlight spitting, and if Yusu could open his eyes, he could even realize that this face was actually identical to Ji Ling Ruo, his longed-for senior sister. Ji Shui Ruo had already stood at the end of the water curtain and looked back to the streams of water flowing on the ground, realizing that these waters were still clear, and only then did she retract her sight with peace of mind. She in order to disguise as a small fish quite a lot of effort. At this time all the body curtains to wash. If the water are dyed black called the surname Su look, by his misunderstanding of their own body is very dirty would not be good. She was clean and in a position of honor, and she certainly didn't want people to get such misconceptions about her. Mr. Yu, please. Jade Hazel raised her hand in a gesture. Yu Su nodded, and then he too walked towards the water curtain without the slightest hesitation. Ji Shuarua watched as Yu Su walked towards him step by step, secretly saying that this teenager from the Divine Mountain really didn't have the surname Su, and also wondered if this exquisite skin of his was also a disguise. Yu Su quickly gave her an answer. The body-clearing curtain didn't make any changes to his appearance, just a black robe darker and deeper. Eye-catching water droplets hung down from around him, making him appear more and more glittering. Duke Yu is truly a stunning talent, Yu Hazel heartily praised. Ji Shuarua sniffed without commenting, only slandering a few words in her mind. She looked over at Jade Hazel, who had appeared unconsciously at this end of the water curtain, and was a little surprised. She seems not to have seen him walk through the clear body curtain. However, he was originally a person of the Jade Ring Pond, and it seemed irrelevant whether he passed through this curtain or not. The 2 honored guests have finished clearing their bodies. Please follow me and I will lead you to the resting place. Yu Su was slightly flabbergasted. Coming up and taking people to the resting place. Could this Yu Hazel mean that they would stay here for a long time? Immortal Master Jade, I don't need to rest. I came to the Jade Ring Pond for important matters. I hope Immortal Master Jade can introduce me. I don't know. Mr. Yu, to whom do you wish me to make an introduction for you? I came here on the orders of the 3rd elder of the Xin Shao sect, Venerable Bihua, and wish to pay my respects to the venerables of the Jade Ring Pool. Yu Su replied respectfully. Jade Hazel, on the other hand, smiled back and said, don't be in a hurry. Mr. Yu, even if it is the 3rd elder himself, the parents are not something that can be easily met. But, Mr. You don't have to worry. The Jade Ring Pond hasn't had an honored guest of your status for a long time. The people you want to see, the things you want, the Jade Ring Pool will fulfill you. You only need to wait quietly. Yu Su was silent and knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. From Yu Hazel's hidden arrogance, it could be seen that the Divine Mountain appeared to be higher than the rest of the 10 spiritually blessed places. But this was not the case in the eyes of the people of these 10 spiritually blessed places. In the end, he was only a true disciple, and to want to see someone else's family head as soon as he entered the door was neither in keeping with his status nor etiquette. For now, it's just a matter of waiting and seeing. It is Yu Su who is offended. Immortal Master Yu, please also lead the way. Duke, you don't have to apologize. As I said, you're a long-lost honored guest of the Jade Ring Pond. You have a request for the Jade Ring Pond, and the Jade Ring Pond likewise has a request for you, so you can rest assured that you're fine. A request? Yu Su some surprise. Do not understand this big blessing. Can beg a fledgling teenager what, more do not understand. How he became the Jade Ring Pond long-lost honored guests. Jade Hazel smiled and nodded. then walked in front of the two of them, ready to continue leading the way. Ji Shuerua walked with a high and mighty toe. Her lotus steps were windy, and her outdated fishing skirt couldn't hide the nobility of her body. She glanced at Yusu and said, "That's stupid." Yusu naturally knew that this young girl is scolding him. He was amused. The small fish girl enthusiasm at first sight. Goodbye high cold. At this time and become poisonous. Only to feel that she has changed 1,000 times. I do not know which one is her true face. He cast a puzzled look at the young girl and said, "Does Miss Little Fish have any insights?" Ji Shuerua smiled contemptuously. The Jade Ring Pond is now closed, and few outsiders enter. The outside world has quite a lot to say about the Jade Ring Pond. You are a rare visitor to the Divine Mountain. Of course the Jade Ring Pond must be extremely courteous to you, so that you can go out and do right by the Jade Ring Pond. Otherwise, do you think you're a spirit stage middle realm brat? Why would the Jade Ring Pond call you its honored guest? It was only then that Yusu dawned on him and cupped his fists to Ji Shuerua. Thank you, Miss Little Fish, for pointing out the way. Jade Hazel, on the other hand, turned back to Ji Shuerua and laughed. Don't forget, Miss Ji, that you are likewise a long-lost honored guest of the Jade Ring Pond. Ms. Ji Shuerua was about to respond with a slight nod, but she was startled by the shout. She glared at Yusu and asked, "What's all the fuss about?" "It's my fault for being rude. It's just that I have an old friend who also goes by the name of Ji." Ji Shuerua looked at Yusu's clear-browed face. His heart was shocked and doubtful. This teenager first said that he came from the city of the outgoing clouds, and has a connection with the Xianshao sect. Not only is that the jade and windy young man with a sword in the mouth of his sister, but there is also a deceased person surnamed Ji. The most coincidental thing is that he really has the surname of you. Is it true that the person in front of me is my brother-in-law? No harm done. Your Ji surname deceased. Full name Y. The Ji surname is rare, so perhaps I do know him. She is called Ji Lingruo. Yusu said word for word, speaking solemnly. As soon as the 3 words came out, Ji Shuerua's temperament changed drastically, and the indifferent viper that spat out its mail was touched by the scales, immediately revealing her ferocious fangs. Yusu was uncertain and asked, "Does Miss Ji recognize it?" Being asked by him, Ji Shuerua conversely collected all her hostility back, as if it was all a misunderstanding just now. Regardless of what kind of physique this Yusu had and what benefits he had brought to Ling Ruo, he was the bad guy who had taken Ling Ruo's virginity without a name. Seeing that she hadn't been exposed yet, Ji Shuerua had a plan in mind, just so she could take a good look at this teenager as a stranger and consider whether or not he was qualified to be their Snake Clan son-in-law. Not recognizable. Yusu blink. You do not recognize just engaged in so fierce do? I wonder what Miss Ji's full name is. Asking a woman's name upon first meeting. You're good at doing that? Ji Shuerua's eyebrows knitted slightly, her tone cold. Miss Ji misunderstood. I didn't mean to offend. Yusu smiled and apologized, but in his heart, he was equally suspicious, and hated that he could not open his eyes immediately to see the appearance of the person in front of him. Even if the other party might not be the senior sister's own sister, it must be someone close to the senior sister. So Yusu immediately held his head high and hoped that his image would appear taller and more majestic in the other party's eyes. Mr. Su might as well say what your name is first. Ji Shuerua cut another glance at Yusu and said disdainfully, but don't call it Yu Halong, right? Going out in the body. Not intentionally deceive Miss Ji. My name is Yusu. Miss Ji straight call his name will be good. How dare this? It's better to call Mr. Tour. Saving this Su word from being fake as well. Ji Shuerua retracted her sight, grimacing. Yusu doubly helpless, but also not good to argue to this woman her double standard move. Obviously until just walked through the clear body curtain, she has also been a false identity to show people. Then Ms. Ji Mu Ba. Ji Shuerua casually babbled. Yusu speechless. It seems that the other side is not prepared to tell himself frankly, even if there are 1,000 questions in his heart to his sister. At this time he is not good to ask the side of the Jade Hazel. Only hope later settled down. Ji Mu Ba Miss can put down on his guard a little. Jade Hazel walked in front, secretly sighing that this name said by the Snake Clan patriarch was also a bit too fake, and turned back to snicker. Miss Ji's name is truly overbearing. Ji Shuerua's expression was stagnant and slightly embarrassed. Fortunately Yu Hazel did not directly break down her disguise. She glanced at Yusu's eyes again. After knowing that he was blind, Ji Shuerua also had more confidence. Anyway, he couldn't see, as long as he didn't admit it himself, then he couldn't assert it in any way. Can't a woman be domineering? Ji Shuerua asked seriously in return. Yu Hazel has no such intention whatsoever. Both of you are dragons and phoenixes among men, and in Yu Hazel's opinion, both are extremely domineering. Ji Shuerua sniffed and glanced at Yusu. only to realize that this skinny monkey was not even remotely related to the word domineering. The three of them were then speechless as they made their way forward, and this welcoming path finally had an end. Obviously it is autumn. The five-color Tianhua 10,000 lotus flowers but wantonnly bloomed in the vast lake. Turquoise lotus leaves pavilion like a cover, like the goddess of the lake to hold up the emerald umbrella. Yusa sniffed the sweet lake breeze as he climbed up the slope, and he knew that the jade ring pond had finally arrived. Sir Yu, this is your bedchamber. There are also two maidservants waiting outside the hall, so if you have any needs or questions, you can look for them. Yu Hazel poured half a cup of tea for Yusu and handed it over. I'm grateful to Immortal Master Jade. I'm just a clueless backstage student, but the Jade Ring Pool has prepared such a luxurious palace for me. Yusu is terrified in his heart. Yusu didn't dare to take the tea. He had already used his divine sense to scan through this bedchamber prepared for him alone. The scale was as big as an entire Yuanyang sword sect. More importantly, this bedchamber is not a carved building built on the hills around the Jade Ring Pond, but a water pavilion by the Jade Ring Pond, which is by no means a treatment that he should enjoy for a spiritual platform realm. Mister, you must not humble yourself. An unusual true disciple of the Xian Shao sect would not be treated better than Mr. Yu if he came here. All of this is only because you are the disciple of Venerable Lotus Sword. Venerable Lotus Sword and the Jade Ring Pond have a very shallow relationship, and all the family heads have long commanded that you be given special care. Then does Immortal Master Jade know when I will be able to meet the family heads? Jade Hazel raised her head, locked eyes with Yusu's clear eyes, and comforted. It won't be long. Mr. Yu doesn't have to be formal. Just treat it as if you're here to play in the Jade Ring Pond. Yu Hazel stood up and suddenly clapped her hands, shouting to the outside of the temple. You Misty, Yu Hazel, come in and serve Duke Yu in bathing and dressing. Following his order, a pair of extremely beautiful sisters had already walked into the hall in a graceful manner. They have a strikingly similar beauty, a blue dress and a CUI skirt, but the same clothes are not covered, revealing most of the deceptive snow breasts, as well as the buttocks under the long legs and feet. End of chapter. Jade Immortal Master. Yusu is accustomed to eating on his own, and is really not accustomed to others serving. This is not necessary. Yusu hurriedly refused. He couldn't see the two young girls half covered in delicate bodies with his own eyes, yet he still refused instinctively. I didn't expect Mr. Yu to not only be humble, but also have a simple side. However, your status is honored nowadays. If you need to do everything as a guest at the Jade Ring Pond, it will not only be rumored that my Jade Ring Pond is not treating its guests well, but it is even more inconsistent with your status nowadays. Yu Hazel bowed slightly and bent her head. In my opinion, Mr. You will be the one to walk to the top of the mountain in the future, and you should have the self-awareness of being in a high position. Yusu sniffed and frowned his sword brows, thinking that this Yu Hazel did have a keen eye for people. In the Divine Mountain, he was also mostly on the peak, and now that he had stepped out of the Divine Mountain, he realized the weight of the identity of equivalent to being rich in a single day. He was still somewhat at a loss in the face of the reverence that people outside of the Divine Mountain had for his identity. Deep down, he still seemed to think that he was that self-reliant blind child in the old mansion of Izumo City, Lotus Sword venerable true successor. Simply rejecting someone's gesture of goodwill would in turn make him appear unsympathetic, which might not be a good choice for Yusu, who had a request to make. Faced with Immortal Master Yu's reminder, he had no choice but to compromise. Immortal Master Jade is overstating the case. I was merely lucky enough to dip into my master's light. The two fairies don't need to serve, they only need to wait outside the door. Does Mr. You think that Jade Mist and Jade Hazel are not to your liking? If so, that would be difficult, and you won't be able to find more beautiful maids than them in the Jade Ring Pool. Yusu didn't understand why Yu Hazel insisted on letting him enjoy someone else's service, so he said with a serious voice, since Immortal Master Jade knows who I am, does she not know that I am blind? I don't distinguish between beauty and ugliness, and it's even more unlikely that I would dislike the two fairies, so Immortal Master you should stop saying such things. Immortal Master Jade sniffed, then whirled around and apologized. Duke Yu's fluttering sword cultivator and worldly independence. It's the Jade Hazel that's a bit of an imposition, but I didn't mean anything else. It's just that the bath you're going to take later is extremely elaborate, and without a maid at your side, you won't be able to fully experience the beauty of the water in this Jade Ring Pond. This soup bath must be taken? Doesn't Mr. You want to see the masters of the house? Tonight, the master of the house has organized a small banquet for the two honored guests, and this pre-banquet bath is a courtesy that the Jade Ring Pond should fulfill. You don't have to worry if you don't like strangers. Jade Misty and Jade Hazel will only wait outside the screen of the bath, and will only go in when needed. Yu Hazel's posture was humble. His tone was respectful. Yusu turned his gaze towards Yu Hazel. He knew that Yu Hazel's words were only half of the story, and that bathing and dressing before seeing the family head was also a courtesy that he should fulfill. I see. Jade Hazel sprinkled a smile on her face and said, Mr. You, just enjoy the beauty of the jade ring pond to the fullest. Yu-Su was naked, lying against a bath made of inkstone. The bath was forged for the owner of this bedchamber, and it was not very spacious, so there was only a little space left after Yu-Su sat down. The water from the jade ring pond did not reach his chest, and there seemed to be a hot source of fire underneath the stone bath, heating the soup to a temperature that was both hot and enjoyable. The not-so-white-skinned Yu-Su was also slightly reddened by this bath, and the whole body's chi and blood flowed abundantly. Sir Yu, the first soup sequence is over. We're coming in to set up the second soup sequence. The blue-skirted Jade Misty reminded Yu-Su through the screen. Yu-Su has learned from her two-mouth. This is the highest specification of the Jade Ring Pool soup bath, called the Clear and Soup. Not only can clear the poison and relieve fatigue, plump up the chi and blood, but also can vaguely produce the Taoist opportunity that can be comprehended. A total of 3 procedures. The first course was to soak pure jade ring pond water. The second course was to add various spiritual treasures and medicinal herbs to the pond water. And the third course was to put the dried flowers made from the jade ring pond immortal lotus into the pond. Yu-Su silently shifted the tea float floating on the surface of the water, just enough to cover his belly, before responding in a slightly sardonic manner. Aha! With his permission, the 2 young ladies dressed in cool colors curled their way around the screen. Each of them carried a tray made of lotus leaves, which contained a wide array of different kinds of medicinal herbs. The 2 maidservants half squatted beside the bath, bending their willow waists, carefully putting the herbs needed for the second soup sequence into the pool. Between the bends, a large area of spring light between the breasts was revealed. The 2 delicate girls did not soak in the hot spring, but they also showed peach powder on their faces, seemingly shy and intoxicated. Sir Yu, this is the second soup sequence, and the precious herbs put into it include 9-colored lily, pearl eye, white dragon carp bone powder, and golden stone calamus. It can make you replenish the middle and benefit the chi, lift the spirit and strengthen the will, and compared to the first soup sequence, you can more obviously feel the pool water becoming thicker and the ghostly aroma thicker. Jade Misty softly introduced the difference between the soups for Yu-Su. Yu-Su's face cleared. Trouble 2 fairies, please go out. The young girls pursed their red lips and quietly sized up Yu-Su's face with their pretty eyes. There was curiosity and warmth in their gaze. In theory as immortal servants, they would not dare to look directly at their master. It was only when they thought that this reserved gentleman with unparalleled looks was actually blind that they, who had been raised as immortal servants since they were young, boldly overstepped their bounds a bit. They knew in their hearts what it represented for them to be sent here to serve this heaven's pride teenager with an honorable status. And even though Jade Hazel hadn't said anything, it was all in the air. Immortal servants have a lowly status and poor talent, so they can only rely on attaching themselves to big people and big families in exchange for cultivation resources. What's more, they have been servants for generations, and this is the case with the immortal servants in the Jade Ring Pond. It seems that being a servant is a destiny they can't get rid of, even for the Jade Misty sisters, who reached the middle realm of the passing vein at the age of 17 and are considered to be of little talent. The 2 sisters, who knew themselves to be beautiful, often felt unfortunate for their situation, and they were kept in the bosom of the Jade Ring Pool, carefully cultivated for the purpose of enlisting foreign guests the superior gift. However, the fearful and uneasy mood had not changed until the moment they saw Yu-Su. The twins looked at each other as if to say to each other that this teenager was the one they were hoping for to take them out of this delicate birdcage. Then the 2 gazes became firm in unison, and the one with the emerald dress among the sisters was her younger sister, Yu Hazel, who blushed like blood and playfully said, Mr. You came all the way here and traveled a long way. I will be a door to press Joe's art. Can for the gentleman to relieve the lack of through the network, such as monk do not abandon. Said. She held the wall of the pool. Will be white small hand into the pool soup. The pool water from her right arm poured down. Surplus water flow gurgling. And into the pool. Metallurgical to the extreme. Yu-Su sword brows lightly raised in disgust. Miss Yu Hazel, I have a cleanliness fetish. Please don't do this. Jade Hazel was stunned for a moment, biting her lower lip and did not withdraw her hand, only thinking that Yu-Su was still reserved, and smiled sarcastically. Don't worry, sir, my sister and I have grown up drinking the water of the Jade Ring Pond since we were small, and every day we would burn incense and bathe in pillow jade and rub snow, so we're not dirty at all. Jade Misty also joined in. Her determination was heavier, so her guts were also bigger. Half of her body made of white jade had already pressed against the wall of the pool, pressing her breasts into a different shape, and winking. You Misty is right, sir, although I cannot press Xiao, but I know a little bit of music. I can blow a song for the gentleman, but also please the gentleman taste. Yu-Su sniffed. just closed his eyes and let out a low sigh, forcefully tugged on Yuhao's hand that was probing from underwater and shook it away unceremoniously, and icy coldly said, "The two fairies don't have to be like this. I have already said before that I don't have to serve. Just wait outside the curtain. Could it be that the fairies are treating what I said as child's play?" Yu Hazel was shocked by Yusu's change, and busily knelt down on the ground, bowing and apologizing. "Sir, you forgive me? My sister and I never meant to do that." Jade Misty was the older sister, and despite being the same age, the difference in status made her more mature in mind, and she bowed her head without calling for her expression to be seen, apologizing. "We only wanted to do our small part because we saw that the prince was tired. Don't flatter yourself. I don't need your humble efforts. Just do what I command. The next time, I'll have Immortal Master Jade replace them with two obedient ones." Yusu's attitude was distant. He did not want these two women to have any unrealistic fantasies about him. Although he also had some abdominal fire that was difficult to suppress at this time, he was by no means a casual person. Here Yusu decidedly in different words. Jade Hazel hanging head pinch fist. The heart cannot say aggrieved. Think of their own destiny to be regarded as an object in general miserable fate. Suddenly as if deflated, even wailing sobbing up. Yuhaoi saw her sister being told to cry by Yusu. Her apricot eyes glared roundly, came to her sister's side to wrap her up, gritted her teeth and said, "Mister, you is a spotless true immortal. It's because we're delusional. Please don't blame me for this. My sister and I will definitely not commit the crime again." Yusu was too lazy to open his eyes. He understood the situation of the two women, but had no idea of saving them. His heart is not big, and the only people he can protect and care for are just those few. The next one will not be an exception. Get out quickly. Yusu downplayed it. Who knows that Yu Hazel saw her sister this humble appearance. In exchange for more indifference from Yusu, she wiped away the teardrops on the side of her cheeks and exasperatedly said, "You're so not a man. Woo-hoo." Who knew that just at this moment, with a bang sound, the door of the bedchamber was kicked open with a loud bang. Before Yusu could react, Ji Ling Ruo, who had changed into a brocade black dress, had already appeared outside the curtain of the bath. Her stunning face was as cold as frost, and her eyes swept over the sisters who were still sobbing in aggravation. All of a sudden, her black hair was flowing, but it wasn't the wind, it was the rage in her heart. "Yusu, you really aren't a man." Sisters sitting on the ground snuggling with each other saw the visitor. All were stunned by the woman's appearance. Cannot believe that the world can actually be compared to the beauty of the lady's woman. G, listen to my explanation first. Yusu's first moment was actually pressing the floating disc into the water, completely covering his lower body. Dead people don't need explanations. Ji Shuarua's hands danced and flipped, and an astral deity then attacked towards Yusu with great vigor. Yusu at this time can still care about the matter of covering shame. Fortunately his sword is not away from his body, placed on the edge of the bath. He immediately got up and unsheathed his sword. The sword connected with the astral energy and erupted into a fierce gale, scraping up the thick soup of the bath and scattering it everywhere, like rainfall in a room. Jade Misty, two sisters were already shy and timid. At this time the body stained with water, more obvious body hazy. Ji Shuarua, on the contrary, her clothes were not stained with water. Seeing the charming attitude of the twin sisters, her eyebrows became even more icy, and her next killing move was already in the pipeline. G, calm down. Yusu clenched her legs, shy and anxious. Calm down? How do you expect me to be calm? Even if your brother-in-law is caught stealing by his wife's sister, you are still found to have this fetish? You beast specializes in picking on twin sisters, right? Ji Shuarua snorted coldly, her aura like a volcano about to erupt. Mister, you is really a veteran of the flower world. What a good sex. As soon as the words fell, she pushed the waves with both hands, and dozens of white snakes formed by Shin she had poured out. Yusu slightly austere, feeling that the power of this move is not shallow. Heart Miss G, this is really ready to lay down a deadly hand. He sharply rotated his sword and used the from the duck sword heron shattering clear wave to smash all the white snakes. But this white snake was stirred up after not only the sound does not reduce, but turned into a more violent small snake. Only the small snake seems to be insufficiently spiritual, no longer regarded Yusu as the only target, and some of them even madly rushed towards you Misty. Ji Shuarua realized the abnormality of this spell and regretted her mistake in her haste, so she immediately pinched again and prepared to remedy the situation. But unfortunately, there was simply no spell that was faster than this white snake, and just at the moment when the two sisters who had already been stunned were about to be struck by the white snakes, the several white snakes that had attacked were cut off at the waist, and even the water droplets in the air that had yet to fall were also cut off by a sword, turning into exploding water mist. Ji Shuarua looked at Yusu with disbelief, lightly biting her lower lip to say nothing. She only wanted to vent her anger towards Yusu, and did not want to attack this pair of sisters who were the same twin as her, and was escorted down the Jade Hazel, eyes brightly looking at the back of the big buttocks of Yusu Bear. Think of him clearly, just cold words. Save them, actually still him, actually born incomparable sense of peace of mind. Miss Ji, you're going a bit overboard. Yusu coldly looked at Ji Shuerua, while the Yamosong sword was extremely subtle in blocking the vital points. Ji Shuerua sniffed even more annoyed and said, people haven't even given you a hand, and you're rushing to protect them? Mr. You is really a lover. Yusu exhaled a breath and sighed. Miss Ji, calm down first, please listen to my explanation. You wanted to make light of the two maids, and the two maids refused to comply, angrily scolding you for not being a man. I have seen the facts with my own eyes. What more do you want to explain? Jade Misty, you looked at the two of them who were at cross swords, and the tone of this cold and attractive young girl's sentence was like catching an adulterer, and they suddenly seemed to understand why this Yusu would be indifferent to their gesture of goodwill. Fairy G. Jade Haze stood up, her hands somewhat embarrassedly covering the large expanse of bare skinlight, and said, Fairy misunderstood. It's not that, mister. You wanted to lighten us up. It's that we wanted to lighten up Mr. You, but were rejected by Mr. You. Sister was annoyed, and only then did she curse so much. According to Jade Misty, in the opinion of the sisters, a man should be hard to resist beauty, so he scolded him so, while in Ji Shueruo's eyes, Yusu should be clean and self-loving, and keep his body like a jade for his sister. That's why she scolded him so. Ji Shuerua frowned, secretly said, you really are not a man. Actually have two meanings? You two don't have to excuse him. With me here, he wouldn't dare do anything to you. Ji Shuerua exhorted in a flat voice. She still had a natural affinity for Jade Misty. Jade Hazel also stood up, glanced at the naked Yusu, her heart like a deer in the headlights. Also explained for Yusu. Ji Xianzi really misunderstood. Yu Gongzi sits in the heart, is a true gentleman. Is my ignorance offended Yu Gongzi? Ji Xianzi want to scold or punish, all toward the Jade Hazel. With that said, she carefully took a step forward, holding both Yusu and her sister back. Jade Misty similarly stepped forward, alongside her sister. Jade Hazy did it too. Fairy punish even me. Ji Shuerua raised her eyebrows lightly and leaned back, looking at this pair of sisters in this righteous manner, as if she was the one who was the evil person who was cross and unreasonable. She also looked at Yusu. Yusu's body after the square soup bath. Blood and gas is abundant, resulting in the body muscle lines more obvious, clear and clear. Above also hangs the watery bead light, alive and free of a bathing beautiful man. As her eyes continued to move down, seeing Yusu's second sword that she couldn't hide, Ji Shuerua instantly turned red with cold dimples and turned her head away, angrily saying, I don't know how to be ashamed. Don't get dressed yet. Ji Shuerua turned her back and took big steps beyond the screen. Yusu was also embarrassed to the core, turning sideways to shamefully cover her vitals. Yu Hazel broke into laughter. At this time most of the pool water by just a mess spilled outside, and then want to continue to soak in the pool has been impossible. She then jogged to get a towel for Yusu. Yu Hazel is embracing an expensive black and gold robes, for the Yusu hung on the side of the coat rack. Mr. Yu, on the left-hand side is the towel. On the right-hand side is the new clothes that the family master has prepared for you with great care, and your old clothes are here as well. Yusu was about to nod and let the two of them retreat when a fierce voice came from outside the screen. First, you two come out. Let him do it himself. The two sisters looked at each other and had to withdraw unhappily. They had no intention of serving Yusu to change clothes, not because they were afraid of the fierce master outside, but they didn't want to cause Yusu to be displeased again. Yusu shook his head helplessly and sighed. What's going on here? He briefly cleaned up a few times, and wanted to wear his old robe, but unfortunately it was all wet from the splash of the pool just now, so he had to put on his new robe and walk out. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Yusu wore this noble black and gold brocade suit, making his form and temperament also go up a level. The two of them, Jade Misty and Jade Misty, watched with rapt attention. Ji Shueruai's disdainful cold snort a few times. Think of their own actually saw the sister sweetheart's whole body. The heart taste inexplicable. Luckily, this Yusu is not a woman, or else she will see the whole body. Will not let her be responsible for it. You two go out. Ji Shuerua lightly knocked on the desktop, waking up the two women who were caught up in their obsession. By the way, remember to change your clothes. A female cultivator, dressing like this is not in order. Jade Mist sniffed and whispered, Fairy forgive me, my sister and I have been living in this empty hall. We are used to dressing freely and lightly. It is unusual that we won't be seen. Mr. Yu is the first guest in decades, but Mr. Yu is blind, so it's okay. Who knows if he's really blind or not. Please also ask Fairy G not to talk about Mr. Tour. Yu Hazel puffed up her courage. Are all the maids of the Jade Ring Pool so lacking in manners? Ji Shueroa gazed at the delicate Jade Hazel, not realizing that a tiny maid would dare to come and teach her things for the sake of Yusu. Each palace in the Jade Ring Pool has exclusive servants who are only loyal to the palace master, even if it's temporary. The same goes for those 4 male servants in your palace. Yu Haoi's posture was humble, but her tone was unapologetic. This was what she had been taught since she was a child. Even if Miss Ji blamed it on her, the family head would stop it for her. She turned to Yusu and curtsied, saying, Mr. Yu, Jade Misty will leave first. With those words, she led her sister graciously out of the hall. Only after walking out for a long time did Jade Hazel ask quietly, Sis, with that Miss G around, won't we have no chance? If we sisters are united, we may not be inferior to her alone. A man under the sky will not have only one woman in his heart. Jade Misty twisted her head again, looking through the window pane on the porch to a single water pavilion in the middle of the lake, and faintly said, Besides, there's still Miss. No one will be able to resist Mrs. Charm. End of chapter. The bedchamber where Yusu lived was called the Green Lawn Hall, built right next to the Jade Ring Pond. The side of the main hall against the lake is the open atrium, refreshing the lake winds slowly past. Hanging in the window lattice of the precious shells and jade collision, issued a light and pleasant sound, just like the wind music. Jade shell wind chime is respectively in the coffee table on both sides of the kneeling Yusu and Ji Shueroa. This pair of men and women have enough to stun the world's immortal appearance. From the side view, even behind the beams and pillars framed by 10,000 strange lotus can only be reduced to the background. The two were silent and speechless, but it was Yusu who took the initiative to break the silence by pouring Ji Shueroa a cup of tea first. How come without saying hello in advance? Miss Ji suddenly visited. Ji Shueroa lifted the fragrant tea up and took a shallow sip, glancing at Yusu with an unkind glance, saying, Are you thinking I'm in your way? Is it hard for Miss Ji to have a misunderstanding? Yusu's tone was helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that this Miss Ji was his senior sister's mother's family, he didn't care what the other party would think. Ji Shueroa knocked the teacup down, smashing out some dull ringing sounds, seemingly indicating that she still had dissatisfaction in her heart. If Miss Ji still doesn't believe me, she can go ask Immortal Master Yu. Both this bedchamber and the female concubines were prepared by Immortal Master Yu beforehand. Yusu was still willing to make one last struggle. Hypocritical to the core. Ji Shueroa looked at Yusu's clear and disoriented eyes and made this comment. Then she didn't even bother to look at this teenager anymore, and moved her gaze to the beautiful jade ring pool on the right side, as if to wash her eyes. Yusu suddenly suffered from this bad comment. Also rose some resentment. To please the mother's family is true, but this is not the mother's family to get an inch of the reason. Irrational. Yusu so countered. So also picked up the teacup, calmly sipped a mouthful, unwilling to put on a gesture of greeting. Ji Shueroa looked at the teenager and smiled instead of being angry. I said you're hypocritical, and you're still not convinced? You think I'm still harboring a grudge over the misunderstanding just now? But I don't know that this is the most hypocritical thing about you. Yusu was stunned for a moment. The young girl's tone was mean, but he didn't get angry. Looking back at the 18 years he had grown up groping and walking on thin ice, no one had ever criticized him again, except for his master. He didn't know if this was because he had really done the best that a blind man could do, or if the people around him were tolerant and generous to the blind man. Yusu would like to hear about it. Ji Shueroa saw the vain appearance of Yusu, finally convergence of a point of contempt, said, In order to curry favor with you, Immortal Master Yu has specially sought out beauty queens to serve you. However, as beauty queens mooch young, you are quite human looking. They will inevitably have their own thoughts about you, even though you must have commanded them to stay away from some, but they will not completely listen to you. In the view of these maids who have been educated since childhood to please their masters, you are just pretending to be reserved, so they would only increase their efforts to keep testing your bottom line, which led to the misunderstanding just now. Yusu nodded. Miss Ji is right. I thought that you hadn't been able to figure that out in your haste. Ji Shueroa sneered again and asked back, Are you still complacent that you have stood the test? Is it that you, who pushed away the beautiful girl who came to your door, are the true gentleman of self-respect and self-love? I never thought of it that way. Yusu shook his head honestly. It seemed to him that this was supposed to be what he was supposed to do. But you clearly didn't even need to endure this test in the first place, yet you still chose to accept it. Ji Shueroa snorted coldly and added, A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. You know the purpose of Immortal Master Yu arranging beauty queens for you, yet you still chose to let them enter your room. In my opinion, you are nothing more than a hypocrite. Yusu sniffed, meditated for a moment, and said, Miss Ji is right. It was me who used the acceptance of the Jade Ring Pool Master's kindness as an excuse. In fact, I could have just had them replaced with 2 male servants is all. What's the use of backing out now? You agreed to it because you were so proud of yourself, but people always have desires, and the next time an irresistible temptation arises, who are you to guarantee that you will be able to hold on to it? Yusu has been taught, but I think Miss G still has some misunderstandings about me. Misunderstand what? First of all, I have never regarded myself as a gentleman. And secondly, I told Miss G long ago that I had reasons for having to step under the dangerous wall, which had nothing to do with my hypocrisy, but only that the real treasures are hidden under the dangerous wall. Ji Shuarua glanced at Yusu, and then remembered she given to last night the kind hint had. Lord Su, this sacred jade ring pond near the fisherwoman's small fish bizarrely turned into that bizarre appearance. But the jade ring pond but no action, coupled with some bad rumors in the community, she will inevitably speculate that the jade ring pond and the sickly small fish have inextricable links between the inextricable links. Her intention was to hope that Mr. Su would understand her hints and back off, but she was rejected by the other party. She had originally thought that it was this Duke Su's self-important words of bravado, but now that she had heard Yusu say it again, she actually realized that this teenager was not that simple. Do you mean that you are deliberately giving this pair of sisters the hope of being able to get close to you, so that you can learn more about this mysterious jade ring pool on them? It's hard to believe that Miss G wants to ask something out of that humanoid jade immortal master's mouth. Jade ring pool is not that simple this matter, but still Miss G revealed it to me. Ji Shuarua was silent for a moment, and the condescension between her eyebrows dropped quite a bit. She didn't know whether to praise this Yusu's resourceful mind, or whether to feel sad for that stupid sister. Secretly sighing how Ling Ruo could possibly play over her as a senior brother. So you went out of your way to use your body as bait? Without using good bait, how can I catch the big fish in this jade ring pond? Yusu is not afraid of being looked at twice more by the 2 maids, but he is afraid of wasting his time in this jade ring pond and not getting what he wants. Ji Shuarua once again raised the fragrant tea. While drinking it, she was shocked, not thinking that Yusu's awareness had reached this point. It seems you blame me for getting in the way of your plans. No, I'm grateful to Ms. Heim for taking my plans a step further. Indeed, it was Ji Shuarua's interruption that made those twin sisters fall even more in love with Yusu. Yusu lightly grinned, like a harmless and warm teenager, placed in Ji Shuarua's eyes, but it was as if she saw a shadowy evil spirit draped in an exquisite human skin. Unusual maids are just maids. Sooner or later they are gifts that will be given to foreign guests. What hidden secrets can they know? Yusu said in dismay. Miss G has already asked the 4 miserable green teenagers in her own hall? Ji Shuarua knew that the purpose of Yusu deliberately emphasizing that she had 4 handsome manservants was to retaliate for her harsh criticism of Yusu for having maids. She cursed a petty chicken in her heart and turned her head to meet the blowing lake wind. A few strands of black silk tumbling like a willow. Her aggressive temperament has changed into an awe-inspiring inviolable nobility. You think you're the only one in the world with a brain? It's a pity they can't say the same thing. And what comes out of their mouths is almost no different from what the world rumors. How did Miss G do it? Yusu asked curiously. Not by your underhanded tactics of selling your sex. Anyway, Ji Shuarua glanced at Yusu, thinking of the scene where she used her secret technique to make those 4 teenagers answer the questions honestly. She was also a little uninspired, and her method didn't seem to be any lay compared to Yusu's. Yusu's strength is low, but he doesn't have Miss G's means, so he can only come up with this plan, not abiding by male morality. Ji Shuarua scornfully skimmed her lips. Yusu converged the embarrassment on his face, straightened his collar, and turned to laugh. What exactly is Miss G's sudden visit to the Green Lawn Palace for? Ji Shuarua's face was sardonic. Her purpose of coming here was very pure. It was to catch an adulterer. After she had mesmerized those 4 enthusiastic male servants who were ready to serve, she immediately thought of what might have happened in this palace, and she rushed over without stopping. But luckily the situation wasn't as bad as she had imagined. Nothing, wandering around, heard a woman calling for help and came in to do justice. Yusu was non-committal and graphic. So Miss G, what exactly is the relationship with my senior sister? What's it to you? Ji Shuarua had already stood up and did not answer Yusu's question head-on. Instead she turned to ask, what exactly did you come to the Jade Ring Pond for? Even though the other party was unwilling to recognize his identity, Yusu had already guessed a rough idea in his mind. Lotus Heart. You're also here to find the Lotus Root Heart? Ji Shuarua was surprised. Lotus Root Heart is a sacred medicine for healing. You've been injured? It's just a mission from Venerable Bai Hua of the Xianxiao sect. Yusu wouldn't reveal the matter of his master's mother's injury to others. Forget it if you don't say it. A single quest isn't worth coming all the way here for. Luckily, there is more than one Lotus Root Heart. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you have it. Ji Shuarua would not be deceived by such a shallow lie. Her lotus steps moved lightly and she had already walked towards the door of the temple, her back high and confident. I live next door in the Purple Lantern Hall. Act with care. I can see it all. The young girl walked out of the door. Before leaving also left a threatening words. Yu-Su, however, knew that this sounded like a threat, but in fact, it was telling him that there is any situation can have a care with Miss G. Yu-Su enjoyed the pleasant lake breeze alone for a while before shouting to the outside of the temple. 2 fairies, please come in. At his command, 2 young girls, who had changed into a fine jacket, walked into the hall in a curling manner. They walked to Yu-Su's side and bent their heads in a humble manner, seemingly treating Yu-Su as the master who served him wholeheartedly. Sir, just call us you Misty, you Hazel. The slave girl's qualifications are lowly, and she can't take the name of a fairy. If we tell our parents to hear us, we'll be reprimanded. Then I'm offended that you were frightened, and Miss G didn't do it on purpose, so I'll make amends to you on her behalf. After the words were spoken, Yu-Su wanted to bend down and salute. Jade Misty took a step forward, and the 2 of them held onto Yu-Su's solid arms in unison, all of them blushing, and pulled back to bless a salute. You Hazel said, Your Excellency's words are serious. It is clearly the slave girl who has overstepped her bounds. How can we let you give us an apologetic salute? If you continue to be so courteous, it is the slave girl who will be truly shocked. In her heart, she thought, Yu-Su-san really know the book and polite, gentle as jade, that Miss G, although the appearance of the world, but unfortunately the temper is too bad some, completely not match with the upstream sun well, then we'll get even with each other, and after that at the Jade Ring Pond, I'll be troubling Miss Jade Misty and Miss Jade Hazel. Yu-Su smiled and raised his hand, signaling, please sit down. The 2 girls, I'm new here and know very little about the Jade Ring Pond, so I'd like the 2 girls to explain with me. Save me from going to the banquet at night and showing my cowardice in front of my host. The young girls glanced at each other without excuses, and after sitting down, one raised a cup for Yu-Su, and the other poured tea for Yu-Su. What did the gentleman want to ask? Knowing that he couldn't be rushed, Yu-Su returned. Let's start with the Jade Ring Pool family lords. The night of the Jade Ring Pond, the stars and the moon are bright, and then by the lake, the whole Jade Ring Pond around are as if adorned with fluorescent light, faintly glowing. The buildings around the Jade Ring Pond are divided into 5 rings according to their proximity to the lake, and the smaller the number of rings, the higher the status of the owner of the house. For example, the Qinglan Hall where Yu-Su is located is in the extremely honorable 2nd ring. Tonight, the banquet prepared by the head of the family for Yu-Su is actually located in a palace named in the 1st ring that can never be easily stepped on Little Pond. Shaoqi Palace is not like the surrounding palaces in general. Hate cannot be high into the sky. It is only a delicate and small one, such as a small family standing on the shore of a young girl. It is also different from the surrounding dark green or ink-colored buildings. Even under the moonlight, you can see the flow of its eaves on the Tibetan red. Pure white bird herons rested side by side on the eaves of the Little Pond Palace, and the arrival of Yu-Su and Yu-Misty disturbed them, and all of a sudden flocks of bird herons flew high and scattered, and a few pieces of white bird feathers fell in the air. Yu-Su had already come to the banquet. The maid introduced him into the hall and brought him to a seat. Yu-Su to divine sense to look around. Hospitality hall is not big, actually only set up 2 sets of tables and chairs. According to Jade Misty, the people of the Jade Ring Pond were unified under the surname Jade, and there were a total of 3 great masters of the cavernous void realm, namely, Venerable Simple Breath, Venerable Chui He, and Venerable Multiplying Tao, who had the highest status. Yu-Su was sitting upright, waiting for the host. He secretly felt strange in his heart, originally thought it would be a grand banquet, but did not expect this as more like a private banquet. Just do not know with him to share the banquet will be who. Jade Misty stood quietly behind him, and the servants in the small pool palace were all beautiful girls. The silence in the palace was soon broken. The beautiful sound of silk and bamboo was like a tinkling spring flowing in the mountains, followed by a group of butterflies dancing and running to the sea of flowers. This group of stunningly beautiful dancers each wearing a light dance skirt, revealing straight and slender legs and constantly rising and falling arms. The gauze damask in the air without the wind to dance, floating at the same time to bring a uniquely feminine fragrance of the fragrant fragrance. Each of the dancers here picked out individually is no less beautiful than Jade Misty, and even if the poet and painter from book Immortal Peak were to come here, they would not be able to fully encompass this astounding beauty. Yu-Su eyes cannot see, but this dance seems to have a divine intention, even through the divine sense, can let a person feel that natural beauty, as if he has already seen this living color scroll with his own eyes. He was actually a little smitten, like a stream meeting a falling cliff. The music reached a climax. The 7 dancers moved with the music, spinning their bodies sharply, their rotating skirts and arms making them look like blossoming pond lilies, and among the 7 lotuses, The one that had been hidden in the depths suddenly broke out. She was covered in a pink dress, and her bare skin was only white and pink. Even her ankles and elbows were equally so, like the most delicate core of a lotus flower. Mr. Yu, would you like to dance with my concubine? The young girl's steps were graceful, and she smiled coquettishly towards Yusu, and politely extended her hand. Yusu could feel that among all the attendants and dancers present, this young girl who invited him to dance with her was the only mortal without cultivation. Yet she was the most beautiful among the group of fairies. This beauty doesn't even need to be seen, it just needs to be felt. Yusu did not understand the meaning of the young girl. He does not know how to dance, and even more reluctant to dance with, so slightly knit his sword brows, opened his mouth to refuse. Yusu was foolish. The young girl's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yusu's eyes. Yusu's sword brows stretched and his smile cleared. Having straightened up to take the young girl's hand, just ask the fairy for guidance. End of chapter. The young girl's hands are crystalline and moist, just like sheep's fat paste jade, and Yusu's hands are warm and coarse. In sharp contrast to it, the young girl looked like she was touching a man's hand for the first time, and all of a sudden her face looked like a pomegranate, wanting to speak but still shy. And at the same time the hands connected, the surrounding soundtrack changed a rhythm. The sound of gold and stone gradually less, the sound of silk and bamboo gradually more and more, the tune of the lingering and sentimental, the atmosphere of tenderness and love. So that people seem to see a pair of couples in the sea of flowers, and the love is difficult to repress. The remaining 6 dancers also retreated on both sides, leaving the stage to Yusu and the girl. Yusa hadn't danced since he was born, not to mention the sluggishness caused by his blindness. The young girl, however, very sweetly kept pulling him along, the shyness of a moment ago fleeting, turning into the same drop-dead confident dancer she was at the beginning. Indeed, her confidence was not rootless. Of all the dancers here, she was the rightful queen. Her green silk ink dye, colorful belt flowing, sometimes lifting the wrist and lowered eyebrows, sometimes lightly shuyi in hand. She is as delicate as a pink peach petal, and her demeanor is like an orchid. At this jade ring pond, she clearly had no cultivation, but she was a misty fairy who came over the waves. Yusu, who was in the middle realm of the spiritual platform, was clumsy in front of her, instead like a mortal who was mesmerized by a fairy on the shore. But the good thing is that Yusu's sword training foundation is still there. The body is not too stiff. His reaction is very fast, and did not lose touch with the girl's dance. He was driven by the girl, gradually into a good situation. Feet light point, clothing decision fluttering, was such as he shot 9 suns down. Correct as a group of emperors 4 dragons siang. Jade Misty watched the two of them on the dance floor, and also showed a look of infatuation. In their opinion, this pair of natural pair was already like glue and inseparable. However, the music turned sharply. The vibrant sound of the pipers suddenly rose lightly. The atmosphere of strong love will be swept away. Invisible in the sight of the 6 dancers' long-sleeve dance, has turned into a sea of flowers to the 2 wrapped. Yusu do not know what to do. The footsteps are wrongly stopped in place. The girl is like being swept by the sea of flowers. The figure began to constantly retreat. She reluctantly pulled Yusu's hand, as if saying the sky is falling and the ground will not part with you vow. At that moment, the music came to an abrupt end, and their fingers, linked together like the strings of a koto, were suddenly separated. Since then, the dance has ended. The maids on the sidelines all looked disappointed, as if they had watched a sad drama of love but not love. Yusu also froze in place, bewildered and lost. Obviously just a music and dance, but he felt as if he had really lost a very important person. Silence for a long time. Female G dispersed, the girl out of the crowd. Her ink hair side draped like a waterfall. Pink smoke skirt winding dragged the ground. Plain and elegant face light smile, even if there is a large area of skin light exposed, but also does not appear to be bewitching and confusing. Mr. You are quite talented in the way of dancing. The young girl laughed out quietly, her voice like a pool of brimming water under the moon. Yusu returned to his senses and made a bow. It was the fairy who taught him well. The first half may have been a joint effort between Mr. You and my concubine, but the second half of the hero's feeling of being terrified and at a loss for words was something that Mr. You alone played to the extreme, and it had nothing to do with my concubine. The young girl covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her bright eyes curving into a scarlet crescent moon. Yusu's face was sardonic, knowing in his heart that the young girl should be laughing at him for acting too much into the scene when he parted from her just now. Fairy, don't make fun of Yusu. Truth be told, this is my first time dancing. Instead, the young girl raised her eyes, her 10 fingers tangled together nervously. Mr. You was mistaken. My concubine in no way meant to make fun of you. I truly think that Mr. You is good at this. Originally, I thought that Mr. You would really be as foolish as you said. but you far exceeded my expectations. And my concubine was too pleased with myself, which is why I laughed. Yusu was slightly stunned. Fairy is too kind. Yusu was still self-aware. The young lady then stretched out her jade arm and wrist and said, Mister, you don't be presumptuous, please take your seat. And when my concubine tells you the illusion of this dance, you will know why my concubine will say that you are a good dancer. Yusu follow her guidance, sitting in his own position, while the girl is sitting directly across from him, refreshing the fragrance of the flowers to the lungs and lungs to Yusu ghostly floating. Yusu is sitting upright, waiting for the good people to speak. The girl lightly smiled and smiled, cherry lips lightly opened. Mister, you is unaware that this dance is called Jade Immortal Running to the Pool, but its illusion is not fictionalized, but is a story that actually happened in the history of the Jade Ring Pool. In our Jade Ring Pond, there has always been a holy maiden of the pond, who is not the head of the family, but is of the same outstanding status, and is regarded as the projection of the Jade Ring Pond on Earth. Yusu nodded slightly. Well, I've heard about it slightly. He in the daytime Jade Hazel in the narrative, but also a little understanding of this Jade Ring Pool Saint Girl. The history of the Saint Girl will only have one, is selected through a special method. Each one has unparalleled talent and beauty, but often are early death, such as a stunning and very short flowering period of the strange flowers. In history, there was a holy maiden, who had been the Jade Ring Pond's favorite since her birth, and was even more amazingly gifted, and had been given high hopes by the Jade Ring Pond. Although the Jade Ring Pond Holy Maiden is unrivaled in the world, as the symbol of the Jade Ring Pond, the Holy Maiden is never allowed to leave the Jade Ring Pond, but such as she cannot help but fall in love with a person who should not fall in love, a fisherman who mistakenly entered the Jade Ring Pond. She knew that there would not be a good outcome between her and the fisherman, but that could not erase the love that had sprung up in her heart. One day, she fled the Jade Ring Pond in order to go see him. She transformed into a mortal woman and tied the knot with the fisherman. She thought that they would continue to grow old together like this, but the immortals of the Jade Ring Pond still found her, powerless to fight her fate. She flew across the Jade Ring Lake sprinkled with silver light in front of the fisherman and returned to the Jade Ring Pond to continue her mission. And the fisherman was deprived of the qualification of traveling on a boat, and could only stay on the shore of Yuan Lake night after night, blowing the shao music that he and the Virgin had composed together to the center of the lake, hoping for the return of his lover until he died. That night the Holy Maiden did not hear this Shaoqi song, which she never got tired of hearing, and she flew to the center of the lake, leaving behind this strange dance based on the Shaoqi song and encompassing all the sorrows and joys. And then she fell down into the lake and resigned from the earth forever. The young girl narrated. Her tone was not sad, but the surrounding maids were about to weep as they listened. Even though the story wasn't exactly original, the true feelings were undying, and Yusu lamented. Obviously only a lake, but it is like an impenetrable moat, so that two people who love each other forever separated, when it is really singable and lamentable. If it was just a lake, of course it would be easy to cross, but what the Jade Ring Lake symbolized was the unbridgeable gap between immortals and mortals. Therefore, in the present world, there are few cases where immortals and mortals fall in love with each other. The black-haired person sends off the white-haired person. For the white-haired person is regret and relief, but the black-haired person the rest of his life will be plunged into the emptiness of torture. Mr. You is right. As a first-time dancer, you have performed the fisherman's fear and powerlessness when he was separated to the fullest. If you were really a great dancer, you wouldn't have been able to perform it. That's why my concubine said that, mister. You danced well. The young woman raised her glass, which was fragrant with the flower brew, and she said, my concubine has been talking to herself for a long time. I forgot to introduce myself. Don't blame Mr. You. My name is Jade Butterfly. I am the Lotus Holy Maiden of this generation of Jade Ring Pond. Jade Butterfly punishes herself with a cup to apologize to Mr. You. When she finished speaking, she raised her Gramercy head and drank the wine in her cup. She seems to drink some of the rush, actually choked to the throat. A small cough up, chest full of a grip of fullness also fell with it. To drink, the face is already delicate. Yusu quietly inclined his head even though he couldn't see with his eyes, and he raised his glass as well, saying, Yusu didn't know the identity of the Jade Butterfly Holy Maiden, and hastily danced with you. It is also a fault. Yusu also punished himself with a cup. Yusu will also drink the flower wine. The wine into the throat, the fragrance instantly filled with chest, as warm charcoal burning in the abdomen. He realized that this is by no means a mundane wine, but a wine that can intoxicate immortals. This Jade Butterfly Holy Maiden has no cultivation at all. Can she also drink this kind of immortal brew? Mr. You is indeed just like what is said in the book. A clear sun with a jade-like pine moon. Jade Butterfly gave Yusu an unobserved glance and softly praised him. The Holy Maiden has flattered me. The wild books are not to be trusted. They are all just untruths and falsehoods. So the Divine Mountain Morning Post is also considered a wild book in Mr. Yu's opinion? The Divine Mountain Morning Post is made by the Pivotal Pavilion on the Immortal Ancestor Pagoda Gate that specializes in gathering intelligence, and is the most authoritative book and newspaper with the largest circulation on the Divine Mountain, published every 7 days, writing about everything that happens on the Divine Mountain within those 7 days. Duke Yu was placed on the cover of the newspaper in the latest volume, and he made a big splash. Jade Butterfly smiled, and said, Jade Butterfly since birth, in the Jade Ring Pond grew up, have not seen an outsider. This newspaper is the concubine to recognize the pool outside of the important channels. Each publication concubine cannot bear to release the volume. Now that I have really seen a living person in the book, Yuri can't help but invite Mr. Tor to dance with me. Please don't blame me. No wonder this holy woman is so enthusiastic. It turns out to be a situation. Yusukian said. The holy maiden is overly concerned. You are also a legendary figure to Yusu, and it is fortunate to see you today. Duke, you can't even lie. The Jade Ring Pool is avoiding the world, and its reputation is already much smaller. Not to mention that I, a holy maiden who doesn't even have a cultivation level, can have any legends outside? Yusu was slightly stunned, and his heart was even more curious. Aren't all the holy women of the Jade Ring Pool gifted and outstanding, and regarded as the mainstay of the Jade Ring Pool? Why is Jade Butterfly immortal? Alright, let's not talk about this. Jade Butterfly poured herself another full glass of wine and smiled. Mister, you came all the way here. The 3 family heads wanted to welcome you in person, but they all had important things to do and couldn't get away. So they specially instructed my concubine to treat Mr. Yu well. So my concubine hosted a banquet in this small pool palace, and I hope Mr. Yu will enjoy it. To show my sincerity, I'll drink to Mr. Yu. With that, she raised her jade wine glass again. Yu Su, however, was a bit hesitant. Mortals drink immortal wine. It is extremely easy to get drunk and not wake up. Seeing his hesitation, Jade Butterfly looked a bit gloomy and said, the imperial newspaper said that Mr. Yu was born blind, but he never took the initiative to say that he was blind. Instead, he took himself as a normal person. Some people don't understand Prince Tour's behavior, but Jade Butterfly can empathize with it. Put in a group of cultivators, Jade Butterfly, this mortal is not innately handicapped people? We all take good care of our concubine, but why wouldn't Jade Butterfly want others to look at me with a normal heart? Concubine originally thought that Mr. Yu would share the same illness with me, and since this time are not to blindly look at you, I did not expect Mr. Yu is no different from the others. Her voice actually choked a bit when she got to the end of the sentence. Yusu's heart flinched, sighing that he was actually a who took the liberty of labeling others as weak good person. He then raised his glass and spoke aloud. What the holy maiden said is very true. It is hard to find a soulmate. I respect the holy maiden for that. Jade Butterfly smiled and smiled all of a sudden, like spring snow melting. She couldn't wait to raise her glass again and touch it with Yusu remotely, followed by another dry drink. She, who was not accustomed to alcohol, still did not hold back her soft cough after drinking. Yusu swallowed the flower wine and reminded, immortal wine has a strong flavor. It is better for the holy maiden to drink it slowly. Jade Butterfly, on the other hand, used a handkerchief to wipe away the remaining droplets of water at the corners of her mouth. Her face flushed and apologized. Mister, you reminded me that it was Jade Butterfly who was too big for her own good. Although the wine is good, we shouldn't have left these delicacies out in the cold. You misty, come cut the fish for Mr. Yu. Upon hearing her greeting, the twin sister standing playfully to the side leaned forward and lifted the wooden box off the tabletops in front of the table. Misty cold frost floats up. The box contains actually a piece of fish meat that has been processed. The fish meat is white to transparent, such as a crystal clear ice brick. This is the best fish belly on the Jade Ring Pond. White dragon carp. White dragon carp is too small and tender but easy to be greasy. Too big is tight but bland. Only the 100-year-old white dragon carp is considered to have the best flavor. This one is exactly 100 years old and extremely rare. Mr. Yu, please try it. I didn't realize there was so much to a plate of fish. Yusu lamented the material luxury of these immortals' enjoyment. While Jade Misty had already put on the special gloves made of fish maw and carefully sliced the fresh fish for Yusu, the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, both picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the secret aromatic dish respectively, and then fed it to Yusu with their own hands. The warm fragrance thrown into the arms of anyone who came would be hard to refuse. Yusu let out a low sigh and was about to stop them, but Yu Dai was the first to coldly say, Jade Misty, don't overstep your bounds. Jade Misty was scared by the lady, busy retracting the hand. The two looked at each other, can only hurry to apologize in a low voice. In their hearts, they were unanimously thinking, this piece of fish feeding fish is a prescribed hospitality gift. Myths should be more clear than they are. How can this be regarded as overstepping the bounds of the rules? The lady is so excited. It's like she is jealous. Yusu was secretly thankful for Jade Butterfly Holy Maiden's understanding. He then raised his chopsticks to clip a piece of fish meat, full of fat flavor, and a cool bottom flavor. It is really the very top quality fish brisket. No wonder old Yu regarded it as a treasure that day. Mr. Yu, how does it taste? Yudi asked eagerly. Yusu nodded. The aftertaste is endless. If you regularly consume this fish, I'm afraid that you won't even need to cultivate. Concubine has eaten so many white dragon carp, but it's still not even an inch close. Jade Butterfly's tone was slightly sad, then resumed. There are many more delicacies in the back. Mister, you should try them all. You won't be able to eat any more after leaving the jade ring pond. On top of the tabletop, there were indeed dazzling delicacies, croquettes made of fresh fish roe, and drunken shrimp and crabs that had been marinated in flour wine. The most peculiar is a glazed high cup. There is a cup of very light vinegar, and vinegar water, but also swimming in the transparent small fish, can only through the eyes of the fish as well as the fish on the body of the gold line to distinguish them. This is an extremely special kind of small fish in the jade ring pond, called the jade tendon fish, and this big is already its size after maturity. When eaten directly with this golden fruit vinegar, the taste is marvelous. One by one, Yudi patiently introduced Yusu. Yusu then tasted a bite. The jade tendon fish will jump and toss in the mouth. Gently bite down the crunchy as chewing ice. Burst of fish juice and sweet and sour fruit vinegar mingling. Lips and teeth. Even more amazing is that the golden thread seems to have a special effect. Immediately after eating it, you can feel the meridians on your body active. The various cuisines of the jade ring pond are truly the most marvelous that Yusu has ever eaten. Yusu commented as such, but his tone was no longer as new and excited as it had been at the beginning. Jade Butterfly very keenly sensed Yusu's unwillingness to limit the topic to food and took the initiative to say, far more than just fine wine and delicacies. Everything in the jade ring pond is marvelous. Duke, you visited the jade ring pond, so I guess he has his own purpose. I don't know, Mr. Yu is doing on this trip what? Talking with the Jade Butterfly Holy Maiden made Yusu feel like a spring breeze, and she always seemed to be able to grasp the most appropriate scale in conversation. I am here on the orders of the third elder of the Xian Shao sect, Venerable Bihua, and I wish to exchange my treasure for one lotus root heart. Lotus root heart? Jade Butterfly's beautiful eyes flickered. Venerable Bihua is that spiritual plant expert? Rumor has it that she came to enlightenment under an old tree, which not only took on a new life, but also evolved into a divine tree like no other in this world, named illuminating the ancient and modern world? Exactly her. What does Venerable Bihua need the lotus root heart for? Jade Butterfly was a bit curious. Yusa shook her head. That I don't know. Venerable Bihua is unrivaled in the world when it comes to the path of spiritual plants. If she wants the lotus root heart, could it be that she wants to cultivate another piece of the lotus life pond out? Jade Butterfly guessed to herself, revealing a mesmerized look of admiration. She is truly a powerful woman with both ability and ambition. Jade Ring Pond won't reject her. We promise to exchange. Yusu was a little surprised, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Doesn't the Holy Maiden first ask the third elder what she is exchanging for? Who knew that Jade Butterfly smiled brightly? If the third elder has the intention to exchange it, could he not exchange it with a treasure that is inferior to the lotus root heart? In that case, why is there a need to ask questions? This 18-year-old girl seemed to have a cleverness and spontaneity beyond her age. The Holy Maiden is right. Then I wonder when I can exchange the lotus root heart with the jade ring pool? Jade Butterfly returned with a somewhat guilty expression. Truth be told, the lotus root heart is one of the rarest of the jade ring pond's treasures, and only grows and matures out of a batch every 100 years. And there are only 2 or 3 in this batch that can be useful, and they are extremely difficult to preserve. So the jade ring pond can't take the spot to exchange with Mr. Yu. But fortunately, the next batch of lotus root hearts is ripening soon, just between 10 days. To be so lucky? Jade Butterfly inwardly smiled and said, Mr. Tour's heavenly talent has its own heavenly fortune to add to his body. Mr. Tour only needs to wait patiently. Yusu counted the time. If it is 10 days, after subtracting the round trip there will be very little left. Instead of returning to the clan and then coming back, it is indeed best to wait here. Then Yusu will be bothering me for 10 more days. Mr. Tour's visit here should be considered a visit. How can it be considered a disturbance? Now that the mission is free of worry and Mr. Yu's business is done, you should relax and enjoy the beauty of the Jade Ring Pond. The Jade Ring Pond has not been visited for a long time, and we still need to rely on Mr. Yu to remind the world of the Jade Ring Pond. Then Yusu really has a great responsibility. Yusu took a shallow sip and mused. It's just that I'm a little curious as to why Mr. Yu. Jade Butterfly raised her wine cup. interrupting Yusu's words. Your Excellency has only arrived at the Jade Ring Pond on the first day. Don't be anxious, there is still a lot of time behind you. What you want to know and get, the Jade Ring Pond will surely satisfy you. Yusu froze, then quickly recovered his naturalness and laughed. What the Holy Maiden said is true. I'll toast the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden can just have a shallow taste. Jade Butterfly coquettishly smiled. Looking at the immortal posture of Yusu sparingly drinking wine, beautiful eyes flooded with light. She will drink the cup dry for the third time. Said, Mr. You, why don't we make a deal as well? The Holy Maiden has no harm in saying so. You have questions, but I can't tell them all for nothing. How about you do me a favor and I'll answer one of your questions? What favor does the Holy Maiden of 10,000 gold need from Yusu? Jade Butterfly got up. The evening breeze of the night was cool and seemed to blow away the drunkenness in her body. She looked out of the window of the small pond palace, and was several times lost in thought. There are a lot of favor. Oh, they are all afraid of me and protect me. But, Mr. Tor is different. You are the special one. So only you can help me. Yusu was stunned. Followed the young girl's gaze to look out the window. The calm jade ring pool reflecting the stars. The young girl's eyes are suppressed desire. Desire to leave this lake that has imprisoned her. But he knew very well that a smart person like Yuri would not really expect him to take her away. Or else he would not have told such a metaphorical and obvious story as directly to him. And even more so, he would have been there in person. Jade Immortal Running Pool. This is precisely the manifestation of her being sober to the point of being heartbreaking. She is implying that Yusu's previous experience was tragic, and that she will not turn out to be like that. And she also hopes that Yusu will not have unrealistic fantasies. Her life has long been integrated with this lake. She simply cannot leave this place. Just hope that there will be a stone like Yusu, to bring some ripples to the ancient lake. What does want me to help you with? The Jade Butterfly Holy Maiden. Jade Butterfly turned around, her skirt fluttering. She sat down again valiantly and looked at Yusu with a glaring gaze. Mr. You, please tell me all of your legendary stories in the Xianshao sect. Why would the Holy Maiden be interested in this experience of mine? The description of Mr. You in the newspaper was only a few strokes. And although it jumped off the page, it was ultimately less shocking than being there in person. Now that the man in the book is right in front of me, of course I would like to hear more about him. I'm afraid the Holy Maiden will be disappointed. Don't worry, sir. What kind of story will be interesting to Yuri's ears? The young girl was like a boozer in wine, slapping the table and saying, You Howie, go fetch more wine. Yusu's sword eyebrows slightly knit. He wanted to push back, but the words to the mouth, but turned into a leisurely narrative. Yuri felt as if every word that came out of his mouth was addictive and mesmerizing to her. Every time she got to the highlights, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and clap her hands in response. Yusu was also influenced by her and became more and more energized. Unconsciously, the drinks and the candles fluttered, and already the stars had shifted and the moon had turned. Yusu was holding the Emosong sword in his arms, lying on the ground royally drunk. His mouth slurred as he mumbled something. Jade Butterfly lifted the wine directly and drank it painfully, the wine flowing down her gooseneck and sliding over her delicate collarbone into the gully. She looked at Yusu's face, not hiding the infatuation in her eyes. Duke, you is drunk. You hazy, you Hazel, help Duke you back to rest. Jade Misty gave Jade Butterfly a playful look and tried. Miss, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity? You hazy, this is only the first day. He can't be in a hurry. And we likewise can't be in a hurry. End of chapter. Day 2. Noon. Prince Yu, the Holy Maiden invites you to share the luncheon. Jade Misty yinging Fu down, her voice like soft and creamy honey. Yusa shook his head as he opened his eyes, remembering everything that happened before he got drunk. Luckily he was a good drinker and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. That flower wine was really a rare and good wine, and it didn't make people feel dizzy after a hangover, but instead, they could regain their clarity very quickly. I was drunk last night. Who brought me home? It's me and my sister. Jade Misty respectfully returned. Yusu stood up. The ink shirt on his body was made of expensive satin, smooth like flowing water. At the moment it was tilted askew and tilted, revealing most of his solid chest. Yu Howie glanced at it. Her pretty face flushed, hurriedly lowered her head and didn't dare to look at it again. At this exact moment, Yusu's stomach rang out in an untimely manner. He had slept until midday and was also a bit famished. What would happen if I said I wasn't feeling well and just ate some by myself in my bedchamber? The Holy Maiden is afraid she will blame herself for a long time. Yusu sighed shallowly and said, Then please lead the way. Miss Jade Hazy. Jade Misty raised her head and smiled sweetly, saying, Don't be in a hurry. Mr. You haven't washed up yet. Jade Misty is ready. Please follow me. Yusu washed up and straightened his clothes before quickly leaving the door, not daring to ask his master to wait too long. Ji Shuarua, who was also dressed in a black brocade dress, was also outside her chambers, and a hint of doubt arose in her heart as she watched the teenagers hurried back from afar. But she didn't bother to pursue anything with Yusu, as she had an urgent appointment to keep as well. Ji Shua Rua, who doesn't like to wear makeup, is slightly powdered today, and is bright and colorful. It was only because the one who invited her to the banquet was the only son of the Grand Master of the Jade Ring Pond, Yu Mingjin. When Yusu came to the Little Pond Palace again, he realized that the original Little Pond Palace was the exclusive palace of the Holy Maiden, and it was an important place that the Jade Ring Pond was not allowed to trespass without permission. It was still the same waiting room from last night. Jade Butterfly had already waited here for a long time. She looked at the jade-faced, Xian-robed visitor, her eyebrows like flowers blooming on a branch. Holy Maiden has been waiting for a long time. Yusu bowed respectfully. Mr. You please take your seat. It was Yudi's gluttony last night that caused Mr. You to sleep late. It's only right for my concubine to wait a little longer. Yusu sat down and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect that if I advised the Holy Maiden to drink less, the one who ended up getting drunk first was actually me. Shame on Yusu. Jade Butterfly covered her mouth and laughed softly, saying, Mr. You was just caught in my trap. The first time you drank Flower Fairy drunk you were able to drink 2 full pots. It's already very impressive. Trap? It's hard to believe that what this Yudi drank last night wasn't wine at all. But later when the two clinked glasses, Yusu clearly smelled the wine on her body. It is said to be immortal wine, but in fact it is still just wine. Although Mr. Yu has cultivation, it is also the first time to drink it, and although Jade Butterfly is immortal, but I don't know how many days and nights I have spent with it. There are only a handful of people in the Jade Ring Pond who can drink more Flower Fairy drink than my concubine, so it's not a shame that Mr. Yu would be unable to outdrink my concubine. Yusu then suddenly realized, last night's wine is extremely soft, even mortals can also be imported. Long drink it will appear wine resistance is not unusual. I just didn't expect an 18-year-old girl with no cultivation to actually grow up soaking in the wine altar, drawing a sword to break the water, borrowing wine to dispel sorrows. The Holy Maiden is young. It's better for her to be less exposed to alcohol. Mr. Tor is just as preachy as any other man. Yusu sniffed, a little embarrassed. The sage said that men have 2 major hobbies, one of which is to persuade prostitutes to join the good. Although it is a joke, it also shows that men always regard themselves as good, and like to point fingers at other people's own choices. I'll just say it off the top of my head, the Holy Maiden when Yusu nonsense can be. Jade Butterfly, however, in no way meant to embarrass Yusu. She laughed again. No, although the sermons of the housemasters are never listened to by Yudi, but Mr. Yu is different. Yudi will listen to what you say. Yusu didn't understand the meaning, suppressing that bit of being flattered, waiting for Yudi to say more. Because their sermons are far less helpful to my concubine than a glass of wine, unlike Mr. Yu, you are far more helpful to Yudi than a glass of wine. Last night's story had ups and downs, and my concubine enjoyed it as if she had experienced it herself. Although Jade Butterfly was not drunk last night, she was already intoxicated by it. To show the gratitude in my heart, I'll drink a cup to Mr. Yu. With that, she pushed the delicate jade-light wine glass away from her hand and shouted, Mr. You told my concubine to cut down on the booze, so remove the wine from me and Mr. Yu and replace it with the juice from the silver berries. The surrounding maids obeyed the order and returned yes before removing the wine cups for the 2 of them. Yusu was slightly flabbergasted, not realizing that just a short story was all it was. But it made the Holy Maiden of the first pool's heart flutter, and returned. The Holy Maiden is so serious. There's no need for that. Mr. Yu is not a fish in the water, so how can he understand the joys of fish? Jade Butterfly looked at the spiritual fish on the plate that had been reduced to a knife and chopping board, her expression despondent. Holy Maiden, this is just a deal. Yusu reminded seriously. Given his nature, it was uncalled for that it would develop like that last night, and it was a bit unbelievable for him to think back on it. That's right, it's a deal then. Jade Butterfly raised her eyes. Her eyes were clear and bright. She seemed to be completely unperturbed by Yusu's deliberate move to draw a line in the sand, and added, It's time for me to make a return. If there's anything you want to ask, feel free to ask. Yusu sniffed and pondered for a while. In his heart, he had countless questions about this mysterious Jade Ring Pond, but if he really wanted to ask him from the beginning, he didn't know what to ask for a while. May I ask the Holy Maiden, why the Jade Ring Pool is taking refuge in the world? Is Mr. Yu really also most concerned about this issue? Jade Butterfly smiles and picks up the bamboo chopsticks. Greeting, Mr. Yu. Today at noon we will eat grilled fish. The Jade Ring Pond has more than just the white dragon carp. There are also many other fish that have a different flavor to them. You eat? Concubine sighed and tell you. Yusu nodded. and began to savor the half-roasted and crispy spirit fish on the table. The texture was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, but the tender fish meat under the skin was not bland, but extremely flavorful. The beauty of this jade ring pond he had not seen with his own eyes, but the food was extremely to his liking. It's actually not that far off from what the outside world has rumored. The jade butterfly holy maiden suddenly opened her mouth. The jade ring pond has always been as glorious as it is, and even we, the people of the jade ring pond, have always thought that the jade ring pond would always be this full of xianxi forever. But in fact, the jade ring pond has long been overwhelmed. Too much uncontrolled consumption, coupled with the hospitality of the people of the jade ring pond, has caused the roots of the jade ring pond to begin to wither. People were fooled by the beautiful appearance and immersed in the bloom without caring, and only the holy maiden, who is the jade ring pond's projection on earth, felt the difference. The problems of the jade ring pool were also exposed to her. Her body gradually necrotic and her cultivation could not stop falling. In order to die a worthy death, she forced the opening of the pool protection formation at the cost of her life, and suspended all mining activities of the jade ring pool. The family lords went deep into the heart of the lake before realizing that this was indeed the case, and only then did they begin to avoid the world. However, after more than 50 years of care, the jade ring pond is gradually improving, and I believe that it won't take too long to usher in the day when the jade ring pond will reopen its gates. Jade Butterfly slowly narrated. Only when she said the outlook on the future later, her tone was not excited, but a hidden sense of sadness. Yusu perceived keenly and said, so it is precisely because of the depletion of the inner core of the jade ring pool, that the holy maiden is a mortal who is unable to pass her veins? Jade Butterfly spread a smile. Prince Yu is resourceful. Not only my concubine, but the last generation of the holy maiden was also mortal. Yusu nodded slightly. That was why the Jade Butterfly holy maiden was gloomy. All other holy maidens at least had cultivation on their side, but she was born at the most unfortunate time. Not only was she trapped here and unable to go out, but she could only be a bumbling mortal. How many generations of holy women have there been in these 54 years? She is the 79th generation, and my concubine is the 81st generation. Jade Butterfly replied with a breezy and light-hearted manner, devoid of any sense of sadness. Yusu, however, was secretly alarmed. If there was only a generation apart, wouldn't that mean that a holy woman without cultivation would not live past her 30s at most? The holy maiden is a symbol of the metabolic turnover of the jade ring pool, so most lives are short. When a holy maiden's beauty begins to fade, that's when it's time for her to die. The Jade Butterfly seemed to know what Yusu was thinking and answered the answer for him. If there is cultivation, the saint girl's aging will also be delayed, although the life is short, but that is also relative to the same realm of immortals. Will not be like jade butterflies, such as mundane women generally in their 30s will begin to be old and yellow. All people have their own destinies when they live a life. There is no need for the holy maiden to be sentimental. Yusu comforted. When it is so, I live one life. Even though my life is short, I should seek a radiance. Jade Butterfly put down her chopsticks and gazed firmly into Yusu's eyes. At this exact moment, the maid who went down to change the wine had already returned. She held up a silver-white fruit brew in her hand and poured a cup for the two of them successively. The fruit gas was sweet and refreshing. All right, Mr. Yu, let's not talk about these heavy things. Enjoying the food of the moment is the most important thing to do at this moment, isn't it? Jade Butterfly raised his cup high, and Yusu also raised his cup and touched it in the air. Exactly. The reason why the small pool palace got its name is because the palace also has a special from the jade ring pool divided into a small pool. Exclusive use of a portion of the jade ring pool was a privilege belonging to the holy maiden, and no one other than her could wade into the small pool that had been carved out. Even the three great masters had no right to be able to monopolize an inch of the jade ring pool. Yusu stood honestly on the rock slab by the pool, while Yudai sat on the edge of the pool like a casual young girl with no baggage, her feet kicking back and forth on the surface of the pool, splashing ripples. Her arches were beautiful and smooth, and her toes were pink and white, and even more crystalline after being stained by the water. There were colorful fish swimming in the small pool, attracted by her beautiful feet, around her feet into the water, blooming into a colorful flower. The itch of a fish pecking came from the bottom of her feet, and Jade Butterfly was amused and giggled. To be able to use this sacred jade ring pool to rake feet, no one dared to accept for the Jade Butterfly holy maiden. Is Mr. Yu really not coming down? Please trust Yudi. My concubine won't tell anyone else. The Jade Butterfly holy maiden, who had always been very sensible and reasonable, returned to the world that belonged to her alone at this moment, and only then did she show some of the playfulness that should be present at this age. Yusu's body is stained with turbid dust, so he won't defile the jade ring pond. Think about yourself, a big old man who practiced sword every day. The bottom of the feet do not stink is already lucky, but also in this more than 1,000 people rely on the survival of the lake to wash their feet. That is really some lack of virtue. Is Mr. You saying that it doesn't matter because Yuri is clean? Jade Butterfly swung another kick, the water ruffling a perfect curve in the air. The Holy Maiden and the Jade Ring Pool are already one, so naturally there is no need to avoid this. The young woman, however, withdrew her foot and stood up barefoot as she smiled ebulliently. Where would there be such a statement? Jade Butterfly is but a mortal. It also needs to drain and get rid of dirt, and sometimes it eats too much roasted fish. As if she had just remembered what she was going to say, she looked down a little ashamed and said no more. Yusu but immediately understood her meaning. Even if the beauty, as long as it is immortal, that out of the incense is not likely to be fragrant. Yusu secretly laughed. This holy maiden was even sincere and somewhat cute. Her mouth seemed to have no self-consciousness as a holy maiden at all, and she just recklessly destroyed her image in other people's hearts. Holy maiden, what do you need from me this time? Yusu didn't forget the deal. To do bad things, of course you have to be with someone else. Mister, you doesn't want to go down to the water to rake his feet, then go do another thing for my concubine. Bad? Yusu was a little hesitant. Duke, you don't worry. In fact, the family masters have also tacitly authorized it law. It's not really a bad thing. Jade Butterfly took a stack of fish food from her maid and said, the white dragon carp is a unique species of fish in the Jade Ring Pond, and they have been wandering in the waters of the pond for generations, guarding this great swamp like the holy maidens who have guarded the Jade Ring Pond through the ages. But in fact, the white dragon carp is a very brave and divine fish. Otherwise they would not have been given this name, and they also yearn for the world outside the pool. When I was very young, I thought that although I couldn't get out, I could let the fish out. So I had my maids catch a white dragon carp and set it free. When I saw its premature figure that couldn't wait to swim into the Jade Ring Lake, I felt as if my body had followed it out of the Jade Ring Pond. I was very happy, but the white dragon carp was very precious to the Jade Ring Pond, and I couldn't let it go. I would only release one every 5 years. The 3 family lords knew this, but condoned my capriciousness. And today is the day I saved the 4th white dragon carp. Jade Butterfly sprinkled special fish food onto the surface of the pool by her feet. An excited flame lit up in her eyes at the moment. This is the white dragon carp's favorite fish food, and they'll be flocking to it soon. Mister, you is a great martial artist. I want you to help me catch the biggest white dragon carp. I want it, too, to see the wide world outside. Yusu was slightly stunned. The surface of the pool was not surprisingly came from the fierce sound of breaking water. Nearly 100 white fish lurking in the deep pool to set aside the clear waves, is towards the small pool swimming rapidly. May I ask the Holy Maiden if the Jade Ring Pond and the Jade Ring Lake are connected by a dark passage at the bottom of the lake? This question didn't seem to be a secret, so Jade Butterfly didn't hide it. Long ago there was indeed a culvert, but 54 years ago, in order to stop the loss of water from the pool it was blocked by the family masters. Now, these are 2 separate lakes that do not communicate with each other. Why is Mr. You asking about this? Blocked? But it's only today that the sainted lady is releasing the white dragon carp. Then what happened to the white dragon carp that had refined its divine soul that it had encountered in the depths of the Jade Ring Lake when it entered the pool the day before? Could it have grown legs and crossed the ringed mountains that separated them by itself? Or did someone else let it go? Yusu vaguely feel that this problem is not simple. The surface of the peaceful Jade Ring Pond, underneath the unseen turbulent undercurrent. Mr. Tour, they are coming. I've already answered one of your questions for free. You must catch the biggest fish for me. Jade Butterfly exclaimed excitedly. Her exposed white skin colored scarlet from her high emotions. Yusu came back to his senses and pressed the stout into his heart, and with a flash of swordlight, the ink pine sword had been sheathed with awe. Mr. You, don't hurt them, Yudi shouted with concern. I have a point. Yusu sunk his mind and used his divine sense to pay close attention to the movements of each fish. Thanks to the fact that the white dragon carp had arcane air in their bodies, their figures seemed more real to Yusu instead. Holy Maiden, throw the fish food at the biggest one, and when it leaps up, I will catch it in one fell swoop. But, I'm afraid I'm not allowed to lose it, so why don't you do it yourself? Jade Butterfly's eyebrows were darkly lowered. Her fingers curled together unwillingly, so nervous that she even the humble word forgot to say. Concubine. Yusu raised his sword to his chest and laughed. Holy Maiden Jade Butterfly, wasn't it you who said that? To do bad things, you have to be together with others. If you don't participate, how can you call it together? Jade Butterfly heard the words and was stunned for half a second, but suddenly, like the spring breeze caressing the snow, she smiled with open brows and unending joy flowed out. She looked at the blind young man waiting with a sword on the side, her eyes somewhat deep. She could feel that even without a deal, Yusu would help her fulfill her due together capricious wish to. It was as if she had a friendly army for the first time in this lonely world, and she actually developed a slight urge to shed tears. Bad things. Without further hesitation, She grabbed the fish food and fought to spread it toward a white dragon carp located at the head of the school. This hand is extremely precise. White dragon carp seems to have a sense. The lake's surface cracked. Several silver white dragon carp out of the wave. 6 or 7 feet long body in midair. The pieces of white scales reflecting the eye-catching sunlight, calling people difficult to look directly at. But Yusu not afraid of the glare. He has leaped out of the body, relying on the Rudy Royal wind technique in the air a few steps. In the exhaustion of the force, he actually stepped on the fish body in midair. Using the fish as a step, he leapt up and instantly tackled the highest jumping white dragon carp. Jade Butterfly watched the teenager's mind-bogglingly dashing movements, her pure eyes gleaming. Old Yu leaned against the fishing boat that had accompanied him for years. He hadn't been out on the lake fishing today, he'd slacked off a bit on the fishing since he'd lost the motivation of needing to make money for his granddaughter's clinic. He had been fishing for 50 years, but he still knew nothing about this lake. To this day he even wonders if he shouldn't be the exception to this rule as well. It was he who took the lives of too many fish in Lake Yuan that caused his granddaughter to suffer unwarranted retribution and turn into a monster like that. But fortunately, the immortal masters of the Jade Ring Pond will save the little fish, and will also take the little fish as a disciple. Even if it is to be an immortal servant inside, it is much better than to accompany him outside in the wind and sun. Old Yu, help! Old Yu furrowed his withered brows and looked at the visitor. 3 men, carrying together a tank with the lid closed, were hurrying anxiously toward the fishing boat. What's going on? Old Yu was vaguely uneasy and asked impatiently. Old Yu, please take me into the Jade Ring Pond to find an immortal to save my life. My wife she has gotten sick. With that, he opened the lid of the tank, and Old Yu just glanced into the water tank, was immediately paralyzed with fear. End of chapter. White Dragon Carp. It's the White Dragon Carp. Chen Shen lay on his back by the edge of the boat, looking at the flash of white light under the fishing boat and shouting excitedly. For the outside fisherman, the excitement of seeing the legendary White Dragon Carp is enough to temporarily overshadow his worries about his wife's critical condition. Old Yu, however, was no longer as radiant as he was the last time he saw it, and he looked at the White Dragon Carp that was speeding toward the outside of the lake with a somewhat grave expression. Even in the stories passed down from father to son from generation to generation, there had never been a sighting of 2 White Dragon Carp one after the other in a short period of time. What puzzled him even more was why this one was the size of the one he had fished the day before, and yet this one would not attack a fishing boat. And what was the purpose of the attack on the fishing boat by the White Dragon Carp that had been gutted? Old Yu's cloudy eyes suddenly flooded with light. This old man's mind and his rowing arms are still as energetic as a strong intuition rushed to the spirit of heaven. That fish, it's for that Mr. Su. At that exact moment, the ship twisted its direction extremely slightly. Chen Shen hugged the fish tank where his wife was and was unaware of it. But Lao Yu is different. He is the most experienced fisherman on Yuhuan Lake, and his keen perception of water currents puts all fishermen to shame. And now he could clearly feel the fishing boat caught in a vortex from which there was no escape. Old Yu's face was extremely ugly as he desperately paddled, trying to get rid of the underwater undertow. Chen Shen, throw down all the heavy things on the ship. Hurry! Chen Shen was unsure, his heart palpitating as he looked at the old man who was already in a state of madness, and hurriedly got up to do as he was told. But there seems to be a pair of invisible hands in the water, just firmly twisted the hull of the boat, so that it can only go with the flow. Chen Shen also felt the wrong. Reduce the weight is to escape to prepare, but the ship can throw down all throw down. He looked at the only heavy thing left in the boat, a tank full of water in which lay his wife, half of whom had been reduced to a fishtail. His expression suddenly became vicious, and his hands were already firmly hooped around the mouth of the tank. If you lose her, why don't you go in the water with her? Then I might be able to run away. The old and chilling voice came ghostly, and Old Yu had already given up struggling. He just remembered that the Jade Ring Pond's legacy was no longer in his hands. He would be just like those fishermen who had strangely disappeared from the Jade Ring Lake, swallowed up by the great lake that he had been living in for so long. He took a drag on his dry cigarette and exhaled a calming smoke ring. If you were born in this lake, you must also die in this lake. Mr. Tour, what question would you like to ask this time? Jade Butterfly waved her arm to wipe away the beads of sweat on her forehead. She took small breaths but her face was red. Mr. You has done my concubine a great favor. Whatever you want to ask, my concubine will tell you. All the way to transport that lucky White Dragon Carp from the small pool palace to the boat dock when Yusu disembarked. Although the ones who contributed were all Yusu, but Yudai also insisted on following for a long distance, which seemed to be a bit of an effort for her who was inconvenient to go out all year round. Yusu just looked at the direction where the White Dragon Carp disappeared in a daze. These White Dragon Carp left the Jade Ring Pond and will face an even more dangerous world. They may die just on the way out of their home, or they may have a place in the waters outside but attract even greater covetousness. And how many white dragon carp can end up better off than they were in the jade ring pond? Is it really a good thing for it to go and see the bigger world? Yusa's low murmur caused the joy on Yudi's face to stall, and she also looked toward the blanketed line where the sky met the lake. Spinning around, she quickly returned to normal with a long, distant smile. Rather than dying a meek death in a small pool, I prefer to be a swimming fish that swims in northern Ao in the morning and in eastern Ing in the evening, and I have no complaints even if I die the next day. I released the white dragon carp according to my own wishes. Mister, you can say that I am hypocritical, but if it stays here, is it not also the fate of being eaten? Moreover, the jade butterfly was not originally a perfect person. As she said the last sentence, she turned her head to look at Yusu with a playful smile on her face. She never seemed to care about her image. Even though she had a perfect skin, she still frankly admitted her imperfections. No one is perfect. Yusu didn't mean that. Yusu bowed slightly and apologized. Let's go back. Mister. Yudi didn't care, and with a quiet smile, she lifted her skirt barefoot and walked up the wooden path. Yusu followed behind and was silent for a while before he said the question he wanted to ask this time. May I ask the holy maiden? It is said that the dragon carp is divine and can refine the divine soul. Are you not afraid that it can become a divine beast in the future if you just let it go? That would be no small loss. It won't be. Perhaps due to the influence of the jade ring pool, the white dragon carp that can refine the divine soul has not been seen for 100 years. As the sun set in the west, Ji Shuerua returned to her chambers, and the 4 beautiful young men sent to serve her had long since been replaced by her, turning into 4 flowery young girls. Would Miss Ji like to have her meal first, or would you like to wash and bathe first? She hid the strangeness under her eyes well, and made no reply, walking in silence. Obviously, when she was proposing a replacement to Immortal Master Jade Hazel, Immortal Master Jade Hazel had politely excused herself, saying that the attendants were all attached to the palace and could not be replaced individually. But the Grand Duke solved the problem for her with a simple sentence. As the son of the Jade Ring Pond's great master, the Grand Duke was exceedingly strong and a gentleman, which not only changed her view of men, but even made her feel that the human race was not all abominable to the core. Most importantly, the true Prince of Yumming had agreed to her request to ask for the lotus root heart. The price wasn't difficult, but he only wanted to use the blood of the snake ancestor from the snake blood pool in exchange. The blood of the snake ancestor was far from divine to humans, so this deal was a profitable one for her snake clan. As long as she had the lotus root heart, she would be able to complete the quests issued by the Golden Rock clan of the Star Jade Divine Mountain in the eastern continent and become a guest of the Golden Rock clan. The Golden Rock clan was very powerful in the Divine Mountain, and with their support, they would be able to add a major boost to the Snake Clan's future return to the Star Jade Divine Mountain. Ji Shuerua's heart was somewhat surging, as if she saw the day when the Snake Clan was revived. When they retraced their steps on the land of the Divine Mountain, and the scenery was boundless. The water in the bathtub didn't go past her delicate collarbone, and between the sparkling waves, her tantalizing body was hidden underwater. This white, delicate and flawless body was even more alluring between the hazy vapor. Miss Ji, I've come to refill your herbs. The green-skirted maid carried a basket of medicinal herbs of various categories. Her name was Yu Qing and she was the one with the highest status among the 4 maids. Ji Shuerua nodded her head in agreement, so Yu Qing carefully poured the medicinal herbs into the water one by one, and along with that, the flint under the bath seemed to be a little more powerful, allowing the thick soup to give a warm and cozy feeling. Yu Qing knew that this master was not easy to serve and treated people coldly. After she finished what she had to do, she planned to leave respectfully, but this awe-inspiring and noble young girl called out to her. Didn't Prince Yumingzhen send an invitation for tonight's dinner? Yu Qing was stunned for a moment and quickly smiled back. Don't worry, Miss Ji, I'll notify you first if the Grand Duke has an invitation. Well, with pleasure, Ji Shuerua said casually, but to Yu Qing's ears, it sounded like she was hiding the loss of not receiving the invitation. Yu Qing secretly said that it was true that the charisma of her own Grand Duke was really extraordinary, actually able to make this cold as an iceberg maiden become not so cold. She fantasized about the scene of these two people standing together, a talented man and a beautiful woman, but also an extremely compatible pair. She actually worked up the courage to test the waters carefully. What kind of person my family's Grand Duke is, does Miss Ji think? Ji Shuerua did not rebuke this maid's arrogance. Her face was hidden behind a steaming mist of water, and after a moment of contemplation, she commented sincerely, strangers are like jade, and the Duke is unrivaled in the world. Duke Yumingzhen's appearance, literature and martial arts are both perfect. If the Jade Ring Pond had not shunned the world, he would definitely be a renowned heavenly pride in the central Yuan continent. That's pretty high praise. Yu Qing thought about the handsome appearance of the Grand Duke's immortal reincarnation, and heard Ji Shuerua's compliments with honor. All my pertinent words, and anyone else who saw it would have said the same thing. Yu Qing smiled with a beaming smile. If the Grand Duke heard that Miss Ji was judging him in such a way, he would definitely be very happy. Ji Shuarua, however, blushed in a flash as she anxiously sat up straight from the water, the pool water pouring down from her collarbone. Don't tell your son-in-law. This is shy. Yu Qing's smile intensified. It seems that it is really like what sister said. Even the chaste and noble horses on the North Ao grassland will be tamed one day. If it hasn't yet, then it hasn't waited for the right person. Don't worry, Miss Ji, the slave girl knows her place. Yu Qing of course will not be a big mouth to go around talking about these secret words of the boudoir. This Miss Ji is now her master. Just a casual word can easily take her head on the neck. Moreover, in her opinion, to have outsiders who shared her recognition of her own Grand Duke's overwhelming beauty, she couldn't even be too happy, much less intentionally teasing Miss Ji. Well, these are just casual conversations. They can't be counted. Ji Shuarua lowered her head down, her expression even less genuine. Yu Qing had an I get it expression on her face. She wanted to leave, but she developed a feeling that she had drawn closer to Miss Ji. She intended to strike while the iron was hot and inquired, Miss Ji is laboring. Why don't Yu Qing pinch your shoulders for you? Ji Shuarua hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Yu Qing heart leaping, to know yesterday Miss Ji's soup bath, even into did not let her come in, now actually has allowed her to be able to touch her. I'm afraid that this is all the credit of the Grand Duke. So that this cold girl on the jade ring pool began to put down the mustard bar. Yu Qing knelt behind Ji Shuarua. Her technique was very skillful. The Shen Qi of the passing vein realm cultivation was utilized by her to rub her shoulders, giving a very soothing feeling. However, in the front of her perspective that could not be seen, Ji Shuarua, who was still blushing just now, had already returned to normal, and between her brows and eyes, she was as awake as a poisonous snake hiding among the forest leaves waiting for an opportunity to strike. This jade ring pool mountain beautiful water beauty is also beautiful. Eat beautiful where beautiful live also beautiful. Everything is beautiful like an illusory bubble. And everyone here was telling her to just enjoy the beauty of the jade circle pool, and they all hoped that she would fall into this dream and never wake up again. But the monster minnows hidden in the fish cellar by old you are like a barb she can't pull out of her finger, so she can't sink her teeth into them. She had traveled thousands of miles to come here, and her sister had been able to stand on her own, so she would never back down so easily. No matter what, this lotus root heart was something she was determined to obtain. Today is the third day at Yuanqi. The weather in Jade Ring Pond seems to be always so good. The unchanging bright sunshine is the sky's favoritism gifted to this spiritual treasure. A flatboat cruising on the Jade Ring Pond. Ji Shuarua sitting in the stern of the flatboat. The colorful Tianhua's lotus flower within reach. She did not venture to reach out. Indifferent like a black lotus flower. The noble gentleman who stood silently at the bow of the boat was handsome and brilliant. But he did not make people feel that he was sharp and stern, but was as calm and gentle as the spirit pool under the boat. In his body, even the most demanding female cultivator couldn't pick any faults. He was the only son of the great master of the Jade Ring Pond, the venerable master of multiplying Tao, Yumingzhen. At the age of 40, the Grand Duke was already at the underwater condensation realm, and his talent was unparalleled. The people of Jade Ring Pond all agreed that if it wasn't for the fact that Jade Ring Pond had shunned the world to keep the Grand Duke's reputation low, the mere fact that the Grand Duke's heavenly pride was famous would have made the Jade Ring Pond's reputation go up a notch. Miss Ji, do you know why the lotus flower in the Jade Ring Pond has 5 types of heavenly splendor? Yumingzhen's voice was like a jade grindstone and his smile was like a clear breeze. In the Jade Ring Pond, there are 5 colors of lotus flowers: white, green, red, purple and yellow, and each of them has a very different meaning and alias. Ji Shuarua returned, roughly because the juice in the petals is of different colors, and when the mortal world dyes its clothes, it commonly uses the flower juice to dye them. Miss Ji would even know about mortal matters? Yumingzhen showed some surprise. Miss Ji is right, but this flower juice has a source. At the bottom of the Jade Ring Pond, where these precious lotuses are rooted, the soil in the water is 5-colored. This 5-colored soil is the most important thing in the Jade Ring Pond besides the pool water, and the lotus flowers and lotus roots are all rooted in the 5-colored soil and live. The Jade Ring Pool is really a treasure everywhere. Ji Shuarua was a little emotional. The lake she had seen, the silt at the bottom of the lake were all black, but this Jade Ring Pond was like a fairy who loved cleanliness. There was not even a bit of black mud. Just at this time, the lake breeze, 10,000 pieces of lotus pouring, blue wave reflection, such as 10,000 beautiful purple and red concubines to you bend over the show smile. Anyone would be swayed by the lake at the sight of this beauty. Miss Ji, do you have any research on poetry and literature? Yumingzhen asked warmly. Ji Shuarua knew that the Grand Duke would ask this. Naturally he had a bellyful of ideas he wanted to read. So he promised. Our demon race is not interested in this path. Only human cultivators love elegance. But since I was a child, I have read 100 books, and I have read some famous poems, but it's still too difficult for me to improvise a poem. If Grand Duke has the pleasure, I am willing to be a listener. I was just inspired by the sight of moving beauty. When Yumingjin said the words, her clear eyes kept staring at Ji Shuerua's side face as she admired the flowers. Moving and beautiful scenery, then I'll make an offering. The world loves peony, but I only love the lotus, which is untainted by mud, not demonic in the sea, straight in the middle and outside, not sprawling, fragrant and clear, pavilion net planting, which can be viewed from afar, but not to be desecrated and played with. Ji Shuerua recited it in her mind and was a bit surprised. She had thought that the Grand Duke would recite a well-prepared poem, but she didn't expect it to be an argumentative text. After all, when it came to poetry and literature, everyone's first reaction was poetry. Although this motion is simple, the image and character of the lotus flower is called out, which in turn highlights the noble personality and sprightly mind of the lotus lover. She didn't expect that the Grand Duke could actually recite a sentence that would be enough to make him famous throughout the ages, and couldn't help but look at the Grand Duke in admiration. Come out of the mud without being stained, and keep the clean sea without being demonic. Even an immortal from the Xian Shao Sect's book Immortal Peak is afraid that it would be difficult to write such a great line. After the compliment she realized that the Grand Duke was frozen in the bow of the boat, looking like he wanted to say something. Ji Shuerua frowned her eyebrows, and suddenly remembered that this voice is not the voice of the Grand Duke at all, but instead it seems like that blind man? As expected, there is a flatboat from the verdant lotus leaves appear between the figure. A Shen robe Yusu stood in the bow of the boat, hands behind the back towards Ji Shuerua to send thanks. Ms. Ji is right. I was also amazed when I first read this article. Ji Shuelua realized the misunderstanding and said, when you first read it, is it possible that you didn't write this essay? Yes, Miss Ji. Duke, you said that this article was written by a mortal scholar surnamed Zhou, and that he was just lucky enough to have seen it. Jade Butterfly appeared behind Yusu. While Ji Shuerua was thrilled by the beauty of the young girl, Jade Butterfly was looking at Yusu with a face of admiration. She is a person who loves books, naturally knows that if there is really such a famous piece of writing, it will never become a pearl in the ocean. She rightly regarded it as the self-effacing words of Yusu. Who knows that in Ji Shuerua's ears, these words have changed their meaning. Right now in her storage bag, there were still a few erotic books that Yusu had written to make a living. At that time, when she heard her sister say that she was writing books for her senior brother to make money, she still thought highly of Yusu, only because she didn't like the barbarism of the demon race, so she had more respect for the readers. However, she did not expect that these books that she had specially bought were actually all imperial books. She admitted that the storyline is wonderful, but why so many boudoir depictions? Hello, especially that book The Legend of the White Snake. In the view of her as a snake demon is simply a notorious work. That's the kind of book you subliminally tricked my sister with, isn't it? Compared to the barbarism of the demon race, this tactic of the human race to silently change your perceptions by words is even more unnerving to Ji Shuelua. Therefore, she would never believe that Yusu, who wrote those kinds of erotic stories, could write lines with such noble sentiments. How terribly clothed would a man have to be if he could be both the ultimate silver and the ultimate refined? I've heard of this scholar surnamed Zhou, and many of the astonishing remnants of unsigned writings are said to be his works. This sentence alone is enough to make him famous for ages. Ji Shuerua said obediently. She didn't want to watch this blind man relying on stolen poems to slam his way into another woman's good graces. Obviously, she had only separated from her sister not long ago, and here she was having a rendezvous with a beautiful woman in the middle of the lake. Ji Shuerua was quite resentful. Although she was also here sharing a boat with Yumingjin, she was single on one hand, and pretending on the other, so she also had the nerve to criticize Yusu harshly in her heart. Yusu, however, was honest and lamented. Yes, there are 1,000 ways in this world, but only this way of rhetoric. Mortals can also win over immortals. Regardless of whether one is immortal or mortal, one recognizes the same number of words. And what kind of poetry one can write has absolutely nothing to do with whether one is immortal or mortal. Well said. Immortals are proud of the world, but I never thought that how many immortals can achieve thee in the heart of a mortal out of the silt but not stained. Mondi League but not demon? Ji Shuerua also sighed, her surface heart high and proud, but since childhood from time to time introspection of her actually respect all things. At this time on the tour Su Fan can also win immortal irreverent words. Actually 100 agree. Jade Butterfly blinked her beautiful eyes. The pair of men and women who were talking to each other were actually both wearing the same black color. She interrupted a little anxiously. Mr. You, the boat is about to yaw. What if we should head for the Lake West Pavilion? When Yusu was reminded of this, he realized that both boats were about to collide. and hurriedly used his sword as an oar to twist the boat around. The Grand Duke, however, just lightly waved his hand, and the boat under his feet stopped motionless, and a calm and relaxed color appeared on his face, letting the Yusu duo cross in front of him first, very tacitly, until each other disappeared into the sea of flowers. The two men did not tell each other their identities. Brother Yu is really a wonderful person. Miss Ji is familiar with Brother Yu? Yu Mingjin smiled faintly. Not familiar, just happened to enter the pool together. Ji Shuerua coldly brushed off the relationship. It's a pity. Otherwise I would have wanted you to tell me more about Brother Yu's marvelous deeds. What Yu Mingjin cared about was clearly not Yusu himself. Grand Duke, you haven't read your poem yet. Ji Shuerua looks like reminding, but in fact is trying to make the Grand Duke shut up. The front have heard such a perfect sentence. The Grand Duke and what can still say what brocade to? Is there no such thing in this world as throwing a jade to attract a brick? Mingjin won't make an offering. Ji Shuerua also somewhat regretted that she had inadvertently displayed her impatience, which was detrimental to her disguise, and looked for a remedy. Poetry is nothing more than a pastime to us. Cultivators should still focus on the realm. Only those who don't concentrate on cultivation have the effort to study those poems only. It was just that Ji Shuerua's consolation seemed to be a bit careless. Her gaze was deep, and she was a bit distracted as she looked in the direction where Yusu had disappeared. It seemed that Yusu was also enduring Jade Ringpon's sugar-coated bombs. She wasn't sure of Jade Ringpon's purpose for doing so, but she was worried whether Yusu, the blind man, was like her, always retaining a trace of vigilance within her heart. If he really fell under that young girl's pink dress, would he be worthy of Ling Ruo? For the next 3 days in a row, Yu Mingjin would invite Ji Shuerua every day to experience the different beauty of the Jade Ring Pond. Ji Shuerua also played her role well as always, as if she was really an outsider whose heart was gradually attacked by Jade Ring Pool, but she also grasped the distance exquisitely, always in a state of if it was no more. Yusu, however, was different from her. He often left early and returned late, and even last night that holy maiden personally visited his Qinglan palace and didn't leave until late at night. Ji Shuerua looked at the appearance of Yusu being bewitched by the holy maiden, wanting to go and kindly remind him and some hate. If it's so unstable, how can it be worthy of being her brother-in-law? More to the point, she was afraid that this was just something she was scaring herself about, and maybe the Jade Ring Pool was just that good? In order to verify this, she decides to look for the little fish who has not been heard from since she entered the pool. With a little bit of side talk from Yuqing, she found out where the little fish had been placed. Tonight's stars and moon are dull, and the Jade Ring Pond looks like it's been splashed with a layer of ink that can't be erased. Ji Shuelua in a black dress, and the night color closely together. End of chapter. The place where the minnow was placed was not on the lake, but halfway up the hill. This was the area where ordinary cultivators of the Jade Ring Pond lived, and compared to the near lake bedchamber where only Ji Shuerua lived, the buildings here were obviously much denser. However, it was good that the night was already deep. There were no pedestrians on the road, and the lights were sparse. Even if the same cultivators of the Jade Ring Pool, they are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes according to their talent and cultivation. The immortals of the Jade Ring Pool are collectively known as the Jade Clan, and the ancestors of the Jade Clan did not care about the so-called main family division in order to let all the clansmen advance. As long as the family name is Jade, then they can rely on strength to fight for everything they deserve in the Jade Ring Pool. It is said that one of the 3 great masters, Venerable Shun Breath, walked step by step from the outer ring of the Jade Ring Pool to the inner ring, and eventually miraculously became the head of the family. Ji Shuerua relied on specially learned techniques to conceal her cultivation, and it was difficult to discover her unless there was a disparity in realms, so she traveled unhindered all the way. She also secretly lamented, perhaps because the Jade Ring Pool is sheltered from the world, and there is also the shelter of the pool protection array, resulting in simply not encountering any miscreants who have any wrongdoing, which is why the escort program in this pool is so sparse. She pushed the door open, snuffed out the sound of the opening with her swallowing technique, and quietly stepped inside. Surprisingly, just inside the door was a huge wooden basin filled with water in which small fish clad in thin shirts lay silently. She blinked her sparkling eyes, like 2 jewels in the candle-darkened night, and her half-soaked bottom was actually mostly healed from before. This athletic fisherwoman had long, strong legs, which now had a fine spread of black liquid and unfaded fish scales at the calves, reflecting the shimmering light from the water. After carefully sizing up this late-night visitor, Little Fish quickly put her guard up. She remembered Ji Shuerua's appearance, not only because Ji Shuerua had played her for a while, but also because this young girl's beauty was unforgettable once she had seen it. Sister Ji, you came to see me? A little surprised, the little fish wrapped her shirt around her and prepared to stand up from the water, but the legs were clearly not enough to support her, and she tumbled up just a little bit of water. Well, Ji Shuarua covered the door and took a few more steps toward the wooden basin, being able to see little fish get better. That little bit of concern in her heart was mostly dissolved. Are you still up this late? The little fish was stunned for a moment and then said, I slept the whole day when I got sick before. How can I sleep now? It seems that the jade ring pool helped you recover well. Ji Shuarua's voice was consistently cold, even when it was words of concern. Yeah, I'm really thankful for the immortal masters of the jade ring pool. I thought I was going to turn into a monster like that forever. The little fish squeezed his little hand with a look of trepidation. But it's Grandpa and Sister G who are most thankful. There's no need to thank me. It's your grandfather who worked hard to catch fish for you. So when you get better, you should honor him. Little fish will. Little fish swore with conviction and added. After little fish turned into a monster, even his sanity was unclear. I was afraid that others would find out. That's why I commissioned Sister G to disguise herself as me in such a crude appearance. Now that I think about it, it's really hard for Sister G. It's okay, the little fish is pretty too. It was really a bit awkward to let Ji Shuarua comfort people, she added. Besides, I'm just trading with your grandfather, acting for a few days to get your family's treasures. I'm earning a lot too. With that, she took out the necklace that Olju had given her from between her arms. Hanging on the necklace was a beige lotus seed that was already close to withering. Fish gave the necklace a grim look. That thing is actually of no use to us at all. Yet it was regarded as a treasure by our ancestors and passed down from generation to generation. Now that I think about it, it's actually quite ridiculous. Why do you say that? Ji Shuarua asked curiously. Little fish hung her head low and placed her hand on her empty collarbone. Grandpa had given her the necklace since she was 3 years old, and she had grown up wearing it day and night. And now that the necklace was gone, she actually didn't feel lost, but rather had a sense of relief. The lotus on the necklace is the fruit of the jade ring pond's 10,000 lotus flowers that wither away. And every time they bear fruit, tens of thousands of lotus seeds are born. These lotus seeds immortals can't even use up. Casually threw a bounty to the fisherman. Let the Yu family ancestor was flattered. And then conscientiously fishing for more than a dozen generations. Isn't it not foolish? Not laughable? The little fish sounded a little frustrated, yet a little excited. The immortal master who treated me told me that little fish had a spiritual vein, and that when I was cured I would be given the surname Jade and stay in the Jade Ring Pond as an immortal. Little fish was so happy when she found out because I no longer had to be a fisherwoman. My father and mother got sick and died, but I still have to inherit the Yu family's destiny of fishing for generations. This necklace, which the immortals rewarded the Yu family for their fishing feats, was like a shackle that kept the Yu family from ever leaving the lake. Fortunately, the Jade Ring Pond accepted me. From now on there will be no more you little fish. Only you little fish. Ji Shuarua's beautiful eyes were slightly open. The aura that erupted from the somewhat pitch-black skinned fisherwoman surprised her a little and familiarized her a little. It turns out that such a weak little girl would want to change her fate. Congratulations to the little fish. But can cultivate should not be proud. You this is only just walked to the door. I definitely will. I'm going to become a powerful and good-looking fairy like Sister G too. And then I'm going to bring Grandpa in too. It's good that you have this heart. Ji Shuarua turned and asked, did the people from the Jade Ring Pool say what kind of disease you have? They say it's called ichthyosis. And besides me, 2 maids at the Jade Ring Pool had it before. And they were both cured. Chemical fish? Do you know what causes this disease? Fish shook her head. They don't know either. I don't know the disease. So how did they heal you? The lotus seeds of these jade lotus of the Jade Ring Pond are an elixir to detoxify the poison. I eat one every day. And this disease will naturally get better. It's just that if I want to recover completely, it'll take some more time. Lotus. Ji Shuarua looked at the lotus necklace held in her hand. What the Yu family used to regard as a family heirloom and could not afford to eat. Now the small fish is at her fingertips. No wonder she has such a big sense of disparity. Fishy, remember how you got this weird disease? Previously, when Fish was sick, he was in pain, often in a coma, and there was no way to communicate. The little fish pondered for a while and returned. The little fish really didn't know. At that time, I only knew that I was sick. Lying on the bed was very difficult, and I kept wanting to drink water, but I couldn't drink enough. In the end, he could only soak in the fish cellar, and as a result, he became like that. This disease is pretty much unheard of. Don't worry, Sister G. The immortal masters told me that they also take this disease very seriously, and that they will surely be able to figure it out soon. Let's hope so. Ji Shuarua sighed. If the little fish was also healed, the barb that couldn't be pulled out would have healed as well. Being in this fairyland like Jade Ring Pond, is it true that she is too suspicious? Sister G, so have you finished what you were going to do when you entered the Jade Ring Pool? Soon. There are still a few days left. Ji Shuarua nodded. Good lord. The Jade Ring Pool is wonderful. Fishy cheered. Ji Shuerua gently answered and added. Then rest well. I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. And when you're cured, I'll send you some gifts to help you ascend the immortal path early. Thank you, Sister Ji. Sister Ji, you're so nice. Ji Shuerua just nodded her head and nodded, and finally turned back to bid farewell to little fish with her eyes, and then she was hidden in the night. The little fish, on the other hand, remained seated in the wooden basin. Her hands brushed over the scales on her calves, and those black blood seemed to swim and gradually spread to her feet. Behind her, Jade Hazel walked out silently, like a ghost gradually taking shape in the dark night. Fishy did a good job. Here's your reward. Jade Hazel opened her hand slowly, and in her hand were 3 fresh white lotus seeds, emitting a refreshing aroma. Little fish was startled by the visitor. She guessed that you Hazel would come, but she didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Lord Hazel. Fish bowed respectfully. Jade Hazel homed and walked over to the wooden basin, her eyes growing more and more mesmerized as she looked at the small fish's athletic legs covered in black veins and scales, looking better and better. Thank you, Lord Hazel, for your compliments. It's all because of the jade ring pool. It's just that I lied to her so much. Did it really work? Lie? But which of your words are false? You Hazel's voice was suddenly as cold iron as he glared at little fish. Or do you feel in your heart that this is really a disease? Little fish wouldn't dare. Little fish suddenly lost her color, and she wanted to struggle up and kneel. Jade Hazel, on the other hand, pressed down on her shoulders, making her unable to move. You're still in the critical time of metamorphosis. Don't move. You Hazel's tone was cold, making people feel like falling into an ice cave. He let out another long sigh and said gently, Little fish, don't forget that when you were 3 years old your grandfather knelt on the ship's board and begged me to enroll you in the immortal sect. But you didn't have a spirit vein, so I refused him. Now you are suddenly born with a spirit vein. You must know that this is not a disease. This is a gift from the water god to you. The little fish shuddered and nodded his head like a pounding knife. This is just the process that must be undergone to transform from mortal to immortal. Don't be afraid to accept it and feel its beauty. It's what turned you into this, isn't it? Jade Hazel was a refined and handsome middle-aged man, with dark shadows shrouding half of his face, and he reached out his fingers and rubbed them mesmerizingly over the little fish's face. How did you get such delicate skin in the past when you were exposed to the wind and sun? Haven't you always been very self-conscious about being dark? It doesn't matter. After becoming a fairy you'll become as white and flawless as them, and become a fairy sought after by millions of people. The little fish's wariness gradually subsided, and her 2 straight legs tightened together. Besides, don't you want your grandfather to get the gift of the water god as well? He can be very old, and if he doesn't become immortal, he'll be in the ground. Jade Hazel held Little Fish's chin and lifted her head up. Little Fish slowly raised her eyes, and the color of incomparable determination was already in her eyes. Jade Hazel looked into her eyes and smiled contentedly. He gently twisted open the little fish's sandalwood mouth, while the little fish couldn't wait to stick out its tongue to reach the 3 lotus seeds, as if it had committed an addictive disease. The night sky is like a black sea, silent, vast, and mysterious. Ji Shuerua walked between the wooden paths. Her footsteps were gentle. She didn't understand what she was worrying about when it was obvious that Fishy was fine. If the Jade Ring Pool really wanted to turn against her, in the other party's territory, she simply didn't have the capital to resist. She let out a shallow sigh. At first she still had a trace of pride, thinking that she could see through the hidden secrets of this Jade Ring Pond. It was only now that she realized that people's 1,000-year heritage was not something she could see through. Right now, she only hoped that the Lotus Root Heart would mature as soon as possible, and then return to the Snake Clan with the Lotus Root Heart. She looked up at the sky. The stars and moon were dim tonight. The mountains in the distance were hidden, like clouds and like floating pavilions in the air. The floating pavilion was inhabited by fairies and flickered with a little orange-red fire. Holy Maiden, you sought me out here so late in the evening just to release the sky lanterns? Yusa stood at the edge of the rocky hill, a bright orange-red visible in his darkened field of vision. The candles in the sky lanterns were very bright, imprinting a layer of redness on Jade Butterfly's extremely beautiful face as well, making her look like a goddess stepping out of the candlelight. What's wrong? No? Jade Butterfly asked playfully in return. Yusu was silent in response. Perhaps it was due to being suppressed by this inch of heaven and earth for too long. The Holy Maiden was far more lively and delicate than he thought, and it could even be said that it had already reached the point where she was a little bit naughty and mischievous. Yusu seldom refused the request of the Holy Maiden. He always had a feeling that this young girl in her flower season would soon die. Her beauty seemed to have a kind of magic power that made people unable to bear to watch her wither away with regret. I read in a book that there is a custom in the mortal world of releasing sky lanterns, and that every year and festival, people in towns and cities of all sizes will coincidentally release sky lanterns, on which they write their wishes and hopes, and rely on the lanterns to reach the top of the dome. so that the heavenly Tao can fulfill their prayers. Duke Yu, have you ever put up a sky lantern? I'm a cultivator. I don't believe in these things. What's wrong with people in cultivation? Jade Butterfly no longer spoke to Yusu as politely as she did at the beginning. She scoffed. It's because one is a person in cultivation that one should honor the heavenly Tao all the more, shouldn't they? The holy maiden is right. Yusu had no intention of arguing with it. I made this sky lantern myself from what I was taught in the book, and I don't know if it can actually fly. Since lighting the candle, Jade Butterfly had been intentionally pressing down on the sky lantern. She didn't dare to know the answer to the question too quickly. This one won't fly. Just make another one. It will always fly. Yusu comforted. Jade Butterfly glanced at him with some frustration. But for it just has one chance to take off, doesn't it? The one that flies up behind it is not it anymore, even though it is also called sky lantern. Yusu listened in and didn't say anything. This young girl is very naive, yet she is often old enough to let out some sentiments. And her words always make people feel that she is hinting at her own destiny, such as the white dragon carp that can't swim in the jade ring pond, or the wishing lamp that can't fly in the sky. Mr. Yu, I'm going to release the sky lanterns on the cliff face in front of me. Thank you. If it wasn't for your company, I wouldn't have been allowed to walk here at all. The holy maiden actually does not even need to come and put it in such a high place. You put the sky lantern in the little pond palace. It will fly just as well if it can. Mr. Yu, don't be such a spoilsport. Okay. Yudi crossed her arms, her cherry lips pouting. When Yusu softly hummed, Jade Butterfly spread her face and smiled, the curves of her mouth resembling a perfect crescent moon. She was barefoot, tiptoeing step by step toward the edge of the cliff. She was born with the legs of a peerless dancer, straight and slender like two jade chopsticks. The wind whistled off the cliffs, and there came the sound of beating leaves from the mountains. Beneath the cliff face, the carved building and the jade ring pool, all fell into a deep sleep in this quiet night. Since Yusu was standing right behind her, she was bold enough to step right up to the edge of the cliff. The gravel around her feet rolled down, smashing against the mountain wall with a small sound. Jade Butterfly's face turned scarlet, not because of shyness, but because of the excitement within her. It was rare for her to be able to stand in such a dangerous place, and at the moment, as she looked down at the tiny things below the mountain, she actually felt the urge that she was about to take off. Jade Butterfly clamped her hands around the sky lantern that was whiter than one of her, and whirled around and laughed at the sky. Mr. Yu, in my world, it either blooms or withers. So, it either falls to the ground and pulverizes, or it goes straight up to the clouds and reaches the heavenly palace. Now, do you understand why I put it here? It will lift off. I think so. Jade Butterfly's smile was unbridled. Her green silk draped like a waterfall as she released her hand that was holding the sky lantern. But the next scene of the scene let her blossomed. That day lamp is no meaning to rise. Obviously she just pressed it on the ground. Can vaguely feel a trace of ascension. But I didn't realize that this ascending force was just an unrealistic fantasy. And after it was really detached from the ground, the gravity of the sky lantern itself was like a leg being yanked by fate, allowing it to only fall endlessly. Jade Butterfly couldn't believe the failure of the sky lanterns, just as she didn't want to admit that she would never be able to fly out of this delicate birdcage. Her eyes instantly became resolute as she leaned forward and reached out her hand, actually trying to save that heavenly lantern. But she couldn't save the lantern, which she had made with her own hands and which held her infinite thoughts. Just as she couldn't save herself, the gravel on the bottom of her feet did not support her to make such a movement, and her figure was as if she was suspended in the air, about to fall down towards the bottom of that cliff wall. She stared flatly at the earth, and the tears that rolled down her face stopped in the air even in that moment. That's it. End it. Intense exhaustion surged through her body, making the light as a willow body heavy as a rock. In the nick of time, a broad, strong hand wrapped around her voluminous waist. She turned back in surprise to meet Yusu's face, which remained bright even in the darkness of the night. The Duke of Tour. Holy maiden, do you really want to die? Yusu almost hissed the words. Jade Butterfly did not know how, but only felt that this hand on her abdomen brought her a great sense of peace of mind. She couldn't tell if she was trying to save the lamp, or if she was emboldened by the knowledge that the young man behind her would definitely come to her rescue. Her eyebrows were suddenly brilliant. Now I don't want to die. Please Mr. Tour, save me. That hand suddenly tightened, and Yusu's sword brows furrowed as he coldly squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Never again. The gusty wind poured into their robes, blowing the fluttering skirts and green silks into churning waves on the lake. Jade Butterfly had let go of the sky lantern long ago, and they were falling faster than the lantern, which, in her opinion, literally flew. She opened her arms and her pink dress sleeves bulged like a flying butterfly unfurling her colorful wings. Mr. Yu, it's so high, we won't fall to our deaths. Jade Butterfly was so excited that it didn't seem like she was worried about her life or death at all. We will all die. But, never today. Yusu was holding Jade Butterfly with one hand, and with the other hand, he had already unsheathed his sword and inserted it on top of the rock wall to ease the momentum of the fall. The Emosong sword emitted a stirring sword sound, and fleeting sparks erupted in the air. Yusu was not in the feather transformation realm. Of course he couldn't fly, but as a spirit platform realm cultivator he wasn't so bad that he couldn't do anything. Not to mention, he had mastered the Rui Royal Wind technique. All along, he had been performing the art of the Royal Wind ladder, and at this moment, the art of the Royal Wind vertical was finally put to use. They keep falling, but not like unsupported flotsam, but like fallen leaves held up by the wind. Jade Butterfly had never felt so happy, and if she could, she would fly in the sky forever. Mr. Tour, I'm coming in. Jade Misty carefully snapped the screen. Aha! Yusu closed his eyes and soaked in the warm pool, soothing with the holy maiden the fatigue of the, and every pore of his body greedily drew the nutrients in the pool water. Flight. Perhaps the holy maiden had figured out what would happen next when she brought him to the cliff. She retaliated by experiencing the excitement of those she hadn't tried before, but suffered for Yusu, who was her escort. Mr. You accompanied my young lady to play. It's really hard work, Jade Misty said with a beaming smile as she plucked the herbs into the water for Yusu. The holy maiden sees me as a friend, which is as it should be. Wasn't it because of the deal? Jade Misty would smile. Mr. You, this is the lotus seed soup that Miss personally cooked for you. It's very beneficial to your body. She specifically instructed me to have you drink it while it's hot. With that, she took out a bowl of steaming lotus seed soup from behind her. In the small white porcelain bowl, the lotus seeds were crystal clear. End of chapter.